Chapter 1. The First Sign-In. The Bone Spirit's Cold Fire. In the land of fighting spirit, within the Garma Empire, lies the city of Wutan. Atop a cliff on the back mountain of the Xiao family, a handsome young man with sharp brows and bright eyes reclines against a large stone, a blade of grass held between his lips, gazing at the immense silver moon suspended in the sky. With a hint of helplessness, he murmurs softly, "How could a mere game result in my transmigration? I never anticipated that I would find myself in the world of Dopa, and that I would become Xiao Yan's younger brother. His name is Xiao Yu, and like the protagonist Xiao Yan from a novel, he hails from Blue Star. Reflecting on the 14 years he has spent in this world, a fleeting moment of disorientation washes over Xiao Yu, as if he has just arrived in this realm. Upon his arrival, Xiao Yu had hoped to awaken a golden finger, akin to those of his predecessors who had traversed worlds, aspiring to carve out his own path in the universe of Dopa. However, as time passed, he found his anticipated golden finger had yet to manifest. Thus, Xiao Yu resolved that, in the absence of a golden finger, he must seek out a powerful ally to cling to. With Xiao Yan destined to become the formidable Emperor Yan, his first choice for support was naturally Xiao Yan himself. As for why he referred to Xiao Yan as his first ally, it is simply because there exists another potential source of strength within the Xiao family, the ancient clan's young lady who had come to the Xiao family in secrecy, Gu Suner, now known as Xiao Suner. Fortunately, Xiao Yu retains a keen memory of the events in the novel, and he is well aware that Suner's father is a 9-star Do Saint, a formidable pillar indeed. Additionally, Xiao Suner serves as an excellent talisman for protection. Thus, when Xiao Suner first arrived at the Xiao family, he made it a point to remain by her side, diligently training during the day and sneaking in her room at night to nurture her body with his do qi. As of now, within the Xiao family, Xiao Yu dares to assert that no one holds a position in Xiao Suner's heart that rivals his own, not even Xiao Yan. While reminiscing about these years, a warm smile unexpectedly graces Xiao Yu's lips as he hears the faintest footsteps approaching from behind. "Guess who I am?" A delicate pair of hands covers Xiao Yu's eyes, followed by a cheerful inquiry. Upon hearing the melodious voice akin to a lark, Xiao Yu pretends not to recognize Suner, feigning confusion as he replies, "Who could it be? Can you not guess?" The girl behind him chuckles playfully. "Could it be Suner?" As he speaks, Xiao Yu suddenly pulls Suner closer, captivated by the rare blush adorning her beautiful face. Xiao Suner, noticing Xiao Yu's unwavering gaze, playfully scolds, "Brother Xiao Yu, you've become quite mischievous." Embarrassed, Xiao Yu quickly averts his gaze, wiping away the non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth with an awkward smile. "What brings you here, Suner?" Xiao Suner sat beside Xiao Yu, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, and spoke, "Every time my brother Xiao Yu feels down, he always comes here to linger. I didn't understand it before, but now that I've grown up, may I ask why my brother is feeling this way?" Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Suner in surprise. Indeed, he had come here due to his gloomy mood, thinking he had concealed his feelings well, only to be seen through by this young girl. He often visited this place when he missed home, finding solace in the moonlight, which eased his longing. With a faint smile, Xiao Yu replied, "I miss home." "Miss home? But isn't this place your home, brother Xiao Yu?" Xiao Suner questioned, a hint of confusion evident in her voice, which soon turned somber. "Actually, I miss home a little too." A sudden pang struck Xiao Yu's heart as he realized he had overlooked the fact that Suner had come to the Xiao family alone at a young age. Now, expressing her longing for home could easily evoke her feelings of nostalgia. As Xiao Yu pondered how to comfort her, Xiao Suner suddenly lifted her head and exclaimed cheerfully, "Brother Xiao Yu, I've reached the 9th stage of fighting spirit." Xiao Yu regarded her intently. Indeed, sensing the surging fighting spirit within her, she had truly reached the 9th stage. "Care to guess my current strength?" Xiao Yu asked with a smile. To his surprise, Xiao Suner pouted and said, "I won't guess. With my 9th stage fighting spirit, I can't discern your strength, but you must certainly be above me. Brother Xiao Yu, you must be a fighter." "Haha, you'll find out my strength tomorrow," Xiao Yu chuckled. Tomorrow marked the family assessment, an annual event held by the Xiao family to test their strength. Xiao Yu thought to himself that would be the last time Xiao Yan would face ridicule, after which he would surely rise. Meanwhile, he would likely always find himself striving to keep pace with Xiao Yan, a prodigious being indeed. Xiao Suner stood up from the boulder, her azure dress resembling a blooming blue lotus. With a delicate smile gracing her youthful face, she looked at Xiao Yu and said, "I look forward to the shock you will bring, brother Xiao Yu. Let's go. It's time to return." Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. He leaped down from the boulder and turned to embrace Xiao sooner, the entire motion fluid and natural. The two parted ways at the Xiao residence. Xiao Yu returned to his courtyard alone, while Xiao Yin resided next door. At that moment, the lights in Xiao Yan's courtyard were extinguished, yet Xiao Yu knew that Xiao Yin was still diligently training, striving to prove himself, even if it was a futile endeavor. Xiao Yu shook his head and stepped into the room. Upon returning to the bed, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to commence his cultivation. Although he needed to rely on others for support, his innate talent was by no means lacking. He was merely slightly inferior to Xiao Yan. In this world, strength remained paramount. True power lay in one's own abilities. As Xiao Yu immersed himself in his practice, a chilling mechanical voice resonated within his mind, nearly startling him into distraction. However, upon realizing the source, he was filled with ecstatic delight. Ding! The narrative of Do Pitsong Qiong has officially commenced. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the system. Please proceed with your first sign-in. Reward: Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Please note, all rewards will be marked as your own items and will not carry any side effects. Rest assured, host, the rewards will be delivered promptly. Please keep an eye out for them. Next sign-in location: Xiao Family Hall. Sign-in reward: half volume of Pill Classics. Boom! This voice struck Xiao Yu's mind like a thunderclap. He could hardly believe that he had awakened his extraordinary abilities at such a moment. Did this mean he too was a destined child endowed with extraordinary gifts? Wait a moment. The reward of Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Is that not the extraordinary flame of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's mentor? Chapter 2. A leap forward. It is said that the Bone Spirit Cold Fire is a peculiar flame born from the extremes of cold and heat, manifesting only once every century, during the transition of the sun and moon, in the most frigid and shadowy realms. Originally an extraordinary fire belonging to the esteemed alchemist, it has now become a masterless flame according to the system, thus rewarding me with it. Xiao Yu, exhilarated to the point of being unable to concentrate on his cultivation, realizes that with the activation of this golden finger system, the trajectory of this world is poised for transformation. He feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Oh, the system also mentioned that the next sign-in location is the Xiao Family Hall. Could it be that the impending scene of Na Lan Yin Ran coming to annul the engagement is upon us? It seems likely. Yet the reward for this encounter is half a volume of the Dan Jing, which sounds like a valuable asset. Xiao Yu is well aware of the esteemed status of alchemists within the Dookie continent. As Xiao Yu ponders his future plans, a sudden apparition of white flames materializes before him, startling him momentarily before he realizes it is indeed the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This flame dances before him like a playful child, eventually settling in front of him. Observing the silent blaze, Xiao Yu feels not a hint of heat emanating from it. Indeed, it is the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. As he contemplates how to absorb it, he watches as the flame leaps, transforming into a vast net of fire. And before he can react, it pounces upon him. Boom! Xiao Yu is enveloped by the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, his clothes incinerated in an instant. However, this is not his immediate concern, for he is soon engulfed by a searing pain, a fiery torment that penetrates to his very marrow, rendering him speechless. He curls up on the bed, while the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, despite scorching his body, leaves the bed itself unscathed. Truly remarkable self-control. Veins bulging on his forehead, Xiao Yu grapples with an indescribable agony that threatens to render him unconscious. In his mind, a singular thought resonates. I must grow stronger. I must leave my legend in this world. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire continues to forge his body, giving rise to a formidable physique. The impurities accumulated within Xiao Yu from his prior cultivation are being purged by the relentless fire. Time becomes elusive, and gradually, the excruciating pain begins to wane. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire that once enveloped his entire being diminishes, ultimately condensing into a small, palm-sized flame. Then, unexpectedly, it darts into Xiao Yu's dantian. Now, Xiao Yu lies on the bed, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot from the intense pain. As he gazes inward to the very core of his dantian, he sees the bone spirit cold fire quietly residing there, and a wave of relief washes over him. His body, still tinged with numbness, begins to awaken. Suddenly, an indescribable foul odor wafts into his nostrils. Looking down, he is taken aback. What is this? He stood there, completely unclothed. Yet his body was enshrouded in a thick layer of black, solidified substance. The foul odor that Xiao Yu had detected earlier was emanating from him. Hastily, Xiao Yu fetched a large bucket of hot water and plunged into it with a splash, sending waves of water flying. It took 3 full buckets before he completely dispelled the noxious scent. Upon returning to his bed, Xiao Yu began to introspectively sense the changes within his body. Originally possessing the strength of a 1-star fighter, with the assistance of the bone spirit cold fire, he had astonishingly ascended to the realm of a 4-star fighter. However, a perplexing thought nagged at him. Within Xiao Yan's world, the absorption of a rare fire should have yielded more than just a mere elevation of 3 small realms, especially since he still retained the prowess of a fighter. After much contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, Xiao Yu decided to dismiss the matter. His strength had indeed increased, and he had some time to solidify it further. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he formed hand seals, and the qi within his body began to whirl at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, the once thin fighting energy in the surrounding air began to fluctuate, rapidly converging towards him. The fighting energy coalesced into a funnel shape, streaming into his body through every acupoint and pore. At that moment, Xiao Yu resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing the surrounding fighting energy to fortify his 4-star fighter status. The energy gathered within him was refined and compressed, coursing through his meridians, continuously transforming into a power entirely under his control. Meanwhile, the unusual phenomenon caught the attention of Xiao Yan, who sensed the disturbance of the fighting energy in the air. Upon realizing the source was his neighbor, a complex expression crossed Xiao Yan's face. It appeared that his younger brother had indeed broken through to the fighter level. Sighing, he mused, if I could still cultivate, I would likely be nearing the fighter level myself. The breakthrough of Xiao Yu left Xiao Yan's mood in a complicated state. Extinguishing any desire, he had to continue his own training, leading him to succumb into a deep slumber. The following day, after a night of cultivation, Xiao Yu felt invigorated rather than fatigued, more energetic than after a restful sleep. He arranged his attire and stepped outside, only to find a charming figure standing before him, none other than Sun Er. Adorned in an elegant light green outfit, she radiated a vibrant glow. One could not deny that Sun Er possessed an exquisite physique, with long, slender legs and a captivating silhouette exuding youthful vitality. Coupled with her graceful demeanor, she stirred a flutter of emotions within Xiao Yu's heart. Under Xiao Yu's intense gaze, Sun Er's delicate face flushed, resembling a ripe peach, utterly alluring. Brother Xiao Yu, what are you staring at? She playfully chided, unable to contain herself. With Sun Er before me, what else could I possibly gaze upon? I must say, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Xiao Yu regained his composure and, with an audacious lack of embarrassment, extolled, Brother Xiao Yu's words are truly the most beguiling. Xiao Sun Er cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, softly huffing in response. At that moment, a faint creaking sound caught their attention, and they turned to see Xiao Yan emerging from his courtyard. Upon spotting Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu exclaimed, Brother! Xiao Sun Er echoed, Brother! Xiao Yan, upon recognizing the two standing at the door, offered a bittersweet smile, remarking, in our family, it seems that only you two and I maintain a semblance of respect for one another. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, asserting, we are indeed blood brothers. It is only natural to show you respect. Xiao Sun Er chimed in, yes, brother, do not be so despondent. You should uplift your spirits. Xiao Yan shrugged, feigning nonchalance as he replied, rest assured, I am quite well. However, both Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun Er discerned that Xiao Yan had not truly moved on. Xiao Yu could only ponder silently. It appears that only upon the return of Nalan Yanran will your fighting spirit be rekindled. Without further ado, the trio made their way toward the family training grounds, for today marked the day of the family assessment. Chapter 3. The Tool of the Xiaos. The trio swiftly arrived at the expansive azure stone training ground of the Xiao family, where numerous young men and women had already gathered, their lively chatter filling the air, creating an atmosphere brimming with youthful exuberance. However, as soon as Xiao Yu and his companions stepped into the training arena, An abrupt silence enveloped the space, and all eyes turned towards them, particularly fixating on Xiao Yan, who had unfortunately fallen from grace in their eyes. The tranquility was fleeting. Moments later, the cacophony returned, with hushed whispers circulating about Xiao Yan. How dare he show his face to participate in the assessments? Merely a waste of space. His presence here is nothing short of a disgrace to the Xiao family. Indeed, what purpose does he serve? He is still at the third stage of do qi. Once the coming-of-age ceremony concludes next year, even as the clan leader's son, he will be relegated to a branch family, and with his meager third-stage do qi, managing a marketplace would be a stretch. This utterance sparked a wave of derisive laughter, and Xiao Yu glanced back at Xiao Yan, noticing his frame tremble slightly, his fingernails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and directed his gaze towards the group guffawing nearby. He recognized the ringleader, Xiao Ku, a familiar figure. Renowned for being the first to serve as a stepping stone for others, an instrument of mockery aligned with the elder faction of the Xiao family. Upon meeting Xiao Yu's gaze, the group fell silent, quickly averting their eyes. Xiao Ku, upon spotting Xiao Yu, paled momentarily but resolutely held his ground, refusing to bow his head. With a playful smirk, Xiao Yu remarked, "You lot are quite adept at gossiping from the sidelines, akin to busybodies. How tiresome. Do you dare to join me for some practice on the training ground? Don't think I fear you. Brother Xiao Ning will arrive shortly. He has now reached the 7th stage of do qi, so tread carefully." The threatening words lacked any semblance of intimidation. Even he felt a flush of uncertainty creeping onto his face. They all knew that the clan leader had once been blessed with 2 exceptional sons. When Xiao Yin became a fighter at the age of 11, he was heralded as a once-in-a-century genius of the Xiao family. That same year, Xiao Yu, at the tender age of 10, had achieved the 7th stage of do qi, swiftly ascending to the position of the 2nd greatest talent within the clan. Many believed that the status of the Xiao family in Wuten City would soar due to the prowess of both Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yan's fortunes waned following his loss of strength, Xiao Yu's abilities steadily flourished. He had reached the 9th stage of do qi just the previous year, and it was likely he had now ascended to the ranks of a fighter. At 14, he would become a fighter. A feat slightly overshadowed by Xiao Yan's accomplishment at 11, yet he remained the 2nd most exceptional talent in the Xiao family. "Do not let me hear you speak ill of my brother again, or I shall not hold back," Xiao Yu remarked with a menacing grin. Perhaps it was the unsettling expression on Xiao Yu's face that prompted the others to hurriedly nod in agreement, declaring their fear, before swiftly fleeing the scene. Although Xiao Ku felt a twinge of fear, he stubbornly maintained his gaze upon Xiao Yu. Just as Xiao Yu was about to intimidate the imposing figure of Xiao Ku, a voice interrupted. "What? Is it now unacceptable for them to speak the truth?" Turning to see who had spoken, Xiao Yu discovered that it was Xiao Ning, the sycophant's ally. Xiao Ning entered, casting an admiring glance at Xiao Suner before noticing her arm entwined with Xiao Yu's. His eyes reddened with jealousy as he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Xiao Yu, do not be so smug. Perhaps it is your lineage that has committed numerous misdeeds, leading to your brother's backlash from the dissipating energy. Soon enough, your strength may mirror his." Upon hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Suner, who had remained silent until then, felt a flicker of golden light in her eyes as she coldly retorted, "You would do well to cleanse your tongue." Noticing Xiao Suner defending Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning's anger flared even more, though he was not foolish enough to provoke either Xiao Yu or Xiao Suner, both of whom possessed formidable power. He resolved to wait for his sister's return before confronting them. After casting a resentful glance at Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning departed with Xiao Ku, as the family examination was about to commence. On the high platform, the prominent figures of the family took their seats. Xiao Yu immediately spotted his adoptive father, Xiao Zhan, standing atop the platform. After surveying the audience, Xiao Zhan's voice rang out, "Today marks the annual family examination to assess your achievements over the past year, aimed at inspiring you to pursue even greater diligence in your training for the year ahead. Without further ado, I declare the examination officially commenced." As Xiao Zhan's voice echoed, the young men and women in the arena began to feel a surge of anxiety. After all, the higher one's strength, the greater their status within the family. Who would not wish to shine within their clan? The test was conducted at the familiar black stone monument, where the examiner, with a stern expression, stepped forward and retrieved a roster, calling names one by one for their assessments. With ample time ahead, Xiao Yu settled beneath a nearby willow tree alongside Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan, finding a welcome shade. Observing the various expressions of the youths as they approached for their evaluations, some proud, others dejected, Xiao Yu found it somewhat amusing. Soon, the examiner called out a name that was familiar to Xiao Yu, even causing Xiao Yan, who had previously shown disinterest, to lift his head slightly in curiosity. Xiao Mei. A crimson figure swiftly darted towards the platform, her youthful face radiating both innocence and charm, truly befitting her name. Xiao Yu found himself momentarily lost in reminiscence of scenes from a novel. Suddenly, a sharp pain at his waist jolted him back to reality. He looked down to find Xiao Suner's small hand pinching the soft flesh at his side. A cool voice whispered in his ear, "Do you find her appealing?" Realizing that the little girl was feeling jealous, Xiao Yu quickly flashed a smile and replied, "Is there any girl in this world more beautiful than Suner? In my heart, Suner is the most exquisite." Xiao Suner cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, choosing to ignore him. Xiao Yu, eager to appease her, exerted all his charm. But Suner could no longer endure his blunt and cheesy compliments. Blushing, she scolded, "No more of that. I forgive you." With a chuckle, Xiao Yu finally returned to his seat. On the stage, Xiao Mei had placed her hand on the magic stone tablet, and a beam of light illuminated the area. Fighting Qi, 7 stages. Xiao Mei, Fighting Qi, 7 stages. Level, Advanced. Observing Xiao Mei's somewhat smug smile, Xiao Yu chuckled softly, a 14-year-old with 7 stages of Fighting Qi. That talent is rather mediocre, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. 7 stages of Fighting Qi is sufficient to secure a position in the Xiao family, yet I am merely at the 3rd stage. What does it matter? You will reclaim your rightful glory. Xiao Yu retorted dismissively. Just then, the examiner, with a complex expression, called out, "Next, Xiao Yan." A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, prompting the examiner to sternly command, "Silence." Xiao Yan rose and walked towards the magic stone tablet, placing his palm upon its cold surface. A flash of light erupted, revealing a line of small text, "Fighting Qi, 3 stages." Xiao Yan, Fighting Qi, 3 stages. Level low. Standing on the high platform, Xiao Zhan sighed softly, while the elder beside him mocked, "Your genius son has stagnated for 3 years. The second elder derisively remarked, "No, he's regressing." Meanwhile, the uproar from the crowd below grew even louder. Indeed, it's still 3 stages of Fighting Qi. It seems he has truly become a waste in the family. Seeing this scene, the examiner hastily called out, "Next, Xiao Yu." Instantly, the training ground fell silent. Chapter 4. Another prodigy. All eyes turned towards Xiao Yu, the acknowledged second genius of the Xiao family after Xiao Yan. Rising from his seat, he strode confidently towards the magic stone tablet. The examiner, typically impassive, revealed a faint smile as he remarked, "Young Master Xiao Yu, it seems you are poised to enter the ranks of fighters this year. Such an achievement is second only to your 3rd brother, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yu responded with a nonchalant smile, "Perhaps I may even surpass my 3rd brother." The examiner, taken aback by Xiao Yu's boldness, watched as Xiao Yu placed his palm upon the magic stone tablet. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders of the Xiao clan exhibited palpable tension. Xiao Zhan was anxious, fearing that Xiao Yu might replicate Xiao Yan's earlier predicament, while the elders were apprehensive that should Xiao Yu's strength surpass the 9th stage of fighter, their lineage would forever remain in the shadows of the Xiao family. The gathered youths below were fixated on the magic stone tablet, except for Xiao Suner, who stood at the back with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. Having completed his test, Xiao Yan stood beside her and inquired, "Has brother Yu already become a fighter?" Xiao Suner replied softly, "Brother Yu mentioned he would surprise me. Perhaps it's not just becoming a fighter." Xiao Yan, momentarily lost in thought, recognized that achieving fighter status at the tender age of 14 was a rare prodigy indeed. Contemplating Xiao Yu's prowess, he mused, "Had I not experienced a regression in my cultivation, I might have attained a strength of 3 or 4 stars as a fighter." Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Xiao Yu exhibited no signs of nervousness. Shortly after his hand rested upon the magic stone tablet, a brilliant light surged forth, coalescing into a radiant white beam that lingered above the tablet. "Fighter, 4 stars." At the sight of this blinding beam, Xiao Zhan's teacup shattered in his grip. The 3 elders of the Xiao clan stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. The examiner beside Xiao Yu was equally astounded, stammering, "Xiao Yu, 4-star fighter. Level advanced. The youths below gasped in astonishment, their faces flushing with a mix of disbelief and admiration. What does this mean? An advanced fighter? What are we to do with our mere 4th, 5th, or 6th stage of fighter abilities? Xiao Ning, standing among the crowd, was equally incredulous, murmuring, impossible. This cannot be true. To become a fighter is one thing, but how could he achieve that in a single year, leaping 3 stages to reach 4-star fighter? A wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers, the term monster echoing in their minds. The notion of freak seemed inadequate for Xiao Yu. They began to seriously suspect that he had previously feigned a slower pace in his cultivation, merely to put on a grand display in this moment. Regardless, Xiao Yu's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan were equally astounded by the 4 shining golden characters on the magic stone tablet. This was not merely surprise, but a profound astonishment. A 14-year-old 4-star Do fighter possessed such prowess, leading one to doubt whether Xiao Yu would indeed break through to the rank of Do Master by the time he turned 16. Paying no heed to the envious and astonished gazes around him, Xiao Yu confidently descended from the testing platform and approached Suner, playfully inquiring, "What do you think?" Surprised? Xiao Suner rolled her eyes at Xiao Yu and replied, "Surprised? I'm utterly astonished." Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly before turning to leave. Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Suner and remarked, "Rest assured, he will regain his fighting spirit." With a sigh, Suner responded, "I hope so." Then, with a playful demeanor, she asked, "Now that you've become a Do fighter, shouldn't you take me for a delightful stroll in Wutan City?" Xiao Yu laughed heartily, "Of course. Let us set off at once." With that, he grasped Sun Er's right hand, leading her out of the training ground amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Though startled by his action, Sun Er followed closely behind, her cheeks flushed, making no attempt to pull away. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan's expression stiffened upon witnessing Xiao Yu depart with Xiao Sun Er. He then mused with a complex mix of emotions. This audacious boy dares to hold anyone's hand. Xiao Yu and Sun Er spent the entire day exploring Wutan City, only returning as dusk fell. After parting ways in the front yard of the Xiao family, Xiao Yu hurried to his room, seated himself on the bed, and commenced his training. With the system at his disposal, Xiao Yu felt a renewed sense of diligence. He needed to venture forth, for such modest strength was hardly sufficient on the Do Qi continent. He knew well that only those at the Do Huang level wielded real influence on the continent. Although there were 10 prominent figures within the entire Jiama Empire, Xiao Yu remembered that Yun Shan of the Yunlan sect had become a Do Zong with the assistance of the Soul Clan. Though this Do Zong's strength was somewhat inflated and ranked among the lowest, it still represented the Do Zong realm, thus overshadowing all others in the Jiama Empire. With both hands forming a seal, Xiao Yu summoned the Do Qi from the surrounding heavens and earth towards himself. Soon, the Do Qi surged in waves, coalescing around Xiao Yu to form a vortex. It permeated his body through every pore and acupoint, gathering in his dantian, rapidly amplifying the Do Qi whirlpool within. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan were engaged in conversation. As their discussion drew to a close, Xiao Zhan advised Xiao Yan, "You should return to rest early. We are expecting esteemed guests tomorrow." "Esteemed guests? Who might that be?" Xiao Yan questioned, perplexed. "You will find out tomorrow," Xiao Zhan replied with a cheerful smile. The following day, an elderly voice resonated from outside Xiao Yu's window. "Fourth young master, esteemed guests have arrived at home today. The clan leader requests your presence in the hall." Having concluded his training, Xiao Yu casually responded, "Understood." And soon the sound of his footsteps faded away. It then dawned upon him that today marked the day of Nalin Yinran's visit to annul their engagement. Without further ado, he stretched his limbs and donned a fitting white outfit before stepping outside. Just as he approached the grand hall, he encountered Sun Er, who was on her way there as well. With a cheerful smile, she approached Xiao Yu and remarked, "Brother Xiao Yu, you look truly handsome today." Clad in a flowing white robe with a jade pendant of emerald green at his waist, he could easily be likened to a figure of elegance, as if he were a nobleman of unparalleled grace. Xiao Yu returned her compliment with a gentle smile, saying, "Sun Er, you look exceptionally beautiful today." Together, they entered the hall, where all eyes turned to them, silently marveling at the striking pair of golden boy and jade girl, unfazed by the gazes of others. Xiao Yu led Sun Er to a secluded corner where they took their seats. A glance around revealed 3 additional individuals in the hall, among whom the exquisitely delicate young lady could only be Nalin Yinran. Xiao Yu quickly assessed the strength of the trio. The elder was a 7-star Do master. The seemingly arrogant young man was a 4-star Do fighter, while Nalan Yinran herself was a 3-star Do fighter. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, the moment he entered, Nalan Yinran's gaze had fleetingly locked onto him, though he remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 5. A shocking revelation. Naturally, Nalan Yinran noticed Xiao Yu. Upon catching a fleeting glance from him, which quickly vanished, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. However, she paid it no mind and instead focused intently on Sun'er, who sat beside Xiao Yu. Dressed in a gown of verdant hues, Sun'er resembled a solitary blue lotus, ethereal and detached from the world. Fortunately, she and Xiao Yu occupied a corner, rendering them less conspicuous. As Xiao Yu conversed with Sun'er, he endeavored to communicate with the system in his mind. At that moment, Xiao Yan entered the hall, and simultaneously, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. Congratulations, host, for successful check-in. Reward, half a volume of the alchemy manual. Please be attentive to receive it. Xiao Yu, however, refrained from accepting the half volume of the manual at that moment. He pondered the potential for adverse reactions and the difficulty of providing an explanation should anything go awry. Returning to his senses, Xiao Yu observed Xiao Yan's somewhat flustered demeanor and waved him over. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief and approached, taking a seat beside him. Thank you, brother Yu, Xiao Yan murmured. Xiao Yu smiled gently in response. It's but a trivial matter. Xiao Yan glanced at the unfamiliar elder, who was animatedly discussing with his father and 3 elders, and inquired, are these individuals esteemed guests of the family? Xiao Yu nodded. Indeed. Do you not see the emblem of the Yunlan sect embroidered on their sleeves? They are a dominant force in the Gamma Empire. Xiao Yan whispered. What business do they have with the Xiao family? Xiao Yu turned to him, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Rumor has it that the family once forged a marriage alliance with the lion-hearted Marshal Nalan Jia of the Gamma Empire, betrothing his granddaughter Nalan Yinran to you. It seems they have come to fulfill that engagement. Xiao Yan was taken aback by Xiao Yu's words, and his expression darkened as he replied. What would the Nalan family want with fulfilling an engagement? Surely, they aim to annul it, pressuring my father through the Yunlan sect. A cunning strategy indeed. Let us observe. Xiao Yu thought, fully aware of the truth in Xiao Yan's words, but unsure of what further statements to make. Turning his gaze toward Xiao Zhan, he noted that under Nalan Yinran's persistent urging, the elder known as Guyi, a 7-star Do master, finally stood up and bowed to Xiao Zhan, seemingly prepared to propose the annulment of the engagement. Witnessing this classic scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but inwardly scoff, truly deserving of recognition, capable of dismantling the arduous efforts of the Soul Emperor over countless years. If the Soul Emperor were aware that this young girl was the reason his aspirations of becoming a formidable force in the Do Qi continent were thwarted, would he not strike her down with a single blow? The proposal for annulment caused Xiao Zhan's countenance to visibly darken. With a resounding crash, the teacup in his hand shattered into a cloud of dust. The atmosphere in the hall turned somber, as the 3 elders regarded Xiao Zhan with scornful and mocking expressions. Clenching his fists, a faint azure Do Qi enveloped Xiao Zhan, and a phantom lion's head ominously appeared before his face. In the esteemed realm of the Xiao clan, where the pinnacle of martial prowess resides, the mid-level mystic technique known as the Furious Lion's Wrath was conjured by Guyi with utmost urgency. He coalesced his fighting spirit, transforming his fingers into a sword, as sharp and fierce sword energies entwined around them. The youths of lesser strength present in the Grand Hall found themselves overwhelmed by the formidable aura exuded by these 2 powerful masters, their faces paling and their chests constricted with unease. At the precipice of impending conflict, Guyi solemnly proclaimed, I bring forth another proposition from our esteemed sect leader. As a potential resolution to this matter, perhaps clan leader Xiao might consider taking a seat to hear it. At this moment, Xiao Yu, well versed in the unfolding narrative, sensed an anomaly. It was not the appropriate juncture for the 3 esteemed elders to intervene and halt Xiao Zhan, followed by Gu Yi presenting the Qi dispersal technique to tempt the members of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, the raging fighting spirit within him gradually subsiding. With a hoarse voice, he gazed at Gu Yi and inquired, Is it possible that your sect leader wishes to arrange a union between my 4th son, Xiao Yu, and your clan? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Gu Ye's visage, while behind him, Nalan Yinran's countenance flushed a delicate hue, her fingers nervously entwining as she seemed to seek solace from her own trepidation. Observing this scene, an odd sensation arose within the crowd, prompting many to glance toward Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu. My goodness, could this truly be happening? Xiao Yu stood in stunned silence, bewildered that the drama would unfold so personally for him. Just as he prayed for this to be an illusion, Guyi gritted his teeth and continued. The sect leader conveys that since Xiao Yin has forfeited his eligibility to wed Yin Ran, and the Xiao clan is reluctant to annul the engagement with the Nalan family, it has come to light that your fourth son, Xiao Yu, possesses talent second only to Xiao Yin. Hence, this engagement could be transferred to Xiao Yu. As Guye's words resonated through the hall, Xiao Zhan's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, while Xiao Yan's hand trembled subtly beneath his sleeve, evidently struggling to suppress his fury. Meanwhile, Sun'er, who had been seated beside Xiao Yu, tightened her grip on his hand, her once calm gaze now flashing with a fierce golden light. Sensing her shift in demeanor, Xiao Yu gently patted her hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry, in my heart, Sun'er will always hold the utmost significance." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's almost confessional words, Sun'er felt a faint blush grace her cheeks, her gaze unwavering as she replied, "In my heart, there is only my brother Xiao Yu." Having assuaged Sun'er's anxiety, Xiao Yu rose and declared with conviction, "I cannot agree to this marriage." The attendees were left agape, their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment at this unforeseen turn of events. Particularly the three elders, who would have preferred that the engagement be arranged for their own lineage, found it inconceivable to disagree. Before Xiao Zhan could voice his thoughts, Nalan Yinran stepped forward, her expression a blend of indignation and embarrassment, and demanded, "Why do you refuse? Is it that I am unworthy of you?" Xiao Yu replied with a serene smile, "Miss Nalan is indeed admirable, yet I have already pledged my heart to another. Thus, I cannot consent to this union. Moreover, Xiao Yin is my elder brother, and I believe he will reclaim his strength. Time flows like a river. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles." "Well said, brother Yu." At this moment, Xiao Yin stepped forward and exclaimed, "Moreover, do not claim that you have no interest in me, for I possess not an ounce of interest in you. Let us put an end to this marriage." With a tone laced with mockery, Xiao Yin swiftly approached the table and began to write fervently. Moments later, he halted his pen, drew forth a dagger, and inflicted a shallow cut upon his left palm. With his hand now stained in crimson, he emphatically pressed it against the white paper, leaving an unmistakable mark. "This is the divorce decree," Xiao Yin sneered. "Remember, it is not you who is releasing me from this engagement. Rather, it is I who is severing ties with you." Nanlan Yinji's countenance instantly turned frosty, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as she coldly retorted, "My teacher merely believes that Xiao Yu possesses potential, which is why he wishes to unite us. However, do not presume that I am pleading for this marriage contract. Although my teacher may have intended to facilitate this union, the final decision rests with me. The man I choose as my husband must be one whom I deem worthy. You are not worthy." With a tone of haughty finality, Nanlan Yinji brandished the sword hanging at her waist, its blade glinting ominously. In an instant, a piercing sound erupted as a fierce sword energy surged through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Yu. "Be careful." The entire sequence unfolded with alarming speed, leaving Xiao Zhan no time to react, forcing him to shout a warning to Xiao Yu. "Merely a 3-star fighter," Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile, balling his left hand into a fist. As his fighting spirit surged, he unleashed a single punch, shattering the formidable sword energy with a resounding explosion, leaving him unscathed. Witnessing Xiao Yu effortlessly deflect such a fierce attack, Guye's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Yu was, in fact, a 4-star fighter. How could he be so young? A wave of astonishment washed over Guye. Initially anxious, Xiao Zhan suddenly chuckled, realizing that he had momentarily forgotten his son was also an extraordinary talent. How could a mere 3-star fighter pose any threat to him? Chapter 6. The 3-year pact. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Yu with astonishment, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could he possibly be a 4-star Do fighter?" Although Nalan Yinran was merely a 3-star Do fighter, having been raised in the Yunlan sect, she had certainly encountered 4-star Do fighters before. Moreover, the young man beside her was indeed a 4-star Do fighter. Yet, a 14-year-old like Xiao Yu, wielding such power, left even her, the most talented disciple of the Yunlan sect, feeling overshadowed. In that instant, her complexion paled, the young man standing beside Nalan Yanran, seemingly intent on regaining her honor, wore a cold expression. With do qi surging around him, he revealed the prowess of a 4-star do fighter, swiftly drawing his long sword and lunging directly at Xiao Yu. Unable to match him in combat, Xiao Yu simply smiled, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. The young man found himself bereft of a target and halted in confusion. While Xiao Yu could evade this young man, he could not escape Guyi, the 7-star Grand Do Master. "Xiao Jia, watch your back," Guyi bellowed. However, it was too late. By the time Xiao Jia reacted, Xiao Yu's fist, imbued with do qi, struck fiercely against his back. Xiao Jia's body was propelled forward, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. With a cough, he spewed blood midair. A cacophony of shattering furniture echoed through the hall as Xiao Jia collapsed to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The young members of the Xiao family, having already evaded the fray, trembled at the sight of Xiao Yu standing in the center of the hall, silently thanking their luck for not provoking him. "How dare you?" Guyi roared upon witnessing his disciple Xiao Jia in such a pitiful state. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, smiling innocently. "What? It is permissible for him to ambush me, but not for me to retaliate. Besides, I haven't done much harm, just a few broken ribs, and he has merely fainted. The Yunlan sect is prosperous. Surely, you can tend to him and let him recuperate in a few days." Guyi nearly choked on his indignation at Xiao Yu's seemingly unperturbed demeanor. What did he mean by just a few broken ribs? What did he mean by the Yunlan sect's prosperity? The healing potions would not come without cost. However, Guyi found himself at a loss for words. His disciple had initiated the ambush, and the consequences were a reflection of his inadequate skills. What astonished Guyi even more was that while Nalan Yanran, a 3-star do fighter, could be overshadowed by Xiao Yu, his disciple was a genuine 4-star do fighter, yet had been so thoroughly bested. This was a tremendous disgrace. Casting a glance at the dazed Nalan Yanran and then at the unconscious Xiao Jia on the ground, Guyi resignedly addressed Xiao Zhan. Since the Xiao family has no intention of a marriage alliance with the Yunlan sect, the engagement between Xiao Yin and Nalan Yanran shall henceforth be dissolved. As she spoke, Guyi retrieved an ancient jade box, entirely enveloped in a verdant hue, from her spatial ring. Upon opening the box, an exquisite fragrance instantly permeated the entire hall. The 3 elders, upon witnessing a pill the size of a longan, entirely emerald in color, gasped in astonishment. "The gathering qi powder?" Guyi responded with a proud smile. "Indeed. And this gathering qi powder was personally concocted by our esteemed honorary elder, Lord Gu He. Surely, you have all heard of his illustrious name?" Those present who were familiar with Gu He could not help but be awestruck. The Pill King Gu He, the most influential alchemist of the Jaimar Empire, had already ascended to the ranks of the Do Wang, being one of the top 10 formidable figures in the empire. The value of a gathering qi powder crafted by such a prominent individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. The 3 elders gazed at the gathering qi powder with fervent eyes, each yearning to possess this precious item, for with it, their family could potentially nurture another young fighter. Guyi continued. "The sect master has stated that this gathering qi powder serves as compensation to the Xiao family. Should the Xiao family find it unsatisfactory, Yunlan sect is prepared to offer 3 more gathering qi powders." At that moment, Xiao Yu scoffed. "Do you think a single gathering qi powder can appease us? Do you believe I desire this mere pill?" Guyi's earlier pride turned to embarrassment, for indeed, in the presence of a talented youth like Xiao Yu, such a gathering qi powder seemed trivial, as he had no need for it whatsoever. "Do not push your luck. The gathering qi powder represents the sincerity of Yunlan sect. Do not insult our sect," Nalan Yanran retorted, her delicate brows furrowing in indignation. "In 3 years, I will challenge you at Yunlan sect. By then, we will have undergone our coming-of-age ceremony. I, Nalan Yanran, shall triumph over you openly, and I wish to prove to all that I am the true genius." Nalan Yanran's youthful face was resolute as she gazed defiantly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you wish to challenge me in 3 years? Very well. Do you dare to accept?" Nalan Yanran's tone was somewhat provocative. "Do not attempt to incite me. Nevertheless, I accept your challenge. I shall await the day you can defeat me in 3 years." Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Nalan Yanran, incensed by Xiao Yu's casual demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Xiao Yin solemnly declared, "In 3 years, I, Xiao Yin, shall challenge you at Yunlan's sect alongside my brother. We will return the disgrace you have brought upon the Xiao family today." Nailin Yanran was utterly infuriated. Having been pampered for years, she had never faced such humiliation. Her voice, edged with youthful sharpness, was filled with fury. "Very well. I shall await your arrival at Yunlan's sect in 3 years. Then, I will prove to the world that I, Nailin Yanran, have made no mistake. It is you who are unworthy of being my betrothed." With that, Nailin Yanran bowed curtly to the indifferent Xiao Zhan and strode out of the hall. Guyi sighed, hastily scooping up Xia Jia and following closely behind. "Take the gathering qi powder with you." Xiao Zhan coldly cast aside the individual before him. Guyi reached backward with his hand, firmly grasping the gathered energy, and subsequently, with a wry smile, stored it within his spatial ring. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's expression was far from pleasant. After all, he had been confronted with a marriage annulment. Fortunately, his son Xiao Yu had salvaged the honor of the Xiao family in Wutan City, preventing any loss of face for Xiao Zhan within the clan's branch. Today's events would undoubtedly stir a tempest in Wutan City, as news of yet another unparalleled genius emerging from the Xiao family would soon echo throughout the region. "Father, in 3 years, Yin will prove himself at the Yunlan sect." Xiao Yin bowed deeply to Xiao Zhan before resolutely striding towards the hall's exit. Xiao Zhan gazed appreciatively at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. It is not the absence of achievement that is concerning, but rather the loss of ambition. Now, it was Nalan Yin Ran who had reignited that fighting spirit in Yin. Xiao Yu, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands before Xiao Zhan and said, "Father, I shall take my leave as well." Observing Xiao Yu's playful expressions, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle as he scolded, "Off you go, quickly." Xiao Yu, with a grin, retracted his head a bit and replied, "All right then." He turned and, with Sun Er in tow, dashed out of the hall. As they strolled along the family path, Sun Er tilted her head and smiled softly. "Just now, brother Xiao Yu was quite impressive, wasn't he? Are you teasing me?" Xiao Yu scratched his nose in response. "Not at all. I genuinely think brother Xiao Yu is very impressive." Sun Er giggled, pressing her lips together. "All right, enough of that. Shall we head to Wutan City for some delectable treats?" Xiao Yu inquired. "Brother Xiao Yu is treating? How could Sun Er refuse?" She replied playfully, before hesitating momentarily. "But what about third brother?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Do not worry. He will come to understand." Inwardly, Xiao Yu mused. Xiao Yin must be meeting with the medicine elder for the first time on the back mountain now. Chapter 7. The appearance of the elder Yao in the depths of the Xiao family's rear mountain. Xiao Yin gazed with a mixture of anger and disbelief at the ring suspended in midair, or more precisely, at the ethereal, aged figure that hovered above it. "You old wretch, you have stolen the fighting spirit I cultivated over the past 3 years and subjected me to endless ridicule and humiliation?" Xiao Yan's voice was laced with icy disdain. "Ah, young one, has not your experience over these 3 years taught you the virtues of patience and mental fortitude?" Elder Yao replied with a sly smile. Xiao Yan's lips twitched at Elder Yao's words. "Are you suggesting I should be grateful to you?" Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked up to inquire, "Could it be that my talent has not vanished, but rather been siphoned by you all along? Am I now able to continue my training?" Elder Yao smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, I have awakened. As long as no major issues arise, I shall only absorb your fighting spirit with your consent." Xiao Yin scoffed. "I will never allow you to absorb my fighting spirit again." Elder Yao chose not to dwell on this matter, instead beckoning Xiao Yin with temptation. "Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you yearn for the respect of others and to reclaim your lost glory?" Xiao Yin, now on high alert, retorted, "What are you scheming? I assure you, I trust not a word you say." "Oh, is that so? Yet I have heard that you have but a year before your coming-of-age ceremony. Do you truly believe your talent can elevate to the 7th tier of fighting spirit within that time? Furthermore, regarding your 3-year pact with that young girl, her talent is no less impressive than yours. Do you think you can surpass her in just 3 years?" Elder Yao's grin resembled that of a cunning fox. With clenched teeth, Xiao Yin spat, "You old fool. Were it not for you, I would not have been so humiliated by her, nor would I still be stuck at the 3rd tier of fighting spirit." After a torrent of curses, Xiao Yin gradually regained his composure. Casting a cold smile at Elder Yao, "Do not speak of the impossibility of improving my fighting spirit in a year. My brother, Xiao Yu, ascended from a 1-star fighter to a 4-star fighter within a year. If he can do it, so can I." Yet Elder Yao replied mysteriously, "Ah, I have indeed observed your brother, Xiao Yu. Both your souls are remarkably strong. In the past, I hesitated between choosing you two, but ultimately, I chose you. Can you guess why? Xiao Yan shot a sidelong glance at Elder Yao, scoffing. Why? Elder Yao chuckled. Is it not simply because your talent surpasses his? Consider it. How could someone with lesser talent attain the strength of a 3-star fighter within a year? Xiao Yan frowned. Are you implying that my brother has been concealing his true abilities, perhaps training for 2 or 3 years? Elder Yao regarded Xiao Yan with an approving gaze, stroking his beard before speaking again. Do you still believe you can enhance your fighting spirit by 4 tiers within a year? Xiao Yan fell into silence, as he had indeed not contemplated this matter. After a brief pause, he gazed at Yao Lao and inquired, given your confident demeanor, you must have a solution, correct? With a hint of pride, Yao Lao raised his head and replied, naturally. What is the solution? Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly pressed for an answer. I cannot disclose that just yet, Yao Lao responded, shaking his head. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he looked at Yao Lao, struggling to suppress the anger bubbling within him. Speak. What conditions must be met for you to share? After appraising Xiao Yan for a moment, Yao Lao said, I might share. But only if you agree to become my disciple. Become a disciple? Of what? Xiao Yan queried, puzzled. Yao Lao, who had previously appeared somewhat hunched, straightened his posture. His tone laced with a touch of arrogance as he proclaimed, of course, a pharmacist. Xiao Yan was taken aback by this declaration and then mockingly retorted, you? A pharmacist? Which pharmacist has fallen so low as you? Yao Lao's expression momentarily shifted to one of embarrassment, a flicker of pain and regret passing through his eyes, though Xiao Yan remained oblivious to it. Indeed, I am a pharmacist. Yao Lao's voice carried a newfound confidence, causing Xiao Yan, who had initially been skeptical, to waver in his disbelief. Then, if I may ask, what rank were you as a pharmacist? Xiao Yan inquired with a smile, licking his lips in curiosity. Although pharmacists are rare in the Dookie continent, they are categorized into various ranks. For instance, Dan Wangui holds the esteemed title of a 6th-rank pharmacist, celebrated as the foremost figure in the pharmaceutical realm of the Jiamai Empire. I cannot recall my exact rank, but tell me, are you willing to learn? Yao Lao asked impatiently. Yes, I am. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. Very well, let us proceed with the apprenticeship. Yao Lao sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, grinning at Xiao Yan. Here? Right here? Xiao Yan asked, astonished. Where else? Time is of the essence. Hurry up, Yao Lao urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan complied and respectfully performed the ritual of apprenticeship. Once he completed the formalities, Yao Lao beamed with delight and said, excellent. I am known as Yao Lao, but I shall withhold my background for now to prevent distractions. As for my prowess, just know that in my eyes, Dan Wangui is but a trifling matter. Xiao Yan nearly retracted his earlier gesture in response to Yao Lao's seemingly arrogant proclamation. Rolling his eyes, he remarked, old man, you do boast excessively. Dan Wangui is a 6th-rank pharmacist. With a swift motion, Yao Lao smacked Xiao Yan's head and, with a feigned fury, chastised, having become my disciple. You must address me as master. Should you continue to call me old man, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you further. Mind your manners. Xiao Yan covered his head, choosing to remain silent. Yao Lao, unperturbed by Xiao Yan's aggrieved expression, continued, the first step for a pharmacist is to learn a fire-based Dookie technique, for it is essential to harness the support of fire energy. Fire attribute cultivation method? Is it possible that the master is about to bestow upon me a celestial level technique? Xiao Yan chuckled as he extended his hand toward Yao Lao, eagerly requesting it. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao was momentarily enraged, puffing out his cheeks and glaring, ready to strike, but Xiao Yan deftly evaded. Yao Lao scolded with a laugh. Do you think celestial level techniques are as common as cabbages? However, he soon added, I do not possess a celestial level technique, but I have a method even more peculiar than that. Would you like to learn it? Immediately intrigued, Xiao Yan swallowed hard, his eyes burning with curiosity as he inquired, what is this technique? A low-grade yellow-level technique. Yao Lao whispered conspiratorially into Xiao Yan's ear. Old man, are you mocking me? Xiao Yan's voice echoed through the back mountain in a roar of indignation. Once Xiao Yan had regained his composure, Yao Lao began to explain this low-grade yellow-level technique. The burning art. Ultimately, Yao Lao decided to impart the burning art to Xiao Yan only after he became a fighter. Xiao Yan gazed at Yao Lao and asked, Then how will you help me elevate to the 7th tier of fighting energy within a year? Naturally, through alchemy. Yao Lao's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no. My flames are gone. What? Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Yao Lao quickly regained his calm demeanor and said, never mind. If it's gone, it's gone. You need to help me gather some materials. I intend to concoct the foundation establishment spirit liquid. Xiao Yin nodded vigorously. All right, what materials are needed? 3 complete purple leaf orchid grasses, the older, the better, 2 bone-washing flowers, and a first-grade wood-type magic core. As Yao Lao spoke, he disappeared into his ring. Goodness. These items must cost over 1,000 gold coins. Are you trying to bankrupt me? Xiao Yin couldn't help but curse. Hee, that is not my concern. Once the materials are prepared, come find me. Remember, do not let anyone know of my existence, not even your closest ones. Yao Lao's voice echoed from within the ring. Chapter 8. The furious Galio on the other side. Xiao Yu accompanied Sun as they ventured out of their family home and meandered through the bustling streets. As one of the major cities in the Gama Empire, Wutan City thrived with an abundance of life. Sun, with Xiao Yu by her side, darted from one vendor to another, her joy evident in her demeanor, which in turn brought delight to Xiao Yu's heart. As Sun pulled Xiao Yu along, she frequently inquired about the allure of various trinkets. Xiao Yu pondered to himself how universally women seemed to adore shopping. He recalled that Xiao Yin and Old Yao required the concoction of a foundational spirit liquid, which necessitated a crucial and rare ingredient, a first-grade wood-type magic core. They arrived at the marketplace controlled by the Xiao family in Wutan City, where the likelihood of finding a magic core was significantly heightened. Therefore, Xiao Yu guided Sun toward the Xiao family market. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by 2 guards from the Xiao family, who, upon recognizing them, slightly bowed in respect. Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement and led Sun inside. Not long after entering, a boisterous voice resonated from behind. 4th young master, Miss Sun. What brings you to the marketplace today? Turning around, Xiao Yu saw 6 or 7 robust men clad in Xiao family attire, with the speaker being a square-faced man at the forefront, whose chest bore an emblem of 6 golden stars, indicative of his prowess as a 6-star fighter. Uncle Payan? Xiao Yu softly called out, eliciting a flicker of surprise on the square-faced man's countenance, which soon transformed into a broader smile. Clearly pleased that the 4th young master still remembered him, Xiao Yu responded with a smile, of course, I remember. My father personally appointed you as the captain of the guard. The safety of this marketplace rests largely on your vigilance, Uncle Payan. Too kind, too kind. It is merely my duty. Payan scratched his head bashfully, a hearty grin spreading across his face. Without further ado, Xiao Yu inquired, Uncle Payan, I am in need of a first-grade wood-type magic core. Might you assist me in locating one within the marketplace? Payan confidently patted his chest, assuring, rest assured. 4th young master, I will take care of it. Excellent. I shall continue to browse the marketplace for a while. Please notify me once you have found the first-grade wood-type magic core, Xiao Yu replied with warmth and courtesy. Do not worry, 4th young master. The marketplace is filled with our people. If any trouble arises, simply call out. Payan assured him. Xiao Yu nodded politely, and, hand in hand with Sun, ventured deeper into the marketplace, swiftly vanishing amidst the crowd. Polly, gather some men and issue a warning to the golden finger in the marketplace. Should they extend their reach toward the 4th young master and Miss Sun, they shall lose their golden finger as well. Payan's amiable demeanor transformed into one of stern determination in an instant. The burly man named Polly nodded, affirmatively responding before blending into the throngs of people. Payan rubbed his shiny bald head with a smile, remarking, a gentle demeanor combined with formidable strength and humility. 4th young master truly brings comfort to those around him. A man beside me leaned in and said, Boss, there's really no need to worry about those golden fingers. I heard that this year's family test reveals that the 4th young master has already attained the rank of a 4-star fighter. Payan shook his head with a bitter smile, remarking, truly deserving of being the family's 2nd genius, a 4-star fighter. In comparison, we seem woefully inadequate. With that, he said no more and continued to patrol the streets with his subordinates. The languid Sun, gently clutching Xiao Yu's arm, inquired softly, Brother Xiao Yu, what do you need a level 1 wood element magic core for? Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. I simply wish to collect a magic core. However, do you think I could become an alchemist? Sun pondered for a moment, tilting her head as she replied. I've heard that the qualifications for becoming an alchemist are quite demanding. Do you know your own constitution, Brother Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu shook his head, saying, I am not yet of age. Once I visit the Dookie Pavilion, I will find out. Come, let me accompany you for a stroll. Whatever you wish to buy, I shall procure for you. Not lingering on the topic, Xiao Yu and Sun continued their leisurely exploration of the marketplace. As they prepared to amble further, a somewhat effeminate voice echoed from behind, causing both their brows to furrow slightly. Is that not Miss Sun? What a stroke of fate to encounter you here. A throng of individuals surrounded a lavishly dressed young man approaching them. He appeared somewhat pallid, his demeanor suggesting a lack of vitality, undoubtedly a consequence of indulgence. The young man's gaze burned with fervor, fixated on Sun, reminiscent of a starving wolf eyeing its prey, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Xiao Yu stepped protectively in front of Sun, his eyes turning steely as he addressed the young man. Young Master Galio, have you come to peruse the Xiao family's marketplace as well? Galio's expression flickered with annoyance at the interruption, yet he refrained from expressing his ire. For he recognized that the youth before him was the Xiao family's prized jewel. It was said he had attained the 9th stage of do qi by the age of 12, although he was currently a 1-star fighter. Who could ascertain whether Xiao Yu had successfully condensed his do qi and entered the ranks of fighters in the past 2 years? Galio, responding to Xiao Yu's words with a faint chuckle, remarked, Naturally, I have never been one to concern myself with such matters, only with the presence of beautiful women. Would you not agree, Miss Sun? Sun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she chose to ignore him. Xiao Yu, however, smirked with a hint of derision. Young Master Galio indeed possesses a certain refinement. However, I believe if you were to devote that refinement to your training, you might not find yourself entering the ranks of fighters at such an advanced age. You, Xiao Yu, do not get too carried away. It is well known that the Xiao family has produced 2 geniuses. Now that one has perished, you should exercise caution. A trace of coldness crept across Galio's face as he sneered at Xiao Yu. As Sun heard Galio's words, a fleeting chill glimmered in her autumn-like eyes. Just as she was about to erupt, Xiao Yu grasped her delicate hand, gradually extinguishing the turbulent energy within her. However, her expression remained frosty. Turning to Galio, Xiao Yu smiled lightly and remarked, There is no need for you to worry, young Master Galio. After all, if I were to attain the rank of a fighter only at the age of 21, I would be utterly mortified, for I am known as a genius. Oh, how could I forget? Young Master Galio does not share such concerns, as not everyone possesses the gift of genius. Sun, initially vexed, could not help but laugh at Xiao Yu's sarcastic remarks, which were evidently a mockery of Galio's lack of talent. Upon hearing this, Galio's eyes twitched, his fists clenched audibly, and he shot a dark glare at Xiao Yu, wishing nothing more than to strike him down. Meanwhile, Galio's subordinates, ever astute, began to step forward, subtly preparing to encircle Xiao Yu and Sun, their gazes filled with malice. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, casually surveying his surroundings before sneering. Is it a matter of numbers in my territory? Let us put that to the test. He then nonchalantly whistled towards a corner of the market. As the onlookers looked on in confusion, they beheld Pei En, accompanied by over 20 burly men, storming in to encircle Galio and his cohorts. Fourth young master. What is happening? Pei En inquired with a bow, casting a glance at the sullen Galio. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yu addressed Galio. This fellow intends to cause trouble on the Xiao family's territory. What do you think we should do, Uncle Pei En? Chapter 9. The Snow Jade Spirit Liquid who dares to challenge our 4th young master within the territory of the Xiao family? Step forward and try, Payne declared with a fierce expression. The subordinates of Galio exchanged glances, hesitant to take a step forward, while Galio's countenance darkened. He cast a scathing glare at his men and silently cursed them as a bunch of useless fools. However, knowing he could not contend with Xiao Yu, he suppressed his fury and prepared to leave. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly remarked, What? Young Master Galio is not bringing your lackeys for a stroll here? Galio was nearly driven to the brink of rage, his gaze icy as he shot a look at Xiao Yu before swiftly pushing through the crowd to exit. Watching Galio depart, Payne bowed slightly to Xiao Yu and said, 4th young master, I have found the first-grade wood-type magic core you requested. It is derived from the wood fox beast. Payne produced a verdant magic crystal from his cloak, a soft green glow emanating from it. Xiao Yu could feel the ferocious power contained within. Indeed, it was the magic core of a first-grade wood fox. Thank you, Uncle Payne. Xiao Yu said as he accepted the wood fox's magic core. He then retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his pocket and tossed it to Pain, saying, "Uncle Pain, consider these coins as my treat for the brothers of the Xiao family. Please do not refuse." Originally, Pain had no intention of accepting the fourth young masteress money. But Xiao Yu's words were so persuasive that he had no choice but to accept it. He mused, if fourth young master possesses such character, should he lead the Xiao family, not only would the city of Wutan be theirs, but perhaps the entire Jamma Empire would have a place for the Xiao family. However, he quickly shook his head. With fourth young masteress talents, how could he be confined to the small city of Wutan? The Xiao family was fortunate to have Xiao Yu. After a day of wandering, Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat fatigued, turned to Pain and said, "Uncle Pain, we shall take our leave now." Pain promptly nodded. "Very well, fourth young master. Miss Sun take care." Xiao Yu and Sun nodded slightly and departed from the marketplace, heading home. Pain weighed the small pouch in his hand. It contained at least 500 gold coins. Having spent only 400 to purchase the wood fox's magic core, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Fourth young master is truly generous. With a wave of his hand, Pain announced, "Today, the fourth young master is treating us to drinks." A cheer erupted among the subordinates. Xiao Yu and Sun, not far off, heard Pain's voice, and Sun whispered, "Uncle Pain is quite entertaining." Xiao Yu responded with a faint smile, "My father's people never err in judgment." The two strolled leisurely until they reached the family gate, where a group of Xiao family disciples watched Xiao Yu cavort with their goddess, jealousy evident in their eyes. Yet they were powerless to intervene. Upon entering the family estate, Xiao Yu and Sun unexpectedly bumped into Xiao Yan. Noticing Xiao Yan had regained his confidence, Xiao Yu realized that Master Yao had awakened. "Brother Yu, I." Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Are you in need of a loan, third brother?" Xiao Yu inquired. Xiao Yan, taken aback, inquired, "How do you know?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Is there anything else my third brother wishes to discuss?" "No, nothing further," Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. Xiao Yu then produced a golden card from his bosom, stating, "Here are 2,000 gold coins. Do you think this will suffice?" Xiao Yan nodded eagerly. "Yes, it is sufficient," though a sense of embarrassment washed over him. The need to enhance his own strength left him no choice. He mused that with the 2,000 gold coins, combined with his savings, he should be able to purchase the necessary medicinal herbs for his teacher. At that moment, a guard approached Xiao Yu and said, "Fourth young master, the clan leader requests your presence at once." While Xiao Yu was uncertain of his father's intentions, he followed the guard to the Xiao family's study. Xiao Yan departed to procure the herbs, and Sun returned to her quarters. Upon entering the study, Xiao Yu was greeted not only by his father, Xiao Zhan, but also by three elders. The moment they saw Xiao Yu walk in, the elders' expressions bore a hint of complexity, while Xiao Zhan greeted him warmly. "Ah, Yu, come sit. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Xiao Yu nodded and took a seat on a nearby chair. Xiao Zhan then spoke, "Yu, you have now attained the strength of a 4-star doshi. Ordinarily, the Dookie Pavilion would only be accessible after the coming-of-age ceremony. But in light of your early breakthrough, the three elders and I have decided to grant you access to the pavilion. What do you think?" Xiao Yu cast a curious glance at the three elders, contemplating their seemingly benevolent intentions. Meanwhile, the elders, upon hearing Xiao Zhan's cheerful demeanor, felt a shadow of discontent cross their faces, silently cursing, "It is not without your coercive pressure as clan leader that we have been compelled to agree." Yet, Xiao Yu's strength is indeed of great significance. The Grand Elder stroked his grizzled beard and remarked, "Xiao Yu, your prowess is unquestionable. Although there are still 2 years until the coming-of-age ceremony, our clan is not bound by tradition. The Dookie Pavilion will open tomorrow. Remember to arrive early to select a cultivation technique that suits you." Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Yu, you should return and prepare." Xiao Yu acknowledged their words with a nod and departed without further comment. Upon returning to his room, he did not dwell on the forthcoming selection of techniques in the Dookie Pavilion. Instead, his focus shifted to the half-scroll of the alchemy manual that remained unclaimed within his mind. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xiao Yu called upon the system and clicked to claim his reward. Instantly, the half-scroll transformed into shimmering golden light, dispersing throughout his consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend the event, a dull ache surged through his head, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooding into his mind. "Ugh," he groaned. beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, veins bulging in his neck. The content of the half-scroll was extensive, and this arduous process persisted for several minutes before the pain gradually subsided. He exhaled, relieved. Xiao Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, centering his mind and beginning to assimilate the contents of the elixir manual. Before long, he had memorized the entirety of half a scroll. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within them. The manual was indeed comprehensive. It not only documented numerous elixirs and their crafting methods, but also vividly depicted the scenarios involved in their creation, akin to a hands-on guide to alchemy. Soon, Xiao Yu recalled an elixir known as the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid. This elixir was concocted by amalgamating the essences of various spiritual herbs, combined with a first-level wood-type magic core, resulting in a potion brimming with immense pure energy, making it an excellent aid for cultivating fighting spirit. Xiao Yu licked his dry lips and remarked, "I initially intended to give this Wood Fox's magic core to Xiao Yan, but it seems fortuitous that I can instead learn to refine the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid, which will also assist in my own cultivation." Chapter 10. Without attributes? The essence of alchemy lies within the spirit, while the essence of medicine resides in the body. The art of controlling energy involves summoning the fire to transform form. Xiao Yu, reciting the incantations from the alchemical texts in his mind, then positioned his thumbs together and his index fingers apart to form a peculiar seal. With a thought, he summoned the bone spirit's cold fire from within, mastering it through the art of energy control, gradually shaping it into a magnificent furnace of flames. This was a technique recorded in the alchemical texts, detailing how to condense a furnace from one's own fire for the purpose of refining medicine. Drawing upon his formidable spiritual power, Xiao Yu remarkably succeeded in this endeavor on his first attempt. However, the flame furnace he manifested trembled slightly, as he sought to find balance, requiring immense effort. Xiao Yu focused deeply, and an entire night passed with him immersed in the consolidation of the furnace. As dawn broke, the piercing rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiao Yu's face. With his eyes tightly shut, he beheld a 1-inch tall white furnace before him, a product of the bone spirit's cold fire. His night of toil had enabled him to master the technique of furnace condensation. Yet to simultaneously concentrate on both consolidating the furnace and refining medicine would demand a far longer journey ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a flicker of white flame glimmering within them. Gazing at the flame furnace formed from the bone spirit's cold fire, he smiled faintly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the furnace shattered, transforming into a fire dragon that spiraled into his body. After stretching lazily while seated on his bed, Xiao Yu stood up, reminding himself of his visit to the Energy Pavilion today. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, "Now, I truly embark upon the path of cultivation." After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he opened the door. The old steward, who had been waiting outside beside his father, greeted him with a soft chuckle. "The clan leader has entrusted me to escort the 4th young master to the Energy Pavilion for an assessment of his attributes, after which the 4th young master may select his own unique energy technique." Xiao Yu replied gently, "Let us go." Following the old steward, they arrived at the Energy Pavilion, the most significant place in the Xiao family. Xiao Yu glanced upward at the imposing structure, where the words Energy Pavilion were elegantly inscribed. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. With his strength and powerful spiritual awareness, he could easily sense the concealed guardians lurking within, alongside several potent yet subtle auras, likely the protectors assigned by the family to safeguard the Energy Pavilion. With a soft creak, the grand doors of the Energy Pavilion swung open, revealing his father stepping out from within. "Father?" "Indeed." Xiao Zhan's robust visage broke into a warm smile. "Today marks your entry into the Energy Pavilion. Naturally, I must be present." Xiao Yu nodded in silence, listening as Xiao Zhan continued. "You are well aware of the protocols for entering the Energy Pavilion. There is no need for me to elaborate. Let us proceed to assess your attributes, after which you may select your energy technique." Xiao Yu then turned his gaze to the stone pillar before the entrance of the Dookie Pavilion. Atop the pillar rested a transparent crystal ball, the very device used to assess one's attributes. Xiao Yu let out a soft sigh. To be honest, he was quite uncertain about what attribute he possessed. Was it fire, water, wood, or perhaps wind? Each element had its strengths and weaknesses, and he had no particular affinity for any one attribute. He could only leave it to fate. At that moment, Xiao Zhan was also fixated on the crystal ball, eager to discern what attribute his son possessed. With a grin, Xiao Yu gently placed his palm upon the surface of the crystal ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances. Was the crystal ball malfunctioning? Xiao Yu cautiously inquired. Xiao Zhan shook his head and replied, "Impossible. I just checked it. How could it be broken?" Xiao Yu then touched the crystal ball once more, but it remained unresponsive. He tapped it lightly and muttered, "Hey, at least give me some reaction. This is quite embarrassing." Regardless of how Xiao Yu caressed or patted it, the crystal ball offered no acknowledgement. Xiao Zhan, perplexed, removed the crystal ball and replaced it with another, confidently stating to Xiao Yu, "This one will definitely work. Give it a try." Skeptical yet hopeful, Xiao Yu placed his hand atop the new crystal ball. Half a minute passed again, yet still no sign of life. What was happening? Both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu were utterly bewildered. Not only had Xiao Yu never encountered such a scenario, but even Xiao Zhan had not witnessed anything like it. Just as they were at a loss, a sudden breeze swept through, and two shadowy figures materialized before them. Xiao Zhan was taken aback upon seeing them. Quickly regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Xiao Zhan pays his respects to the two elders." The two figures were shrouded in black robes, and a rather raspy voice emerged from within. Xiao Zhan understood that the elders had likely come to investigate the reason behind Xiao Yu's inability to reveal his attributes. And thus he asked, "Elders, might I inquire about my sons?" One elder, resembling a phantom, extended a hand and grasped Xiao Yu's arm. Before Xiao Yu could react, he felt his arm make contact with an icy, unyielding surface. This was no human hand. It seemed merely a skeletal form encased in skin. The elder's internal energy surged, a wave of azure energy coursing through Xiao Yu's arm, circulating within his body before the elder released him. Just as Xiao Yu feared that his inner secrets would be unveiled, the elder spoke. "Fire attribute is weak, essentially non-existent. This 1's potential is likely capped at the Great Dome Master realm." Without allowing Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhan a moment to process the revelation, the two elders vanished as if they had never been there. Yet their words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu. Was this a jest? Was this truly it? This had to be a farce. How could he be deemed useless when he possessed a system? Xiao Yu was naturally skeptical, while Xiao Zhan felt a profound sorrow, as if he were contemplating whether he had committed some heinous act in his lifetime that had led his two sons to this unfortunate state. Ding. The next sign-in location, the Dookie Pavilion. Sign-in reward, the Chaotic Source Cultivation Method. Just as Xiao Yu was attempting to console himself, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Sign-in, Chaotic Source Cultivation Method? Could it be? At that moment, Xiao Yu entertained a bold hypothesis, though he dared not confirm its authenticity until he acquired the reward. Thus, he turned to Xiao Zhan and said, "Father, I wish to enter and select a cultivation method." Xiao Zhan's expression was tinged with melancholy. The elder had just mentioned that Yu's attribute was fire, naturally allowing him to choose a fire attribute Dookie cultivation method. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Go ahead." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yu proceeded towards the fire path within the Dookie Pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Dookie Pavilion. Reward, Chaotic Source Cultivation Method. Claim it directly. Following this, an immense surge of information flooded into Xiao Yu's mind. Armed with the experience from the Dan scripture, this time proved to be considerably smoother, and soon, Xiao Yu fully comprehended the Chaotic Source Cultivation Method. Chapter 11. The Lowly Mystical Realm. After fully comprehending the Chaotic Cultivation Method, Xiao Yu did not rush to leave. Although he currently harbored little interest in his family's martial arts, having come to the Dookie Pavilion, he knew he could not depart empty-handed. Thus, he began to stroll along the fiery path, where the highest martial arts techniques available were of the advanced yellow rank. As he surveyed the sturdy, crimson wooden doors, his gaze ultimately settled on room 43 of the fiery path. Xiao Yu hastened towards it, and, indeed, discovered a fiery red barrier behind the door, its deep hue signifying that the barrier was the most formidable on the fiery path, and the martial arts within were undoubtedly the strongest. After assessing the red barrier, Xiao Yu could not help but shake his head and chuckle. It seems a bit unfair, relying solely on a defense against 9th-tier do qi. It might not suffice. With that, the do qi within him began to surge rapidly. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened as he clenched his right fist. A torrent of do qi enveloped his fist, and with a single strike, he unleashed a blow that shattered all techniques. The whistling wind of his punch, imbued with immense power, collided with the red barrier, which merely hesitated for a moment before shattering like glass with a resounding crash. With an air of indifference, Xiao Yu stepped inside, retrieving a dark red scroll positioned at the center of the room. Inscribed upon it were the words, Advanced Yellow Rank Technique, Flame Incineration. Satisfied? Xiao Yu nodded. Not bad. It certainly qualifies as a discrete do qi technique. Having obtained the technique, Xiao Yu did not linger but exited the room directly. In the hall of the Dookie Pavilion stood an elder, one of the guardians of the pavilion. Xiao Yu could sense the overwhelming waves of do qi emanating from the elder, indicating he was at least a 5-star Great Do Master. Upon seeing the elder, Xiao Yu presented the scroll of flame incineration to him. The elder glanced at it, nodded slightly, and remarked, Family techniques must not leave the clan. Return the do qi technique in 1 year, and it must be undamaged. Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement, receiving the scroll back from the elder, and then proceeded to exit the grand doors of the Dookie Pavilion. Xiao Zhan was still outside, standing by. As he saw Xiao Yu emerge, he was about to offer some comforting words, but upon noticing Xiao Yu waving the scroll in his hand, he felt little surprise at seeing flame incineration. After all, Xiao Yu's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary fighters, and he could acquire any technique from the fiery path if he so desired. Father, rest assured, I shall not be disheartened by this. I have little faith in fate. Xiao Yu smiled. Xiao Zhan's somewhat stiff face cracked a semblance of an awkward smile. There is no need for excessive worry. Am I not also a great Do Master? At worst, you could remain as an elder in the Xiao clan, living a carefree life. Your elder brothers insist on venturing out. I originally thought you and Yinner would eventually leave as well. It seems the heavens wish for you to stay and accompany this old father of yours. Haha. Xiao Yu understood that his father was trying to console him. He realized that only by transcending to the great fighter realm could he convince Xiao Zhan that his talents extended far beyond mere great fighter status. He aspired to become a Doling, Do Wang, Do Huang, Dozong powerhouse, and even reach the heights of Dozuan, Doxing, and ultimately Dudi. He sought to stand atop the pinnacle of this vast continent. Xiao Yu refrained from excessive explanations, for only the truth could validate everything. At present, he yearned to return and meticulously study the system's reward, the Chaotic Cultivation Method. After parting ways with Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu unexpectedly encountered Sun'er on his way back to his room. With her hands clasped behind her back and a playful smile illuminating her face, she inquired, Brother Xiao Yu, did you select a cultivation method at the Dookie Pavilion today? Might I have a look? After casting a sidelong glance at Sun'er, Xiao Yu, under her beaming gaze, produced the flame refinement technique. Sun'er received it, glanced at it, and remarked, a high-level yellow tier technique. Indeed, the pinnacle of the Xiao family's fire attribute methods. It seems that Brother Xiao Yu possesses a fire affinity physique. However, her tone shifted as she softly added, Sun'er has an even better fire attribute technique. This is a high-level Xian tier method, the flame manipulation technique. I have carefully selected this for you, Brother Xiao Yu. So please do not feel embarrassed. After all, we are family. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, an ancient, fire-tinged scroll materialized in her hand. Observing Sun'er holding the scroll, Xiao Yu, with a hint of playful emotion, teased, I appreciate your kindness, Sun'er, and I certainly will not feel embarrassed, as we are indeed family. However, the choice of the flame refinement technique was merely a ruse on my part. I possessed an even superior cultivation method, so. Sun'er's delicate ears suddenly flushed crimson, and her sparkling eyes met Xiao Yu's as she softly replied, I truly cannot argue with you. I shall trust you for now. Persuaded by Xiao Yu, Sun'er reluctantly put away the technique. Since he had encountered her, Xiao Yu felt no urgency to return and spent the entire afternoon wandering the back mountain with Sun'er, only returning to his room at dusk, disregarding the need for rest. Xiao Yu seated himself in meditation and began practicing the Chaotic Cultivation Method. The surging Dookie within him commenced its transformation. Under the influence of the method, the originally milky white Dookie began to take on a somewhat translucent quality. The Dookie morphed into pure energy, continuously compressing. In that moment, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the external changes, solely aware that the Dookie within him seemed to be solidifying, as if undergoing a forging process akin to wrought iron. being hammered and shaped repeatedly. What Xiao Yu did not realize, however, was that his original 4-star Do fighter strength was gradually diminishing. 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star. Xiao Yu's prowess ultimately reached the boundary of a 1-star Do fighter. As 3 tranquil hours passed, he opened his eyes after completely transforming his Do qi. His handsome visage emanated a faint luster akin to warm jade, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, reflecting his invigorated spirit. As he sensed the regression of his strength within, Xiao Yu did not exhibit any alarm. The chaotic cultivation method he practiced was surprisingly an all-encompassing technique, devoid of ranks, growing stronger with the enhancement of one's abilities. It bore some resemblance to Xiao Yan's burning technique, yet it was not entirely the same. Although he had reverted to the strength of a 1-star Do fighter, he was acutely aware that he was now more formidable than during his previous tenure as a 4-star Do fighter. Ding. The chaotic cultivation method is divided into 2 volumes, one for the physical body and the other for the spirit. Given the host's current strength, the chaotic cultivation method is provisionally classified as low-level mysterious stage. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Yu shook his head, pondering silently. Low-level mysterious stage? I must consider how to explain this to that girl sooner. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Xiao Yu resumed his alchemical training, and soon an entire night slipped away in haste. The following morning, he departed from his family to the marketplace, where he met with Pei to discuss the medicinal materials he required. Subsequently, he handed Pei 10,000 gold coins, a sum that represented the entirety of his savings over the years, now all but squandered. He could only hope to successfully refine the snow jade spirit liquid soon, allowing him to sell it and alleviate his financial burdens. As Xiao Yu busied himself with purchasing medicinal herbs, a voice resonated in his mind from the system, jolting him with excitement. Yet another task awaited him. Ding. The next sign-in location, Miter Auction House. Reward, low-level Earth Stage Do Technique, Moon Pursuit. Chapter 12. The Art of Alchemy. Upon hearing the system's sign-in task, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Miter Auction House stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within him. For Yafei was a character of considerable significance in the early stages of battle through the heavens. The reason she was deemed important in the beginning is that, due to her inadequate talent, she ultimately remained in the Gamma Empire, becoming the matriarch of the Miter family, her strength stagnating at the Do Huang level. In his previous life, as Xiao Yu watched the story unfold, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. Yafei, grappling with her age and abilities, believed herself unworthy of Xiao Yan, ultimately choosing to harbor her feelings silently and remain unmarried until her twilight years. In this lifetime, Xiao Yu could only resign himself to fate. However, he had no intention of visiting the Miter Auction House at present. Primarily, he lacked both funds and elixirs. To venture into the Miter Auction House, one would need items to auction or money to purchase items, or else what purpose would it serve? After procuring the necessary herbs, he informed Suner of his intention to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation, then made his way to the back mountain. There, he discovered a secluded cave and embarked on a 3-month journey of alchemy. In the hidden cave on the back mountain of the Xiao family, a resounding boom echoed as Xiao Yu sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the bone spirit cold fire within him, conjuring a cauldron before him. He had mastered this technique to perfection. With a mere thought, he could instantly manifest the. Seizing a snow magnolia flower nearby, he cast it into the cauldron. The moment the flower entered, the surged, enveloping it and reducing it to a mere pile of ashes. Was the fire too fierce? Xiao Yu pondered silently, then steadily controlled the, gradually tempering the intensity. Although the alchemical manual depicted the process of refining elixirs, it could not provide first-hand experience. Thus, Xiao Yu had to experiment piece by piece, tossing more snow magnolia flowers into the cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the snow magnolia flowers withered rapidly, yielding fine white powder within the cauldron under the relentless flames of the bone spirit cold fire. The process of refining elixirs was slow, yet Xiao Yu remained patient, cultivating the herbs in a tranquil state of mind. Though initially clumsy, after several attempts, he grew increasingly adept. Once more, he tossed a snow magnolia flower into the cauldron, which instantly transformed into a small heap of white powder, the impurities having already been burned away. He then picked up an ice jade fruit and cast it in, the frosty white flames engulfing it with a soft sizzle. A plume of white mist billowed upward, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the ice jade fruit as a pool of white liquid. After purging the impurities from this liquid with the bone spirit cold fire, Xiao Yu accelerated the process, throwing more spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Time flew by, and within the cave, Xiao Yu tirelessly refined the snow jade spiritual liquid. 3 months slipped by in an instant. Xiao Yu bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The stubble on his face suggested he had aged a decade, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Fixated upon the alchemical furnace before him. Within the furnace, a perfectly rounded azure elixir was being meticulously refined by the ethereal cold flame, releasing a peculiar fragrance that permeated the cavernous space. The already formed spirit pill continued to swirl within the furnace, the bone-cold fire persistently roasting it. Xiao Yu's gaze was unwaveringly locked onto the spirit pill, when suddenly, a mystical radiance flickered upon its surface, igniting a surge of ecstatic joy within him. "It is complete," he whispered fervently, striking the furnace with his palm. The azure pill shot forth from the furnace, and Xiao Yu, with lightning reflexes, caught it in his hand. Upon inspecting the pill, he noticed a faint pattern etched upon its surface, signifying it as a one-pattern spirit pill, indicative of a quality that reached the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. As recorded in the alchemical tomes, at last, he had successfully forged the coveted Xianling Dan. A weary smile graced his lips as he reflected on the past 3 months spent studying the alchemical texts, beginning with the most rudimentary pills. Thanks to his formidable soul power, he had progressed to the point where he could now concoct second-tier elixirs, capable of refining any first-tier pill to perfection. The Xianling Dan in his possession could restore a fighter's internal energy to its peak state almost instantaneously, regardless of their level, as long as they had not yet reached the rank of a Do Master. Such an effect was undeniably terrifying. Imagine emerging victorious from a fierce battle, consuming this elixir to regain full strength, while your opponent was left severely weakened. It would render them utterly at your mercy. However, for Xiao Yu, the most significant achievement was elevating his status to a second-tier alchemist within just 3 months. Though the alchemical texts provided invaluable assistance, one could not overlook the importance of Xiao Yu's unwavering determination and his formidable soul power. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his own strength had also surged, advancing from a 1-star fighter to a 2-star fighter. Returning to his senses, Xiao Yu stored the Xianling Dan away. During this time, he had produced an impressive 100 bottles of snow jade spirit liquid, the efficacy of which rivaled that of the foundational elixirs crafted by the esteemed Elder Yao. Furthermore, these 100 bottles were undiluted. If diluted, they could yield an astonishing 200 additional bottles of the snow jade spirit liquid. Having tidied everything up, Xiao Yu hastily returned to his chamber under the moonlight. Engrossed in alchemy, he had neglected his personal hygiene, and after a thorough wash, he collapsed onto his bed, relishing the comforting embrace of sleep. Although a devoted fighter could forego sleep, Xiao Yu still cherished the sensation of slumber. The following day, after rising and refreshing himself, Xiao Yu prepared a bottle of snow jade spirit liquid and the refined Xianling Dan, securing them close to him before departing his family home towards the grandest auction house in Wutan City, the Mitel Auction House. As he gazed upon the magnificent structure resembling a palace, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the extravagance of capitalists?" The esteemed family of the Gamal Empire, renowned for its immense wealth and a lineage spanning centuries, has constructed an exceptionally grand edifice even within this branch of Wutan City, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily awestruck. Observing the several fully armed, stoic, and formidable guards stationed at the entrance of the middle auction house, he retrieved a white half-mask from his pocket and donned it before stepping directly into the auction hall. Upon entering, a system notification resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Rewards will be distributed shortly. Please remain attentive." Xiao Yu did not hasten to examine his rewards. Rather, he was enveloped by the stark contrast of temperatures within the auction house. As his gaze wandered across the expansive hall, he noticed a room on his left adorned with a sign reading Treasure Appraisal Room. Just as he was about to approach it, the sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor. Looking up, Xiao Yu beheld the patriarch of the Gailey family, Gailey Bai, slightly bowing as he respectfully conversed with a companion. His eyes narrowed slightly, for he not only recognized Gailey Bai, but also caught sight of the exquisitely enchanting woman standing beside him. Clad in a striking crimson qipao, she exuded a captivating and mature charm that drew the attention of all present. Chapter 13. The astonishing Guni Miss Yafei. Since both parties have expressed a willingness to cooperate, may I inquire when the middle auction house will complete the acquisition of these medicinal herbs for me? Galabai inquired with utmost reverence. A soft, melodious laugh echoed from Yafei. Does Chief Galabai doubt the middle auction house? As long as the Galabai family possesses sufficient gold coins, I can procure the herbs from other middle auction houses within 3 days. While Yafei's words may have seemed somewhat audacious, they held merit considering the middle family's standing in the Gama Empire. Galabai's aged visage twitched slightly, inwardly cursing, what a shrewd individual. One must see the rabbit before releasing the hawk. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. The woman before him held considerable influence within the middle family, and it would be childish play for her to undermine the Galabai family in Wutan City. Galabai was not foolish enough to provoke her. With a smile, Galabai replied, Miss Yafei speaks wisely. I shall arrange for someone to liaise with you upon my return, and the gold will follow shortly. Yafei inclined her head slightly. You flatter me. Chief Galabai. Their conversation reached Xiao Yu's ears, who remained in the hall. The old fellow Galabai was procuring herbs from middle? What could this mean? Was he attempting to usurp the Xiao family's business in Wutan City? Galabai said little more and, after bidding Yafei farewell, prepared to depart. As he passed by Xiao Yu, he glanced at him, brow furrowing slightly, as if he found the young man somewhat familiar. Yet, preoccupied with his urgent need to gather gold, he dismissed the thought and hurriedly exited the premises. At that moment, Yafei also noticed Xiao Yu standing in the hall, but she paid him little mind. Preparing to turn away when Xiao Yu spoke, an opportunity has presented itself. Might Miss Yafei be interested? Intrigued by Xiao Yu's words, Yafei responded, Oh, young man, what treasures do you possess? Xiao Yu did not conceal his voice, revealing his youthfulness. Second-grade elixir, snow jade spirit liquid. You are an alchemist? Yafei, who had initially exuded a languid demeanor, straightened with interest, her expression shifting. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Is that so surprising? Quickly regaining her composure, Yafei turned to her attendant, instructing, Please summon Master Guni. Upon hearing this, the attendant hurriedly exited the hall. Xiao Yu was well aware that the middle auction house had a second-grade alchemist named Guni, yet he remained unperturbed, standing there with a calm demeanor. Curiously, Yafei approached Xiao Yu, inquiring, Might you elaborate on the second-grade elixir you mentioned? Due to Xiao Yu's status as an alchemist, her tone unconsciously adopted a respectful note, as alchemists were always held in high regard. The snow jade spirit liquid contains exceptionally pure energy, capable of restoring combat energy when ingested and enhancing physical prowess when applied externally. Xiao Yu explained, Such a miraculous elixir exists? Its efficacy is so remarkable for both internal and external use. Yafei slightly parted her lips in astonishment and remarked. A subtle smile curved the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth as he replied, If it were anything unfavorable, I would not have sought you out. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's smile, Yafei felt a slight tremor in her heart, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she said, Seek me? Indeed. Is not the Mitre Auction House the finest in Wutan City? Here, one can certainly maximize their profits. Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. Hearing his words, Yafei's expression momentarily faltered, and a hint of disappointment surged within her, compelling her to swiftly dispel such absurd thoughts. She once again adorned her face with a charming smile and replied, That is only natural. If the efficacy of your elixirs is indeed as you claim, the Mitre Auction House will undoubtedly offer you a satisfactory price. As they spoke, the previously departed maid returned with an elderly gentleman clad in green, his hair tinged with gray. Xiao Yu scrutinized the elder, noticing a symbol resembling a medicinal furnace on his chest, engraved with 2 silver waves, signifying his esteemed identity as a second-tier alchemist. He must be Guni. Upon seeing Guni, Yafei smiled and said, Uncle Guni, this gentleman wishes to auction a second-tier elixir, the snow jade spirit liquid. Its effects include internal restoration of fighting energy and external enhancement of physical prowess. I would like to request your appraisal. Guni's face, radiant with color, broke into a smile as he replied, Of course, miss. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said, Sir, please present your elixir for evaluation. Xiao Yu directly handed Guni the white vial containing the snow jade spirit liquid. Upon receiving it, Guni opened the vial, and an aromatic fragrance wafted forth, causing all present to be momentarily invigorated. Guni's expression turned serious, Such a fragrant elixir must be extraordinary. Gunny tilted the vial slightly, allowing a drop of the snow-white liquid to fall into his palm, where it floated serenely. Yafei gazed at the snow jade spirit liquid in Gunny's hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. It must be said that women possess an innate fondness for such pristine objects. Truly, this elixir is exquisite. Yafei complimented, then mused. I wonder how it would fare in a bath. Xiao Yu's expression darkened instantly, pondering how fanciful Yafei's thoughts were. She seemed to sense his emotional shift, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Gunny, however, remained unaffected by external distractions, his gaze firmly fixed on the white droplet. With a deft motion, a silver needle appeared in his hand, enveloped by fighting energy, as he gently stirred the pristine droplet. Gunny carefully sensed it, and soon, his expression grew solemn. Before long, he withdrew the silver needle, returned the snow jade spirit liquid to the vial, and respectfully addressed Xiao Yu. What you claim is indeed true. It is indeed a second-tier elixir. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yafei's face. Could this young man truly be a second-tier alchemist? Gunny inquired with a smile. Sir, do you intend to auction this vial of spirit liquid? Yes, however, I possess a total of 100 vials, 99 more in addition to this one. Can the Mitre auction house accommodate the entire lot? Xiao Yu replied. At this moment, Yafei regained her composure and smiled, saying, No problem, sir. I am confident that Mitre will provide you with the most satisfactory price. However, I will require a month for the operations. Xiao Yu understood that she intended to expand her promotional efforts before proceeding with the auction, and he had no reason to decline her request. Thus, he replied, Certainly. But I also possess a grade 1 elixir. I wonder if you would be interested? A grade 1 elixir? Yafei glanced at Gunny, who nodded slightly. She then inquired, Very well, but may I ask what effects this grade 1 elixir possesses? Xiao Yu responded, It can restore a warrior's internal energy to its fullest capacity within a short time, and it carries no side effects whatsoever. However, Gunny, standing nearby, shook his head and remarked, That is impossible. All elixirs have a degree of depletion. While a temporary restoration of full strength may be achievable, the absence of any side effects is absolutely unfeasible. Xiao Yu did not contest this assertion. Instead, he directly produced the Xianling pill. Gunny, with a hesitant expression, accepted it and opened the bottle. A peculiar fragrance of medicine wafted through the entire hall, far more intense than that of the recently encountered grade 2 elixir. The Xiaoyuling. Is this truly a grade 1 elixir? How can it surpass the quality of a grade 2 elixir? Yafei pondered in confusion. Yet Gunny's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hurriedly poured out the Xianling pill. A pill, the size of a longan, perfectly round and azure, rolled into his palm. Upon noticing the ripple pattern on the pill's surface, Gunny gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Is this a pill pattern? Chapter 14. Commissioned auction. Standing to the side, Yafei was naturally oblivious to the concept of Danwen, so she inquired, Uncle Gunny, what is Danwen? The astonishment in Gunny's eyes had yet to fade, and upon hearing Yafei's question, he hesitated before explaining. In the realm of alchemy, it is recorded that each grade of elixir possesses its utmost medicinal potency, thereby preserving the elixir's maximum efficacy without any side effects. The hallmark of this ultimate potency is the Danwen imprinted on the surface of the elixir. This phenomenon is akin to summoning Danlei during the alchemical process. The two concepts, however, do not conflict with one another. Upon hearing Gunny's words, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Yafei's eyes. What do you think? Can we entrust both of these items to your auction? Xiao Yu inquired nonchalantly. Yafei quickly regained her composure and approached Xiao Yu with a beaming smile, saying, Sir, this is a VIP card for the middle auction house. I hope you will accept it, as it grants you VIP privileges at any of our Family S auction venues. And the tax rate will be reduced from 5% to 2%. As she spoke, Yafei produced a crystal card and offered it to him. Xiao Yu did not hesitate to accept it, recognizing that his dealings with the middle family would likely be numerous, and the person before him, Yafei, was astutely perceptive. He found no reason to refuse. Observing Xiao Yu accept the crystal card, Yafei's smile widened. I hope we will have more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Yafei leaned in a little closer, and a delicate fragrance wafted from her, reaching Xiao Yu's senses, prompting him to silently acknowledge her allure through his mask. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied, taking a step back, as he found it increasingly difficult to withstand Yafei's beguiling presence. Noticing Xiao Yu retreat slightly, his demeanor slightly flustered, Yafei chuckled, surprised by the shyness of this young man. Just as she contemplated teasing him further, Gunny cleared his throat softly, prompting Yafei to shift her expression and swiftly revert to her composed demeanor, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily bewildered. Gunny approached with a cheerful demeanor, asking, "May I inquire if you have the remaining 99 vials of snow jade spirit liquid with you?" Xiao Yu shook his head, replying, "No. I will deliver them to you tomorrow. After the auction, please assist me in acquiring a storage ring, deducting the necessary funds from the auction proceeds." Yafei expressed her surprise. "You do not possess a storage ring?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, Yafei removed a green ring from her finger and extended it to him. "Consider this storage ring a personal gift from me," she said with a radiant smile. Gunny, standing by, appeared to hesitate, while Xiao Yu sensed that this ring bore special significance and politely declined, saying, "That may not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. You should simply accept it." Yafei insisted, taking Xiao Yu's hand and placing the ring in his palm. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu accepted the ring, stating, "I will ensure the spirit liquid is delivered on time tomorrow." "Excellent," Yafei replied with a warm smile. Xiao Yu turned away without a glance back as he departed from the grand hall of the Mitre auction house. Once he was gone, Gunny spoke up, "Miss, that was your mother's relic." Yafei gazed tenderly at Xiao Yu's gradually fading silhouette and replied, "I am aware. He is a gifted alchemist, is he not? If that is the case, perhaps we can establish a splendid bridge of connection with him." Gunny sighed in resignation. "Let us hope so. The family wishes for you to undergo proper training. You will inevitably leave Wutan City in the future. Moreover, being an alchemist does not guarantee that achieving the pinnacle of medicinal power will lead to great accomplishments. Dan Wang Guhi's talent is not inferior to his, yet he has stagnated at the 6th rank for many years." Yafei's rosy lips curled into a smile as she cheerfully remarked, "What if this young lad surpasses expectations in the future? Even if he does not reach the 6th rank, he would still be qualified to serve as a guest elder of the Mitre family." Gunny shook his head, refraining from further comment, while Yafei propped her delicate chin on her hands, her large eyes blinking thoughtfully, lost in her musings. Having already departed, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the conversation between Yafei and Gunny. If he were to sell the snow jade spirit liquid in his possession, he would acquire a considerable sum, enabling him to continue his studies in alchemy and enhance his skills. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, just as he closed the door to his room, a series of knocks echoed from the other side. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he sensed that it was the long-absent Xiao Suner. Opening the door revealed Suner clad in a purple dress, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, "I heard Xiao Yu brother had emerged from seclusion, so I came to see you. Come in." Xiao Yu looked at Suner with affection and said, "Please, enter." As she stepped into the room, Suner wrinkled her dainty nose and inquired, "Why do you smell so fragrant, Xiao Yu brother?" Xiao Yu touched his nose and replied, "Not at all. It's merely the scent of medicinal herbs." "Is that so? Where could such a scent come from?" Suner giggled. Xiao Yu, with a hint of pride, declared, "Your Xiao Yu brother is now considered an alchemist." Curiosity sparked in Suner's eyes, and she asked, "How did you become an alchemist, Xiao Yu brother?" With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yu opened his palm, a silver glow radiating from his hand. "This is the technique I have learned. There is much I cannot divulge, but you will understand in due course. And when my strength allows me to reveal this secret, I will be the first to share it with you." Observing Xiao Yu's resolute expression, Suner refrained from further questioning. Xiao Yu quickly shifted the subject. 3 months to break through to the fighter rank. Quite impressive. Suner's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving his praise, forming crescent shapes as she replied, "Are you truly surprised?" Xiao Yu smiled gently and ruffled her hair, saying, "Indeed, I am surprised. Yet, thinking about it, it is only to be expected." Suner pouted her rosy lips. "You have spent very little time with me these past few days, Xiao Yu brother. In a couple of days, I will certainly spend more time with you." Xiao Yu responded earnestly, "I look forward to that." Suner nodded gently, then lingered in Xiao Yu's room for a while before taking her leave. The following day, Xiao Yu returned to the Mitre auction house with 99 bottles of snow jade spirit liquid. Upon seeing Yafei, Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Yafei, for the spatial ring." Yafei chuckled softly and inquired, "How do you plan to show your appreciation?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu replied, "As long as your request is not excessive, I can comply." "Then, may I see what you look like?" Yufei asked. Xiao Yu shook his head and responded, now is not the right time. We shall meet when the moment is appropriate. Although a hint of disappointment flashed across her face, Yufei nodded in agreement. Very well. Once Xiao Yu had settled all matters with Miter, he prepared to return and study the system's reward, the Earth-level combat technique, Moonstep. As he stepped out of the Miter auction house, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. The next sign-in location is the Xiao family adult ceremony. Reward. Earth-level low-tier combat technique, fiery heaven sword art. Wow, another Earth-level combat technique. Is the system truly this generous? Indeed, products of the system are undoubtedly exquisite. Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 15. Guidance in the Courtyard. Xiao Yu commenced his training in the combat technique known as Moon Chase. This technique, propelled by fighting spirit, enables swift movement, allowing one to glide like a shadow in pursuit of the moon. As he practiced, Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this earthly-grade combat skill, realizing that mastering Moon Chase to its zenith could grant him remarkable speed, capable of distorting space itself. With a soft hum, the fighting spirit within Xiao Yu surged, coursing through his veins and specific acupoints. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original position, only to reappear on the opposite side of the courtyard wall. He had traversed 10 meters in a heartbeat. Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment, acutely aware that he had only just begun his journey with Moon Chase. The potential to bend space at the pinnacle of mastery was nothing short of terrifying. Elated, Xiao Yu unleashed his fighting spirit, sprinting wildly around the courtyard. However, within mere moments, he found himself halting, hands resting on his knees, his complexion pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, a picture of despair. This was overwhelming. The energy expenditure was exorbitant, and he feared he might deplete his internal fighting spirit if he continued. Xiao Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Nevertheless, he soon settled onto the ground to cultivate his fighting spirit. To his surprise, after practicing Moon Chase, he found his cultivation speed had increased. Previously, his progress had been sluggish due to his training in the Chaotic Source method, but now, the fighting spirit within him was compressing steadily, transforming the cyclone at his dantian into a vast sea of energy. The surging fighting spirit pulsated within his dantian, showcasing his formidable strength. As night fell, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, realizing he was on the verge of stepping into the realm of a 5-star fighter. With time to spare, he decided to visit the family's combat technique hall, for he lacked any formidable combat techniques, aside from the recently learned Moon Chase, which was not offensive in nature. Therefore, he aimed to seek out techniques with greater offensive power to acquire and master. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Xiao Yan, who was also emerging from the courtyard. Xiao Yu smiled and inquired, "What brings you out today, third brother?" Xiao Yan, upon seeing Xiao Yu, responded with a gentle smile. "I wish to visit the combat technique hall today and learn some techniques. Let us go together. I wish to do the same," Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, and the two walked side by side along the family's path, inadvertently attracting the attention of numerous beautiful young ladies from their clan. However, most gazes were directed towards Xiao Yu, for while Xiao Yan exuded the aura of a bright and cheerful youth, Xiao Yu possessed a chiseled visage and a pair of deep, tranquil eyes akin to serene pools, making him exceedingly handsome. The phrase "a gentleman among men," unparalleled in the world, aptly describes Xiao Yu, further complemented by his extraordinary talent and strength, which had undoubtedly captured the hearts of many girls in secret. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Congratulations, third brother." "Congratulations for what?" Xiao Yan asked, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "Of course, I must congratulate third brother on the return of his innate talent. In just a few months, you have already reached the 5th stage of do qi." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yan's grip tightened suddenly, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. At that moment, Yao Lao whispered in a tone inaudible to Xiao Yu, "Do not worry, no one will discover my existence. You merely need to assert that your do qi is no longer waning and is gradually regaining its strength." Xiao Yan quickly regained his composure, responding with a faint smile. "Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you. My strength is indeed recovering step by step." With Xiao Yu's keen soul perception, he sensed the fleeting tension in Xiao Yan, understanding his anxiety about his secret being revealed. However, he chose not to expose it. Xiao Yu was aware of Yao Lao's presence, though Yao Lao remained oblivious. Young man, I have detected a familiar aura within your brother, yet I cannot identify it. How peculiar. Yao Lao suddenly murmured in Xiao Yan's ear. What aura? Xiao Yan communicated with Yao Lao through their souls. Yao Lao shook his head. I do not know, but it feels familiar. Had Xiao Yu overheard Yao Lao's words, he would have recognized that the old man referred to the bone spirit cold fire. This unique flame had accompanied Yao Lao for many years, making it unsurprising that he sensed a trace of its presence. However, given the interference of the system, discerning its true nature was absolutely impossible. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the Do Technique Hall. Upon entering, Xiao Yu noticed numerous young members of various families training on the field. After exchanging greetings with Xiao Yu, Xiao Yin made his way to the area where the family's Do techniques were stored, while Xiao Yu, intrigued, approached the training ground, for he spotted a familiar figure. Be quicker. Use more strength. Have you not eaten? Came the commands from within the arena. It was none other than Xiao Ning, seemingly instructing a young boy with whom he was sparring. Each move was infused with fierce Do qi, leaving marks on the boy's face, quickly bruising him. In the match, Xiao Ning exclaimed suddenly, stepping forward with his left foot and unleashing a powerful right punch, his energy surging forth. The boy, unable to evade, took the full force of the blow. Bang! A figure shot backward, the boy stumbling several meters before coming to a halt, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from the impact. Slowly rising, he clasped his fists and said, Cousin Xiao Ning is formidable. I truly cannot compare. Xiao Ning laughed heartily. No worries. Mastering Do techniques requires diligent practice. Moreover, my talent is quite exceptional, which gives me a slight edge over you. As long as you all train diligently, you too shall become strong one day. Quite impressive. Bullying a 6-stage Do qi user with your 8-stage prowess. How can you take pride in that? Xiao Yu teased with a smile. Who dares to speak such arrogance? Xiao Ning's expression darkened as he retorted. The crowd parted, creating a narrow path, and Xiao Yu strolled forth, declaring, I spoke the truth. What of it? Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning's voice faltered. It's you. I am merely guiding them in combat techniques, a necessary exchange of practical experience. Is there a problem? Of course there is no issue, Xiao Yu replied with a sly smile. However, I lack any combat techniques to learn. Why don't you guide me instead? Let us consider it a practical exchange, shall we? Xiao Ning shivered at Xiao Yu's grin and protested. I refuse. Isn't that bullying? I want to fight you. And what about him? Xiao Yu inquired, gesturing toward the nameless youth. He is volunteering. Xiao Ning hurriedly interjected. The boy, feeling Xiao Yu's gaze upon him, quickly nodded. I am willingly allowing cousin Xiao Ning to guide me in my training. Seeing that the victim himself was unconcerned, Xiao Yu shrugged casually. Very well. He then strolled towards the direction where Xiao Yin was seated. As Xiao Yu departed, Xiao Ning exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of gratitude for surviving the encounter in his eyes, and promptly exited the combat hall. Xiao Yu settled beside Xiao Yin and, glancing at the low-grade yellow-level combat technique, Shattering Stone Palm, in Xiao Yin's hands, he chuckled softly. You find value in this rubbish? Rubbish? Xiao Yan's lips twitched, and he sighed in resignation. Do you have something better? The finest technique of the Xiao family is the intermediate dark-level technique, Furious Lion's Roar, practiced by my father, which you cannot learn. Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. That is indeed true. He then rose and began to wander aimlessly around the combat hall. Suddenly, a dark golden scroll in the corner caught Xiao Yu's attention. He ambled toward the corner and retrieved the dark golden scroll from the highest shelf. Chapter 16. The Wind Demon's 9 fingers. The dark golden scroll was encrusted with dust, suggesting it had lain undisturbed for a considerable time. With a gentle breath, Xiao Yu dispersed the dust, revealing the 4 prominent characters. Wind Demon's 9 fingers. As he unfurled the scroll, it elaborated. Wind Demon's 9 fingers, an advanced combat technique of the mysterious tier, condensing fighting spirit into fingers, striking with unparalleled ferocity. When refined to perfection, it can influence the cosmos with a single point, its power comparable to low-tier earth techniques. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted in astonishment. How could such a formidable technique remain unpracticed? Further examination revealed a cautionary note. This technique comprises 2 volumes, the lower volume of which has been lost. Practicing solely the upper volume risks falling into madness. Proceed with utmost caution. Upon reading this, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. It turned out that practicing this technique was not an option after all. No wonder it had been neglected. It was essentially worthless. With a sigh, just as he prepared to set aside the wind demon's 9 fingers, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, momentarily halting his hand. Detection indicates the host possesses a fragment of an advanced mysterious tier combat technique. Restoration is possible. Please choose whether to repair. Initially taken aback, Xiao Yu's face soon radiated with elation. He hadn't anticipated that the system could restore fragmented techniques. He promptly exclaimed, "Repair. I choose to repair." As his words fell, a flicker of light enveloped him, and the fragment of the wind demon's 9 fingers vanished from his grasp. A sharp pain coursed through his head as a deluge of information surged into his mind, causing a brief sensation of swelling. However, he soon assimilated the influx of knowledge and began to explore the intricacies of the wind demon's 9 fingers. The information he received vastly exceeded that of the scroll he had held earlier, with the upper volume comprising a mere 30%. The remaining 70% of vital content rested within the lower volume. This elucidated why attempting to practice solely the upper volume could lead to madness. The wind demon's 9 fingers could be likened to the 8 extremities collapse practiced by Xiao Yin, though it remained uncertain which was superior. The wind demon's 9 fingers was a true killing move, capable of piercing through surfaces, while merely gathering a small amount of fighting spirit might suffice. Concentrating all one's energy into a single point exponentially amplified its lethality. Satisfaction graced Xiao Yu's features as he observed Xiao Yin preparing to depart with a scroll in hand. He too exited the combat technique hall. Once separated, Xiao Yu commenced his training in the wind demon's 9 fingers, aware that Xiao Yin was about to practice the 8 extremities collapse. With no significant events on the horizon, he understood that he must wait for the rite of passage to officially enter the realm of Do Pu. Thus he resolved to utilize this time to train diligently before venturing forth into the world. In the early morning, within a stone forest on the back mountain, the area was filled with resilient steel rocks, noteworthy for their hardness, rivaling the full defense of a 7-star dome master. Boom! With a resounding crash, a piece of steel rock shattered into countless fragments beneath Xiao Yu's fingertip. He shook his head slightly, murmuring, "Still not enough? Only when a single finger can shatter the colossal stone into dust can it be deemed truly lethal. Merely reducing it to rubble is insufficient." If others were to discover that Xiao Yu's finger could breach the full defense of a 7-star fighter, and he remained unsatisfied, they would surely be incensed. Over the past month, Xiao Yu has led a fulfilling and busy life, diligently practicing the Chaotic Cultivation Method while simultaneously studying alchemy. In the mornings, he hones the wind demon 9 fingers, and in the afternoons, he practices the moon pursuit, all while carving out time to accompany Suner. Now, Xiao Yu's strength has ascended to a 5-star fighter, and both the wind demon 9 fingers and moon pursuit have reached a foundational level. The stone forest is strewn with debris, a testament to Xiao Yu's rigorous training in the wind demon 9 fingers, and his prowess in alchemy has firmly established him as a second-rank alchemist. After tidying up, Xiao Yu ambled down the mountain and, upon returning to the Xiao family estate, encountered Suner. With a playful tilt of her head, Suner inquired, "Brother Xiao Yu, would you like to accompany me for a stroll today?" "Of course. Just let me change my clothes," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Suner's eyes sparkled with joy as she patiently awaited him in the room. And as soon as he was ready, she took his hand and they ventured out together. At the entrance, Xiao Yu spotted his father along with 3 family elders, accompanied by the young warriors of their lineage, including Xiao Ning. At the sight of Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning recoiled, having been reprimanded by him numerous times. He certainly did not wish to draw attention to himself today. Suner leaned in and whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, "What did you do to Xiao Ning? He seems quite fearful of you." After casting a glance at Xiao Ning, Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Who knows? Perhaps he simply dares not provoke me. What is everyone gathered here for? Are we headed to the Mytel auction house?" he inquired. Suner rolled her eyes and said, "Brother Xiao Yu, I never knew you could be so perceptive." She continued, "I heard that the Mytel auction house has acquired a second-rank spirit herb called Snow Jade Essence, which seems rather impressive. Today, all 3 major families are vying to acquire the Snow Jade Essence." Xiao Yu's expression momentarily faltered before he silently chuckled to himself. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for it was evident that the family's intention to auction the snow jade essence was not for him or Xiao Yin. He had no need for it, and Xiao Yin was still regarded as a waste in the eyes of others, thus excluded from consideration. Observing the three elders radiating excitement, it was clear they were seeking the herb for their respective branches, making the potential profit a boon for Xiao Yu. After surveying the surroundings and noticing Xiao Yan's absence, likely engaged in his own training, Xiao Yu dismissed the thought. As the eldest elder called out, the group set forth with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Mytel auction house, a mysterious figure cloaked in black arrived, wielding a second-rank elixir. With Xiao Yu's prior experiences as a cautionary tale, this event soon captured the attention of Yafei and Guanai. Curiously, Yafei asked, "What is happening lately? Why are so many enigmatic alchemists descending upon such a small place as Wutan City? Are alchemists now as common as dirt?" Gunny also shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I am not entirely certain about this either. Let us first observe the elixirs he produces." Yafei nodded slightly, and the two swiftly made their way towards the appraisal room in the hall. Upon entering the appraisal room, Yafei immediately spotted a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak, whose face swiftly adorned a professionally courteous smile. The appraiser introduced, "This is Miss Yafei, our chief auctioneer and the head of the middle auction house. And this is Master Gunny, our esteemed second-tier alchemist." With a respectful demeanor, Gunny inquired, "Sir, are you the one looking to auction second-tier elixirs?" "Indeed," replied a cold yet aged voice from beneath the cloak. Gunny and Yafei exchanged glances, realizing that this alchemist was far from the gentle demeanor they had encountered earlier. He appeared rather haughty. It was evident that the enigmatic figure cloaked in black was none other than Xiao Yin and the ancient alchemist, who, as a Dozun powerhouse known as the Alchemist Sovereign and hailed as the continent's foremost alchemist, naturally possessed a certain pride. Chapter 17. Spitting blood in anger, Xiao Yin retrieved a white jade vial from his bosom and presented it to Guanai. Upon receiving it, Guanai opened the vial and began to assess its contents. Moments later, his expression grew grave. Indeed, it was a second-grade elixir, just as the gentleman had asserted. Yafei, equally solemn, turned her gaze toward Xiao Yin and inquired, "Could the esteemed elder enlighten us on the properties of this elixir?" From beneath the black robe, the familiar voice of Yao Lao resonated. "This substance is known as the Foundation Establishment Liquid, which can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of practitioners below the doja level. Its efficacy is certainly not inferior to the snow jade liquid you have been promoting." Yafei's countenance shifted. She was well aware of the rarity of the Foundation Establishment Liquid, a potion that could hasten cultivation, a type she had yet to encounter, albeit limited to practitioners below the doja level. "So, does the esteemed elder wish to auction this vial of Foundation Establishment Liquid?" Yafei queried. "Indeed, but not this singular vial." Xiao Yin waved his hand, and instantly, 10 vials of the same Foundation Establishment Liquid materialized before them. Yafei smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, a grand auction is imminent, and we shall promptly arrange for your items to be auctioned. This way, please." "Very well," Xiao Yin replied with a slight nod as a maidservant, under Yafei's direction, guided him towards the auction hall. Once Xiao Yin had departed, Yafei turned to Guanai and asked, "Uncle Guanai, is he truly a second-grade alchemist?" Guanai nodded slightly, affirming, "There is no doubt. His sole perception surpasses mine. Moreover, I could not concoct this Foundation Establishment Liquid. I wonder when Wutan City has seen such an influx of second-grade alchemists." Yafei chose not to dwell on this too long. She had to oversee the upcoming auction and swiftly turned to walk towards the rear. At this moment, Xiao Yu and his companions arrived at the middle auction house. Upon entering, Xiao Yu was enveloped by a cacophony of excited chatter. The auction house was vast, capable of accommodating thousands, with the patriarchs of the 3 prominent families seated in the front row. Xiao Yu, taking hold of Sun Er's hand, settled into the second row. As they took their seats, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon Yafei, who stood centrally clad in a fiery red qipao. Her enchanting demeanor and commanding presence made it nearly impossible not to notice her. The majority of men present regarded Yafei with admiration and fervor. Beyond her title as the chief auctioneer of Middle, she was a rose with thorns. Sitting beside Xiao Yu, Sun Er pouted slightly, playfully pinching his waist with her delicate fingers. Instantly, he turned to meet her gaze, which held a hint of melancholy. "Is she beautiful?" This was a perilous question. Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, "No matter how beautiful she may be, she cannot compare to Sun Air. I was merely pondering what exquisite treasures, aside from the snow jade liquid, could draw the patriarchs of the three families here today." Sun Air languidly twirled a lock of her hair and remarked, "It seems a high-tier profound technique has surfaced at the auction." Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. "Ah, that explains it. A high-tier profound technique is indeed far more valuable than the snow jade liquid." Xiao Yu cast a glance at the two clan leaders, Galabai and Obapa. Obapa appeared relaxed, while Galabai, after a vigilant glance at Xiao Zhan, revealed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yu recalled his encounter with Galabai at the middle auction house a month prior, where he seemed to have purchased numerous medicinal herbs. It appeared that he had caught wind of some news back then, and it was likely he had profited handsomely from selling those herbs. Lost in thought, a delicate, enchanting voice echoed through the auction house, silencing the entire assembly. Xiao Yu understood that the auction had commenced. Initially, the items presented were trivial, and the three prominent families bypassed them with indifference. Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings with waning interest until he spotted a mysterious figure clad in a black robe in the corner, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. Could it be Xiao Yan? Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the highlight of the auction, which I believe you have all heard whispers about. Let us unveil its true form. Yefei cheerfully lifted a small white jade vial from a platter held by an attendant. Xiao Yu turned his head, and to his astonishment, it was indeed his snow jade spirit liquid, which profoundly affected his potential earnings. In my hands is a second-tier elixir known as the snow jade spirit liquid. As Yefei's words resonated, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Second-tier elixirs were undeniably alluring to them. However, upon glancing at the three prominent families seated at the front, their enthusiasm waned slightly. Yefei's melodious voice rang out again. The snow jade spirit liquid can swiftly replenish a fighter's internal energy, disregarding their cultivation level. Effective for any fighter below the Dome Master realm. Miss Yefei, is the snow jade spirit liquid truly so miraculous? Does it not carry significant side effects? Questioned a skeptical voice from the audience. Yefei responded with a gentle laugh. There is no need for concern. Our auction house's Master Gunny has authenticated this potion. Its restorative properties are mild, and any side effects are negligible, certainly not comparable to those elixirs requiring months of recuperation. Upon hearing that Master Gunny himself had verified the elixir, the crowd felt reassured, trusting in the capabilities of a second-tier alchemist. In the corner, Xiao Yin conversed with Yao Lao, exclaiming, "Alchemists truly are the most revered profession on the continent." Yao Lao chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Else the threshold for becoming an alchemist would not be so high. Xiao Yin nodded, fully understanding the sentiment, when Yao Lao suddenly remarked, "You must bid for a vial of snow jade spirit liquid later." Xiao Yin, quick-witted, replied, "Are you planning to study it when we return, Master?" Yao Lao, with a hint of pride, stated, "Studying is unnecessary, but perhaps I could refine it for your use." Xiao Yin paused momentarily, feeling a surge of gratitude. The starting bid for the snow jade spirit liquid was set at 6,000 gold coins. "Let the bidding commence," Yefei declared with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the three clan leaders seated at the front. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, her pupils dilated in shock as she caught sight of Xiao Yu, momentarily rendered dazed. However, Yefei was soon roused by the sound of bidding. 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. Observing the three prominent families remaining silent, several independent cultivators began to raise their bids, hoping to seize an opportunity, and the price continued to escalate. Before long, the clamor in the hall diminished, and the price soared to 13,000. Originally with eyes shut, Jailebi opened them and declared 15,000. Beside him, Obapa, noticing Jailebi's participation, chimed in 16,000. Jailebi, his expression darkening, retorted, "Are you here to join the fray as well? Do you truly desire this item? Just because you can buy it, does it mean I cannot?" Obapa replied with a sly grin. "Umph." Jailebi coldly snorted, turning his face away, and declared, 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. The two men, akin to ravenous dogs fighting over scraps, escalated the price to an astonishing 30,000. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan remained remarkably composed, slightly lifting his eyelids, and mused, "What foolishness. This is but a single bottle. Surely, there must be more to come." 35,000. Jailebi shouted, his eyes ablaze with anger. Obapa shrugged with a cheerful demeanor. In that case, it shall be awarded to clan leader Jialibi. Jialibi, with a grim expression, turned to Yafei. Miss Yafei, have you not finalized this? A flicker of cold light flashed in Yafei's eyes, yet she refrained from speaking, recognizing that Jialibi had been outmaneuvered. Without further ado, she gently tapped her small hammer, declaring that the precious Xiao Yu spirit liquid had been secured by clan leader Jialibi for 35,000. Nevertheless, Yafei was not one to be trifled with. She promptly instructed her attendants to bring forth all 10 bottles of Xiao Yu spirit liquid that had been prepared. Below, Jialibi nearly choked with indignation. Yet he dared not cause a scene in front of Mitterl, begrudgingly swallowing his frustration. Chapter 18. You cannot defeat him. The auction proceeded as usual. And under the furious gaze of Jialibi, the remaining snow jade spirit liquor was sold for 20,000 each to Opapa, Xiao Zhan, a mysterious figure disguised as Xiao Yan, and several other wandering cultivators. After the auction of the snow jade spirit liquor, Yafei promptly announced the auction of the Foundation Establishment spirit liquor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed. It was indeed Xiao Yan. The Foundation Establishment spirit liquor, belonging to the second-tier elixirs, differed only in effect from the snow jade spirit liquor. This time, Jialibi did not make a mistake. A total of 10 vials of Foundation Establishment spirit liquor were available, with the 3 prominent families collectively acquiring 6 vials, leading to a crescendo in the auction atmosphere. The grand finale of this auction featured a high-level Xian-tier martial art, the wind-rolling technique. Yafei's voice resonated throughout the auction hall, causing everyone's breath to hitch in anticipation. Xiao Yu had some recollection of these events, so he decided not to linger any longer and quietly asked Sun'er in a whisper, "Shall we sneak out?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sun'er's eyes as she softly replied, "Sure." The two rose and, taking advantage of Xiao Zhan's inattention, swiftly made their way outside the auction hall. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's retreating figure, Yafei was struck with a jolt. Could it be him? Is he a member of the Xiao family? Although she was perplexed, pursuing him at that moment seemed impractical, so she set her thoughts aside. Once outside, Xiao Yu joyfully strolled through Wutan City with Sun'er, her smile unwavering throughout the afternoon. After the auction concluded, Xiao Yan collected the gold coins from the sale of the Foundation Establishment spirit liquor and departed from the middle auction house. After deducting the 20,000 gold coins spent on the snow jade spirit liquor, he was left with a total of 200,000 gold coins, sufficient to support his cultivation until the adulthood ceremony. In the ensuing months, Xiao Yan diligently trained, while Xiao Yu simultaneously enhanced his strength and practiced combat techniques, maintaining a harmonious routine. The day after tomorrow marked the family adulthood ceremony. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xiao Yu gradually cultivated his techniques, having regained his prowess as a 4-star fighter. Over the past few months, the middle auction house had successfully auctioned all of its snow jade spirit liquor, and tomorrow was the day to collect the gold coins. With the coins, he anticipated further acceleration in his cultivation. The following morning, Xiao Yu set out early to the middle auction house. Yafei had been monitoring Xiao Yu's presence at the auction house for the past few months, and to her disappointment, he had not appeared. Therefore, when Xiao Yu finally arrived, she was the first to receive the news. "You finally came," Yafei exclaimed, gazing at Xiao Yu. "I was delayed by certain matters, which is why I couldn't come," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Suddenly, Yafei inquired, "Is it true? You are from the Xiao family, aren't you?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. When Yafei continued, "In fact, I recognized you during the last auction." Xiao Yu was stunned, then gave a wry smile. "You truly are remarkable." Subsequently, he removed the mask, and upon seeing Xiao Yu's visage, Yafei's breath momentarily halted, her heart racing with excitement as she thought, "How handsome! What is the matter?" Xiao Yu inquired. "And nothing," Yafei replied, shaking her head. "Are you Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu smiled gently. "Do you know of me?" Yafei chuckled softly. "In Wutan City, it is unlikely anyone does not recognize you and your brother, right?" The two prodigies suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly covered their mouths. Xiao Yu, unfazed, remarked, "I am aware. But perhaps tomorrow the Xiao family will indeed have 2 prodigies." Yafei hurriedly nodded. "Did you come today to collect gold coins?" Xiao Yu affirmed with a nod, "Indeed." Yafei retrieved a golden card from her bosom. "This is 190,000 gold coins. Make sure to hold on to it." Xiao Yu accepted the card, still warm from her touch, and expressed his astonishment. "So much? The price of second-grade elixirs is naturally higher. However, Master Gu and I has already purchased the first-grade Xianling Dan, fetching a maximum price of 100,000 gold coins. Yafei explained. Isn't that a bit excessive? Xiao Yu asked. Yafei shook her head. Uncle Gu and I is quite wealthy, and this elixir holds significant research value for him. 100,000 gold coins is certainly not excessive. Very well. Xiao Yu did not dwell on it further, but he indeed recognized the affluence of alchemists. After departing from the middle auction house, Xiao Yu prepared to visit the market to procure some herbs for alchemy. He intended to refine a greater quantity of elixirs and, on his way, venture into the Monster Mountain range to glimpse the figure of his cherished Moonlight, Yun Yun. Xiao Yu is a bit of a lecher, but the author is not. With a substantial amount of gold coins on hand, Xiao Yu entered the market, embracing a shopping spree. This brings to mind the azure ring gifted by Yafei, which possesses a vast storage space. After acquiring herbs amounting to 500,000 gold coins, Xiao Yu was finally ready to leave the market. Just as he was about to exit, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Stop right there, you little rascal." Before the figure even arrived, Xiao Yu recognized the voice, but before he could recall it, he swiftly dodged a delicate hand aiming to grasp his ear. "Manly woman, what brings you back?" Xiao Yu blurted out, immediately regretting his words. As expected, Xiao Yu's face twisted with anger. "How dare you call me manly woman? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, the whip in her hand swept towards him, yet the current Xiao Yu was beyond her reach. As she was merely a 3-star fighter, and she had never bested him before, Xiao Yu shifted slightly, causing the whip in Xiao Yu's hand to miss its target entirely. Xiao Yu was taken aback. What kind of movement technique is this? And how is your strength so formidable? Xiao Yu halted 3 meters away from her. Speaking with a tone that could infuriate the dead, "Why should I tell you? With my talents, isn't it natural to be somewhat stronger?" Xiao Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. But upon reflection, it was understandable. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, the 2 brothers, were universally acknowledged as the foremost talents of the Xiao family. It was perplexing how such prodigious gifts had gravitated toward the main lineage. This return was merely a brief respite to visit my younger brother. Moreover, the Jianan Academy is set to arrive in Wutan City for recruitment. Will you little rascal, be attending? Xiao Yu inquired. Xiao Yu casually replied. It depends on my mood. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, unable to dispute him. Who could fathom the extraordinary training methods of this prodigy? At the tender age of 15, he had already attained the rank of a Do fighter, and Jianan Academy would be eager to have him enroll for further studies. Of course, Xiao Yu remained unaware that Xiao Yu had already reached the status of a 4-star Do fighter. Otherwise, Jianan Academy would be in a frenzy. Given that in recent years, the only S-rank recruit had been the enchanting Xiao Yao. You should return and teach your brother a lesson. He spends all his time neglecting his training and bullying the family. Xiao Yu remarked before making a hasty exit. Xiao Yu was left bewildered, pondering my brother? Bullying the clan members? She made her way towards the Xiao family residence. Upon returning home, Xiao Yu headed directly to Xiao Ning's room. The moment Xiao Ning saw Xiao Yu, he rushed towards her, crying out in distress, "Sister, you're back. Xiao Yu has been bullying me." What? A flicker of anger flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu, how dare you bully my brother? Just wait. I shall go and teach him a lesson. Xiao Yu declared to Xiao Ning, preparing to confront Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Ning clung to Xiao Yu's leg, weeping, "Sister, don't go. You might not be able to defeat him." Chapter 19. The arrival of Roland. What are you talking about? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Xiao Ning. With a grimace, Xiao Ning relayed the results of the recent family assessment to Xiao Yu, yet she remained skeptical. At 15, he has become a 4-star fighter? Is this individual truly stronger than I am? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yu thought to herself, this cannot be. Although this rascal is rather displeasing. If this is indeed true, I must inform the teacher. Turning to Xiao Ning, she reassured him, do not worry, as long as you diligently cultivate. Xiao Yu will not bully you. I have heard about how you were mistreated by your kin, is that not so? Xiao Ning, hesitant and silent, met her gaze. But Xiao Yu glared at him. Xiao Yu, at just 15, has already reached 4-star status, while you, 2 years his senior, remain at the 8th stage of combat energy. You must train diligently and refrain from going anywhere. Xiao Ning's expression turned sour. Please, sister. But a fierce look from Xiao Yu silenced him instantly. Once outside, Xiao Yu hastily sent word to her mentor, Roland, at Canon Academy, and intended to seek out Xiao Yu for inquiries, but upon arrival, She found him absent and had to abandon her search. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was honing his combat skills amidst the rocky terrain of the back mountain. With no time to waste, the following morning, Xiao Yu took Su-Er by the hand and made their way to the family training grounds. Today marked the anticipated day of the family adulthood ceremony. Initially, Xiao Yu had no intention of attending, yet due to a mission from the system, he felt compelled to go, not to mention the opportunity to witness the much-anticipated moment of Xiao Yan's triumph. The training grounds were already bustling with family members, many wearing expressions of anxiety and anticipation. Xiao Yu and Su-Er settled in a corner, where Su-Er softly inquired, "Are you not planning to undergo the test, Brother Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, responding, "I am already a fighter. What need have I to participate?" Su-Er beamed with a smile reminiscent of a blue lotus. "That is true, but what are your plans moving forward, Brother Xiao Yu?" As Xiao Yu turned to meet Su-Er's hopeful gaze, a feminine voice interrupted, "You little rascal. Su-Er, what are you two doing here?" With a light laugh, Su-Er replied, "I was discussing future plans with Brother Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu promptly grasped Su-Er's small hand, saying, "You should come to Canon Academy with your talent. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity." Su-Er remained silent, her eyes shifting to Xiao Yu, who was at that moment engrossed in the system's notifications in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward, Burning Sky Sword Technique. Please check your inventory." Before Xiao Yu could fully absorb this information, the system chimed again. Next sign-in location, Monster Mountain Range, where Yun Yun fell unconscious. Reward, unknown. Unknown, Xiao Yu pondered, perplexed since such a situation had yet to arise. Nonetheless, he found this sign-in mission quite appealing, albeit it was solely for the sake of the system's tasks and rewards. Certainly not for Yun Yun. Absolutely not. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yu remarked, "I might go, but I still have some matters to attend to, so the timing remains uncertain." Xiao Yu, with a hint of indignation, retorted, "What? Do you have demands now?" Xiao Yu shook his head vigorously, declaring, "Naturally, a genius deserves preferential treatment." Observing Xiao Yu's infuriating demeanor, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches. Yet, she soon heard Xiao Yu cheerfully add, "Moreover, if the Canon Academy does not agree, I can always postpone for a year or so, and of course, I intend to bring Suner along." Folding her arms, Xiao Yu scoffed, "You think you can take Suner with you? Dream on. Right, Suner?" However, Suner remained silent, merely casting her gaze upon Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "I truly wonder if you've been bewitched by him." Nevertheless, it must be said that two exceptionally gifted youths standing together made for a striking pair. Enough of this. This test is rather pointless. I shall return to my training. Xiao Yu stood up, placing his hands behind his head, leisurely making his way outside, with Suner bidding farewell and following closely behind. According to the family's predictions, Xiao Yan had indeed soared to new heights, his strength restored to the 7th stage of斗qi, reclaiming the glory that once belonged to him. While Xiao Yu was in the midst of forging a legend of his own. As days passed, the enrollment at Canon Academy was fast approaching. On one particular day, the Xiao family welcomed a few esteemed guests from the academy, Xiao Yu's mentor, Roland, and her close friend, Xuanai. Upon seeing mentor Roland, Xiao Yu dashed forward, playfully nibbling on Roland's delicate earlobe, exclaiming, "I've missed you dearly during these past few days." Mentor Roland, with her eyes as clear as water, replied, "Is that so? Had you not discovered a promising talent, I doubt you would have sent word to me." Upon encountering the teasing glint in Roland's gaze, Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, while Shui and I, standing to the side, lamented, "Can you not see me? Women. Humph. Welcome, welcome." Xiao Yu cheerfully linked arms with Shui and I. "Now that's more like it." As they entered the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhan personally greeted them and arranged their accommodations. Once settled, Roland turned to Xiao Yu and inquired, "Where's the prodigious talent you mentioned?" Xiao Yu replied softly, "That little rascal is elusive. I haven't seen him in days, but Suner should know where he is." "Suner? Is she the other genius you spoke of?" Roland asked. Xiao Yu nodded eagerly, saying, "You must thank me for finding you 3 remarkable talents." 3. Roland expressed her surprise. Shui and I, curious, looked at Xiao Yu, who explained, "It's about Xiao Yu's 3rd brother, Xiao Yan. His talent has returned, and he is now a 3-star fighter at the age of 16. A flicker of astonishment crossed Roland's eyes. "Your family truly produces a plethora of geniuses." Shui and I, however, seemed puzzled. Then why is your talent not as remarkable as theirs? Xiao Yu shot a glance at Shui and I and remarked, they are all peculiar beings. I am the only sane one here, is that clear? Jest aside, Xiao Yu swiftly sought out Sun Er. Upon beholding the delicate and graceful maiden before her, reminiscent of a pristine lotus, both Ruo Lin and Shui and I could not help but exclaim, what exquisite beauty! Is there a matter for which you have summoned Sun Er, cousin Xiao Yu? Sun Er naturally noticed Ruo Lin and Shui and I in the room. Xiao Yu replied cheerfully, it's nothing of great significance. I merely wish to inquire about Xiao Yu's whereabouts. Sun Er's eyes flickered as she pondered. Who are they? Xiao Yu elucidated. This is my mentor, Ruo Lin, from the Canon Academy, and this is my dear sister, Shui and I. I have heard that our Xiao family has produced several prodigies, and mentor Ruo Lin wishes to recruit them into her tutelage. Sun Er promptly understood and responded, Brother Xiao Yu does not appreciate being disturbed by others. However, I can convey your intentions to him. Ruo Lin discerned immediately that the enchanting young lady exhibited a fierce protectiveness over her brother Xiao Yu. Yet she chose to remain silent, for her time was ample. Sun Er soon departed, making her way towards the rocky forest on the back mountain. While cultivating amidst the stones, Xiao Yu instantly sensed Sun Er's presence. Upon turning, he saw her standing there, radiantly smiling at him. A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as he inquired, what brings you here today? Sun Er replied directly, cousin Xiao Yu's mentor, Ruo Lin, has arrived at the Xiao residence and wishes to meet you. Oh, Xiao Yu was aware of Ruo Lin, his cousin's mentor, but he had not anticipated her swift visit to the Xiao residence, nor her desire to meet him. It seemed that Xiao Yu had divulged certain matters to Ruo Lin. Chapter 20. The commencement of enrollment. Xiao Yu remarked, that sounds good, but let us postpone it until tomorrow. It is rather late now. Sun Er did not voice any objections, merely nodding in agreement. All right. Subsequently, Xiao Yu led Sun Er back to their quarters. After refreshing themselves, they ventured to the precipice at the back of the Xiao family's mountain. As night descended, the sky twinkled with countless stars. Xiao Yu and Sun Er reclined on the soft grass, quietly gazing at the celestial display, both enveloped in silence. After a considerable pause, Xiao Yu spoke, Sun Er, I am aware that your background is shrouded in mystery. Sun Er suddenly turned to Xiao Yu, a flicker of unease in her eyes, but Xiao Yu merely chuckled reassuringly. There's no need to be anxious. I also know you hail from an ancient clan. At this revelation, Sun Er could no longer contain herself and was about to respond when Xiao Yu continued, I do not wish to place blame. I merely seek your assistance. Gazing into Xiao Yu's earnest eyes, Sun Er finally replied, Brother Xiao Yu, please do tell. I shall comply with your request. I am aware of your secret, and I too harbor my own. I intend to participate in the enrollment at the Canon Academy, but I will be departing for a year. During this time, I hope you can arrange for someone from the ancient clan to look after my father, Xiao Yu stated. Departing? Are you not attending Canon Academy? Sun Er exclaimed in shock. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, not quite. It is merely a year away. After that, I will proceed to Canon Academy, and I shall seek you out then. A veil of disappointment clouded Sun Er's eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yu leaned over and gently brushed his lips against hers, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Brother Xiao Yu, what are you doing? She stammered. Just marking my territory. You are mine, and there's no escaping it. Xiao Yu declared with heartfelt sincerity. The following day, Xiao Yu arrived at Xiao Yu's courtyard. Upon opening the door to find Xiao Yu grumbled, You little rascal, you are indeed hard to find. What do you want? Xiao Yu chuckled, dismissing the complaint as he stepped inside. Did Sun Er not inform you? Xiao Yu inquired, puzzled. She mentioned something about your mentor wanting to see me, Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu nodded, indeed. She wishes to inquire whether you would like to further your studies at Canon Academy. Xiao Yu cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yu. Since when could you utter such words? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and led him to mentor Ruo Lin's chamber. Teacher, Xiao Yu has arrived. Xiao Yu knocked on the door. A rustling sound emanated from within, and soon the door opened, revealing a woman clad in azure attire, standing gracefully in the room. Her voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring, yet Xiao Yu quickly averted his gaze, offering a faint smile. I presume you are mentor Ruo Lin? Ruo Lin responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, you must be the little genius from the Xiao family? I am unworthy of such praise. My name is Xiao Yu. He replied with a slight nod. Please, come in. Ruo Lin gestured, stepping aside to allow him entry. The three individuals settled into the room, and Ruo Lin promptly inquired. Do you intend to pursue further studies at Canon Academy? Indeed, replied Xiao Yu. A subtle smile graced Roland's face, but it quickly vanished as Xiao Yu continued. However, I hope to take a year off. Roland's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Are you not planning to attend Canon Academy? A 3-year study period. And you wish to take a third of that off? I cannot possibly agree to this. Of course, I wish to attend, but I have pressing matters to attend to during that year. Xiao Yu insisted. Beside them, Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Yu, interjected urgently. You little rascal, what could possibly be so important? Well, in 2 years, I must go to Yunlan's sect to seek justice for my father, and Nalan Yanran is also set to challenge me. Although Xiao Yu spoke confidently, there was no trace of anxiety on his face. Stop it. With your talent, even 2 years from now, dealing with Nalan Yanran should be a piece of cake. Xiao Yu remarked. Xiao Yu shrugged. That may not be the case. After all, she has the backing of Yunlan's sect and a Do Huang-level mentor. Roland, sensing Xiao Yu's determination, felt a sense of helplessness and said, There's still a month until Canon Academy's enrollment team arrives. During this time, I will do my best to advocate for you. Please, take some time to think it over, all right? Looking into Roland's gentle, water-like eyes, Xiao Yu ultimately nodded. Though retreat was not an option, he felt it necessary to give her face. After Xiao Yu left, Roland sighed with a wry smile. Your stubbornness is truly infuriating, dear cousin. Xiao Yu, exasperated, replied, Who can argue with that? Upon returning home, Xiao Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training, recalling that, in the original story, Roland had engaged in a battle with Xiaoyan, allowing him to depart. If a confrontation were to arise, Xiaoyan would have Yao Lao's assistance, while he would be left to rely solely on himself. Currently, Xiao Yu's strength had ascended to a 6-star Do fighter. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan and Yao Lao were also deliberating on their next steps in training. Little one, the enrollment team from Canon Academy is approaching. I have decided that we shall head to Canon Academy next. Yao Lao proclaimed. Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked why? Is Canon Academy truly superior to your teachings? Yao Lao shook his head. Not at all. I once possessed a unique flame known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire, but after my feigned death, it became a lost entity. Your burning decision requires the consumption of unique flames for advancement. I once received news that Canon Academy seems to harbor such flames. Upon hearing about the unique flames, Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Canon Academy possesses unique flames? Yao Lao nodded. Indeed, it appears to be the Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th. Our visit to Canon Academy will not only provide us with training resources, but, more importantly, allow us to consume the Fallen Heart Flame to evolve the burning decision. Excellent. Then we shall proceed to Canon Academy. Xiaoyan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiao Yu likely never anticipated that the disappearance of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire would lead both Yao Lao and Xiao Yin to alter their journey, opting instead to head directly to the Jianan Academy. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed. Early in the morning, Xiao Yu took Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning, along with Sun Er, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yin to the square where the enrollment team was situated. Gazing upon the throngs of people filling the square, they collectively inhaled deeply. Xiao Yu waved her hand and said, I shall lead you through the back entrance. Follow me. With that, she guided the group towards the far side of the square, where indeed a narrow path awaited them, albeit guarded by several military personnel resembling officers. Xiao Yu stepped forward and presented a verdant token to the leading soldier, who, after scrutinizing it briefly, permitted their passage. The armored soldiers parted to create a narrow corridor, an imposing aura of menace enveloping them. Xiao Yu, undeterred by the palpable pressure, strode forward with unwavering composure. Following closely were Sun Er and Xiao Yan, who managed to maintain their composure, though Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning appeared somewhat pale from fright. Upon entering, they spotted a figure clad in a striking red attire, Shui and I, waving to them. Over the course of the month, they had all grown familiar with one another, and thus made their way toward the direction of the large green tent. Shui and I leaned in and whispered to Xiao Yu, that fellow, Rob, has also arrived. At this, Xiao Yu's delicate brows knitted slightly, and just as she was about to respond, a flattering voice called from beside her, You heir, it has been a while. Chapter 21. The application of knowledge. A young man clad in a grayish-white garment gazed at Xiao Yu with a beaming smile. Despite the cheerful facade, a hint of insincerity lingered in his expression. Xiao Yu's once radiant smile gradually faded, and after casting a blank glance at the young man, she replied coolly, It's been a while. Also, we are not that familiar. You may simply call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's companions, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, exchanged curious glances at Rob. His countenance was indeed unappealing, exuding a sense of cunning, and his eyes harbored a disconcerting air of scheming, which explained Xiao Yu's disdain toward him. Rob's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and cheerfully inquired, Xiao Yu, are these individuals you brought along? He ultimately softened his address. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied casually, introducing her companions. She then added, I brought them for testing. I see. Rob nodded with a smile, producing a red crystal orb. I happen to have a testing crystal here. The others have been taken for tests up front. If you wish to wait, it might take a while. Why not use mine? After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yu informed her companions, this is the testing crystal. The method is simple. If one possesses 8 segments of fighting spirit, the orb will illuminate, thus passing the test. Xiao Ning was the first to step forward, and the crystal orb soon radiated a bright light. Next was Xiao Mei, followed by Xiao Suner, and unsurprisingly, all 3 orbs glowed, indicating their success. However, as Xiao Suner approached for her test, a glimmer of greedy lust flickered in Rob's gaze, prompting Xiao Yu to narrow her eyes in response. Xiao Yu stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Xiao Suner's delicate waist, drawing her into an embrace. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. The surrounding women were left dumbfounded by Xiao Yu's bold action, while Xiao Suner appeared perplexed, uncertain of Xiao Yu's intentions. Meanwhile, Rob's countenance darkened instantaneously. Before Xiao Yu could react, she heard Xiao Yu whisper in her ear, Do you dislike Rob? Let us put on a show. I will help you teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu ceased her struggle, her mind racing with thoughts. Although she was unsure how Xiao Yu intended to handle Rob, she quickly aligned herself with the plan. The warmth of Xiao Yu's breath against her ear left Xiao Yu blushing profusely, appearing quite bashful. Rob's fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from losing his temper. Once Xiao Yu finished speaking, he released Xiao Yu. Rob shot a dark look at Xiao Yu before stating, Now that you have completed your tests, please step outside and wait for half an hour. Following the direction of Rob's finger, the group observed a throng of young boys and girls sitting on the ground under the blazing sun. Xiao Yu's brow furrowed, and with a frosty demeanor, she coldly exclaimed, Rob, what do you mean by this? Nature embodies rules. The temperament of the new students has become increasingly restless. It is essential to refine their character, allowing them to integrate into the life of the academy more swiftly, Rob stated with an impassive expression. Do not divert the topic. While I might overlook your bullying of the new students, do not dare to treat my companions in such a manner. Xiao Yu retorted coldly. The women beside her frowned and remarked, Enough, Rob. These unwritten rules merely serve to intimidate the newcomers. Why escalate matters over something so trivial? Rob let out a cold chuckle. They are testing under my supervision. Thus I possess the authority to oversee them. Am I to be stripped of even this small power? Just then, several men entered the tent, grinning as they addressed Rob. Brother Rob, it seems your endeavors here are not going smoothly. Do you require our assistance? It is nothing serious, just a few newcomers who refuse to be disciplined, unwilling even to step out for the academy's introductory ceremony. Rob casually replied as he stowed away his crystal orb. Oh, who are they? Such audacity. It has been a while since we've encountered such arrogant newcomers. Shall we assist you? The leader, a young man adorned with a golden star emblem on his attire, remarked, indicating his status as a 1-star fighter. Rob suddenly grinned. Very well, since you are so reluctant to step outside, let us make a deal. If you can endure 20 exchanges with this senior, Gallic, you may stay. How does that sound? A glint of scheming satisfaction flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. This was precisely the duel she desired. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, growing increasingly irritated by Rob's antics, was about to step forward when Xiao Yu intercepted him. Xiao Yu regarded Rob with a calm demeanor. I know you wish for me to duel him, do you not? Rob's expression darkened slightly at her words, yet he remained silent. No need for such complexities. A simple fight will suffice, but I will not engage with him, Xiao Yu asserted. A few of the women familiar with Xiao Yu urged her, You must persuade your brother. Regarding the duel, Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yu but remained composed, offering no response. If you refuse to fight him, then you may choose any one of these individuals. Rob's face betrayed a hint of scorn, believing Xiao Yu to be fearful. The fighters behind Gallic were all at the 9th rank of fighting energy, with some newly ascended to 1-star fighters. Rob assumed Xiao Yu would select one of them to battle. Gallic also taunted, "Rest assured, I shall not use my full strength against you. After all, you are my junior." Xiao Yu smiled lightly. "No, I intend to fight you." Rob blinked in surprise, then pointed at himself. "Are you addressing me?" "Who else?" Xiao Yu replied. "Ha ha ha, young one, you are quite audacious. Allow me to inform you. I have recently ascended to a 4-star fighter. Are you certain you wish to engage with me?" Suddenly, Rob burst into laughter. "You should advise your brother. Rob is a 4-star fighter, and he stands no chance against him," urged the girls surrounding Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu remained unfazed. Upon her return, she had learned that Xiao Yu was indeed a 4-star fighter. Several months had passed, and she believed defeating Rob would pose no challenge at all. Meanwhile, Sun'er, Xiao Yan, and others stood by, merely observing the spectacle without intervening. "Kid, are you still contemplating a match with Brother Rob? First, you must face me. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respecting your seniors," Gera declared, twisting his neck. Xiao Yu suddenly turned to Gera, disdain evident in her eyes. "You foolish brat. Why don't you scurry off to the side? A 1-star fighter like you should be embarrassed to even speak. If I were still a 1-star at your age, I would have sought a block of tofu to end it all." The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, and Gera turned crimson as he glared at Xiao Yu. "You dare to insult me?" Although he was unfamiliar with the term foolish brat, he sensed it was indeed an insult. Xiao Yu and Sun'er exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Yan, for it was the first time they had encountered such language from him. Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly. He picked it up on his own. It's a practical application of his learning, and I must say I agree with what brother you have stated. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan. "You are the bad influence here. Both of you are little rascals." Chapter 22. A single move to defeat the enemy. Xiao Yu disregarded Gola and turned his attention directly to Rob. Rob immediately scoffed derisively. "You wish to fight me? Are you not aware of my strength? Enough with the nonsense. Will you fight or concede?" Xiao Yu replied, his patience wearing thin. "Of course I will fight. Why wouldn't I?" A chilling smile appeared on Rob's face as he thought to himself, "Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson." Xiao Yu, fully aware of Rob's intentions, remained unfazed. He found Rob insufferable and resolved to teach him a lesson before leaving. The two stepped outside, followed closely by a crowd. The young boys and girls, who had been suffering under the sun, turned their attention to the center as soon as they saw Rob and Xiao Yu. Whispers began to circulate among them upon noticing Rob's attire, which bore the insignia of Canaan Academy. "What is happening? Are the freshmen and seniors about to clash?" "Surely not. Isn't that a fool's errand against a senior?" I heard similar incidents occurred before, but they were swiftly quelled by the upperclassmen. "It seems there's an unwritten rule at Canaan Academy. When freshmen are unruly, seniors are there to temper their arrogance. It appears this freshman has provoked the senior before him." Rob overheard the murmurs and turned to Xiao Yu. "So, are we still going to fight? Why are you hesitating like a coward? Do you want to die?" Rob, infuriated, decided not to hold back, rationalizing that he could claim his actions were unintentional should he strike too hard. With his mind made up, Rob began to channel his fighting spirit, exuding the aura of a 4-star fighter. Gasps erupted from the surrounding freshmen. "This senior is actually a 4-star fighter." With a commanding shout, Rob declared, "Come at me." He stepped back with his right leg and propelled himself forward, his left fist enveloped in a layer of fighting spirit, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Xiao Yu's head. The onlookers frowned at Rob's full-force approach, realizing this was not a mere lesson, but a serious assault. Sun'er, standing at the side, wore a grave expression, enveloped in an aura of danger. Even Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Sun'er, feeling a chill at her frosty demeanor. Despite Sun'er's confidence in Xiao Yu's abilities, she held a deeply unfavorable impression of Rob, fearing he might seek vengeance against Xiao Yu at Canaan Academy. Xiao Yu, however, remained calm as he faced the oncoming gust of wind generated by Rob's attack. The crowd assumed he was paralyzed by fear, lamenting, "With such feeble strength, he's truly overstepped. He will surely emerge with a bruised visage." The girls beside Xiao Yu were anxious, but seeing Xiao Yu's composure, they felt powerless to intervene. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones, Xiao Yu sprang into action. A fiery aura enveloped his right hand, and with a sudden thrust, he effortlessly intercepted the iron fist hurled by Rob. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if that formidable punch had struck a cloud of cotton. Producing not even the slightest sound, everything appeared so serene and natural. Rob's face flushed a deep red. How could such an overwhelming force be so easily neutralized by Xiao Yu? He shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible." "No way. Nothing is impossible," Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. "I have already stated that a 4-star fighter is but a featherweight before me." With that, he clenched his left fist and struck Rob fiercely in the chest. The impact was akin to being hit by a freight truck. Rob staggered backward, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air, his complexion draining pale, before he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. With a thud, he crashed 10 meters away onto the scorching stone ground, gasping for breath. Perhaps with a hint of humiliation, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard, as a few girls close to Xiao Yu exclaimed, "Your brother is nothing short of a monstrous being. How can he be so powerful, defeating a 4-star fighter like Rob with a single blow? His prowess may even surpass that of the Academy's little enchantresses." Xiao Yu, somewhat exasperated, replied, "This guy just loves to steal the spotlight." Meanwhile, standing at a distance, Gula felt immensely relieved that he had refrained from intervening. After witnessing Rob's fate, he realized he would have fared far worse. If a 4-star fighter could be reduced to such a state, what would happen to a 1-star fighter? The commotion had attracted the attention of the Academy's instructors, and soon, Mentor Roland approached. "What has transpired?" she inquired. Xiao Yu recounted the events, and upon glancing at the cowering Gula and others, Roland ordered, "Bring Rob inside." Gula nodded vigorously and, along with 2 others, carried Rob back into the premises. Mentor Roland examined Rob's injuries, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, and then, with a hint of exasperation in her fluid gaze, she admonished Xiao Yu, with such strength, "You should learn to hold back." Xiao Yu shrugged innocently. He claimed to be a 4-star fighter. Who knew he was so fragile? The crowd could not suppress their incredulity, mentally chiding, "Is this truly a human? A 4-star fighter who can't withstand a beating, a blatant display of a prodigy bullying an elder student." Even Suner, who had initially been angry, raised an eyebrow, while Xiao Yin gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Yu, sighed in exasperation. "This guy truly knows how to show off." Mentor Roland sighed. "Take him to the infirmary." "Yes." Gora's expression flickered in shock. He had not anticipated the severity of Rob's injuries. Although Mentor Roland possessed water attributes and some healing abilities, they proved futile against Rob's condition, underscoring the gravity of his wounds. Gora glanced at Xiao Yu, who was staring intently at him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. In a hurry, he and his companions hoisted Rob and fled in haste, fearful that this living embodiment of death might turn his wrath upon them. As they departed, the new students outside entered the room. Mentor Roland gracefully turned and took her seat at the head of the table. With a gentle caress of her delicate hand over the spatial ring on her left hand, it shimmered briefly, and a green parchment scroll along with an ink brush materialized in her grasp. Lifting her gaze to the young men and women before her, she smiled softly and began. "First, I congratulate you all on passing the Academy's assessment, marking your induction into Canon Academy. To gauge your potential, it is essential for me to ascertain your true abilities. When I call your name, step forward one by one. The 8th tier of do qi corresponds to an F-grade potential, while the 9th tier signifies an E-grade. Progressing further, the highest potential is that of an S-grade, reserved for 5-star do practitioners, provided they are under the age of 20. As she spoke, Roland cast a glance at Xiao Yu, Xiao Yin, and Sun Er. The strength of these 3 was inscrutable even to her. But she was particularly eager to learn about Xiao Yu's capabilities. Though she had her suspicions, the prospect of possessing an S-grade prodigy filled her with delight. Yet her anticipation for Xiao Yu's prowess remained palpable. The crowd turned their attention to Xiao Yu, who had decisively defeated Rob with a single blow. It was reasonable to presume he possessed S-grade potential, a promise of greatness that could one day see him rise to the ranks of a Do Huang. The thought alone was daunting. Chapter 23, the 8-star fighter in the center of the tent. A line had been neatly arranged. Xiao Yu stood at the back with Suner, observing as each young man and woman stepped forward to announce their name and strength. Hyan, 9th level of Do Qi, age 20. A young man with slightly dark skin stood forth. Mentor Roland smiled gently, noted the student's information, and then opened her lips. E-grade. Linton, 8th level of Do Qi, age 19. F-grade. Kelly, 9th level of Do Qi, age 17. E-grade. As each student presented themselves, it became evident that most possessed strengths of the 8th or 9th level, predominantly beneath the rank of a fighter, with only a few having fallen to the 8th level due to failed attempts at breaking through to fighter status. Soon, it was Xiao Yu and the others' turn. Xiao Mei, 9th level of Do Qi, age 16. Xiao Ning, 9th level of Do Qi, age 16. E-grade. Xiao Yan, 4-star fighter, age 16. When Xiao Yan softly stated his strength, the previously noisy tent fell into an abrupt silence. Beside him, Xiao Yu murmured, "Indeed, both of my brothers are extraordinary. If he is that remarkable, then Xiao Yu's prowess is undoubtedly even more formidable." Shui and I, with her mouth slightly agape, whispered, Are your two brothers truly so extraordinary?" Xiao Yu playfully stuck out her tongue. "How would I know that they both possess such prowess?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan, Roland's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her expression one of astonishment as she queried, "A grade?" Xiao Yan nodded gently. "Indeed, Mentor Roland." Suddenly, Mentor Roland's face brightened with a smile, her laughter as gentle as flowing water. "It seems I have stumbled upon quite a treasure this time." She cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yu, who merely returned a faint smile. The others too glanced at Xiao Yu, momentarily forgetting this peculiar individual. Xiao Yu then moved slightly, presenting himself before Mentor Roland. Under her warm gaze, he slowly spoke. "Xiao Yu, 8-star fighter, age 16. He intentionally exaggerated his age. 15 sounded less appealing, so he opted for 16 instead. The Xiao family members exchanged curious glances, but did not comment. As Xiao Yu's words echoed, a wave of gasps filled the tent, and the seated Mentor Roland, after a moment of stunned silence, was soon enveloped in shock. Though Xiao Yu's voice was soft, it struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. "What did you just say your rank is?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Roland regained her composure, but her voice trembled slightly as she asked. 8-star fighter." Xiao Yu smiled faintly and reiterated. At 16, an 8-star fighter, such strength at this age signified potential surpassing the boundaries of S-grade. How many years had it been since the Academy had witnessed such a prodigy? Such exceptional talent undoubtedly surpasses that of the enchanting girls within the Academy. And by no small measure, the astonished Roland may be witnessing the rise of a formidable fighter, perhaps even a Do zone or higher, in the future. The gazes of the crowd rendered Xiao Yu's countenance slightly unnatural. He was acutely aware of the situation. However, in order to bolster his confidence when negotiating with the Academy later, he felt compelled to reveal his potential. Indeed, just 3 days prior, Xiao Yu had successfully transcended to the rank of an 8-star Do Shi at the age of 16. He understood the significance of such a new talent for the Canon Academy. Strength dictates everything. Thus, he realized that perhaps due to his potential, there would be no need for him to engage in a duel with Roland, and she would allow him to depart unharmed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu shook his head with a wry smile, remarking that the little enchantress would undoubtedly seek to challenge Xiao Yu, and such prowess might give her pause. After the initial shock, the recording continued, and the last participant, Xiao Suner, gracefully approached Roland, parting her crimson lips to declare, "Xiao Suner, 6-star Do Shi, age 16. At that moment, all present felt a sense of numbness. If Xiao Yu's strength was astonishing, how could yet another new student with S-class potential emerge? Were prodigies now rampant? Shui and I, supporting Xiao Yu, tremulously inquired, "Is your Xiao family a breeding ground for prodigies, sending them to Canon Academy to overshadow ordinary individuals like us?" Several other girls nodded in agreement, while Xiao Yu helplessly replied, "Who knows? I have never witnessed such exceptional talent myself." Roland was at a loss for words. Having encountered 2 prodigies in succession left her utterly bewildered. At this juncture, Xiao Yu spoke again with a gentle smile. "Instructor Roland, I can present yet another prodigy." Roland's eyes brightened at the prospect of another prodigy. Xiao Yu continued, "Indeed, does Instructor Roland not desire it? Who says I don't? Please, do enlighten me." The typically composed Roland could no longer maintain her elegance in the presence of such gifted individuals. Elegance seemed trivial in their company. This person, so distant yet so near. Xiao Yu hinted, "Distant yet near?" Roland pondered, her curiosity piqued. Could this genius indeed be within the confines of this tent? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's excitement was palpable as he pointed towards the inconspicuous Xiao Yan in the corner, exclaiming, "Teacher, the person Xiao Yu mentioned must be Xiao Yan." Instantly, all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, who shyly rubbed his nose and smiled. "My affairs are likely common knowledge throughout Wutan City, so May I have a word with you, dear student? Ruolin softly inquired. Observing Xiao Yan's hesitance, the impatient Xiao Yu interjected, "Allow me to speak on his behalf." Soon, under Xiao Yu's explanation, the gazes of everyone present turned towards Xiao Yan, their expressions transformed. Such remarkable talent meant that, apart from Xiao Yu, no one could surpass him in the entire assembly. It could also be said that the talents of Xiao Suner and Xiao Yin were relatively comparable. Ruolin, fixated on the three prodigies before her, could hardly conceal the joy on her face. Having acquired 3 students with exceptional potential beyond S rank, she was certain that upon returning, her reputation among the mentors would soar. Who would not desire to have a remarkably gifted student under their tutelage? Even if merely a mentor for a fleeting phase of life, it was a profound honor. Gently rolling up the scroll in her hand, Ruolin remarked with a soft smile, "In 7 days, we shall accompany the flying convoy of Jianan Academy to the institution. Congratulations on becoming a part of it." Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly interjected, "Mentor Ruolin, I wonder how you have considered my request for a vacation?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Suner instantly felt a wave of despondence wash over her. Meanwhile, Ruolin, who had been smiling, momentarily faltered, her brows knitting together in an endearing manner as she helplessly replied, "You still haven't forgotten about that matter, have you?" Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. "No? I must ask for this vacation. A year is too long. I cannot make such a decision." Ruolin responded, "I believe my strength can determine my fate. It's just a year, and I am certain you can manage it, teacher." Xiao Yu said cheerfully. Ruolin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "With your potential, you could undoubtedly attain better development at Jianan Academy. Why request a year off?" "I have my reasons," Xiao Yu thought to himself, concealing the truth that it was to rescue a damsel in distress. Observing Xiao Yu's unwavering stance, Ruolin was equally reluctant to relinquish a student with such high potential. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, "Very well, I shall grant you a year's leave. However, upon the completion of that year, you must return to Jianan Academy with the strength of a 6-star dome master." Agreed. Xiao Yu readily accepted, confident in his abilities. The others looked at Xiao Yu, inevitably marveling. Indeed, strength is the finest passport. Chapter 24. Departure. Having secured the approval of Mentor Ruolin, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief. Yet, as he observed Suner's downcast expression, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He gently took her small hand and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, exited the tent together. "What is the relationship between your brother and this little sister Suner?" someone inquired. Xiao Yu, pursing her rosy lips, replied, "Childhood friends." Instantly, the crowd understood, recognizing the charming compatibility of these 2 gifted youths. As they strolled through Wutan City, Xiao Yu held Suner's hand, and though she remained silent, he halted to face her. Gently tilting her face upward, he noticed her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, exuding an irresistible aura of vulnerability. His heart ached as he reassured her, "Fear not, I promise to seek you out at the Canon Academy within a year. If fortune smiles upon me, I may even return in less than half a year." Suner timidly responded, "Is that true? You mustn't go back on your word." "Indeed, truly." Xiao Yu embraced her tightly, whispering softly in her ear, "I shall not make you wait too long." Suner buried her small face in his embrace, greedily inhaling his comforting scent, murmuring, Seeing her spirits lift slightly, Xiao Yu resumed their walk. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning the journey to the Monster Mountain Range, wishing to remain by Suner's side. However, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own strength. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the ancient clan, which disregarded even the Dozong. Given his current weakness, he understood that strength was the foundation of all negotiations. After spending a considerable time with Suner, Xiao Yu returned to his quarters. With all matters settled, he planned to ensure Suner's safe passage to the Canon Academy before departing. In the ensuing 7 days, Xiao Yu remained by Suner's side. As the day of her departure approached, her silence deepened, and her reluctance to part with him became palpable. Xiao Yu, however, was not idle. In addition to keeping Suner company, he ventured to the marketplace to procure tents, provisions, essential medicinal herbs, and beast-repelling potions. He also made a trip to the Middle Auction House, only to learn from Gunny that Yefei had returned to the Middle family headquarters in the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. Xiao Yu surmised that his recent assistance alongside Xiao Yin had significantly elevated Yufei's standing within her family, prompting her return after sufficient training. On the 7th day, the flying convoy of Canaan Academy finally arrived in Wutan City, and the enrollment team was preparing to depart. Once again at the familiar square, Xiao Yu accompanied Sun Er amidst the throngs of people, noting the substantial number of new students heading to Canaan Academy. Among the crowd, he spotted Rob, whom he had injured with a single blow. The glimmer of fear and fleeting resentment in Rob's eyes elicited a soft chuckle from Xiao Yu. He was hardly concerned with the grievances of a weakling. As the new students began to board the flight, Sun Er couldn't help but gently place a kiss on Xiao Yu's face before turning away without a glance. Xiao Yu, with a complex expression, spoke to Xiao Yu. "Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Xiao Yu smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Thank you." As the team from the Canaan Academy departed, the square became noticeably emptier, and a fleeting sense of desolation and melancholy washed over Xiao Yu. It was time to leave, he mused silently. Returning to the Xiao family, he informed his father of his intentions in the study. Though his father felt an immense reluctance, he did not hinder him. Instead, he said, "Although the two elders have praised your talent, I believe in you. Destiny is in your own hands. Go with confidence. If the opportunity arises, visit Stone Desert City at the border of the Gamma Empire. Your elder brothers are developing there and have reportedly established a mercenary group called Desert Iron, which holds some influence locally." Xiao Yu nodded, assuring, "Do not worry, father. I will definitely pay a visit." After leaving the study, Xiao Yu returned to his room. Once he had finished packing, he took one last glance at the room and sighed, "I wonder when I will return again." He then tucked away his feelings of sadness, no longer lingering, and stepped out with determination. Thus, the legend of Xiao Yu on the Dookie continent slowly began to unfold. Yunlan sect. At the summit of Yunlan Mountain, enveloped in mist, it resembled a realm of immortality. On a protruding rock at a sheer cliff, a woman clad in a moon-white robe was forming seals for her cultivation. Her eyes closed in concentration. The circulating Dookie within her was gradually absorbed with each breath, and a faint azure energy spiraled around her, eventually being refined into her body. This was Nailin Yanran, diligently practicing at the Yunlan sect. Just as Nailin Yanran was immersed in her training, an elegant and graceful figure swiftly ascended from the base of the mountain, halting at the summit. Clad in a simple dress that accentuated her voluptuous form, her long hair was styled into an exquisite phoenix headdress, and her serene and breathtaking beauty was nothing short of enchanting. The visitor was none other than Yunlan sect's leader, the Dohuang powerhouse, Yin Yun. After absorbing the last trace of azure energy and refining it within her body, Nailin Yanran slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of azure light glimmering within them as she turned her gaze towards Yun Yun at the summit. With a light step on the rock, her figure shifted and she instantly appeared at the mountain's peak, showcasing a profound agility. A charming smile graced Yun Yun's face. "Your talent and diligence are what I value most. It appears you have not disappointed my expectations." Nailin Yanran returned a respectful bow with a gentle smile. Yanran will certainly not let Master down. "May I ask what brings Master here today?" Yun Yun nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, I see that you have reached a bottleneck in your training. I am preparing to venture to the Beast Mountain range to seek the Azure Spirit Crystal from the Golden-Winged Lion King." "The Golden-Winged Lion King?" Nailin Yanran, somewhat taken aback, inquired. "But that is a 6th-tier magical beast. Does Master have confidence in this endeavor?" Yun Yun refrained from elaborating further and instead advised, "You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation. During my absence from the sect, I urge you to pay closer attention to its affairs." "Yes, Master." Nailin Yanran nodded in acknowledgement. "Additionally, regarding the annulment of your engagement, your father is already aware of it. This matter requires your own explanation. Although your father will likely refrain from causing too much of a scene out of respect for me, he will undoubtedly harbor some discomfort. It is imperative that you engage in a thorough discussion with him," Yin Yun remarked. Nailin Yanran, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, "I understand, Master. I will personally clarify this matter with my father." After Yin Yun departed, Nailin Yanran stood at the edge of the cliff, facing the wind, and murmured, "Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan, I shall await you at Yunlan sect for over a year." Chapter 25. What is happening? After departing from the city of Wutan, Xiao Yu journeyed westward for an extended period, eventually arriving at a quaint town situated closest to the monster Beast Mountain range. If all went as anticipated, the little medical sage should be within this town. However, Xiao Yu did not specifically seek her out, as he preferred to avoid forging any adversarial relations before entering the perilous mountain range. He was still unfamiliar with his surroundings. Though he possessed the strength of an 8-star Do fighter, prudence was paramount while traversing the unknown. Xiao Yu intended to enter this verdant town to procure some supplies and rest, for he was uncertain how long he would be within the monster beast mountain range. It was wise to carry ample provisions and water. As he stepped into the bustling town, he went unnoticed by the throngs of people who filled the streets. Most of these souls were mercenaries, hardened and audacious, gathered in boisterous clusters discussing women, wine, and beasts. Xiao Yu first visited the local shops to purchase some food and subsequently began his search for a blacksmith. Having recently acquired the Burning Sky sword technique, he was in need of a suitable weapon. The shops lining the streets were thriving, primarily consisting of apothecaries and inns, as the proximity to the monster beast mountain range ensured a bountiful supply of medicinal herbs sourced from the mountains. Thus, it was no surprise that the town was abundant with herb shops. The inns catered to weary travelers and mercenaries venturing into the treacherous mountains. After a thorough scan of the area, Xiao Yu finally spotted a sign bearing the name of one blacksmith at the far end of the town, eliciting a smile of triumph from him. He had found a blacksmith shop at last. With determined strides, he entered the establishment, immediately enveloped by a wave of heat that contrasted sharply with the cooler air outside. The temperature within was reminiscent of a furnace. Undeterred, Xiao Yu allowed his internal Do qi to circulate, providing him with a sense of relief. As he surveyed the surroundings, the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal resonated from the second floor. Noticing that the first floor was empty, Xiao Yu ascended the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of metal clashing grew louder as he climbed. Upon reaching the second floor, he beheld a towering figure, over 2 meters in height, whose physique resembled that of iron, wielding a massive hammer to strike a glowing red piece of iron. Sparks flew in every direction. "Good sir, I wish to purchase a weapon," Xiao Yu called out. The giant seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing his laborious task. Just then, a creaking sound emerged from a nearby room, and Xiao Yu turned to see another individual, strikingly similar to the hammer-wielding giant, stepping forth. Upon spotting Xiao Yu, the newcomer's face broke into a warm smile. "Customer, are you here to buy a weapon?" Xiao Yu nodded and replied, "Indeed, I seek a sword, but he seems to be ignoring me." Xiao Yu pointed at the burly man wielding a large hammer before him. The man displayed a hint of regret as he spoke. "He is my younger brother. He suffered an accident while forging iron and can no longer hear." Understanding dawned on Xiao Yu, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The man then inquired, "Do you seek a sword, esteemed guest?" "Indeed, do you have one?" Xiao Yu asked. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, "We do possess a sword, though it bears certain peculiarities. Are you certain you wish to see it?" "Peculiarities?" Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. "Might you take me to see it?" "Certainly," said the man, leading Xiao Yu towards a room deep within the corridor on the second floor. Upon entering, the man guided Xiao Yu directly to a weapon rack. As they approached, Xiao Yu noticed a dark table nearby, upon which lay a long sword. Its blade shimmered ominously, exuding an aura of sharpness. The sword's body was adorned with a glossy, black, scale-like pattern, while its fiery red hilt was embedded with a crimson magic core, creating a striking contrast with the sword's dark hue. Xiao Yu was instantly captivated by the sword, yet he found himself puzzled, given its formidable shape and potential. Coupled with the embedded magic core, it seemed illogical that it had not been sold. The man appeared to sense Xiao Yu's bewilderment and explained, "The sole reason this sword remains unsold is that it is exceedingly heavy, rendering it unsuitable as a weapon." "Heavy?" Xiao Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. "How much does it weigh?" The man paused before responding, "A full 10,000 pounds. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You said how many pounds?" 10,000. The material of this sword is made from meteorite iron, which weighed 2,000 pounds during its creation. For a combat master, 2,000 pounds is not particularly burdensome. However, the issue lies with this magic core. The man gestured to the core embedded in the hilt. "Are you saying the sword's weight increased only after the magic core was inserted?" Xiao Yu asked. The man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This first-level fire magic core was acquired through the commission of the Bento mercenary group, who hunted an inferno tortoise. However, we never anticipated such a consequence. Many have attempted to wield this sword. Even lifting it requires the support of fighting spirit. For a brief period, it is manageable, but sustaining it for an extended duration is utterly impractical. Hence, many have given up, and it is a pity for this first-level magic core. The man sighed deeply. May I give it a try? Xiao Yu's eagerness was palpable, for the allure of the sword was undeniable. The man hesitated momentarily, then asked, "Are you certain?" Xiao Yu nodded resolutely. "I am certain." The burly man ceased his obstruction, allowing Xiao Yu to step forward. After taking a deep breath, he extended his hands and gradually grasped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, the energy within him surged forth, a formidable force flowing into the blade. With a swift motion, he lifted it. Bang! To his astonishment, the sword, which he had presumed to be exceedingly heavy, was effortlessly raised by Xiao Yu. In fact, he nearly lost his balance from exerting too much force. How could it be so light? Xiao Yu pondered, gazing curiously at the long sword in his hands. He then released his left hand, gripping the sword solely with his right, and began to wield it as if it were not a 10,000-pound weapon at all. The burly man stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Both Xiao Yu and the man were left in a state of bewilderment. Skeptical, the man wanted to give it a try himself, and Xiao Yu handed it over with a single hand. As the man caught it, a resounding thud echoed as it crashed to the ground. Is it truly that heavy? Xiao Yu inquired, and under the astonished gaze of the burly man, he once again lifted the sword with one hand. The man could not suppress a gulp, struggling to articulate, "What on earth is going on?" Chapter 26. The Dream Training Environment. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "It seems that I have quite the affinity with this sword. I shall take it." The burly man nodded in agreement, stating, "In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed someone wield this sword with such ease. Here's the deal. It was originally priced at 30,000 gold coins, but I will sell it to you for 20,000. What do you say?" Xiao Yu readily accepted. After all, the magical core embedded in the sword was worth over 10,000 gold coins. Acquiring such a satisfactory weapon for 20,000 was indeed a worthy investment. The man, with a hearty laugh, introduced himself. "I am Wan Cheng. Should any guest require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out here." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, retrieving a gold card to hand to Wan Cheng. After completing the transaction, he exited the blacksmith shop, gazing at the long sword in his possession. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "From now on, I shall call you Mo Lin." Satisfied with the name, he stored Mo Lin away and casually sought out an inn on the street to rest for the night. Preparing to venture into the Monster Mountains the following day, seated cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Yu commenced his training, a habit cultivated over the years. After forming the requisite hand seals, the air around him began to resonate with the energy of the qi, gradually flowing into the pores of his body. This energy circulated within him before converging towards the sea of qi in his dantian. It was now no longer merely a cyclone, but had transformed into a vast sea of qi, allowing for increased capacity. Although he currently possessed the strength of an 8-star Do fighter, he could still hold his ground against a 2-star Do master, and even challenge a 3-star Do master, provided all his trump cards were in play. Previously, due to the absence of a satisfactory weapon, Xiao Yu had refrained from practicing the Burning Sky sword technique. However, with Mo Lin now in his possession, he could refine his swordsmanship amidst the Monster Mountains tomorrow, and even use the monsters there to hone his skills. Just as Xiao Yu immersed himself in his training, the system's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations, host, on arriving at the Monster Mountains. Hidden reward activated. Dream training environment." Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What was this dream training environment? He communicated with the system in his mind, perplexed by the sudden emergence of this new opportunity. The dream training environment was designed to enhance the practical aspects of his training. When activated, it would provide a specific training setting for the host. Each session would last for 2 hours, and the host could choose any moment to engage in dream training. With the passage of time between reality and the dream being merely 1 second, a caution was issued. Danger lurked within the dream. Should the host perish there, the training would conclude until the next entrance. The system elucidated this dream training environment, and Xiao Yu began to grasp its intent. Essentially, the system had created a simulated reality within the dream, allowing him to train for 2 hours, reminiscent of a challenge mode. However, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on Xiao Yu's face, for he had been granted an extraordinary opportunity for cultivation. In the realm of reality, a mere second translated into 2 hours of training within the dreamscape, a truly terrifying prospect. Each day, he could gain an additional 2 hours, which Xiao Yu was certain to dedicate to honing his combat skills. It was the perfect moment to practice the Heavenly Flame sword technique. Can I initiate the dream training environment now? Xiao Yu inquired, brimming with eagerness. Yes, the system replied. Excellent. How do I proceed? Xiao Yu asked. Close your eyes and enter the dream, the system instructed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu promptly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a dense forest, beset by a fierce snowstorm. A chill ran down his spine. With a muttered curse, he exclaimed, Damn system. This environment is far too realistic. I'm freezing to death. Drawing his body tightly together, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings. The environment was an impeccable simulation of reality. He even pinched himself to test his senses and was astonished to feel pain. Thankfully, the obsidian scales on his back remained, as practicing the Heavenly Flame sword technique required a sword. Just as he prepared to unfasten the scales for training, a howl echoed through the air. Turning around, Xiao Yu noticed a few snow-white wolves had appeared on a nearby hill, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green light. The leading wolf was significantly larger than the rest, clearly the Wolf King. This first-tier beast, the Blizzard Demon Wolf, suggested that this Wolf King was of the second tier, presenting quite a challenge. Xiao Yu's expression darkened as he slowly gripped the obsidian scales, having memorized the Heavenly Flame sword technique. There would be no time for hesitance. It was time for battle. With a fierce howl, the Alpha Wolf signaled the attack, and the other Blizzard Demon Wolves charged at Xiao Yu, their teeth bared and eyes glinting with ferocity. Yet, Xiao Yu stood his ground. With a powerful stomp in the snow, he propelled himself towards the wolves. He channeled his combat energy into the obsidian scales, and the magic core at the hilt emitted a flash of crimson light, darting like a phantom among the charging wolves. The Blizzard Demon Wolves were swift, but compared to Xiao Yu, they were slightly lacking in speed. As he swung the obsidian scales towards the neck of one of the wolves, he discovered just how formidable their physical bodies were. The scales merely grazed their necks, leaving only a faint mark. Goodness, how strong are they? Xiao Yu was taken aback, swiftly retreating. His attack had successfully provoked their primal instincts. One of the wolves let out a terrifying roar and, with its jaws agape, unleashed a blast of icy breath. The frigid air pierced through Xiao Yu's combat energy, causing his skin to sting. With a deft leap onto a rock, he vaulted to the other side, using another boulder to pivot at an odd angle midair. With a flourish of his obsidian scales, a searing red sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at one of the wolf's eyes. It appears that the corporeal form of the demonic wolf is remarkably robust, with its only discernible vulnerability lying within its eyes. For such a creature, with its tough hide and sinewy flesh, a precise strike to its weak point is imperative. With a resonant clang, the searing sword energy sliced through the air, producing a thunderous sound. A foul, sanguine spray erupted from the demon wolf's eyes, followed by its piercing, anguished cries. One of the wolves had sustained a grievous injury to its eye from the sword energy, rendering it a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, while the intense heat of the sword energy imparted the aroma of cooked meat. Xiao Yu did not linger, as he found himself encircled by several other demon wolves. In the midst of his assault, they closed in on him. One particularly ferocious wolf exhaled a frigid breath that ensnared Xiao Yu's left leg, the extreme cold energy rendering him incapacitated and resulting in the loss of his limb. Despite the enhancement of the Burning Sky sword technique, Xiao Yu's practical combat experience was woefully inadequate. He struggled to fend off the pack, ultimately succumbing to one wolf that seized his throat, leading to his demise. Upon the conclusion of his first dreamlike training session, Xiao Yu awakened, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. The dream had felt alarmingly vivid, as if he had truly been slain. He sighed, recognizing his own weakness. Had he possessed greater strength, he could have vanquished them all with a single stroke. Alas, he had perished without even facing the Wolf King, and the 2 hours had elapsed in less than 20 minutes. Although he had trained within a dream, a sense of fatigue washed over him, compelling him to forego further practice and succumb to deep slumber upon his bed. Chapter 27. The cave. The tranquil night swiftly passed, and as the first light of dawn broke, Xiao Yu abruptly opened his eyes. A night of rest had restored him to his peak condition. After a brief tidying up, he set forth towards the streets outside, for today marked the day he would venture into the Beast Mountain range. Upon reaching the entrance of the town, Xiao Yu observed numerous mercenary groups calling out for companions to enter the mountains. He was well aware that entering the mountains in a group would significantly enhance safety. Yet it would also diminish the inherent risks, which contradicted his original intent of honing his skills in the Beast Mountain range. Moreover, joining a mercenary group would impose certain constraints on his actions, further dissuading him from seeking such entanglements. His prowess as an 8-star fighter was sufficient to secure a prominent position within any mercenary group. Given that only the leaders of the 3 major mercenary factions in Qingshan town possessed the cultivation level of fighter. As Xiao Yu prepared to step directly into the Beast Mountain range, a lively call caught his attention. Wan Yaozhai was heading into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, accompanied by the renowned Little Medicine Master. With only 50 spots available and a requirement of at least a 2-star fighter's strength, those interested were urged to hurry. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of hushed anticipation, quickly erupting into a cacophony of excitement, as many mercenaries, previously inclined to travel in pairs or alone, surged toward Wan Yaozhai. Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head, pondering the allure of such an invitation. However, he did not join the throng. With his skills as a second-rank alchemist and the formidable strength of an 8-star fighter, he was confident that even against the leaders of the 3 major factions, he was capable of holding his ground. "Are you also heading to the Beast Mountain range?" A melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning, Xiao Yu beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face partially veiled, revealing a pair of luminous eyes. She emanated an ethereal aura and a faint fragrance of herbs, instilling a sense of tranquility in those around her. Nodding gently, Xiao Yu remained silent as the woman continued. "Wan Yaozhai is recruiting individuals for the expedition to the Beast Mountain range. You might consider joining them. It would provide you with some assurance." Xiao Yu smiled and shrugged. "As you can see, the crowd at Wan Yaozhai is overwhelming. I can hardly squeeze in." The woman glanced at the throng before the entrance of Wan Yaozhai and sighed. "That is true. However, I possess a card from Wan Yaozhai. With this, you can join their team directly." Xiao Yu regarded the card in her hand without reaching for it. His curiosity piqued as he asked, "Are you, by any chance, the Little Medicine Master?" The Little Medicine Master displayed no surprise in her eyes. It was not difficult to recognize her in this setting, especially since she stood at the back while many mercenaries rushed to the front. "Indeed, and I would like to invite you to join Wan Yaozhai's team. Would you be willing?" she inquired, her head slightly nodding. Xiao Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why have you taken an interest in me? Surely there are many 2-star fighters here." The little medical fairy chuckled softly and replied, "The team consists entirely of older men. I find myself quite bored and seek someone with whom I can converse along the journey." Xiao Yu nodded, acknowledging, "That is a rather commendable reason. So, does that mean you have accepted?" The little medical fairy's eyes brightened slightly. However, Xiao Yu slowly shook his head, stating, "No, I must decline." With that, he bypassed the little medical fairy and ventured directly into the depths of the Monster Mountain range. A flicker of astonishment crossed the little medical fairy's eyes. Had she just been rejected? She then smiled wryly, shaking her head in disbelief, murmuring, "What an intriguing character, so aloof." Retrieving the card in her hand, she walked away in another direction. Xiao Yu's refusal of the little medical fairy's good intentions stemmed from his desire to avoid confrontation with the wolf head mercenary group. The strength of an 8-star fighter was insufficient for him to act with abandon in this place. One-on-one encounters might be manageable, but should the entire mercenary group pursue him, his current abilities would be inadequate. Last night's dream cultivation served as a stark reminder. He was acutely aware of how Xiao Yan from Dope had clashed with the wolf head mercenary group. While Xiao Yan had the protection of Yao Lao, Xiao Yu only possessed the system, lacking any substantial safeguard. Without further thought, Xiao Yu plunged into the Monster Mountain range. Towering trees obscured the sunlight, and upon entering, he felt a wave of coolness wash over him. He intended to gather medicinal herbs for alchemy, while simultaneously honing his combat skills and techniques to enhance his strength, never forgetting that the system's task was to rescue Yun Yun. Channeling his fighting spirit, he executed the moon shadow movement technique, causing his figure to blur. In just a few leaps, he vanished from sight. After running for quite some time, Xiao Yu found himself at the edge of the Monster Mountain range, a place seldom trodden by human feet, where first-tier magical beasts were increasingly visible. Sensing the dwindling fighting spirit within him, he gradually came to a halt. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yu sought a secluded cave for his training over the coming days. Ahead lay a sheer cliff, and he remembered that such cliffs often harbored numerous caves. Utilizing the annulment, he embedded it into the cliff face. The sharp blade penetrated the rock as effortlessly as slicing through soft tofu, allowing him to swing along the cliff. Indeed, behind a thicket of trees, he discovered a hidden, dark cave obscured by branches. With a powerful push from his feet against the cliff, he withdrew and shot forth toward the horizontal beam at the cave's entrance. Landing upon the trees, with a deft maneuver, he propelled himself into the cave. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped everything, rendering the contents invisible. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu unleashed a blade of sword energy, severing the branches overhead. He then lightly touched a tree, igniting the bone spirit cold fire upon it, casting a warm glow that illuminated the cave passage significantly. Just as he prepared to enter, a sudden sense of danger surged within him. Reacting instinctively, he struck out with the, unleashing a searing wave of sword energy towards a shadow lurking nearby. A foul stench of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. It was only then that Xiao Yu discerned the mangled corpse of a magical beast. Cleaved in two by sword energy, it was a rock serpent. Xiao Yu paid it little mind, for although this first-tier beast possessed remarkable speed and formidable toughness, it was ultimately no match for the annulment sword. Moreover, while the creature's body was as resilient as stone, it paled in comparison to the blizzard's magic wolf encountered in the dreamscape. However, Xiao Yu speculated that the dream might have augmented the strength of the blizzard magic wolf. As he traversed the tranquil and shadowy cave for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Xiao Yu suddenly came to a halt. Before him stood a stone door emanating a faint yellow glow, rendered even more distinct by the light of his torch. Xiao Yu momentarily froze in surprise, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. Could this be the very cave where little medical fairy and Xiao Yan first ventured to seek treasure? Chapter 28. The snow-white creature. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu grasped the ink-scaled sword, channeling his internal energy as he shouted. A blade of sword energy cleaved through the air, surging towards the stone door with a thunderous roar. Dust billowed as the heavy door was abruptly pierced, leaving a gaping hole. With a gentle sweep of his hand, a surge of energy erupted, dispersing the swirling dust and illuminating the interior of the cave with his torch. Stepping inside, Xiao Yu beheld a spacious stone chamber, simple yet grand. Aside from the moonstone embedded in the walls, there lay a skeleton and, indeed, at the far end, 3 stone boxes, with a small flower bed nestled in a corner. Xiao Yu approached the flower bed, which boasted an abundance of precious herbs. He could easily identify the valuable ingredients: purple orchid leaves, snow lotus seeds, spirit ginseng fruits, and fire spirit fruits, alongside a rare ice spirit flame grass emanating a unique fragrance. These were essential components for crafting the blood lotus pill. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu found little practical use for them. Though who would ever disdain an excess of medicinal herbs? Understanding that the little doctor of the cave would be aware of this resource, he refrained from uprooting all the herbs, leaving behind at least half. However, he recalled that the skeleton possessed a scroll on aerial combat techniques and a fragment of the pure lotus demon fire diagram. Approaching the skeleton, he retrieved 3 keys and scrutinized the bony remains, ultimately discovering a scroll nestled within the skeletal arm's crevice. Unrolling it, he found an eerie lotus design, seemingly depicting the pure lotus demon fire, accompanied by a map, though Xiao Yu could not decipher its significance. After acquiring the 3 keys, Xiao Yu opened the first stone box, revealing a colorful scroll. As it unfurled, for grand characters emerged, 7-colored poison scripture, detailing the art of poison concoction. However, for Xiao Yu, this was of little value, given that the reputation of poison masters on the Dookie continent was far from favorable. And considering he was already a second-tier alchemist, there was no need for him to pursue the path of poison mastery. Shaking his head, he returned the 7-colored poison scripture to its box, deciding it was better suited for the little doctor. Next, he opened the 3rd stone box, which contained a black scroll. Upon unraveling it, he confirmed it was indeed an aerial combat technique, Wings of the Eagle, a high-level Xian-class flying skill. Xiao Yu accepted it with satisfaction, adding another means of survival to his arsenal. Only the final stone box remained. As he opened it, an unusual fragrance wafted out, revealing a pill the size of a longan within. The delightful aroma originated from this very item. Was it a breakthrough pill? Xiao Yu exclaimed softly, reaching out to grasp the pill, determining it was a top-quality breakthrough pill. Alas, it was just one step shy of being inscribed with pill patterns. Yet it was still a splendid acquisition, a fifth-tier pill obtained without effort. The Breaking Realm pill is a fifth-grade elixir, yet its difficulty in refining surpasses that of sixth-grade pills. Xiao Yu estimates that within the entire Jamma Empire, only the Alchemist he possesses the capability to concoct it. And even then, not to perfection. This pill serves a singular purpose, akin to the effects of a gathering qi powder. However, it uniquely assists practitioners at the Great Dosher level in transcending to the Doling realm. This is its most significant advantage. Of course, it can also be utilized by Do practitioners seeking to advance to Dosher and by Dosher striving to become Great Dosher. But its efficacy is most pronounced during the transition from Great Dosher to Doling. Xiao Yu plans to reserve the pill for his own ascent to the Doling realm. After thoroughly scouring the cavern, he exits, lightly tapping the wooden beam with his toes, propelling himself into the air. Utilizing the cliff's leverage, he executes a series of flips and jumps, successfully ascending the precipice before making his departure. Half a day after Xiao Yu's exit, the herb-gathering team from the Wan Yao Zhai arrives nearby. The little medical fairy seizes the opportunity of foraging to stealthily approach the cliff's edge, intending to descend later that evening, unaware that the treasures have already been pillaged by Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu discovers a secluded valley, replete with a waterfall. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the locale's safety, he finds a small cave to take refuge in. He sprinkles some insect-repelling powder and retrieves his sleeping gear from his spatial ring, hastily constructing a makeshift sleeping area. Once everything is in order, he unrolls a scroll revealing a depiction of violet wings. With his soul perception, Xiao Yu senses the presence of the spirit of a purple cloud eagle within. Undaunted by this, he remains resolute, for he is on the cusp of entering the spirit-grade realm. He places both palms gently upon the violet wings, and a surge of tumultuous spiritual energy rushes towards his mind. In his consciousness, he perceives a colossal purple cloud eagle soaring towards him, emitting a piercing cry that resonates deeply within his soul, causing a slight tremor. Am I to be intimidated by you? Xiao Yu, fueled by determination, concentrates his soul force into a fist-like manifestation and strikes fiercely at the purple cloud eagle. A pained cry erupts from the eagle as its form begins to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a white energy that disperses within Xiao Yu's mind. Elated, he promptly channels his spirit to absorb this precious essence. Time passes unmeasured as an intangible and peculiar power emanates from Xiao Yu, catalyzing a transformation within his soul realm as he progresses towards the spirit-grade realm. Suddenly, a resonating hum fills his consciousness, and he feels his spiritual awareness amplify, allowing him to perceive the changes of every blade of grass and tree within several miles. His control over his soul has significantly intensified. In a moment of elation, Xiao Yu discovered a pair of palm-sized black eagle wings tattooed on his back. As his internal energy surged with ease, the tattoo shimmered with brilliance, transforming into substantial wings measuring a full yard in length. With a mere thought, the wings began to flutter, summoning a powerful gust of wind that swept through the cavern, prompting Xiao Yu to halt abruptly. He sensed the fluctuations of his energy. With his current prowess, he could sustain flight for approximately 20 minutes, and perhaps upon becoming a fighter, he might double that duration. For the next period, Xiao Yu settled in this locale, dedicating his days to the cultivation of techniques, combat skills, and alchemy. Each night, he would venture into the dream realm to hone his practical abilities, occasionally taking time to hunt and reward himself, leading a rather fulfilling existence. Beneath the roaring waterfall, Xiao Yu stood poised with his sword, gazing at the immense force of the cascading water. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "One sword to pierce the heavens." A crimson sword aura shot forth, colliding with the waterfall's center. A thunderous explosion ensued as the sword energy cleaved the waterfall in two, creating a vaporous void where the intense heat evaporated the mist, showcasing the formidable power of his strike. In the span of a month, Xiao Yu elevated his strength to the rank of a 9-star fighter, with his sights set on advancing to fighter. Just as he was about to practice the purple cloud wings, the sound of snapping trees reached his ears. Instinctively, he unfurled his wings and soared upwards towards the waterfall. There, he witnessed several towering trees toppling to either side with a resounding crash. It became clear that a second-tier magical beast, the Cloudwood Elephant, had caused this devastation. In front of it stood a diminutive creature, resembling a blend of a cat and a tiger. Its snowy white fur gleaming as it fixed a fierce gaze upon the colossal beast before it. Chapter 29. Yun Yun, what manner of beast is this? I have never encountered such a creature before, Xiao Yu murmured, gazing with perplexity at the snow-white beast before him. The little creature stood with its limbs taut, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly crimson hue, yet it emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, which was utterly incongruous. Logically, even a first-tier magical beast should possess some form of energy resonance. The Cloudwood Elephant opposite seemed to regard this small entity with a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, a resounding trumpet echoed, heralding the approach of a second-tier magical beast. The Cloudwood Elephant raised its front hoof, preparing to stomp down upon the diminutive creature. Should it land a solid blow, the little beast would undoubtedly perish. Just as Xiao Yu was about to intervene, he noticed a faint red membrane enveloping the white creature. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the formidable mass of the Cloudwood Elephant was repelled by the force of the red membrane, sending it hurtling backward. The sound of splintering trees filled the air, and only then did Xiao Yu comprehend the reason behind the fallen timber. The trepidation in the Cloudwood Elephant's gaze was, indeed, a consequence of the little beast's protective membrane. With a mournful cry, the Cloudwood Elephant slowly regained its footing and, visibly reluctant, departed the scene. Curious about the nature of this enigmatic creature, Xiao Yu felt a gentle flutter of his purple cloud wings and gracefully leapt down from the tree. The little white beast, having just relaxed, suddenly tensed again, its eyes wary as it scrutinized Xiao Yu's every movement. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yu was struck by the peculiarity of its eyes. It possessed two pupils, one larger and red, the other smaller and blue, the crimson eye shimmering with an otherworldly light, while the azure one exuded a tranquil serenity, seemingly embodying heat and cold. Whoosh! In an instant, the little white beast darted away in a flash of white light, seizing the moment while Xiao Yu was momentarily distracted. With a faint smile, Xiao Yu unleashed a surge of combat energy, transforming into a fleeting shadow in pursuit. At the pinnacle of his speed, he swiftly closed the distance to the little creature once more. The small white beast bared its teeth and let out a fierce growl, though its appearance rendered it adorably fierce. This time, Xiao Yu did not grant it a chance to escape. He swiftly grasped the creature by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the little beast flailed its limbs in a frantic display, emitting a series of high-pitched cries. Strangely, the protective red membrane that had previously enveloped it had vanished. Xiao Yu surmised that the membrane only manifested when the little creature faced life-threatening danger, serving as its safeguard. Since Xiao Yu harbored no ill intent, it had not appeared. Bringing the creature closer for inspection, he noted its resemblance to a tiger. Yet it bore feline traits as well. With a large head, short paws, and an entirely snow-white coat, its fur was exceedingly soft. Its tiny legs kicked about in a delightful manner, epitomizing cuteness. Little one, it is far too perilous for you to remain in the magical beast mountains alone. Why not accompany me? It would be splendid to have a companion, Xiao Yu said with a gentle chuckle. The little creature seemed to comprehend Xiao Yu's words, or perhaps it sensed that there was no malice in Xiao Yu's intentions, thus ceasing its struggles. Xiao Yu, with a smile, gently patted the small white beast on its head and tucked it into his pocket. With a soft flutter of his violet wings, he soared into the air, heading back to the cave he had inhabited. Upon returning, Xiao Yu retrieved the little white beast, which appeared displeased by his rough treatment. It scratched the air with its four paws in a show of defiance, only to relent. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Yu kindled a campfire, dispelling the chill that crept through the forest. The little creature seemed to relish the warmth, curling up by the fire and falling into a deep slumber, completely untroubled by the thought of Xiao Yu's intentions. Xiao Yu shook his head in resignation, marveling at the little one's carefree spirit. Subsequently, he took out a mountain chicken he had hunted earlier that day, seasoning it with his homemade spices before placing it over the fire to roast slowly. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat filled the cave, stirring the little white beast from its slumber. It sniffed the air and gradually rose, its gaze fixated on the roasted chicken, drool pooling at its mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Are you a little glutton? The little white beast paid him no mind, eyes glued to the chicken. Xiao Yu, seizing the fully roasted mountain chicken, held up the golden-brown, succulent bird, which looked irresistibly appetizing. The little beast chirped anxiously at him, and he reassured it. Patience, there's enough for you. He tore off a golden chicken leg and offered it to the little white beast, which eagerly took a bite before scampering off to savor its meal in bliss. Xiao Yu smiled softly before starting his own feast. In no time, the mountain chicken was reduced to a mere pile of bones. After a contented burp, he turned to the little white beast and said, Since you've decided to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Xiao Bai. The little creature blinked its eyes, and Xiao Yu continued, Since you remain silent, I take that as acceptance. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Bai. Just then, a cool, ethereal voice echoed from the cave entrance. Startled, Xiao Bai darted behind Xiao Yu, who tensed up and looked up to see an elegantly dressed woman in a simple gown, exuding an aura of nobility, gracefully entering the cave. Xiao Yu scrutinized her, realizing that to approach undetected required at least the strength of a battle king. Even with his soul power, it would be impossible for a battle spirit realm practitioner to do so without making a sound. Contemplating this, he slowly grasped the at his side. Channeling his fighting spirit with urgency, he would fight for survival, even if the odds were slim. The woman seemed to sense the tension between them and spoke in a calm, clear tone. I mean no harm. I merely passed through here and wish to rest. Xiao Yu inquired, What brings you to the Monster Beast Mountain Range? What is your name, and where do you hail from? I seek a particular medicinal herb. My name is Yun Ji, but I cannot disclose my origins at this moment, she replied after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated encountering Yun Yun here. No wonder he had been unable to sense her presence earlier. She was a formidable fighter, a warrior of the Do Huang level. Yun Yun cast a glance at the small white creature hiding behind Xiao Yu and inquired, What kind of beast is this? Xiao Yu looked back at Yun Yun, surprised that she did not recognize the creature either. However, this was not unusual. As the Do Qi continent was teeming with countless magical beasts, ignorance was quite understandable. He shook his head and replied, I am not certain. Consider it a pet of mine. Yun Yun did not dwell on it further and nodded slightly, asking, May I rest here for the night? Xiao Yu was curious about her reasons for wanting to stay, yet he sensed no malice from her and thus agreed with a nod. What is your name? Yun Yun inquired. Xiao Shi. Xiao Yu responded without hesitation, having been fond of the character Xiao Shi Lang in his previous life, and thus adopted this name for himself, especially since Yun Yun had not used her real name. How old are you? She asked again. Xiao Yu regarded her with curiosity, and Yun Yun paused before continuing. I see that your talent and strength are commendable. I happen to have a good relationship with the Yunlan sect. Are you familiar with it? At this moment, Xiao Yu comprehended that Yun Yun had taken note of his cultivation and intended to seek a promising candidate for the Yunlan sect, demonstrating her appreciation for talent. Oh, I wonder what your connection to the Yunlan sect is, Xiao Yu queried, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Chapter 30. Joint action. Yun Yun's body stiffened at Xiao Yu's words, but she quickly feigned indifference and replied, The leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, is a dear friend of mine. You have yet to answer my question. Irritated, Yun Yun added. Xiao Yu chuckled. What question? A 9-star combatant, by your age. If I am not mistaken, you should be merely 16 or 17 years old, correct? Yun Yun inquired. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Indeed, and what of it? Do you not wish to study advanced combat techniques and skills at the Yunlan sect? Yun Yun continued, presenting her enticing reasons. Yet, Xiao Yu shook his head. I do not relish the thought of being constrained. I find this freedom quite delightful. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yun Yun fell silent, and the atmosphere grew quiet. The cavern was spacious, and after setting up a simple bed on the opposite side, Yun Yun lay down to rest. Xiao Yu paid her no further mind and returned to his own bed with Xiao Bai, forming hand seals to commence his cultivation. As the night slipped away quietly, Xiao Yu concluded his practice just as he noticed Yun Yun entering from outside. He inquired, What were you doing out there? Yun Yun replied coolly, I ventured to explore the surroundings. Not far from here, atop the mountain, there exists a cave dwelling, and I require your assistance. Are you referring to the 6-star magical beast, the Amethyst Winged Lion King? Xiao Yu asked, somewhat astonished. Yun Yun expressed her surprise. You know about the Amethyst Winged Lion King? Xiao Yu nodded. I advise you to prepare adequately before seeking the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. This creature is a 6-star magical beast, with strength comparable to a 4-star combat emperor. Do you possess the capability to confront it? Yun-Yun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King's strength is likely around 2 stars. Combined with its formidable physique, it indeed possesses the power of a 4 to 5-star combat emperor. But how do you know so much about it? Never mind that. Just know that with your current strength, you will not fare well against the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Xiao Yu murmured softly. I cannot delay any longer. I have been in these magical beast mountains for quite a while now. I have a plan and need your help. Yun-Yun stated with determination. You truly are an ungrateful woman. Very well, I can assist, but I have conditions. Xiao Yu said in a serious tone. What conditions? Speak. Yun-Yun inquired, tilting her head slightly. Xiao Yu slowly articulated. Since you intend to seek the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, it stands to reason that you desire the amethyst crystal from its dwelling, correct? Yun-Yun nodded. Indeed, that is what I need. She did not conceal this, as it was not a secret. Xiao Yu continued. My condition is this. Once you acquire the amethyst crystal, I shall take half. Yun-Yun frowned in contemplation and finally replied. That is acceptable. The amethyst crystal does not require much, so sharing a portion with you is reasonable. Xiao Yu remarked. Please share your thoughts. Yun-Yun then spoke. Let us join forces. You will venture into the cave to retrieve the purple spirit crystal while I divert the attention of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Agreed. Xiao Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Aren't you going to consider this? Yun-Yun inquired softly. What is there to contemplate? Xiao Yu replied. You have already drawn away the larger threats. Leaving the smaller one to me poses no challenge. Yun-Yun exhaled a sigh of resignation and said, Very well. But your strength is insufficient. I must temporarily elevate you to the Dome Master realm. Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Bring it on. Seemingly accustomed to Xiao Yu's calm and forthright demeanor, Yun-Yun refrained from further discussion and gently placed her jade hand upon his back. A torrent of do qi surged into Xiao Yu's body, transforming under Yun-Yun's guidance into a more tempered force. Xiao Yu felt his strength approximately reaching that of a 6-star Dome Master. The abundant energy coursing through him brought a sense of exhilaration. And Yun-Yun gazed at him in surprise. She had intended for him to absorb the power of a 2-star Dome Master, yet it appeared he could accommodate far more, catapulting him into the realm of a 6-star Dome Master. Turning to pat Xiao Bai on the head, Xiao Yu advised, I am stepping out for some matters. Stay here and do not wander off. Xiao Bai chirped in response, seemingly acknowledging his words. With a smile, Xiao Yu disregarded it and turned to Yun-Yun, saying, Let us proceed. Nodding, Yun-Yun approached the cliff edge. With a slight tremor of her body, a pair of azure energy wings unfurled from her back. Just as she reached out to catch Xiao Yu, she was taken aback to see him also tremble slightly, revealing a pair of violet wings. Noticing the astonishment on Yun-Yun's rosy lips, Xiao Yu flaunted, What do you think of these wings? Yun-Yun replied with a disapproving glare. I did not expect you to possess such a precious flight technique. It seems you have support from a formidable force. No wonder you look down upon the Cloud Flame sect. Xiao Yu was surprised that Yun-Yun would misconstrue the flight technique as evidence of backing. Yet he chose not to clarify, for it had little to do with his opinion of the Cloud Flame sect. Though he had heard tales of their disciples being quite arrogant, Yun-Yun's expression shifted as she declared sternly, That is impossible. What is impossible? I have heard that the leader of the Cloud Flame sect, Yun-Yun, is indeed the most arrogant, Xiao Yu stated, fixing his gaze upon her. Yun-Yun's face flushed as she retorted, Who dares to slander the Cloud Flame sect? I shall not hesitate to silence them. I was referring to the leader of the Cloud Flame sect. Why so defensive? You act as if I am speaking of you personally. Xiao Yu chuckled. Yun-Yun, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's playful grin, felt a surge of irritation. As a dear friend, she could not stand by while others maligned her. Xiao Yu smirked. Yes, yes. Let us hasten our departure. Humph. With a light hum, Yun-Yun swiftly ascended into the air, her wings beating vigorously. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, wearing a faint smile. Yun-Yun's speed was remarkable, a flash of azure light streaking across the sky, seemingly fueled by her dissatisfaction with Xiao Yu's earlier words. Yet, this pace was trivial for Xiao Yu, especially considering his current prowess as a 6-star Dome Master. He glided behind her like a bolt of purple lightning. As Yun-Yun soared through the air, she cast a glance back at Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback by his velocity. A flicker of azure light sparkled in her eyes as she murmured to herself, "This technique seems rather peculiar." To keep pace with Yun, Xiao Yu naturally invoked the Moon Chaser, and the two of them arrived at the towering peaks of the Monster Beast mountain range. At the summit, a massive cave entrance lay partially concealed beneath the branches, appearing almost ethereal. Before they proceeded, Yun offered a final piece of advice. "I will attempt to eliminate or injure the high-level magical beasts guarding the entrance. Then lure the purple crystal-winged Lion King away from here. You can then enter, retrieve the purple spirit crystal, and return swiftly. If all goes well, we shall reconvene within the cave." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, though internally he added, "This endeavor may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. I still have a system task to complete." Chapter 31. Success. Upon seeing Xiao Yu nod, Yun ceased her superfluous words. With a vigorous flap of her wings, her graceful form ascended into the sky, darting like lightning towards the cave entrance of the amethyst-winged Lion King nestled among the mountains. Her presence was unmasked as she approached the cave entrance, guarded solely by two third-tier monster beasts. The guardians roared at her, yet with a swift motion, Yun conjured a long azure sword that materialized in her hand, transforming into a streak of blue light that instantaneously extinguished the lives of the two beasts. The thunderous roars of the monsters combined with Yun's surging emperor-level aura sent the surrounding beasts into a frantic retreat. Such a formidable human warrior could only be matched by the amethyst-winged Lion King dwelling within. "Who dares to act with such insolence before me?" A furious roar echoed from within the cave, laced with an overwhelming ferocity. Not far away, Xiao Yu observed as Yun deftly soared back into the sky, while a purple shadow darted out of the cave with astonishing speed. "Human, you dare to slay my kin? This is a death wish," the amethyst-winged Lion King bellowed. It was then that Xiao Yu beheld the true form of the amethyst-winged Lion King up close. It resembled a lion from Earth, but was 4 to 5 times larger, adorned with a pair of purple wings on either side and a fiery spiral horn atop its head. The majestic creature hovered in the air, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. Xiao Yu mused that if he could attain the emperor level of cultivation, he too would relish the sensation of levitating in the void. From the outset, Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King had no intentions of parleying. They engaged directly, eliminating the guarding monsters to facilitate Xiao Yu's entry for the coveted amethyst spirit crystal. As he watched the clash between the human and the beast unfold in the skies, accompanied by the palpable energy pressure, Xiao Yu's eyes gleamed with envy. However, he remained steadfast in his purpose. With a flash of the Moonshadow movement technique, he transformed into a wisp of illusion and plunged inside. Navigating through the lengthy tunnel, Xiao Yu soon encountered two diverging paths. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the right path, as the left led to the amethyst crystal source, which required the amethyst spirit crystal for extraction. Xiao Yu had prepared an array of items to prevent a repeat of the previous narrative after rescuing someone from the Monster Mountain range. Although there were some deviations now, it was of little consequence. In mere moments, Xiao Yu reached the end of the path, where he discovered a smaller creature, a young amethyst-winged Lion King, peacefully slumbering on the ground. He retrieved a violet jade vial from his bosom. Inside was a meticulously concocted hallucinogenic potion designed to counter high-tier monsters of the 3rd and 4th ranks. This little amethyst-winged Lion King, at best, possessed only 3rd-tier strength, making it an easy target for his enchantment. After blocking his nose, Xiao Yu poured the hallucinogenic powder from the purple jade bottle, channeling his energy to gently direct it towards the slumbering little amethyst-winged Lion King. The creature's nose twitched, and it promptly succumbed to lethargy, falling into a profound slumber, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Xiao Yu cautiously ventured into the depths of the cave, observing the shimmering purple walls around him. He produced the ink-scaled tool and began tapping on the walls, finally uncovering the amethyst spirit crystal behind a purple crystal stone. After securing the small crystal in his spatial ring, he grasped a piece of amethyst stone and hurried towards a divergent path where his true desire awaited. Without delay, he arrived at the stone platform, his eyes gleaming with joy upon seeing the purple orb. He licked his parched lips and approached the primordial amethyst crystal source, raising the amethyst stone high before smashing it down. Simultaneously, energy surged from within him, gathering all the fallen amethyst crystal sources together. After transferring them into a large white bottle, he exhaled with relief. However, a furious roar suddenly echoed, causing Xiao Yu's expression to shift in alarm. The connection between the creature and the amethyst crystal source was evidently too strong. Utilizing his moon shadow technique, he dashed towards the cave's exit, knowing he could not afford to linger. As he emerged from the fork, he spotted the little amethyst winged lion king wobbling towards him, indicating the drug's effects had not yet fully dissipated. Its pale purple beastly eyes glared at Xiao Yu, and with a fierce roar, it unleashed a torrent of violet energy towards him. Xiao Yu deftly evaded the attack with his agile movements. The immense force from the energy strike blasted a gaping hole in the cave wall behind him. Stunned, Xiao Yu exclaimed to the little amethyst winged lion king, Hey, are you serious? I'm quite formidable, so don't act recklessly." The creature, clearly unable to comprehend his words, responded with another furious roar. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yu's purple wings flared, propelling him swiftly towards the cave's exit. The little amethyst winged lion king let out a thunderous bellow, its wings glowing with violet brilliance as it surged after Xiao Yu with increased speed. Without looking back, Xiao Yu burst out of the cave and scanned the skies, where the battle between Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King had reached a fever pitch. The lion's spiraled horn expelled a plume of purple flames, enveloping the area in searing heat. Yun furrowed her brow slightly, forming an unusual gesture with her delicate hands before calling out, "Wind push." A tempestuous gust of azure wind erupted, roaring forth to counter the violet flames, effectively neutralizing their ferocity. Upon emerging from the cave, Xiao Yu swiftly navigated through the forest, striving to elude the pursuit of the young amethyst-winged Lion King. However, the creature's speed was equally remarkable, rendering escape impossible. Their presence had also caught the attention of the majestic amethyst-winged lion overhead. "Human, dare you harm my son?" it bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Xiao Yu. Without a glance back, Xiao Yu accelerated, attempting to evade the lion's assault. Yun's expression shifted dramatically. She raised her azure sword, rapidly channeling her azure energy. With a spirited cry, she invoked Rending Wind Dance. The space before her shimmered as numerous colossal azure blades emerged, intertwining to form a cylindrical vortex that spiraled forth with tremendous speed. Boom! Their attacks collided midair with a resounding explosion, the force of the winds pressing the surrounding trees flat to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yu harnessed the gusts, executing the moon chase technique to propel himself forward, gaining a fleeting advantage over the young amethyst-winged Lion King. This spectacle, however, incited the wrath of the lion. With a ferocious roar, it declared, "Cunning human, I shall slay you." Raising its head to the heavens, the intensity of its violet glow escalated, emanating an overwhelming pressure that compelled all beasts within a 100-mile radius to cower in submission, trembling in fear of the wrathful sovereign above. The palpable energy coursing through the atmosphere made Yun's brow furrow in alarm, a profound sense of peril enveloping her. The tempest surrounding the amethyst-winged lion intensified, as violet radiance enveloped the realm. After a moment of accumulation, it suddenly coalesced into a deep purple beam, scarcely half a foot wide. Amethyst seal. The lion's deep growl reverberated through the valley. At that instant, Yun sprang into action. Her azure sword quivered violently, unleashing a slender, profound beam that caused the very fabric of space to quiver. With a commanding exclamation, she invoked Extreme Wind, Fatal Descent. Chapter 32. Healing Yun's assault instilled a sense of impending death within the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, with remarkable agility, it narrowly evaded the attack. Unfortunately, the speed of the strike was too swift. While its slightly lowered head managed to dodge, the fiery red horn atop its crown did not escape unscathed, being severed in half instantaneously. The excruciating pain compelled the amethyst-winged Lion King to emit a furious roar as its powerful forepaw lashed out with a fierce force, striking Yun's chest with tremendous ferocity. The azure protective aura enveloping Yun was shattered in an instant by the Lion King's wrathful might, leading her to spit a mouthful of blood, her delicate face paling noticeably. Sensing her internal energy rapidly sealed, Yun's wings unfurled behind her and, in a flicker, she vanished into the horizon. Witnessing Yun Yun's grave injuries, yet her continued escape by virtue of her formidable agility. The wounded amethyst-winged Lion King raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar of rage that echoed throughout the valley. At that moment, the young amethyst-winged Lion King, with a mournful cry, slowly approached, its large beastly eyes filled with indignation and fury. The precious possession that belonged to it had been brazenly snatched away by Xiao Yu. A true disgrace to the pride of the amethyst-winged lion clan. The Lion King shot a furious glance at its offspring, and then a menacing roar imbued with murderous intent reverberated through the entire valley. The surrounding mountains trembled under the force of the Lion King's wrathful roar, causing countless beasts to cower and tremble in fear. Search for them. Even if I have to scour the Demon Beast Mountains, I will find those two humans. Seizing the opportunity created by the tumultuous clash between Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Yu swiftly evaded the young Lion King. Upon departing, he noticed that Yun Yun's last direction of escape was towards the cave they had previously occupied. Without hesitation, he soared in that direction, acutely aware that Yun Yun must have sustained injuries. Upon returning to the base of the waterfall, Xiao Yu discovered Yun Yun lying in the lake beneath the cascading water. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and a ghastly wound on her chest still oozed blood, clearly indicating her severe injuries. With a gentle flap of his wings, he ascended above the lake, cradling Yun Yun in his arms. In a swift motion, he turned and flew back to the cave, momentarily entranced by the mingling sense of her floral fragrance and the metallic tang of blood. Up close, Yun Yun's exquisite features resembled that of an ethereal beauty, and her weakened state only heightened her allure. Carefully laying her upon the stone bed, Xiao Yu retrieved a vial of healing powder from his belongings. After erasing any traces of their presence, he felt a sense of reassurance and returned to the cave. Upon entering with Yun Yun, Xiaobai began to chirp anxiously, displaying concern. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Do not worry, Xiaobai. Just stay to the side while I tend to her wounds." Understanding his words, Xiaobai promptly made its way to the cave entrance. Xiao Yu watched as Xiaobai departed, turning to behold the terrifying claw mark etched upon Yun Yun's chest. His brows furrowed slightly. Her once pristine white gown was now stained crimson with blood. Even in her unconscious state, her delicate brows were slightly knitted, and her charming visage bore an expression of pain. In his heart, Xiao Yu silently reflected, "In urgent matters, one must adapt. The system has compelled me to save you. Please bear with me." With that thought, he reached out to unfasten her garments. At the moment his fingers brushed against Yun Yun's skin, her eyes abruptly flew open, revealing a glimmer of coldness and indignation as she fixed her gaze upon him. Xiao Yu paid little heed to the warning in her eyes, resolutely continuing to loosen her upper garments. "Do not move," he instructed. "The seal from the amethyst-winged Lion King has already taken effect on you. At present, you lack the strength of a battle emperor. Moreover, I am here to save you. Rest assured, I harbor no malicious intentions." Yun Yun assessed her physical state and indeed recognized the binding spell of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The frostiness in her gaze towards Xiao Yu gradually diminished. However, witnessing the ease with which the young man unfastened her attire, she could not suppress a warning. "You had best not harbor any ill intentions, or when I regain my strength, you shall be the first to face my wrath." "Uft, women are such a nuisance," Xiao Yu muttered inwardly. "You clearly need me right now, yet you still choose to issue threats. I am your benefactor, and frankly, with your figure, I wouldn't be remotely interested. It's not even half as appealing as my beloved Sun Air." While retrieving a superior healing salve from his spatial ring, he retorted a few remarks back at Yun Yun. "You, roguish scoundrel. Your familiarity with disrobing women suggests you've engaged in your fair share of unscrupulous antics." Yun Yun shot back, her voice laced with indignation. Unfazed, Xiao Yu chuckled, just as he was about to unfasten the final layer of her undergarment. Suddenly, Yun Yun's body trembled slightly, and she fell silent. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering slightly as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil. "Do not worry, I shall be careful," Xiao Yu reassured her. Supporting Yun Yun, he cautiously unfastened the heart of the sea armor. The alluring curvature of her back was laid bare before him, nearly causing this 30-something-year-old virgin to lose his composure. After silently reciting a few calming incantations, he managed to regain his focus and retrieved a black robe from his spatial ring, draping it over Yun Yun. Once she was turned around, He adjusted the collar to cover her wound, gently applying the hemostatic ointment near her injury. His fingers brushed against her porcelain skin, causing her body to tense up. Xiao Yu smiled softly, prompting Yun to retort in irritation. What are you laughing at? I find it amusing that a battle emperor such as yourself has not yet transcended the trivialities of romantic entanglements, he replied, while tending to her wound with a grin. Humph. Do you believe everyone is as reckless and debauched as you? I have long lost interest in such romantic affairs. Yun responded with a chill in her tone. Oh, is that so? Then why do you blush? Xiao Yu inquired with a mischievous smile. I'm merely reacting to the pain of my wound. Yun retorted, claiming her demeanor was merely a tad unnatural. Xiao Yu chose not to expose her, instead producing a black pill, which he promptly placed into Yun's mouth. Taken aback by Xiao Yu's sudden action, Yun was momentarily stunned. Upon realizing what had been thrust upon her, she exclaimed in embarrassment and anger. What have you made me swallow? Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Naturally, it's an aphrodisiac. What else could it be? What? Yun panicked, attempting to rise. But Xiao Yu pressed her firmly back down, calmly stating, Relax, it's a painkiller. As a battle emperor, you should possess some discernment. Yun sought to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Choosing silence, she allowed Xiao Yu to tend to her wounds, which he meticulously wrapped before clapping his hands and saying, The rest is up to you. Irritated, Yun turned her head away, and upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, she huffed, Thank you. What? Speak up. Xiao Yu feigned ignorance. Cupping his ear in jest, Yun rolled her eyes and replied, Forget it if you didn't hear. Sighing in resignation, Xiao Yu spread his hands, saying, I truly can't handle you. Smile more. You look lovely when you do. You haven't seen me smile, so how can you know I look lovely? Yun questioned, a hint of confusion lacing her tone. Just a guess. After all, you look stunning even without a smile. You must look even better when you do. Xiao Yu chuckled. A faint blush graced Yun's cheeks. No one had ever openly complimented her beauty before. However, witnessing Xiao Yu's teasing demeanor, she quipped, Smooth talker. I wonder how many girls you've deceived. You've never experienced it. So how would you know if I'm smooth-tongued? Xiao Yu muttered under his breath, though Yun did not catch it. What did you say? Nothing. I'm going outside to take a look. Without further ado, Xiao Yu strode toward the cave's entrance. As Yun observed Xiao Yu's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced her lips, a captivating expression blooming on her face, though regrettably, Xiao Yu remained oblivious to it. Chapter 33. The Tree of Life. As the petite creature, Little White, lay at the entrance of the cave, it sprang up upon seeing Xiao Yu emerge. Leaping into his arms, Xiao Yu cradled the creature, gently stroking its soft fur, when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing Yun. Reward, the Tree of Life. The reward is being generated. Please check it shortly. The next checkpoint is the Desert Serpent Tribe. Reward, Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was the second unique fire granted by the system. It appeared he could possess multiple types of extraordinary flames without the need to cultivate the burning decision. This realization brought a satisfied smile to his face. His cultivation technique had already significantly strengthened his physical form, making his body comparable to a resilient second-tier beast, and his spiritual power had transcended the mundane realm. Xiao Yu felt it was time to aspire towards becoming a third-tier alchemist. After a brief pause at the cave's entrance, Xiao Yu entered, carrying Little White. He sprinkled a dispersive powder around, ensuring no beasts would detect them, complemented by some repulsive herbs that further secured their safety. Upon returning to the cave, he found Yun deeply asleep. He sensed her wounds were healing slowly and would likely recover fully within a few days, though the seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King would require more time. As night fell, Xiao Yu roasted a mountain chicken, the enticing aroma rousing Yun from her slumber. However, unable to move, she could only gaze longingly at the feast. Observing her stubborn expression, wanting to eat yet hesitant to trouble him, Xiao Yu tore off a drumstick and offered it to her. After a brief internal struggle, Yun opened her rosy lips and, upon biting into the drumstick, her eyes sparkled with delight. Before long, she had devoured the entire piece. When her gaze shifted to the remaining drumstick on the grill, Little White began to chirp anxiously beside her. Xiao Yu reassured her, You are gravely injured and cannot consume too much meat. I shall gather some fruits for you shortly. Yun nodded slightly, saying nothing further. After finishing off the mountain chicken, Xiao Yu stepped outside to collect some plump, red fruits for her. In the deep of the night, by the warmth of the campfire, Xiao Yu nestled down with Little White, while Yun Yun continued to slumber, allowing her body to mend. Suddenly, a vibrant green light streaked swiftly from outside the cave, piercing into Xiao Yu's dantian, abruptly awakening him. Focusing his mind, he examined his dantian, where a lush, verdant tree stood majestically, its branches flourishing with leaves. The once turbulent aura surrounding it now subtly embraced the tree, and even the bone spirit cold fire within him flickered excitedly, as if welcoming this newfound presence. Could this be the tree of life, the reward bestowed by the system? Such a rich vitality emanated from it. As Xiao Yu marveled at the vibrant scene before him, he remained oblivious to the potent essence of life that stirred not only within him, but also roused the slumbering Xiao Bai, nestled contentedly on his abdomen. And the injured Yun Yun, who was in deep repose. Yun Yun gazed in astonishment at the formidable life force emanating from Xiao Yu, which seemed to hasten the healing of her wounds, while Xiao Bai greedily absorbed this vitality, its form subtly expanding and its pristine fur becoming increasingly lustrous. To Yun Yun, Xiao Yu appeared as an enigmatic riddle shrouded in mist, compelling her to draw closer. She could not fathom which powerful faction might claim him as their prodigy. Yet she chose to relinquish her musings and quietly bask in the strength of the life energy surrounding them. The night passed in silence. After discerning that the majestic life tree was a reward from the system, Xiao Yu drifted into slumber. Upon awakening and stretching, he was astonished to see Yun Yun standing upright, exclaiming in surprise, "You've recovered so quickly?" Yun Yun lightly nodded, responding, "Yes, I owe it all to your assistance." "Thank me? No need for that. It was merely my duty." Xiao Yu assumed she referred to his prior aid in applying medicine. Yun Yun cast him a peculiar glance that caused a flicker of unease within him. Could it be that she had uncovered his secret? It seemed implausible. The system was an enigma too profound to be perceived by Yun Yun. At that moment, Yun Yun spoke again. "I must remain here for a while longer. The seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King is rather troublesome." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, replying, "Of course." He then handed her a white jade vial, saying, "Do not stray too far. If you wish to bathe or gather fruits, disperse this essence around you to conceal your presence." Yun Yun accepted the vial and inquired, "Did you concoct this? Is it so surprising?" Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is quite astonishing. With your remarkable talent, how do you find the time to refine medicine and become an alchemist?" Yun Yun gazed at him in disbelief. While dispersing the essence around himself, Xiao Yu stated, "I am a master of time management. I can cultivate and refine medicine simultaneously. It is not a daunting task." With that, he seized a nearby harpoon and plunged into the lake beneath the waterfall, sending a cascade of water splashing around him. Only Yun Yun remained, dazedly murmuring, "Isn't that difficult?" Moments later, Xiao Yu resurfaced, 2 fish speared on his harpoon. Since realizing Xiao Bai's prodigious appetite, he had taken to catching 2 fish, one for himself and Yun Yun, and the other for Xiao Bai. With fish in hand, he spread his purple cloud wings and swiftly returned to the cave, observing Yun Yun seated on the stone bed, attempting to break through the seal, and chose not to disturb her. After setting up a grill, he began to roast the fish, sprinkling seasonings generously as a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yun Yun opened her beautiful eyes and approached Xiao Yu, saying, "I know an alchemist of considerable skill. I can introduce you to him." Xiao Yu handed her a piece of grilled fish, replying, "No need. I have a mentor." Xiao Yu was indeed referring to the Dandian, and he was aware that Yun Yun spoke of the ancient river. However, a 6th-grade alchemist truly pales in significance before the Dandian. Upon hearing that he had a mentor, Yun Yun felt a twinge of surprise, yet she refrained from further comment, silently picking up a roasted fish to eat. An air of silence enveloped them. In the subsequent days, Xiao Yu immersed himself in cultivation while Yun Yun endeavored to break through her seal. After several tranquil days, Yun Yun turned to Xiao Yu and said, "I wish to bathe in the lake below." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, replying, "Certainly. Remember to bring the vapor dispersant." She responded, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she stood still. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" "I would like you to keep an eye out for me," Yun Yun replied, then added, "Not to watch me, but to watch others." Xiao Yu chuckled. "There shouldn't be anyone else around here. However, Upon seeing the irked look in Yun's eyes, he acquiesced to her request. Chapter 34. Unexpected Encounter. What exquisite legs! As Xiao Yu cast a fleeting glance, he quickly averted his gaze upon catching sight of Yun's silhouette. To indulge in such peeping is unbecoming of a gentleman, he mused to himself while discreetly wiping away an imaginary droplet of saliva from the corner of his mouth. Yet his mind involuntarily replayed the image of those enchanting long legs. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled those wicked thoughts. Beneath the waterfall, Yun, poised to immerse herself in the water, glanced towards the cave and surveyed her surroundings. Even with her powers sealed, her soul perception, a gift of her Do Huang rank, allowed her to sense the absence of danger. Assured, she stepped into the lake. After a considerable time, Yun finally emerged from the water, donned her attire, and prepared to return. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should gather some fruits to take back, and she ventured towards the nearby forest. What sort of fruit is this? Yun pondered as she spotted a verdant little tree bearing 2 apple-like fruits. Although unfamiliar, they bore a resemblance to the ones Xiao Yu had previously gathered, prompting her to reach out and pluck them. After foraging a few more fruits in the forest, she returned to the cave. Seated cross-legged on the stone bed, Xiao Yu was immersed in his cultivation of do qi. A faint energy began to coalesce from the air, permeating through every pore of his body. The do qi circulated through his meridians, eventually surging towards his dantian. At the dantian, the life spirit tree took root, its spiraling energy resembling fluffy white clouds enveloping the tree's roots. The do qi then underwent another cycle within the life spirit tree, and Xiao Yu could feel the energy returning to him, now more refined and imbued with a rich essence of life that nourished his meridians. Sensing Yun's return, Xiao Yu halted his cultivation and opened his eyes, a faint green light flickering from their depths. Observing Xiao Yu's cessation of practice, Yun offered him one of the fruits she had just gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu accepted it and took a bite, the sweet juice flooding his mouth. This fruit is delightful, Yun exclaimed after tasting it, to which Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is indeed splendid. How did I not notice this before?" However, shortly after consuming the fruit, Xiao Yu began to feel an unusual sensation within his body. He quickly channeled his do qi through his meridians, yet found nothing amiss, though it felt as if a flame were igniting within him. A soft, muffled sound emanated from beside him, albeit weak and languid. Glancing at Yun, Xiao Yu was taken aback to find her in a similar predicament, her delicate face flushed, a faint rosy hue gracing her fair skin, and her body twisting uncomfortably. Her once vibrant gaze began to grow hazy. "What is happening?" Yun managed to utter, her voice trembling with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Yu keenly discerned that the fruit they had just encountered must be the source of their troubles, and he hastily inquired, "What kind of fruit did you just find? And what does it look like?" Yun, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Do you truly believe that the previous fruit is at fault? What else could it be? We haven't consumed anything else." Xiao Yu suppressed a rising surge of unseemly emotions, his visage slightly flushed. Yun quickly described the fruit tree from which the fruit had come, and Xiao Yu soon identified a similar fruit in the dandian. His expression abruptly shifted. "Goodness, you truly are a genius. You have a knack for stumbling upon trouble. This is indeed the Hehuan fruit." Yun exclaimed in surprise, but soon, due to the sealing of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's power within her, a desire surged from the depths of her soul into her consciousness, causing her gaze to become unfocused. "Hot, so hot," she murmured softly, momentarily bewildering Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's thoughts were in turmoil. The Hehuan fruit was a peculiar fruit that came in male and female pairs. Consuming both would trigger a reaction, and the only antidote lay in their union. The most perilous aspect was that the fruit's potency could not be subdued even by the mightiest of fighters at the peak of their power, let alone the current state of Xiao Yu and Yun, one barely at the doshi level, the other a sealed do huang. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Yu was about to speak when, unexpectedly, Yun lunged forward, sealing his lips with hers. Her delicate arms encircled his neck. The suppressed potency within Xiao Yu erupted. Disregarding any restraint, he instinctively enveloped the still-watching Xiao Bai in a shield of do qi. In that moment, the cave was filled with the warmth of passion. The night passed in silence, and come morning, Xiao Yu felt a chilling sensation at his neck, prompting him to open his eyes. He beheld Yun, now clad in her original simple gown, her hair styled into an elegant phoenix headdress, with a green longsword poised against his throat. "Have you regained your strength?" Xiao Yu queried, astonished that she had restored her power overnight. Had she taken the initiative? "I will kill you," Yun replied coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Hey, is this reasonable? You brought back the fruit. I am the victim here, and you still wish to slay me?" Xiao Yu could not help but raise his voice. "Is this your justification for violating my purity?" Yun's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face a mixture of shame and fury. "Very well. If we cannot reason this out, then do as you will." Xiao Yu, realizing that there was no point in further discussion, closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. Yun, witnessing Xiao Yu's demeanor, felt her anger surge, yet the sword in her hand faltered, unable to descend. Gazing at the handsome youth before her, a tear slipped from her eye as she coldly declared, "Let today's events be as if they never occurred. Never let me see you again." Upon finishing her words, Yun grasped the purple spirit crystal and turned to exit the cave. With a swift flap of her azure wings, she ascended into the sky, exuding an undeniable aura of a Do Emperor. In an instant, the high-level magical beasts, which had been relentlessly searching for their trail in the Beast Mountain range, were struck with terror, cowering on the ground, afraid to provoke the human radiating an icy atmosphere above. "Human, you have finally appeared." A furious roar echoed from the summit of the mountains, followed by the imposing figure of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, swiftly darting towards Yun. At that moment, Xiao Yu emerged from the cave and, witnessing the formidable presence of Yun in the sky, felt a surge of anxiety for her safety. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. Yun coldly commanded, "Wind of the extreme, fall and kill." The massive violet eyes of the purple crystal-winged Lion King widened in shock as an overwhelming aura of death surged towards it. With a sharp crack, the remaining half of the horn atop the Lion King's head was severed by Yun, inflicting excruciating pain that elicited a furious roar from the beast. "Human, you have broken through." The purple crystal-winged Lion King was struck with terror as it realized that Yun had ascended to the pinnacle of a 4-star Do Emperor, mere steps away from a 5-star Do Emperor. How little time had passed since then. Noticing that the Lion King refrained from further confrontation, Yun let out a cold snort, casting a final, discreet glance towards the cave before resolutely departing. Chapter 35. Heavenly Tribulation at Yunlan Mountain. A streak of azure light pierced the heavens, soaring directly into the heart of the Yunlan sect. Returning was Yun. Upon learning of her mentor's return, Nalan Yinran, who had been cultivating at the peak of Yunlan Mountain, hastened to Yun's chamber, located at the rear of the mountain. Arriving at the door, Nalan Yinran knocked gently, and after a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from within, followed by a soft creak as Yun opened the door. "Teacher." Nalan Yinran observed the slight swelling around Yun's eyes. Her curiosity piqued, yet she respectfully greeted her. "Teacher." "Come in." Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse, her chilly countenance betraying a hint of frost. Nalan Yinran nodded and entered the room behind her. Yun retrieved a purple spirit crystal from the table and handed it to Nalan Yinran, saying, "This is the purple spirit crystal I obtained for you. Present it to Elder Gu, and he will concoct medicinal pills for you." Nalan Yinran hesitated momentarily before accepting the crystal, then inquired, "Teacher, are you all right?" Yun, aware that her current state was somewhat unsettling, managed a faint smile and replied, "I am fine. You should focus on your cultivation." Though intelligent, Nalan Yinran could not fathom the troubles that burdened her mentor, so she could only say, "Then please rest well, teacher. I shall seek Elder Gu at once." "Yes, go," Yun said softly, nodding her head. Upon departing, Nalan Yinran made her way directly to the Pill Hall, a grand edifice established by the Yunlan sect for Elder Gu, where he typically refined elixirs. As she approached the hall, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards her, prompting her to step inside. Upon entering, she beheld Elder Gu engaged in the alchemical process. A pale white pill floated serenely within the cauldron. Noticing Nalan Yinran's arrival, Elder Gu smiled gently and remarked, "Yinran, is there something you need?" Nalan Yinran obediently presented the purple spirit crystal, and Elder Gu's eyes gleamed with interest. "Your teacher has returned?" he inquired. Nalan Yinran nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed." This is the purple spirit crystal entrusted to me by my teacher. A surge of energy emanated from Elder Gu-he as he placed his palm upon the cauldron. And in an instant, the pale white pill appeared in his hand, successfully forming the snow spirit pill. An exquisite fragrance emanated from the pill, prompting Nalan Yenran to exclaim, "Congratulations, Elder Gu-he, on refining a 5th-grade medicinal pill." Elder Gu-he chuckled, securing the pill before adding, "Your teacher and I are close friends. You may address me as Uncle Gu-he from now on." As he examined the purple spirit crystal she had presented, he marveled, truly, as expected from Yun. The quality of this crystal is exceptional. I shall commence the preparation of the purple spirit liquid immediately. At that moment, Nalan Yenran gently interjected, "Uncle Gu-he, I noticed that my teacher seemed somewhat troubled upon her return." The gaze of Gu-he flickered slightly, and I understood. "I will promptly assist you in refining this purple jade liquid. After 10 days, you may return to the pill hall to find me." Nalan Yenran nodded and said, "Then I shall take my leave for now." After standing in the grand hall for a while, Gu-he pondered for a moment before heading towards Yun's chambers. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, still at the Beast Mountain range, felt a sense of melancholy as he gazed at the empty cave after Yun's departure. However, he quickly composed himself and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, a striking crimson hue on the stone bed caught his eye, leaving him momentarily entranced. Suddenly, the fighting spirit within him surged through his meridians, causing his expression to change. It was a sign of impending advancement to a Do Master. He desperately tried to suppress the raging energy within him, recalling that Yun had also recently broken through to the 4-star Do Emperor level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a thought struck him. He remembered the chaotic cultivation technique he practiced. The chaotic cultivation technique comprises 2 aspects, the turbid and the pure. The turbid refines the body, while the pure refines the spirit. Moreover, the opening of this technique mentions a method of yin and yang union. Xiao Yu's heart raced. Could it be that the chaotic cultivation technique also possesses a dual cultivation effect? The surging fighting spirit within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. As he contemplated sitting on the stone bed to prepare for his breakthrough, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of death, as if a mysterious force in the ether had locked onto him. On the opposite side of the Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King, having lost its horn and significantly weakened, returned to its cave to recuperate after Yun's departure. However, it soon sensed an overwhelmingly powerful force enveloping the world around it, instilling a primal fear of resistance. What kind of power could this be? Rising slowly, it stepped out of its lair, observing the sky where dark clouds began to gather in ominous formations. A suffocating aura descended, causing even such a formidable sovereign to squint its beastly eyes. Beside it, the young amethyst-winged lion trembled slightly, gazing fearfully at the stormy clouds above. Xiao Yu, sensing something amiss, approached the cave entrance. Xiao bared its teeth at the gathering clouds, seemingly attempting to assert dominance. Yet this did not alter the fact that the sky was thick with ominous clouds. Upon witnessing this scene, a term suddenly surfaced in Xiao Yu's mind: heavenly tribulation. His expression darkened. What was this? Such scenes of heavenly tribulation had not been depicted in Do Pa. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your impending breakthrough to the Do Master realm. Due to your exceptional talent and the cultivation method you practice, the heavens have descended with jealousy, thus imposing the punishment of the heavenly path. Henceforth, every major breakthrough will attract heavenly punishment. I hope you can gain insight and advancement amidst this tribulation. You have altered the cultivation landscape of the Do Qi continent with your own strength. As such, a reward of a diamond protection shield and a celestial spirit pill has been bestowed upon you. Xiao Yu stood in stunned silence, listening to the voice of the system in his mind. What did it mean to incur the heavens' jealousy? And now, every major realm would be accompanied by heavenly tribulation? Crack! A sudden thunderclap resounded, prompting Xiao Yu to promptly examine the rewards bestowed by the system. The indomitable protective shield could withstand a single strike from the divine thunder of the tribulation, while the heavenly spirit pill would swiftly restore his internal fighting spirit to its zenith. It appeared that the system had thoughtfully prepared these provisions for his inaugural encounter with the tribulation. Above, ominous clouds billowed, dark and foreboding, as if on the verge of coalescing into a tangible form. Gazing at the tempestuous thunderclouds, Xiao Yu swallowed hard, and with a gentle flutter of his violet cloud wings, He ascended towards the swirling mass of darkness. Crack! Crack! Upon reaching the shadowy depths below the clouds, the lightning and thunder erupted with fervor, a palpable terror locking onto him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In the distance, the amethyst-winged Lion King, stationed at the entrance of the cave, recognized Xiao Yu as the intruder who had previously ventured into the sanctum to pilfer the amethyst spirit crystals and the accompanying amethyst source. Its massive violet eyes narrowed slightly. Was it truly him? The young amethyst-winged Lion King, brimming with excitement, emitted low growls, murmuring, "I believed he had departed alongside that human emperor of battle. Yet, it seems this human has not left. The terrifying commotion is indeed his doing. Could it be that his talent is simply too monstrous? Heavens above, allow me to test just how formidable you truly are." With unwavering resolve, Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon the impending tribulation, seemingly inciting the wrath of the cosmos. The roiling dark sky began to manifest faint, purplish lightning, heralding the arrival of the first tribulation upon the continent of fighting spirits. Chapter 36. The promotion of the Dome Master. Knock, knock, knock. As Yun was lost in thought, gazing at the mountains outside, a sudden series of knocks at the door jolted her back to reality. Rising from her seat, she approached and opened the door, discovering Gu He standing there. Yun surmised that Nan Lan Yin Ran must have had a discussion with Gu He, prompting his visit. Gu He smiled and said, "I heard you were back, so I came to see you. Won't you invite me in for a moment?" With her cool, piercing gaze, Yun glanced at Gu He before turning to enter. Gu He, his expression brightening, followed her inside. Once seated, Yun spoke, "I have nothing to worry about. You need not be concerned." Gu He, utilizing his keen spiritual awareness as a sixth-tier alchemist, sensed that Yun's aura appeared more robust than before. Surprised, he inquired, "Have you made a breakthrough in your strength?" Gu He was astonished, knowing that Yun had been stagnating at the 3-star Do Huang level for quite some time. He had not expected that a mere trip to the Beast Mountain range would lead to her breakthrough. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Yun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. Her expression paled momentarily before a flush of crimson colored her cheeks, leaving Gu He momentarily speechless. Sensing the peculiar intensity of Gu He's gaze, Yun quickly adjusted her demeanor and replied, "Indeed, my journey to the Beast Mountain range was quite fruitful. However, I did engage in battle with the purple crystal-winged Lion King and sustained some injuries. From that confrontation, I gleaned valuable lessons and insights, which naturally facilitated my breakthrough." "You were injured? Where?" Gu He queried anxiously. Yun shook her head, assuring him, "I am fine. It was merely a minor injury, and I have already recovered. My strength has now risen to the 4-star Do Huang level." Seeing that Yun appeared to be in good condition, Gu He finally relaxed and said, "Perfect. I plan to journey to the desert in a while, and now that you are a 4-star Do Huang, I would like to invite you to accompany me." Yun's elegant brows knitted together slightly. What purpose does a trip to the desert serve? The desert is not part of the Yunlan sect's territory. It is home to the serpent people, and their leader, Queen Medusa, is said to possess peak Do Huang strength. Gu He replied with a hint of nonchalance. "This time, I may confront Medusa in the desert." Yun, perplexed, asked, "What exactly are you planning?" "Strange fire," Gu He whispered. "As a 6th-tier alchemist, I may be the strongest in the Jiama Empire, but on the continent as a whole, 6th-tier alchemists are hardly considered high-ranking. I have been stagnant at this level for many years, yet I believe I have finally identified the reason for my stagnation." Gazing at Gu He, Yun inquired, "Are you suggesting that strange fire could assist you in elevating your rank as an alchemist?" Gu Huan nodded and remarked, "In the realm of Dookie is a coveted treasure for alchemists. If I can seize this, my alchemical prowess will undoubtedly ascend to the 7th rank, if not higher. This will be beneficial for you, for me, and for the Yunlan sect, with nary a downside." Yun fell into contemplative silence, lowering her head in thought before looking at Gu Hua. "It seems that can indeed be found among the serpent clan in the desert. Let us decide when you are ready to venture into the desert, and we shall journey there together to procure thee." Gu Hua gave a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further, and rose to depart. After Gu Hua's exit, Yun gazed into the distant horizon, silently reflecting, the matters of the Beast Mountain must soon come to a close. Meanwhile, within the Beast Mountain, Xiao Yu was experiencing considerable distress. The sky above was shrouded in ominous, tangible clouds that morphed continuously, gradually taking the shape of a funnel, with thick layers of clouds swirling with electric serpents. Xiao Yu's mood was heavily burdened, as a terrifying aura persistently locked onto him. Yet the anticipated thunderstorm remained elusive, inciting a deep sense of irritation within him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, causing the beasts within the Beast Mountain to tremble in fear as they gazed up at the ominous clouds, living in constant trepidation. Their eyes, however, were filled with reverence as they looked at Xiao Yu. The purple electric serpents in the clouds coalesced rapidly, forming a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's waist. Suddenly, as swift as a flash, the lightning struck directly at Xiao Yu, leaving him no chance to evade. The thunderbolt surged into his body from above, its immense force slamming him to the ground and creating a charred, deep crater. In an instant, Xiao Yu's garments were incinerated by the lightning. He let out a muffled groan, the intense pain contorting his features. Yet he quickly summoned his inner Dookie to shield his internal organs from the ravaging effects of the lightning. Unbeknownst to him, the once pale purple lightning began to shift towards a deep violet, its diameter transforming from that of a man's waist to the girth of an arm, while its power became even more formidable, a true concentration of essence. Crack, crack, crack. 3 successive bolts of potent energy lightning struck down in rapid succession. Xiao Yu, still recovering from the impact in the crater, was caught off guard as the fierce forces surged into him once more. This time, Xiao Yu could no longer contain himself. He let out a roar as the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation forced him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. His skin turned blackened and cracked, with blood seeping from his wounds, rendering him a pitiful sight. The violent force was becoming too much for Xiao Yu to withstand. Seizing a moment of respite, he sat cross-legged within the crater, activating the Chaotic Cultivation Method to absorb the rampant energy, utilizing it to refine his own physique. The clouds above have transformed into ominous black ones, with deep purple lightning tinged with a hint of crimson, seemingly brewing the final tribulation. As the chaotic cultivation technique operates, a vast amount of energy is refined and converted into fighting spirit, leading to a remarkable surge in Xiao Yu's power. He ascends from a 1-star Dome Master to 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and eventually reaches 9-star Dome Master, only to find himself confronted with the barrier of a great Dome Master. It is at this juncture that he halts his ascent, furrowing his brow, fully aware that a towering edifice must rest on a solid foundation. Hence, he begins to suppress his own strength. From 9-star Dome Master, he descends to 8-star, then 7-star, meticulously compressing the energy down to 1-star Dome Master before allowing it to rebound, repeating this process. Just then, the final terrifying lightning tribulation descends. Xiao Yu promptly activates the Diamond Guardian Shield. However, the lightning, no thicker than a chopstick, shatters the shield and strikes his spiritual body, leaving him pale and causing a trickle of fresh blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Quickly regaining his composure, Xiao Yu fervently channels the chaotic cultivation technique. The immense energy is rapidly refined, and his cultivation level begins to rise and stabilize. After approximately 10 breaths, he manages to stabilize his realm at 6-star Dome Master. Even under significant suppression, were he to harness this power to forcefully break through to Great Dome Master, it would not be impossible. Yet he knows all too well the consequence of such an act would lead only to his demise. Chapter 37. Entrustment. The chaotic cultivation method is immensely powerful and domineering. Under the continuous operation of Xiao Yu, the thunderous force of the heavenly tribulation was directly refined into pure energy, which surged through his meridians and flowed into his dantian. At this moment, the verdant branches of the life divine tree, residing in Xiao Yu's dantian, began to gently sway. A formidable aura of life enveloped Xiao Yu, sweeping through his entire being. The wounds that had been rent asunder by the lightning began to heal under this force, and the scars within his body gradually mended. After a while, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying gleams of glazed light burst forth from them. Sensing the immense power within him, he suddenly stood up. With a swift motion, he soared towards the sky like a phantom. Observing the churning dark clouds above, he noticed that the once pitch-black layers were beginning to lighten, and the lightning had long since vanished. This signified that the tribulation had passed. The purple cloud wings behind him fluttered slightly, and he shot upwards towards the clouds. With his fist clenched, enveloped in fighting spirit, he struck towards the cloud layer, exclaiming, "Heavenly old thief, taste my fist." Boom. The overwhelming fighting spirit transformed into a fiery red dragon, clawing and pouncing towards the dark clouds. After the strike, the gathering clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. In the distance, the amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at Xiao Yu's ethereal figure, reminiscent of an immortal, and then glanced at the small amethyst-winged lion beside him. For a moment, hesitation flickered in his eyes, but it quickly solidified into determination, as if he had made a decision. He grasped the small amethyst-winged lion and flapped his wings, soaring towards Xiao Yu. Seeing the clouds dissipate, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him, his mood lifting significantly. A gentle breeze brushed past, and he noticed a chill. It dawned on him that his clothes had long been reduced to ashes during the tribulation. Hastily, he retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial ring and donned it. Human. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind him. He turned around, nearly startled to death. It was the amethyst-winged Lion King standing right behind him. Instantly, Xiao Yu tensed, his fighting spirit surging within him, prepared for flight at any moment. The amethyst-winged Lion King seemed to sense Xiao Yu's anxiety and spoke, "There is no need to be tense. This is merely a matter between me and that human woman." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the amethyst-winged Lion King, unable to grasp his meaning. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the truth in the words, realizing that under the amethyst-winged Lion King's strength, escape was futile. "What do you wish to do?" Xiao Yu inquired after a moment of silence. The amethyst-winged Lion King had come for a reason, and as he noticed the small creature beside him glaring at him with anger, Xiao Yu merely offered a faint smile. The amethyst-winged Lion King cast a glance at the little one and remarked, "I can sense the changes here after you have endured that thunderstorm. The energy between heaven and earth seems to have intensified. More importantly, your innate talent astonishes me." Upon hearing the Lion King's assessment, Xiao Yu remained largely unperturbed, merely gazing at him quietly, awaiting further words. The amethyst-winged Lion King sighed and said, "I hope you can take my son out into the world. Being by your side is undoubtedly preferable to remaining in the Beast Mountain range." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, and even the little amethyst-winged Lion King looked at his father in confusion. The Lion King continued, "Our clan is renowned for its formidable combat prowess. Yet we have always been unable to transcend the confines of the 6th-tier magical beasts. Perhaps only by venturing across the continent will we achieve significant breakthroughs. Coincidentally, my son has recently ascended to the 3rd-tier magical beast level, possessing strength comparable to that of a great fighter among humans. Consider him your bodyguard. What do you think? Are you so certain that I can assist you? Are you not afraid that I might jeopardize your son?" Xiao Yu inquired, his brows furrowing. The Lion King chuckled heartily. "I have a keen eye for people and naturally trust you. However, should he ever face a life-threatening situation, I hope you will come to his aid." Xiao Yu gazed deeply at the amethyst-winged Lion King and ultimately nodded in agreement. Firstly, the Lion King was earnestly beseeching him, and secondly, he truly needed a bodyguard of the great fighter realm. As the Lion King had mentioned, the little amethyst-winged Lion King was nearly invincible within that realm, even capable of contending with lower-tier human spirit masters. "Very well, I shall take him with me, and should he grow and wish to return, I shall not hinder him," Xiao Yu declared to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King nodded slightly and turned to the little amethyst-winged Lion King, saying, "You must grow." With that, he unfurled his magnificent purple wings and soared towards the mountains. The little amethyst-winged Lion King's large beastly eyes were filled with reluctance and sorrow. Yet he did not follow, instead collapsing onto the ground with a whimper as he watched his father's figure recede into the distance. Xiao Yu approached and gently patted the little one's head, stating, "From now on, you shall call me elder brother, and I shall call you little Z." Observing the little one's melancholy demeanor, he retrieved a piece of companion amethyst crystal essence and offered it to him. Upon seeing it, little Z licked his tongue and promptly consumed the entire offering, regaining some of his spirits. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and, with little Z in tow, made his way toward the cave, preparing to tidy up and take Little Bai across the Beast Mountain range to Blackrock City, and then visit his elder brothers. Moreover, he intended to pay a visit to the Serpent People clan. All things considered, there was much to be done. Upon returning to the cave, Little Bai immediately rushed toward Xiao Yu. During their time together, Little Bai had become as clingy as a kitten, almost resembling a cat in demeanor. What perplexed Xiao Yu was that upon seeing Xiao Bai, Xiao Zi suddenly appeared to be engulfed in fear. Xiao Zi sensed an overwhelmingly potent bloodline suppression, a phenomenon that typically manifests only between higher and more exalted magical beasts. He could not comprehend why an aura emanating from Xiao Bai compelled him to submit. Nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace, Xiao Bai cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Zi before closing his eyes. Xiao Zi, in turn, felt a release as the oppressive aura dissipated. Nevertheless, he still regarded Xiao Bai with trepidation. This scene did not escape Xiao Yu's notice, although he paid it little mind. After tidying up and placing everything into his spatial ring, Xiao Yu observed Xiao Zi in a predicament. Although this little creature was not as colossal as his father, he was comparable in size to an adult lion, complete with a pair of wings, which made him rather conspicuous. Thus, Xiao Yu resorted to perusing his alchemical compendium, seeking a transformation elixir or any other potion that could alter Xiao Zi's appearance. At last, he discovered it, the shape-shifting pill, capable of altering the appearance and size of magical beasts, classified as a second-tier elixir. Upon finding this potion, Xiao Yu promptly instructed Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi to remain within the cave while he ventured out alone to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for its concoction. Upon returning to the cave, he swiftly brewed the shape-shifting pill. As Xiao Zi consumed the circular elixir, his majestic appearance and size diminished significantly. Xiao Yu could only remark, "How should I put it? No matter how I look at him, he resembles a golden retriever." Chapter 38. Encountering the little medical sage again, Xiao Yu gazed contentedly at the form of the young amethyst-winged Lion King. Golden fur was merely golden fur. As long as it did not attract undue attention, it sufficed. Ignoring the dissatisfied glances from Xiao Zi, which were futile at this moment, Xiao Yu took charge. After tidying up, he departed the cave with Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi, setting off to leave the monster beast mountains for Emotai City. As they traversed a forested area, Xiao Yu was abruptly met with the sounds of a scuffle. Frowning slightly, he sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself atop a large tree. Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi followed closely behind, and Xiao Yu made a slight space for the two little creatures before glancing toward the slope ahead, his eyes narrowing in surprise. It was her. Xiao Yu had not anticipated encountering the little medical sage here once more. However, she appeared to be in a predicament. Confronted by a gaunt man who was flanked by a dozen burly men, a wound marred her form, and the white veil that once adorned her face had fallen away, revealing a visage of extraordinary beauty. Even in the face of this perilous situation, she remained unyielding, her expression calm as she regarded the thin man before her. The gaunt man leered after sizing her up and said, "Little medical sage, isn't it rather lonely here all by yourself in search of medicinal herbs? We, your uncles, have plenty of time to keep you company. Just imagine the scene if this revered little medical sage were to indulge under our care." Ha. The surrounding men joined in raucous laughter, their lewd gazes fixated on the little medical sage, who stood resolute at the center. She replied coolly, "Oh, did not the vice captain of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, Mu Li, say he would take me back intact?" The gaunt man responded with a derisive laugh. "Vice captain? I am actually the second captain of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. As long as I deliver you alive, does it truly matter to him or me whether you return whole?" Xiao Yu, not far away, caught wind of the gaunt man's words and muttered softly, "Second captain of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps? I believe he goes by Ganmu. A 9-star fighter accompanied by 10 5-star fighters. This should take me no more than 2 minutes to resolve. Little lady, with such a delicate face, allow me to enjoy it." Ganmu exclaimed as he reached out towards the little medical sage's beautiful face. In her injured state, she lacked the strength to resist and could only watch in despair as his hand drew ever closer, her eyes closing in hopeless resignation. "Hey, it's broad daylight. Is it really appropriate to harass a young lady like this?" The little medical sage, who had felt as though her heart had turned to ash, suddenly heard a gentle laughter nearby. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, prompting her to open her eyes in haste. Before her stood Xiao Yu, his tall and graceful silhouette bringing back memories from 2 or 3 months prior. She remembered this boy. Before Ganmu could react, he found his hand seized by the young man before him, his face darkening as he cursed, "Who the hell are you? Get lost and let go of my hand." Upon hearing Ganmu's words, Xiao Yu maintained a gentle smile. Yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he began to exert pressure on Ganmu's right hand. Ganmu initially sought to free himself from Xiao Yu's grip, but to his dismay, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. In exasperation, he cursed, "Release me, you little bastard." No sooner had he spoken than he let out a piercing cry. "Ah, it hurts. You lot, come at me." The surrounding brutes, sensing the shift in the situation, quickly closed in on Xiao Yu, ready to attack. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Why offer yourselves up to death?" As he spoke, he drew the ink-scaled blade from his back and, with a casual sweep, unleashed a sword qi that pierced through the air toward the approaching men. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as the horrified cries of the men echoed around them. Their hands were severed cleanly at the wrists, blood gushing forth, painting a gruesome scene. The young healer, witnessing this horror, turned pale, yet upon recalling the misdeeds of those men, her flicker of sympathy swiftly vanished. The injured men, terrified, fled hastily towards the mountains, and Xiao Yu chose not to hinder their escape. If they sought death, so be it. After all, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps was a malignant presence in this area, and their eradication would be a boon. Seeing his subordinates dispatched with such ease, Ganmu, no fool himself, realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He quickly pleaded, "Hero, I beseech you, spare my life. I acknowledge my mistakes." Enduring the pain in his hand, he glanced at the young healer and continued, "Hero, do you fancy the young healer? I shall offer her to you. A girl as delightful as she will surely bring you joy. Kindly show mercy and let me go." The healer, incensed by Ganmu's words, flushed with anger and rebuked him. "You shameless wretch." Xiao Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with a faint smile, "Whether or not to spare you is moot. She is already mine, requiring no gift from you. Moreover, your lecherous demeanor reveals you have likely harmed many young women. A scoundrel like you is hard to forgive." Realizing his charm was futile, Ganmu resorted to monetary temptation. Wait. I still have money. If you let me go, I shall give you all my wealth amassed over the years. I may not have much, but it suffices." Xiao Yu chuckled. "I, too, possess wealth. However, I find it insufficient." Seeing that soft persuasion failed, Ganmu's expression darkened, revealing a menacing glare as he declared, "I am the second captain of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. If you kill me, our leader will not let you go." Unperturbed, Xiao Yu responded, "Oh, and how will they pursue me?" With that, he effortlessly revealed his 6-star douqi prowess, unleashing a fierce aura that left Ganmu's face ashen. He stammered, "Why, you are a douqi? You should know that even the leader, Mu Shi, is a douqi, yet he has never encountered one so young." Moreover, he could sense that the ferocious aura of the Dome Master emanating from Xiao Yu was undoubtedly more formidable than that of his own leader. Otherwise, he would not have felt a surge of trepidation, a sentiment he had never experienced even in the presence of the leader, Mu Shi. The little medicine sage gazed at the young man before her in astonishment. In just a matter of months, he had ascended from a fighter to a Dome Master, a terrifying talent that left her utterly astounded. "Enough of the jesting. It is your own fault for presenting yourself so willingly. I find you quite unpleasant, and coupled with your insults towards me, you shall meet your demise." With a swift motion, Xiao Yu's palm was enveloped in a white flame, which transformed into a serpentine blaze that ensnared Ganmu. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of white ashes upon the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, rendering him utterly non-existent. Ganmu did not even emit a cry of agony before being consumed by Xiao Yu's flames, while the little medicine sage's eyes widened in surprise. Yet, Xiao Yu appeared unfazed, as if the extinguishing of a life were a trivial matter. Having spent several months in the Beast Mountain range, he had already become accustomed to such sanguinary methods. Turning to see the little medicine sage's stunned expression, he offered a gentle smile, asking, "Are you frightened?" She finally regained her composure and, with a slight shake of her head, replied, "He met a fate he richly deserved." Chapter 39. The small valley. Xiao Yu gazed at the wounds adorning the little medical fairy and retrieved several vials of healing elixirs from his spatial ring, presenting them to her. "These are self-crafted potions. Their healing properties are quite remarkable. Please, use them." The little medical fairy stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment. "You are an alchemist?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Is it so astonishing that I am an alchemist?" The little medical fairy found herself momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. She pondered the implications of Xiao Yu's formidable strength and his identity as an alchemist, questioning what kind of prodigy could achieve such feats. However, Upon recalling Xiao Yu's extraordinary flames, his alchemical prowess began to seem less surprising. Unperturbed by her moment of bewilderment, Xiao Yu beckoned towards the great tree, and soon, Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi manifested beside him in a flash of light. The little medical fairy cast a glance at the two creatures, her eyes sparkling with affection. These little ones are absolutely adorable. Are they your pets? Xiao Yu surveyed Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi before nodding. Indeed, one is named Xiao Bai, and the other Xiao Zi. To his surprise, the little medical fairy burst into laughter at his words. Is that truly how you named these two? Xiao Yu found himself momentarily entranced by her radiant smile, but quickly regained his composure, shrugging his shoulders. As the old saying goes, a humble name ensures a prosperous life. At that moment, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi regarded Xiao Yu with displeasure in their eyes. The little medical fairy scooped up Xiao Bai, who offered no resistance and instead displayed a contented expression, appearing rather spoiled. With a gleeful smile, the little medical fairy remarked, "It seems Xiao Bai is quite fond of me." Nestled in her arms, Xiao Bai settled into a comfortable position, closing his eyes and exuding an air of indolent satisfaction. Watching Xiao Bai snuggle against the little medical fairy, Xiao Yu silently mused, could this little fellow be male? Nonetheless, he chose to divert his attention and inquired, how did you attract the attention of the wolf head mercenary group? As she caressed Xiao Bai's soft fur, the little medical fairy recounted, previously, I obtained a treasure map indicating the location of a cave. Unfortunately, Mu Li, the vice-captain of the wolf head mercenary group, learned of this from my assistant and followed me to the cave. Inside, there were initially 3 stone boxes. However, it seems someone had arrived before me, and I only managed to acquire a portion of the treasures. Mu Li assumed I had obtained everything and demanded I surrender the items. Although I narrowly escaped, he remains relentless in his pursuit. Upon hearing her tale, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Xiao Yu's eyes, for the treasures she spoke of were indeed those he had taken, which inadvertently became the reason for her being hunted by the mercenary group. A sense of remorse washed over him. The little medical fairy glanced at Xiao Yu. Her curiosity piqued. What is troubling you? Xiao Yu gradually regained his composure and remarked, oh, it's nothing. Just some thoughts crossed my mind. However, he mused that he had not truly wronged her, as he had at least left behind the 7-colored poison scripture. Yet, the mere thought of the scripture reminded him of the accursed poison body. The little medical fairy glanced at Xiao Yu but refrained from probing further, nodding as she said, I have a secret stronghold in the Monster Beast mountain range. That group just now has surely gone to report back. Why don't we head there first? Xiao Yu responded with a gentle smile, perfect timing. We can resolve everything at once. Since you've mentioned it, let us visit your secret stronghold. As for the matter of the accursed poison body, Xiao Yu decided to wait a while before inquiring further, as this was not something he could dictate. The little medical fairy smiled softly and then produced a bamboo flute, placing it to her lips. An enchanting melody resonated through the forest, and Xiao Yu understood that she was summoning her companion, seemingly a first-tier magical beast, a blue eagle. With that strange sound wave echoing out, a sharp cry soon followed. Xiao Yu looked up to see a massive blue eagle soaring from the horizon, rapidly approaching their location. Within moments, the giant eagle was circling above them. The little medical fairy waved her hand, and the eagle gradually descended, landing gracefully before her. She gently stroked the eagle's head and introduced, This is my companion, Xiaolan. Xiao Yu chuckled. What difference does that name make? Hearing his remark, the little medical fairy wrinkled her adorable nose and retorted, Humph, it's certainly different. Xiaolan Eslan refers to the mist of the mountains. All right then, Xiao Yu said, offering no further comment. The little medical fairy, cradling Xiao Bai, leapt onto Xiaolan's back, with Xiao Yu following closely behind with Xiao Zi. Let us go home, Xiaolan. The little medical fairy called out. The eagle let out a cry, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a gust of wind swept through as it soared into the sky, carrying the two of them aloft. Xiaolan's broad back was soft and comfortable, and Xiao Yu reclined upon it, enjoying the sensation. The little medical fairy, feeling quite at ease, expressed her gratitude. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. There's no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. The little medical fairy said nothing further, quietly stroking Xiao Bai's fur. Xiao Lan flew swiftly, and soon Xiao Yu spotted a basin below, adorned with medicinal herbs. Yet they did not linger there, but instead plunged deeper into the basin. They gradually descended into a small valley. suffused with rich energy and the fragrant aroma of herbs, a splendid place for cultivation. The abundance of medicinal materials here was perfect for concocting elixirs for their journey into the desert. How do you find this environment? Are you satisfied? This valley is completely isolated from the outside world, shrouded in thick mist above, making it exceedingly concealed. It was only by chance that Xiao Yu brought me here. Otherwise, I would never have discovered it. The little medical fairy exclaimed with a delightful laugh, clearly pleased with their secret haven. Xiao Yu marveled. This place is indeed remarkable. Are you not afraid that I might claim it as my own? The little medical sage, with a cheerful smile, replied, I possess a keen ability to read people. Besides, had you not saved me, I would have long perished at the hands of those villains. It is no exaggeration to call you my savior. Thus, what harm is there in gifting you this place? Xiao Yu, appreciating her words, gave her a thumbs up and said, Now, that is music to my ears. However, while I could stay here for a while, if it were truly gifted to me, I would not frequent it often. Yet, as your benefactor, is it too much to ask for a meal? The little medical sage shot him a playful glance and replied, Such audacity. Just wait. With that, she ventured into a small grove, and shortly thereafter, she reappeared with 2 plump wild rabbits in her hands. As night fell, the little medical sage and Xiao Yu sat before a crackling bonfire, roasting the succulent rabbits. Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi lay nearby, eagerly anticipating their share, almost drooling in anticipation, while Xiao Yu stood behind the little medical sage, clearly sharing a close bond with her. All right, it's time to feast. Let us see how it tastes. The little medical sage handed a roasted rabbit to Xiao Yu and divided the other among Xiao Bai, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Yu. Delicious, Xiao Yu exclaimed, and the little medical sage smiled without uttering a word, as the 2 humans and 3 beasts indulged in a hearty meal. Chapter 40. The Enraged Mu Shi. What did you say? Gan Mu is dead? In the grand hall of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps stronghold in Qingshan town, Mu Shi, in a fit of rage, shattered a wooden table beside him as he glared at the several hulking men kneeling before him, their hands missing. The trembling men lamented. We were so close to capturing the little medical sage, but unexpectedly, a young lad appeared from nowhere. Not only did he severely injure us, but he also seized the neck of the second commander and killed him outright. The senior members of the Wolf Head, upon hearing the words of these underlings, furrowed their brows. However, witnessing Mu Shi's fury, they refrained from further comment. They dared not provoke his wrath at such a moment. At this juncture, Mu Li, standing nearby, interjected, Are you saying that a mere boy managed to grievously wound you with a single sword strike and then kill the second commander? The men nodded hastily. Yet Mu Li scoffed, What a farce. The second commander possesses the strength of a 9-star fighter. If what you claim is true, then that boy must be at the rank of a battle master. Do you expect anyone to believe this? This is the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. We will not tolerate such nonsense. The gathered crowd began to register Mu Li's words. Indeed, it was a valid point. The second commander was a 9-star fighter. And within the Wolf Head, only the commander Mu Shi could confidently suppress Gan Mu. While it might have been plausible had another commander from a different mercenary group intervened, it now appeared these men were merely fabricating excuses to evade responsibility. No, that lad's strength was genuinely formidable. He wounded us with a single move. His prowess is undoubtedly at the battlemaster level. Commander, you must believe us. The men hastily defended themselves. Mu Li rebuked them. Surely, you encountered ambushes from the other 2 mercenary groups in the Monster Beast Mountains, did you not? You dared to abandon the second commander and flee. He then turned to the commander, stating, These traitors, driven by fear for their lives, failed to protect the second commander. In my opinion, it would be best to execute them to set an example. Upon hearing Mu Li's words, the faces of the underlings turned ashen. They comprehended that Mu Li was fabricating a pretext for their execution. After all, they had become handicapped, severely weakened, and were now a burden to the mercenary corps. Should they be cast aside, it would undoubtedly lead to public outcry. Yet now, the situation had changed. Mu Li had branded them with the label of traitors, effectively sealing their fates. Although they had previously concealed the fact that they had abandoned the second commander, with his absence now suggesting his demise at the hands of that young lad, Mu Li's repeated assertions now threatened their lives, inciting panic within them. Commander, we truly did not act as you claim. Please spare us. They pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Mu Shi thundered, Enough. Mu Li is correct. The wolf head mercenary corps does not require traitors. Guards, take them away and execute them to serve as a warning. With a single sentence, Mu Shi sealed the fate of the individuals before him. A group of mercenaries entered and dragged the men away, and soon, the air outside was filled with curses. However, the sound was swiftly extinguished by the soft splatter of blood. The remaining high-ranking members of the Wolf Head organization were filled with trepidation. One of them inquired, "Captain, what shall we do now?" Mu Shi, his expression darkened, replied, "If this matter is indeed as they claim, a mere boy is responsible, then it is likely that Gan Mu is already dead. Yet, this boy cannot possibly possess the strength of a Do master. At most, he is a 9-star Do fighter. Nevertheless, such power warrants our vigilance." Gradually regaining his composure from his fury, Mu Shi understood the gravity of the situation. The other two leaders had no reason to provoke conflict at this time. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly ordered, "They will not linger long in the Monster Beast Mountains. Send the word down. All mercenaries must withdraw from the mountains. Remain alert to Xiao Yishian's movements at the periphery. Upon discovering her whereabouts, do not act hastily. Return and report first." "Understood. By the way, what of Herman?" Mu Shi scanned the hall and frowned. "I heard that Captain Herman is preparing to enter the Monster Beast Mountains with a few brothers to accompany Lady Lan from the Blue Flower Tavern to hunt snow foxes." The subordinate hesitated, but dared not conceal the truth, responding candidly. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi cursed angrily, "That fool. Stop him. Inform him that second Captain Gan Mu has perished in the Monster Beast Mountains, and let him know he can march to his doom if he wishes." "Yes." The subordinate hurried off to relay the message to Captain Herman. Meanwhile, Herman, having gathered his brothers and prepared to embark, noticed a mercenary rushing towards him in a panic, causing him to furrow his brow. The mercenary, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Captain, the leader has ordered you not to enter the mountains. The brothers have been pulled out from the Monster Beast Mountains." Herman, displeased, frowned and retorted, "What is my brother up to?" Just then, a voluptuous and alluring noblewoman approached, sauntering with an enticing sway. Her soft, delicate form leaned against Herman, igniting a spark of desire in his gaze. "Wherever you wish to go, my lady, I shall follow." At this moment, the mercenary interjected, but the captain said, "Even second Captain Gan Mu." Before he could finish, Herman slapped the mercenary's face in anger, rebuking him. "Do not mention the second captain to me. Get out of my way. I am going into the mountains, and I dare anyone to stop me." The mercenary, holding his face in shock, fell silent, helplessly watching as Herman led a dozen of his wolf-head brothers boldly into the Monster Beast Mountains. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Sagan let out a cold sneer, remarking, "Good advice is wasted on the damned. Hyman has always been arrogant. Now he disregards even the captain's words. Let him be. It would be best if he remains in the Beast Mountains." He then sighed. If he truly encounters that young man, it is a pity for those 15 brothers. Sagan shook his head and made his way toward the captain's quarters. At this moment, Xiao Yu had begun his cultivation in the valley. The energy here was abundant, and if he could stay for 10 days or half a month, he might be able to elevate his strength further. The little medical sage did not disturb him. Instead, she watched Xiao Yu diligently practicing, a flicker of curiosity and admiration crossing her eyes. Taking advantage of Xiao Yu's training, she decided to venture into the valley to gather some herbs for concocting poisons, as she had recently acquired a colorful poison manual and was eager to delve into its study. Chapter 41. The decision to cultivate in the following 3 days. Xiao Yu and the little medical sage busied themselves with their respective pursuits. While the little medical sage delved into the study of toxicology, Xiao Yu engaged in both cultivation and the art of alchemy. He had begun to learn the intricacies of crafting third-grade elixirs. Although the outcomes were not entirely satisfactory, they were merely a hair's breadth away from success. The primary challenge lay in the superior quality of the medicinal herbs required for third-grade elixirs. Despite the myriad of herbs available in the valley, few could serve Xiao Yu's alchemical needs. It appeared that a visit to the Alchemist Guild was necessary, for acquiring the status of an alchemist would undoubtedly facilitate the procurement of certain herbs. After concluding his alchemical endeavors for the day, Xiao Yu muttered to himself. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, intensely aromatic yet tinged with an unsettling undertone. Startled, Xiao Yu quickly realized this was poison. To his astonishment, he discerned this only after careful consideration. While ordinary poisons posed little challenge for him, this one was evidently extraordinary. The aroma contained traces of toxins. However, the essence of his cultivation, the chaotic source technique, endowed him with the ability to neutralize poisons, a discovery he had made during his initial forays into alchemy. Thus, he channeled his energy to expel the toxins from his body, following up with the bone spirit cold fire to incinerate them completely. His gaze shifted towards the little medical sage's wooden cabin, the source of the alluring scent. He first administered an antidote he had concocted to Xiao Bai, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Lan before striding towards the little medical sage's abode. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped lightly on the door, eliciting a response from within. What is it? A slight furrow adorned Xiao Yu's brow as he queried. Are you concocting poison? Just then, with a creak, the little medical sage opened the door. Xiao Yu's eyes fell upon a small iron pot bubbling gently, the enticing aroma emanating from within. Noticing his gaze, the little medical sage's expression shifted dramatically as she feigned calmness, saying, I am preparing a defensive poison. What is the matter? Yet, Xiao Yu scrutinized her intently, declaring, the toxicity of the poison you are creating far exceeds what is necessary for self-defense. This could easily be lethal to a dome master. Do not attempt to deceive me. Do not forget that I am an alchemist. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the little medical sage's complexion paled significantly. She realized she could not hide the truth from him and was taken aback by his swift discovery. Xiao Yu's gaze swept across the room, and indeed, he spotted a colorful scroll on the desk. Channeling his energy towards the vibrant scroll, he retrieved it, seizing it in his hand. As the little medical sage made to snatch it back, Xiao Yu denied her the opportunity, holding it behind his back and asking, have you uncovered something within this toxicology manual? The little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with bitterness as she remarked, in truth, I have longed to traverse the continent, yet my abilities do not permit such aspirations. Xiao Yu, equally surprised, promptly unfurled the scroll of the poison scripture, and indeed, at the conclusion of the 7-colored poison scripture, he discovered annotations regarding the eerie poison body and methods to discern it. You have already realized that your constitution differs from others, have you not? Xiao Yu inquired solemnly. The little medical fairy gazed up at him, remaining silent, but merely nodded in affirmation. After a brief silence, Xiao Yu continued, I understand your desire to grow stronger, and I am uncertain how to dissuade you. However, I hope that after I share a story with you, should you still choose to cultivate the eerie poison body, I will not stand in your way. The little medical fairy, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, was eager to learn what tale he intended to share. Xiao Yu, casting a deep glance at her, began, indeed, there once existed a woman who cultivated the eerie poison body on this continent. It remains a secret of the realm. In a fit of fury, she transformed an entire empire into a desolate wasteland of poison, causing the demise of hundreds of thousands, if not more. At this revelation, the little medical fairy's pupils constricted, her expression rife with disbelief. Yet Xiao Yu continued, this woman possessed the strength of a 5-star battle emperor. Many formidable warriors, having narrowly escaped from that poisoned land, sought vengeance against her. One by one, these powerful individuals fell at her hands, the weakest among them being battle spirits. There was even a 9-star battle emperor on the verge of ascending to the battle sovereign level, yet tragically, he too perished at her hands. Ultimately, the incident attracted the attention of some reclusive immortals, leading to a battle shrouded in secrecy. The woman was gravely wounded and fled. Yet one battle sovereign from the opposing side took a full decade to recover from the toxins inflicted upon him. Upon observing the shock in the little medical fairy's eyes, Xiao Yu continued, poison masters are already shunned by society. Should you decide to cultivate the eerie poison body, you may find yourself pursued by all practitioners in this world. Are you truly resolute in your decision? The little medical fairy hesitated, her curiosity piqued, and what became of that woman in the end? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu responded, I am not entirely certain. All I know is that 20 years after the battle, she had ascended to the rank of battle sovereign. The little medical fairy's lips felt parched as she murmured, such strength is astonishing. Xiao Yu nodded, affirming, indeed, for once the eerie poison body is mastered, one need only ingest poison to convert it into battle energy, thus enhancing one's power far more effortlessly than through arduous training, as I have endured. The little medical fairy, amused by his words, chuckled, From your tone, it seems you harbor some envy? Xiao Yu acknowledged. Indeed, I do feel a tinge of envy. However, the power gained through such cultivation carries immense risks. Nevertheless, I must ask, are you certain you wish to pursue the eerie poison body? With a slight shrug, he stated unequivocally. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the little healer refrained from addressing his inquiry directly. Instead, she posed a singular question. If I cultivate the Yinan poison body, will you, like others in the world, become my adversary? Gazing into the little healer's eyes, brimming with anticipation, Xiao Yu gently shook his head and replied, naturally, I shall not. Upon hearing his response, a flicker of unknown brilliance illuminated the little healer's gaze, and with unwavering resolve, she declared, I have resolved to cultivate the Yinan poison body. Xiao Yu regarded her with a hint of surprise and asked, are you certain? Indeed, I am certain. Observing her steadfast demeanor, Xiao Yu chose to say no more, simply returning the colorful scroll of the Poison Sutra to her. Upon receiving the scroll, the little healer, puzzled, inquired, how do you possess such profound knowledge of the Yinan poison body? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. It is simply a consequence of my extensive reading since childhood, resulting in a wealth of knowledge. The little healer's lips curled into a sweet smile as she playfully chided, you only know how to boast. Yet, with a grin, Xiao Yu retorted, even if I were boasting, you seem to believe it, do you not? The little healer chose not to counter his statement, but Xiao Yu's subsequent words left her in a state of astonishment, perhaps even delight. Chapter 42. Journey to the Desert City. Now that you have resolved to cultivate the calamity poison body, I shall no longer hold back, Xiao Yu declared. The little medical fairy gazed at Xiao Yu in bewilderment and inquired, what do you mean? With a subtle smile, Xiao Yu replied, in truth, I possess not only a comprehensive understanding of the calamity poison body, but I also know how to completely master it. Upon hearing his words, the little medical fairy momentarily fell into a daze. Are you truly serious? She eventually managed to ask. Of course, is there any doubt? Xiao Yu was well aware of how the calamity poison body could ultimately be controlled. However, entirely mastering the little medical fairy's calamity poison body would indeed pose some challenges. Nevertheless, the Dan Canon contains methods for its treatment. There are actually two ways to alleviate the calamity poison body. The first method recorded in the Dan Canon involves cultivating the Poison Transformation Zen Sutra, an exceptionally unique technique, akin to the calamity poison body itself. This Poison Transformation Zen Sutra is merely a yellow-grade technique, yet its significance transcends its rank. Upon cultivating it, one could transform all poison-infused combat energy into normal combat energy. However, one crucial drawback is that after purging the poison-infused energy, one's strength would be reduced to nearly nothing. This is one of the points Xiao Yu sarcastically criticized. Essentially, one would first enhance their strength through the calamity poison body, and then, at the moment the body threatens to spiral out of control, begin practicing the Poison Transformation Zen Sutra. What a conundrum. Thus, Xiao Yu promptly dismissed this first method. Any sensible individual would not opt for it. The second method, however, is the poison pill technique. The Dan Canon provides a more detailed and effective account of the poison pill technique, which involves a progressive approach, cultivating different poison pills at each stage to control the toxins within. Xiao Yu shared the poison pill technique with the little medical fairy, who, somewhat astonished, remarked, the calamity poison body can actually be cultivated in this manner? Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. You are not the only one with a calamity poison body in this continent. Since there have been predecessors who possessed it, there must certainly be some methods of control left behind for reference. In my view, cultivating poison pills to manage the poison-infused combat energy is a far more secure approach. The little medical fairy nodded eagerly, indeed, but as you mentioned, even if I were to attempt to refine poison pills now, I would require at least two types of, one being the magic core of a third-tier magical beast, and the other, whatever that life essence is. I have never even heard of such or life essence. How am I to find them? She said, her spirits visibly dampened. Xiao Yu responded, as for, I happen to possess one. As he spoke, a frosty white flame suddenly swirled in his hand, emanating a faintly refreshing aura that appeared somewhat paradoxical. What is this? The little medical fairy's slightly parted lips and astonished expression were undeniably charming. Xiao Yu laughed lightly. This is known as bone spirit cold fire. As for the necessity of two types of, it is of no concern, for I am about to embark on a journey to the desert city. where it is said that another lies deep within the sands. You are going to the desert? Little Medicine Fairy asked, her expression one of astonishment. Not only I, naturally. You will accompany me as well, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Little Medicine Fairy's face suddenly flushed a vibrant hue, and she murmured, Am I really to go with you? Of course, Xiao Yu responded. What? Are you unwilling? Little Medicine Fairy hurriedly waved her small hand, exclaiming, No, no, I certainly wish to. Upon saying this, her complexion grew even rosier. Xiao Yu chose not to dwell on the matter any further and continued, As for the life essence, I am well aware of its location, so you need not worry. The reason Xiao Yu could state this with such certainty was that the life essence was the very essence of the life divine tree within him. The only challenge being the acquisition of the magic core from a third-tier magical beast. Just as he pondered this, Little Purple approached, her demeanor somewhat foolish. Xiao Yu gazed at Little Purple, momentarily lost in thought, when Little Medicine Fairy suggested, Why don't we hunt a third-tier magical beast in the Beast Mountain range? Her words caused Little Purple to tremble with trepidation, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although not all third-tier magical beasts possess magic cores, the crystal-winged Lion King undoubtedly does. As Little Purple nervously contemplated which direction to flee, Xiao Yu gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. Why would I ever take your magic core? Hearing this, Little Purple relaxed slightly, shaking her head in response. Only Little Medicine Fairy remained perplexed, asking, Xiao Yu, what do you mean by that? Little Purple is. Xiao Yu turned to her and explained, Indeed, Little Purple is actually a third-tier magical beast, her strength equivalent to that of a great fighter, thus serving as my protector. Little Medicine Fairy was astounded by this revelation. She had thought that having a first-tier magical beast like Little Lawn was impressive, but in comparison to Xiao Yu, it was as if she were a mere novice. Suddenly recalling Little White, she inquired, What about Little White? Little White is not a magical beast. Rather, it is just a pet I keep due to its adorable appearance, Xiao Yu casually replied. Fortunately, Little White was currently napping in the herb garden, blissfully unaware of Xiao Yu's comments. Otherwise, it would surely have been upset and rolled its eyes in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Little Medicine Fairy felt relieved. If even one of them were a third-tier magical beast, she would have surely been terrified. Xiao Yu then suggested, Since you have not yet begun cultivating the poisonous body, how about you wait until I have gathered the necessary herbs before commencing your training? Little Medicine Fairy had no objections and nodded slightly, saying, Very well, I will defer to your judgment. After all, Xiao Yu's familiarity with the poisonous body far exceeded her own, making it sensible to follow his lead. Noticing her agreement, Xiao Yu declared, In that case, let us depart from here tomorrow and prepare for our journey to the desert city. All right, Little Medicine Fairy replied enthusiastically. A quiet night passed away. The little healer had already tidied everything up in the meantime. She only needed to bring along the essentials. As for Xiao Yu, his belongings were even fewer, thus requiring little in the way of packing. The little healer called for Xiao Lan early on, and then, cradling the little white creature, she leaped up. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zi followed closely behind. With a cry from Xiao Lan, they soared into the sky, wings outstretched. As the basin and the small wooden cottage grew smaller in her view, the little healer couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, reflecting, This time of departure leaves me uncertain when I shall return. Xiao Yu reassured her, We will return. A world of splendid vistas awaits you beyond. Indeed, the little healer replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Xiao Lan carried them until they reached the outskirts of the monster Beast Mountain range before coming to a halt. The little healer addressed Xiao Lan. This is where we part ways, my friend. The world outside is fraught with danger. You will find more freedom here in the monster Beast Mountain range. Go now. Xiao Lan's immense form leaned towards the little healer, its head gently rubbing against her shoulder, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Chapter 43. The unfortunate Herman standing beside the little medical fairy, Xiao Yu could naturally perceive her reluctance to part with Xiao Lan. He suggested, Why not bring Xiao Lan along? It would provide her with some companionship. The little medical fairy turned to Xiao Yu, offering a wry smile as she replied, Xiao Lan's size is rather too conspicuous. Moreover, her limited strength makes her susceptible to danger. Yet, Xiao Yu chuckled reassuringly, You needn't worry about that. I possess a transformation pill that can assist Xiao Lan in reducing her size. The little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Really? Xiao Yu produced a transformation pill from his spatial ring, saying, "Indeed, this is it. Just have her consume it." Trusting Xiao Yu implicitly, the little medical fairy accepted the pill and administered it to Xiao Lan, who obediently opened her beak and swallowed the transformation pill. After consuming it, Xiao Lan's massive form quivered slightly as she began to shrink gradually, soon assuming a size typical of ordinary birds of prey. With a gentle flutter of her wings, Xiao Lan alighted on the shoulder of the little medical fairy, who joyfully caressed her feathers, exclaiming, "Wonderful, Xiao Lan. At last, we won't have to leave you behind." Witnessing the little medical fairy's elation, Xiao Yu smiled softly. Just then, he was abruptly alerted by the sound of commotion nearby, causing him to furrow his brow. Today is indeed a stroke of luck for Team Leader 3, encountering this snow fox as soon as we entered the mountains. Indeed, it is thanks to Team Leader 3's formidable prowess that we were able to capture this snow fox. Amidst the flattery, Herman reveled in the presence of beauty in his embrace, feeling a surge of triumph. Gazing at his enchanting wife, he was overwhelmed with a fervor, yearning for a suitable place to set up camp and indulge his desires. While lost in thought, a loud shout from one of his subordinates broke through. "Who goes there?" Herman looked up to see the strikingly lovely little medical fairy standing not far away. Naturally, he recognized her, for her reputation was formidable, and his men had also identified her, remaining silent yet fixated upon her. They were well aware of the bounty on her head within the mercenary group. Herman's gaze turned lecherous as he grinned widely. "Oh, isn't this the little medical fairy? I must admit, her beauty is indeed unparalleled. I've heard our young team leader has long held a fondness for you." The little medical fairy's expression darkened slightly as she retorted coldly, "Your wolf head mercenary group has committed numerous atrocities and will inevitably face retribution." To her astonishment, Herman erupted into laughter, taking a considerable time to compose himself before responding. "You needn't concern yourself with that, little medical fairy. Whether or not the wolf head mercenary group is dealt with is beyond your purview. However, I am well aware that among the 3 major mercenary groups, we boast the strongest prowess. I believe capturing you and presenting you to our young team leader would be quite the treat. I am quite curious to experience the flavor of the esteemed little medical fairy whom everyone in Qingshan Town reveres." Ha ha. Upon finishing his words, Herman burst into hearty laughter. The Lady Blue nestled in his arms expressed her discontent, remarking, "You scoundrel, is it not enough for me to serve you alone? Must you seek a golden-haired girl? Am I to teach her the art of pleasure in bed?" The ambiguity of her statement was palpable, yet it flowed smoothly into Herman's ears. "Indeed, my lady speaks true. This little girl will surely require your guidance in the art of intimacy." He chuckled lewdly, his expression betraying a lascivious delight, as if he had already claimed the young healer as his own. The young healer, upon overhearing their exchange, felt her face flush with indignation, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Xiao Yu, who gazed at her with a questioning look. "Let me deal with this scoundrel. As for the woman, I shall leave her to you," he explained. The young healer cast a contemptuous glance at Herman and the Lady Blue before reluctantly acquiescing to Xiao Yu's plan. It was then that Herman noticed a youth standing beside the young healer, mistaking him for her apprentice. He barked, "Kid, this matter concerns the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. If you wish to live, keep your distance, or else what then?" Xiao Yu retorted nonchalantly. Herman's eyes turned cold as he glared at him, stating, "Then you shall remain here forever." "Oh, to keep me here? That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. Perhaps I am not someone you can afford to provoke," Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile. His words incited laughter among the mercenaries, including Herman, while even the Lady Blue mocked. "Do you know who he is? He is Lord Herman, the captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, a powerful 8-star fighter, not someone of your ilk can compare to." Unfazed, Xiao Yu simply grinned and said, "Is that so? Then I shall see just how formidable you truly are, or if you are merely a fade." Herman's countenance darkened as he commanded, "Seize him. Kill that brat. But do not harm the young healer. I still wish to enjoy her tonight." With a sinister grin, he concluded his order. "Yes." The 15 mercenaries surged toward Xiao Yu. He scoffed, "You dare tread the path of heaven when it is not yours to walk, and intrude upon hell without invitation? Then you shall meet your demise." As his words fell, Xiao Yu's figure vanished before the mercenaries, his uncanny agility leaving them without a target. Even Herman, seated in the carriage, narrowed his eyes, for he too could not perceive Xiao Yu's form. "I am right behind you," a calm voice echoed. The mercenaries turned swiftly, only to see Xiao Yu suspended in midair, his ink-scaled sword emitting a resonant hum. The scorching sword energy raised the temperature around them, as Xiao Yu exhaled softly, heavenly sword of flame. Xiao Yu, showcasing the formidable prowess of a 6-star dome master, unleashed a ferocious aura that engulfed the realm, rendering those present breathless. The sharp and searing sword energy surged towards the crowd with lightning speed, leaving the mercenaries utterly unprepared. Meanwhile, Hemeng, positioned behind Xiao Yu, was so overwhelmed that he collapsed to his knees, trembling in fear as the potent aura of the dome master bore down upon him. With a chilling sound of blood splattering, Xiao Yu showed no mercy. These individuals were deserving of their fate, and their demise was but a mere consequence. In an instant, all that remained before him were mangled corpses, a sight that even the little medicinal sage, accustomed to the brutalities of the Beast Mountain range, found unnerving. Witnessing Xiao Yu slay his subordinates with a single stroke, coupled with the overwhelming Dome Master aura that he had never sensed even from the Captain Mu Shi, Hemeng was paralyzed with terror. As Xiao Yu turned to face him, fear gripped him like a vice, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, I beg you, spare my life." In Xiao Yu's grasp pointed menacingly at Hemeng, whose eyes were filled with dread, terrified that a single strike might seal his fate. Beside him, Madame Lan was equally unsettled by the unfolding scene. Chapter 44. Return to Qingshan Town. Madame Lan, with an alluring smile, gracefully approached Xiao Yu, wrapping her arms around his slender leg and flattering him. "This young hero is the true champion. That Herman is but a petty man, akin to the refuse found in a foul gutter. How could he ever be compared to a gentleman like you?" Herman, overhearing the woman who had just been cooing in his embrace now insult him so brazenly, was instantly overtaken by rage, his face twisting into a grimace as he could not restrain himself from unleashing a venomous curse. "Wretched woman, as long as I survive today, I shall flay you alive, making your existence a living hell." Before he could finish, Xiao Yu delivered a swift kick to Herman's chest, propelling his body into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto a nearby carriage with a resounding bang, shattering it into splinters. With a spurt of blood, Herman lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Xiao Yu merely remarked, "Did I permit you to speak?" Madame Lan quickly echoed, "Precisely. Did the young master grant you permission to utter a word?" Herman, hearing her words, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and as Xiao Yu cast a glance at Madame Lan, a fierce glint in his eyes made her tremble. In that moment, Xiao Yu delivered a resounding slap to her face. With a loud crack, Madame Lan was sent sprawling, her teeth mingling with the blood she spat out. Crashing to the ground, her strength was no match for Herman's, and she quickly rolled her eyes back and fainted. At that moment, the little medical fairy approached. Observing the unconscious Madame Lan and pouting her lips, "You wouldn't actually find her appealing, would you?" Xiao Yu snapped back. "If I found her appealing, would I have reduced her to this state? I have no fondness for fickle women." The little medical fairy huffed softly, muttering, "Well, she pales in comparison to me." "What?" Xiao Yu was about to stride toward Herman and momentarily missed the little medical fairy's words. Startled by his inquiry, she blushed crimson and hurriedly clarified, "And no, it's nothing." Disregarding her fluster, Xiao Yu approached Herman, whose eyes were now wide with terror. He could scarcely fathom that this young man before him was a formidable warrior of the Dome Master realm. To him, the strength of an 8-star fighter seemed nothing more than a jest. From his elevated position, Xiao Yu gazed down at the prostrate Herman and inquired, "Did your Wolfhead Mercenary Corps not receive any news from your second leader, Ganmu? Even if you were unaware, it cannot be that every single member of your organization is a fool. Surely, you did not imagine that Ganmu had already perished in the Monster Mountain range?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Herman's face flushed crimson, as recollections of his subordinates' warning against entering the Monster Mountain range before their expedition came flooding back. It seemed they had indeed caught wind of something, and at this moment, regret gnawed at Herman's heart. Upon observing Herman's countenance, Xiao Yu discerned that he had likely received some forewarning. However, he paid it no mind and continued, "Since your Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has caught wind of matters, you must be prepared. Perhaps you are merely waiting for me to return so you can ensnare me all at once. If that is the case, there is little left for us to discuss. Safe travels." Herman, taken aback by Xiao Yu's devilish grin, felt a surge of terror and instinctively wanted to scream. Yet, Xiao Yu offered him no such opportunity. With a mere snap of his fingers, a chilling white flame ignited upon the bodies of those surrounding them. The cold, ethereal fire swiftly enveloped Herman, and in the blink of an eye, the space around them was transformed, leaving only a fine white powder that was soon whisked away by the breeze. The little medical fairy, having witnessed Xiao Yu's prowess before, was not particularly astonished. She merely found this extraordinary flame rather fascinating. Xiao Yu, indifferent to her musings, turned to her and declared, "Let us first proceed to Qingshan town. After all, we have incurred the wrath of the wolf-head mercenary corps. It is prudent to resolve this predicament before we seek a horned horse carriage to Haiyan City." The little medical fairy had no objections and nodded gently. "Are you not afraid?" Xiao Yu teased. With a playful smile, she placed her hands behind her back and replied, "With a battle master such as yourself by my side, and Xiao Zi to protect me, what have I to fear?" Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head, and the duo continued on their way to Qingshan town without lingering. Upon their swift return to the bustling town, surrounded by the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, Xiao Yu remarked, "This way of life suits me far better. In the Monster Beast mountain range, the silence is so profound that one nearly forgets how to speak." The little medical fairy giggled and said, "You shan't stay in the mountains for too long. We must return here from time to time." As they appeared in the town, they immediately drew the attention of the subordinates dispatched by Mu Shi. After all, Xiao Yu and the little medical fairy were accompanied by a small dog, which had a white cat perched upon its back and an eagle standing proudly on the little medical fairy's shoulder. This peculiar ensemble was bound to attract curious gazes. Xiao Yu was well aware of this fact. However, given his formidable strength, he harbored no fears of the wolf-head mercenary corps confronting him. While the little medical fairy's own prowess was modest, her spiritual strength as a healer was certainly superior to that of ordinary individuals. And she too noticed the underlings keeping a watchful eye on them. "Are they the ones the leader is seeking?" one mercenary inquired. Another mercenary scrutinized them and replied, "It seems so. The little medical fairy is right there. They truly dare to return. I shall keep watch here. You must hurry back and inform the leader." "Understood," the mercenary affirmed before hastening back to the headquarters of the wolf-head mercenary corps. After wandering in the town for a while, Xiao Yu asked the little medical fairy, "Do you need to make a trip back to Wanyao Pharmacy?" "Indeed," she replied. "I still have some materials for refining pills and daily garments there. It is the perfect opportunity to retrieve them." Xiao Yu nodded and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." The little medical fairy slightly inclined her head and led Xiao Yu toward the direction of the Wanyao Zhai. The business at Wanyao Zhai remained the most prosperous in the town. It appeared unaffected by the little medical fairy's departure. Today, Manager Yao happened to be at the shop, counting the herbs. From a distance, he spotted the little medical fairy approaching, and a glimmer of delight crossed his face. He had long heard tales of the treasures she acquired from the cave, and now she was coming right to him. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. With a cunning smile, Manager Yao summoned a few guards and whispered instructions before making his way toward the little medical fairy with an affable expression. "Oh, I did not anticipate the little medical fairy's visit to my Wanyao Zhai today. I must ensure she is well entertained, and it would be splendid if she decided to linger a while longer." The smile on Manager Yao's face bore a hint of insincerity that was palpable. The little medical fairy's demeanor remained unchanged. She merely stated, "I have come solely to retrieve some belongings of mine, and I shall depart once I have them." Chapter 45. Why bother in the first place? Upon hearing the words of the young healer, Manager Yao's eyes twitched slightly. In the past, although the young healer maintained only a cooperative relationship with the Wan Medicine House, her words had not been so distant. Now, her remarks clearly indicated her desire to sever ties with the establishment. However, Manager Yao was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. He quickly regained his composure and, with a smile, replied, Of course. The Wan Medicine House has always warmly welcomed the young healer." Though Manager Yao concealed his feelings well, Xiao Yu, standing aside, could still discern a flicker of anger and darkness in his eyes. He was curious to see what tricks Manager Yao would resort to next. The young healer nodded slightly and led Xiao Yu into the depths of the Wan Medicine House. The courtyard at the back was quite expansive, filled with numerous medicinal herbs that Manager Yao had come to inventory but had yet to transfer to the storeroom. As they traversed the courtyard, the young healer soon arrived at the room she had previously occupied. Xiao Yu stood by, observing her tidy up, while Manager Yao glanced at him and remarked, "This young brother seems unfamiliar." A friend of the young healer must be someone extraordinary. Xiao Yu responded with a cheerful smile. I merely saved the young healer once in the Monster Beast mountain range. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Just as Manager Yao was about to speak, the young healer interjected, I am ready. Xiao Yu nodded, saying, very well, then let us depart. However, upon seeing the two preparing to leave, Manager Yao abruptly grew anxious and decided to drop the pretense. With a forced smile, he declared, leave? I fear you cannot do so this time. I have heard that you acquired quite a few treasures in the cave of the Monster Beast mountain range. Surely, you must stay with your former employer for a while. I suggest you hand over those treasures. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 6 or 7 guards filed in from behind, blocking the door firmly. Seeing Manager Yao's demeanor, the young healer's expression darkened slightly, but she still said, Mr. Yao, considering our past cooperation, I advise you not to act recklessly. Manager Yao burst into laughter at her words. Are you referring to your poison? Huh. Young healer, you overestimate yourself. Do you think I would be unprepared for you? With that, he produced a bottle of antidote pills, consumed one, and distributed the rest to his guards. Yet the young healer remained unperturbed, shrugging towards Xiao Yu and saying, it seems you must take action after all. Her words drew the attention of Manager Yao and the guards to Xiao Yu, who then mocked. Do you really expect him to help you escape? The young healer smiled at Manager Yao and replied, why not? As soon as she finished speaking, Manager Yao and the surrounding guards erupted into laughter, with Manager Yao doubling over in amusement. With a brat like him, I could easily handle a single guard with ease. Ha! Xiao Yu, remarkably composed, responded to Manager Yao's words with a smile, saying, is that so? With that, he executed a fierce whip kick toward one of the guards. Though the guard reacted swiftly, he could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. Underestimating the force behind Xiao Yu's kick, he found himself overwhelmed. Despite not employing any fighting spirit, Xiao Yu's physique surpassed that of an ordinary man. With a resounding thud, the guard's chest caved in under the onslaught. The sound of breaking bones echoing ominously. His body was propelled through the wooden door and into the courtyard outside, crashing to the ground with a thud, his life hanging by a thread, appearing to draw in more air than he could exhale. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Manager Yao and the others comprehended the situation, Xiao Yu had calmly retracted his right leg, as if nothing had occurred. Witnessing this scene, Manager Yao erupted in fury, barking orders for the remaining guards to attack without hesitation. Moonshadow, Xiao Yu whispered inwardly, transforming into a phantom that darted between the assailants. As the guards lost sight of him, they suddenly felt excruciating pain in their abdomens, and moments later, their bodies were lifted off the ground, crashing through windows and landing forcefully in the courtyard outside. Manager Yao stood in stunned silence, observing the suddenly vacant room, and quickly realized that this young man possessed a strength far beyond his capacity to provoke. In the span of a single breath, Xiao Yu effortlessly dispatched several guards from the Wanyao Zhai, each at the 5-star fighter level. He then turned slowly to face the grim-faced Manager Yao, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, it seems your guards at Wanyao Zhai are unable to hinder me. With a cold snort, Manager Yao cast a contemptuous glance at the fallen guards, berating them for their incompetence. After venting his frustration, he turned his attention back to Xiao Yu. His body enveloped in a faint green fighting spirit as the aura of a 2-star fighter began to emanate from him. Fixing his icy gaze on Xiao Yu, Manager Yao declared, since you refuse to recognize your own limitations, you shall remain here. Xiao Yixin glanced at Xiao Yu, gradually stepping back, aware that a confrontation between the two would escalate into a battle of fighter-level prowess, which she wished to avoid. However, she was not concerned for Xiao Yu, knowing well his capabilities. Xiao Yu, disinterested in wasting any more time, unleashed a torrent of violent fighting spirit. After rigorous training in the valley, he had achieved a breakthrough. Now standing at the 7-star fighter level, an overwhelming advantage against a 2-star fighter. As Xiao Yu's power surged, Manager Yao's complexion gradually paled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how this youth possessed such formidable strength. Without granting him a moment to react, Xiao Yu, harnessing his unparalleled speed, enveloped his right fist in a layer of fiery fighting spirit before delivering a devastating blow to Manager Yao's chest. The ferocity of the energy caused Manager Yao to spurt a mouthful of blood, his figure retreating violently. Xiao Yu leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike. The force imbued with a fierce intensity aimed ruthlessly at the grounded Manager Yao. The piercing energy rendered Manager Yao's already pale complexion even more ghastly, prompting him to hastily retrieve an iron whip from his storage ring and confront Xiao Yu. A resounding clang echoed as steel met steel. Manager Yao felt an immense force emanating from the whip, which brutally tore through his arm, leaving his right hand a gruesome mess. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Xiao Yu refrained from further attack, instead approaching him and calmly uttering, "The insatiable heart is akin to a serpent that swallows an elephant. What necessity is there for such folly?" Chapter 46. Confrontation. Yao, the steward, gazed at Xiao Yu with a pallid face, rendered speechless by the overwhelming might of the seven-star Dome Master, which instilled within him a profound sense of despair, leading him to faint with a roll of his eyes. Xiao Yu, indifferent to his fate, turned to the little medicinal immortal and said, "Let us depart." She nodded slightly, replying, "All right." As the two prepared to leave with the three beasts, a burst of raucous laughter echoed from outside the door. "Planning to leave? Have you consulted me, Mushi?" Xiao Yu looked up to see a burly middle-aged man accompanied by a throng of mercenaries advancing towards the Wan Yao Zhai. The little medicinal immortal, taken aback, glanced at Xiao Yu, who gently shook his head, assuring her, "No need for concern. Since they have come to us, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out." Mu Shi, having entered, wore a sinister grin. Xiao Yu, maintaining his composure, addressed him, "Why must you make such a grand show of it, Captain Mu?" Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Mu Shi's cold gaze sharpened, demanding, "Is it true that our second captain, Gan Mu, met his demise at your hands?" Feigning contemplation, Xiao Yu feigned realization. "Ah, you mean that slender fellow? He was merely a lecher, and I took it upon myself to cleanse your ranks, Captain Mu." The moment those words left Xiao Yu's lips, Mu Shi's expression darkened ominously. "Cleanse my ranks? You have slaughtered a number of my brothers from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. We shall settle this debt, or you shall pay with your life." Hearing this, Xiao Yu simply smiled lightly and stepped forward, inquiring, "I have heard that your Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has a third captain named Himeng?" Upon hearing this, Mu Shi felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him as Xiao Yu continued, "Unfortunately, he crossed paths with me, and I inadvertently lent you a hand, Captain Mu. No need for thanks." At this moment, Mu Shi's fury was beyond mere words, his gaze icy as it bore into the youth before him. Pointing a finger at Xiao Yu, he coldly ordered, "Kill him. Avenge our second and third captains." In response to Mu Shi's command, the mercenaries surrounding them drew their weapons, shouting in unison, "Vengeance! Vengeance!" They charged ferociously toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Zi, instructing, "Protect them well." He then unsheathed his Mo Lin and plunged into the fray. A glint of violet light flashed in Xiao Zi's eyes as she emitted violet flames, vigilantly observing her surroundings. A wisp of ethereal light appeared at Xiao Yu's fingertips, a heavy aura of death emanating from him as he unleashed the wind demon nine fingers. Whoosh! A tiny blood hole pierced the forehead of an oncoming mercenary, his eyes gradually losing their luster. One strike, one kill. The mercenaries behind him halted momentarily, and Mu Shi, with a sharp voice, bellowed, "What are you afraid of? With so many of you, can't you handle him?" Reinvigorated, the mercenaries tightened their grips on their weapons and once more surged toward Xiao Yu. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yu's lips. Since they sought their own demise, there was no longer any need for restraint. Having issued a warning that went unheeded, they would meet their end. With a resounding roar, the aura of the seven-star Dome Master erupted violently, causing the breath of those present to momentarily falter. Xiao Yu wasted no time in granting them any further opportunity for reaction. He forcefully stomped his foot onto the ground, leaving a half-inch deep footprint in the floor. In an instant, Xiao Yu's figure vanished from sight, the ink-scaled sword in his hand emanating a chilling dark glow, exuding the essence of death as it relentlessly approached. With the acceleration granted by the moon's blessing, every single one of the 20 mercenaries present was met with the swift fatality of Xiao Yu's blade. Navigating through the throng, Xiao Yu, wielding the ink-scaled sword, stood before Mu Shi. The gruesome scent of freshly spilled blood surged towards Mu Shi, compounded by the oppressive aura of the seven-star Dome Master, causing his calves to tremble. The sound of heavy objects thudding to the ground echoed behind him, reverberating like a relentless drumbeat against Mu Shi's heart. When he turned to behold the mercenaries sprawled lifelessly behind him, a wave of shock washed over him, and with a gaze filled with venomous hatred, he rasped, "You dare to kill my son. No matter what, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you suffer." Mu Shi's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gathered his斗qi, snatching up a finely crafted steel spear from the ground. Locking onto the calm, smiling figure of Xiao Yu, his inner fury became increasingly uncontainable. He raised the spear slowly, as a faint azure斗qi surged forth from within, enveloping his form in a thin veil of energy. The frenzied circulation of斗qi instilled Mu Shi with a profound sense of security, gradually dissipating the flicker of fear in his eyes. With a fierce cry, he unleashed the swift wind thrust. He propelled himself forward, thrusting the spear like a streak of white light towards Xiao Yu's neck. The spear tip was instantly enveloped by a gust of azure wind, distorting the air around it as if it were being torn apart. Even the little healer, who held great confidence in Xiao Yu, could not suppress a gasp of alarm. Be careful. Although Mu Shi was merely a 2-star Do master, the technique he wielded was of high Xian grade, boasting considerable power. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, casting a reassuring glance towards the little healer. He then transformed his long sword into a blur, casually lunging towards Mu Shi, who suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis despite the seemingly innocuous attack. As the tips of the sword and spear collided midair, a piercing clang echoed, and a powerful shockwave erupted between them. The little healer felt the immense pressure even from her position at the side. Fortunately, Xiaozi shielded her from much of the force, yet she could not help but sense the vast chasm that lay between a Do master and a Do fighter. Mu Shi could sense the immense power emanating from the spear, causing his arms to tingle with a numbing sensation. However, immediately following a faint cracking sound, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation as he beheld the steel shaft of the spear in his grasp begin to fissure. With a resounding crash, the spear could no longer withstand the forces from both sides, shattering into a heap of scrap metal. Yet, Mu Shi quickly regained his composure. Lightly pressing his foot against the ground, Phoenix soar, his figure mysteriously vanished from before Xiao Yu. Being inherently attuned to the wind element, and coupled with his profound agility, Mu Shi became exceedingly elusive, making it a challenge for Xiao Yu to catch sight of him. Xiao Yu sighed softly, remarking, "Why must you compete with me in speed?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a faint crimson aura of fighting spirit enveloped him, swiftly transitioning into a gentle azure glow. Moon pursuit. Xiao Yu's form transformed from mere afterimages to a slight blur before vanishing completely from the realm of existence. Though he seemed to have disappeared, it was merely a consequence of his astonishing speed, rendering him undetectable. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's fighting spirit shift from its original fire element to that of the wind, Mu Shi's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment, his heart racing in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Chapter 47. Departure. Mu Shi looked in disbelief as Xiao Yu's fighting spirit transformed from fire to wind attribute. Such an occurrence was utterly unprecedented. A cultivator's attribute was determined at birth. How could it possibly be altered midway? However, Xiao Yu seemed oblivious to Mu Shi's astonished gaze. In a burst of extraordinary speed, he closed the distance to Mu Shi, his calm voice resonating in Mu Shi's ear. "Captain Mu, it is over." Mu Shi felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The chilling sword energy swiftly grazed his throat, and warm, crimson blood erupted from his body. The once vibrant world began to fade into shades of gray. In that moment, fleeting images of his past flickered in Mu Shi's mind. His final thought was, had it not been for the treasure within that cave, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Yet reality leaves no room for what-ifs. Even if there were such alternatives, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps would not endure for long, as they had long since incurred the ire of Qingshan Town. Their demise was not only inevitable, but also a consequence of the prevailing circumstances. Xiao Yu, wielding the ink-scaled blade, swiftly departed from Mu Shi's side. He had grown accustomed to the gruesome scene before him, though the acrid scent of blood still caused him to frown. Stowing away the ink-scaled blade, he snapped his fingers lightly, and within moments, all the bodies in the courtyard were enveloped in strange flames, reduced to ashes in mere breaths. "Let us depart." Xiao Yu addressed the little medical fairy. She nodded in agreement, and as she did, The small figure of Xiao Lan trembled slightly before expanding in size. Together, the little medical fairy and Xiao Yu, accompanied by Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi, leapt onto Xiao Lan's back. The little medical fairy softly commanded, "Xiao Lan, let us go." Onward to Mo City. With a sharp cry of an eagle, Xiao Lan flapped her wings and soared into the sky with the group. Look! Atop that blue eagle is the little medical fairy. It is indeed the little medical fairy. It appears that Wan Yao Zhai and the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps have conspired to harm her. Just moments ago, the townspeople of Qingshan felt a violent surge of fighting spirit emanating from Wan Yao Zhai, yet they dared only to observe from a distance. For they had witnessed Mu Shi leading the upper echelons inside, and they were too intimidated to approach a battle of dosher level. After seeing the little medical fairy and her companions disappear into the distance, some bravely ventured toward Wan Yao Zhai. Upon entering, they were met only with the ground covered in white powder, with no sign of life to be found. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other two mercenary corps soon arrived with their subordinates. Upon seeing the white powder, a sudden realization dawned upon them, their faces paling as they hastily retreated. Having long since departed, Xiao Yu paid no heed to the ensuing panic in Qingshan town. As they were now soaring toward Mo City. Mo City, a settlement standing amidst a sea of golden sands, is the closest city to the Tagore Desert, located on the eastern frontier of the Jama Empire, and serves as a hub for humanity within the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert. Although Xiao Lan is a flying magical beast, it is merely a first-tier creature and not specifically designed for flight. Thus, Xiao Yixian accompanied Xiao Yu on a leisurely journey, taking half a month to finally reach Mo City. Above in the sky, a streak of blue light darted through, resembling a celestial traveler hastening toward Mo City. As they approached the city, waves of heat surged toward them. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of golden sands. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was his first genuine encounter with the desert, and the arid atmosphere took him aback momentarily. Xiao Yixian directed Xiao Lan to descend a few hundred meters from Mo City, as entering directly might attract undue attention. Xiao Yu was the first to leap from Xiao Lan's back, his feet settling slightly on the soft sand, a wave of searing heat emanating from below, causing him to furrow his brow. Xiao Yixian followed suit, exclaiming, "It's so hot." As the scorching sand burned her feet, her fair face flushed with the warmth. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, clung to Xiao Yixian, unwilling to budge, while Xiao Zi appeared relatively unaffected, even showing a glimmer of satisfaction. Were it not for Xiao Yu's awareness of the predominant earth and fire energy in the air, and Xiao Zi's internal possession of purple fire, he might have thought Xiao Zi had a penchant for discomfort. As Xiao Yu took out a shape-shifting pill to feed Xiao Lan, he spoke to Xiao Yixian. "It's quite normal. This journey is not without its challenges. Once we enter the city, remember to purchase some skin protection herbs." Xiao Yixian replied with a slight huff. "I know, don't worry." Xiao Yu nodded gently, stating, "Let us proceed into the city. My elder brother and second brother are nearby. Once we've settled, I will take you to see them." Xiao Yixian gasped upon hearing this. "Your elder brother and second brother?" "Indeed. My elder brother and second brother established a mercenary group called the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps within this desert. This trip allows us to visit them," Xiao Yu explained. Xiao Yixian's cheeks flushed slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Is it too soon to meet his elder and second brothers? She shook her head, dismissing the notion. Xiao Yu surely did not mean it that way. Blushing, she inquired, "Can I accompany you?" Xiao Yu, oblivious to her unease, looked at her in surprise. "Of course. How else would I assist you in concocting poison pills?" Xiao Yixian momentarily paused, a hint of disappointment flickering within her, and softly replied, "Oh." Xiao Yu proposed, "Let us enter the city to gather some supplies, and then find an inn for a night's rest." With that, he stepped forward toward Mo City. Xiao Yixian silently followed behind him, arriving at the city gate, where the throng of passers-by had grown. Many men walked about shirtless, showcasing their robust, sun-kissed physiques, exuding an air of boldness. The women here are not as delicately beautiful as those from the cities within the Garma Empire. Rather, they exude a robust vitality, especially with their audacious attire, short skirts and shorts that truly delight Xiao Yu's eyes. As they drew closer, 2 faintly crimson characters were carved prominently above a city gate, "Desolate City." Flanking the gate were a dozen soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears and vociferously demanding that passers-by pay the entrance tax. Xiao Yu and the little medicinal fairy joined the queue, progressing slowly into the city. Just as Xiao Yu was about to step forward, an arrogant voice boomed from behind. "Make way for me." Turning around, Xiao Yu beheld a portly man draped in the robes of an alchemist, swaggering towards the entrance. The soldiers, who had previously exhibited impatience towards the pedestrians, now approached the man with eager smiles. "My lord, are you entering the city?" they inquired obsequiously. The rotund alchemist glanced dismissively at the soldiers and retorted, "What else could it be? Quickly, let these commoners clear the way. What are they blocking for?" "Yes, yes," the soldier replied hastily, then turned back to Xiao Yu and the others, barking, "You lot, can't you see? The Lord wishes to enter. Step aside at once." Chapter 48. Dismay. Though the soldier's words were rather coarse, Xiao Yu observed that the people behind him bore no grievances. Instead, their gazes toward the rotund alchemist were imbued with a sense of reverence. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yu. It seemed that their respect for the alchemist was deeply rooted. Moreover, with the alchemist's status within the guild, he enjoyed certain conveniences in various aspects. Xiao Yu contemplated whether he should also visit the Alchemist Guild to participate in the alchemist assessment. Given his alchemical prowess, obtaining the badge of a third-tier alchemist might not pose a significant challenge. However, Xiao Yu was currently eager to venture into the city for supplies, deciding it would be prudent to postpone this visit until his return from the desert. Meanwhile, the little medical sage cast a discerning glance at the second-tier alchemist before turning her attention back to Xiao Yu, as if realizing that he too shared the title of alchemist. In her mind, she mused, although Xiao Yu is an alchemist, he is far more amiable than this portly individual, whose tone is truly irksome. This sentiment was not entirely the little medical sage's fault. After all, alchemists were esteemed professionals in this realm, and in such an environment, it was inevitable that they would exhibit a degree of arrogance. Xiao Yu, however, chose not to engage with such matters, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary conflict. He gently grasped the little medical sage's hand, intending to lead her aside. At that moment, the corpulent alchemist scrutinized the little medical sage, and a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. Before entering the city, the little medical sage had donned a white veil. Nonetheless, upon seeing her distinctly alluring figure, the rotund alchemist found himself harboring unwelcome thoughts. Approaching her, he gazed appreciatively at her curvaceous form and exclaimed, "What a remarkable specimen! It appears fortune favors me today." He then feigned gentlemanly manners, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am Cole, a second-tier alchemist of the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. Might I have the honor of inviting this esteemed lady for a stroll? Rest assured, in Mo City, I can fulfill any desire you may have." As he spoke, he proudly displayed his second-tier alchemist badge, his chubby features exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were certain the lady would acquiesce. Regrettably, the little medical sage felt a profound disdain for his gaze. Taking a step back, she coldly replied, "No, thank you." Her rejection caused Cole's expression to darken, and he retorted icily, "Do you comprehend the consequences of defying me? Do not provoke trouble." The implication of his words was unmistakably threatening. The alchemist's gaze had already unsettled Xiao Yu, and his menacing remarks only intensified his discomfort. To him, a mere second-tier alchemist was inconsequential. Slightly shifting his stance, Xiao Yu positioned himself protectively in front of the little medical sage. Feeling a surge of security in the presence of his tall figure, she discreetly tucked her poison back into her sleeve. Seeing Xiao Yu obstructing his view, Cole's expression twisted into something grotesque as he glared at him and demanded, "Who are you to stand in my way?" With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu remarked, "I am merely an obscure individual. However, as you mentioned, it is unwise to court trouble. Since I have made way for you, you may proceed first, lest you invite disaster upon yourself." The cold indifference in Xiao Yu's gaze and his serene smile sent a shiver through Qi, who dared not meet his eyes. Yet, once he regained his composure, a flicker of irritation surged within him. How could he be intimidated by the mere glance of an unknown? If others were to discover this, he would become the subject of ridicule. Fueled by rage, Qi threw a punch at Xiao Yu, a thin layer of fighting spirit enveloping his fist, radiating a faint, searing heat. Unfazed, Xiao Yu grasped Qili's incoming fist with ease, channeling his own fighting spirit. A powerful recoil erupted from his palm, causing Qili's expression to shift dramatically as he was propelled backward, landing several meters away before finally halting his fall. Enraged, Qilai recognized that this young man was also a fighter, possessing strength that undoubtedly surpassed his own. Therefore, he refrained from advancing further and instead bellowed at the soldiers around him. A bunch of useless fools. Did you not see him daring to attack Alchemist? Engage him at once. The soldiers, initially standing on the sidelines, immediately reacted to Qilai's furious command, converging toward Xiao Yu. With a venomous glare directed at Xiao Yu, Qilai spat, "Aren't you bold? To oppose me? Let me show you what it means to face my wrath. I shall see if you dare to stand against the entire Jaimar Empire." Should Xiao Yu strike at the soldiers, it would signify an affront to the entire empire, which would never tolerate anyone daring to challenge its authority. Even the Yunlan sect would avoid provoking the empire at large. Numerous passers-by observed Xiao Yu and discreetly shook their heads, lamenting why he would choose to confront an alchemist. Such a decision was evidently unwise, especially considering this alchemist was a second-tier practitioner. Standing behind Xiao Yu, the young medicinal sage remained unfazed. Should they dare to approach, her poisons would show no mercy. If necessary, she would simply retreat to the Cloud Empire. With such a vast continent, surely there would be a place for them. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu exhibited no signs of panic, instead smiling at the encircling soldiers and inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to come to his aid?" His calm demeanor caused a moment of hesitation among the soldiers, the leader furrowing his brow and asking, "What do you mean?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, Qilai, standing behind the soldiers, arrogantly shouted, "Stop wasting time. Subdue that man. I want to make him wish he were never born. As for the pretty little thing, I intend to keep her for my own enjoyment." A lewd grin spread across Qilai's face as he spoke. Upon hearing Qilai's words, the soldiers dared not linger further. They were fully aware of the distinction between a fighter and a second-tier alchemist. Xiao Yu, no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter, summoned his fighting spirit, and a torrent of vibrant green flames erupted from his palm. Strangely enough, this fire brought with it a refreshing coolness. Upon witnessing the flames in Xiao Yu's hand, the leading soldier's expression shifted dramatically. "Is this the manifestation of real fire? Are you a fourth-rank alchemist?" The soldiers surrounding Xiao Yu gazed at him in astonishment, as they too were stationed at the Alchemist Guild and were familiar with the distinctions of alchemical ranks. The ability to conjure real fire could only be achieved by a fourth-rank alchemist at the very least, and this young man appeared to be so remarkably youthful that it was utterly unprecedented. Cole, standing behind the soldiers, could not see the flames in Xiao Yu's hand. Frustrated by the soldiers' hesitance to advance, he remarked, "Your execution of orders is appallingly poor. I shall report this to your superiors." Upon hearing Cole's threat, the leading soldier stepped aside, a hint of derision on his face as he addressed Cole. "I regret to inform you that this esteemed alchemist's rank surpasses yours. Thus I am unable to apprehend him." It was then that Cole finally beheld the eerie white flames in Xiao Yu's grasp, and his complexion turned ashen. As an alchemist, he possessed a broader understanding than these soldiers and comprehended the implications of such a sight. A fourth-rank alchemist? Cole stammered in disbelief. Chapter 49. Journey to the Guild. "This is impossible," Kayleigh exclaimed in fury, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the flames dancing in Xiao Yu's palm, repeatedly assuring himself that it was merely an illusion. Xiao Yu, maintaining his composure, replied coolly, "Indeed, this is impossible. I am not a fourth-tier alchemist." Upon hearing this, Kayleigh erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I knew it. This is undoubtedly a trick to deceive me. You're still quite naive." The surrounding soldiers were equally uncertain, for aside from the fire in Xiao Yu's hand, there was nothing to substantiate his claim as an alchemist. Yet, did other professions also require the use of flames? The crowd was engulfed in confusion. "However, I truly do not regard second-tier alchemists with much esteem," Xiao Yu remarked with a light chuckle. "You speak nonsense. You think so little of second-tier alchemists? If you possess any skills as an alchemist, prove it. Otherwise, our Alchemist Guild is not to be trifled with." Kayleigh retorted with a cold smirk. Xiao Yu understood Kayleigh's intention to provoke him into uttering disparaging remarks about the Alchemist Guild, but he had no intention of conceding to Kayleigh's wishes. "I certainly respect other second-tier alchemists, but one such as you, devoid of integrity, I cannot hold in high regard. Coincidentally, I am preparing to take the examination for second-tier alchemist at the Guild. If you doubt me, then let us go together," Xiao Yu stated nonchalantly. To Kayleigh's surprise, he scoffed, "Very well. If you wish to take the examination at the Alchemist Guild, then go ahead. I am eager to see if you are truly as formidable as you claim. looking down upon second-tier alchemists. Xiao Yu interjected, "No, I do not look down upon second-tier alchemists. I merely disdain you. After all, I shall soon become a second-tier alchemist myself. How could I possibly look down upon my own self?" You. Kaylei's face reddened with anger. Yet unable to overpower Xiao Yu, he could only furiously flick his sleeve. Nearby, a soldier approached Xiao Yu, saying, "My lord, would you like me to escort you to the Alchemist Guild?" Xiao glanced at the soldier, who, though uncertain of his identity, clearly recognized him as an alchemist. The soldier's expression was one of obsequiousness, prompting Xiao Yu to inwardly reflect on the respect accorded to alchemists. It was indeed an intoxicating sensation. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Xiao Yu replied with a slight nod. The soldier, flustered, waved his hands, saying, "Not a bother, not a bother." Though accustomed to the arrogant demeanor of alchemists, Xiao Yu's gentleness warmed his heart. Kailei, observing the exchange, snorted disdainfully, "Kid, you might manage to pass as a first-tier alchemist, but you will never reach the heights of a second-tier alchemist." Xiao Yu shrugged casually and remarked, "Is that so? We shall see." Without further ado, they set forth toward the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. As they progressed, the Alchemist Guild was simultaneously welcoming 3 new guests. An elderly man stood at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild in the city of Mo, accompanied by 2 young maidens. Adorning his chest was a badge, and intricately etched upon the ancient cauldron were 4 silver ripples, signifying that he was a distinguished 4th-tier alchemist. "Master, may I ask why Lord Bryn summoned you?" inquired one of the petite maidens beside him. The old man shook his head lightly and replied, "I am uncertain. That old fellow is rather enigmatic. If it weren't for Frank having affairs to attend to in the capital, he would have wanted us to come together." This venerable figure was none other than Master Otto from the Alchemist Guild of Blackrock City. Frank, mentioned by Otto, was the president of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild, while Bryn presided over the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. The 3 men were all esteemed 4th-tier alchemists and close friends. At that moment, a hearty, aged laughter resonated from within the gates. "Old Otto, it's been too long. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." It was Master Bryn who had arrived. Otto, slightly exasperated, retorted, "I simply wished to know why you were so eager to summon me." A smile creased Bryn's weathered face as he responded, "Naturally. I have matters at hand that require your assistance. Otherwise, why would I have called you?" He then cast a glance at the 2 maidens standing beside Otto and cheerfully said, "These must be your disciples. May I presume this one is Lin Fei?" Lin Fei, with a bright smile, replied sweetly, "Indeed, Master Bryn." "Ah, splendid. Such a good child. And this young lady by your side is?" Bryn inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the silvery-robed maiden, whose presence resembled that of a pristine mountain spring. Otto interjected, "This is Frank's disciple, Shuemei." Bryn's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, so it is you. That old rascal Frank often speaks of you." Shuemei offered a gentle smile and bowed respectfully. "Master Bryn. Excellent. All good children. Please, do come inside." Bryn beckoned them warmly. The group proceeded into the Alchemist Guild, where Bryn led them directly to a guest room on the 2nd floor. Once they were seated, Bryn's demeanor grew serious as he regarded Otto. "The reason I summoned you is due to recent disturbances in the Tagore Desert." Upon hearing Bryn's words, Otto furrowed his brow. "Disturbances in the desert? Could it be?" Bryn nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Just as you suspect, it concerns the Serpent People." Bryn continued, "Reports from the Serpent People indicate that there have been issues concerning their Queen's inheritance. However, the specifics remain unclear. What we do know is that the Serpent People are increasingly active in the desert, and there have been rumors of the appearance of the Azure Lotus Heartfire, which has drawn considerable attention." Otto, astonished, exclaimed, "Azure Lotus Heartfire? It seems that Frank is also aware of this matter in the capital. Even the Pill King he is seeking a rare flame." A flicker of excitement crossed Bryn's face. "Is that truly the case? That is truly splendid. It is said that individuals from the Cloud Empire are eager to seize the heart of the Blue Lotus, and they have summoned numerous formidable warriors to their aid. With the arrival of Pill King the strength of those he has invited will undoubtedly surpass theirs." Otto nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, given He's prowess alone, the Yunlan sect will surely intervene. It is rumored that the sect leader, Yun, shares a close friendship with He. Thus, it is certain that she will also be present." Blin responded affirmatively, "With sect leader Yun, a Do Huang, supporting us, I feel reassured." Even if we cannot obtain the heart of the Blue Lotus, the Cloud Empire must not be allowed to claim it. However, the Serpent Clan poses a significant dilemma as well. It is said that their heir, the Serpent Queen, is also a Do Huang. Thus, even with Pill King Gu He and his entourage, a fierce battle is inevitable, Otto stated with a furrowed brow. Blin shook his head in silence, and a heavy stillness enveloped the room. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, and upon the door opening, a servant entered, addressing Blin, President. A young man has arrived at the guild seeking to be assessed as a second-tier alchemist. Mr. Cole is also present and wishes to request your endorsement. Blin raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. Endorsement? How interesting. Master Otto chimed in with a smile. Shall we descend together to witness this? That is precisely my intention, Blin replied with a chuckle. The group then rose and made their way downstairs. Chapter 50. The distressed Yun Yun within the sacred hall of the Yunlong Mountain. Yun Yun sat cross-legged on her bed, her hands forming intricate seals as she immersed herself in her meditative practice. Suddenly, a tumultuous sensation surged within her abdomen, causing her internal energy to become erratic. A slight furrow formed on her delicate brow as she focused her mind to perceive the inner workings of her body. What is this? In an instant, her eyes widened in alarm, filled with a sense of panic. She murmured in disbelief, "This cannot be. How could I possibly be with child? Could it be him?" Moments ago, she had thought her cultivation was amiss, yet unexpectedly, she sensed a faint flicker of life within her, a presence that undeniably did not belong to her. The only explanation was that she was indeed pregnant. Gradually, the color drained from her face, turning an ashen hue. After years of solitary cultivation, she never anticipated that she would find herself ensnared by the hands of a youth. A boy she scarcely knew, save for his name, Xiao Yu. Her slender fingers gently caressed her abdomen, and memories of their encounter in the cave flooded her mind, causing her previously pale cheeks to flush with warmth. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door, jolting Yun Yun from her reverie. Startled, she composed herself and called out, "Enter." With a soft creak, a tall figure stepped through the doorway. It was the esteemed Pill King, Gu He. Upon seeing him, Yun Yun recalled Gu He's earlier mention of a journey to the Tagore Desert, and it seemed he had come for that very purpose. With a smile illuminating his face, Gu He addressed her, "Sect Master, the elixir for Yin Ran has been successfully concocted. She is now in seclusion for her cultivation, and there are no pressing matters within the sect. Thus, I have decided to set out for the Tagore Desert tomorrow." Yun Yun nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations for our departure tomorrow." Gu He, pleased with her response, smiled and said, "Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Sect Master." As an honorary elder of the Yunlong sect, it was indeed his duty to support her. Yun Yun's expression grew cold as she replied, "It is but my obligation." Noting her pallid complexion, Gu He furrowed his brow, concerned. "You appear unwell. Have you sustained an injury during your cultivation?" With a slight frown, Yun Yun replied, "It is nothing of concern, merely a touch of discomfort. Since we are departing for the Tagore Desert tomorrow, I suggest you return to prepare at once." Upon hearing this, Gu He recognized her subtle dismissal but chose not to press further. "Very well, should you require my assistance, I shall give my utmost." Yun Yun nodded gently, and Gu He turned to leave. Placing her small hand on her abdomen, she murmured, "Your arrival has truly caught me off guard." Gazing at the fiery clouds above, an unsettling apprehension surged within her heart regarding the impending journey to the desert. Upon returning to the Dan Hall, Gu He beheld an elderly gentleman standing within the grand hall. The moment the elder laid eyes upon Gu He, a profound sense of respect illuminated his aged countenance as he bowed, addressing him, "Master Gu He." Gu He reciprocated with a gentle smile, responding, "Master Frank." The warmth of Gu He's demeanor brought a wave of comfort to Frank, who, despite his status as a sixth-tier alchemist, remained humble and respectful towards him. Gu He spoke softly, "I have summoned you here to the imperial capital to seek your assistance." Frank nodded slightly, intrigued. "Master Gu He, you flatter me. What matter has compelled you to make such an earnest request?" Gu He explained, "I intend to venture into the Tagore Desert, having received word of unusual flames within its depths. I wish to investigate further. What are your thoughts?" After a brief contemplation, Frank replied, "The most formidable faction in the desert is undoubtedly the Serpent Clan. Should the flames you speak of indeed reside there, it is likely they are entwined with the Serpent Clan. This journey will not be simple. Guhi felt a surge of joy at Frank's insight, recognizing that his knowledge of the desert paled in comparison. He inquired, "In your opinion, what is the strength of the Serpent Clan?" Frank sighed. The Serpent Clan boasts 3 or 4 Do Wang experts among their ranks. Aside from the elders, their heirs seem to possess the strength of Do Huang. With such power, the Serpent Clan undoubtedly reigns supreme in the desert. Frank's words cast a slight shadow over Gu He's heart. He had not anticipated the presence of Do Huang experts within the Serpent Clan. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He stated, "I would like to invite both you and Master Otto to join me on this expedition. I have also extended invitations to Lion King Yin Shi and Windwalker Feng Li. I hope you will not decline." Frank, having anticipated this invitation, replied, "Since Master Gu He has extended the invitation, how could I refuse? However, with the Do Huang experts of the Serpent Clan in place, I wonder." Gu He, aware that Frank referred to Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, smiled. "Yun Yun will indeed accompany us." Frank chuckled. "Ah, Master Gu He, you are truly generous." The two ceased further discussion and returned to their preparations. Despite having Yun Yun, a Do Huang, as an ally, they understood that caution was still warranted. The following day, Gu He, accompanied by his entourage, set forth towards the Tagore Desert. With a formidable assembly comprising 1 Do Huang, 3 Do Wang, and 6 Do Ling warriors, their presence was enough to instill trepidation in the Serpent Clan. Clad in a black robe, Yun Yun stood before a colossal flying magical beast, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and the little medicine sage had arrived at the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals quietly attending to their affairs. A maid approached Kale, bowing respectfully. "Lord Kale, do you require any medicinal herbs?" Cole cast a haughty glance at the maid before pointing at Xiao Yu and proclaiming, "That is not the case. I am here to accompany this young man for his alchemist assessment." The maid, immediately understanding, approached the counter and retrieved an aged, rustic piece of parchment, holding a quill in her hand. She then came to Xiao Yu's side and softly said, "Sir, this is the registration form. Please provide me with your name, age, and mentor, as I need to register you." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "Xiao Yu, 18 years old, mentor Dan Lao." After all, since his mentor could be considered a figure of renown in alchemy, he decided to imitate this esteemed title for his own mentor. Upon hearing the name of Xiao Yu's mentor, Cole erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this Dan Lao? I have never heard of such an alchemist." The maid, feeling somewhat awkward, added, "Sir, it seems that your mentor's name is not listed in our Alchemist Guild records." Her words only fueled Cole's arrogance as he mockingly remarked at Xiao Yu, "Could it be that you have chosen the wrong master? Or perhaps you have emerged from some obscure corner of the world?" "Ha ha." Standing beside Xiao Yu, the little medical fairy, incensed by Cole's words, retorted, "Your words are truly distasteful." However, Xiao Yu remained composed as he countered, "I fear that this alchemist, who hails from some obscure corner, may surpass you." Chapter 51. The assessment begins. Cole's face flushed with a mix of anger and pallor at Xiao Yu's remarks, but he quickly composed himself and sneered. "I hope your alchemical skills are as formidable as your tongue. I have summoned Master Brin, the president of the Alchemist Guild, to personally assess you for the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Do not think you can pull any tricks here." As he spoke, laughter echoed from the second floor, and a group descended the staircase, led by 2 elderly gentlemen, one of whom was undoubtedly Master Brin, the guild president. Upon their arrival, Brin and his companions noticed the individuals standing in the hall. Lin Fei and Shui Mei immediately spotted Xiao Yu, whose tall and elegant stature, along with his handsome features and ethereal demeanor, easily drew attention, especially when contrasted with someone as unimpressive as Cole. There is a saying, "It is not my brilliance that shines, but rather the company I keep." Cole rushed forward to greet Brin, bowing respectfully. "President Brin, I am Cole, a second-tier alchemist of the guild." A faint smile appeared on Brin's aged face as he responded, "Ah, I have heard of you. Your talent is commendable. Strive to contribute more to the guild." At Brin's praise, Cole's eyes gleamed with delight, nearly disappearing in his smugness. He cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Yu, while the little medical fairy let out a huff, saying, "Wait until we give him a taste of his own medicine." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "What do you have to quarrel with him for?" The little medical fairy retorted indignantly, "He has been nothing but a nuisance to you. We must teach him a lesson." Rest assured, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Cole, feeling increasingly irked by their whispered exchanges, interjected loudly, Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be assessed? I have brought Master Bryn here for you. Why are we delaying the assessment? Otto, observing Xiao Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, noted the youthfulness of the lad, sighing. He appears to be quite young, perhaps just on the cusp of adulthood. If he successfully passes the assessment for a first-tier alchemist today, it would be an unprecedented achievement in the history of our guild. Regarding Cole's assertion that Xiao Yu would be tested for the rank of a second-tier alchemist, Otto paid it no heed. While it was indeed rare for someone of 18 or 19 to qualify as a first-tier alchemist, it was not impossible. However, to pass as a second-tier alchemist at such a young age would be extraordinary. Even the esteemed Dan Wanggu, he had only recently qualified as a first-tier alchemist at that age. As Otto admired the situation, he glanced at his two disciples, Lin Fei and Xuan Mei, who were both 21 or 22 years old and had just attained their first-tier alchemist status. Their talent had already met his expectations, yet, in comparison to Xiao Yu, they seemed to fall short. As if sensing Otto's gaze, Lin Fei pouted at him, fully aware of her apprentice's temperament. Otto merely smiled and refrained from saying more. Bryn stepped forward and remarked, Young man, since you wish to undertake the assessment for a first-tier alchemist, let us proceed. He then led Xiao Yu toward the inner hall. This was the venue for the first-tier alchemist examination, where 6 stone platforms stood in the center, each adorned with a cauldron. Bryn casually pointed to one of the platforms and said, As no one has come to assess for a first-tier alchemist today, I shall select this one for your evaluation. Xiao Yu had no objections. He cast a glance in the direction indicated by Bryn, nodded slightly, and calmly approached the stone platform. For Xiao Yu, the evaluation for a first-tier alchemist posed little challenge. He merely needed to refine a tangible elixir. He picked up the parchment on the platform and examined it. It contained the recipe for an elixir known as the explosive potion, which could temporarily elevate a fighter to the strength of a 1-star great fighter. Among first-tier elixirs, the explosive potion was considered advanced and presented considerable difficulty for newcomers taking the exam for the first time. Xiao Yu expressionlessly set down the parchment and inspected the 3 ingredients required to refine the explosive potion, preparing to commence his alchemical work. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, the assessment officially began. After casting a brief glance at Xiao Yu at the stone platform, Bryn announced the start and waved his hand, sending a surge of energy toward the ancient iron bell overhead. The bell chimed crisply, marking the commencement of the examination. A translucent barrier gradually rose around the platform, isolating the sounds from the outside. Looking at Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, Cole scoffed. What are you pretending for? He must have received a particularly difficult recipe. Perhaps he won't even pass as a first-tier alchemist. Silence. The little medical sage retorted sharply. With your second-tier alchemist abilities, to possess such a narrow-minded disposition is truly laughable. Lin Fei, standing nearby, also chimed in. Although Xuan Mei remained silent, her disdain was unmistakably evident in her eyes. You all. Cole's face flushed with indignation, yet he dared not retort, for the masters of these 2 individuals were none other than Master Otto and Master Frank, the latter being the president of the Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City. Grateful for Lin Fei's defense, the little medical sage felt a growing fondness for the 2 new female students. Likewise, Lin Fei and Xuan Mei were intrigued by the little medical sage, especially enamored by the pet nestled in her arms. Lin Fei, with a brighter disposition than Xuan Mei, eagerly approached the little medical sage and asked with a smile, May I pet it? Pointing at the small white creature. The little medical sage chuckled softly, Of course. Lin Fei scooped up the small white creature, enchanted by its fluffy appearance. Even Xuan Mei, usually reserved, extended her hand to gently stroke the small white creature. Xiao Bai, in his nature, is quite welcoming towards beautiful women, even deriving enjoyment from it, leaving Xiao Zi to watch enviously from the sidelines. Standing before the alchemical cauldron, Xiao Yu found himself utilizing this apparatus for the first time. Previously, he had relied on the use of foreign flames to refine potions, which required a portion of his mental energy to control the cauldron. This time, however, he harbored the confidence to concoct a 3rd-tier pill, yet after some contemplation, he deemed it prudent to remain modest and aimed for a 2nd-tier alchemist title instead. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Yu propelled a small cluster of icy white bone spirit flame into the cauldron. Upon contact, a soft explosion resonated, and the flames erupted, surging vigorously within the confines of the cauldron. Meanwhile, Otto and Bryn, who stood off to the side, were preparing to resume their discussion about the serpent race when they both caught sight of the white flames ascending from Xiao Yu's cauldron. Their pupils dilated in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Is that foreign flame?" Their astonished voices immediately attracted Lin Fei and the others, who, upon witnessing the flames in Xiao Yu's possession, were equally taken aback. As alchemists, they were certainly familiar with the concept of foreign flames. But to see such a phenomenon in the hands of an alchemist yet to undergo assessment was truly beyond belief. Chapter 52. Second-rank alchemist Blin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this white flame truly a form of extraordinary fire?" As he gradually regained his composure, a sense of doubt lingered. Otto, equally astonished, exchanged a glance with Blin before gently shaking his head, stating, "This cannot possibly be extraordinary fire. Given the prowess of this young lad, how could he possibly wield such a terrifying flame?" Blin nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it should not be so. Moreover, to master such a rich and potent extraordinary fire with such finesse, even the esteemed Dan Wang Guha would struggle to achieve that." Due to the protective barrier of the light screen, they hesitated to confirm their suspicions, choosing instead to suppress their curiosity until Xiao Yu emerged, at which point they could inquire further. However, they were certain that this white flame was undeniably not a fire conjured from battle qi. Otto sighed softly. This young fellow harbors quite a few secrets. It appears he has come well prepared. While they conversed, Xiao Yu had already commenced the alchemical process. The explosive power pill was known for its rather ferocious properties, unlike the gentler nature of other pills. During the refinement, the characteristics of the bone spirit cold fire provided Xiao Yu with significant assistance. Skillfully, he tossed various herbs into the cauldron, where the bone spirit cold fire swiftly enveloped them, refining them into essence. For Xiao Yu, concocting a first-rank pill was a mere trifle, and in the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Blin and Otto marveled. This young lad exhibits such ease in refining first-rank pills. I wonder who his mentor might be. Indeed, I too am curious to see what kind of mentor could produce such a disciple. Blin gestured to a maid standing nearby and took the sheepskin scroll from her hands. Their gazes fell upon the mentor's name, and their brows furrowed in unison. Blin, perplexed, inquired of Otto, "When has our alchemist guild ever had a figure known as Dan Lao?" Otto could only speculate. Perhaps he is one of those reclusive hermits. After all, some ancient beings prefer not to reveal themselves to the world. Blin sighed. That would indeed clarify the origins of the flame in this young lad's possession. It is likely that this Dan Lao sought it out for him. With that, both turned their attention back to the light screen, where Xiao Yu was meticulously controlling the bone spirit cold fire to refine the essence of the herbs, gradually shaping them. Lin Fei and Shui Mei observed the calm and composed demeanor of Xiao Yu on the light screen, and an indescribable sense of defeat surged within their proud hearts. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. Throughout this time, Xiao Yu had been diligently studying alchemy and cultivating his skills, even practicing combat techniques within his dream training system at night, thereby enhancing his abilities in every conceivable way. Before long, a round, pale red pill began to take shape within the cauldron before Xiao Yu. The next step was to continually elevate the quality of the pill. The initially uneven surface of the explosive power pill began to smooth out, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the light screen, causing everyone present to tremble in astonishment. Blin, taken aback, remarked, "Is this fragrance emanating from the explosive power pill?" The aged visage of Otto was filled with astonishment, not merely the explosive elixir, but the essence of energy embedded within this medicinal fragrance seemed to have been refined to its utmost by this young lad. Clearly, we had underestimated him. As he gazed into the cauldron, a faint yet discernible pattern began to emerge on the surface of the explosive elixir. Xiao Yu smiled gently, beckoning with his hand, causing the bone spirit cold fire to surge forth, causing the explosive elixir to roll amidst the ethereal flames, rendering the previously elusive pattern vividly clear. With a flick of his finger, the lid of the cauldron was propelled open by a surge of energy, and with a swift inhalation, the pale red pill soared towards him. Xiao Yu deftly lifted a white jade vial from the stone platform, elegantly capturing the explosive elixir within it. Dong! Another chime resonated, signifying the official conclusion of the alchemist examination. Noticing the gazes of the onlookers upon him, Xiao Yu raised the jade vial towards the little medical sage with a playful smile, exclaiming, "I did not disappoint." The little medical sage was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson as she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Otto, witnessing Xiao Yu's completion of the examination, approached with Bruin, both wearing broad smiles. "My boy, your alchemical skills have truly astonished both Otto and me. I am eager to learn about your mentor, the esteemed Dan Lao, who has nurtured such a talented disciple." Bruin exclaimed with a grin, while Otto looked on with admiration. Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "What can I say? It's simply my innate talent for alchemy." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's audacious words, Bruin erupted into hearty laughter, while said, "Your talent is indeed extraordinary. I believe there are hardly a handful in the entire Jamma Empire who possess such alchemical prowess at your age." Otto smiled as he accepted the jade vial from Xiao Yu, pouring the explosive elixir into his palm, where deep crimson ripples shimmered brilliantly on its surface. Otto was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this a pill pattern?" Bruin, clicking his tongue in admiration, remarked, "To have manifested a pill pattern within merely half the allotted time for the examination while refining such a challenging elixir is a feat that even genuine first-tier alchemists would find arduous." Meanwhile, standing aside, Cole's complexion paled at the mention of the pill pattern. Not only would a first-tier alchemist struggle to produce a pill with such patterns, but even he, a second-tier alchemist, could not accomplish it. By this alone, he had already lost. The little medical sage cast a sidelong glance at Cole, quipping, "One wonders if certain individuals could even concoct such a pill." Cole dared not respond, falling silent, while the little medical sage, seeing his reticence, refrained from pressing further. "Congratulations, Xiao Yu, you have successfully passed the first-tier alchemist examination." Otto gently smiled at the young man, slowly returning the elixir to the jade vial, exhaling a breath of relief. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Keelii and said, "Initially, my wager with him was to complete the examination for a second-tier alchemist. A gentleman's word is his bond. And thus I wish to proceed directly with the assessment for the second-tier alchemist." Blinn and Otto were momentarily taken aback. "You wish to continue with the examination for a second-tier alchemist?" Blinn inquired. Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, Otto remarked, "Given that you can already inscribe patterns on first-tier pills, your desire to undertake the second-tier alchemist assessment is hardly surprising. What do you think, old fellow?" Blinn nodded slightly in agreement. "That is indeed the case. Since you wish to take the examination, let it be so. Should you succeed, it would bring immense glory to the Alchemist Guild of Mo City." Standing nearby, Otto chuckled while chiding, "You truly have it easy. If that old coot Frank gets wind of this, he might just be furious." Blinn, unfazed, cheerfully addressed Xiao Yu. "The examination poses no issue. However, there is one prerequisite for becoming a second-tier alchemist. You must possess the strength of a battle master. Are you, perchance, a battle master?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "A battle master? Close enough." Blinn and Otto exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. "What a peculiar little monster." Blinn then called out with a sense of anticipation, "Bring forth the preparations for the second-tier alchemist examination at once." His words carried a hint of excitement, for the Alchemist Guild of Mo City was about to witness the rise of a master alchemist. Chapter 53, Breakthrough, 8-Star Alchemist. The assessment for the second-tier alchemist is notably more intricate than that of the first tier, and it does not take place in the hall, but rather in a secluded chamber. Lin Fei and Shui Mei were eager to witness the scene of Xiao Yu undergoing the second-tier alchemist assessment. However, Otto gently shook his head, denying Lin Fei's request, and entered the room with Master Brin, firmly closing the door behind them with a resounding thud. Annoyed, Lin Fei huffed and muttered, "If we can't watch, then so be it. We'll find out the results soon enough." Humph. Shui Mei, however, remained unfazed and approached the little medical sage, softly inquiring, "Sister medical sage, how did you come to know Xiao Yu?" The little medical sage had not anticipated such a question from Shui Mei. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "He saved me once, and that is how we became acquainted." Though her words were brief, a sense of peril lingered within them. Lin Fei, intrigued, asked, "Is that true? Sister medical sage, could you share the story with us? I adore tales." Unsure of how to decline, and with nothing else to occupy her, the little medical sage recounted her encounter with Xiao Yu, including the dangers faced in the Monster Mountain range and the treachery of the mercenary group from Qingshan Town. Lin Fei and Xuan Mei, having lived their lives within the Alchemist Guild, had never encountered such peril and found the story utterly fascinating. The three girls engaged in animated conversation while Kaylay stood awkwardly to the side. Fortunately, the doors soon creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. The astonishment on Bryn and Otto's faces had yet to fade as they emerged. Lin Fei and Xuan Mei rushed forward, with Lin Fei grasping Otto's sleeve, asking, "Teacher, is the assessment over? What was the outcome?" Bryn raised his hands with a smile, saying, "My young friend is indeed remarkable. I have never encountered a second-tier alchemist with such refined skills, nor have I seen second-tier pills crafted with patterns. I am truly impressed." Xuan Mei's delicate hand discreetly clenched in excitement, and Lin Fei turned to Xiao Yu in astonishment. "Did you truly pass the second-tier alchemist assessment?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Was it that difficult?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's nonchalant words, Lin Fei felt a sudden tightness in her chest, inwardly exclaiming, "Is it not difficult? Is it really not?" She thought to herself, "It's time for you to understand that there are always greater heights and people beyond your reach." Young friend Xiao Yu's alchemical skills are truly awe-inspiring. I have never seen an 18-year-old second-tier alchemist. Such a feat is unprecedented in the century-long history of the Alchemist Guild in the Jama Empire. You must devote yourself to your studies. I am counting on you to participate in the Alchemist Conference in 6 months. Otto admonished Lin Fei and Xuan Mei. As if recalling something, Otto looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Will you be attending the Alchemist Conference in the capital of the Jama Empire in 6 months?" Blin also chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, this Alchemist Conference gathers numerous alchemists from the Gamma Empire, and even some from other empires across the continent will join to partake in the excitement. It is truly a grand occasion for the Gamma Empire. Missing it would indeed be a pity." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing that in half a year, the 3-year appointment would arrive. Coincidentally, the Yunlan sect was located just outside the capital of the Gamma Empire. He had intended to witness the reunion between Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran. How could he possibly miss it? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu nodded and replied, "If I have the time, I shall certainly attend." Blin and Otto laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If our young friend promises to come, we shall eagerly await your dazzling performance at this Alchemist Conference." At that moment, a servant entered, holding a delicate black robe upon a jade platter. Blin picked up the robe and said, "This is the custom attire for a second-tier alchemist, imbued with some special properties. I shall leave it for you to discover on your own." Ha ha ha. Xiao Yu accepted the robe with a smile. A refreshing aura enveloped him, and its comfortable texture made him reluctant to part with it. On the chest area, there was an alchemist's badge, shimmering with 2 silver waves, symbolizing his status as a second-tier alchemist. Scanning the surroundings, Xiao Yu noted that Cole's figure had already vanished, so he did not dwell on it further. He donned the black robe, immediately feeling a cooling comfort. His tall stature and ethereal demeanor were enhanced in that moment, and combined with his handsome features, he resembled an otherworldly being. The 3 young ladies present, upon seeing the transformed Xiao Yu, momentarily gazed with subtle intrigue at his warm smile, and a peculiar feeling stirred within them. However, Blin soon spoke again. "Since the assessments have concluded, let us disperse. What are your plans next, young friend?" Xiao Yu replied with a light laugh. "I have 2 relatives in the desert. I came here with the intention of visiting them, so I plan to purchase some medicinal materials before heading into the desert." Blin nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, there's no need to trouble yourself. Just inform me of the materials you require, and I shall deliver them directly to you. This is within the capabilities of our Alchemist Guild." Xiao Yu felt no need to be polite. Recognizing that the second-tier alchemist exam had afforded the Mo City Alchemist Guild a chance to shine before the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild, and thus he listed the materials and items he needed. Blin waved his hand confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, everything will be delivered by tomorrow. You may stay here tonight, and leave whenever you wish." With that, Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully. Blin smiled and said, "It is nothing, rather. I must thank you for allowing me to showcase myself before my fellow colleagues." Xiao Yu offered a faint smile and refrained from saying more. Subsequently, Blin arranged accommodations for Xiao Yu and the others, and Otto and the rest also took residence within the guild. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yu promptly entered a state of cultivation, while Xiao Bai and the others remained in the small medical fairies room, providing him with an undisturbed environment. After sipping a small amount of the accompanying primordial purple crystal essence, a powerful force surged from his abdomen. Xiao Yu formed hand seals, guiding this energy to be refined throughout his body, while a portion was absorbed by the life divine tree residing in his dantian. The tree, seemingly undergoing continuous evolution, deepened in its verdant hue, exuding a more profound aura of life, as if it were undergoing a metamorphosis. Xiao Yu sensed the energy stored within his internal sea, while the fighting spirit coursing through his meridians grew increasingly turbulent, a clear indication of an impending breakthrough. As night fell, a layer of fighting spirit began to envelop his body in a gossamer garment, a soft crimson radiance enveloping him entirely, soon accompanied by azure fighting spirit. The two energies began to merge, twisting the ethereal fighting spirit garment into a surreal form, as the energies of the universe were ceaselessly drawn into Xiao Yu. Break! With a sudden exclamation, Xiao Yu's eyes snapped open, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted outward. A soft pop resonated within him, and he felt the shackles within his body shatter, signifying his successful ascension to the realm of an 8-star dome master. Chapter 54. The Desert Serpent Man. Xiao Yu could sense the surge of fighting spirit within him, which had increased several-fold. As he gazed at the faintly red and pale blue energy swirling in his palm, he fell into contemplation, suddenly grasping something of great significance. A glimmer of enlightenment shone in his eyes. He realized that the essence of the chaotic cultivation method lay in the ability to fuse all attributes of fighting spirit simultaneously, thereby enabling comprehensive development across all attributes. This revelation unveiled terrifying potential for growth. Xiao Yu also discerned why his original cyclones had transformed entirely into an energy sea. The energy provided by the cyclones was insufficient to harness his true strength. Only the energy stored within the sea of fighting spirit could fully manifest his capabilities. Regarding his previous perception of sluggish cultivation speed, Xiao Yu now understood the reason. It was akin to a container capable of holding 10,000 units of water. If he solely cultivated fire attribute fighting spirit, it could only occupy a mere 100 units of volume. This disparity had hindered his cultivation pace. Now, with the ability to cultivate both wind and fire attributes simultaneously, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Yet, Xiao Yu found himself perplexed. What would be the method to acquire a new cultivation attribute? He pondered, realizing that his wind attribute must have originated from Yun Yun, though the specifics of how it came to be were better left unspoken. Was it possible that acquiring new attributes would always follow this peculiar method? He shook his head vigorously, deeming such a notion wicked. What if it involved men? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Absolutely not. There must be something he had yet to uncover. Deciding against overthinking, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. For tomorrow they would venture into the desert. With that, Xiao Yu closed his eyes and resumed reinforcing his training. The following day, the blazing sun once again enveloped the desert, waves of heat washing over him. As Xiao Yu opened his door, he discovered Xiao Yixian and the others already gathered in the hall below, while Bryn and Otto sat to one side, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Xiao Yu descend, everyone greeted him warmly. Approaching Xiao Yixian, he inquired, "Have you all become this familiar already?" Xiao Yixian smiled. Friendships among girls can blossom at any moment. In response, Xiao Yu shrugged and, after giving Lin Fei and Shui Mei a slight nod, walked towards the two masters, Bryn and Otto. Bryn greeted him with a smile. "Young friend, everything you requested has been prepared. Shall we deliver it now?" Xiao Yu replied, "Please do. I wish to enter the desert as soon as possible." Without further ado, Bryn instructed his subordinates to bring forth the items Xiao Yu needed. There was quite a substantial amount. With a gentle wave of his hand, Xiao Yu activated the spatial ring on his finger, and the items were promptly absorbed within. Additionally, Xiao Yu had requested a third-tier magic core from Bryn, which was also among the gathered items. One could not help but admire the Apothecary Guild's vast and plentiful resources. A third-tier magic core could indeed be procured overnight. The combined value of these items, along with the third-grade magic core, is approximately 300,000 gold coins. However, this sum was declined by Master Bryn. Xiao Yu, unable to refuse Bryn's goodwill, engaged in further conversation with him and Otto before taking his leave, preparing to venture into the desert with the little medical sage. Bryn and Otto did not attempt to retain them, instead smiling as they escorted Xiao Yu and the little medical sage out of the Alchemist Guild. The four stood on the steps, watching their figures gradually fade into the distance. Otto sighed, remarking, Young friend Xiao Yu's future is boundless. Perhaps in the near future, we shall witness a powerful alchemist even greater than Gu He shining in the glory of the Jamar Empire. Bryn nodded slightly, adding, indeed, once we reach the capital, we must introduce young friend Xiao Yu to the guild president. The president Bryn referred to is, of course, the esteemed Fa Ma, a pinnacle 5th grade alchemist and a formidable Do Huang warrior. Having distanced themselves, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the conversation between Bryn and Otto. He turned to the little medical sage and said, let us first visit my elder brother and second brother. It has been many years since we last met. Father mentioned they have established a mercenary group named Mo Tai in the desert. The little medical sage nodded in agreement. All right, I shall follow your lead. But do you know where to find them? Xiao Yu lifted the map in his hand, stating, the Mo Tai mercenary group is located in Stone Desert City. We simply need to follow the map. In the vast desert, golden sands filled the air, and the howling winds created an incessant roar. Xiao Yu and the little medical sage paused atop a hill. With his strength as an 8-star doshir, Xiao Yu could withstand the harsh desert environment, while the little medical sage's face reddened, clearly affected by the oppressive heat. Fortunately, she had her own concocted cooling pills to endure for a while longer. There is little water left in the canteen. Stay here for a moment, Xiao Yu instructed the little medical sage. She glanced at him and asked, where will you go to find water? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, looking ahead. I will scout a bit further. Perhaps we might be fortunate enough to encounter a mercenary group and obtain some water. The little medical sage did not protest further. Knowing Xiao Yu's strength and realizing that accompanying him would only be a burden, she softly advised, be careful. Xiao Yu nodded, assuring her, do not worry, Xiaozi. Protect them well. Xiaozi blinked her large beastly eyes and nodded slightly. Xiao Yu was confident in her combat abilities. So he unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared forth like a streak of violet light. After flying for some time, Xiao Yu's keen senses detected fluctuations of Do Qi energy ahead, prompting him to accelerate once more. He landed on a small hill to the north, concealing himself. His gaze fell upon 2 groups standing in the desert below. One was a mercenary group, while the other comprised 6 peculiar beings, with human upper bodies and massive serpent tails. The sound of their tails striking the ground sent chills down one's spine. They appeared to be the serpent people of the desert. What is the purpose of these serpent folk? Xiao Yu pondered, feeling a sense of confusion. He attentively listened to the coarse voice of the leading serpent man below. Hand over the serpent woman on the carriage to us, and I shall allow you to leave. How can we trust the words of your kind? Retorted a human man. Moreover, this serpent woman is a significant figure to our employer. We cannot allow the reputation of the Sand Mercenary Corps to be tarnished on my watch. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the eyes of the leading human as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly assessing the situation. Upon hearing the mention of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that this mercenary group was the most formidable in Stone Desert City, surpassing even the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps established by his elder brother. It appeared that the conflict between the 2 parties revolved around the serpent woman in the carriage. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted toward the vehicle encircled by the Sand Mercenary Corps, shrouded in a layer of black cloth, obscuring its contents. However, it was evident that whatever lay within was of great importance to the serpent folk. Since you remain obstinate, then perish, commanded the leading serpent man. Instantly, a surge of bloodthirst emerged on the faces of the surrounding serpent folk, their mouths partially agape as crimson tongues flicked out. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 55. The rescue of the serpent woman. Xiao Yu had no intention of intervening. The Sand Mercenary Corps was far from benevolent. Being the sworn enemy of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, he certainly had no inclination to assist these serpent beings. The leader among them had already reached the formidable rank of a 4-star Do Master, while among the remaining 5 serpents, 2 were 1-star Do Masters and 3 were 9-star Do Warriors. In stark contrast, the Sand Mercenary Corps was woefully inadequate, with the only notable member being a man with a somewhat sinister gaze, who was merely a 1-star Do Master, while the rest of the mercenaries were of about 8-star Do Warrior strength. The leading serpent wielded a sharp serpent spear, charging towards the encircled humans with a hiss. As the serpent's tongue flicked, the surrounding serpent warriors lunged ferociously at the humans. In a matter of moments, over 10 mercenaries were utterly routed by this group of serpents, leaving only their human leader remaining. whose strength was slightly superior as a one-star dome master, yet he was covered in wounds, his battle prowess rapidly waning. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, the leader succumbed to despair, kneeling before the serpents. The situation was overwhelmingly dire, 6 against 1, a certain death awaited him. "Please, spare my life. You may take the serpent woman from the carriage," he implored. The serpent leader, with piercing green triangular eyes, fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "What is your name? Who sent you to escort her? To where?" He was referring to the serpent woman in the carriage. Seizing this opportunity for survival, the man hastily replied, "I am Luo Kuan, the vice captain of the San Mercenary Corps. This transport mission was assigned to us by our captain, Rob. I am not entirely certain of the details. The captain only instructed us to deliver her to Mo City to complete the task." The serpent leader appeared to accept Luo Kuan's words. Just as Luo Kuan began to relax, a sudden ferocity flickered across the serpent leader's face. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear, imbued with a fierce energy, towards Luo Kuan. With a sickening thud, Luo Kuan looked in disbelief at the serpent spear lodged in his chest. The sound of flesh tearing and the overwhelming agony silenced his cries. Blood gushed from his mouth as his body crumpled to the sandy ground, his life force gradually extinguished. The leader coldly scoffed, "To undertake such a task, one must be prepared for death." From his vantage point on the hill, Xiao Yu observed the scene with clarity. He had intended to wait until the serpents had taken the serpent woman from the carriage before seeking a water source. However, he noticed that the 6 serpents did not approach to release the serpent woman. Instead, they surrounded the carriage. This sight caused Xiao Yu to furrow his brow. He saw the serpent leader step forward, tearing away the black cloth that covered the carriage. Upon glimpsing the face of the serpent woman within, even though Xiao Yu had encountered many beautiful women, he was struck by her astonishing beauty. With phoenix-like brows and bright eyes, skin as smooth as cream, a delicate nose, and lips like a red plum in the snow, she exuded an alluring, ethereal quality. Her gaze, filled with a captivating allure, seemed to ensnare the very soul. The soft, snow lotus-like arms embraced her, while a flowing red silk garment adorned her upper body, accentuating her proud bosom. Below, a serpent-like body shimmered with an enchanting crimson hue, and her small face was filled with panic. Her autumn-like eyes were fixated on the serpent leader outside the carriage, evoking a sense of pity. However, the serpent leader showed no sign of mercy, his spear glistening ominously with murderous intent. He gazed at the serpent maiden and softly declared, "I am sorry, but our serpent clan can only have one queen." With that, he thrust the spear towards the carriage, the fierce energy causing the serpent maiden to close her eyes in resignation. Just as the spear was about to pierce her body, a sharp sound of wind suddenly echoed through the sky, and a purple silhouette descended like lightning, crashing down before the serpent leader, separating him from the maiden. A long sword perfectly intercepted the spear, halting its advance. As the swirling sands gradually settled, the serpent leader could finally discern the figure standing before him, a youth. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Yu, who had been observing from the dunes for quite some time. The serpent maiden in the carriage slightly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Xiao Yu's back, she felt a wave of warmth, as if she had found solace. The serpent leader, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of the maiden. His cold, triangular serpent eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu, their murderous glint instilling fear. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, grinning as he remarked, "Such a beautiful serpent maiden. Isn't it a pity to kill your own kind? Why not listen to me and let her go?" The serpent leader dismissed his words with a wave of his hand, summoning 5 surrounding serpents to close in. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed, and with a slight tremor of his sword, a backlash of force sent the serpent leader staggering back. As the serpents approached, the stench of blood wafted toward Xiao Yu, causing him to frown. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he stepped firmly on the sandy ground, activating his moonstep technique. Like a flash of lightning, his figure darted through the 5 serpents. In an instant, Xiao Yu appeared behind them. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy falls echoed behind him as deep gashes appeared on the necks of the 5 serpents. Blood gushed forth, and soon, they lay lifeless. The serpent leader, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes in shock. In mere moments, Xiao Yu had dispatched his subordinates with ease. Such strength was undoubtedly formidable. With a flick of his crimson tongue, the serpent leader hissed, "Human, you have slain our kind in the Tagore Desert. You have invoked my wrath. We, the Serpent Clan, will ensure your demise. Xiao Yu smiled lightly, retorting, now that I have already struck, what purpose do your words serve? Prepare to meet your end. The Serpentine leader cast a cold glance at Xiao Yu, tightly gripping his serpent spear as he charged towards him. A faint green luminescence emanated from the spear, clearly indicative of its potent venom. An icy aura, tinged with a metallic scent, enveloped the air as Xiao Yu summoned the bone spirit's cold fire to envelop the blade of his ink-scaled sword. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a swift arc of white sword energy towards the Serpentine leader. The two forces collided midair, producing a hissing sound akin to hot iron plunged into water. As a cloud of smoke billowed forth, the extraordinary flames completely evaporating the venom from the serpent spear. Noticing the flicker of trepidation in the leader's gaze as he beheld the white flames engulfing Xiao Yu, it became evident that he wished to retreat. Xiao Yu, keenly aware of this intent to flee, resolved that since enmity had been established, it was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely, or else face greater troubles ahead. With a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, Xiao Yu propelled himself towards the Serpentine leader with astonishing speed, leaving the leader no time to react. In that fleeting moment, the aura of an 8-star dome master erupted from Xiao Yu, igniting a spark of fear in the leader's eyes. You are an 8-star dome master? Xiao Yu merely smiled. Farewell. With a swift thrust, the sword light slashed through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon the leader's neck. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Turning away, Xiao Yu caught sight of the serpent woman, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, seemingly mourning the demise of her kin. Chapter 56. Explanation. With a casual flick of the ink-scaled sword in Xiao Yu's hand, a surge of sword energy swiftly darted towards the carriage, resulting in a deafening crash as the cage imprisoning the serpent woman shattered into fragments. Although the serpent woman possessed remarkable beauty, Xiao Yu was not the type to be entranced by mere appearances. He chose not to linger on her, and instead approached the lifeless bodies of the mercenaries. Upon noticing the water flasks affixed to their waists, a faint smile graced his lips as he collected them, preparing to depart from the scene. Are you just going to leave? A timid voice called from behind him. It was the serpent woman. Xiao Yu turned to behold her pitiable visage, his brow furrowing as he replied, I am human, and you are a serpent person. It is not appropriate for me to take you with me. You may choose to return to your tribe. However, the serpent woman shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything at all. Do you not even recall who you are? Where your home is? Xiao Yu inquired, his head beginning to throb with confusion. The serpent woman continued to shake her head, murmuring, I truly cannot remember anything. Observing her earnestness, though seemingly devoid of deceit, only added to Xiao Yu's frustration. What a predicament! He had inadvertently saved a ticking time bomb. How could he explain her presence to his brothers upon meeting the Mo-Tai mercenary corps? Would she be deemed a slave? To capture a serpent woman as a slave in the Tegel Desert would be tantamount to courting death. Even if she were a target for the serpent people, she deserved not to be belittled by humans. Moreover, considering that even her own kind sought her demise, who could fathom the grave transgressions she may have committed against them? Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yu concluded that this serpent woman could not accompany him. He produced a few water flasks and offered them to her, stating, Keep this water. Do not let yourself be captured again. You may not encounter another kind soul like me. The serpent woman did not reach for the water, but instead lifted her gaze. Her large, watery eyes fixated on Xiao Yu, as she softly asked, May I accompany you? Seeing the glimmer of hope and anticipation in her eyes, Xiao Yu hesitated momentarily before firmly responding, No. The light in her eyes quickly extinguished, and her fragile demeanor was heart-wrenching, but there was little he could do. He was not yet powerful enough to confront the entirety of the serpent people on his own. Even if he were, there was no necessity to provoke an entire race over an unfamiliar serpent woman. After placing the water beside her, Xiao Yu felt a sudden tremor in his back as the purple cloud wings unfurled. Just as he was about to take flight, a soft sob reached his ears. Cursing inwardly, he found himself unable to abandon her in the desert. Turning back to face her, the serpent woman looked up, her face streaked with tears. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Yu retracted the water flasks into his storage ring and, seizing her wrist, pulled her into his embrace. Before she could react, he spread his wings wide, lifting both of them into the sky and soaring towards their destination. The The serpent maiden gazed in surprise at Xiao Yu's profile, her expression somewhat dazed and adorably innocent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pondered how to explain this situation to the little healer. On the other side of the desert, in the grand hall of the charming serpent clan, the enchanting Yu Mei sat upon her throne, awaiting reports from her subordinates, while two serpent maidens stood by her side in attendance. Suddenly, a serpent man rushed in, flustered, and bowed deeply before Yu Mei, exclaiming, "It's bad, leader. The serpent maiden you wish to rescue has been taken by someone else." Yu Mei's expression shifted abruptly, her gaze turning icy as she interrogated the serpent man. "Are you saying that when you arrived, both parties had perished in the desert? Has a third party intervened?" The trembling subordinate replied, "From the scene, it appears to be the case. Useless. You cannot even handle this simple matter. Go find her immediately. If you fail, you shall accompany her to the grave." Yu Mei scolded with a voice cold enough to chill the air, laced with murderous intent. "Yes, yes." The serpent's subordinate nodded hastily, leaving the hall in a hurry to search. Yu Mei pressed her hand against her smooth forehead, feeling a wave of frustration. The rescue of the serpent maiden was a direct command from the queen, and as a devoted supporter, she was obligated to fulfill every order. However, she also understood that the target of the rescue was none other than the queen's younger sister. The serpent tribe would never allow two heirs to the queen's position. One must perish. Though she was uncertain how the queen's sister managed to escape, she recognized the necessity of compliance with the queen's directive, even if it meant opposing the council of elders. Of course, Yu Mei was not foolish enough to confront the council openly. Her rescue efforts would be conducted in secrecy, with only her most trusted subordinates dispatched. After contemplating, Yu Mei rose gracefully, her serpent tail swaying lightly as she made her way outside. "I shall pay a visit to the Moshi clan. Any developments will be discussed upon my return." "Yes," replied her two attendants in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had returned with the serpent maiden to the location of the little healer. At that moment, the little healer was gazing directly at the serpent maiden, and then shifted her gaze to Xiao Yu, who stood awkwardly nearby. With a hint of amusement, she remarked, "Didn't you go to fetch water? How did you end up with the serpent maiden?" Xiao Yu blinked, then quickly produced all the water from his spatial ring, grinning as he said, "The water is right here." The little healer did not reach for the water. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and smiled at the serpent maiden, asking playfully, "Are you not going to explain yourself?" Well, this serpent maiden is someone I just saved. I found her pitiful, so I brought her back." Xiao Yu recounted the scene of her rescue. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, the little healer's expression softened considerably. She was unaware of the serpent maiden's dire plight, and, upon observing the delicate look in her eyes, felt a surge of compassion. She stepped forward, taking the serpent maiden's hand, and said, "You may stay with us. He will protect you." The serpent maiden looked at the little healer's gentle face and smiled softly, nodding slightly in agreement. The little medical fairy turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Isn't it rather inconvenient for her to accompany us in her current state?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu replied, "I intend to concoct some transformation pills for her, which will allow her to live in a human form for a while." He had just consulted the alchemical texts and discovered that the transformation pill could enable a serpent person to shed their tail and assume a human body. However, each pill would only sustain the transformation for a month. The materials he possessed were sufficient to produce only 2 pills, but that would suffice. They could address the remainder upon reaching Shimo City. Xiao Yu promptly seated himself cross-legged and began to form hand seals. The bone spirit's cold fire swiftly materialized into a cauldron, and he meticulously refined the herbs. The transformation pill was classified as a second-tier elixir, yet its crafting difficulty was only moderately challenging within that category. Before long, 2 transformation pills were successfully created, their warmth palpable as Xiao Yu placed them into a jade vial and handed it to the serpent maiden, instructing, "Take 1 pill each month." The serpent maiden accepted the vial and immediately swallowed one of the transformation pills. Her serpent tail began to sway gently, and a dazzling green light flashed, revealing 2 delicate, bare legs before Xiao Yu. "Oh my!" he exclaimed, hastily covering his eyes. Chapter 57. Snowstorm. The little medical fairy was equally taken aback, as she did not anticipate such a scenario. Casting a disapproving glance at the now closed eyes of Xiao Yu, she retrieved another piece of clothing and, observing the serpent woman's bewildered expression, let out a soft sigh before assisting her in donning the garment. Once the serpent woman was properly dressed, Xiao Yu finally opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Is this something I can behold without spending a dime?" However, upon noticing the peculiar gaze from the little medical fairy, he could only manage an awkward smile. After tidying himself up, Xiao Yu declared, "Since we are all rested, let us continue our journey. We should be nearing Stone Desert City." The little medical fairy nodded slightly, and as for the serpent woman, she needed no further encouragement. Following Xiao Yu was all that mattered. The trio hastened towards Stone Desert City, and soon, the grand outline of a vast city located on the eastern outskirts of the Tagore Desert gradually appeared before them. Xiao Yu gazed at the distant Stone Desert City and exhaled, "At last, we have arrived. Indeed, let us hasten our pace. Night is approaching," the little medical fairy reminded. They had traversed the desert for nearly 7 or 8 days, and the relentless sandstorms had left them utterly fatigued, in dire need of a place to rest and rejuvenate. Before long, they reached the city gates. Xiao Yu's attire as a second-tier alchemist commanded utmost respect from the soldiers stationed at the entrance, and passers-by cast reverent glances in his direction. Yet, disliking the attention, Xiao Yu promptly removed his alchemist robes. Feeling much better without the spotlight, at least he would not be regarded as a spectacle. The guards and defenses of Stone Desert City were notably stronger than those in the inland cities of the Gamadi Empire, perhaps due to the frequent sightings of serpent folk in the area. Soldiers patrolled the city, a common sight throughout. Though Stone Desert City was not particularly large, it was substantial enough. Xiao Yu approached a passerby and inquired, "Hello, could you please direct me to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps?" He proffered a bag of gold coins as he spoke. The passerby, upon glimpsing the coins, beamed with delight and hastily replied, "Very well. I shall lead you to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "That would be splendid." Under the guidance of this individual, the 3 companions and their beasts made their way southward through the city. After navigating several winding streets, they arrived before a vast courtyard, where a flag fluttered in the breeze, emblazoned with 5 bold characters. Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. "This is the place. I shall not accompany you further." The passerby waved goodbye and departed. Xiao Yu observed a few robust men standing guard outside the courtyard, weapons in hand, stationed on either side of the entrance. Their piercing gazes and the faint aura of iron and blood emanating from them compelled him to command. "It appears that the elder brother and second brother are faring quite well here." The little medical fairy nodded in agreement. Establishing such a formidable presence in this locale is no small feat. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed. My father has often mentioned that my elder brother is exceptionally clever, while my second brother is characterized by his cautious yet fierce demeanor, adept at navigating situations with both finesse and decisiveness. Naturally, the two of them make for a perfect partnership. Allow me to inquire if my elder brother is present." As he spoke, Xiao Yu stepped forward, instantly drawing the attention of several burly men, one of whom inquired in a deep voice, "What business do you have?" With a smile, Xiao Yu replied, "I am here to seek an audience with your leader and his second-in-command. I have a business proposition to discuss." The men scrutinized Xiao Yu, then glanced at the veiled figure of the petite healer and the serpent woman behind him. After a moment's hesitation, they said, "Very well. Wait here while I inform them." At that moment, a graceful silhouette emerged from the courtyard. The young woman, appearing to be around 20, possessed a strikingly delicate face. Her brows arched like a desert leopard, exuding a fierce spirit. Her audacious attire accentuated her sun-kissed waist and elongated legs. "What is happening?" she inquired coolly. One of the men slightly bowed and responded, "3 individuals have arrived, claiming to seek the leaders for a business discussion." The woman leaned forward to scrutinize Xiao Yu and his companions before stating, "Hold on, I will inquire further." Certainly, she approached Xiao Yu and asked, "Are you the ones seeking our leaders for a business matter?" Xiao Yu replied with a light chuckle, "Indeed, does it not seem so?" The woman assessed Xiao Yu and the petite healer, along with the serpent woman, then shook her head. "It certainly does not." Xiao Yu glanced at her and suddenly inquired, "Are you called Xuelan?" Xuelan's brows furrowed slightly, a glint of caution flickering in her eyes as she questioned, "I believe we have not met. How do you know my name?" She gestured to the burly men beside her. The nearby mercenaries quickly gathered around, yet Xiao Yu remained unperturbed, smiling calmly. "We indeed have not crossed paths, but I have heard my elder brother mention you." This revelation only deepened Xuelan's confusion and reinforced her suspicion that Xiao Yu was not there for a business discussion, but rather to stir trouble. Xiao Yu continued. Do not be hasty in your actions. Perhaps it would be wise to first inquire whether your leaders recognize someone by the name of Xiao Yu. Moreover, you may find that you are not my match, so it would be futile to exert yourselves. Arrogant. One of the burly men retorted sharply. Anyone who heard Xiao Yu's words would perceive him as audacious. The surrounding mercenaries, all of whom possessed at least 5-star combat prowess, bristled at the affront, brandishing their weapons and preparing to teach Xiao Yu a lesson. Just as the petite healer and the serpent woman grew tense, Xuelan interjected, Wait. Upon hearing her voice, the burly men halted, bewildered, and turned to look at her. Xuelan scrutinized Xiao Yu once more and suddenly noticed the striking resemblance he bore to both the leader and his second-in-command. You say your name is Xiao Yu? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Xuelan finally spoke up. Xiao Yu smiled and gave a slight nod. Xuelan continued, I recall that the captain mentioned having 2 younger brothers, both exceptionally gifted, one of whom is named Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu added with a smile, Is the other one named Xiaoyan? Yes. It appears you not only know the captain, but are also his brother. Xuelan exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Xiao Yu replied, Now that you believe in my identity, shall we go meet my elder brothers? Xuelan nodded repeatedly, Of course. I will take you there right away. Just as she was about to turn, Xuelan suddenly seemed to remember something, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she softly inquired, Did your elder brother truly mention me? What? Xiao Yu paused, then recalled what he had just said, nodding with a smile. Of course, would I deceive you? Appreciating Xuelan's character, Xiao Yu decided to encourage her relationship with shouting, thinking that perhaps one day Xuelan would become the elder sister-in-law. Chapter 58. A reunion of brothers. A sudden blush crept across Xuelan's face, yet she said little, leading Xiao Yu and the others toward the courtyard. The 3 followed closely behind her, and after traversing several narrow paths, Xiao Yu beheld a spacious hall before him. Within, he recognized 2 familiar voices, prompting a smile to blossom on his face. It had been several years since he had seen his elder and second brothers since they left home. Xuelan approached and pushed open the hall's door. Inside sat several gentlemen, and with a playful tone, she addressed the 2 men seated at the head. Gentlemen, do take a look at who has arrived. As Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who were engrossed in conversation, heard Xuelan's words, a flicker of exasperation crossed Xiao Li's otherwise stern visage. You haven't been brawling with that group, led by Rob again, have you? Xiao Li's remark elicited laughter from those present, for they were all aware of Xuelan's penchant for engaging in skirmishes with the Sand mercenary group, who had often found themselves at a disadvantage against her. With a flustered expression, Xuelan retorted, What nonsense. Why is it always me instigating fights? Besides, that bunch from Rob deserves a good thrashing. All right, Xuelan. Who is it that has come? Xiao Ding interjected, attempting to quell the brewing argument. Xuelan huffed and replied to Xiao Ding, Why not step outside and see for yourself? Curiosity piqued. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were about to rise to investigate when Xiao Yu's voice resonated from outside. Elder brother, second brother, it is I? Xiao Yu's voice sent a jolt through Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, their eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Li, being the most impulsive, bolted toward the door. Upon seeing Xiao Yu standing in the courtyard, a radiant smile of warmth blossomed on his face. Xiao Li stepped forward and enveloped Xiao Yu in a hearty embrace, his hands resounding against Xiao Yu's back. You rascal, I never expected you to come here. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. You have been away for so long, and Haven T thought to return home. This time, I took the opportunity to visit on behalf of father and third brother. Releasing Xiao Yu, Xiao Li patted him on the shoulder and inquired, How is father's health? Has Xiao Yun's peculiar condition been resolved? With a wry smile, Xiao Yu responded, Second brother, let us reminisce inside. I have yet to see elder brother. Xiao Li eagerly nodded and pulled Xiao Yu toward the hall. Elder brother. It truly is you. This lad is impressive, but wait, what about those 2 young ladies behind you? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the 2 girls standing behind Xiao Yu, Little Medical Fairy and Snake Woman. Observing the genuine affection between Xiao Li and Xiao Yu warmed Xuelan's heart, and she beckoned Little Medical Fairy and Snake Woman to follow her into the hall. The mercenary leaders, who had previously been engaged in discussion, bid farewell to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, casting curious glances at Xiao Yu as they departed. Xiao Yu was led into the grand hall by Xiao Li, where he beheld the young man in white seated at the head of the room. A gentle smile adorned his face, and a flicker of wisdom sparkled in his bright eyes as he scrutinized the newcomer. "Little brother, how you've grown over the years." Xiao Ding slowly rose, regarding the youth before him, who was now nearly of the same height. A glimmer of fondness and softness passed through his gaze as he spoke with a light chuckle. "Elder brother," Xiao Yu replied, "you are becoming increasingly handsome and charming as well." "Hey, you little rascal, I didn't hear you complimenting me just a moment ago," Xiao Li interjected, clearly annoyed. Xuelon seized the opportunity to mock him. "Why would he praise you? Aren't you aware of your own shortcomings?" Xiao Li's expression darkened. But for Xiao Yu's sake, he refrained from retaliating against Xuelon. Instead, he leaned closer to Xiao Yu and asked, "Little Yu, you haven't yet answered my question. How are father and our third brother?" Xiao Ding also turned his attention to Xiao Yu, eager to inquire about family matters, especially with a relative present. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Father is doing quite well, and third brother's peculiar condition has improved. His talent has returned, and he has been attending the Canon Academy for further studies since a year ago. He is likely already a Do master by now." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces lit up with surprise. "Really? That is wonderful news. But I recall your talent was not much different from that of our third brother. Surely you haven't also become a Do master?" Xiao Yu evaded Xiao Li's direct question, responding instead, "Guess. Hey, you little rascal, always the same mischievous spirit. No matter. I shall have to teach you a lesson soon. You'll have to fight me. I am now a 4-star Do master, so don't beg for mercy later." Xiao Li laughed maniacally. Standing beside Xuelon, the little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with amusement, for she knew that Xiao Yu's strength was at 7-star Do master, more than sufficient to handle a 4-star Do master. If a real fight ensued, it might be Xiao Li who would end up pleading for mercy. Xiao Yu merely smiled faintly at Xiao Li's words, and Xiao Ding, observing Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, nodded in approval. His gaze then shifted to the little medical fairy and the serpent maiden. "Little Yu, who are these two?" Xiao Ding inquired. In response to Xiao Ding's question, Xiao Yu explained, "These two are my friends. This one is the little medical fairy, and this one is, Xiao Yu awkwardly glanced at the serpent maiden and asked, "What is your name again?" The serpent maiden timidly replied, "Dai." "Her name is Kai Dai?" Xiao Yu added, embellishing her name with a surname, as he found the single-word name rather unappealing. Xiao Ding did not dwell on the matter, nodding slightly and greeting the two with a friendly gesture. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, ever the observer, whispered conspiratorially to Xiao Yu, "These two wouldn't happen to be your sisters-in-law, would they?" Xiao Yu sighed in exasperation. "No, they are truly just friends." At that moment, the little medical fairy and Kai Dai unveiled their veils, revealing their exquisite faces, one radiating a cool elegance while the other exuded a captivating allure. The beauty of the two struck Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xuelon, causing them to momentarily pause in astonishment. Xiao Li, in a daze, remarked, "Isn't this simply too beautiful?" Xiao Ding, regaining his composure, gently patted Xiao Li's head and, with a smile directed at the little physician and Kai Dai, said, "You two have traveled great distances to be here. We must certainly extend our warm hospitality. Xuelon, please escort them to find a room to settle in. My brothers and I have much to discuss." Xuelon nodded softly and led the little physician, Kai Dai, and the three little ones away. Meanwhile, Xiao Li brought forth several jars of wine, exclaiming his desire to drink to excess with Xiao Yu. That night, Xiao Yu, along with his elder and second brothers, shared numerous conversations, predominantly concerning the Xiao family. Naturally, they also discussed the 3-year agreement between Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran. Xiao Li vehemently berated Yunlan's sect and the Nalan family, while Xiao Ding's expression was equally somber. Xiao Yu promised that he would accompany Xiao Yin to Yunlan's sect to seek justice for the Xiao family. In a state of intoxication, Xiao Yu was assisted to the room arranged by his elder brother. Having abstained from alcohol for quite some time, he succumbed completely to inebriation. Although he could have expelled the alcohol using his fighting spirit, he chose not to do so, nor did he engage in cultivation or enter a dream realm. Instead, he simply surrendered to a blissful night's sleep. Chapter 59. A test of skill. The following day, the sun outside gradually bathed Xiao Yu's face in its warm glow, awakening him from his slumber. The throbbing headache from the previous night's revelry caused him to frown involuntarily. He sat cross-legged, performing hand seals as the internal energy surged within him, expelling the remnants of alcohol from his system. This process lasted for several breaths, and soon Xiao Yu concluded his cultivation, his mind no longer clouded. At that moment, a soft creak echoed from the door. Xiao Yu turned his gaze toward it and beheld a dainty figure gently entering the room. Upon noticing that Xiao Yu had awakened, she appeared momentarily startled and timidly bowed. Addressing him, "Young Master Xiao Yu, I have been sent by Captain Xiao Ding to attend to you." Xiao Yu observed the young girl clad in a delicate green attire, her adorable, refined face resembling a porcelain doll, and recognized her as Qing Lin. "Very well, I understand. Please fetch me some water," Xiao Yu replied with a warm smile. Initially resembling a frightened little rabbit, Qing Lin relaxed slightly upon seeing Xiao Yu's gentle expression, though she remained cautious in her demeanor, anxious not to err. Xiao Yu descended from the bed and approached the wooden rack, taking the towel Qing Lin offered to wash up in the basin. While cleansing himself, he inquired, "What is your name?" Qing Lin paused, slightly taken aback, and stammered, I am called Qing Lin." Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. "Qing Lin? A lovely name. Coincidentally, my sword is named Mo Lin." Following Xiao Yu's gaze, Qing Lin noticed the dark sword leaning against the bedside. At a mere glance, she found it exquisite. However, she patiently awaited Xiao Yu to finish washing before promptly taking the basin away. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, such a naive child. Soon, Qing Lin returned after emptying the water, and Xiao Yu asked, "Have you seen the two elder sisters who came with me yesterday?" With a hint of alarm in her eyes, Qing Lin cautiously replied, "I believe they followed Sister Xuelan to the market." Noting their excursion to the market, Xiao Yu refrained from further inquiries, surmising they had gone to procure medicinal herbs. He then inquired, "What about my elder brothers?" Qing Lin gradually acclimated to Xiao Yu's amiable nature and softly responded, "Captain Xiao Ding and Captain Xiao Li have gone to organize matters within the group. Tomorrow, the guild will hold its tri-monthly assessment, so the captains will be quite busy. For the time being, I shall be your personal maid, and you may instruct me with any tasks you require." Xiao Yu was not at all surprised that Qing Lin would be attending to him for the foreseeable future. He reached out to gently ruffle her small head, smiling as he said, "Then I shall trouble you, little Qing Lin." Qing Lin hurriedly waved her hands. "No trouble at all, it is my duty." Xiao Yu's gentle laughter and kind words undeniably kindled a warmth within Qing Lin's heart. Xiao Yu lifted the ink-scaled sword from beside his bed and remarked, "Since they are all so occupied, why not lead me on a tour of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? It would be beneficial for me to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Qing Lin responded softly, carefully trailing behind Xiao Yu. As they traversed the interior of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, they encountered numerous mercenaries who greeted Xiao Yu amiably. However, upon catching sight of Qing Lin beside him, their faces betrayed unmistakable disdain, causing Xiao Yu's brow to furrow slightly. Each scornful glance directed at Qing Lin made her petite frame tremble, her cherubic face marred by despondency, and her eyes dimmed with melancholy. When yet another mercenary shot a look of contempt at Qing Lin, Xiao Yu gradually came to a halt, positioning the sword sheath firmly before the mercenaries. Coldly, he stated, "What purpose does it serve to humiliate a young girl?" The surrounding members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps paused, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yu's words. Before realizing he referred to Qing Lin, they scoffed, "Young Master Xiao Yu, we hold you in esteem because you are the leader's brother. Perhaps you are unaware, but this Qing Lin is not entirely human. She is at best a half-beast. Her origins were not of her choosing. Why should the serpent people wreak havoc on human territory? Shouldn't you reflect upon your own actions? Imposing your humiliation upon a weaker individual only serves to reveal your own incompetence." Xiao Yu's words plunged the crowd into contemplation. As a being of both serpent and human lineage, Qing Lin bore the brunt of discrimination and disdain from both sides, an utterly unjust burden for her to bear. The gazes directed at Qing Lin seemed to shift slightly, yet the long-standing prejudice proved difficult to dismantle in an instant. Glancing around at the assemblage, Xiao Yu declared, "Qing Lin is under my protection. Anyone who looks down upon her looks down upon me." With a swift motion of his wrist, he unleashed a formidable force from the sword sheath, sending it hurtling towards a nearby boulder with a thunderous crash, shattering it into countless fragments. In the wake of the onlookers, Xiao Yu took Qing Lin's small hand and departed the scene. Upon reaching a corner, Xiao Yu halted and turned to Qing Lin. Speaking gently, "Do not be overly concerned with the opinions of others. In life, you do not exist for the sake of others, but for yourself. Timidity will only reveal your vulnerabilities. It is strength that commands respect." After saying this, he affectionately ruffled Qing Lin's hair and continued on his way. Xiao Yu's words left Qing Lin momentarily speechless, and after a while, a radiant smile illuminated her delicate features, a glimmer of brilliance passing through her countenance, as 3 emerald points of light quietly appeared in her eyes. "Thank you, young Master Xiao Yu," she murmured softly, her face adorned with a beguiling smile, before she hastily pursued him. Just as they exited the courtyard, Xiao Yu encountered the 3 young ladies of the Little Healing Immortal who were approaching. "What have you gone out to purchase?" Xiao Yu inquired. The little healer chuckled softly. "I have purchased some snow grass to prepare fragrant sachets. It will provide a touch of coolness in this sweltering heat." Standing nearby, Xiao praised, "Sister Little Healer, you truly are remarkable. Your knowledge of medicinal herbs surpasses even that of the physicians in our mercenary group." Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed, the skills of the little healer are exceptional." The little healer playfully admonished, "You only know how to tease me. All right, enough jesting. I heard that your Mo-Tai mercenary group is conducting a test tomorrow?" Xiao Yu turned to Xiao, inquiring. Xiao glanced at the azure-scaled figure beside Xiao Yu and nodded. "Yes, tomorrow's examination promises to be quite lively. Will you be participating?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, a voice interjected, "Of course he will. I am eager to witness how much our Xiao Yu has progressed over the years." It was none other than his older brother, Xiaoli. Xiao shot a glare at Xiaoli, retorting, "Humph, perhaps you are not even as strong as Xiao Yu." Xiaoli laughed heartily. "I am simply curious to see how formidable our Xiao family's little genius has become." Xiao Yu regarded Xiaoli with a peculiar look. "Are you so eager to witness my prowess, second brother?" Xiaoli shook his head. "I have long awaited this. We must have a duel tomorrow." Xiao Yu shrugged, responding with calm nonchalance, "Very well." However, Xiaoli sensed a hint of danger in Xiao Yu's composed demeanor. Yet, he dismissed the thought, for he was no novice himself, and vigorously shook his head to cast it aside. Chapter 60. Agreement. The petite healer, gazing at the azure-scaled maiden standing beside Xiao Yu, chuckled softly and inquired, "Little sister, would you assist me in organizing the medicinal herbs shortly? There will be a sachet for you as well." Upon hearing that there was a sachet in her name, Qing Lin's face momentarily registered surprise, and she timidly responded, "Is that really appropriate?" The healer, however, gently pulled Qing Lin closer and reassured her, "What is inappropriate about it? Once you finish arranging the herbs, you can attend to your young master Xiao Yu. Rest assured, it will not delay you." She turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Don't you agree?" Xiao Yu could only smile wryly and replied, "If you say so, Qing Lin, you should accompany the healer. She is kind-hearted and will not mistreat you." Blushing, Qing Lin nodded. "Understood, young master Xiao Yu." Earlier, when the healer had encountered Qing Lin, she had noticed the peculiar glances directed towards her. Curious, she had inquired of Xiao regarding the situation. Xiao revealed Qing Lin's background, which filled both the healer and Kai Dai with compassion, particularly Kai Dai, who understood the disdain humans harbored towards serpent folk, evident in the fact that serpent women were often relegated to servitude. Kai Dai stepped forward and grasped Qing Lin's hand, and Qing Lin sensed a familiar essence emanating from this enchanting woman. Yet, she found it curious that Kai Dai possessed neither a serpent's tail nor the unique scales akin to her own. "I am Kai Dai. You shall call me Sister Kai Dai from now on," she said with a soft voice, instantly endearing herself to Qing Lin, whose porcelain-like face lit up with joy. As they were about to depart, Qing Lin turned back to glance at Xiao Yu, who gently ruffled her hair. He was increasingly fond of this gesture, and Qing Lin welcomed it, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. "Go on," Xiao Yu encouraged, prompting Qing Lin to follow the healer and Kai Dai. Once they had left, Xiao Li let out a sigh and remarked, "Qing Lin is indeed a child of misfortune. Her mother abandoned her after giving birth, and her serpent father was long since slain by humans. Typically, offspring of serpent folk and humans struggle to survive past the age of 2, yet she is an exception, having lived to the age of 13 or 14. People regard individuals like her as a curse, both humans and serpent folk alike. Fortunately, she encountered me and my brother. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. However, throughout these years, she has endured far too much scorn and ridicule. While we cannot alter others' prejudices, I know you, Xiao Yu, will not shun someone like her, which is why I made her your maid." Xiao Li's words carried a weight of gravity. Xiao Yu, somewhat perplexed, looked at Xiao Li and asked, "How do you know I would not disdain her?" Xiao Li chuckled softly, In your youth, I observed that you treated everyone in the household with the utmost respect, never allowing your talents to foster arrogance. Even Xiao Yin could not claim such virtue. Xiao Li let out a deep sigh, gazing at the distant horizon. You see, what you do not know is that back in the day, my elder brother and I once spoke of this. I believe that Xiao Yan's talent, which others praised so highly, was merely the result of his own arrogance leading to divine retribution. However, now that Xiao Yan's abilities have returned, my brother and I rejoice for him. Perhaps it was truly heaven's design that Xiao Yan endured these years of hardship to temper his spirit. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu refrained from mentioning the reason attributed to the elder Yao. Fortunately, the ring ended up with Xiao Yan. Otherwise, the one suffering would have been him, and he might not have awakened the system at all. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. It seems your second brother's judgment of character is quite commendable, is it not? Xiao Yu chose to remain silent. To agree would be self-praise, while to disagree would be a slight against his brother. Thus, he opted for silence. After the second brother guided Xiao Yu around the mercenary group, Xiao Yu returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and began his cultivation. As the chaotic cultivation method activated, the air around him brimmed with fire and wind energy, which Xiao Yu continuously absorbed. The minuscule wood attribute within him was insufficient to support the cultivation of the chaotic method. It appeared that this trivial amount of wood energy was beneath its notice. As night fell, the desert was dominated by fire and earth energies, which comprised a staggering 80%. Xiao Yu felt the fire energy within him growing ever more abundant, gradually forming a layer of fighting spirit around him, a unique garment woven from vibrant red and soft azure hues. Diving deep into his dantian, Xiao Yu was astonished to discover that the life divine tree rooted there could absorb not only his fire attribute fighting spirit, but also wind attribute energy. The gentle sway of its branches scattered pale green wood energy throughout Xiao Yu's energy sea. Is this not a ready supply of wood energy? Xiao Yu thought, as he fervently swept through the energy sea, gathering the wood attribute energy. As this power within him grew, he seemed to uncover the secret to cultivating wood attribute fighting spirit. After a night of diligent practice, Xiao Yu finally managed to stabilize the fire, wood, and wind energies within his energy sea. At dawn, Qing Lin arrived punctually at Xiao Yu's room, as she assisted him in donning his garments. Her delicate hands brought him immense comfort, prompting him to exclaim, "Having someone considerate by my side is truly delightful. This is the life befitting a young master." Upon hearing this, Qing Lin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. During these days spent with Xiao Yu and the little healer, she gradually regained the innocence and vivacity typical of a young girl. Her relationships with everyone grew increasingly close, particularly with Xiao Yu, whose gentle demeanor made her wish to remain by his side and serve him as a maid. Softly, Qing Lin declared, "If the young master is willing, I shall serve you always." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so? Do you truly wish to stay by my side?" Qing Lin nodded hastily, her expression resolute as she declared, "As long as young master does not dismiss me, I shall faithfully serve by your side." "Silly girl, why would I send you away?" Xiao Yu reassured her with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. You shall remain by my side from now on." Qing Lin's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy palpable. However, as Xiao Yu gazed into her eyes, he was momentarily entranced, quickly averting his gaze in astonishment. Contemplating inwardly, the three-colored pupils of this green serpent are truly formidable. When he looked back at Qing Lin's eyes, they had returned to their normal state. "Let us go? The examination is likely to commence soon," he stated. At this, Qing Lin remembered Xiao Yu was to participate in the test, and hurriedly rose to open the door, exclaiming, "Young master, we must leave swiftly. No need to rush." Xiao Yu replied with a smile, preparing to lift the at the bedside. Yet, Qing Lin swiftly took it into her embrace first. Xiao Yu cautioned, "Be careful. It's heavy." To his surprise, Qing Lin effortlessly lifted the and inquired, "Isn't this sword heavy?" She shook her head slightly, "Not at all." Xiao Yu felt puzzled. Did the sword not recognize its master? If it were to acknowledge anyone, it should be him. Unable to fathom the situation, Xiao Yu could only conclude that this sword was rather fond of beautiful appearances. With a light laugh, Qing Lin said, "From now on, I shall take care of young Master S' sword." Observing the hopeful glint in her eyes, Xiao Yu chose not to say much further and proceeded towards the door, with Qing Lin closely following behind. Chapter 61. The contest commences. The trials of the Mo Tai mercenary corps were held in the training grounds of the backyard. By the time Xiao Yu arrived with Qing Lin, the area was already brimming with spectators. In the center stood a colossal circular platform, where numerous mercenaries engaged in fervent battles. The crowd gathered below roared with excitement, cheering for their favored combatants, and even indulging in games of chance. Xiao Yu spotted Xiao Ding and Xiao Li seated on a high platform, flanked by senior members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps. Xuelan stood beside the commander, accompanied by Xiao Yixian and Kai Dai. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's arrival, Xiao Li waved him over. Xiao Yu turned to Qing Lin and said, "Eldest brother and second brother are over there. Let us go see." Qing Lin nodded in agreement as they made their way toward the high platform. "Eldest brother, second brother," Xiao Yu called out. Xiao Li glanced at Xiao Yu and chuckled. "You came rather quickly. I was just about to send someone to fetch you." Xiao Ding chimed in. "I heard that you and second brother agreed to spar?" Xiao Yu forced a smile and nodded. "Indeed, second brother insisted on a match. I couldn't refuse him." Xiao Ding laughed heartily. "I, too, wish to witness the prowess of our family's young genius. Please do not hold back. It would be splendid if you could best your second brother. Yes, indeed. Show him that there are greater heights beyond." Xuelan added, supporting the jest. "Hey, do you too delight in the thought of my defeat? Why do you take pleasure in my struggles?" Xiao Li playfully scolded, pointing at Xiao Ding and Xuelan. "Humph, who told you to be so arrogant in the corps?" Xuelan retorted with a light huff. Xiao Ding shook his head in exasperation. The two had always been at odds within the corps, engaging in playful banter as a matter of course. At this moment, Xiao Yu interjected, "Sister Xuelan, that is what one might call a harmonious partnership." Xiao Li paused, glancing between Xuelan and Xiao Ding, then burst into hearty laughter. "Well said, Xiao Yu. A harmonious partnership indeed. Ha ha ha." Xuelan's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a sharp glare at Xiao Yu, then furtively glanced at Xiao Ding, who, despite his previously composed demeanor, exhibited a fleeting hint of fluster but remained silent. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu exchanged knowing smiles before Xiao Li gestured toward the training ground and leapt down from the high platform, landing gracefully within the arena. The mercenaries, who had been testing their skills, instinctively retreated, leaving the arena for the second commander. In the center of the training ground, Xiao Li beckoned Xiao Yu to approach. Xiao Ding chuckled softly. "Go on. Indulge your eldest and second brother's curiosity and give your second brother a taste of the action." Xiao Yu shrugged in resignation. "Very well. What more can I say?" With that, he stomped firmly on the edge of the platform, executing an agile flip in midair before landing directly opposite Xiao Li. As Xiao Yu entered the arena, Xuelan could not help but inquire of the little medical fairy, "You have spent the most time with Xiao Yu. Do you have any idea of his strength?" Beside them, Xiao Ding cast a curious glance as well. The little medical fairy chuckled softly and replied, "If he hasn't disclosed it to you, I cannot divulge it either. However, I can only remind you that he is already a dome master." Xuelan's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Is he not only 18 years old? He has already attained the rank of dome master? Xiao Ding, however, showed no surprise and gently remarked, "Xiao Yu is a prodigy in our family, along with my third brother Xiao Yan, the two great talents of our clan in a century. Moreover, it seems that Xiao Yan's talent surpasses even that of Xiao Yu, though he had a 3-year hiatus. I have heard that he too has reached the rank of Dome Master now, so Xiao Yu being a Dome Master is hardly surprising." Gazing at the exuberant youth in the arena, Xuelan could not help but exclaim, "His temperament is truly unmatched by his peers, with such remarkable talent and cultivation. He remains so approachable." Standing nearby, Qing Lin, clutching the Mo Lin sword, could not hide her amusement, seemingly pleased to hear praises for Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, let your second brother see how far you've come in these past few years." Xiao Li laughed heartily, his voice imbued with the qi, echoing around and slightly suppressing the surrounding clamor. As Xiao Li's voice faded, the crowd erupted in calls for the second team leader. In a corner to the north, a betting frenzy began regarding who would triumph between Xiao Yu and Xiao Li, with voices urging, "Hurry, hurry, place your bets quickly." Many mercenaries joined the excitement, wagering their scant fortunes. Hey, Ha Lang, did you place your bet incorrectly? Aren't you a devoted fan of the second team leader? Why bet on brother Xiao Yu?" Quan Shan queried the burly man beside him. The man known as Ha Lang chuckled. "Oh, brother Xiao Yu has just arrived. I'm merely showing my support." "Goodness, your support has led you to wager your entire savings." betting 10,000 gold coins on brother Xiao Yu to win? Don't be left with nothing but your undergarments in the end. Ha ha ha. Another mercenary jested at Ha Lang. With an impatient expression, Ha Lang retorted, get lost. Bet if you wish, don't question my choices. What puzzled Quan Shan and the others was that several mercenaries following Ha Lang were also placing their bets on Xiao Yu. At this moment, the battle was on the verge of commencing, drawing their full attention. Xiao Li let out a hearty laugh, flipping his hand to reveal a tungsten steel spear that materialized in his grasp. With a firm grip on the spear, do qi surged within him, and a silver lightning attribute, do qi, suddenly erupted, enveloping his body in a shimmering layer of silver do qi armor. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile curving his lips as he thought, a 4-star do master. Dear brother, you are in for a rough time. Though this lightning attribute combat aura possesses formidable offensive power and a paralyzing effect, it is regrettable that Xiao Yu currently wields the wood attribute combat aura. Thus, the enhancement the lightning attribute afforded Xiao Li holds little advantage over him. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Qing Lin and Mo Lin, who immediately understood his intent and tossed the Mo Lin into the air. Xiao Yu skillfully caught it, positioning his sword at a slight angle, exuding an air reminiscent of a celestial swordsman. Within him, a vibrant crimson combat aura surged, forming a layer of fiery crimson energy attire around his body. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's aura garb, Xiao Li let out a soft breath and exclaimed, "What an impressive display! Truly a combat master." He then trembled slightly at the tip of his spear and bellowed, "Let the battle commence." No sooner had the words left his mouth than both combatants sprang into action. Xiao Li forcefully stomped the ground, stirring a whirlwind of dust, his figure transforming into a silver streak as he rushed towards Xiao Yu with great speed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu relied solely on the moon-chasing body technique, leaving behind only an afterimage as he surged towards Xiao Li's direction. On the high platform, Xiao Ding's gaze narrowed as he caught sight of Xiao Yu's figure. Such speed. No, this aura. Xiao Yu's strength seems rather peculiar, he murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, the silver and crimson figures met at the center of the arena. With a resounding clash, the sharp sound of steel on steel resonated, and a fierce wave of energy erupted from the center, sending powerful gusts of air surging outward. As the dust settled, the onlookers outside were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 62. Breakthrough. Xiao Li's spear lunged forward like a venomous serpent, the arcs of electricity dancing menacingly at its tip, sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. In a swift motion, Xiao Yu twirled his sword, the glint of cold light momentarily blinding Xiao Li, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. A sudden surge of danger gripped his heart, prompting his body to instinctively lean backward. With the spear grounded, he positioned himself at an angle, suspended in midair. The Mo Lin's sword, having anticipated the moment, swept past Xiao Li, narrowly missing him. Fortunately, he managed to evade in time, but a few strands of hair, cascading beside his ear, fell victim to the blade's edge. Xiao Li executed a graceful arc with his spear, and with a vigorous twist of his wrist, it snapped taut, the recoil propelling him forward as he charged at Xiao Yu once more. As he dashed, the lightning-infused energy surged through his spear. Should anyone dare to collide with this weapon, they would surely be incapacitated by the electric shock. And Xiao Li was confident that even a fleeting moment of paralysis would grant him the upper hand against Xiao Yu. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, who charged ahead with the Mo Lin's sword in hand, Xiao Ding, positioned atop the platform, murmured, "What is Xiao Yu doing? Can't he see such an obvious maneuver?" Xiao Li chuckled darkly, the spear emitting a thunderous roar as it met the blade of Xiao Yu's sword. The electricity coursed through the sword and into Xiao Yu's body. Yet, to Xiao Li's astonishment, it appeared as though Xiao Yu felt nothing. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu sparked a shower of sparks from the collision, and with a sudden burst, his form vanished before Xiao Li's eyes, propelled by the power of the moon's descent. Xiao Li's heart raced in alarm. This boy was peculiar. Sensing a force approaching from behind, he swiftly turned, sweeping his spear fiercely to collide once more with Xiao Yu's sword. A gust of wind surged as Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Brother, I'm getting serious now." Xiao Li's expression hardened as he beheld the Mo Lin sword gradually turning crimson, the searing heat radiating through the spear, nearly prompting him to relinquish it. With a deft flick, he used the recoil to propel himself backward. "What formidable fire energy!" Xiao Li exclaimed in awe. "Flame of the world! Xiao Yu shouted, unleashing a pale red sword wave that surged violently toward Xiao Li, infused with a ferocious energy that made the impact unmistakable. Thunder Arc Dance, Xiao Li called out. As the spear stirred, 3 serpentine arcs of electricity emerged, crackling with power as they hurtled toward the incoming sword wave. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, forcing Xiao Li to stagger back a few steps, the spear trembling in his grip. Without granting him a moment's respite, Xiao Yu pressed the attack once more, and Xiao Li, fueled by a surge of fiery temperament, retaliated fiercely. The 2 combatants collided within the arena, their movements becoming increasingly rapid, as the mercenaries present could only witness the relentless interplay of silver and red, clashing, separating, and colliding again. Each collision resounded with a deafening noise and waves of energy, rendering the figures of the 2 combatants indistinguishable to all present. Only Xiao Ding managed to catch a glimpse of the scene, but gradually, he noticed that Xiao Yu maintained an air of calmness, showing no signs of panic. In contrast, Xiao Li's complexion grew increasingly flushed, and his speed in wielding his spear began to wane, particularly after unleashing the Thunder Arc's 3-part dance. Xiao Li found himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow as he observed the relentless clash between the 2, a shocking thought dawning upon him. It seemed that Xiao Yu was deliberately feeding techniques to Xiao Li, assisting him in breaking through to the rank of a 5-star Dome Master. Xiao Li was already a 4-star Dome Master, on the cusp of ascending to the next level. Merely a step away, now it appeared that Xiao Yu was providing that very impetus. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, and Xiao Li's face flushed with the strain of expending his do qi. With a fierce roar, he used his spear to force Xiao Yu back 2 steps and bellowed. Thunder Arc's 3-part dance. Violent energy erupted from the tip of the spear, and at that moment, Xiao Li felt a barrier within him shatter. The previously depleted do qi surged back, seemingly more abundant than during his 4-star Dome Master days. I have broken through. The thought echoed in Xiao Li's mind. The energy coursing through his spear swelled dramatically, and the potent aura of danger caused even Xiao Ding to change his expression. Observing the faint smile on Xiao Yu's face, Xiao Ding confirmed his suspicions. Xiao Yu was indeed assisting Xiao Li, facilitating his breakthrough. With a sudden sigh, Xiao Ding remarked, "This time, we have all underestimated Xiao Yu. His strength is truly astonishing." The previously tense Qing Lin and Xuelan were momentarily taken aback, with Xuelan questioning, "Captain, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Ding simply smiled and replied, "Just watch. Xiao Li will not be able to best Xiao Yu." Xuelan hesitated. But the second captain has already broken through to the 5-star Dome Master level. Just then, Xiao Yu's fingers glimmered with light as he called out, "Wind Demon S9 fingers." A flicker of ethereal radiance shot toward Xiao Li's spear, and a sense of impending doom surged within him. Causing his heart to race with terror, there was no time to retreat. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, causing the surrounding mercenaries to cover their ears, reeling from dizziness. Xiao Li's face turned pale as he was forced to retreat rapidly, leaving deep impressions of his feet on the ground, only managing to stabilize himself after being pushed back over 10 meters. "Second brother, shall we continue?" Xiao Yu asked with a gentle smile. Xiao Li, realizing that Xiao Yu's prowess far surpassed his own, waved his hand dismissively. "No more fighting. You're an enigma. I can't fathom how you've trained over the years." Xiao Yu sheathed his ink-scaled spear with a smile. "Perhaps second brother has grown too complacent over the years, which is why you cannot keep up with me." Xiao Li, his face flushed, jestingly scolded, "You brat, your words are nothing but nonsense. After beating me to this state, you still dare to mock me." Xiao Yu shrugged his shoulders in resignation and replied, "Isn't it enough that I helped you break through? You truly are impressive. Your second brother, concede," Xiao Li said with a grin, playfully poking Xiao Yu. The 2 ascended back to the high platform, while the mercenaries outside stood in a daze. However, a few among them gradually displayed glimmers of joy, for they were those who had just placed their bets on Xiao Yu. Kuan Shan seized Ha Lang's arm and inquired, "Did you already know that brother Xiao Yu's strength surpasses that of the second captain?" Ha Lang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't speak recklessly. How could we possibly know that brother Xiao Yu's prowess would exceed that of the second captain?" Kuan Shan cast a skeptical glance at Ha Lang. Yet he could find no evidence of deceit, thus he chose to let the matter rest. Ha Lang and the few others who had emerged victorious naturally kept their insights to themselves. During the last incident, when Xiao Yu came to Qing Lin's aid, He had effortlessly shattered a massive boulder with a single strike, emanating a presence they had only felt from their captain. Hence, they were convinced that Xiao Yu's strength was formidable, at the very least on par with that of the second captain. Chapter 63. Encountered deep within the heart of the desert stands a pitch-black palace, surrounded by numerous serpent folk, predominantly male. This is the territory of the Mo-Shi tribe, one of the 8 clans of the serpent people. A figure cloaked in azure streaks across the sky, swiftly approaching the Mo-Shi tribe. On the towering city walls, dozens of fully armed serpent warriors, wielding venomous spears, skin the surroundings with piercing gazes. Suddenly, sensing a formidable presence nearing, they become alert. The leader among them, a robust serpent warrior, bellows, "Who dares enter the domain of the Mo-Shi tribe?" His thunderous voice, imbued with fighting spirit, carries towards the distant azure figure. Soon, the figure arrives at the foot of the walls. It is Yume, who has come to discuss matters concerning the queen's sister with Mo Bass. Yume, with a cold and indifferent countenance, gazes at the captain of the Mo-Shi guards and states, "I am Yume, leader of the Meishi tribe, seeking an audience with Mo Bass." Upon recognizing her, the captain bows respectfully and replies, "Greetings, Lady Yume. Chief Mo Ba awaits you in the main hall ahead." Without further ado, Yume unfurls her wings and transforms into a streak of azure light, darting towards the central hall. Inside the spacious and opulent chamber, a corpulent man sits upon a high platform, draped haphazardly in a thin garment. His arms are adorned with peculiar black tattoos that extend to his palms, revealing 2 menacing black serpent heads, exuding an aura of fierce chill. This man is Mo Bass, the chief of the Mo-Shi tribe. Yume's figure suddenly materializes within the hall, taking a seat beside him, her expression grave as she addresses Mo Bass. "The queen's sister has gone missing." Mo Bass's expression shifts slightly as he replies in a low voice, "Is this matter entrusted to you by Her Majesty the Queen?" Yume nods slowly. Mo Bass, his tone turning icy, continues, "Recently, the third elder, representing the Elder Council, visited the Mo-Shi tribe and conveyed certain matters to me." Yume's countenance changes, and she inquires anxiously, "Was it also regarding the queen's sister?" Mo Bass nods in affirmation. "Indeed, the Elder Council's stance is that I should take action to eliminate Dai. Did you agree to this?" Yume's expression darkens. Mo Ba shakes his head slowly. "Naturally, I did not comply. The Mo-Shi tribe shall forever remain loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, and the Elder Council must submit to her authority. Unless commanded directly by the Queen, I will never acquiesce." Hearing Mo Bass's words, Yume finally feels a sense of relief, but he continues, "The 8 tribes are discordant among the remaining 6. Some maintain neutrality, while others align with the Elder Council. I have refused the third elder, yet they will still seek out other tribes to accomplish this task." Yume nods thoughtfully. "Indeed, however, the identity of the serpent sent to assassinate Dai remains unknown, and Dai's whereabouts are also a mystery." Mo Ba furrows his brow slightly. "Perhaps no news is the best news. It is not surprising that you cannot ascertain their identity. No one dares to strike against Dai under the Queen's watchful eye." Yume pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Should we inform Her Majesty the Queen about this matter?" Mobas slowly shook his head, responding, "It would be best not to disturb Her Majesty at this time. She is currently undergoing a significant inheritance and appears to have already discovered the trace of the." Upon hearing this, Yume's gaze slightly contracted. Mobas affirmed, "Indeed, the Blue Lotus Heartfire could greatly benefit Her Majesty. It may even allow her to make a breakthrough into the Dozong realm. At that point, it will be our opportunity to launch a counteroffensive against the human empire and redeem our past humiliations." His chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. Yume sighed and said, "The Elder Council has been relentlessly pursuing Dai. I am now concerned that she may have been captured by humans and sent to the Gamma Empire, which would be disastrous. Nevertheless, I urge you to dispatch more personnel to search for Dai. There are numerous matters concerning the tribe that require my attention. I must take my leave." Her delicate figure twisted slightly as she spoke. Mobas nodded slightly, saying, "Very well. I shall inform you immediately upon receiving any news." Yume nodded in agreement, her body quivering gently as she unfurled her azure wings and soared towards the entrance of the hall. Mobas murmured, "Your Majesty, you truly have presented us with a formidable challenge." As Yume traversed the desert, she suddenly sensed the presence of a powerful human. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she swiftly ascended into the sky. Hovering in midair, she noticed a dark spot on the horizon gradually enlarging before her. Whoosh! A sudden rush of wind approached, and Yume observed a massive shadow rapidly drawing closer from the northern sky. With a powerful flap of her wings, a fierce wind pressure carved out 100-meter-long trench in the desert. The swirling yellow sand rose dramatically, and with a flick of her delicate hand, she unleashed a surge of energy to disperse the sand. Once the dust settled, she discerned that it was a colossal flying beast. An ethereal blue energy enveloped Yume, and her expression shifted as her gaze turned icy, fixated on the two figures leaping down from the beast. Ha! We've just entered the desert and already spotted the serpent woman, just in time to capture her as my slave. Boomed a hearty laughter, echoing even before the person arrived. However, Yume's eyes were now filled with a chilling resolve as she watched the figures grow larger. Her heart sank as she realized they were two Do Wang. Then, 6 more figures leaped down from the beast, and besides astonishment, Yume's expression was tinged with a hint of dread. 3 Do Wang and 5 Do Ling. What could their purpose in the desert possibly be? Her mind raced with speculation. Old He, come take a look. This serpent woman seems to have quite the background. A Do Wang. Could she possibly be the leader of some tribe? The burly leader chuckled as he addressed the middle-aged man at the forefront. This group comprised Gu He and the 2 Do Wang he had brought along. Lion King Yen Shi and Windwalker Feng Li. Your Excellency, you must be the leader of the Meishi tribe. Yume, am I correct? With a gentle smile, Gu He stepped forward, clearly informed by Frank about the general circumstances surrounding the serpent tribe prior to their arrival. Who are you? And what brings you to the depths of our clan? Are you not aware that this place is forbidden to humans? A hint of frost appeared on Yume's face, as the presence of this force filled her with an overwhelming sense of danger. I have heard that Her Majesty the Queen is aware of the whereabouts of the, and thus I wish to propose a transaction with Her Majesty, Gu He replied with a smile. Yume furrowed her brow upon hearing this. For the Mo Ba had indeed mentioned that Her Majesty seemed to be in search of it. With this thought, Yume's beautiful eyes curved into a lovely arc as she smiled alluringly. So, you have come for the. Indeed, Her Majesty is knowledgeable about it. However, I must first inform Her Majesty to see if she is willing to meet with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Yume suddenly darted away into the distance, attempting to escape. Standing beside Gu He, Feng Li's form shifted, transforming into a streak of black as he accelerated, creating a sonic boom in the air, and instantly appeared in the path of Yume's flight. Behind them, Yen Shi laughed heartily. Competing in speed with old Feng is truly amusing. Chapter 64. The great transformation of the East Moon. May ceased her idle chatter, her delicate hands swiftly forming a peculiar hand seal. Simultaneously, her serpentine tail gently struck the sandy ground, producing a muffled thud. The sand suddenly surged, a tempest of yellow grains coalescing into a formidable sand wave that charged toward Feng Li. A glimmer of pale blue light flickered in Feng Li's eyes as he shouted, "Wind Spike!" With that command, his azure energy surged forth, manifesting into sharp, tangible wind spikes that hovered in the air. With a subtle push of his slender hand, the wind spikes darted directly toward the advancing wall of sand. Bang! The seemingly impenetrable sand barrier was effortlessly shattered by the force of the wind spikes, dissipating into nothingness while the wind spikes continued their relentless assault toward Moon Mei. Her expression shifted as she swiftly extended her palm, unleashing 5 streams of ethereal blue energy that intertwined in the air and ultimately coalesced into 5 enormous energy serpents. The serpents let out a fearsome roar, their tails sweeping through the air and knocking the rapidly approaching wind spikes aside. However, the serpents began to fade into nothingness as their energy waned. Having neutralized the wind spikes, Feng Li maintained an impassive expression, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Behind him, Yen Shi let out a thunderous roar. The piercing sound waves caused Moon Mei to frown slightly, as Yen Shi charged into the fray with a ferocious demeanor. Feng Li's silhouette reappeared behind, and he launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Moon Mei. Had this strike landed, it would surely have inflicted severe injuries upon her. Yet, Moon Mei remained unperturbed. Her countenance icy, she summoned 2 ethereal blue energy serpents, far more substantial than the previous ones. The serpents, adorned with lifelike, hardened scales, revealed their razor-sharp fangs as they lunged forward. one toward Feng Li and the other toward the approaching Yin Shi. In a bizarre twist, they managed to thwart both Feng Li's and Yin Shi's attacks. Nevertheless, Moon Mei's pallor began to pale. After all, she faced two formidable opponents of equal standing, leaving her at a disadvantage. Her only viable course of action was to retreat. Shameless humans. Today, I am indeed no match for you alone. But should I wish to leave, you cannot hinder me. Once I notify the other tribal leaders, your doom shall arrive. The instability in her aura was evident as her ample chest rose and fell gently. With a derisive sneer, she performed another hand seal, her energy surging violently around her. Stop her! Yin Shi bellowed, his brow furrowed. Feng Li had already transformed into a gust of wind, hurtling toward Moon Mei, yet it was too late. Serpent technique, division. Without even glancing at the approaching Feng Li, Moon Mei completed her hand seal, and in an instant, her form erupted into countless ethereal blue energy serpents that flooded outwards in all directions. Simultaneously, both Yin Shi and Feng Li unleashed their energy, their strikes cleaving through countless energy serpents. The 5 combatants beside Gu He also joined the fray, yet the sheer number of energy serpents proved overwhelming. As many continued to dart toward the sandy ground, Ancient River furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze towards a figure clad in black robes standing atop the colossal beast. It was none other than Yun Yun. Beneath the dark cloak, her exquisite visage was revealed, with her beautifully arched brows knitting together. With a delicate push of her toes, azure wings of fighting spirit unfurled from her back, and she swiftly darted towards a specific direction. In the sandy expanse below, a serpentine energy manifestation surged forth with great velocity, heading towards the Serpent Clan's tribe. Observing the fleeing energy serpent, Yun Yun formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Wind push technique." A tempestuous gale of azure wind suddenly erupted before her, and with a gentle nudge from her jade-like hand, it howled forth towards the monstrous serpent. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, and the sands were sent flying as a painful groan echoed through the air. The ethereal blue energy serpent was instantly transformed into a human figure, blown out from the sands by Yun Yun's fierce wind. With a spurt of blood, Yu Mei fell to the ground, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with a look of horror. She was, after all, a powerful Do Huang. Without uttering a word, Yun Yun reached out and swiftly tapped several points on Yu Mei's body, rendering her incapable of resistance, and then returned with her to face Ancient River. Yin Shi could not help but exclaim, "Master Yun, you truly are a Do Huang. It appears your strength has advanced even further." However, Yun Yun's expression remained impassive, and she merely responded with a slight utterance. Ancient River, undeterred, turned to Yu Mei and inquired, "Leader Yu Mei, I bear no ill intentions. I simply wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Her Majesty the Queen. I assure you, I will not cause you any harm." Yet, Yu Mei merely glared at him with an icy countenance, her silence unmistakably chilling. Yin Shi, unable to contain himself, interjected loudly, "Old River, do you care whether she speaks or not? We can take her to other tribes and inquire further. If she remains silent, we shall execute her. I refuse to believe that one piece of information is worth less than a Do Huang from their Serpent Clan." Ancient River shook his head slowly. "No? That would undoubtedly provoke a second war between humans and the Serpent Clan. We should first take her to other tribes for questioning." A bunch of hypocritical humans. You can kill or torture me as you please, but do not expect to learn anything about Her Majesty the Queen." Yu Mei retorted coldly. Ancient River, disregarding her words, waved slightly, and the group boarded the flying beast. Just as the colossal creature was about to take flight, a violent aura surged from directly to the north. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Even the normally composed Yun Yun showed a flicker of emotion, murmuring, "Two Do Huang auras. What transpires there?" Yu Mei's countenance also altered. That was the aura of the Queen. Ancient River hastily inquired, "What did you say? The Queen? Is it Queen Medusa?" Yet, Yu Mei sealed her lips, falling silent. Meanwhile, several intense energy fluctuations emanated once more from the north, indicating a fierce confrontation involving Queen Medusa. But which side possessed the Do Huang strength? Could it be that a formidable Do Emperor from the Izumo Empire has made their move? Gu He recalled Frank's words, and his expression darkened. Without hesitation, he directed the flying magical beast beneath him to soar towards the north. Simultaneously, Shimo City sensed the intense fluctuations of this powerful aura. which cast a suffocating atmosphere over the city, leaving its inhabitants in a state of panic, for it was an overwhelming Do Emperor's presence that they could not withstand. Having just concluded their competition, Xiao Yu and Xiao Li leaped onto the high platform and gazed towards the eastern direction. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. That was the east of Shimo City. Could it be the celestial lotus earth fire? As the thought crossed his mind, he felt compelled to investigate. The system had designated the Serpent People's territory as his sign-in location, which should theoretically lead him to the temple. Sneaking in unnoticed was certainly not an option. Thus he needed to blend into the chaos. This seemed like an opportune moment. Turning to his elder brother and second brother, Xiao Yu confessed, "I shan't conceal from you. This journey to the desert is indeed for the purpose of the extraordinary fire. I sense its presence in the east and must take a look." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously inquiring, "Extraordinary fire? What do you need it for? That is something only alchemists require." "Are you?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I am an alchemist." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were rendered speechless in shock. You are an alchemist?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. While the little medicine sage chimed in, "I can attest to this. Xiao Yu is indeed an alchemist, and a second-tier one at that." Chapter 65. Azure Lotus Heart Fire. Upon hearing the words of the little healer, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt a sudden dryness in their throats. When did their younger brother become so formidable? Not only had he surpassed them in cultivation, but he was also a second-tier alchemist. The profession of an alchemist was held in the highest esteem across the Dookie continent. Xiao Ding gazed at Xiao Yu with a sense of pride, saying, "Little Yu, you have truly excelled. Indeed, we both take great pride in you." Xiao Li added with a smile, patting Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Eldest brother. Second brother, you flatter me. We shall discuss these matters in detail upon my return, but for now, I must head over there." He pointed towards the eastern direction. A flicker of concern crossed the faces of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. "Little Yu, it is not that we wish to stop you, but the aura emanating from that direction may belong to a Do Huang expert. Your current strength renders it too perilous to venture there. Would it not be wiser to wait until they depart before we proceed?" The little healer, standing aside, was at a loss for how to persuade Xiao Yu. However, she noticed the anxious expression on Kai Dai's face and felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from speaking. Xiao Yu slowly shook his head. If both eldest brother and second brother feel this way, surely the others in Shimo City share the same sentiment? The Storm Mercenary Corps and the Sands Mercenary Corps will undoubtedly rush over to investigate as well. Besides, I am merely going to ascertain whether it is indeed an extraordinary fire. If it is not, I shall retreat immediately. He endeavored to reassure his brothers. Yet, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li remained unconvinced. Xiao Yu had no choice but to say, "Rest assured, I have come here precisely for the extraordinary fire, and I possess the means to ensure my safety. Even if I do not acquire it, I can still withdraw unscathed." Xiao Ding, understanding his brother somewhat, sighed. "I know you have your trump cards. If you are confident, then go ahead, but do take care." Seeing that his elder brother had relented, Xiao Li also fell silent. Finally feeling a sense of relief as the two no longer pressed him, Xiao Yu prepared to depart when Kai Dai suddenly spoke. "May I accompany you?" Her words drew the attention of everyone present, causing her typically gentle demeanor to falter slightly. "What purpose would you serve by coming along?" Xiao Yu asked, his brow furrowing. "Ideally, it would be best to undertake this journey alone. Otherwise, the risk of exposure would significantly increase." Yet, he was perplexed as to why Kai Dai chose this moment to request to join him. Kai Dai replied softly, I sense my sister's aura." Xiao Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Your sister?" Meanwhile, Qing Lin, standing nearby, cast a glance at Kai Dai and whispered to Xiao Yu, "Young master, I too felt a resonance in that aura. One strikingly similar to the bloodline within my own body." Upon hearing Qing Lin's words, Xiao Yu's heart raced with surprise. He whispered, "An aura akin to your bloodline. Could it be the Queen Medusa?" After all, the aura that had just emerged could only be unleashed by a Do Huang level expert, and among the serpent people, only Queen Medusa possessed such power. Upon hearing that it was Queen Medusa, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, for she was a figure notorious in this desert. Simultaneously, they cast curious glances at Kai Dai, as she had just mentioned sensing her sister's presence. Could it be that she was the sister of Queen Medusa? Yet, standing before them was a mere human. If she were indeed the queen's sibling, wouldn't she possess a serpent's tail? Moreover, with Queen Medusa being a Do Huang, Her sister would at least be a Do Wang. Surely, she could not lack any cultivation whatsoever. However, only Xiao Yixin and Xiao Yu knew that Kai Dai was indeed a serpent maiden, her tail concealed by Xiao Yu's medicinal pill. As for whether she was Queen Medusa's sister, that remained to be verified. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu declared, "Very well, I shall take you along. But you must heed my commands." Upon hearing that Xiao Yu intended to bring Kai Dai with him, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were about to interject when Xiao Yu added, "Since she has sensed her sister's aura, we must bring her along to investigate." They recognized the validity in his reasoning. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yu took the ink-scaled sword from Qing Lin's grasp, wrapped his arm around Kai Dai's slender waist, and unfurled a pair of violet cloud wings behind him. With a gentle flap, he soared into the sky with Kai Dai in tow, leaving the onlookers on the platform in a state of shock. Xiao Li rubbed his eyes vigorously and turned to Xiao Ding, asking, "Brother, am I mistaken? Does Xiao Yu have a pair of wings on his back?" Xiao Ding licked his lips, trembling as he replied, "I cannot say for certain." Do qi transformation into wings? When did Xiao Yu become a Do Wang? The once astute Xiao Ding lost his composure, for it was no jest. An 18-year-old Do Shi could be deemed a genius. An 18-year-old great Do Shi could be described as a prodigy. But what title could be bestowed upon an 18-year-old Do Wang? Was it merely a joke? Simultaneously, the Sand Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps, also present in Shimo City, were equally astonished by Xiao Yu's appearance. The leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Rob, wore a look of incredulity in his cold eyes. A Do Wang? Had one emerged from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? When had the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps managed to recruit a Do Wang level expert? Likewise, the Storm Mercenary Corps was equally shaken by Xiao Yu's figure, contemplating a visit to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, hoping to meet this Do Wang. Unbeknownst to them, the violet cloud wings behind Xiao Yu were merely a flight technique, which was exceedingly rare. Lacking sufficient experience, they naturally misidentified Xiao Yu as a Do Wang expert. Among the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, only Xiao Yixin was aware of the truth. She merely chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Having already departed, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the significant stir his actions had caused in Shimo City. His only pressing concern was to head towards the area where the battle had recently unfolded. In the midst of their flight, Xiao Yu turned to the butterfly nestled in his embrace and inquired, "Did you not claim to have lost your memory? How is it that you can still recall your sister's essence? Are you certain it is indeed your sister?" The butterfly gently furrowed her delicate brows, her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of distress as she replied, "I cannot say for certain. This aura feels remarkably familiar in my mind, and in an instant, I instinctively declared it to be my sister." Observing the butterfly's expression, Xiao Yu surmised that perhaps it was an innate attraction between their bloodlines and chose to remain silent, directing their course towards the vast desert ahead. Above a flat expanse of desert to the east of Stone Desert City, a deep, obsidian pit emerged, beneath which lay an immense cavern pulsating with molten lava. The fiery magma continuously released large bubbles that, after a soft, muffled sound, would burst forth, propelling scorching lava into the air. Remarkably, despite the extreme heat of this locale, a delicate layer of ice crystals clung to the surface of the pit. Contrasting starkly with the searing temperatures below, a chilling aura enveloped the entire realm. Suspended in midair above the pit were three figures clad in black robes. The foremost figure extended a slender wrist from within the folds of their cloak, revealing a diminutive azure lotus pedestal cradled in their delicate hand, upon which danced vibrant azure flames, the heart fire of the azure lotus. Chapter 66, Sealing the Sea Wave East in the Ethereal Expanse. A middle-aged man with a mane of white hair stood tall and robust, exuding an aura of strength. Though he appeared to be in the prime of his life, his true age was undoubtedly far greater. He was enveloped in a chilling mist, a manifestation of his icy fighting spirit that caused the surrounding desert temperature to plummet. In his hand, he held an ancient map, faintly depicting a flame reminiscent of a lotus flower, strikingly similar to the map of the pure lotus demon fire that Xiao Yu possessed, albeit with some variations in the black lines representing routes. The voice of the woman in the black robe was sultry as she gazed at the man before her. An icy fighting spirit. I have only heard of one from the Jamma Empire who wielded such power. Might I inquire about your connection to him? Or perhaps, are you one and the same? The middle-aged man replied with a gentle smile, "Queen Medusa, I am indeed the Ice Emperor, Hai Ba Dong. Before Hai Ba Dong stood Queen Medusa of the Serpent People. "Ah, so it is you. I am curious about your purpose in the Taggart Desert," Medusa inquired, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation of her identity. Hai Ba Dong responded with a light chuckle. "I initially sought the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire in your possession. However, since you have already acquired it, I shall extend a courtesy and forego that fire. Yet, I must insist on taking the map with me." With a flutter of her long eyelashes, Queen Medusa retorted with a soft laugh. "The Blue Lotus Earth Core fire was mine to begin with, and the map was retrieved alongside it. To claim it now as yours after attempting to seize it seems rather inappropriate." Hai Ba Dong, undeterred, replied, "The Blue Lotus Earth Core fire was discovered by us together. You merely reached it first. Therefore, how about we split the treasure equally?" At that moment, two figures in black robes behind Queen Medusa interjected with indignation. "Despicable human. This rightfully belongs to the Serpent People. Why should we share it with you?" Hai Ba Dong furrowed his brow and asked, "And who might you be?" "I am the Grand Elder of the Serpent People." "I am the Second Elder of the Serpent People," they proclaimed in unison. Hai Ba Dong immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "My apologies. I was unaware that I stood before two esteemed elders of the Serpent People. There is no need for such anger. Since clarity eludes us, let the treasure belong to its rightful possessor. It shall remain with you, and the map shall be mine." At this juncture, Hai Ba Dong felt a sense of retreat. Before him stood Queen Medusa, an 8-star Do Emperor, accompanied by two formidable elders, each at least Hai Do Wang rank. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for Hai Ba Dong, who was merely an intermediate 5-star Do Emperor. Although his icy fighting spirit could rival that of a 6-star Do Emperor at full strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the formidable Queen Medusa. "Are you, then, unwilling to return the map to me?" the Queen of Medusa inquired, her exquisite face slightly raised, with a glimmer of coldness flickering in her violet eyes. Hai Buodong regarded the woman before him, acutely aware that the Queen of Medusa was on the verge of losing her temper. With a subtle clenching of his hands, the moisture in the surrounding air rapidly condensed, and under the influence of the icy fighting energy within him, a pristine white ice spear materialized in his palm. The Queen of Medusa smiled gently, her delicate hand turning over as the azure flame from the depths of the earth vanished from her palm. A faint violet energy ripple emanated from her alabaster fingers, clearly imbued with lethal poison. Hai Buodong's expression grew serious. After all, he was facing the illustrious Queen of Medusa. "Ice spirit armor," he uttered softly, and the chilling mist enveloping the area swiftly coalesced before him, forming a robust ice armor radiating a cold sheen to protect his body. The Queen of Medusa's hands summoned ribbons of pale violet energy that suddenly flashed, transforming with a wave of her palm into two serpentine purple pythons lunging toward Hai Buodong. With a sweep of his spear, countless ice spikes emerged, piercing toward the two serpents. A terrifying wave of cold surged once more as Hai Buodong prepared to strike preemptively. The icy wings behind him fluttered slightly, accelerating his speed, while a pair of crimson wings also unfurled behind Medusa, her hands revealing twin scarlet blades as she charged at Hai Buodong. Boom! Bang! Bang! The figures of Hai Buodong and Medusa morphed into streaks of light clashing in the sky, emitting a piercing cacophony as their violent energies spread outward. The resulting cyclones forced the two elder serpent folk to wield their staffs, unleashing their fighting energy to withstand the onslaught of the turbulent air. The battle between two high-ranking Do emperors was beyond the participation of mere Do kings. As the energy sword in Medusa's hand collided with the ice spear in Hai Buodong's grasp once more, a crackling sound echoed. Hai Buodong's gaze narrowed. A fissure had already formed in his spear. Boom! The icy fighting energy surged within him, and harnessing the rebound force, he swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. With a fierce sweep of his spear, several drops of deep purple liquid were forced out, landing upon the yellow sands with a hissing sound, transforming the sands into a deep purple hue. What a fearsome poison! Hai Buodong was filled with astonishment. He had to fend off the Queen of Medusa's attacks, while constantly resisting her venom. Just then, several auras suddenly emerged from the distance. The Queen's brows furrowed slightly as she sensed the presence of a Do Emperor among them, all of whom were human. If this dragged on, it would not bode well for her. Produce the remnants of the map. The Queen's voice had turned utterly frigid, laced with murderous intent. Hai Buodong chuckled. The map had long since been stowed away in his spatial ring. He too sensed the rapidly approaching auras, and once they arrived, he planned to create chaos in the scene before making his escape. Should you desire a map, come and claim it, smiled Hebadong. Medusa, the queen, suddenly fell silent. A flicker of unease crossed Hebadong's mind as he furrowed his brow at Medusa. He observed as the energy soared in her palm vanished, and her delicate hands formed a peculiar seal before her chest. In an instant, a crimson sphere materialized. The radiance surrounding Queen Medusa surged, and she directed her energy toward the sphere, uttering a soft incantation, Serpent's Seal spell. At that moment, Hebadong sensed something amiss. His eyes widening as he watched the sphere in Medusa's grasp transform into a slender serpent pattern, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. With a fierce flutter of his battle energy wings, he attempted to escape the area, but the serpent pattern pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. Buzz! A subtle sound resonated as Hebadong failed to evade the impending threat, and the serpent pattern swiftly enveloped his forehead. A flicker of light flashed before it vanished into his mind, where countless strands of energy extended forth, sealing his inner battle energy tightly. Hebadong felt the rapid depletion of his energy, as his power plummeted from a 5-star Do Emperor to that of a Do King. Yet, to his dismay, his strength did not stabilize at the Do King level. Instead, it remained above the realm of Do Spirit. Chapter 67. Discovery in an instant. Hebadong plummeted from the heights, yet Queen Medusa refrained from pursuing her advantage. Instead, she coldly declared, "Other formidable human warriors are approaching. We must retreat." The two Do Wang elders standing behind her slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, why not press the attack? That individual is already ensnared by your sealing spell and has significantly diminished in strength. Allow me to retrieve the map." Queen Medusa cast a frosty glance at the colossal beast soaring towards them and replied, "There is no time. I sustained injuries while acquiring thee, and the approaching human possesses the strength of a Do Huang. We must depart." "Yes, Your Majesty." The two elders ceased their protests upon hearing her command. As Queen Medusa departed, she stealthily glanced towards a sand dune in the west before unfurling her wings and taking flight with the two elders in tow. Behind that very dune, Xiao Yu and Kai Dai had just arrived. Xiao Yu noticed that Queen Medusa had cast a fleeting glance in their direction as she left. Once she was gone, he turned to Kai Dai and inquired, "Was that your sister?" However, upon looking back, he saw Kai Dai trembling slightly, her expression tinged with pain, hands clutching her head as if recollecting something profound. "What's wrong? Are you recalling something?" Xiao Yu asked, his brow furrowed. The glance from Queen Medusa had sent a shiver down his spine. Her enchanting yet murderous gaze was truly befitting of the legendary queen of the desert. At this moment, Xiao Yu harbored suspicions. Earlier, he and Kai Dai had consumed a Huanqi Dan, whose sole purpose was to conceal their presence. As long as they refrained from employing Do Qi, they should remain undetected, even by a Do Huang. Yet, despite not using Do Qi, Queen Medusa had evidently sensed their presence, leaving Xiao Yu perplexed. He knew that at this juncture, she had not ascended to Do Zone. Thus, the only conceivable explanation was a bloodline connection that allowed her to detect them, or perhaps just Kai Dai. "She is my sister. I seem to have escaped from the Serpent People's temple." Kai Dai's headache appeared to ease as she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Despite forming a conjecture, Xiao Yu was still taken aback. Had he inadvertently rescued the sister of Queen Medusa? When had the queen acquired a sister? "Do not speak." Xiao Yu quickly covered Kai Dai's mouth. She stared at him with wide, innocent eyes, confused by his abrupt action. Meanwhile, Hebadong, who had fallen onto the sandy ground, cursed vehemently. "This woman is truly ruthless. What kind of strange sealing is this? Damn!" No sooner had he uttered these words than a wave of dizziness washed over him. "Oh no, her sealing has a poison." Observing the approaching beast from afar, Hebadong could not discern if it was friend or foe. He resolved to vacate the area and head to Stone Desert City to nullify the poison first. Now possessing the strength of Do Ling, he could no longer rely on Do Qi to fly, but he still possessed speed, employing his agility to flee into the distance. Xiao Yu stroked his chin, gazing at the gradually receding figure of Hebadong, and couldn't help but sigh. This Ice Emperor is truly resilient, to still be so sprightly despite everything. His constitution is remarkably robust. Just as he spoke, a colossal flying beast appeared above, its massive wings stirring the air and whipping up a tempest of sand. burying both Xiao Yu and Kai Dai beneath the yellow dunes. The beast descended slowly near Xiao Yu's hiding spot, as Gu He, accompanied by Yin Shi and Feng Li, leaped down from the creature, arriving at the immense pit. After surveying the surroundings, Gu He remarked, "There remains a hint of chill in the air. It is likely that one of the Do Emperor powerhouses is none other than Queen Medusa. But who could have engaged her in battle, and what brings them here?" At that moment, several of Do Ling's subordinates discovered some colorful serpent scales within the magma cave and presented them to Gu He. Upon examining the scales, Gu He's expression suddenly shifted. Could it be that Medusa has come here for the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire? On the beast, Yu Mei, who had not dismounted, sneered. "Do you truly believe you can seize thee in the desert? Our queen will soon rid this world of you hypocritical humans." Despite her words, a twinge of worry gnawed at her heart, for she understood that the queen sought for a singular purpose, the serpent tribe's secret art of consuming to advance. Gu He cast a glance at the magma pit and sighed softly. "It seems we must pay a visit to the serpent tribe. Fortunately, I was prepared. Let this be a negotiation with Queen Medusa." Saying this, they returned to the beast, preparing to depart when Kai Dai, beside Xiao Yu, spotted Yu Mei atop the creature. A sharp pain struck her head, and her do qi surged unexpectedly. Xiao Yu inwardly lamented, "This is bad." As expected, with Kai Dai's aura exposed, Yin Shi and Feng Li sensed a serpent's presence, their sharp gazes piercing towards the nearby sand dune as they coldly exclaimed, "Who dares to lurk here?" A tangible wave of sound rushed towards Xiao Yu's location, leaving him no choice but to reveal himself. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the ink scales, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that clashed with the sound wave in midair. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yu pulled Kai Dai back, feeling his insides churn. The casual strike of a Do Wang was indeed beyond the realm of his capabilities as a mere Do Shi. His strength was still too feeble. Yin Shi furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the two figures before him, stating in a deep voice, "There was clearly a serpent's presence moments ago. Why are there now two humans?" Meanwhile, upon catching sight of Kai Dai, Yu Mei's countenance paled, realizing, that is, the queen's sister, beneath her black robe. Yun Yun also spotted Xiao Yu, her heart racing in shock. She had not anticipated encountering him here. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Yu holding Kai Dai's hand, a surge of anger and grievance welled up within her. Gu He, puzzled, glanced at Yun Yun, noting her unstable aura. This was not characteristic of her usually indifferent demeanor. Thus, Gu He gently inquired, "Do you know those two individuals?" Yun Yun remained silent for a moment, gradually regaining her composure before coldly responding, "I do not know them." "You do not know them?" Gu He pondered, perplexed. How could she seem so agitated if she was unfamiliar with them? Yin Shi, however, paid no heed to these nuances. His gaze fixed intently on the colorful butterfly beside Xiao Yu, coldly asserting, "No, this young man is accompanied by a serpent person. I nearly fell for their ruse myself." Yin Shi's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. "A serpent person? But that woman clearly possesses legs." Feng Li interjected skeptically. Upon hearing Yin Shi's remarks, Gu He also focused his attention on the colorful butterfly, and indeed, he discerned something peculiar. This woman had consumed a medicinal pill, nearly deceiving him as well. "Young man, I am the Lion King, Yin Shi. In consideration of your humanity, surrender that serpent person, and I shall allow you to depart," Yin Shi proclaimed loudly. At that moment, the colorful butterfly, frightened, hid behind Xiao Yu, timidly whispering in his ear, "I am sorry. Let us find a way to leave this place first." Xiao Yu gradually shook his head, steadying his mind. His attention, however, was drawn to the figure cloaked in black behind the middle-aged leader. He recognized that the person in the black robe must be Yun Yun, standing at the back. Yun Yun sensed Xiao Yu's gaze and suddenly clenched her delicate hands within the robe. Chapter 68. Journey to the Temple. Xiao Yu declared aloud, "This is my friend. I implore you all not to make things difficult for her." Yin Shi's expression darkened as he retorted, "To befriend a serpent person truly brings shame upon our humanity." Even Gu He and Feng Li wore disapproving expressions. Ever since the last conflict between humans and the serpent race, they had become sworn enemies, with the serpent people relegated to a status akin to slaves within human territory. Yet Xiao Yu merely smiled faintly and replied, "Who I choose as a friend seems to be of no concern to you. However, I must inform you that if you too seek thee, it would be prudent to seek out Queen Medusa at once." I am aware that the serpent race possesses a secret technique to devour, aiding their ascent. Delay, and you may find the beyond your grasp. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Gu He's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired solemnly, "Did you just witness Queen Medusa taking the?" Who engaged her in battle? A peculiar old man with white hair wielding ice fighting spirit. He appears to be from the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yu responded. Yin Shi and Gu He exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Gu He slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. An individual with such traits in the Gamma Empire can only be one, Ice Emperor, Hai Ba Dong. Yin Shi hastily questioned, what became of Hai Ba Dong in the end? Observing the anxious expressions of Yin Shi and the others, Xiao Yu remained unfazed as he replied. The Hai Ba Dong you speak of was ultimately ensnared by Queen Medusa's sealing curse, reducing his strength to that of a doe spirit, allowing him to escape from this place. The countenances of Gu He and the others darkened. After all, the Ice Emperor Hai Ba Dong was a 5-star Do Huang, and to flee in such a weakened state before Queen Medusa was indeed a grim omen for their hopes in the heart of the desert. Yun trembled at the mention of the sealing curse, seemingly recalling days spent in the Monster Mountain range. Meanwhile, Yu Mei let out a charming yet cold laugh upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. Now you understand the might of Her Majesty the Queen, do you not? It would be wise for you to abandon such futile hopes. Should you truly provoke Her Majesty, your demise will surely follow. Gu He cast a glance at Yun, who stood behind him, prompting her to rasp softly. Regardless, we must first visit the serpent race and see if Queen Medusa might yield. Surprised by Yun's voice, Gu He momentarily paused. Your voice? Yun swiftly interrupted. Let us hasten. We must not linger here. Very well, if you insist, then let us depart at once. Gu He acquiesced. Yin Shi and Feng Li had no further objections, unwilling to openly bully a mere dome master in front of these individuals. They mounted the colossal beast and prepared to leave. As they departed, Yun, her voice raspy, advised Xiao Yu, you should take your friend and leave the desert soon. This is not a place for you, especially as unrest may soon envelop the sands. Xiao Yu naturally refrained from refuting her, instead smiling at Yun and expressing gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. I will be cautious. Yun chose not to elaborate further. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's laughter, her delicate face beneath the black robe tightened with vexation, and she lightly stomped her foot before retreating, fearing that she might be unable to restrain herself from teaching Xiao Yu a lesson. Meanwhile, Gu He and Yin Shi were utterly dumbfounded, well aware of this young lady's sentiments. Among those present, none could rival her indifferent demeanor, yet now she exhibited concern for the safety of a stranger, and a mere youth at that, possessing only the strength of a dome master. However, they did not dwell on it too long. Perhaps it was merely a case of fateful affinity, and they certainly did not contemplate any deeper connection between the two. As Gu He and the others departed, Xiao Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. Standing beside him, Kai Dai gazed at Xiao Yu and said, I wish to ask you for a favor. Surprised by her request, Xiao Yu turned to her and inquired, what is it? I want to visit the Serpent Clan. I fear my sister may be in danger. Kai Dai stammered. Xiao Yu had not anticipated this request and replied, do you realize how perilous it is to venture into the Serpent Clan? You are still being pursued by them. If I were to take you along, and things unfolded as they did earlier, I cannot guarantee your safety. Kai Dai assured him. I promise I won't find myself in a similar situation again, and even if my presence is revealed within the Serpent Clan, it won't provoke a significant reaction, after all. I am one of them. After contemplating her words, Xiao Yu conceded, I will take you, but you must obey my commands throughout the journey. A spark of joy lit up Kai Dai's face as she eagerly nodded. I promise to heed your every word. Xiao Yu sighed. This was indeed the opportune moment to infiltrate the Serpent Clan amidst the chaos. He had no choice but to proceed, hoping to slip in and out swiftly once he obtained the extraordinary flame, which would undoubtedly elevate his strength to the level of a great dome master. With no time to waste, he grasped Kai Dai's slender waist, unfurled his purple cloud wings, and soared into the depths of the desert. As they ventured together, he became increasingly adept at carrying her, and Kai Dai, initially bashful, gradually grew accustomed to the familiarity of the situation. Leaning against Xiao Yu's broad chest, Kai Dai could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, a sound that gradually instilled a sense of calm within her. They traversed the desert as night fell, and while studying the map, Xiao Yu finally guided Kai Dai to a sand dune not far from the center of the desert. Just beyond lay the temple of the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan, and the number of serpent guards had noticeably increased. Fortunately, numerous colossal stones surrounded the city in this desert, providing ample cover for their concealment. Xiao Yu skillfully maneuvered with Kai Dai, narrowly evading several patrols, until they reached the heart of the temple. The defense there is under the control of the Medusa serpent guards. At this moment, Xiao Yu lacks the strength to confront them directly. Although they traversed the distance at high speed and faced a state of emergency, their targets remained relatively small, allowing for a swift arrival. As for Gu He and his companions, they entered with utmost propriety, inevitably requiring more time. Xiao Yu, holding on to Kai Dai, simply needed to remain at this location to await their arrival. He harbored no concerns about potential conflict, for the haughty Queen Medusa would never bow to mere mortals. Just as Xiao Yu prepared to wait for Gu He and his group, a formidable aura approached from the distance. He raised his gaze to behold a dark figure soaring through the sky, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, hurtling towards the central temple of the city. The patrolling guards and the serpent guards atop the walls immediately heightened their vigilance, raising their poisoned spears, ready to strike down the intruder at a moment's notice. The dark figure abruptly halted midair, a chilling voice resonating through the heavens. Moksha tribe leader, Mokbis, seeks an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Within the temple, a soft and alluring voice echoed. Though it was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present. Enter. Upon hearing this, Mokbis unfurled his wings and swiftly darted towards the temple. Chapter 69. Seizing the chaos to storm the temple within the temple. The figure of Queen Medusa graced the throne high above, gazing down at the unperturbed Mobas as she inquired, "What brings you to the temple?" Mobas, captivated by the imposing presence of Queen Medusa, felt a flicker of enchantment and concealed affection in his cold serpentine gaze. He replied, "Your Majesty, the charmed serpent tribe has been assaulted by a faction of human warriors, among whom Yu Mei has been captured. She has come to discuss matters concerning Your Majesty's sister." A fleeting glimmer of alluring crimson flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes as she regarded Mobas. "Yu Mei has been taken captive? It seems she has encountered that human battle emperor." "Battle emperor?" Mobas furrowed his brow, uncertain of the true might of this group of human warriors. Yet he had not anticipated the presence of a human battle emperor among them. Queen Medusa continued, "Did Yu Mei consult you regarding the whereabouts of Dai? Has she uncovered any leads?" At this moment, she recalled sensing a trace of Dai's essence in the desert where the anomalous fire had manifested, though she had refrained from investigating due to the presence of the two elders. Reflecting now, she surmised that Dai had likely not encountered any unforeseen peril. After a moment of silence, Mobas spoke. "Yu Mei indicated that all those dispatched by the elders have been slain. Fearing exposure, only battle masters were sent. Yet upon Yu Mei's arrival, both the serpent and human forces lay dead, leaving her with no trace of Dai." Having braced himself for the wrath of the queen, Mobas was met with her composed response, "I understand. Our immediate priority is to address this group of humans. I have just acquired the anomalous fire and sustained some injuries. Promptly inform the leaders of the remaining 6 tribes to convene at the temple. The elders will also join me in this endeavor." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall defend the temple with my life." Mobas bowed deeply. Suddenly, formidable energies surged from outside the city. Mobas's demeanor darkened as he glanced at the queen, only to witness Queen Medusa's form shimmer, vanishing from the temple in an instant. Mobas swiftly dispatched messengers to notify the leaders of the other 6 tribes before his own form flickered, ascending rapidly to the heavily fortified city walls, closely following Queen Medusa. As Queen Medusa materialized, the serpents below bowed their heads in reverence, their voices resonating through the skies, "Your Majesty." Beyond the walls, a colossal magical beast hovered in the air, with several figures standing nearby, their formidable auras unmistakable. Mobas, positioned beside Queen Medusa, surveyed these individuals with trepidation. 3 battle kings, 5 battle spirits, and the cloaked figure beside them, whose power remained obscured, was presumably the human battle emperor the queen had mentioned. His gaze fell upon Yu Mei, who stood atop the beast, an expression of resignation etched upon her features. Mobas leaned closer to Queen Medusa and whispered, "Your Majesty, Yu Mei is upon that magical beast." Indeed, Queen Medusa softly uttered a single word. On the other side, Guhi could no longer contain his emotions and chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, Queen Medusa? It is an honor to meet you. I am Guhi from the Gamma Empire. Upon hearing this title, Queen Medusa was not particularly surprised. Only alchemists would fervently pursue such rare flames, while ordinary cultivators would avoid them, for they were not something just anyone could master. The Alchemy King Guhi, I have indeed heard of you. A 6th-tier alchemist is truly remarkable to have summoned a Do Huang expert to assist, Queen Medusa remarked with a smile, her gaze sweeping over Yun beside her. Before Guhi could respond, she continued, Master Guhi, have you rushed into my serpent people territory so eagerly for that rare flame? Queen Medusa's directness caused Guhi to momentarily falter, but he would not conceal the purpose of his visit. He lifted his head to meet her gaze and solemnly stated, Indeed, I have come for the rare flame in your Majesty's possession. Guhi's voice echoed softly around them as he quietly awaited her response. Queen Medusa delicately licked her luscious lips, her peculiar eyes fixated on Guhi as she playfully inquired, What if I refuse to give it to you? Guhi chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, you must have sustained injuries when you acquired the rare flame, correct? I am willing to offer what you require in exchange. But if that is not acceptable, we may have to resort to conflict. I hope for your understanding. Queen Medusa regarded Guhi, a hint of mockery curling her lips. Exchange? I need not elaborate on the rarity of the flame. Do you truly possess something of equal value? Guhi responded, I am willing to offer 2 6th-tier Doling pills and 1 7th-tier transformation pill in exchange. What say you? At this declaration, the surrounding powerful figures fell into a state of astonishment. Such generous terms had all eyes turning towards Queen Medusa. She appeared to ponder for a moment before. With a trace of regret, she replied, Though your offer is tempting, I cannot part with the rare flame. Therefore, I must ask you to leave. The crowd was perplexed by Queen Medusa's rejection of such an offer, but Guhi quickly regained his composure and solemnly asked, Are you truly unwilling to exchange? The previously amicable atmosphere between them suddenly turned tense. Queen Medusa, with a charming smile on her beautiful face, asked, Are we preparing for a confrontation? As her words fell, 3 figures swiftly emerged from behind the temple, the 3 principal members of the Serpent People's Elders Council, all Do Wang experts. Yen Shi and Feng Li's expressions darkened. Old he, we miscalculated. How can the Serpent People possess so many Do Wang? Yen Shi murmured. Guhi shook his head. There are likely leaders from other tribes on their way. We must resolve this swiftly. At that moment, Yun stepped forward. I will hold Queen Medusa, while Yen Shi and Feng Li will block the 4 Do Wang. Guhi, you must hurry in search of the rare flame. After exchanging glances, several individuals nodded in agreement and transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the elder of the Serpent People. A cold snort escaped from Mebas as he declared, Perfect timing. With a flick of his wrist, 2 massive swords gleamed in his hands, aimed at Yen Shi, while the other 3 elders simultaneously sprang into action. Yun turned her gaze towards Queen Medusa and said, I shall engage you. A flash of azure light coursed through the air, and Queen Medusa's eyes hardened to icy coldness. Yet her voice remained alluring as she replied, Very well, let us begin. An intense battle erupted among the powerful beings in the sky, waves of potent energy clashing and illuminating the pitch-black night with a ghastly brightness. At the same moment, Guhi also made his move, heading towards the temple, as Mebas, embroiled in combat with Yen Shi, shouted, Stop him. Below, the Serpent People raised their poisonous spears, launching an assault on Guhi, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had been lurking nearby, observed the tumultuous spectacle with a sly grin before seizing Kai Dai and darting towards the temple. The eyes of numerous guards were fixated on Guhi in the sky. Just as he was about to breach the temple, a sharp voice rang out from within, Impudent. Simultaneously, a fierce energy surged towards Guhi. He swiftly flapped his wings, retreating just in time to evade the oncoming serpent spear. Above, a graceful figure soared through the air. It was none other than the captain of Queen Medusa's Serpent Guard. Huashi. Chapter 70. The Great Serpent with a rhythmic opening and closing of his palm. Guhi summoned a pale blue flame that spread from his hands to envelop his entire being. His wings fluttered gently behind him as his hands swiftly formed a seal, and he intoned, Blue flames surge. As his voice echoed, the pale blue flames materialized abruptly before him. With a sweeping motion of his hands, The azure fire surged toward the encroaching serpentine beings. Simultaneously, the flames coalesced into a long spear, aimed at the skybound creature, Xiao. Xiao, undeterred, brandished a sharp serpent spear in one hand, her tail thrashing violently in the air as she charged ferociously towards Gu He. The two clashed directly before the temple, while Yun and Queen Medusa swiftly retreated to a distance, cognizant that the battleground was the territory of the serpent folk, and the queen was determined to spare the innocent from the devastation of their conflict. Amidst the chaos enveloping the serpent city, Xiao Yu stealthily infiltrated the area with Kai Dai, seeking the dominion of the serpent tribe. Kai's body shuddered slightly, and a delicate crimson serpent tail materialized as she sighed contentedly. This feels just right. Xiao Yu gazed at her and remarked, "Your sister has rushed off to fight. Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate the temple." "You intend to enter the temple?" Kai Dai inquired, her surprise evident. Xiao Yu, unreserved, nodded, "Indeed. I have matters to attend to within." Kai Dai proposed, "Why not accompany me? I am quite familiar with this place." Taken aback, Xiao Yu asked, "Your memory has returned?" Kai Dai shook her head. "No, I merely possess a familiarity with everything here, though specific memories remain elusive." Understanding dawned on Xiao Yu, as Queen Medusa's sister. It was only natural for her to be well acquainted with this domain. "How do you plan to gain entry?" he queried. Kai Dai pondered for a moment, her slender, pale fingers resting thoughtfully on her rosy lips, before she responded, "I shall leverage my identity as a serpent to enter openly. You can follow discreetly and act when the opportunity arises." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu found no fault in her plan and cautioned, "Be careful." Kai Dai acknowledged his concern, her serpent tail swaying gently as she advanced toward the temple. Xiao Yu trailed behind her, observant of their surroundings while remaining hidden. Upon entering the grand hall, Xiao Yu noted the serpent tribe's insignia adorning the space. As they ventured deeper, he found himself perplexed. Why has the system not confirmed my presence here? Is it malfunctioning? Ding. The system, seemingly responding to Xiao Yu's discontent, clarified, "The system is not malfunctioning. The host must encounter that to complete the check-in. How could you possibly expect me to find anything in such a vast place?" Xiao Yu's expression darkened. Suddenly, he recalled that in the original tale, Queen Medusa was said to have evolved by devouring on a small island, which he believed was located to the east of the city. Just as he was about to grasp Kai Dai's hand, a pair of serpent guards appeared around the corner. Xiao Yu quickly concealed himself, but it was too late to pull Kai Dai back. To his astonishment, the serpent guards, upon sighting Kai Dai, immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We salute your majesty, the queen." Kai Dai, startled by the sudden display, quickly regained her composure and coldly commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty," they responded, before patrolling away, oblivious to the fact that this queen was an impostor. Once the guards had distanced themselves, Xiao Yu approached Kai Dai and inquired, "Why do they address you as your majesty?" Kai Dai, visibly puzzled, shook her head and replied, "I have no idea. But enough of that. Do you know if there is a small island to the east?" Xiao Yu asked directly. Furrowing her brow in thought, Kai Dai eventually said, "There seems to be a temple over there, with an island in the middle of a lake." "You truly know? Can you guide me there?" Xiao Yu pressed. Kai Dai nodded eagerly, and the two made their way towards the temple in the east. Before long, the temple loomed before them, heavily guarded by serpent sentinels. Realizing that a direct approach would be too conspicuous, Xiao Yu assessed Kai Dai and said, "I have a plan to infiltrate, but I require your assistance." Kai Dai, ever obedient, agreed without hesitation, prompting Xiao Yu to unveil his strategy. Since the guards had previously mistaken Kai Dai for Queen Medusa, they would continue to exploit this identity to deceive the serpent folk and gain entry. Fortunately, he had procured a snake transformation pill from the Alchemist Guild earlier. This pill, contrary to the body transformation pill, would temporarily transform him into a serpent person. Upon consuming the snake transformation pill, Xiao Yu's legs morphed into a delicate blue serpent tail. The sudden transformation left him somewhat disoriented as he writhed on the spot. Kai Dai, witnessing his peculiar appearance, could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Feigning ferocity, Xiao Yu shot her a menacing glare and growled, "Hurry and lead the way. You'll be taught a lesson later for laughing." Unfazed by his fierce demeanor, Kai Dai merely huffed and proceeded towards the temple, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Xiao Yu, scratching his nose, followed closely behind. Indeed, As soon as Kai Dai revealed herself, the serpent guards knelt in homage, exclaiming, "We greet you, Your Majesty, the Queen." In that fleeting moment, a regal aura enveloped Kai Dai, her previously gentle countenance transforming into one of aloofness. With a soft yet commanding tone, she uttered, "Rise, and you may retreat to the temple's exterior to await further instructions." Yes, the squad of serpent guards exhibited no hesitation as they promptly made their way outside, ignoring Xiao Yu, who trailed closely behind Kai Dai. This indifference underscored the elevated status of Queen Medusa within the Serpentine clan. Once they departed, Kai Dai reverted to her earlier somewhat dazed demeanor and beckoned to Xiao Yu, who hastily followed her. After traversing a lengthy corridor, a stirring within Xiao Yu's body manifested as the bone spirit's cold fire reacted, seemingly drawn towards the depths of the temple. After approximately 10 minutes of progress, their surroundings opened up to reveal a small, pristine lake. At the center of the lake lay a diminutive island, its waters shimmering, with no visible bridges leading to it. Xiao Yu recalled that an energy barrier enveloped the air above the lake, and concealed within its depths lurked a colossal serpent serving as its guardian. As Xiao Yu prepared to boldly approach the island at the lake's heart, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. With one hand grasping the ink scale and the other wielding the, his expression turned grave. Just as Kai Dai reached the edge of the lake, ripples began to dance across its surface, and a massive serpent, adorned in emerald scales and possessing a triangular head, slowly emerged from the water, lowering its head in a gesture of submission before Kai Dai, appearing remarkably docile. Chapter 71. The Fire of Alienation. Kai Dai gazed at the docile serpent before her, slowly extending her hand to caress its head. To her astonishment, a hint of human-like satisfaction flickered in the serpent's vast emerald eyes. She inquired of the serpent, "Can you guide us there?" The serpent, seemingly comprehending her words, turned and revealed its immense body from the depths of the lake. Kai Dai then addressed Xiao Yu, "Let us proceed." In a daze, Xiao Yu followed Kai Dai as they climbed onto the serpent's back, which then glided gracefully toward the heart of the lake. In mere moments, they arrived at the small island at the lake's center. The serpent raised its body, casting a watchful gaze upon Kai Dai, and gently inclined itself towards her. Flicking its crimson tongue, Kai Dai reached out once more to stroke its head, and satisfied, the serpent sank back into the lake's depths. Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim, "It seems your bloodline possesses remarkable power." Kai Dai offered a soft smile, remaining silent, her eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yu had already turned to survey the island, oblivious to Kai Dai's unusual demeanor. The island was modest in size, adorned with trees and a variety of flowers, presenting a lush and picturesque scene. Within Xiao Yu's being, the bone spirit's cold fire transmitted an urgent message. He understood that the Qing Lian Di Xianhua lay upon this very isle. He and Kai Dai began their venture inward, traversing the tranquil paths of the bamboo grove, where silence enveloped them. After navigating several winding trails, they emerged into a spacious clearing, devoid of the dense bamboo and foliage, which had been meticulously cleared away, revealing smooth, small pebbles scattered throughout. At the center lay a small pool formed of these pebbles, filled to the brim with crystalline water, shrouded in a delicate mist. Xiao Yu could sense the frigid essence contained within. He recognized this as the ice spirit's cold spring, an essential element for absorbing alien fire, and an exceedingly rare medicinal resource. Though he felt no surprise, for he was well aware of its significance, his gaze shifted to the lotus platform at the pool's center, where a swirl of azure flames began to rise gently. This azure flame, imbued with spirit, alternated between taking the shape of a lotus and coalescing into a slender azure serpent, gracefully spiraling above the lotus seat in an endearing display. Despite having read about such phenomena before, the reality was far more breathtaking than any text could convey. Just then, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. Ding. Serpent Man clan registration successful. Reward. Qing Lian Di Xianhua. The reward has been dispensed. The host may refine this alien fire at their discretion, with no risk involved. With the system's announcement, Xiao Yu felt a profound connection with the azure flame on the lotus platform, beholding it as one would their own child. The only challenge for Xiao Yu was that the lotus platform was imbued with a protective barrier. Whenever the Qinglian earth fire threatened to drift beyond the confines of the lotus seat, a faint white light shield would materialize, effectively obstructing its escape. This barrier was presumably established by Queen Medusa to prevent the Qinglian earth fire from fleeing. While Xiao Yu pondered how to remove it, he was oblivious to the subtle unease emanating from the colorful butterfly beside him. Her beautiful face bore an expression of confusion and hesitation, emotions alternating across her features. Simultaneously, her delicate hands began to form several seals before her. As the seals shifted, the lotus platform trembled violently. Xiao Yu stared in astonishment as the white light screen gradually faded away, and the previously docile Qinglian earth fire began to stir with agitation. A surge of joy washed over Xiao Yu, and with a mere thought, the anomalous flame settled back into stillness. Meanwhile, far outside the city, Queen Medusa felt the moment the white barrier dissipated. A chilling coldness swept across her visage as she declared, "Humans, you must perish." Yun, standing before Queen Medusa, sensed an impending threat of death. She watched as the queen's hands surged with a violet glow, a beam of purple light hurtling towards her. Caught off guard by the queen's sudden ferocity, Yun realized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, her wings fluttered behind her, propelling her backward as her long sword emanated a surge of azure light. With a decisive shout, she unleashed Wind's Pinnacle, Falling Strike. A streak of azure light surged towards Queen Medusa, but as the two beams met in midair, the azure was swiftly consumed by the violet, diminishing its power. Nevertheless, the weakened purple light continued its relentless advance toward Yun. With a piercing sound, the purple light pierced through Yun's left shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth and her complexion to pale. Fortunately, Queen Medusa chose not to pursue her further, instead transforming into a streak of violet light that sped towards the temple. At this moment, the colorful butterfly beside Xiao Yu appeared entranced, murmuring, "Anomalous fire, advancement. Protect the serpent people, mission." Only then did Xiao Yu realize that something was amiss with the butterfly. "What is wrong with you?" he inquired. But as he watched her approach the Qinglian earth fire, he seized her arm. Yet, the butterfly ignored his pleas, unleashing a ripple of red energy that broke free from his grasp. As Xiao Yu attempted to pull her back, the butterfly turned to him, and he was astonished to see her eyes transformed into an enchanting shade of red, a wave of alluring energy cascading towards him. This power? Do Emperor? Xiao Yu suddenly lost control over his body. Although his awareness of the external world remained intact, he could not command his own movements. Helplessly witnessing the butterfly draw closer to the Qinglian earth fire. As she neared it, her garments slipped away, and with a swift formation of hand seals, the butterfly transformed into a colossal red serpent, a frenzied aura radiating outward in all directions. In the midst of the city, numerous formidable warriors halted their fierce combat, all drawn toward the temple. However, the Queen Medusa appeared pale, and upon witnessing a massive crimson serpent emerging from the direction of the temple aisle, she let out a furious roar. No. Above in the sky, the enormous red serpent circled a few times before suddenly emitting a crisp, resonant sound, then, without hesitation, dove toward the azure flames. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the blue lotus earth fire abruptly expanded, engulfing the red serpent entirely. Xiao Yu, who was immobilized by the colorful butterfly, found himself unable to control the blue lotus earth fire, especially since he had yet to refine it. He could only helplessly watch as the flames enveloped the butterfly. At that moment, Queen Medusa arrived, casting a shimmering energy barrier that enveloped the entire aisle. With a chilling gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu, she coldly declared, "Since you have caused her to suffer under this exotic fire, you shall accompany her." As she spoke, a wave of violet energy surged forth, thrusting Xiao Yu directly into the flames. The blue lotus earth fire swiftly coiled around him, consuming him entirely. Yun, who had followed closely behind Queen Medusa, turned pale upon witnessing Xiao Yu's figure being thrust into the exotic fire by the queen's hand. Chapter 72. Uncontrollable, how did you come to be here? Did I not instruct you to leave this place sooner? A flicker of disbelief washed over Yun's exquisite face, concealed beneath her black robe. Unbeknownst to her, warm tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and her heart ached intensely. She delicately wiped away her tears, grappling with the tumultuous emotions that engulfed her. At that moment, powerful auras erupted simultaneously from various directions surrounding the city. The ancient figure of Gu He, suspended in midair, shifted his expression. Upon noticing his reaction, Hua Shi'er coldly remarked, The 8 leaders of the Serpent Clan have arrived. Your time is up, despicable humans. Seizing the opportunity while the Serpent Clan's formidable warriors were momentarily stunned, Yin Shi broke free from the encirclement of the 2 elder Serpent Clan members and approached Gu He with a grave tone. The situation has become precarious. Clearly, there is another Do Huang-level warrior from the Serpent Clan within that protective barrier, devouring the. Once Queen Medusa intervenes, coupled with these Do Huang-level fighters. Even with the addition of Sect Master Yun, we may not be able to withstand them again. Gu He nodded slightly, fully aware of the dire circumstances. It seemed that Yun had also sustained injuries. He had underestimated the situation, unaware of the strength the Serpent Clan possessed. No wonder they could contend with the surrounding empires in the desert. Beyond the intimidation of Queen Medusa, the Serpent Clan's foundation was evidently formidable. Thus, Gu He decisively instructed Yin Shi and Feng Li, retreat. He then turned to Yun, who stood frozen on the other side. We must leave. Yin Shi and Feng Li heaved sighs of relief and prepared to withdraw from the area. However, they furrowed their brows as they noticed Yun seemingly in a daze. Rooted to the spot, just as Gu He was about to inquire about her state, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted downward. Gu He's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to catch Yun, soaring towards the beast in the sky. Seeing Gu He and the others in such disarray, Yume's mocking voice rang out. Oh, so now you realize that our Serpent Clan is not to be trifled with? Gu He had no time to entertain her. Yun had succumbed to unconsciousness, and he could only helplessly support her towards a chamber. He then blew a whistle, prompting the beast beneath him to let out a cry and prepare for flight. With a face clouded in malice, Mo Ba Si bellowed. You think you can leave now that you've come into our Serpent Clan's territory? It won't be that easy. Yin Shi laughed maniacally. Just a bunch of little snakes. I come and go as I please. Ignoring Mo Ba Si's grim countenance, he turned to Gu He and inquired, what about her? Yin Shi was referring to Yume. Gu He frowned and replied, let her be. Casting her down will prevent the Serpent Clan leader from pursuing us further. Yin Shi nodded slightly and approached Yume, whose face had turned pale. She was suspended in the air, her powers sealed. If she were to be cast off without anyone to catch her, her death would be inevitable. Yin Shi coldly laughed. Since Lao He has spoken of your release, I shall let you go. However, if your companions fail to catch your words, it shall indeed signify that you are no longer meant to survive. As his words fell, Yin Shi provided no opportunity for Yume to respond. Instead, he seized her and hurled her toward the approaching Mo Ba Si. As Mo Ba Si caught sight of a figure being thrown from the beast, he squinted and realized it was Yume, cursing under his breath. Damn it. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against pursuing the beast and instead rushed toward Yume, clasping her in his arms and soaring back to the Serpent Clan. The other leaders, who had intended to pursue the invaders breaching the Serpent Clan, were halted by the elder's voice. Enough. Do not chase any further. I never anticipated that Dai would choose to consume the Forevolution. We are at a critical juncture in this process. We must remain vigilant to prevent any further mishaps. Indeed, the Serpent Clan chieftains echoed in unison. Within the violet barrier, Queen Medusa watched anxiously as they engulfed the butterfly, transforming it into a colossal serpent that devoured Xiao Yu. Her heart raced with concern for her sister's safety. After all, there was a perilous force. Mere mortals meeting its touch would meet with certain demise. As they enveloped the red serpent, a chilling scream reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The azure flames seared the serpent's flesh, the terrifying heat having already vaporized the icy spirit's spring into nothingness. At that moment, massive scales began to twist and contort upon the red serpent's body, ultimately charred by the before helplessly cascading to the ground. The shedding of scales created gaping wounds upon the red serpent's surface, crimson blood gushing forth. Yet this lifeblood was instantaneously evaporated by this fearsome temperature. Xiao Yu, caught in the maelstrom, remained unperturbed. His garments had been incinerated, but as the blue lotus earth fire had forged a connection with him, it posed no threat. However, Kai Dai was faring poorly, and Xiao Yu found himself powerless to intervene. He was utterly immobilized. Squeak, squeak, standing at the edge of the island. Queen Medusa could hear the unsettling sounds of her sister being scorched by and the guilt within her heart became unbearable. This was a burden not meant for her to bear. Suddenly, A radiant violet light emanated from Queen Medusa, illuminating the realm. The barrier surrounding the island deepened in hue, and a purple serpent, equal in size to the red serpent, manifested within the confines of the island. She intended to share in her sister's suffering. Outside the barrier, the three elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The elder bellowed, "What is she planning?" The second elder's face darkened. "This is madness. If both of them perish in the, what will become of our serpent clan without a queen?" The surrounding serpent warriors exchanged worried glances, yet the violet barrier, a formidable seal created by Queen Medusa, could not be breached by mere martial kings. Thus, they were left powerless, watching as Queen Medusa transformed into her true form and plunged into the alongside her sister. Upon entering the, Queen Medusa finally comprehended the magnitude of her sister's suffering. The anguish that penetrated her very soul drove her to madness, resulting in a haunting wail akin to that of a crazed butterfly. The scorched not only the flesh, but also inflicted torment upon the spirit, a pain that was undeniably terrifying. The commotion reverberated throughout the entire serpent city, causing a state of chaos among the myriad serpent warriors, who swiftly ascended to rooftops. Gazing towards the violet light, there, they beheld two colossal serpents, one purple and the other red, thrashing violently amidst the azure flames. At this moment, Xiao Yu found himself in an awkward predicament. Unable to intervene, he could only accompany them through their evolution. However, he remained unconcerned about this transformation, for he was aware that Queen Medusa ultimately succeeded in her evolution with the aid of the. All he needed to do was wait patiently. Just as he prepared to recline, a flicker of unrest surged within his body, as the bone spirit cold fire erupted forth. A chilling white flame bursting from his being and joining the azure flames. The bone spirit cold fire possessed a superior rank compared to the azure lotus earth fire. Consequently, when the bone spirit cold fire manifested within Xiao Yu, a clear distinction emerged. The azure flames enveloped the butterfly, while the bone spirit cold fire devoured Queen Medusa. The situation began to spiral towards an uncontrollable trajectory. Chapter 73. Struck by lightning within the luminous barrier, two distinct ethereal flames began to rage, leaving the onlookers outside in a state of bewilderment, as they were unaware of the origin of the second hue of fire within the shield. With the emergence of the bone spirit cold fire, an icy aura enveloped the surroundings, contrasting with an intense heat, creating a most peculiar ambience of cold and warmth. Both the colorful butterfly and Queen Medusa were simultaneously engulfed by the two extraordinary flames, evolving in the process. Although Xiao Yu bore witness to this miraculous transformation, he remained uncertain whether the queen and the butterfly would successfully evolve. After all, the fire that the queen had previously evolved was the azure lotus earth fire, and now she was subjected to the bone spirit cold fire. All he could do was hope that both would endure. He even contemplated raising a serpent as his guardian spirit beast. Within the flames, after half an hour of intense refinement, the piercing screams of the colorful butterfly and Queen Medusa gradually faded, possibly due to exhaustion of energy or perhaps completion of their evolution. Their massive serpentine forms had ceased their writhing, charred black by the extraordinary flames. Once measuring several tens of feet, they had now shrunk to just a few, making it unfathomable the extent of bones and blood consumed in this trial by fire. Their bodies remained suspended in the flames, subjected to the relentless onslaught, as a faint acrid odor began to permeate the air. The final lamentations from the colorful butterfly and Queen Medusa sent a tremor through all the serpent folk outside the barrier, and upon witnessing their stillness, a wave of desolation arose in their hearts. The expressions of the serpent tribe's leader and elders darkened considerably. They could hardly believe their queen had perished in the extraordinary flames. Mobas let out a furious roar, his internal energy surging violently, and he struck the barrier with a punch, yet it did not budge in the slightest. Just when everyone believed that Queen Medusa had indeed fallen to the flames, a surge of energy erupted throughout the realm. Countless serpent folk appeared anxious, yet the three elders and several leaders exchanged glances, sensing that the queen had not met her demise. In the heavens, the previously serene sky transformed into an inky darkness, enveloped by ominous clouds. Boom! A thunderous crack resonated from within the clouds, and an array of silver lightning darted about like electric serpents. Xiao Yu within the barrier felt an overwhelming force descending from above, reminiscent of his first tribulation, yet he was merely an 8-star dome master at present. Far from the time of his own tribulation, it appeared that both Medusa and the butterfly had achieved successful evolution. Aside from being a prodigy envied by the heavens, the birth of ancient ethereal beasts could also provoke celestial phenomena. However, Xiao Yu remained unconcerned. After all, the lightning was not aimed at him. So what was there to fear? The turbulent power concealed within the dark clouds instilled a profound sense of dread among all the serpent men present. Even the 3 elders and the leaders, formidable as they were, felt a twinge of fear, compelled to retreat several hundred meters, distancing themselves from the ominous shroud of clouds. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the sky, illuminating it with a brilliant flash. A colossal silver lightning bolt struck fiercely into the azure flames. The violent energy contained within the lightning not only descended upon the colorful butterfly, but also lashed out at Xiao Yu. His complexion darkened slightly. How could such a force strike him? Yet, to his surprise, the power that had been sealed within him by the butterfly's gaze seemed to have been released. Moreover, he endeavored to refine the chaotic energy embedded within the lightning, which was of the purest quality and far superior to the attribute energy obtained through cultivation methods. No longer cursing the heavens, Xiao Yu activated his chaos cultivation method, continuously absorbing energy, leading to a direct breakthrough to the 9-star Dome Master. As the ominous clouds above began to dissipate, a sense of regret washed over Xiao Yu. Had another bolt of lightning appeared, he was confident he could have leaped directly into the realm of the great Dome Master, subsequently refining the blue lotus heart fire, undoubtedly elevating his cultivation to 7 or 8 stars as a great Dome Master. Such is the art of resourceful utilization. Meanwhile, the serpent men outside felt a wave of relief as the clouds began to clear. The previous tempestuous aura had left them utterly discomfort. Yet just then, the clouds that had begun to disperse suddenly coalesced once more, this time forming an even larger mass of darkness. The silver lightning transformed into a pale purple hue, emanating a chilling aura that caused the countenances of all to shift dramatically. This was undoubtedly a force far more potent than the previous lightning. Xiao Yu too sensed the resurgence of the tribulation in the sky, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Was this an invitation for another strike? The clouds offered no idle chatter. As the dark layers roiled and purple lightning snakes danced within, Xiao Yu steeled himself to confront this trial, poised to transcend into a Dome Master. Without warning, a lightning bolt, as thick as bamboo, surged towards Medusa, seemingly drawn by the successful evolution of the two. The lightning struck Medusa, yet the violent energy surged chaotically around them, with Xiao Yu naturally becoming the consumer of this pure energy, his reward for accompanying her through the tribulation. This surge of lightning contained far more energy than the last. Previously, as he neared the threshold of 9-star Dome Master, the lightning had given him a nudge. But this time, the energy propelled him directly from a newly ascended 9-star Dome Master to the great Dome Master realm. Xiao Yu, however, would not risk a breakthrough in such a location, aware of the impending heavenly tribulation. Once he passed through it, there would be a period of vulnerability. If he attempted to transcend here, he would inevitably fall prey to the serpent men post-tribulation. Xiao Yu exerted every ounce of his strength to suppress the impending breakthrough of his cultivation. At last, he managed to contain his power at the critical juncture. Knowing that once he departed from this location, he could transcend the tribulation at any moment. The ancient beast had summoned a solitary bolt of tribulation lightning, swift in its arrival and departure. The dark clouds above began to disperse, and the onlookers gazed into the azure light curtain. Following the strike of lightning, a gentle interplay of azure and white mist began to seep from the small island, obscuring their vision. At this moment, Xiao Yu had regained his mobility and hastily donned a garment, only to be met with the sight of 2 severed, jet-black serpent corpses before him. A faint crackling sound echoed as Xiao Yu observed the blackened skin of the corpses gradually flaking away, as if something was striving to break free from within. Retreating cautiously, he sensed 2 powerful auras emanating from the decaying remains as the shedding accelerated. Suddenly, 2 explosive roars erupted, shattering the ebony corpses into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. The 2 formidable and terrifying energies surged forth with alarming speed, enveloping the entire city in an overwhelming presence. Had they succeeded? Countless serpent beings exchanged glances, and upon sensing that familiar aura, they erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers that reverberated through the air. Chapter 74, Why Aren't You Running? Regrettably, this vast and terrifying aura did not endure for long. It receded into the light barrier with the swiftness of a receding tide. As this presence dissipated once more, the ecstatic expressions on the faces of the serpent people abruptly ceased, replaced by a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Within the protective barrier, the heart fire of the azure lotus had reverted to its normal size, and the bone spirit's cold fire returned to Xiao Yu's body. The clouds of black dust gradually settled, and Xiao Yu perceived two streaks of colorful light darting towards him. Their rapid approach producing a sharp sound akin to slicing through the air, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. As these two colorful figures approached with astonishing speed, Xiao Yu, though aware of their benign intentions, summoned forth the bone spirit's cold fire. With a resounding thud, a blaze of pristine white flame erupted from within him, its searing heat distorting the air around. The manifestation of the bone spirit's cold fire caused the two colorful figures to halt before Xiao Yu, allowing him to discern their forms. To his surprise, he discovered that these slender serpents, measuring merely 2 centimeters in length, were identical in appearance, adorned with diminutive, iridescent scales that exuded an unusual, refreshing fragrance, emanating an air of elegance and nobility. The sole distinction between them lay in their serpentine eyes, one a delicate shade of violet, the other a soft hue of crimson, both hinting at an enchanting allure. Xiao Yu gazed in astonishment at the two tiny serpents suspended before him. Was it not said that the rainbow-devouring python bore scales of many colors, with slightly purple eyes, a fragrant body, and strength that reached the heavens? How could one of them display a mutation? However, he did not dwell on this for long. The purity and innocence reflected in their gazes resembled that of newborn infants, contrasting sharply with the fearsome demeanor of other serpents. Instead, they appeared exceedingly endearing. Xiao Yu surmised that the serpent with the faintly purple eyes must be Queen Medusa, while the one with the soft red eyes was likely the colorful butterfly. The colorful butterfly and Medusa flicked their tiny tails, peering curiously at this unfamiliar human, tentatively inching closer to Xiao Yu, yet seemingly apprehensive of the bone spirit's cold fire surrounding him. With a gentle smile, he extinguished the flames enveloping him. The colorful butterfly and Medusa straightened their bodies and gradually approached him. Noticing the cracks forming in the violet barrier, Xiao Yu understood that it was unwise to linger. This was not the time for playful encounters with these two little creatures. He promptly retrieved a vial of companion-born purple crystal essence from his storage ring. As anticipated, the colorful butterfly and Medusa darted towards the opening of the vial, and Xiao Yu generously poured out a portion. The two serpents eagerly tasted the essence with their flickering tongues, soon displaying expressions of satisfaction. Xiao Yu spoke softly, "Little ones, the situation is perilous. Allow me to escort you both to safety." The two little creatures raised their heads. The colorful butterfly seemed to possess an innate affinity for Xiao Yu, swiftly darting into the ample sleeve of his robe. Medusa, however, fixated her gaze upon this human, exhibiting a perplexed expression that bore a hint of humanity. Yet, Xiao Yu merely shook the vial of the accompanying purple crystal source, assuring her, "Do not worry, there shall be enough for you." A glimmer of light flickered in Medusa's serpentine eyes, and the look of confusion vanished almost instantaneously. Xiao Yu murmured softly, "Am I unable to handle you?" After dispensing 2 drops of the accompanying purple crystal source to Medusa, she obediently nestled into the other sleeve of Xiao Yu's robe, coiling up and drifting into slumber. Xiao Yu lifted his gaze towards the precariously trembling light barrier and murmured, "Well then, it is time for us to depart." He seized the lotus seed atop the stone platform and hurled it towards the floating blue lotus heart fire. With a mere thought, the blue lotus heart fire dutifully entered the lotus seat. Grasping the lotus seat firmly, he timed his move perfectly, with a resounding crack. The purple light barrier shattered into countless fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu activated the moon shadow body technique, transforming into a fleeting apparition as he dashed towards the barrier's edge. As the mist within the barrier dissipated with its shattering, it created a veil that obscured the perception of soul energy, thus granting Xiao Yu a chance to escape. At that moment, the serpent people could no longer sense the presence of their queen Medusa. They frantically surged towards the barrier, but what met their gaze was a vast, pitch-black abyss where the island once stood. The three elders of the serpent people were the first to breach the barrier, and upon sensing their surroundings, their expressions darkened. The third elder, with a grim countenance, remarked, "There is no trace of the queen here. How could even the essence of the vanish?" The second elder solemnly replied, "Indeed, the essence of the should not have simply disappeared. Perhaps the queen's aura has merely been temporarily obscured." Once the fourth elder emerges from seclusion, "We shall employ secret methods to discern the queen's presence." Just as they spoke, Mobas pointed towards a distant black figure, exclaiming, "Who is that?" The others looked up, and the elder bellowed, "It is the lad whom the queen cast into the... He remains alive. Pursue him. He must have seized the..." Among them, the most volatile, Yen Ci, erupted in a blaze of fighting spirit, roaring furiously, "Human, how dare you humiliate my serpent clan? I shall send you to the depths of hell." Saying this, Yen Ci swiftly darted towards the direction Xiao Yu had fled, followed closely by the other 6 serpent clan leaders. "Only you may remain behind." Her strength not yet fully restored. Upon noticing the serpent clan leaders pursuing him, Xiao Yu abandoned any pretense of stealth. He unfurled his purple cloud wings with a vigorous flap, soaring into the air. Countless serpent people erupted into chaos at the sight of Xiao Yu, and the quicker among them hurled their poisoned spears in his direction. Regrettably, Xiao Yu's speed was astonishingly swift, and he deftly evaded the poisoned spears that were hurled at him. However, trailing closely behind were 7 formidable Do Kings, whose pace was equally impressive. Yet they remained merely shadowing Xiao Yu's every move. Mobas cursed vehemently. "What kind of movement technique does this brat possess? It's so bizarre that even we cannot catch up." Inshur coldly chuckled, "This lad is at best a Do master. Once we exhaust his Do qi, he will be at our mercy." Yen Ci seethed with anger. "Once I capture this brat, I shall flay him alive and strip his bones." As Xiao Yu felt the rush of wind against him from his rapid flight, he noticed the Do Kings pursuing him with a leisurely pace. He instantly discerned their intentions and pondered, they shouldn't be able to sense the presence of these 2 little fellows. Why do they persist in their pursuit? Xiao Yu had long concealed the aura of the 2 small creatures with the bone spirit cold fire, yet they still remained relentless in their chase. He surmised that they were likely after the... Continuing to run was not a viable solution. Frustrated, he cast a glance back at the 7 Do Kings who were relentlessly tailing him, and abruptly halted in the desert, leaving a deep trench carved into the sand beneath his feet. Observing that Xiao Yu had ceased his flight, they too came to a stop not far from him. Mobs grinned ominously. "Why have you stopped? Why not run? Ha ha ha. Are you feeling despair?" He relished the sight of his prey displaying desperation under his relentless pursuit. Eager to witness the expression of hopelessness on Xiao Yu's face after such a lengthy chase, for it alleviated the gloom that lingered within him. Chapter 75. Do not run. Such an act is not in my nature. At this moment, I have no intention of fleeing. It is your turn to escape. Xiao Yu turned around, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes as he regarded the 7 formidable Do Kings of the Serpent Clan closing in on him. The Flower Serpent King let out a raucous laugh. "Us, run? You, a mere Do master, dare to utter such bold words? Ha ha, what a joke. Your laughter will soon turn to tears, you rotund fool." Xiao Yu retorted derisively, his scorn evident. The mockery instantly darkened the expression of the Flower Serpent King, who coldly replied, "To curse me at the brink of death. When the time comes, I shall make you wish you were never born." "Oh dear, I am so frightened. Your words terrify me." Xiao Yu feigned a frightened demeanor, provoking further ire. Yen Ci bellowed, "I can no longer endure this. Step aside, I shall slay him. Let us all join in." Mobas sneered, and a surge of formidable Do qi erupted from the 7 of them, their collective presence truly daunting. Yet, not a hint of fear crossed Xiao Yu's visage. He discreetly stored the 2 little companions into his spatial ring, retracting the shadowy scales behind him. Slowly, he turned his head, declaring, "Now, the real performance begins." The assembled warriors paused momentarily, startled by Xiao Yu's words, only to soon notice the Do qi within him surging with fervor. The aged and sinister face of Inshur flickered with surprise as he hesitantly remarked, "It seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough." The onlookers were perplexed. How could one, facing imminent death, still contemplate a breakthrough? Truly, one must commend such a resolute determination to grow stronger. Boom. At that moment, Xiao Yu ceased to suppress his cultivation. The Do qi within him surged violently through his meridians, Breakthrough. With a soft exclamation, a ripple of energy enveloped him, and three distinct hues of light, pale green, pale red, and pale azure, manifested within him, symbolizing the attributes of wood, fire, and wind. These three lights began to coalesce into a delicate, translucent hue. As their energies harmonized, Xiao Yu's aura surged dramatically, and a brilliant glass-like radiance shot from his eyes. Feeling the overflowing vigor of Do Qi within him, Xiao Yu successfully ascended to the realm of Great Dome Master. Yet, at the very instant of his breakthrough, he sensed a menacing intent descending upon him from above. Instantly, he felt the ominous grip of heavenly tribulation locking onto him, as the previously starry night sky began to coalesce into ominous clouds. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area, causing the 7 serpent warriors, who had intended to eliminate Xiao Yu, to gaze in terror at the darkening sky. What is happening? The Flower Serpent King stammered, his flesh trembling at the foreboding aura. They had recently experienced a similar sensation, yet the prior lightning tribulation had not evoked such intense dread. Even Yin, typically composed, found his calm demeanor disrupted, for the previous lightning tribulation had left a profound impression on them. Xiao Yu, however, remained unfazed, lifting his gaze to the tangible, inky clouds above. Amidst the swirling darkness, a cacophony of crackling sounds began to resonate. The clouds roiled with flashes of lightning, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder, as a terrifying aura locked onto Xiao Yu. So, how do you find the gift I have bestowed upon you? A seemingly innocuous smile adorned Xiao Yu's face. The crowd was taken aback. Did you conjure this? Yin Ci queried, disbelief evident in his tone. Of course. Are you frightened? There's no need to be. Allow me to introduce you to the power of the heavenly tribulation. I assure you, it will provide a most delightful massage. Xiao Yu chuckled. The members of the Serpent Clan felt an overwhelming force locking onto them, and Yin, with a somber expression, urged, retreat quickly. This tribulation is directed at him. As long as we vacate this area, we should be safe. His words resonated with the group, prompting them to withdraw, planning to eliminate Xiao Yu after he endured the tribulation. Should he perish beneath its might, they would deem it mere fortune that he escaped their pursuit. However, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner they had never anticipated. Amidst the pitch-black clouds, deep purple lightning serpents slithered ominously. This tribulation manifested as a deep purple thunderbolt, a clear indication that the elevation of his cultivation had amplified the tribulation's potency. It was unfathomable to consider the magnitude of the trials yet to come. Heh. This time it is I who shall hunt you down. Are you prepared? Xiao Yu grinned malevolently. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. At that moment, the first bolt of his tribulation descended silently upon him. Crackle! A colossal, deep purple lightning bolt struck toward Xiao Yu. He activated his purple cloud wings and charged toward the thunder. With a thunderous boom, his garments were rendered tattered, and purple lightning danced across his form as he fervently circulated the chaos restoration method, absorbing the purest essence of the thunder. The onlookers gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Xiao Yu racing toward the lightning. Even the typically ferocious Yin Ci and Mo Ba Si exclaimed in disbelief, "What a madman!" In the next instant, they beheld Xiao Yu soaring toward their direction. Their eyes widened in terror. What on earth? In stark contrast to their previous pursuit of him, Xiao Yu was now hurtling toward them, laughing maniacally. Come on. Weren't you eager to hunt me down? Why are you running? He is insane. He must be out of his mind. How did he summon this tribulation? The crowd fled in panic, terrified of Xiao Yu's relentless approach, desperate to prevent him from returning to the Serpent Clan. Crackle! Another bolt of lightning struck, tearing through Xiao Yu's flesh, yet these were merely superficial wounds. With a burst of speed, he surged forward another 100 meters, the storm clouds trailing him closely. Wherever he went, the ominous clouds followed. At this juncture, Xiao Yu was less than 200 meters away from the 7 leaders of the Serpent Clan, who, in their growing terror, realized they were ensnared by an unseen force. Indeed, the ominous clouds once again unleashed their wrath, but this time, the target was not merely Xiao Yu alone. It included the unfortunate group of 7. With a crack, these 7 were struck directly by the thunder, the might of the heavenly tribulation calibrated to the strength of the cultivators it targeted. Similarly, should one intrude upon another's tribulation zone, the heavenly punishment would still seek them out, its intensity magnified by their own cultivation level. The 7 battle kings found themselves wounded beneath a single bolt of lightning, spitting blood and feeling their internal energies in disarray. Observing their plight, Xiao Yu was filled with delight, laughing heartily from behind. Weren't you all so arrogant? Why do you seek to flee now? The 7 battle kings, agitated by his taunts, shifted in color from green to white, yet dared not halt their retreat. The power of that lightning was overwhelming. A few more strikes, and they would surely be reduced to mere ashes. It was hardly a worthwhile trade to accompany a mere battle master to the grave. They could only strive desperately to escape the range of Xiao Yu's tribulation, yet he offered them no respite. Having sought their lives moments ago, he now found himself unwilling to let them perish easily. Crack, crack, crack. This time, 3 bolts of purple lightning descended simultaneously, illuminating the sky with 24 brilliant arcs of thunder. With a gasp, it was not just the 7 unfortunate souls who bled. Even Xiao Yu, caught off guard, suffered injury from the lightning, spewing forth blood as his internal organs were shaken. Chapter 76. Successful advancement. However, Xiao Yu remained indifferent. With his body forged by the enhancement of his formidable physique allowed him to linger for a while longer. If you have the ability, don't run away. A bunch of cowards who fear the strong. Weren't you all here to hunt me down? Xiao Yu taunted from behind. But Mobas and the others chose silence, relentlessly charging forward. Who wouldn't he flee upon witnessing such a spectacle? If they lingered under this heavenly tribulation any longer, they would be reduced to mere ashes. Yet, Xiao Yu's provocations caused the powerful serpentine warriors to flush with rage, particularly Yan Ci, who nearly turned back, disregarding all caution to slay Xiao Yu. Fortunately, Inshur managed to restrain him at the last moment. The clouds above thickened ominously, a tremendous celestial might descending upon the land. Though this location was far removed from the central city of the Serpent Clan, countless serpents sensed an oppressive aura. The 3 elders of the Serpent Clan wore grim expressions. The Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. What is happening? Is there trouble in Inshur? The second elder gazed into the distance, where flashes of lightning could still be perceived on the horizon, pondering. This aura bears a striking resemblance to the phenomenon that occurred during Her Majesty's evolution. Should we investigate? The third elder hesitated. So much has transpired within our clan tonight. With Her Majesty currently unaccounted for, we do not know whether she is alive or dead. Our priority must be to calm all members of the Serpent Clan. As for the heavenly tribulation, we can inquire once Inshur returns. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the Grand Elder nodded slowly. Inshur, being a venerable elder and an 8-star Do Wang, understands what must be done. Even against 7 Do Wang, a Do Huang would have to tread cautiously. Let us first manage the affairs within our clan. Seeing the Grand Elder and the third elder in agreement, the second elder refrained from further comment. As Xiao Yu pursued them, he glanced skyward at the clouds. He could see the deep purple lightning within transforming into a pale red hue. 1/3 of the heavenly tribulation had already passed. He could no longer toy with these Do Wang. He needed to find a place to endure the tribulation. With this thought, Xiao Yu looked ahead at the fleeing Do Wang, feeling a surge of exhilaration. His body was shrouded in darkness, wounds oozing blood, as he malevolently smiled. I can't play with you any longer, but before I leave, here is a parting gift. Whether you can evade it depends entirely on you. With that, he suddenly accelerated, his elusive form closing the distance once more, as the pale red lightning in the storm above dominated, its power exponentially amplified. In that fleeting moment, another bolt of lightning struck down with precision, striking towards the crowd. Xiao Yu was directly thrust into the sandy ground, while the 7 members of the Serpent Clan suffered greatly, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, they managed to escape the range of Xiao Yu's heavenly tribulation at the last moment. Nevertheless, they lost all ability to move and fainted instantly. At that moment, even a mere fighter could easily slay them. Xiao Yu, submerged beneath the sands, fortunately did not lose consciousness. He absorbed the pure energy contained within the lightning while healing his internal wounds. The tribulation in the sky showed no signs of dissipating, indicating that he had not yet successfully transcended. At this point, the lightning had transformed entirely into a pale red hue, resembling a tangible cloud layer that churned restlessly, seemingly brewing a lethal strike. Xiao Yu summoned the life essence produced by the Tree of Life to alleviate his injuries significantly. just as he prepared to rise. The final bolt of lightning descended. Crack! A bolt as thick as a chopstick struck directly into the sand. The pale red lightning surged violently through Xiao Yu's body. An excruciating pain coursed through him as he felt as if his internal organs had been pierced. The scent of scorched flesh wafted from his skin. At last, the heavenly tribulation subsided, and Xiao Yu successfully transcended the tribulation of a great fighter. He remained motionless beneath the sand, reaping the benefits of the tribulation, as the pure energy contained in the lightning was available for his absorption. Having just broken through, Xiao Yu fervently refined this energy, step by step enhancing his strength. 1-star great fighter. 2 stars. Eventually, he gradually settled at the level of a 3-star great fighter. However, Xiao Yu was exceedingly pleased. As the attributes of his fighting spirit increased, so did his need for further enhancement. Now, mastering 3 types of elemental powers meant he would have to exert 3 times the effort compared to others to elevate his strength by 1 star. Crack! Crack! The dark skin on Xiao Yu's body began to shed gradually, revealing numerous fissures through which a shimmering white light flickered. With a soft sound, the charred outer layer covering him fell away, exposing his well-proportioned physique. His skin turned remarkably delicate, and the lifeless, yellowed hair revitalized, transforming into a deep black. With a slight tremor, Xiao Yu soared from the sand, retrieving a set of clothing from his spatial ring to don, then releasing 2 small creatures. The spatial ring was not suited for living beings, but a brief duration posed no issue. The 2 little creatures circled around Xiao Yu, flicking their tongues, their serpent eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, seemingly displeased that Xiao Yu had left them within the spatial ring. All right, my fault. Circumstances dictated the choice. I'll be more mindful next time, he exclaimed, promptly producing 2 drops of the companion crystal source to feed them. Only then did the 2 little creatures brighten, affectionately nudging their small heads against Xiao Yu before flicking their tails and retreating into his sleeves. After soothing the 2 little ones, Xiao Yu grasped the ink-scaled sword and approached the 7 members of the Serpent clan, who were still in a daze, evidently struck by the heavenly tribulation. Since you have chosen not to flee, you shall not return unscathed, he declared, his words laced with lethal intent. However, just as Xiao Yu was about to strike, the 2 little creatures that had been peacefully slumbering in his sleeve suddenly sprang forth, hovering before him. Do you not wish for me to eliminate them? The little butterfly inclined its head slightly, while Medusa stood upright, her human-like serpentine gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yu. Observing their reactions, he sighed and said, very well. I shall spare them this time. Surely, the tribulation has taught them a lesson. Xiao Yu chose not to dwell on the matter further and sheathed the ink-scaled sword. Upon seeing him retract the weapon, the 2 little ones swiftly returned to the confines of his sleeve. He needed to find a suitable location to refine them, as he had been away for several days, and it was time to return after the refinement. Xiao Yu had already selected the site for the refining process, which was beneath the magma where the heart of the green lotus fire once resided. A perfect locale for such an undertaking, free from disturbances. With a gentle flap of his purple cloud wings, he soared into the sky, racing towards the cave with remarkable speed. Now a great fighter, Xiao Yu's internal energy surged, allowing him to fly even faster than he did in his previous state. Chapter 77. Refining the mysterious flame, Xiao Yu swiftly arrived at the cavern hidden within the desert. Traversing a lengthy passage, he was soon greeted by a breathtaking realm of flowing lava. The crimson magma meandered at the cavern's base, emanating an intense heat. Observing the immense bubbles that continuously swelled and burst, Xiao Yu found himself inexplicably awestruck. The searing temperatures caused beads of sweat to form upon his brow. The fire energy here was exceedingly ferocious. However, for Xiao Yu, a master of the mysterious flame, this level of heat was still bearable. The sole complication lay in the fact that beneath the molten surface lurked a formidable 4th-tier magical beast, the 2-headed fire spirit snake, akin to a human dueling expert. Moreover, this was its domain, thriving amidst the lava. Although Xiao Yu had attained the rank of a 3rd-tier Doe Master, he remained invincible among his peers, a feat attributed to his ability to cultivate multiple elemental energies simultaneously. If he could refine even more attributes, he believed he could contend with this creature. If I cannot defeat you, I shall at least hone my skills. Once subdued, I will summon Qing Lin to collect you. Xiao Yu chuckled to himself as he gazed at the bubbling magma. With a powerful flap of his wings, He soared to a height of less than 10 meters above the molten sea. Observing the churning magma below, he unsheathed his ink-scaled sword and unleashed a formidable sword aura downward. With a thunderous roar, the flowing lava was cleaved apart, creating a chasm akin to a precipice, from which countless streams of magma erupted, scattering in all directions. Xiao Yu was enveloped in the chilling flame of his bone spirit. As the magma made contact with his body, it was instantly vaporized into nothingness. The vast fissure began to gradually close, restoring calmness to the scene, which caused Xiao Yu to furrow his brow in confusion. This shouldn't be. Why is there no response? Just as he prepared to unleash another sword aura, a resounding thud reverberated from the tranquil lava lake below. Countless streams of magma exploded forth in an instant, creating a commotion far greater than the one Xiao Yu had caused. Amidst the cascading magma, a colossal two-headed serpent of fiery red erupted from the depths, emitting a shrill shriek as it lunged towards Xiao Yu with lightning speed. The agitated fire spirit snake disturbed the once calm lava lake, sending molten rock flying in all directions. Surrounded by the chilling flame of his bone spirit, Xiao Yu remained suspended in midair, completely unmoved, as if momentarily paralyzed by the sight. Just as the serpent was about to strike, it abruptly halted, standing upright in apparent fear, gazing at Xiao Yu, overwhelmed by the intimidation emanating from the mysterious flame enveloping him. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and remarked, "You little creature, you are quite aware of the power of this extraordinary flame. The bone spirit cold fire even instills fear in a 7th-tier magical beast like the 7-colored sky-devouring python. How could it possibly fail to subdue you, a mere 4th-tier beast? However, I did not intend to bully you, since I have just broken through. You shall serve as my practice target." With that, Xiao Yu directly extinguished the bone spirit cold fire surrounding him. Although the two-headed fire spirit serpent could not comprehend Xiao Yu's words, it let out an exhilarated hiss upon witnessing the flames that instilled fear in it dissipate. In an instant, the serpent opened its fearsome jaws, and its crimson forked tongue darted towards Xiao Yu like a sharpened blade. "Come at me." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the fire spirit serpent. Bang! The clash between the serpent's tongue and Xiao Yu's Mo-Lin sword resounded through the air, sending a jolt through Xiao Yu's arm, causing him to curse. "This fellow is indeed comparable to a Do-Ling expert. I cannot vanquish you." Xiao Yu, momentarily staggered by the recoil, felt his internal Do-qi surge wildly. A thin layer of pale red Do-qi enveloped the blade of his Mo-Lin sword as he darted forward once more, intent on striking the fire spirit serpent again. The serpent, incensed by the previous attack, shook its massive head in fury, its diamond-shaped pupils brimming with rage as both of its bifurcated heads lunged at Xiao Yu. Boom! Boom! The two figures collided repeatedly above the lava, with Xiao Yu's sword leaving white marks upon the serpent's jade-like scales. The creature's defense was formidable. Even Xiao Yu's full-powered strikes could only etch faint traces upon its body. Nonetheless, each blow caused significant pain to the fire spirit serpent. With a powerful swing, the serpent's enormous tail lashed out at Xiao Yu, accompanied by the scorching lava. Utilizing his agility, Xiao Yu deftly evaded the attack. Realizing it could not reach him, the serpent's massive eyes were filled with unrestrained fury and a bloodthirsty killing intent. The fire spirit serpent, which had been pursuing Xiao Yu, abruptly halted. Xiao Yu observed its neck undulating before witnessing two gaping jaws unleash colossal pillars of molten lava and flame, akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards him. The two crimson flames exuded a sense of annihilation. Xiao Yu knew he could not withstand this assault and summoned the bone spirit cold fire for protection. With a sudden surge, he struck one of the fire pillars with a powerful punch, causing him to vanish from the attack's trajectory. The fire pillar lost its target, one plunging into the lava while the other, deflected by Xiao Yu's blow, veered off course and crashed into the surrounding walls, resulting in a deafening explosion as a dark hole was seared into the solid wall. The fire spirit serpent's enormous eyes fixated on Xiao Yu, its murderous intent glaringly apparent. Yet it also harbored fear of the extraordinary flames surrounding him, hesitating to advance. Xiao Yu, panting heavily, gazed at the formidable creature before him. Were it not for the presence of he would truly be no match for this fire spirit serpent. Once he absorbed his strength would ascend significantly, allowing him to decisively vanquish the serpent. "I shall refrain from our play for now. It is time to refine that, Xiao Yu declared as he swiftly located a prominent stone pillar amidst the magma lake and seated himself upon it. With a casual wave of his hand, a luminous barrier enveloped him. The fire spirit serpent, witnessing Xiao Yu's disregard for their confrontation, seethed with rage, yet found itself powerless. Its colossal form began to coil slowly around the stone pillar, biding its time for Xiao Yu's emergence. Xiao Yu retrieved the azure lotus heart fire from his spatial ring, placing it before him, and then formed a peculiar hand seal to commence the refinement of the azure lotus heart fire. This was a protracted endeavor. Xiao Yu dedicated an entire 7 days to fully assimilate the azure lotus heart fire into his command. With his eyes closed, he sensed the distinct yet harmonious confrontation within him between the azure lotus heart fire and the bone spirit cold fire, finding it rather intriguing. With a flick of his fingers, a small burst of azure flame erupted from his palm, its ethereal hue appearing strikingly gentle. Throughout these 7 days, Xiao Yu did not solely focus on refining the azure lotus heart fire. Each day, he would allocate time to engage in contests with the fire spirit serpent, honing his combat techniques. When he found himself outmatched, he would brandish the as a means of intimidation, which only served to incite the serpent's fury further. Chapter 78. The search. Xiao Yu withdrew the icy flames of bone spirit enveloping his body. As a 5-star battle master, he possessed sufficient strength to contend with the Doling. As for the ferocious 2-headed fire spirit snake, he remained undaunted. Grasping the ink-scaled weapon, he flapped his wings and surged towards the colossal fire spirit snake submerged in the magma. In recent days, Xiao Yu had inflicted considerable damage upon the creature. While he had not yet struck at its core, he had certainly wearied it greatly. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu advance with the ink-scaled weapon, the fire spirit snake's initial instinct was not to confront him head-on, but rather to dive beneath the magma surface. It had no desire to engage in combat, especially against an opponent who had recently grown even stronger. Being a 4th-tier beast, it possessed a modicum of intelligence, and it preferred to evade rather than confront. However, Xiao Yu had a different perspective. To him, the fire spirit snake was virtually invincible in this realm, its power rivaling that of a battle king. He had no concerns about his techniques inadvertently slaying the creature. Instead, it presented an opportunity for him to hone his skills. As the fire spirit snake retreated into the magma, Xiao Yu summoned the azure lotus earth fire to surround him, using the moment to familiarize himself with its essence. Without hesitation, he plunged into the magma, shielded by the strange fire. Once submerged, Xiao Yu felt no discomfort. Rather, he moved with the grace of a fish, swiftly pursuing the fire spirit snake. A fierce battle erupted beneath the magma, causing the once tranquil lake to bubble vigorously. While Xiao Yu reveled in the chaos below, a group of burly men clad in the uniforms of the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps appeared in the desert. Leading them were Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, Xuelon, Little Doctor, and Qing Lin. Following Qing Lin's guidance, they cautiously approached the cavernous area. Observing the surrounding yellow sands, Xiao Li wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Qing Lin, are you sure we're not off course? Why have we not arrived yet?" Qing Lin pointed ahead, softly assuring, "I am certain. The aura, closely related to my bloodline, is just ahead. I can feel it growing clearer." "Really?" Xiao Li's spirits lifted at Qing Lin's words. Xiao Ding interjected, "All right. Since Qing Lin believes we are nearing our destination, let us persevere a bit longer. Upon our return, I shall ensure everyone receives extra wages for the month." Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the mercenaries trailing behind stirred with renewed vigor. Yet, a glimmer of concern shone in Little Doctor's eyes. Xiao Yu had ventured out with Kai Dai for nearly half a month, and they had received no word. The recent unrest in the desert, compounded by the recent heavenly tribulation, heightened their anxiety. Consequently, Xiao Ding and Little Doctor conferred and decided to lead some of the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps into the desert in search of Xiao Yu. The group trudged through the harsh sands, and finally, Qing Lin announced, "Captain Xiao Ding, the aura I sensed is right here." Xiao Ding surveyed his surroundings with a touch of astonishment. The landscape was a seemingly mundane expanse of flat desert, devoid of any distinguishing features. "Qing Lin, are you certain this is the place?" The large pit that once marked this spot had long been buried beneath the relentless sands. As the group examined their surroundings, they found it hard to believe that such a tumultuous event had occurred here. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with the little medical sage and others, turned their gazes toward Qing Lin. Under the scrutiny of so many, Qing Lin felt a flicker of trepidation. However, with her concern for young Master Xiao Yu's safety weighing heavily on her heart, she summoned her courage and stated, "The disturbance we witnessed earlier originated right here. And I can sense that familiar aura more clearly in this spot. This is undoubtedly the place we seek." Shouting took a couple of steps forward, standing atop a sand dune, and scanned the horizon before pondering aloud. "Since Qing Lin insists this is the location, I shall place my trust in you this once." He then addressed the mercenaries behind him, saying, "Brothers, since there is nothing on the surface or in the sky, the answer must lie beneath. It is not unusual for something to be buried deep under the ground in this desert plagued by storms. Surround this area and prevent anyone from approaching. If they could access the underground, there must be a hidden passage." Turning to Xuelan, Xiao Ding instructed, "Xuelan, return promptly to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps and gather those adept at navigating terrain. We must uncover the passage as soon as possible." "Understood. I shall take care of this." Xuelan quickly turned and, with a graceful leap onto her camel, set forth towards Stone Desert City. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's orders, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Li approached Xiao Ding and whispered, "Brother, will our conspicuous efforts to survey the terrain attract the attention of the Sand Mercenary Corps? I fear they may come to disrupt us." Xiao Ding smiled serenely and replied, "That is unlikely. Why do you say that?" Xiao Li inquired, puzzled. Xiao Ding chuckled softly. "Not long ago, Rob came to seek me out personally. Do you know why he came? What was it for?" Xiao Li asked, unaware of the prior encounter. "Do you recall the display of power and the manifestation of fighting spirit that Xiao Yu exhibited when he departed that day? Rob assumed we had enlisted a powerful Do Wang to oversee our affairs, which prompted him to come and curry favor with us." Xiao Ding explained with a smile. "What? How did you respond to him?" Xiao Li asked, astonished. Xiao Ding chuckled. "I merely told him that the formidable Do Wang he encountered was not one of our hired experts, but rather my younger brother Xiao Yu." It left him utterly flabbergasted, and I believe he returned to investigate the matter further. It should be easy for him to discover that Xiao Yu is indeed our brother, which is why you received those gifts from the Sand Mercenary Corps. Upon realizing that the gifts were sent due to this misunderstanding, Xiao Li lamented, "Good grief, brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? I was worried Rob might play tricks and return everything intact." Xiao Ding nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not. One is at a disadvantage when accepting assistance and feels compelled to repay kindness. Returning it is quite fitting." Xiao Li offered no further commentary, merely nodding as he began to survey the terrain around them. The little medical sage, alongside Qing Lin, remained nearby, awaiting the arrival of Xuelan and her team to investigate the landscape. Xuelan, swift in her movements, was hastening towards Xiao Ding's location, accompanied by a considerable contingent of Mo-Tai mercenaries. However, their every action was under the watchful eyes of many in Stone Desert City, given that it was the second most powerful faction in the area. Within the hall of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Mo Xing turned to the leader, Rob, and said, "Captain, the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps seems to be making significant moves. They must have discovered something valuable. Should we not investigate?" The man addressed as Captain, Rob, wore a grim expression as he retorted, "If you wish to court death, do so alone. Do not drag the Sand Mercenary Corps into your folly. The Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps is under the command of a Do Wang powerhouse. Do you seek your demise?" Mo Xing's countenance shifted, and he inquired, "Captain, is this information truly reliable? That day, I only glimpsed a silhouette, and I have heard that the Do Wang powerhouse has not returned in quite some time." "Nonsense. Do you think they cannot return? It is merely a matter of Xiao Ding's word for them to come back. Now be gone." Rob, clearly agitated, ordered Mo Xing to leave. With a sullen expression, Mo Xing exited the hall, muttering under his breath, "What a bunch of useless fools. I am determined to discover what treasure the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps has unearthed." Subsequently, Mo Xing, under the pretense of a command from the captain, led a contingent of the Sand Mercenary Corps in pursuit of Xuelan and her team. Chapter 79. Discovery of the cave entrance before long. Xuelan arrived with the members of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. Shouting instructed them to commence their search in this area. Under the blazing sun, the mercenaries meticulously scoured the terrain inch by inch. Though Shouting and Xiao Li felt a sense of urgency, they understood that haste was unwise and remained in the tent awaiting news. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the tent. Exchanging glances, Shouting and Xiao Li turned to exit. Xiao Li spotted Moxing approaching with the group, and upon recognizing the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Shouting's brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Li's expression hardened as he addressed the advancing mercenary team, stating coolly, "Halt. The Mo Tai Mercenary Corps is conducting official business here." Moxing surveyed the group before him, and upon catching sight of the petite healer and Kinglan, a glimmer of lust and greed flickered in his eyes. He then turned to Shouting and Xiao Li, smirking, "Captain Xiao Li, your assertion is unfounded. This is a public area. Why should our Sand Mercenary Corps be barred from entering?" Shouting, with an expression as still as a deep well, cast a glance at Moxing, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. However, Moxing dismissed the feeling, holding Shouting's gaze. Suddenly, Shouting smiled and remarked, "Moxing, this venture of yours must not have been sanctioned by your captain, was it?" Moxing's demeanor shifted to one of panic as he retorted loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting? It was our captain's direct order that sent me here." "Oh, then why hasn't your captain, Rob, come himself?" Shouting replied with a slow smile. At that moment, Xiao Li sensed something amiss and quietly suggested to Shouting, "Brother, are you implying this fellow is acting on his own accord? Does Rob not know of this?" "Indeed. Otherwise Rob would not be so foolish." Shouting nodded slightly. Xiao Li chuckled. "In that case, I shall take the opportunity to teach him a lesson." Shouting made no objections, merely advising, "Just don't make it too humiliating. After all, Rob has refrained from crossing us lately, and it would be undignified for him. Rest assured, I know where to draw the line." Xiao Li replied confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li approached Moxing with a grin. The moment Moxing saw the smile on Xiao Li's face, a shiver ran down his spine. Just as he was about to inquire about Xiao Li's intentions, Xiao Li lunged forward, the tungsten steel spear in his hand slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, pressing against Moxing's throat. Xiao Li's sudden aggression transformed Moxing's expression, and the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps who had accompanied him stepped forward, ready to retaliate. Tension escalated as members of both mercenary groups faced off against each other. Just then, a voice bellowed from behind the Sand Mercenary Corps, "Who permitted you to cause a ruckus here?" Upon hearing that voice, Mo Xing's face turned pale with fright. The newcomer was none other than Rob, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps. It turned out that Rob, aware of Mo Xing's temperament and concerned about potential trouble, had inquired with others in the Corps. Upon learning that Mo Xing had taken a small team out, Rob deduced that he must be seeking trouble with the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps. Without hesitation, he rushed over, relieved that no significant incident had occurred. With a cold glare, Rob scanned Mo Xing and realized that the only course of action was to take him back for reprimand. He then turned to Xiao Ding and smiled, saying, "Captain Xiao Ding, Captain Xiao Li, it is entirely my fault for not properly managing my subordinates. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. I shall take them back at once." Xiao Ding, ever amiable, replied, "No harm done. After all, ignorance is no crime, Rob. Please do not be too hard on yourself." Xiao Li, however, mockingly retorted, "Rob, my dear captain, I must say your ability to manage your subordinates leaves much to be desired. They seem to follow orders only in name." Hearing their remarks, Rob did not dispute but nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall return and teach them a proper lesson." He then kicked Mo Xing and scolded, "Hurry up and apologize to the two captains." With a fearful expression, Mo Xing stammered, "I'm sorry for causing trouble to both captains." Xiao Li let out a cold laugh, retracting his tungsten steel spear. "Lucky for you that your captain arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have pierced your throat with a single thrust." Mo Xing, well aware of Xiao Li's formidable prowess, could only concede defeat. Finding it dull to bully someone so weak, Xiao Li chose not to engage further. Rob glanced at the members of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps, who were scanning behind Xiao Ding, unsure of what they sought but refraining from inquiry. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Ding, he led his team away. Xiao Ding had no intention of concerning himself with how Rob would ultimately deal with Mo Xing. Surely, there would be no severe punishment. For Mo Xing had become a pillar of the Sand Mercenary Corps, ever since Rob's brother, Luo Kuan, perished in the desert. Mo Xing had stood as the last combat master of the Sand Mercenary Corps. "Captain, the third team seems to have discovered traces of a passage." Just as Xiao Ding was bidding farewell to Rob and his team, a figure suddenly dashed over from a distance, exclaiming excitedly, "Found something?" Upon hearing this voice, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were swept over with elation. and Xiao Yu and Qing Lin quickly gathered around. The approaching mercenary grinned broadly, saying it appears we've stumbled upon some clues. Based on our experience, there is a high likelihood of success, especially since it was recently buried under the yellow sands, making it easier to locate. Excellent. When we return, there will be rewards for you, Xiao Ding exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Thank you, Captain. The mercenary replied with a smile, for nothing could bring greater joy than a pay raise. Xiao Li, ever the impatient one, urged, quickly, swiftly, lead us to see it. Right away. The mercenary nodded with a smile and turned to lead them to the spot where they had discovered the traces. After running for a few minutes in a northward direction, Xiao Ding and his companions beheld a patch of sand that gently dipped downwards not far ahead. Make way! Make way! The leading mercenary shouted, clearing a path among the onlookers. Upon approaching, Xiao Ding and his group indeed found an opening approximately half a meter wide, from which a wave of searing heat surged forth. One of the mercenaries remarked, Captain, there are at least a dozen passages inside, resembling the trails of a great serpent. We have no idea what lies within. Xiao Ding pondered briefly and suggested, how about this? I shall descend with a few agile individuals to scout the route. If all goes well, you can follow. However, Xiao Li objected fervently, exclaiming, No, I must go first. Should anything occur, you are stronger than I. After a brief dispute between Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, it was ultimately decided that Xiao Li would descend first with a few companions. At that moment, Qing Lin timidly interjected, I would like to accompany Captain Xiao Li down as well. You? Xiao Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 80. The appearance of the azure serpent's triple-flowered eyes. Qing Lin spoke hastily. I can sense the presence of that aura and guide you, which will make things easier. Xiao Li had not anticipated this, and he glanced at Qing Lin with a hint of apology. Upon noticing his gaze, Qing Lin offered a gentle smile. Finally, Xiao Ding remarked, Very well, let it be so. Xiao Li, take a few brothers and Qing Lin down first. If nothing significant occurs, send someone back to inform us. Xiao Li nodded, then selected several volunteers from his team to accompany him down, leading Qing Lin into the dark passageway. The group continuously slid down the tunnel, illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight stones, which allowed them to discern the obstacles ahead. Meanwhile, in the cavern, Xiao Yu was blissfully unaware that his elder brother had come searching for him. At that moment, he was enjoying playful antics with the fire spirit serpent, though it was uncertain whether the serpent shared his enthusiasm. Xiao Yu had sheathed the Mo Lin sword, and with his fists, he playfully struck the fire spirit serpent, who let out a series of howls, unable to endure the onslaught any longer, and swam towards the edge of the magma. At this time, Xiao Li had already led Qing Lin and the others through the lengthy cave and reached the bottom. He bent his body gracefully, landing softly on the ground. Upon landing, Xiao Li observed the numerous dark passages before him with a slight furrow of his brow. After scrutinizing the surroundings for a moment and finding no issues, he dispatched someone to notify Xiao Ding. Xiao Li surveyed the multitude of passages. There were at least a dozen. If he were to search each one individually, it would be quite troublesome. Turning to Qing Lin, he inquired, Qing Lin, can you sense that aura? Qing Lin timidly replied, Let me try. In the dim environment, none noticed the subtle changes in her eyes, particularly the 3 minuscule dots that had quietly appeared near her emerald green pupils. She then closed her eyes, attuning herself to the aura within the cave. The surroundings gradually fell silent, and after a moment, faint muffled sounds emerged from behind, indicating that Xiao Ding and the little healer had arrived. Seeing Qing Lin with her eyes closed, Xiao Ding and the others refrained from disturbing her, instead surveying their surroundings with caution, anxious about potential problems. After several minutes of silence, Qing Lin finally opened her verdant eyes and pointed to a passage on the left, whispering, Captain Xiao Ding, all these passages retain some aura, but this one has the most concentrated presence. It must be this passage. Xiao Ding harbored no doubt. He called upon a burly man from the team named Han Mu, instructing, Han Mu, please investigate this passage for any unusual elements. Understood. Han Mu nodded and approached the passage, crouching down to press his face against the sandy ground, his hands delving into the sand to sense the aura within. After a considerable time, Hem finally stood up and addressed Xiao Ding, saying, I have only detected nearly 500 meters, beyond which there is no trace of the earth attribute. It is all infused with the energy of fire. Has it vanished? Perhaps there truly lies something peculiar further ahead. Let us venture in. Even if we do not find Xiao Yu, we can at least scout the way for him, and there may be unexpected treasures to uncover. Xiao Ding replied with a smile. At that moment, the little medical fairy interjected, since the energy behind is predominantly of the fire attribute. Could it be that the extraordinary flame Xiao Yu needs is beneath us? Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback, realizing, indeed, how did I overlook that? However, such entities are perilous. If anything feels amiss, we must retreat immediately. The others nodded in agreement, without any dissent. As they entered the cave, a chill enveloped them, which was rather odd, for the energy behind them was entirely fire attribute, yet they felt a hint of coldness. However, as they ventured deeper, a faint warmth began to envelop them, causing sweat to bead upon their brows, and the temperature steadily rose, despite having traversed less than 100 meters. While Ham had previously detected 500, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiao Ding cautioned, everyone, remain vigilant. It is becoming increasingly hot. If it becomes unbearable, retreat at once. The fire attribute energy intensified, prompting several weaker members of the group to withdraw, leaving only Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, the little medical fairy, and Qing Lin deep within. Xuelon had remained above to guard. The little medical fairy, possessing the cooling pills she had crafted, shared some with Qing Lin, while Xiao Ding and Xiao Li pressed on with their strength. The fire energy grew increasingly turbulent, even with the support of the pills. The little medical fairy and Qing Lin were perspiring profusely. After traversing the passage, they finally reached the end and were instantly awed by the fiery realm that lay before them. They had not anticipated such a terrifying place to be so close to Stone Desert City. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li cautiously moved along the pathways, while the little medical fairy pulled Qing Lin to the edge of a lava lake to observe. Suddenly, Qing Lin exclaimed, pointing at the lava, something is about to emerge from within. The little medical fairy reacted swiftly, grabbing Qing Lin and retreating. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were startled and quickly turned to see the once tranquil lava lake erupt violently, revealing a colossal and enigmatic creature soaring into the air. Xiao Li tightened his grip on the tungsten steel spear as they discerned the creature's form, a two-headed serpent, precisely the fire spirit serpent that Xiao Yu had been pursuing. As the fire spirit serpent burst forth from the lava, it immediately spotted Qing Lin standing before it. Having been provoked by Xiao Yu, the serpent, with a menacing snarl, opened its jaws wide and lunged toward Qing Lin. Be careful. In a moment of urgency, the little medical fairy leaped toward Qing Lin, while Xiao Ding and Xiao Li immediately sprang into action, charging at the fire spirit serpent. However, the speed of the fire spirit serpent was exceedingly swift, and with Qing Lin being the closest to it, she was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear upon its approach. As she beheld the serpent's forked tongue darting towards her like a blade, a piercing scream escaped her lips, driven by sheer terror. In the wake of her high-pitched cry, 3 emerald green dots abruptly emerged beside her striking green pupils. These newly manifested dots were more vivid than ever before, resembling tiny flower buds. Amidst the crescendo of her scream, the 3 green dots suddenly radiated a brilliant, ethereal glow, transforming instantaneously into 3 minuscule green blossoms. As these peculiar blossoms materialized, a surge of intense luminescence erupted from them, enveloping the fire spirit serpent. Under the influence of this otherworldly light, the serpent's massive form became rigid, its enormous eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear as they gazed upon the small girl before it. Just as the onlookers were still in a state of astonishment, a thunderous explosion suddenly resonated from the molten lava, startling Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who instantly turned their attention towards the source. There, they witnessed a figure leaping forth from the magma. Chapter 81. Control. As Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were about to rush forward to intercept the figure in the molten lava, they felt an inexplicable familiarity with this silhouette. At the same moment, when Xiao Yu broke through the molten lava, he was startled, thinking that the fire spirit serpent had returned for a counterattack. Just as he was about to strike, he realized that it was none other than his elder brother and second brother. Thus, Xiao Yu promptly retracted the azure lotus inferno surrounding his body and called out to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, "Elder brother, second brother, what brings you here?" Before they could respond, a piercing scream from Qing Lin caused Xiao Yu's expression to shift dramatically. He saw the fire spirit serpent charging towards Qing Lin, bellowing, "Wretched beast! Seeking death! With a fierce flap of his purple cloud wings, Xiao Yu vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing behind the fire spirit serpent. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful blow, he noticed 3 small green dots illuminating in Qing Lin's eyes, revealing the paralyzed fire spirit serpent. Realizing what had transpired, he redirected his punch towards the adjacent wall. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as Xiao Yu's fist shattered a large hole in the rocky wall nearby. This spectacle left Xiao Ding and Xiao Li wide-eyed in astonishment, both having caught a glimpse of the horror reflected in each other's eyes. This punch was Xiao Yu's full-force strike, one that even lower-tier spirit fighters would likely struggle to endure. The petite healer beside them turned pale. Yet upon witnessing the fire spirit serpent halt in front of Qing Lin, she breathed a sigh of relief. All 4 of them turned their gazes towards Qing Lin, who revealed a pair of intense, ethereal lights that suddenly burst forth from his eyes. This strange glow began to move slowly across the body of the fire spirit serpent, ultimately resting at the center of the foreheads of its 2 heads. Being the closest, Xiao Yu could clearly see that once the ethereal light ceased its movement, it began to shrink gradually. As the range of the glow diminished, its brilliance intensified. When the ethereal light shrank to the size of a palm, it halted, followed by another burst of ethereal light, imprinting 2 delicate green flowers onto the foreheads of the fire spirit serpent. Xiao Ding and the others were left speechless by this extraordinary scene. As the flowers appeared, the ethereal light gradually faded. Moments later, the tiny flowers within Qing Lin's eyes swiftly dissipated, restoring their previous vibrant green. Once his eyes returned to normal, Qing Lin, having endured significant mental strain, swayed slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Yu embraced Qing Lin tenderly. Meanwhile, the fire spirit serpent remained bewildered in place. However, as its gaze swept over the Qing Lin cradled in Xiao Yu's arms, it no longer bore a fierce and menacing demeanor, but instead exhibited a gentle disposition. Xiao Yu was aware that this situation arose because Qing Lin had inadvertently forged a master-servant contract with the formidable 4th-tier magical beast. He could only sigh inwardly, pondering the profound twist of fate. He had originally intended to subdue the fire spirit snake before allowing Qing Lin to establish a contract with it. Little did he know that through sheer happenstance, they had arrived at this juncture. However, Xiao Yu felt a pang of concern for the young girl, whose delicate face bore the pallor of fright. The fire spirit snake did not retreat. Instead, it cast a fierce glare at Xiao Yu before plunging back into the molten lake. The little medical fairy promptly approached Xiao Yu and inquired, "What happened to Qing Lin?" Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also gathered around, with Xiao Li visibly alarmed, exclaiming, "This colossal creature must possess the strength akin to a Douling." Yet it did not harm Qing Lin. Xiao Yu responded, "This is the 2-headed fire spirit snake, a 4th-tier magical beast. In this locale, its power is nearly comparable to that of a Do Wang. Would you not agree it is formidable?" Xiao Ding regarded Xiao Yu with an expression of perplexity and asked, "Little Yu, I just witnessed you emerging from the magma. Are you truly a Do Wang?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu, who slowly shook his head, saying, "How could that be? My strength is at the 5-star dosher level, not that of a Do Wang. Then how were you able to force this creature, which rivals a Do Wang, out of the magma? And what was the nature of your Do qi transformation into wings that day?" Xiao Li pressed with 2 inquiries. Xiao Yu, with a wry smile, explained, "The transformation into wings is not that of a Do Wang. Rather, it is a flight technique, an essential skill for escape. Such a technique is easily discernible to anyone above the Do Wang level, and it merely serves to intimidate those beneath it. As for compelling the fire spirit snake from the magma, it is due to this." As he spoke, a blue flame materialized in his palm. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions shifted dramatically, and Xiao Ding, brimming with excitement, asked, "Is this the extraordinary fire you sought?" Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, it is the blue lotus earth core fire." He then turned his attention to the little medical fairy, stating, "I can assist you in refining the medicinal pill shortly." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated the little medical fairy's face, her smile reminiscent of a blue lotus, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily entranced. "Thank you," she exclaimed. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "No need for thanks. It is my duty." However, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li remained puzzled by Xiao Yu's words. Noticing his lack of explanation, they refrained from further inquiries and instead gazed at Qing Lin nestled in Xiao Yu's arms, asking, What has happened to Qinglin? Xiao Yu replied. Qinglin possesses a particularly rare type of eye known as the Baishi San Hua Tong, a truly extraordinary ocular trait. Fortunately, she is not gravely harmed. Merely her mental energy has been somewhat depleted. As he spoke, he retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring and administered it to Qinglin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding and the others nodded in understanding. At that moment, Qinglin, nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace, gradually regained consciousness. She gazed up at Xiao Yu, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and exclaimed with surprise, "Young Master Xiao Yu, how did you end up here?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Silly girl. I am here cultivating, and you brought them in just as I happened to be here." Qinglin's face paled slightly, and she quickly replied, "I am sorry, young master. I shouldn't have brought Captain Xiao Ding and the others here." Xiao Yu gently ruffled Qinglin's little head and said, "I do not harbor any blame towards you. Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Upon hearing that Xiao Yu was not angry with her, Qinglin sighed in relief and shook her head. "I feel fine, but—" She hesitated, her words trailing off. Xiao Yu understood what Qinglin was about to say and inquired, "Did you manage to control that large serpent?" Qinglin looked somewhat astonished. "How did you know, young master?" Her response caught the attention of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, prompting Xiao Ding to ask urgently, "What do you mean, Qinglin? You controlled that serpent, the one from the magma, just now?" Feeling a bit shy, Qinglin nodded slightly. "Yes, Captain." She then rose from Xiao Yu's embrace and made her way to the edge of the magma, cupping her hands around her mouth as she shouted, "Come out." As her voice echoed, with a splash, the fiery spirit serpent emerged from the magma, its massive form slowly rising before the five of them. Xiao Li swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This creature truly listens to Qinglin?" Even the typically composed Xiao Ding licked his dry lips, affirming, "It seems to be true." Chapter 82. Startled young master, "Look, I can communicate with this great serpent. I can inquire about the location of the—" Qinglin exclaimed, pointing at the fire spirit serpent with a proud smile directed at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stepped forward and gently ruffled Qinglin's hair, saying, "I have already obtained the sea." As he spoke, a cluster of ethereal azure flames swirled forth from his palm. Upon witnessing the in Xiao Yu's hand, Qinglin's eyes dimmed slightly, seemingly disheartened for not being able to assist him. However, Xiao Yu quickly reassured her with a cheerful grin, "But I do need your help with something else." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qinglin's face lit up with determination as she replied, "Young master, if there is anything I can do, I shall give it my all." Seeing the resolute expression on Qinglin's charming face, a warm current surged through Xiao Yu's heart. He turned to the fire spirit serpent and said, "It's quite simple. Tell it to lead me to the birthplace of the beneath the earth." Qinglin nodded earnestly. "All right, young master." She then closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment before slowly opening them again, stating, "Young master, it is done. You can follow it now." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, though Xiao Ding appeared puzzled and asked, "Xiao Yu, you already possess the— what purpose do you have in going there?" With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu replied, "The birthplace of the often harbors other treasures. I cannot afford to leave empty-handed." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the fire spirit serpent. Although it appeared docile, it only exhibited such behavior towards Qinglin. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, a flicker of disdain crossed its immense serpentine eyes. Xiao Yu chuckled, unconcerned, and followed closely behind the serpent, plunging into the lava with a splash. Following the fire spirit serpent, they arrived at the depths of the cavern, finally laying eyes on the azure lotus platform and the reputed to be the essence of the fire spirit. These were indeed valuable treasures. Xiao Yu summoned the azure heartfire in his palm, transforming it into a fiery blade that swiftly severed the lotus platform from its base. He then collected them from the platform and stored them in a jade vial. Having completed his tasks, Xiao Yu retraced his steps along the path they had come. Splash! A sound of water breaking echoed as the others on the shore finally saw Xiao Yu return. With a smile, Xiao Yu declared, "All right, everything is taken care of. Let us depart." The others nodded in agreement, relieved to leave the oppressive heat of this eerie place. However, they cast curious glances at the fire spirit serpent that emerged from the lava. Unexpectedly, Qinglin whistled towards the lava lake, causing the azure light on the serpent's forehead to surge dramatically. In an instant, its massive form rapidly diminished, transforming into a wisp of azure light that darted into Qinglin's sleeve. Xiao Li, bewildered, remarked, "Is that even possible?" Qinglin gently patted her sleeve, a playful smile gracing her face as she softly warned, "No mischief, or else young master will be angry, and I shall cast you away." Hiss. The fire spirit serpent emitted a faint hiss, laced with a hint of discontent. Hee. Qinglin covered her small mouth and chuckled softly, then playfully glanced at Xiao Yu with her hands behind her back. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a light laugh, saying, "You, my dear, are truly fortunate to have a magical beast comparable to a spirit fighter by your side." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yixian and the others nodded in agreement, while Qinglin internally mused, to encounter the young master is what truly makes Qinglin fortunate. The group did not linger and proceeded to exit, as their footsteps gradually faded. The depths of the cavern descended into eternal tranquility. Once back on the surface, the group wasted no time. With the person found and the secured, there was no need to squander further time in that place. Upon returning to Shimo City, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, accompanied by a host of members from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, joined Xiao Yu in revelry. The group indulged in copious amounts of drink, becoming thoroughly inebriated by the day's end, with Qinglin assisting Xiao Yu back to his room to rest. After ensuring Xiao Yu was comfortable, Qinglin sat quietly at the bedside, gazing at his peaceful sleeping visage, her cheeks flushing slightly. Summoning her courage, she placed a gentle kiss upon his face, leaving a damp imprint of her lips, before shyly darting out of the room. The night passed in silence. At dawn, it was once again Qinglin who attended to Xiao Yu's awakening. Having grown accustomed to her presence, Xiao Yu relished the comfort of being pampered by her delicate hands. However, noticing the rosy hue on Qinglin's cheeks, he inquired with curiosity, "My dear, what troubles you? Your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell?" Her bashfulness intensified upon his inquiry, and she stammered, "No, it's nothing, young master. Please don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Xiao Yu replied warmly, "As long as you're not ill, that's good. If you do feel unwell, do let me know. I have elixirs at the ready." Qinglin murmured softly, lowering her head. Xiao Yu dismissed his concerns, attributing her shyness to her nature, believing she would soon return to normal. As they conversed, two small serpents suddenly slithered out from beside Xiao Yu's bed, startling Qinglin. "Why, young master? There are snakes on your bed," she exclaimed. Xiao Yu glanced over and recognized them as Tsaidi and Medusa. He reassured her, "It's all right. This is your sister Tsaidi. Do you not remember?" Qinglin's face was a picture of astonishment, appearing adorably naive. In a somewhat convoluted explanation, Xiao Yu continued, "One is your sister Tsaidi, and the other is her sister." Qinglin nodded, half understanding, and Xiao Yu ceased further clarification. After dressing, he made his way to the hall where Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were gathered. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Li approached and draped an arm over his shoulder, saying, "Didn't you take Miss Tsaidi with you when you left? Why haven't we seen her?" With a resigned smile, Xiao Yu revealed the two little creatures from his sleeve. Tsaidi and Medusa curiously poked their heads out, entwining themselves around his wrist. Xiao Ding questioned, "Are these two little snakes your pets?" Xiao Yu chuckled wryly, "These are not pets. This is Tsaidi, and this is Tsaidi's sister." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were utterly bewildered. Xiao Yu remarked, "Kai Dai is, in fact, a serpent woman. Upon returning, she has undergone evolution, transforming into this small serpent. The other is her sister, named Medusa." "Oh." Xiao Ding nodded slightly. Then his body trembled as he gazed blankly at Xiao Yu, inquiring, "What did you just say the name of Miss Kai Dai's sister is?" "Medusa," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Xiao Li, somewhat horrified, looked at the little serpent entwined around Xiao Yu's wrist and asked, "Isn't the queen of the serpent clan also named that?" Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Xiao Li pointed at Medusa and exclaimed, "So you have named her after Medusa as well?" Xiao Yu responded matter-of-factly, "She was already named Medusa. Could I possibly bestow upon her another name?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Li nearly fainted, while Xiao Ding, parched and dry, forced a laugh and said, "Xiao Yu, you truly delight in surprising us." Xiao Yu slowly nodded, saying, "She is indeed the Medusa queen you speak of, but due to her consumption of the both sisters have evolved. By my word." Xiao Li and Xiao Ding immediately distanced themselves from Xiao Yu. Xiao Ding looked at Xiao Yu with a wry smile and said, "Xiao Yu, you certainly have a penchant for surprises." Chapter 83. The commencement of elixir crafting. Xiao Yu smiled as he elucidated, "Medusa has lost her original memories due to her evolution. Rest assured, She is not the Medusa of legend and will pose no threat to you. Emboldened, Xiao Ding approached Medusa, gazing into the creature's pure serpentine eyes. He immediately sensed that this little one was indeed unlike the brutal serpent queen rumored to inhabit the desert. As they conversed, Xuelan and the little healer entered the hall. Xiao Yu noticed the little white, purple, and blue creatures trailing behind the healer, realizing they could almost establish a miniature zoo. Nonetheless, he recalled the pressing matters at hand and addressed the little healer. The materials are ready. We shall commence the crafting of the elixir tomorrow. The little healer nodded lightly. All right. Xiao Yu then turned to Xiao Ding. Brother, please prepare a larger room for me tomorrow, ensuring there is no one within a 50-meter radius. Important tasks await us. Xiao Ding readily agreed, stating, the eastern chamber is sufficiently spacious, and it is adjacent to the training ground, devoid of any distractions. It will be perfect for your endeavors tomorrow. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yu suddenly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Ding. The sign-in location has been updated. The next sign-in location is in Mo City, east of Ice Emperor Haiba. Reward, Ice Attribute. Elated by the system's announcement, Xiao Yu did not expect the sign-in location to be at Haiba's domain. With the Ice Attribute, he could further enhance his cultivation. After conversing for a while in the hall, Xiao Yu retreated to his room, retrieving the lotus platform acquired from the cavern. He levitated it above him and settled upon it. A warm aura emanated from the lotus seat, and the fiery essence permeating the air flowed towards the platform. The originally pale yellow fire energy underwent refinement, becoming even more pure, infused with a tinge of azure power. The pace of his cultivation accelerated significantly, as Xiao Yu steadily fortified his position at the 5-star Great Fighter level, while simultaneously advancing towards the 6-star Great Fighter rank. As night enveloped the sky, adorned with twinkling stars, Xiao Yu opened his eyes after a day of rigorous training. A stream of glass-like energy surged forth from his eyes, extending a considerable length before dissipating swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Sensing it was the little healer, Xiao Yu presumed she needed something. He stored the lotus platform and opened the door. The little healer regarded Xiao Yu with a gentle smile. Have I disturbed you? Shaking his head, Xiao Yu replied, not at all. I just finished my training. Would you accompany me for a stroll? She inquired with a smile. Nodding slightly, he responded, let us go. Together, they ventured beyond the courtyard, their silhouettes elongated beneath the moonlight. After walking for a while, the little healer asked, do you feel confident about crafting the elixir tomorrow? Hearing her concern, Xiao Yu reassured her, do not worry. My alchemical skills are guaranteed to ensure your success. The gentle smile of the little physician graced her lips as she spoke. In truth, it matters not if I succeed or fail. Since I resolved to cultivate the Inan poison body, I have cast aside all concerns of life and death. My only fear is losing control, for I would not wish for my missteps to lead to the demise of countless ordinary souls. The Inan poison body is not a terminal affliction, so rest assured. However, there is one matter I must discuss with you, Xiao Yu interjected. The little physician gazed at Xiao Yu with a hint of confusion. What is it? When concocting the poison pill, due to the need for to suppress the toxins within your body, you may need to remove all your clothing, Xiao Yu confessed, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Upon hearing his words, the little physician froze momentarily, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair face. Yet, upon seeing the sincerity in Xiao Yu's expression, she bit her silver teeth and replied, I understand. Xiao Yu hastily reassured her, do not misunderstand. If you do not remove them, they will ultimately incinerate everything entirely, so I truly am not deceiving you. The little physician nodded softly, I know. For a brief moment, silence enveloped them. After a while, the little physician suggested they return, to which Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. The following day, Xiao Yu guided the little physician towards the East Hall, a place deemed secure enough for him to assist her in refining the poison pill. Meanwhile, outside Shimo City, a group of robust men clad in identical attire arrived, each bearing a distinctive ink character emblazoned upon their chests. They hailed from the Mo clan, one of the 4 prominent families from the northeastern province of the Jaimar Empire. Leading them was an elegantly dressed elder, who stood as the focal point among his kin. One of the Mo clan members stepped forward before the elder, stating, Elder, we are now in Shimo City, the closest city to the desert. Surely there must be snake women available for purchase. Should we venture into the city to take a look? The elder, known as Mo Chung. The current Grand Elder of the Mo clan had come to Shimo City based on reports that this location, being nearest to the desert, would abound with beautiful snake women. He sought to select a few to bring back as slaves. Mo Chung grunted, "Then let it be as you say. We shall enter the city." Upon hearing Mo Cheng's words, the clan members behind him immediately showered him with flattery, exclaiming, "The Grand Elder graces such a remote city with his presence. It is indeed an honor for them." Their fawning praise brought a swell of joy to Mo Cheng's heart, and just as he prepared to enter the city, he caught sight of Qing Lin emerging from Shimo City. Qing Lin, with a beaming smile, was leaving the city in search of medicinal herbs. Determined not to lag behind Master Xiao Yu in her cultivation, she sought to gather some herbs to enhance her own strength. Upon first laying eyes on Qing Lin, Mo Chung sensed an unsettling peculiarity. The little girl's gait resembled that of a beautiful serpent, her waist extraordinarily supple. Mo Chung immediately discerned something amiss about Qing Lin. Those emerald green irises, could they be the fabled mystical eyes chronicled in the ancestral medical texts? If she truly possessed the legendary three-colored serpent eyes, I would indeed be exceedingly fortunate. A surge of elation coursed through Mo Cheng's heart. The individuals nearby, noticing Mo Cheng's gaze fixated upon the young girl, chuckled. Could it be that the Grand Elder has taken a fancy to that little one? Such girls are typically mere slaves of the Stone Desert City's mercenary guild. If the Grand Elder is fond of her, he could simply take her home. After all, she is but a slave, and no one would bat an eye. Mo Cheng's cold gaze followed the retreating figure of Qing Lin, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he commanded, "Follow her. I wish to see if my fortune is truly this favorable." The members of the Mo family, momentarily taken aback, soon followed suit as they witnessed Mo Cheng advance. Though the desert harbored few medicinal herbs, there were still some to be found. Qing Lin, having spent the past few days in the company of Xiao Yu, was in high spirits as she merrily searched for herbs in the desert. Unbeknownst to her, a group of ill-intentioned members from the Mo family lurked behind, and danger had silently begun to encroach upon her. Chapter 84. Retreat at Yunlan Sect. When Yun Yun awoke, she found herself back at the Yunlan Sect, lying within her chamber. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Nailin Yunran, who was resting beside her. Instead of rousing her, Yun Yun stared vacantly at the ceiling, haunted by the memory of Xiao Yu being consumed by the. Even a Do Huang expert could perish entirely from mere contact with that flame. What fate could await someone like him, a novice dosher? Tears began to well up in the corners of Yun Yun's eyes, yet a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered within her gaze, directed towards Queen Medusa. This sudden shift in her demeanor startled Nailin Yinran. Seeing that Yun Yun had awakened, Nailin Yinran's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Teacher, you are finally awake." However, her smile faltered upon noticing the tears in Yun Yun's eyes. With an icy tone, Yun Yun inquired, "Where's Gu He?" Nailin Yinran promptly replied, "Elder Gu He should be in the pill hall. Does teacher seek him for something? You are injured and need to rest. Help me sit up," Yun Yun commanded. She observed the wound on her shoulder, feeling the turmoil of energy within her body. Nailin Yinran continued, "Teacher, Elder Gu He mentioned that you were injured during your battle with Medusa and lost consciousness after spitting blood. Is Medusa truly that formidable?" Yun Yun's expression hardened at the mention of Medusa, her voice laced with chilling resolve. "Indeed, she is exceptionally strong." Nailin Yinran, puzzled by her teacher's intense fury, had never witnessed such emotion before. As Yun Yun decided to head to the pill hall, Nailin Yinran felt concerned and insisted on accompanying her. As they traversed the path, many disciples of the Yunlan sect bowed slightly upon seeing Yun Yun and Nailin Yinran, recognizing them as the sect master and the young sect master. Within the pill hall, Gu He sat in a meditative stance, his expression somber. Soon, a disciple entered, announcing, "Elder, the sect master and young sect master await your presence in the pill hall." Upon hearing this, Gu He abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "The sect master has awakened?" He swiftly rose and made his way out of the alchemy chamber. While Yun Yun and Nailin Yinran awaited in the pill hall, a young man entered from outside. He was tall and handsome, his features chiseled to perfection, exuding a slightly effeminate charm. He appeared to be in his early 20s, and the gentle smile on his face easily captivated the hearts of many women. However, what drew the most attention was the alchemist's robe he wore and the 3 silver ripples adorning the alchemist's badge on his chest. "Sect Master," Yinran. What brings you to the pill hall? The young man asked with a cheerful demeanor. Yun nodded slightly, while Nalan Yinran explained. Teacher came to consult Elder Guhi about a few matters. Were you not out searching for medicinal herbs? Ah, I came to find teacher after successfully locating the herbs. The young man was none other than Lu Ling, Guhi's disciple. In the inner sanctum, the sound of footsteps echoed as several individuals turned to see the hurried approach of Guhi. Upon noticing Yun, Guhi observed the pallor of her cheeks and inquired, "How is your injury?" Yun gently shook her head and replied, "My injury is of no concern. I have come to ask if you have been monitoring any movements from the serpent people. Has Medusa successfully evolved?" Guhi assumed she was expressing concern for his acquisition of the and responded, "I have sent spies into the desert, but the reports indicate that Queen Medusa may have failed in her ascension. However, the serpent people are skeptical of this conclusion, and the has vanished." Upon hearing Guhi's words, Yun murmured, "I too do not believe she could have failed in her ascension." Guhi, momentarily unclear about her words, asked, "What did you say?" Yun regained her composure and looked at him, stating, "The disappearance of thee is undoubtedly linked to Medusa. I cannot believe she would perish so easily." Guhi reassured her, "Do not worry. Although we did not obtain the this time, we have at least discerned its whereabouts. Even if Queen Medusa is not dead, as long as she reappears, we will know the location of the." Without elaborating further, Yun turned and departed from the sanctum. Nalan Yinran cast an apologetic glance at Guhi and Lu Ling before hastily following her. Guhi glanced at Lu Ling, who had been fixated on Nalan Yinran, and remarked, "That child Yinran is destined to ascend to the position of the Cloud Flame sect's leader. If you wish to have a future with her, merely being a third-tier alchemist will not suffice." Guhi's words abruptly pulled Lu Ling from his reverie. He looked at Guhi with determination and declared, "Master, I will strive to improve." Guhi smiled and comforted him, "Rest assured, as you have become my disciple, I shall not treat you poorly. But it will require your own diligent effort. Your talent is commendable, and with just a few months until the Alchemist Conference, many alchemists from the Gamma Empire and neighboring kingdoms will participate. Securing first place will greatly benefit your future as an alchemist." Guhi, recognizing his disciple's exceptional talent, felt compelled to elaborate further. Lu Ling, upon hearing Guhi's words, bowed deeply and said, "I shall heed your teachings." Guhi reminded him, "I have heard that Princess Yuer will also be participating. Her talent needs no embellishment. As a fellow third-tier alchemist, you should exercise caution." Lu Ling's expression shifted upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Master, you need not worry. I will surely secure first place in this Alchemist Conference." "Let us hope so," Guhi said, turning once more toward the alchemy chamber. Lu Ling's eyes shone with fervent determination, for Yinran, for his master. He would undoubtedly claim victory. Upon returning to her chamber, Yun instructed Nalan Yinran, "You may leave for now. During this period, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate. Matters concerning the sect will be entrusted to you and Elder Yunling for discussion and resolution." A flicker of hesitation crossed Nalan Yinran's face as she responded, "Master, is it not a bit premature to assign the affairs of the sect to me at this time?" Yun replied with serene assurance, "As the young master of the sect, it is your duty to shoulder such responsibilities. Moreover, I shall be in seclusion for an extended duration. Should any issues arise, you may confer with Yunling to find a solution. I trust that no significant troubles will beset the sect." As she spoke, Yun retrieved a jade token from her robe and handed it to Nalan Yinran, saying, "This is a spiritual jade talisman. Should you and Yunling encounter an insurmountable problem, shatter it, and I shall emerge from my retreat." Observing the resolute expression of her master, Nalan Yinran reluctantly accepted the soul jade talisman. Subsequently, with a graceful flutter of her wings, Yun soared towards the forbidden area of the back mountain. Nalan Yinran watched the retreating figure of Yun. Clutching the jade talisman in her hand, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Unable to fathom the cause of her worry, she resolved to cast her thoughts aside. With merely half a year left until the 3-year agreement, she ought to devote herself to rigorous training. Nalan Yinran had also heard the news of Xiao Yan's prodigious return. Yet she found it hard to believe that someone who had not cultivated for 3 years could, after such a span, catch up to and surpass her. Conversely, Xiao Yu's ethereal demeanor and composed countenance consistently irked Nalan Yinran. Chapter 85. The Creation of the Poison Pill in the Chamber. The petite healer observed Xiao Yu with a hint of trepidation, for this was her inaugural encounter with such a situation. Xiao Yu gestured towards the ground, where he had meticulously inscribed the Reishi formation overnight, and spoke. This is the array I have drawn to concoct the poison pill for you. In a moment, you shall sit within this formation. The Reishi array will assist in suppressing the toxic energies that have accumulated within you. The healer nodded slightly, inhaling deeply to quell her rising anxiety, and then gracefully settled herself cross-legged within the formation, her posture upright, revealing an alluring curve along her delicate neck and slender waist. Xiao Yu positioned himself directly behind her, his palms shimmering with energy as a deep purple flame surged forth. This was the violet fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King, borrowed from Little Purple. This violet fire, imbued with the essence of pure yang, emitted a warm sensation, ideally countering the chilling toxins within the healer's body, thus serving as a means of suppression. Indeed, no other essence of such purity could be found to serve as a substitute. Xiao Yu's hand trembled slightly as the violet flame cascaded outward like a torrent, illuminating every intricate line of the formation. This was a crucial part of his strategy, as it would significantly restrain the potential outburst of the healer's cursed toxic body. Once all preparations were complete, Xiao Yu retrieved the third-tier magic core he had purchased from the Desolate City and Master Bulin. This magic core, known as the Crimson Flame Serpent, contained an essence of pure yang fire energy, as well as the dual properties of both extreme yang and gentle toxicity, making it the optimal choice for crafting the poison pill for the healer at this stage. The core was also laden with volatile energy, which would undoubtedly accelerate the impending eruption of her cursed toxicity. Thus, the life essence was essential for maintaining balance. He produced a jade box, resplendently green, from which emanated a rich vitality. This gentle power rendered it the finest material for the creation of the poison pill. After setting aside the third-tier Crimson Flame Serpent core and the life essence, Xiao Yu's expression turned solemn as he addressed the healer seated before him. I will employ to concentrate the toxins within your body into one area. This process will be exceedingly painful, yet you must endure, for this is the fundamental step. If you cannot persevere through this, the subsequent procedures will be rendered impossible. The healer bit her silver teeth and replied, I will endure. Observing her resolute demeanor, Xiao Yu felt assured of her strength and declared, Very well, let us commence. As his words echoed, the healer's fair face flushed crimson, for she understood that the initiation of the poison pill's process necessitated the removal of her garments. After a moment of contemplation, she steeled herself and gently loosened her dress. As her attire slipped away, cascading down her porcelain skin, Xiao Yu's mind remained remarkably clear, for he knew that this undertaking demanded utmost vigilance. Any lapse in focus could lead to dire consequences. Upon gazing into Xiao Yu's crystalline, water-like eyes, the fiery flush on Xiao Yixian's face gradually subsided. With a deft movement, Xiao Yu formed a flicker of emerald flames between his fingers and decisively pressed it against Xiao Yixian's abdomen. Under Xiao Yu's command, the azure lotus heart fire surged into her body, traveling through her meridians to the locus where the toxins had accumulated in her dantian. During this time, Xiao Yixian had been suppressing her desire to absorb the poison to enhance her strength, thus the toxins within her were not overly abundant. At the very moment the azure lotus heart fire entered her dantian, Xiao Yu's mind stirred, and a surge of bone-chilling white flames erupted from his other hand. This was the bone spirit, cold fire. The icy flames enveloped Xiao Yixian's body entirely. Unlike the sensation of the azure lotus heart fire, the bone spirit cold fire, although under Xiao Yu's control, emanated a piercing cold that made her shiver involuntarily. I shall commence now, Xiao Yu declared solemnly, prompting Xiao Yixian to brace herself. The azure lotus heart fire and bone spirit cold fire swiftly combined forces to encase the toxic mist within her dantian, while the purple flames of the formation shielded her body, preventing even the slightest trace of the toxins from escaping. As the two extraordinary flames converged at her abdomen, they enveloped the toxic mist, creating a cacophony reminiscent of molten iron meeting cold water, producing a series of hissing sounds as the toxins began to coalesce towards the center. Consolidate. With a commanding utterance, Xiao Yu harnessed his immense mental power to merge the strange flames. A wave of gray, deathly aura began to gather within the flames. Ultimately, under Xiao Yu's formidable mental control, the toxic mist was successfully ensnared within Xiao Yixian's body. Seeing the toxic mist converging into one place, Xiao Yu seized the magic core and pressed it against her dantian. The magic core mysteriously vanished from the surface of her body, directly assimilating into the locus of the gathered toxins within her dantian. The amalgamated toxins gradually coalesced into a toxic pill around the magic core. Only the final step remained, to utilize the life essence to dissolve the encasing toxic mist, thereby merging it with the life essence and the magic core. Thus, the toxic pill would be truly completed. In Xiao Yu's hand, the life essence was enveloped by the strange flames and under the gentle refinement of the flames. The pale green liquid deepened in hue. With a wave of his hand, the life essence, radiating a potent life force, adhered to the surface of Xiao Yixian's body, subtly permeating through her skin's pores and quietly entering her interior. Harnessing its vigorous life energy, the life essence swiftly revitalized every corner of Xiao Yixian's body. The meridians, previously ravaged by the toxins, rapidly regained vitality, and the intensity of that vitality surpassed even its prior state. Enveloped by the essence of life and the noxious mist began to intertwine, clashing fiercely between the potent vitality and the ominous aura of death. This was merely the initial phase. Should the later stages of the calamity-infused toxic body manifest, an even more intense and perilous essence of death, the current miasma's deathly aura would be gradually dismantled and annihilated by the life essence. At this critical juncture, Xiao Yu intoned solemnly, "Now is the moment to concentrate our and forge thee." His command rejuvenated a semblance of clarity in the soul of the little medicine fairy, prompting her to swiftly channel her in accordance with Xiao Yu's guidance, steadily repressing the swirling toxic fog. The ferocious energy housed within the collided with the toxic miasma. However, with the assistance of and the life essence, the rapidly succumbed, ultimately being wholly consumed by the poison, transforming into a perfect sphere akin to a. Sensing the previously dispersed toxins within the little medicine fairy coalescing towards her, Xiao Yu realized that the first phase of the technique had indeed succeeded. With this newfound experience, the subsequent stages would prove significantly less arduous. A smile graced Xiao Yu's face as he softly remarked, "Mission accomplished." At this moment, the little medicine fairy radiated a gentle luminescence, resembling a celestial being, exuding an aura of purity that was equally irresistible. As he gazed upon her, Xiao Yu felt a warm liquid trickle from his nose, coinciding perfectly with the instant the little medicine fairy opened her eyes. Chapter 86. The fire spirit serpent severely wounded. As Xiao Yu was concocting poison pills for the little medical fairy, outside the city, a group from the Mo family, led by Mo Cheng, finally intercepted the departing Qing Lin in a desolate desert area. Qing Lin glanced at the group of men blocking her path, her demeanor tinged with anxiety and caution, as she timidly inquired, "What do you want?" Seeing her apprehensive expression, the Mo family men erupted into laughter, with Mo Cheng's aged face revealing a hint of a cunning smile as he remarked, "My dear girl, what brings you out here alone to gather herbs?" Though fear gripped her heart, Qing Lin mustered the courage to respond, I wish to grow stronger. I cannot be a burden to the young master." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of scheming danced in Mo Cheng's eyes, and he replied with feigned amiability, "Oh, so that's it. If you wish to grow stronger, I can assist you." Qing Lin's face brightened momentarily, but then dimmed as she added, "But I have no money. I am merely a maid." Observing her dismay, Mo Cheng, akin to a wolf enticing a naive girl, coaxed, "I do not require your money. I seek only one thing from you. If you agree, I can help you grow stronger." "What do you say?" Skeptical, Qing Lin regarded Mo Cheng with doubt. As a mere maid, what could she possess of value that would attract the attention of this elderly man? Thus, she replied, "No, thank you. If I wish to grow stronger, I can ask the young master for help. I must return now." Seeing her attempt to leave, Mo Cheng's facade crumbled, revealing his true nature as he sneered, "If you refuse today, you may find it difficult to leave this place." Qing Lin furrowed her delicate brows, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do, little girl? I have taken a liking to your enchanting eyes, those striking azure serpent-like orbs. It would be a waste for them to remain unused on you. They would serve me far better." Mo Cheng grinned wickedly, summoning his subordinates to seize Qinglin. Yet, though still somewhat timid, Qinglin had grown considerably stronger than before, especially with the formidable two-headed fire spirit serpent at her side as a guardian, instilling her with a newfound confidence. As the men closed in, Qinglin called out softly, "Go!" The MO family members, initially casting sinister glances at her, prepared to capture her, but suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flash of crimson light erupted from Qinglin's sleeve, and before anyone could react, the massive tail of the fire spirit serpent swept fiercely around her. A chorus of screams erupted as the MO family members were sent sprawling by the serpent's powerful strike, many suffering broken ribs from the impact. Witnessing his men being thrown aside, Mo Cheng's expression darkened ominously. As he gazed at the fire spirit serpent coiled beside Qinglin, Mo Cheng remarked fiercely, "So, you possess a fire spirit serpent as a pet, truly worthy of the three-flowered eyes of the green serpent. The ancient medical texts passed down through my lineage must indeed hold truth. Even a little girl like you, who is not yet a fighter, can command a magical beast comparable to a human spirit master. How then, might I, harness the power of fifth or even sixth-tier magical beasts for my own purposes? At that time, I, Mo Cheng, shall be the sole head of the Mo family. I shall be the very embodiment of the Mo clan, the Northeast, and indeed the entire Jamma Empire shall bow beneath my feet. What of the Jamma royal family? Even the Yunlan sect shall fall under my gaze." Ha ha! At this thought, Mo Cheng could not help but burst into raucous laughter, as if he could already envision himself standing atop the pinnacle of the Jamma Empire. Qinglin, tilting her head at the sight of this eccentric old man in fits of laughter, prepared to leave, wishing to avoid trouble. However, Mo Cheng interjected, "Want to leave? Leave your eyes behind first." With that, he charged menacingly towards Qinglin. The fire spirit serpent let out a fierce hiss, its eyes gleaming with a bloody intent to kill. Any who dared harm Qinglin must perish. The two opponents clashed, generating powerful gusts of air that swept outward, while Qinglin remained unharmed under the serpent's protection. "Beast, take this punch." Mo Cheng swung his fist directly at the serpent's head, landing a hit that caught the creature off guard. The pain sent the fire spirit serpent into a frenzy, and it opened its maw to bite at Mo Cheng. Unyielding, he rushed at the serpent, and they engaged in close combat. Having emerged from the magma, the serpent's strength had diminished, and under the relentless barrage of Mo Cheng's fists, blood marks began to appear upon its body, causing Qinglin to worry for her companion. Bang! Another punch struck the fire spirit serpent, and Mo Cheng stumbled back slightly from the recoil. Observing the serpent swaying its head, he grinned menacingly. "This beast possesses some strength, but I tire of this game. It is time to end this." With that, Mo Cheng curled his body, and with a sudden forceful shake of his left arm, a fierce dark energy shattered his sleeve. The veins on his exposed arm bulged like small serpents, pulsating as if something were about to burst forth. His hand had grotesquely widened, and his once normal nails had elongated by half an inch, turning an ominous black. This arm had completely transcended the realm of human limbs, resembling that of a magical beast instead. Witnessing this transformation, Qinglin's face turned pale with fear, while the fire spirit serpent hissed, its neck beginning to swell as it prepared its own lethal strike. With a wicked smile, Mo Cheng channeled his fighting spirit into his arm, gradually manifesting a faint red glow, resembling a fiery arm. "Let us test the might of a fifth-tier magical beast." As the words fell, Mo Cheng's figure became remarkably swift. At that moment, the fire spirit serpent had completed its charge, and two columns of lava erupted suddenly from its mouth. However, such speed could not match Mo Cheng's, who had no intention of evading. Instead, he surged towards the two columns of lava. Bang! Bang bang! The front limbs of the fiery mountain rhinoceros possessed a natural resistance to fire, and being a fifth-tier magical beast, its strength far surpassed that of the fire spirit serpent. Thus, the two columns of lava were utterly incapable of breaking through Mo Cheng's arms. With a resounding roar, Mo Cheng barreled through the columns of lava and arrived directly in front of the fire spirit serpent. He raised his left arm and struck down fiercely at the serpent. A cruel smile etched upon his face. The fire spirit serpent was sent soaring by Mo Cheng's blow, crimson blood mixed with several scales falling from its mouth, and its massive body landed heavily on the sand nearby. No, Qinglin could do nothing to prevent this. She could only watch as the fire spirit serpent was grievously injured. Ignoring the peril, she rushed to the serpent's side, tears streaming down her face. Landing upon the serpent's body, its once bright eyes now dulled, appearing utterly despondent. Suddenly, a faint green mark on the serpent's forehead emitted a radiant glow, causing its body to rapidly shrink and dart towards Qing Lin's sleeve. Wiping away her tears, Qing Lin gazed at Mo Chung with a fierce and resolute expression, declaring, "The young master will avenge me." Ha ha. Mo Chung laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Oh really? Then let him come to the Mo family. Chapter 87. The breaking of the poison pill within the confines of the East Hall. The little healer had just regained her clarity. As she opened her eyes, she immediately noticed the 2 streaks of blood trickling from Xiao Yu's nose. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, her current physical limitations rendered her unable to act, leaving her to cast a vexed glance at him. Xiao Yu, momentarily coming to his senses, lowered his gaze. Although such an irresistible temptation could only be endured by someone of his exceptional temperament, he could not suppress the turmoil within. Aware of the little healer's predicament, he retrieved a large black robe from his spatial ring and gently draped it over her delicate form. Believing it prudent to minimize such temptation, Xiao Yu rubbed his nose and cautioned her, "The poison pill has now formed within you. This level of poison pill is sufficient for you to cultivate to the Emperor Do realm. However, once you break through to the Do zone level, this 3rd-tier magic core will no longer suffice. At that time, you will require a 5th-tier magic core poison pill to sustain your formidable powers as a Do zone, and perhaps even a 7th-tier poison pill once you ascend to Do zone." With a smile, Xiao Yu spoke. The little healer regarded him with a radiant smile, asking, "Will you assist me?" "Of course," he replied softly. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, a charming smile illuminated the little healer's face. "With your help, I feel reassured." Xiao Yu refrained from elaborating further, observing as the surrounding purple flames were consumed by the toxic gas emanating from the little healer, transforming into a dark purple hue. With a surge of the green lotus earth fire, he swiftly extinguished the toxic flames. Having completed this task, he turned to the little healer and said, "Let us depart." He then exited the room. After Xiao Yu left, the little healer donned her attire and followed him outside, where they encountered Xiao Li, whose expression was somewhat grim as he entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, his sullen demeanor improved slightly, though it remained far from cheerful. Noticing Xiao Li's troubled countenance, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Second brother, what has transpired?" "Qing Lin went out to the outskirts this morning and has yet to return. Eldest brother suspects something may have gone awry and has dispatched individuals to search. It appears that a team found several scales of the fire spirit serpent in a pool of blood in a desert area outside the city," Xiao Li replied gravely. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yu's expression turned icy, his eyes dark as water, exuding an aura of menace that made Xiao Li instinctively offer reassurance. It could be that they encountered other serpent people or mercenary groups. There is no need for excessive concern. Eldest brother has already taken a team to investigate. "Take me to the scene," Xiao Yu commanded. Without hesitation, Xiao Li led him outside the city, with the little healer trailing behind them. Upon reaching the desert area outside the city, they found Xiao Ding and several others searching for any useful information. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and his companions approach, a look of joy spread across Xiao Ding's face. "Have you succeeded?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed." After surveying his surroundings, he turned to Xiao Ding and said, "It is evident from here that before Qing Lin was abducted, she was confronted by the fire spirit serpent. The prowess of the fire spirit serpent is comparable to that of a human Do Ling. Thus, only a Do Ling of equal or greater strength could inflict injury upon it." Xiao Yu addressed Xiao Ding, "Brother, there is no need to expend further effort. I know who is responsible." "Who?" Xiao Yu's assertion immediately captured the attention of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. After all, they had scoured the area for quite some time without a single lead, so it piqued their curiosity that Xiao Yu figured it out so swiftly. "The Mo family," Xiao Yu slowly articulated. "The Mo family?" Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the name. However, Xiao Ding seemed to recall having heard of the Mo family, and subsequently remarked, "I have indeed heard of a formidable clan located in the northeast of the empire. It seems to be the Mo family." "Xiao Yu, could it be?" Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed that Mo family. But why would the Mo family capture Qing Lin?" She is merely a maid. What could she possibly possess that would attract the attention of those from the Mo family? Xiao Li questioned, somewhat perplexed. The Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Xiao Yu replied slowly. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow and inquired, are you referring to Qing Lin's eyes? But what significance do they hold? Do they intend to cultivate her? Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with disdain and revulsion. The Mo family has been known to exploit ancestral medical texts to secretly conduct gruesome experiments, transplanting the organs of magical beasts into themselves. What? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with the small medical sage behind them, were taken aback. Such actions were abhorred across this continent, and it was shocking to discover that a prominent family like the Mo family would engage in such repulsive endeavors. Xiao Yu continued, I must make a trip to Yen City. Instantly, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions changed, and they urged, you just mentioned that those who acted are at least Douling. Yen City is the stronghold of the Mo family, where they reign supreme. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. The next sign-in location for the host is Yen City. Reward, 6th grade elixir, Piyi Dan. Task, assist Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong in breaking the seal. Reward, 3 cultivation enhancement cards. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yu's face brightened with joy. Indeed, a timely opportunity had presented itself. Oh, how I adore you, system. Whether it be the 3 cultivation enhancement cards or aiding Hai Bo Dong in breaking the seal, both prospects were advantageous for Xiao Yu. Moreover, assisting with the seal required no expenditure on his part, just a simple sign-in sufficed. With this assurance, his journey to the Mo family was firmly set. Having contemplated this, Xiao Yu addressed Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, elder brother, second brother, I must go to Yen City. I am aware of the risks, and I will not be going alone, so you need not worry. Observing Xiao Yu's confident demeanor, Xiao Ding gently grasped the arm of Xiao Li, who seemed inclined to speak further, and shook his head slightly. Since you insist, we shall refrain from persuading you any longer. Do ensure your safety. Xiao Yu replied with a light smile, rest assured. The mere Mo clan is not a cause for concern. He then turned to the little medical fairy and said, during this time, you should focus on your cultivation to enhance your prowess. I hope that when I return, you will have successfully advanced to the fighter level. Though tinged with worry, the little medical fairy merely nodded, affirming, I will. Her gaze then hardened with resolve as she declared, should the Mo clan bring you any harm, I will ensure they pay dearly for it. Xiao Yu, well aware of her capabilities, responded with a calm smile, fear not. I have yet to return to assist you in concocting poison pills. Without further delay, Xiao Yu unfurled his wings and transformed into a streak of violet light. Soaring into the heavens, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the others remained on the ground, watching as his figure gradually receded into the distance. At this moment, Xiao Yu was not heading towards Salt City, but rather to Mo City. Since he was to confront the Mo clan, he needed to prepare extensively. Previously, Xiao Yu had not given this much thought, as the events he encountered diverged significantly from the original narrative he had read in his past life. He had presumed that his intrusion had caused this world to veer off its intended course. However, it now appeared that the inevitable would still unfold. Chapter 88. Farewell to the Ice Emperor. Xiao Yu understood that this must be the original world's automatic correction of the overarching direction. He realized that during this journey to the Mo family, he would likely encounter the Green Barbarian and the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor, who had come to the Tianxi mansion in search of promising candidates. These two individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. As Xiao Yu made his way to Yen City, Mo Cheng was already advancing toward Yen City with the unconscious Qing Lin. Once he returned to Yen City, it would become the domain of the Mo family. Who would dare to wreak havoc in Yen City then? Whoosh! A thunderous sound sliced through the sky, revealing a colossal beast flying above, nearly 10 zhang in length. Its immense shadow cast a dark pall over a vast area below. The creature's elongated form resembled that of a serpentine magical beast, and its speed was astonishing, its massive tail whipping through the air, covering hundreds of meters in a flash. Accompanying this gigantic beast was a woman clad in green, exuding a formidable presence that clearly marked her as a Do Huang-level powerhouse. I say, Green Barbarian, why venture so far to the Garma Empire? Do you not see how conspicuous I am? If I inadvertently provoke those old geezers from the Empire, I fear I might lose my life here, grumbled the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor, a 6th-tier magical beast, with evident dissatisfaction. With a hint of resignation, the Green Barbarian replied. Currently, there are no promising candidates within our Tianxi mansion. This excursion was also the result of other elders' opinions. Since we happened to be out and about, this arduous task naturally fell upon us. Having roamed half the Garma Empire, we have yet to find any suitable candidates. My beautiful wings have even dulled somewhat. I must replenish myself upon returning, sighed the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor, glancing at his 8 wings. Upon hearing the words of the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor, the Green Barbarian retorted angrily, "You scoundrel Baya, how dare you say that? If it weren't for your desire to behold the unparalleled beauty of the Medusa Queen from the Serpent People, do you think we would have wasted so much time?" Hee. Baya chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it merely curiosity? Who knew where that Serpent People Queen had disappeared to? It's been so long without a sighting. Could it be that she is shy because she knows I am searching for her? Hearing his shameless words, the Green Barbarian scoffed, "You? I have heard that Medusa's strength is at the peak of the 9-star Do Huan. With your mere 6-star prowess, do you wish to have your serpent head smashed?" Baya's face darkened, a hint of defiance in his tone as he replied, "Medusa and I are destined for each other. Who else could be worthy of her? If she were to marry me, we would be invincible beneath the Do Zone level. Besides, I am seeking a powerful elder for the Tianxi mansion. I am doing this for the good of our faction, you know? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Let us explore another city ahead. If we find nothing there either, then we shall return." The Green Barbarian rolled her eyes. Upon hearing the words of the Green Barbarian, the great jaw of White Fang opened wide, erupting into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, I have longed to escape this wretched place. Lanlan is waiting for me at home." The Green Barbarian then let out a cold chuckle. "Now you think of Lanlan? I shall inform her of your desire to wed Medusa upon your return, and we shall see how she deals with you, you fickle serpent." With that, she soared ahead. The expression on White Fang's face shifted dramatically, and he pleaded, "No, please. This is merely inviting Lanlan to thrash me." The duo, a man and a serpent, continued their flight towards their final destination, Salt City. As they neared the outskirts of Salt City, White Fang's countenance changed once more, and he spoke gravely. "I sensed the presence of the 3 flower eyes of the Azure Serpent." Upon hearing this, the Green Barbarian ceased her playful antics. Recognizing that White Fang would not jest regarding such matters, she immediately responded in a serious tone, "Where is it?" White Fang's enormous triangular eyes scanned the vast city ahead and declared, "The last trace of that presence vanished in the northeast corner of Salt City. I cannot approach. It falls to you to investigate." The Green Barbarian, suppressing her excitement, replied, "No problem. I have pursued the 3 flower eyes of the Azure Serpent for decades. I never anticipated encountering it here today. Whoever it may be, I shall bring them back to the Celestial Serpent Mansion." Understanding the significance of the Azure Serpent's 3 flower eyes to the Celestial Serpent Mansion, White Fang urged, "You should hasten. Any unforeseen circumstances could complicate matters." The Green Barbarian nodded and transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards Salt City. Her burgeoning form, empowered by her sovereign strength, went unnoticed as she stealthily infiltrated the city. Upon arriving in Salt City, the Green Barbarian wasted no time and proceeded directly to the northeastern corner as indicated by White Fang. Ultimately, she arrived before an imposing edifice resembling a fortress, adorned with the characters of the Mo family. Furrowing her brow, she surveyed the towering walls around her, noting the patrolling guards at intervals and the sharp blades hidden in the crevices. While these posed minor inconveniences, it was prudent to avoid alarming the prey before locating the possessor of the 3 flower eyes. With a gentle smile, the Green Barbarian approached a less fortified section, and with a soft caress of her palm, several green vines silently ascended the opposite wall. Under her command, the slender branches lashed against the wall, emitting a flash of green light followed by a resounding crash, which immediately captured the attention of numerous patrolling guards. Now was the moment. The Green Barbarian's eyes narrowed, and her form surged forward into the courtyard, completing her maneuver without alerting any members of the Mo family. Taking stock of her surroundings, she began to meander through the estate. Although she lacked the long-range sensitivity of White Fang regarding the aura of the Azure Serpent's 3 flower eyes, she could still discern its presence from this proximity. The Mo family estate, while vast, could be searched methodically. Recently, due to the elder Mo Chang's impending birthday celebration, reinforcements had been dispatched, providing the Green Barbarian with ample opportunity to seek out secret chambers within Maching City. When Xiao Yu arrived here once more, nearly 4 months had elapsed. Soon, he would be journeying to the capital. He had donned the uniform of a second-tier alchemist, and in this place, his status as such proved quite advantageous. According to the system's task, Hai Bodong had likely come to Mo City to recuperate following his injury. In the original narrative, Hai Bodong operated a map shop, seemingly named Ancient Map. As Xiao Yu pondered this, he abruptly spotted a shop on the street bearing the name Ancient Map. It appeared neither ostentatious nor extravagant, yet exuded a subtle air of antiquity. This must be the place. I shall enter and take a look. With determination, Xiao Yu stepped toward the shop. As he slowly entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to a white-haired elder seated behind the counter, eyes closed in meditation. This was none other than the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, who had clashed with Medusa that fateful night. However, he still emanated a faint aura of malevolence, likely a remnant of Medusa's seal. At the very moment Xiao Yu crossed the threshold, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Rewards have been issued. Please check promptly. Indeed, Xiao Yu sensed the presence of a breaking evil pill within his spatial ring, granting him leverage for negotiations with the Ice Emperor. The fragmented map in his possession was something he was determined to acquire. Chapter 89. Disclosure. Xiao Yu slowly stepped into the shop, which was rather cramped, adorned with a few bookshelves that housed maps concerning the desert and the surrounding area of Mo City. 2 moonstones emitted a faint glow, casting a gentle illumination throughout the shop. After surveying the space, his gaze ultimately settled upon the aged visage behind the counter. Xiao Yu's entrance failed to capture the attention of Hai Bodong. In fact, the store appeared quite desolate, with hardly any patrons present, suggesting that Hai Bodong was indifferent to the customers who entered. However, Xiao Yu had little time to linger with Hai Bodong, as he was eager to embark on a journey to Salt City. Thus, he addressed the meditative Hai Bodong directly. Ice Emperor, Hai Bodong. As Xiao Yu's words resonated, Hai Bodong's eyelids flickered slightly, yet they did not fully open. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down upon Xiao Yu, who could distinctly sense Hai Bodong's murderous intent. Nevertheless, such a display was of little consequence to Xiao Yu. He regarded the elderly man with a tranquil demeanor and remarked, I am aware that you have fallen victim to Medusa's seal. Presently, I assume you possess only the strength of a spirit fighter? Upon hearing these words, Hai Bodong finally opened his eyes, a flash of icy blue light darting from his gaze. Yet, the concealed malice did not escape Xiao Yu's notice. Hai Bodong fixed his stare upon the youth before him and calmly replied, You are correct. However, should you presume that my diminished strength renders me an easy target, it would be an unwise miscalculation. Xiao Yu suddenly chuckled in response, prompting Hai Bodong to furrow his brow and inquire, What is the cause of your amusement? I find it amusing that you, old Hai, might be afraid. Or do you believe that merely possessing the strength of a spirit fighter is insufficient to deter your enemies? Xiao Yu replied with a grin. Hai Bodong scoffed dismissively. Humph, those defeated minions do not instill fear in me. But what relevance does this discussion hold? If you wish to purchase something, do so. If not, kindly leave. It was evident that Hai Bodong wished to expel him. Yet, Xiao Yu paid no heed to his words, continuing, Whether you are afraid or not, old Hai, you know in your heart. However, I possess a method that could assist you in recovering your strength. What do you think of that? At this, Hai Bodong's eyes twitched involuntarily. Ever since he had been sealed by Queen Medusa months ago, he had been tirelessly seeking a means to break the seal. Unfortunately, his only discovery had been in an ancient tome, which detailed the existence of a 6th-grade elixir known as the Breaking Seal Pill, capable of dispelling most seals, including the one imposed by Medusa. Yet, as it stood, he not only lacked the recipe for the Breaking Seal Pill, but also required a 6th-grade alchemist to concoct it. Possessing the formula would be futile without the necessary skills. As for inviting Gu He to concoct the elixir, it must be noted that he is affiliated with the Unveiling sect. Moreover, Hai Bodong and Yun Shan had clashed in a fierce battle several years ago. Although he was defeated, it nonetheless tarnished the reputation of the Unveiling sect. Seeking the assistance of a guest elder from the Unveiling sect for alchemical creation would be a matter of great embarrassment for Hai Bodong. Furthermore, the destruction elixir, as described, requires a unique fire for its formulation, and Gu he possesses no such fire. Considering this, Hai Buodong raised his eyes to Xiao Yu and inquired, Young one, do you know what kind of seal has been placed upon me, and how it can be undone? How dare you speak so boldly without any understanding? Xiao Yu replied softly, The seal upon you, esteemed Hai, is the serpent seal curse of Medusa. This seal can indeed be broken, and given your strength. If you were to remain in seclusion for a century or so, it is possible that the seal might fade. However, I fear you may not have the luxury of time. Instantly, Hai Buodong's expression darkened, and he scoffed, A century or so is certainly beyond my patience. If that is the only method you propose, it would be wise for you to depart at once. Unperturbed, Xiao Yu continued, Let us not rush. Not only would you disapprove of this method, but I myself would also hesitate to endorse it. After all, once that century passes, even if you were to regain your strength, the world would likely have forgotten the Ice Emperor, one of the 10 formidable figures of the former Gama Empire. Hearing these words, Hai Buodong furrowed his brow and asked, What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. There is no need for such convoluted rhetoric. Xiao Yu nodded and stated, Since you insist, I shall not keep you in suspense. I know that the destruction elixir can indeed lift your seal. To be honest, when Hai Buodong initially heard Xiao Yu mention the destruction elixir, he was taken aback. He had perused numerous ancient texts to learn of the elixir's efficacy against his seal. Yet this young lad had articulated it so succinctly. However, after regaining his composure, Hai Buodong considered that perhaps the youth had simply encountered the destruction elixir in his extensive reading. Indeed, what you say is true. The destruction elixir can indeed break my seal. However, you are but a child. You cannot possibly be a 6th-tier alchemist, can you? Moreover, the creation of the destruction elixir necessitates unique fire. Do you possess such a thing? And I doubt you even have access to the recipe for it. Hai Buodong regarded Xiao Yu with a derisive smile. Xiao Yu slowly shook his head. You are correct. I am not a 6th-tier alchemist. And I do not possess the recipe for the destruction elixir. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's voice turned icy. So, you come here with nothing to offer me? With that, a chilling aura surged toward Xiao Yu. With a casual wave of his hand, a wave of intense heat collided with Hai Buodong's icy energy, resulting in a resounding boom. As the two opposing forces transformed into a warm current dispersing outward, Hai Buodong's expression shifted, and the gaze he cast upon Xiao Yu grew noticeably grave. To receive his attack with such nonchalance indicated that Xiao Yu was indeed a formidable spirit. Yet, he seemed so youthful. Do not be hasty. While I may lack many things, I do possess the destruction elixir. Xiao Yu chuckled bitterly and remarked, The Ice Emperor Haibodong truly resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Haibodong's expression shifted to one of surprise as he retorted, How can I be certain that you are not deceiving me? He scrutinized Xiao Yu with a hint of skepticism. In response, Xiao Yu produced a breakthrough pill and addressed Haibodong. Old Ha, while you may not be familiar with the formulation of the breakthrough pill, you must surely recognize its appearance. With that, he opened a square wooden box. Haibodong gazed at the light purple pill, about the size of a longan, within the box. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he licked his parched lips, thinking to himself, Indeed, it is the breakthrough pill. I never expected to find it in the hands of this young lad. Upon seeing the pill, the icy demeanor on Haibodong's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. Might I inquire if you would allow me a closer look at that pill in your possession? Observing Haibodong's cunning demeanor, Xiao Yu was not naive. Without any conditions being proposed, he would not relinquish the pill. Thus, under Haibodong's eager gaze, he once again stowed the breakthrough pill back into his spatial ring. Old Ha, are you attempting to snatch a treasure with empty hands? Xiao Yu teased with a smile. Haibodong cursed inwardly. This little fox is truly one who won't reveal its hand until it sees the rabbit. Though he thought this, he refrained from voicing it aloud and pondered. Very well, state your conditions. Upon hearing Haibodong's words, Xiao Yu recognized that it was time to present his demands. He stated directly, Didn't you acquire a map from Medusa? I desire that map. Chapter 90. Restoring the strength of the Emperor of Combat. What do you need the map for? Hai Buodong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. However, he soon realized, his expression darkening. How did you know I obtained a map from Medusa? Xiao Yu replied, I was not far from you that night, hence I am aware. Impossible. You managed to hide right under the noses of Medusa and me? Hai Buodong gazed at Xiao Yu with suspicion. Just state whether you will exchange or not. Xiao Yu said directly. For a moment, Hai Buodong hesitated, then asked, "How can I be certain that the ruin elixir is genuinely effective? I can provide you the ruin elixir, but the map you possess must be entrusted to me. Once you regain your strength, I shall depart. What do you think?" Xiao Yu proposed straightforwardly. Hai Buodong was still contemplating when Xiao Yu continued. "This map was originally acquired by you from Medusa, yet I suspect you remain unaware of its true purpose. It cannot be replicated, and holding on to something utterly useless is not as crucial as swiftly restoring your power, is it?" Undoubtedly, Xiao Yu's words struck a chord with Hai Buodong. He indeed could attempt to replicate the map, yet the final comparison would reveal significant discrepancies. Hai Buodong regarded Xiao Yu and remarked, "It seems you know the map's significance." Xiao Yu responded candidly, "That is only natural. However, do not attempt to extract information from me. The fact that I can produce 6th-grade elixirs indicates my substantial backing, a force you cannot fathom. Thus, refrain from harboring any ulterior motives." Observing Hai Buodong's expression, Xiao Yu understood his thoughts. Without hesitation, he boldly waved his metaphorical flag. Few alchemists could concoct 6th-grade elixirs, especially those capable of wielding exotic flames, or even higher-tier alchemists. Hence, offending Xiao Yu would be decidedly unwise. Moreover, Hai Buodong noted Xiao Yu's alchemist attire. A young 2nd-grade alchemist, his innate talent alone was sufficient to warrant respect. After a long, contemplative glance at Xiao Yu, Hai Buodong conceded, "You have won. I shall hand over the map to you. However, should I discover any deceit regarding the elixirs, regardless of your formidable backing, I will pursue you relentlessly." Xiao Yu exhaled softly, smiling. "I assure you, that will not happen. It seems Hai Buodong has indeed been intimidated by the banner I raised, which is quite advantageous, sparing me future troubles." With a sigh, Hai Buodong touched the spatial ring, and an ancient, yellowed piece of parchment materialized in his palm. He reluctantly caressed the old map, lamenting, "I never imagined that the map I painstakingly acquired would ultimately benefit you, my young friend." With a sigh, he resigned himself, stating, "Enough is enough. After studying this map for such an extended period without any significant discovery, it is better to entrust it to someone as fortunate as you." He then handed over the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. Xiao Yu received the map, although he might directly acquire from the system later. What if someone else got to it first? Moreover, if the system ultimately could not secure this, it would fall into the hands of another. Therefore, regardless of its potential utility, he must keep this map firmly in his possession. Upon obtaining the fragment, Xiao Yu promptly tossed the broken calamity pill from his spatial ring to Hai Buodong, who hastily caught the wooden box. Looking at Xiao Yu, he remarked, "I must trouble you to accompany me in breaking the seal. Let us proceed." Xiao Yu, without a word, followed Hai Buodong as they made their way to the basement. As Hai Buodong opened the heavy door of the basement, a chilling aura emanated forth. It was a frost chamber, continuously exuding a cold breath. Hai Buodong chuckled, "Hee. My cultivated fighting spirit is of the ice attribute, so training here yields great benefits. Furthermore, it significantly aids in suppressing the seal. Being underground ensures that no other formidable beings can perceive us." Xiao Yu nodded, aware of Hai Buodong's high vigilance. He stepped inside and seated himself, urging, "Elder Hai, please be swift. I have other matters to attend to." "Of course, no problem." Hai Buodong replied with an awkward laugh as he swiftly ascended to a platform entirely constructed of ice, sitting cross-legged. He opened the wooden box and directly swallowed the pale purple broken calamity pill. After consuming the pill, Hai Buodong fell into a deep silence. After a considerable time, his body suddenly trembled violently, powerful energy ripples rapidly emanating from him, shattering the surrounding ice tables and chairs. On his aged forehead, a peculiar dark azure energy swiftly coalesced, momentarily forming a small azure energy serpent that coiled upon Hai Buodong's brow. This serpent pattern had effectively sealed the immense fighting spirit within him. However, upon contact, the purple energy of the broken calamity pill clashed with the dark azure energy, both vying for dominance, radiating a bizarre brilliance. Ultimately, the broken calamity pill proved to be suppressive, forcefully expelling the serpent pattern from Hai Buodong's forehead. At that moment, Xiao Yu was taken aback when Medusa, who had been dormant within his sleeve, suddenly sprang forth, opening her mouth wide toward the serpent pattern and swiftly consuming it with her forked tongue. Subsequently, Medusa stood upright in midair, glancing at Hai Buodong with a hint of confusion in her serpentine eyes, before burrowing back into Xiao Yu's sleeve, returning to her slumber. As Haibodong remained with his eyes yet to open, he was naturally oblivious to the presence of Medusa. Even if he had been aware, he would not have recognized her. In the fleeting moment when the serpentine patterns departed, Haibodong's tightly shut eyes suddenly burst open, emanating a brilliance that surged forth like a tangible force. A fierce aura erupted from him, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. The surrounding crystalline ice began to fracture under the weight of this formidable presence. Xiao Yu observed Haibodong with a tranquil demeanor. Although he had regained the prowess of a battle emperor, he simultaneously received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting Ice Emperor Haibodong in regaining his strength. You have been awarded 3 cards that exponentially increase cultivation. These cards allow the host to sustain enhanced power for 1 day, with the amplification range extending from 1-star Battle Emperor to the pinnacle of Battle Zone. Please use them judiciously. Note: this card has no side effects, so the host may use it with confidence. Xiao Yu exhaled in relief. These cultivation enhancement cards were indeed a formidable asset. Even at the lowest level, they granted the power of a 1-star Battle Emperor, and most remarkably, they bore no adverse effects. This meant that he could confront the nefarious members of the Mo family with overwhelming force. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yu addressed Haibodong. Since you have regained your strength, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Wait. Just as Xiao Yu was about to turn away, Haibodong's voice resonated from behind. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly, and in an instant, a flash from his storage ring produced a card in the palm of his hand. It was indeed a cultivation enhancement card. With but a thought, even Haibodong could not impede his departure. Chapter 91. Journey to Yinxing. Xiao Yu turned around calmly to face Hai Buodong, his voice low and resolute. Elder Hai, I hold you in high regard, but do not overstep your bounds. Startled by Xiao Yu's words, Hai Buodong paused for a moment before offering a wry smile. Young one, you have misunderstood me. It is not merely because of you. Even considering the influence you possess, I would not impede your progress or wish you any harm.
What do you mean, then? Xiao Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Hai Buodong's aged visage trembled slightly as he replied, It's not a grave matter.
I simply wish for assistance from the forces behind you. Since you can produce a 6th-grade pill like the Breaking Calamity pill, it is evident that you have the backing of a 6th-grade alchemist. Thus, I would like to ask for your help in crafting some medicinal pills. Xiao Yu's eyes twitched at Hai Buodong's request. In truth, there was no 6th-grade alchemist supporting him. He had only the system at his disposal. However, he would not disclose this information. Moreover, given his advantages, Xiao Yu believed he could reach the realm of a 6th-grade alchemist within a year. This was his unwavering confidence. Of course, this confidence stemmed from his faith in the system. Now, having acquired the mysterious fire, refining 3rd-grade pills was effortless for him, while 4th-grade pills posed only a minor challenge in terms of achieving the pill patterns. Yet, what did that matter? For someone like Xiao Yu, an 18-year-old 4th-grade alchemist, he was truly a rarity within the Jiamar Empire. Even Lu Ling and the little princess were merely 3rd-grade alchemists, and it would take them several years to ascend to the 4th grade. In that moment, Xiao Yu contemplated various matters before finally exhaling slowly. Very well. I can assist my teacher in this matter, but I have conditions of my own. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Hai Buodong's heart jolted. The 6th-grade alchemist was indeed his mentor. Although momentarily taken aback, he swiftly regained his composure and asked, Speak your terms, as long as they are not excessively demanding. I shall agree. Xiao Yu smiled. It is nothing overly burdensome. I merely request that Elder Hai provide me with protection for a year. What say you? Hai Buodong scrutinized Xiao Yu for several moments. You certainly have a plan. Do you intend to treat me as your bodyguard? Currently, Hai Buodong was not the same 2-star Do Huang from the original narrative. Having been sealed for merely 2 months, he would emerge as a peak 5-star Do Huang once the seal was lifted. To have a 5-star Do Huang serve as a guardian for the sake of refining some pills might seem advantageous for Xiao Yu, yet it remained a matter of negotiation for Hai Buodong. Xiao Yu remained patient, understanding that Hai Buodong did not intend to coerce him. Thus, he tucked away the card that would amplify his cultivation, awaiting Hai Buodong's response in silence. Within the spacious ice chamber, the only sounds that lingered were the breaths of the 2 individuals, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat oppressive and silent. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Buodong let out a resigned sigh. You truly are a cunning little fox. However, this request is not entirely unreasonable. I shall agree to be your guardian for 1 year, ensuring your safety. In return, you must assist me in refining 5 6th-grade elixirs. And you will need to procure the materials yourself? Huh. Haibaw's expectations were indeed lofty. Merely a year's time for 5 6th-grade elixirs, and I must gather the materials? Impossible. 2 will suffice. Xiao Yu chuckled, extending 2 fingers. Haiba Dong's aged visage flushed with embarrassment. 5 6th-grade elixirs were indeed excessive. He shook his head, stating, "You underestimate my capabilities as a 5-star Do Huang. At the very least, I require 3. Observing that Haiba Dong was unwilling to yield, Xiao Yu replied, 3 it shall be, but I will assist you in refining 2 of those elixirs. For the 3rd, should the materials prove too elusive, we will only provide the refinement, not the ingredients." Very well. Upon hearing this, Haiba Dong pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, a smile gracing his features. 1 year to refine 3 6th-grade elixirs is hardly a loss. With their agreement established, Xiao Yu remarked, "Since we have reached a consensus, Haiba, you shall now be my protector, correct?" Haiba Dong, wearing a somewhat troubled expression, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Excellent. Now, let us make our way to Yinqing," Xiao Yu declared with a smile. Haiba Dong's brow furrowed slightly. "What business do we have in Yinqing?" Xiao Yu's expression hardened as he replied, "The Mo family has crossed me." "Oh, intriguing. However, I am aware that the esteemed elder Mo Chung seems to have ties with the Yunlan sect." Haiba Dong appeared to be cautioning him. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "What? Are you frightened, Haiba?" Haiba Dong, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Fear? I faced off against that old wretch Yinshan long ago without flinching. Why would I fear a mere pawn relying on the Yunlan sect?" Yet, as if recalling the bitterness of that past conflict, Haiba Dong added, "Nonetheless, it seems Yinshan has been in seclusion for many years now. I wonder when we might clash again. There will be an opportunity." Xiao Yu smiled gently, stepping out of the ice chamber. As he returned to the surface, the sweltering heat enveloped him instantly. Haiba Dong followed closely behind, asking, "Are we leaving now? Are you worried about this establishment?" Xiao Yu teased, glancing back at the map shop. Haiba Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I will follow your lead." "Very well." Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. With a slight tremor in his back, he unfurled his Ziyun wings, soaring into the sky amidst Haiba Dong's astonished gaze. In turn, Haiba Dong spread his own wings, transforming into 2 streaks of light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Nightfall gradually descended. Soaring alongside Xiao Yu, under the luminous white glow of the moon, Haiba Dong tilted his head, observing the violet cloud wings behind him. With a hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, he remarked, "This does not appear to be a mere Dookie transformation. It seems to be a flight combat technique, doesn't it?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Elder Hai, you possess keen insight. This is indeed a flight combat technique." Haiba Dong, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "My boy, what kind of power lies behind you? Such a precious flight combat technique makes me wonder if you hail from one of those prominent families." "Not quite a prominent family. I merely have a good teacher," Xiao Yu replied with a casual smile, alluding to the fictitious mentor. "Ha ha ha, indeed." Haiba Dong laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. Xiao Yu continued, "Let us depart. We aim to reach Yin City before dawn. However, I fear we shall have to rely on your guidance for the route to Yin City." Haiba Dong smiled and replied, "Naturally. Over the years, I have traversed the entirety of the Gamma Empire, so I am well acquainted with Yin City. Follow me." With that, the icy dual wings on his back fluttered slightly, and their speed surged. Xiao Yu, too, unfurled his violet cloud wings, effortlessly keeping pace with Haiba Dong. His current strength as a Great Dome Master enabling him to adeptly maneuver alongside him without any difficulty. In the night sky, 2 streaks of light flashed past, heading towards Yin City, the most significant city in the eastern part of the Gamma Empire. Chapter 92. Linglin is a pivotal city in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire. Yinqing finds itself under the firm control of the Mo family, which dominates 60% of its industries. This is largely due to its affiliation with the formidable Yunlan sect, instilling a sense of trepidation in the empire towards the sect, thus allowing the Mo family to become an unassailable overlord in Yinqing. After a night of relentless travel, a vast city emanating an aura of ferocity finally came into view for Xiao Yu. Bathed in sunlight, the distant metropolis resembled an ancient beast sprawling across the ground. The two descended in a grove less than 200 meters from Yinqing. To facilitate their endeavors, Xiao Yu and Hai Buodong donned oversized black cloaks, enveloping themselves in shadows. As they changed their attire, Hai Buodong cast a glance at the undulating mountains in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. I sense something peculiar within this grove, as if a fiercely potent presence lurks nearby. Oh, does it surpass even you, Elder Hai? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Hai Buodong replied solemnly, I cannot say for certain, but this aura instills a sense of caution within me. Its strength is undoubtedly formidable. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, Xiao Yu began to speculate. It must be the 8-winged black serpent monarch from the Tianxi mansion, a being of 6-star Do Huang prowess, sufficient to evoke apprehension even in the 5-star Do Huang Hai Buodong. With that thought, he smiled gently. There's no need for concern, Elder Hai. I have heard that tomorrow marks the grand birthday celebration of the Mo family's elder. My intention is to create a stir, not to engage in pleasantries with them. Hai Buodong shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, since you have said so, I shall accompany you to the Mo family tomorrow. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and together they made their way toward Yinqing. Not long after their departure, a series of rustling sounds echoed through the grove. A massive black serpent head emerged, revealing the 8-winged black serpent monarch that had remained outside Yinqing. The presence they detected earlier was undoubtedly that of a Do Huang. How could a Do Huang appear in Yinqing at such a critical moment? This is dire. Green Man is still in Yinqing. How shall I inform her? The serpent's large eyes brimmed with distress, leaving Bai Ye, who was not particularly astute, at a loss for a solution. After much contemplation, the creature could devise no better plan and muttered gloomily, Forget it. Green Man is no weakling. If trouble arises, she will surely seek me out. I shall await her news. She should be emerging soon. As Bai Ye pondered, he retreated into the grove, while Green Man grew increasingly anxious. She had scoured the vast Mo family estate multiple times, yet found nothing of substance. Instead, she stumbled upon several secret chambers, which turned out to be laboratories for the clandestine transplantation of magical beast bodies. This only heightened Green Man's unease. She feared that before she could locate the innate 3-flowered serpent eyes, someone might abscond with them, which would spell disaster. What she sought was the original bearer of the 3-flowered serpent eyes, not some artificially grafted version. In a concealed cavern within the rear mountains of the Mo family, several figures stood silently. Mo Lin, how is everything prepared? The speaker was Mo Chung, the esteemed elder of the Mo family. Great Elder, we have confirmed that the little girl indeed possesses the legendary azure serpent's 3-flower eyes. Mo Lin replied respectfully to Mo Chung. That is splendid. Upon hearing this, Mo Cheng's eyes glimmered with slight excitement, a mischievous smile flickering across his face. I never imagined our fortunes would lead us to acquire the azure serpent's 3-flower eyes so easily. Once I master its power, what does it matter if it's the Yunlan sect? Over the years, our offerings to the Yunlan sect have consumed a staggering 60% of our profits. Soon, I shall be the sovereign of the Mo family. Even Yun Yun of the Yunlan sect will be no match for me. Why should we remain dependent on the Yunlan sect? Mo Cheng's words were laced with resentment and fury, causing those nearby to refrain from speaking further. He continued, Tomorrow marks the grand celebration of my birthday, as well as the establishment of the Mo Alliance. During this time, you must keep a vigilant watch over everything here. Once the celebrations conclude, we shall proceed with the transplantation of that little girl's eyes. Understood, Mo Lin replied, then added, Great Elder, Nailin Yinran has also arrived in Yinqing. Nailin Yinran has been under Yun Yun's influence for so long. Her pride is immense, being the little princess of the Nailin family. Ensure that Mo Li does not lose his manners. Furthermore, it would be best to capture Nailin Yinran directly. Necessary measures may be employed if required. A flicker of cunning gleamed in Mo Cheng's eyes. But, Great Elder, could this not be too perilous? The Yunlin sect and the Nailin family are formidable foes. Mo Lin interjected. Mo Cheng's expression darkened. What is there to fear? Once the transplantation of the azure serpent's 3-flower eyes is successful tomorrow, who in the Gamma Empire would dare to underestimate the Mo family? As for the Yunlan sect, let alone that old coot Nailin Jia, who is already deeply poisoned. Indeed, the others echoed, gradually retreating from the secret chamber. Humph, Yunlan sect, there will come a day when I shall make you regurgitate all that you have consumed. Mo Cheng's twisted, aged visage bore a sinister undertone as he cast one last glance at Qing Lin before exiting. Xiao Yu, accompanied by Haibo Dong, had traversed the heavily guarded city gates, intending to find an inn for the night. As he casually surveyed the surrounding shops, he was astonished to discover that among 100 establishments on this street, over 70 bore the character Mo on their signs, subtly highlighting the Mo family's dominance in Yinqing. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yu simply awaited the morrow, prepared to compel them to surrender Qing Lin at the grand celebration. He would undoubtedly have to utilize a card for a significant boost in cultivation, especially with two individuals from the Tianxi mansion following closely behind. The pair arrived at an opulent and called Mo Soa Hua Yuan, intending to rest for the night. However, upon entering, they soon realized that a letter of invitation from the Mo family was required for accommodation. With a cheerful grin, Xiao Yu remarked, "An invitation, you say? I seem to lack one, but how about this?" He revealed the emblem of the alchemist, which shimmered with two rippling waves hidden beneath his attire. The maid's expression changed instantly. The status of an alchemist was indeed exceedingly prestigious, particularly that of a second-tier alchemist. She promptly exclaimed, "My lord, I believe I must consult the supervisor." "Feel free," Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile. As the maid departed, a melodious voice called out from behind, "Arrange for me a luxurious guest room." Upon seeing the newcomer, the maid's demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness as she smiled. "Second miss. There is but one luxurious room left, and it may soon be reserved." Xiao Yu turned to observe a figure clad in a form-fitting red outfit, complemented by a short leather skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs, drawing the gaze of several men in the hall, their eyes betraying a hint of desire. Recognizing her, Xiao Yu recalled that this must be the second young lady of the Mo family, Ling Lin, known for her somewhat willful and unreasonable disposition. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Yu mused, "She is likely to invite trouble upon herself." Indeed, the next moment, Ling Lin's voice rang out imperiously, "Who dares to contest me for this room? In the Mo family's establishment, I shall have it my way." Chapter 93. The arrival of Nailan Yinran. Xiao Yu, weary of further entanglements with Ling Lin, lifted his gaze to the maid and inquired, "Are you not aware of the principle of first come, first served? However, if there are truly no available rooms, I shall not press the matter." The maid's expression was one of considerable difficulty, and she leaned closer to whisper in the ear of the second miss. "Second miss. The individual across from us is a second-tier alchemist. Should we consult with supervisor Mo Feng?" Upon hearing the maid's words, Ling Lin's lips twitched slightly. A second-tier alchemist of such youth likely possessed some formidable backing. She was no fool and did not wish to cause trouble for her family at this juncture. Noticing Ling Lin's hesitation, the maid discerned that the second miss had reached a decision and apologetically smiled at Xiao Yu, saying, "Esteemed guest, please hold for a moment while I seek guidance from Supervisor Mo Feng. I shall return shortly." Xiao Yu cast a glance at Ling Lin, whose demeanor was somewhat uncertain, but remained silent. Before long, the maid returned with a middle-aged man, evidently the Supervisor Mo Feng she had mentioned. Upon entering, Mo Feng spotted Ling Lin lingering hesitantly in the hall. Having heard the maid's report, he realized that Ling Lin had refrained from further conflict with the young second-tier alchemist, which eased his own spirits. "Ah, young brother," he began, "all the inns in Yinqing have been reserved by our Mo family for these past few days. If you do not mind, I will take it upon myself to arrange 2 of the most luxurious rooms for you both, as a gesture of apology. What say you?" Mo Feng's words were meticulously crafted, and as he spoke, he cast a glance at the figure standing behind Xiao Yu. It was hard to believe that such a youthful second-tier alchemist lacked a formidable mentor as support. Thus, Mo Feng's overtures were also a nod to the strength behind Xiao Yu. The esteemed status of an alchemist on the continent warranted Mo Feng's cautious approach. Even if the young man declined his offer, he could not afford to offend him. Xiao Yu, however, was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in the middle-aged man's mind. Given that an opportunity for benefaction had presented itself, he saw no reason to refuse, especially since he anticipated a confrontation with the Mo family the following day. He regarded this as merely interest paid by the Mo family. "Lead the way," Xiao Yu stated without a hint of formality, making his way toward the staircase as he spoke. Haibo Dong, understanding his cue, said nothing further and simply followed Xiao Yu. Mo Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, reassured Ling Lin, and hurried after them. The onlookers in the hall exchanged whispers, speculating on the young man's background that elicited such deference from the Mo family, yet they dared not speak too freely, casting furtive glances at the Mo family's second miss still standing in the hall. A few young men behind Ling Lin expressed their indignation, saying, "Ling Lin, who is this fellow? Why does Uncle Mo Feng show him such respect? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Ling Lin turned her gaze upon them, her voice icy as she replied, "Enough. Do not embarrass yourselves further. His identity is of no concern to you. Tend to your own matters." As the words fell, the expressions of the young men standing beside Ling Lin were far from pleasant. However, due to Ling Lin's esteemed status, even they dared not confront her, suppressing their inner fury with great difficulty. "Hee, Ling Lin, my dear sister, it has been years since we last met, and you certainly carry the regal air of a princess of the Mo family." While the group was momentarily taken aback, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of an ethereal bell, suddenly rang from the entrance. Upon hearing this enchanting sound, everyone turned their gaze towards the doorway, where a graceful figure clad in a pale moon-white robe gradually emerged into view. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Ling Lin hurriedly bounded forward, her voice filled with joyful exuberance. "Sister Nailin, what brings you here?" The arrival was none other than Nailin Yanran, who had come to Yinqing. After 3 years, the once naive girl had matured significantly, her exquisite features adorned with a smile that was both reserved and noble, striking a perfect balance between warmth and a hint of aloofness. She gently patted Ling Lin's head, her smile captivating, and said, "The Mo family and the Yunlan sect share a good rapport. I too have matters to attend to at home, so I came on behalf of the Yunlan sect." "What? Am I not welcome?" "Of course not. How could we ever be unwelcoming to Sister Nailin? I simply did not expect you to descend from Yunlan Mountain personally. If my father knew, he would surely be delighted," Ling Lin exclaimed with excitement. Accompanying Nailin Yanran down the mountain was Gu Yi, and after greeting Nailin Yanran, Ling Lin sweetly turned to Gu Yi, saying, "Mr. Gu? Hee, it has been years, and Ling Lin has become ever more beautiful." The elder known as Gu Yi replied with a warm smile and a nod. Upon receiving Gu Ye's compliment, a faint blush graced Ling Lin's cheeks as she affectionately linked her arm with Nailin Yanran's, saying, "Since Sister Nailin has come, the Mo family must extend our hospitality. I shall have Uncle Moffing reserve the most luxurious room for you." Nailin Yanran, accustomed to Ling Lin's kindness, responded softly, "Then I must trouble you, dear sister Ling Lin." Ling Lin cast a glance at the young men who had previously surrounded her, now gazing with unabashed desire at the woman in the moon-white robe. A frown creased her brow, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes as she thought to herself, "These ignorant fellows, their little influence is but a mere pebble in her presence." However, shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts and led Nailin Yanran and Gu Yi upstairs. As they disappeared at the top of the staircase, whispers erupted in the hall, buzzing like flies. "Indeed, she is the direct disciple of the sect master of the Yunlan sect. The Mo family has truly gained face this time." Who could disagree? At such a young age, she possesses such unparalleled grace. "Even with my strength, I cannot discern her depths. She is truly formidable. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but also the little princess of the Yunlan sect and the Nailin family. In the future, she is destined to become the leader of the Yunlan sect, a force unmatched within the Gamma Empire." Although these discussions revolve around Nailin Yanyan, at this moment, she is oblivious to them. She follows Ling Lin towards an opulent guest room on the 3rd floor, and just as she is about to enter, she encounters Mo Feng, who is emerging from a nearby room. Their eyes briefly meet, yet due to the voluminous black robe worn by Xiao Yu, she fails to discern his identity. Moreover, after 3 years of their respective growth, Nailin Yanyan has entirely forgotten that this cloaked figure is Xiao Yu of the Xiao family. Xiao Yu, too, has noticed the presence of Nailin Yanyan outside and quietly muses, "What a coincidence. I never anticipated encountering her here." However, he does not dwell on it for long and promptly shuts the door behind him. Upon exiting Xiao Yu's room, Mo Feng spots Nailin Yanyan being escorted by Ling Lin and, with a hint of joy, exclaims, "I have long heard that Miss Nailin would be coming, but I did not expect to see you so soon. I have already prepared a room for you." Nailin Yanyan responds with a light laugh, "I appreciate your assistance, Mo Feng." "No trouble at all, not at all." Mo Feng chuckles heartily and guides Nailin Yanyan directly into the room opposite Xiao Yu. Chapter 94. Intuition in the Chamber. Hai Buodong sat gracefully in his chair and lifted the teacup from the table, taking a sip before saying, "I suspect that fellow will return to investigate our backgrounds." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, shrugging his shoulders. "Perhaps, but who truly cares? He is destined to uncover nothing." Hai Buodong nodded in agreement and stood, preparing to return to his room. However, just as he was about to leave, Xiao Yu suddenly interjected, "I just encountered someone at the entrance." Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, who was it? Without hesitation, Xiao Yu replied softly, "The young master of the Yunlan sect, Nalen Yinran." As Xiao Yu uttered this name, Hai Buodong's brows furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated Nalen Yinran's presence in this place. He spoke in a low voice. "Has the relationship between the Mo family and the Yunlan sect grown so close? Even a person like Mo Chang, who is inconsequential to the Yunlan sect, can elicit a visit from their young master? What's wrong? Is Hai Lao truly intimidated by the title of a young master from the Yunlan sect?" Xiao Yu asked nonchalantly. Hai Buodong rolled his eyes at Xiao Yu's remark. "What is she to me? I am merely pondering the purpose of Nalen Yinran's visit. Do not underestimate the Yunlan sect. As the foremost power in the empire, they are not merely represented by the Do Huang known as Yun Yun. I even harbor doubts about whether that old coot, Yun Shan, is still alive." Upon hearing Yun Shan's name, Xiao Yu's interest was piqued. "What do you mean by that?" Hai Buodong glanced at Xiao Yu with a grin. "Little fox, are you intrigued by this matter? That old coot reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Huang realm over a decade ago. You are aware of that, right?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. He was indeed aware. Seeing his acknowledgement, Hai Buodong continued, "However, a decade ago, news suddenly emerged that he had attempted to break through to the Dozone realm, but tragically failed and perished. This news was tacitly accepted after Yun Yun ascended to the position of sect master. Yet, in my view, this is merely a ploy by Yun Shan. Perhaps he truly failed, but his demise is far from certain. Indeed, it is far from certain." Xiao Yu interjected. Hai Buodong regarded Xiao Yu with keen interest. "How do you know it is not?" "I reached this conclusion after crossing swords with Yun Shan. It is merely intuition. Perhaps you shall soon encounter your old friend." Xiao Yu thought to himself, refraining from disclosing that he had perused the original text. He was aware that Yun Shan had not perished and, with the aid of the Soul Hall, had indeed broken through to the Dozone realm. Hai Buodong shook his head with a smile. "Perhaps so. Well, my old bones have been quite restless these past few days. I shall retire for now." Xiao Yu nodded. "Very well. Tomorrow marks our visit to the Mo family." After Hai Buodong departed, Xiao Yu took out the Qinglian platform to commence his cultivation. Although an 18-year-old 5-star Great Dome Master might appear to be a prodigy to everyone else, Xiao Yu felt it was still insufficient. For he aspired to venture into the Central State, where at the very least, he ought to reach Dozone. Merely to enter Central State, he would have to tread carefully. The more he contemplated, the more he felt his power was lacking. Time was of the essence. A tranquil night passed, and the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon as Xiao Yu concluded his overnight cultivation. After a brief wash, he donned his flowing black robe, opened the door, and stepped outside. At that moment, Hai Buodong was already waiting outside. Xiao Yu proceeded towards the stairs, and as they descended, 2 doors across from them opened, revealing Nalen Yinran and Guyi. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, he and Hai Buodong made their way to a corner of the Mo family estate. Hai Buodong surveyed the area and remarked, "The defenses here are quite stringent. It may be challenging to enter quietly." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Who said I intend to sneak in? I have come to make a grand entrance. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will find their hand severed." The murderous intent in his words caused Hai Buodong to frown in concern. "While I can confront them directly, what about your strength?" Hai Buodong was not joking. Should a conflict arise, Xiao Yu's prowess as a Great Dome Master would be of little advantage against the multitude of Mo family members, let alone rescue anyone. Xiao Yu remained silent, summoning the card from the system that would exponentially increase his cultivation. The extent of the power it would bestow was left to fate. A slight smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as he concentrated, and the card in his hand dissolved into shimmering particles, merging into his body. Suddenly, Hai Buodong's body tensed. Shock evident on his face as he gazed at the figure cloaked in the black robe. An overwhelming and terrifying energy erupted from within Xiao Yu, sending shivers down Hai Buodong's spine. Xiao Yu meticulously sensed the rapid surge of his power. 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars. As his strength swelled, he burst into the realm of Douling. Yet, this was not the culmination. He He continued to ascend towards 9 stars, inevitably breaking through to Do Wang. Witnessing this scene, Hai Buodong exclaimed with a serious tone, "If you continue like this, you will rupture your meridians." Halt immediately. Xiao Yu's demeanor remained calm and unruffled as he replied, "Do not worry, I know my limits. This is merely a secret technique, and it has but one side effect. My cultivation will vanish for 3 days." Xiao Yu's words extinguished Hai Buodong's initial impulse to suppress his surging power, leaving him bewildered as he questioned, "Is it truly that simple?" Xiao Yu gently acknowledged with a soft hum. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's confident demeanor, Hai Buodong found himself compelled to trust his words. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Yu's cultivation surged forth like a torrent, propelling him directly into the realm of the Do Huang, only to decelerate upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Huang. Yet, he did not cease his ascent. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that this extraordinary surge in power could elevate him to the level of Do Zong. Nevertheless, he chose to restrain this formidable energy. Until he encountered the 2 formidable figures from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, there was no need to reveal all his trump cards. Should he inadvertently intimidate those 2, it would lead to unforeseen complications. With his cultivation firmly anchored at the apex of the 9-star Do Huang, Xiao Yu turned to Hai Buodong and declared, "Now we can proceed directly." Upon observing Xiao Yu's cultivation surpassing his own, Hai Buodong felt a sudden dryness in his throat. What kind of terrifying secret technique could enable an inconspicuous figure at the Great Dosher level to ascend to such an awe-inspiring power? What is your current cultivation level?" Hai Buodong asked, his voice tinged with reverence. If previously Hai Buodong held regard for Xiao Yu's identity as a 6th-rank alchemist, now his respect shifted to Xiao Yu himself. He had never witnessed such a dramatic increase in cultivation through a secret method, particularly one with the mere side effect of a 3-day loss of power. Such a consequence was negligible, to say the least. Moreover, who could fathom how many times this secret technique could be employed? In light of this, Hai Buodong could no longer perceive Xiao Yu merely as a junior. Chapter 95. Arrogance. At this moment, the Mo family was bustling with guests, the spacious hall teeming with people, suffused with an atmosphere of celebration. In a designated area of the hall, representatives and leaders from various powerful factions in the eastern provinces of the empire were seated. Although many formidable forces in the east hoped for the Mo family's swift downfall, it was evident that, with the backing of the Yunlan sect, the Mo family's prestige was steadily rising throughout the eastern territories. Mo Chung, the foremost expert and esteemed elder of the Mo family, was graciously bowing to the guests below, his aged face illuminated with joy. For him, there was nothing more gratifying than being revered by the multitude at this moment. Soon, other significant powers began to make their entrance. Lord Bo'er, the mayor of Yinqing, has arrived. As the representative official of the empire in Yinqing, his presence to congratulate Mo Chung signified that the Mo family had successfully established connections within the city. Even the officials sent by the empire to Yinqing seemed to conspire with the Mo family, causing many faces to shift in expression, as the rise of the Mo family as the foremost power in the east appeared to be solidifying. "Ha, Elder Mo Chung, congratulations." A portly man adorned in splendid attire entered the hall, beaming with delight amidst a throng of admirers. His appearance evoked the moniker Smiling Tiger. Upon seeing this man, a fleeting glimmer of cold, lethal intent flickered in Mo Cheng's eyes. This rotund figure, who had been leveraging his status as the mayor of Yinqing to extract benefits from the Mo family over the years, was met with a facade of cordiality as Mo Chung replied, "Lord Bo'er, you flatter me. It is an honor to have you here." He then gestured for the mayor to take a seat to the side. The ceremony continued with another resounding announcement. "Lord Yi Tsong, head of the Yi family, has arrived." A gaunt middle-aged man entered the hall, laughing heartily, and addressed Mo Chung. "Ha, Elder Mo Chung, you seem to be thriving. Soon, the northeastern base will be entirely under your influence." Indeed. I am truly honored by your presence, Lord Yi." Mo Chung replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, ushering him to a prominent seat. As the hall welcomed more distinguished individuals from the northeastern provinces, Mo Cheng's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Such a spectacle was unprecedented among other families, and no second family in the East could be found to rival it. However, amidst the final announcement, Mo Chung, as the focal point, directly made his way towards the entrance, prompting murmurs among the attendees. curious as to who could warrant such a personal welcome from him. Soon, they beheld a woman clad in a moon-white silver robe, gracefully approaching with delicate steps. Her enchanting visage bore a subtle smile, and those who recognized her identity were left profoundly astonished. "Ha ha, dear Nalan, I never anticipated your personal visit. It truly brings honor to the Mo family." Mo Chung greeted her with a beaming smile, addressing her with utmost warmth. The revelation of Nalan Yinran's identity left many present, who were unaware of her status, taken aback. So, she is the cherished disciple of the Yunlan sect's master? No wonder Mo Chung is so exhilarated. It is unexpected that the Yunlan sect holds the Mo family in such high regard, sending their young sect master to visit. This old fellow will surely boast about this for ages. Many cast envious glances at Mo Chung, which filled him with immense pride. As the Yunlan sect is a formidable entity within the Jiamar Empire, a beacon of hope for these minor forces in the eastern region of the empire. Mo Chung, elder of the Mo family, humbly remarked, "Yinran is merely here at the behest of Elder Yunling." Nalan Yinran surveyed the hall with a glimmer of enigmatic charm, modestly lowering her head to smile. "Ha ha ha, dear Nalan, Elder Guyi, please." Mo Chung then guided the two to the esteemed seats at the head of the hall, joining them in jovial conversation. The unexpected arrival of Nalan Yinran evidently astonished the attendees, while simultaneously elevating their reverence for the Mo family to new heights. As the guests harbored various thoughts, two figures clad in black robes approached the entrance of the Mo family. In Hai Buodong's mind echoed the words concerning Xiao Yu's strength as a 9-star Do Huang. The guards, upon noticing these two figures advancing towards the Mo family, furrowed their brows, never imagining that anyone would dare to act against the Mo family at this moment. Halt! Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the plaque of the Mo family, a playful smile gracing his lips as he declared, "This is the place." His words prompted the guards to frown. "Do you possess an invitation? Today marks the grand birthday of our elder. Without an invitation, we cannot permit entry." Xiao Yu chuckled. "An invitation? I have none, but I do possess a fist." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, causing the cobblestone floor beneath him to shatter like a spider's web. A surge of energy erupted, colliding forcefully with the guards before them. Boom! The guards were instantly sent flying by the force, crashing against the grand doors behind them, the ironwood red doors splintering under the impact. The commotion silenced the hall, which had been filled with lively conversation. Mo Chung, seated at the elevated position, engaged in delightful discourse with Nalan Yinran and Guyi, suddenly wore a dark expression. The others in the hall exhibited varied reactions, astonished that someone would dare to provoke trouble at such a moment. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the entrance, where the two figures in black robes slowly made their way inside. Mo Chung gazed at the two figures that entered, his cold eyes narrowing as he inquired, "May I ask who you are? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am here for but one matter." Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. The youthful tone emanating from beneath the black robe eased Mo Cheng's tension slightly. His withered hand began to coalesce a faint crimson fire attribute energy, and with a voice laced with chilling intent, he suggested, "Since you have come to negotiate, let us discuss this after the banquet concludes, shall we?" For reasons unknown, Nalan Yinran fixated on the cloaked figure, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in his voice, yet unable to recall where she had heard it before. "Negotiation is hardly applicable. You are not worthy. Surrender the little girl you captured a few days ago, and I shall grant the Mo family a chance at survival." The youth's subsequent proclamation, delivered with an air of audacity, left all present in stunned silence, even causing Nalan Yinran to arch an eyebrow in surprise. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Mo Cheng's expression shifted dramatically, contorting into a snarl as he exclaimed, "Arrogance! Do you think the Mo family can be trampled upon at your whim? Trampled? You are merely a dog of the Yunlan sect. Do you truly believe you have the right to bark here?" Xiao Yu retorted dismissively, his tone clearly indicating a lack of respect for the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yinran's countenance also changed subtly, since becoming a disciple of the Yunlan sect. No one had ever dared to speak of it so casually. Chapter 96. A direct kill. Ah, how delightful. After all these years since I ascended to the position of the Grand Elder of the Mo family, you are the first to dare to cause trouble here. Mo Cheng's words were laced with a chilling intent to kill. "You old wretch of the Mo family, spare me your meaningless words. Today, I am the first and the last, for soon enough, your Mo family shall no longer reign with such tyranny. Xiao Yu replied with a light chuckle. It was precisely this dismissive tone that incited Mo Cheng's fury. He suddenly burst into a wild laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! Well said, young lad. If you leave here alive today, my Mo family will lose all credibility." In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Mo Cheng, causing those around him to change their expressions in alarm. This old man has indeed grown stronger. Even Guyi, feeling the oppressive force permeating the hall, wore a look of astonishment. He must possess the strength of a 5-star Do spirit now. In just 2 years, this old fellow has remarkably enhanced his power by at least 3 stars. It is truly terrifying. Many present lamented this fact, their eyes flashing with apprehension, for Mo Cheng was known to be exceptionally ruthless. Nailin Yinran observed the situation within the hall and tilted her head to ask Guyi, "Uncle Gu, how formidable is that man in the black robe?" Guyi slowly shook his head, replying, "I cannot discern their strengths. They are likely both beyond the Do spirit level." As they gazed upon Mo Cheng's face, filled with murderous intent, several strong members of the Mo family gripped their weapons, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, waiting for a command to reduce the black-robed figures to mere puddles of flesh. Hai Buodong, standing at the back, scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Should I intervene?" "No need. They are but small fry. There is a larger fish to catch." Xiao Yu replied with a smile. "Oh." Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow, for he had not perceived any larger threat, but he said nothing further. Since Xiao Yu had spoken, it was clear he intended to take action himself. Mo Cheng, witnessing the calmness of the two before him, who were even discussing who would strike first, was consumed with rage and commanded, "Kill them." Upon receiving the order, the numerous Do masters surrounding them summoned their Do qi garments, and several great Do masters donned their Do qi armors, charging towards the two. Xiao Yu scoffed. What a bothersome swarm of flies. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling white flame erupted violently from his body, engulfing the advancing members of the Mo family before they could react. In the blink of an eye, a subtle thud echoed as those assailants were reduced to mere white powder, unable even to utter a cry of despair. A wave of cold terror surged through everyone present, sending shivers down their spines. "This is..." Guyi stared in shock at the figure in black, gasping in disbelief. A subtle gravity manifested on Nailin Yinran's face, her beautiful eyes fixated on the figure draped in black robes, uttering, "This individual possesses formidable strength. The Mo family has truly provoked someone they should not have." As Mo Cheng beheld the peculiar flames enveloping Xiao Yu, a sense of unease gradually crept into his heart. Nonetheless, he asserted, "You are indeed powerful, but I, as the Grand Elder, cannot condone such baseless insults to the Mo family. It seems one cannot shed tears until confronted with the grave truth." Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yu lightly stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of overwhelming power that surged towards Mo Cheng, causing the very fabric of space around them to ripple. Guyi's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Nailin Yinran's arm, retreating hastily. This was dire. The man before them was a Do Huang, and the Mo family had undoubtedly entangled themselves in a significant predicament. Simultaneously, Mo Cheng felt a violent force erupt within his chest, akin to being struck by a massive boulder. His ribs shattered in an instant, and blood erupted from his mouth as his body was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He then witnessed the ethereal figure of Xiao Yu advance, placing a foot upon his face. "Your Mo family holds no significance. I tread upon your face, and today, even the Yunlan sect cannot shield you." Xiao Yu's indifferent voice resonated, chilling the hearts of all present. They could not have anticipated that this black-robed man was indeed a Do Huang, prompting them to scatter in trepidation, distancing themselves from Mo Cheng. With great effort, Mo Cheng called out from beneath Xiao Yu's foot, "Nailin niece, Elder Guyi, please assist. Capture this person, and the Mo family shall reward you handsomely." Guyi, upon hearing Mo Cheng's plea, felt a surge of frustration. The man before them was a Do Huang, and even the Yunlan sect would need to tread carefully. Moreover, none present could contend with this black-robed figure. How could he lend assistance? Yet, under the scrutiny of all assembled, Guyi understood he could not allow a Yunlan sect elder to be slain outright. Doing so would tarnish the sect's reputation irreparably. Steeling himself, Guyi stepped forward. While Nailin Yinran's complexion paled, the situation spiraling beyond their control. Guyi clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the black-clad man, stating, "Honorable Do Huang, I implore you to show mercy." However, Xiao Yu had no intention of granting him such courtesy. He retorted sharply, "Depart. The Yunlan sect would do well to refrain from meddling in this matter. Otherwise, I shall unleash my wrath upon you all." This proclamation rendered Guye's countenance a tumultuous palette of green and white. "Honorable one, though you are indeed a Do Huang, the Yunlan sect is not without its own. The depth of our foundation is beyond your imagination. You are being excessively arrogant." Upon hearing Guye's words, Xiao Yu scoffed lightly, "Begone." With a casual sweep of his hand, a ferocious energy surged forth from his voluminous black robe. Guyi's expression shifted as he hastily summoned his do qi to resist. Yet the might of a Do Huang was beyond his capacity to withstand. With a thunderous crash, Guyi coughed up blood, his visage paling instantaneously. At that moment, a throng of panic-stricken individuals surged in from outside, their faces awash with alarm upon sighting Mo Chung at the feet of the cloaked figure. "Esteemed sir, I am Mo Lan, the head of the Mo family. May I inquire as to where my elder has offended you?" A middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire stepped forward, his tone respectful yet grave. 10 minutes. Surrender the little girl apprehended by your elder a few days ago, and I shall spare the Mo family. Should you fail to comply, you shall all meet your demise, and I will relish in finding you one by one." Xiao Yu's patience had worn thin, his words laced with lethal intent, rendering Mo Lan's visage exceedingly grim. Understanding that the figure before him was a Do Huang, Mo Lan dared not show any sign of negligence. While internally cursing Mo Chung, he barked, "Did you not hear? Quickly bring forth the little girl taken by the elder." His subordinates hastily attempted to depart to retrieve the child, yet Mo Chung, crushed beneath the cloaked figure's foot, bellowed in fury, "Halt, Mo Lan. Do you not?" Before Mo Chung could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu applied a gentle pressure with his foot, causing Mo Cheng's head to explode like a watermelon, the scent of blood rapidly enveloping the entire hall. Mo Lan, Guyi, and Nalan Yinran's expressions instantly tightened. None present had anticipated that the cloaked figure would execute Mo Chung without a second thought. As Guyi opened his mouth to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. The adversary clearly held the Yunlan sect in contempt. What good would it do to utter anything? Nevertheless, this return would certainly warrant an inquiry into the origins of the cloaked figure by the sect. Chapter 97. A malevolent wind observing the lifeless form of Mo Chung. Xiao Yu gradually advanced towards Mo Lan, standing at the center of the hall. An oppressive aura emanated from him, causing the current head of the Mo family to struggle for breath. Mo Lan's complexion paled slightly. The foremost expert of the Mo family, the elder Mo Chung, had been slain by another, and the perpetrator was a Do Huang. This outcome extinguished any thoughts of resistance within Mo Lan. In the face of such overwhelming power, any slight movement would merely hasten his demise. Thus, Mo Lan relinquished any notion of opposing the enigmatic figure before him. Even the formidable Yunlan sect had to weigh the capabilities of this individual. What significance did the Mo family hold in comparison? Drenched in despair, he could only hope that this ruthlessly powerful Do Huang would, in consideration of his compliance, refrain from further violence against the remaining members of the Mo family. Otherwise, they would not merely suffer a loss of dignity, but could indeed plummet from a prestigious family in the Eastern Empire to the ranks of the insignificant. As Mo Lan pondered this, he cast a glance at the dazed members of the Mo family and bellowed, "Why are you not swiftly bringing the young girl the esteemed one mentioned? No, please, fetch her." His subordinates hastily rushed outside, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. In a corner of the hall, a woman clad in red stood behind a middle-aged man, both of whom appeared pale and trembled uncontrollably. They were Ling Lin and Mo Feng, the latter responsible for family affairs. Among the group that had just arrived with the head of the Mo family was Ling Lin and Mo Feng. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and Hai Bo Dong for the first time, they recognized them as the two mysterious figures who had lodged it there in the previous day. They never anticipated that these individuals were Do Huang experts, specifically arriving in Yin City to cause turmoil within the Mo family. However, neither Mo Feng nor Ling Lin intended to divulge this information. Ling Lin, her voice quaking, remarked, "Uncle Mo Feng, isn't he a second-tier alchemist?" Silence. Mo Feng turned sharply. his command causing Ling Lin to flinch slightly. Do not speak further. Let us pretend we have not seen him, understood? Fear flickered in Mo Fang's eyes as he spoke. At that moment, Ling Lin was thoroughly frightened and dared not utter another word, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. I know nothing. As time trickled by, each second felt like an eternity for those within the hall, with many internally cursing. What sort of Mo family is this? Why does it take so long to bring someone? Useless. Xiao Yu slightly raised his gaze, his indifferent eyes piercing through the black cloak, sweeping slowly across the silent hall. Although his vision was obscured by the dark fabric, wherever his gaze landed, the countenances of all present paled, instinctively retracting their necks, their flickering eyes too fearful to meet his. Nailin Yinran tightly clenched her jade-like hands, her delicate face slightly pale as she stared at the lifeless body of Mo Chung on the ground, now reduced to a headless corpse. Her slender frame trembled slightly. She had never witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene before. The esteemed elder of the Mo family, who had been eloquently speaking just half an hour ago, now lay before her as a cold, lifeless shell, an unimaginable reality. Inhaling the acrid scent of blood that permeated the air, Nailin Yinran gradually calmed the tumultuous emotions within her. Regardless of the circumstances, after 3 years of arduous training, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. The pallor of her face began to fade, and her beautiful eyes fixated intently on the figure cloaked in black. No matter who you are, by slaying Mo Chung, you have forged a vendetta with the Yunlan sect. Although Mo Chung may not have warranted a conflict with a Do Huang expert, the reputation of the Yunlan sect is worth this sacrifice. Today, before the leaders of many powers in this eastern province and in our presence, you brazenly executed Mo Chung. If the Yunlan sect remains indifferent, it would surely dishearten those factions that rely on us. Her words were resounding and powerful, echoing through the silence of the grand hall, making a profound impact on the hearts of those present. Many nodded discreetly. The Yunlan sect, as the most formidable force in the empire, was not as simple as it appeared. If the sect failed to respond to this incident, other factions that depended on the Yunlan sect would undoubtedly reconsider their allegiances. This declaration also ignited a flicker of hope within the previously despondent Mo Lan. He gazed at Nailin Yinran, his eyes filled with earnest expectation, yearning for the Yunlan sect to assist the Mo family in overcoming this dire predicament. Of course, no matter how powerful the Yunlan sect was, they could not possibly eliminate this enigmatic Do Huang expert. However, if they could provide the Mo family with some assistance afterward, the Mo family would not entirely lose their dominant status in Yinqing. What is the Yunlan sect? Just a group of fearless individuals relying on their strength here. Even Yun Yun would not dare to claim dominance over the entire Gamma Empire. Why should you threaten me with the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, his words dripping with disdain and contempt for the Yunlan sect. Upon hearing the black-cloaked figure's mocking words, a surge of anger welled up within Nailin Yinran's delicate brows, and she coldly retorted, "You are a Do Huang expert. Surely, you are not an unknown figure in the Gamma Empire. Yet here you are, lurking in the shadows, unafraid of ridicule. Since you dared to kill Mo Chung in front of so many leaders of various powers, you must not fear the Mo family's retaliation. However, I suspect you are wary of the Yunlan sect behind the Mo family, which is why you hide away, is it not?" As soon as Nailin Yinran's words fell, the breaths of everyone in the hall quickened. Such remarks were undeniably provocative, and if this mysterious Do Huang were to retaliate by killing Nailin Yinran, the situation would escalate dramatically. Even Guyi, standing beside her, changed his expression and subtly shifted to shield Nailin Yinran, prepared for any sudden move from the cloaked figure. Xiao Yu gently raised his hand, an action that startled those around him, causing them to retreat. However, he merely waved his hand before him, dispersing the sanguine aura that lingered in the air. Simultaneously, the cold fire of Bone Spirit surged forth from within him, instantly turning the corpse of Mo Chung into ashes. As for my identity, I shall personally visit the Yunlan sect in due course, so there is no need for you to fret, Xiao Yu spoke softly. Upon hearing the words of the man in black, it was evident that he held the Yunlan sect in disdain. Nailin Yinran, irked, gritted her teeth and retorted, "Very well. Since you possess such audacity, I shall see if you truly dare to invade the Yunlan sect. Are you finished?" Xiao Yu's brow furrowed slightly beneath his black robe, his tone laced with impatience. I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Should you utter another word that displeases me, I would not hesitate to ensure that your Yunlan sect loses a young master. Guiye's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly pulled Nalan Yenran back, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the man in black. Since you intend to visit the Yunlan sect in the future, we shall take our leave first to allow the sect master to personally greet you, lest we appear disrespectful. The events of today will be duly noted by our Yunlan sect. Farewell. With that, the elder dragged the visibly aggrieved Nalan Yenran towards the exit, and Xiao Yu made no effort to stop them, allowing their departure. At that moment, a servant rushed back, sent to retrieve Qing Lin, only to be met with an outburst from Mo Lan, who had not seen them return. Where are they? The guard, with a mournful expression, replied, Master, it's bad. When we were bringing them back, a malevolent wind swept through, and now, they have vanished. Chapter 98. The emergence of the Green Barbarian upon hearing the words of the guard, Mo Lan, filled with fury, seized him and bellowed, You imbecile! What nonsense are you attempting to feed me? Do you not yet grasp the gravity of the situation? Mo Chung is dead. And do you wish for the entire Mo family to atone for his sins? Bring him here at once. The guard trembled under Mo Lan's ashen visage and murderous gaze. Yet Xiao Yu discerned that the man was not lying. After exchanging a glance with Hai Bo Dong, he slightly nodded, disregarding the Mo family members. Xiao Yu's violet wings flared powerfully, transforming him into a streak of light as he soared beyond the Missouri estate. Simultaneously, Hai Bo Dong unleashed his emperor-level aura, causing a surge that rendered everyone in the hall speechless, their eyes fixed on the figure cloaked in black. Mo Lan gazed, dazed, at the two black-clad figures ascending into the heavens, his voice quavering. Two emperor-level fighters? Above in the sky, the overwhelming presence of the two emperor-level beings sent shockwaves of panic throughout the entire Salt City. Good heavens, are those emperor-level fighters? When did Salt City witness the arrival of two such formidable presences? How terrifying! Fear etched on countless faces. The onlookers murmured as they beheld the rapid ascent of Xiao Yu and Hai Bo Dong. Gu Yi and Nalan Yenran, who had exited the Missouri estate, were likewise struck with astonishment as they gazed at the two fleeting shadows above. With their keen eyesight, they recognized the notorious figures that had wreaked havoc within the Mo family. Both exuded the unmistakable aura of emperor-level power. Even Nalan Yenran, of notable stature, seldom encountered such beings, and the sudden emergence of two left her composure shattered. This matter will likely disturb our reclusive master. We should return at once. Nalan Yenran remarked gravely, her eyes fixed on the receding figures. The appearance of two mysterious emperor-level beings in the Gamma Empire was sufficient to unsettle the realm, compelling even the Yunlan sect to proceed with caution. Guyi responded thoughtfully, Should we not first assess the situation? After a moment's contemplation, Nalan Yenran agreed, Indeed. Meanwhile, a green streak shot out of Salt City, heading towards the nearby forest. This figure was none other than the Green Barbarian, who had infiltrated the Missouri estate. Having spent an entire night within, she had finally detected the presence of the Bai, Shi San Hua Tong, and, without hesitation, seized the Qing Lin from the hands of the Mo family disciple. Her emerald wings of battle qi rapidly took shape behind her. And now that she had exited Salt City, she was untroubled by the risk of exposure. With an explosive surge of emperor-level aura, she hurtled towards the direction of Baya. However, it was this very aura that caught Xiao Yu's attention. After glancing towards the south, he proclaimed, That way. With that, he and Hai Bo Dong pursued the departing Green Barbarian at an astonishing speed. Green Man was preparing to summon White Tooth when he suddenly sensed two formidable auras behind him, equal to his own. He furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, Two Do Emperors? Wasn't there only one before? The Jiama Empire truly harbors hidden talents. After a moment of reflection, Green Man decided not to linger here, for this was indeed the territory of the Jiama Empire. If he were to become entangled, the old guardian stationed in the imperial capital would likely not turn a blind eye. At this moment, Xiao Yu also caught sight of the woman in green speeding ahead. He inwardly mused, Indeed, it is you. However, he had no intention of prolonging his confrontation with Green Man. The sheer volume of do qi coursing through him brought a sense of exhilaration, and this feeling of power was undeniably intoxicating. As his do qi surged, Xiao Yu's form expanded, instantly closing the distance between him and Green Man, whose expression shifted dramatically. Stop, Xiao Yu commanded softly. Hai Bo Dong, observing from behind, was astonished to see the space around Xiao Yu subtly warp before his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing directly in front of the mysterious woman in green. In shock, he exclaimed, This is the power of space. Green Man, taken aback by Xiao Yu's sudden appearance, was equally startled. His rushing figure came to an abrupt halt, stirring up a gust of wind. He regarded the cloaked figure before him with a grim expression and inquired, You have come for the Bai Shi San Huatong as well, have you? Why is it that the people from the Tianxi mansion can come, but I cannot? What sense does that make? Xiao Yu replied with a smile, Seeing as you are here for the Bai Shi San Huatong, I presume your intentions are not malicious. Upon noticing that the Qing Lin and Green Man's arms had not sustained any harm, he felt relieved, realizing that the Tianxi mansion bore no ill intent, and thus prepared to tease them a little. Upon hearing the cloaked figure discern his origins, Green Man's heart raced with alarm, and his vigilance intensified. They had always been cautious in their travels across the continent, never revealing their background, so it was unexpected to encounter someone who could see through their disguise with such ease. Hai Bo Dong soon arrived at the scene. Sensing the aura of a Dou Emperor approaching from behind, Green Man's expression grew grave. Being pinched between two adversaries was far from advantageous. Although Xiao Yu had no desire to complicate matters for Green Man, he had promised Qing Lin that she could stay by his side, and he would not allow her to be taken away so easily. Thus, he stated firmly, Hand over Qing Lin. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Green Man shook his head resolutely. No, I have searched for decades for the Bai Shi San Huatong, and encountering it now is sheer fate. Even if you are two Dou Emperors, or if more were to come, I shall not relent. Her tone left no room for negotiation, radiating an unwavering determination. Meanwhile, behind her, Hai Bo Dong's Dou Qi surged as he swiftly formed a hand seal to channel energy. Immediately, a chilling aura coalesced, and several ice spikes, each as thick as a thigh, floated ominously in the air. The spiral engravings adorning the tips of the spikes heightened their lethal appearance. As soon as Xiao Yu uttered a word, Hai Bo Dong was poised to act immediately. Feeling the icy breath behind him, Green Man felt a tinge of agitation. In the past, Hai Bo Dong would not have been capable of such a feat, but after witnessing Xiao Yu's terrifying secret art, he was resolutely determined to align himself with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stood there, quietly awaiting Green Man's decision, when he suddenly heard Green Man declare, Your strength is indeed formidable. Although it may prove challenging to detain me, it is not entirely impossible. However, I did not arrive in the Jiamar Empire alone. With that, Green Man's slender fingers slipped into the sheer fabric and into his mouth. Instantly, a sharp whistle emanated, accompanied by a peculiar sound wave that radiated outward. Boom. Shortly after the whistle pierced the air, Hai Bo Dong felt a rumble from the distant forest, followed by the sight of a colossal beast, towering at over 10 zhang, soaring into the sky and hurtling towards them. Hai Bo Dong's brows twitched slightly as he remarked, Indeed, there is something amiss in that forest. As the enormous creature twisted its massive body and swiftly approached, the crowd gradually discerned its form. Hai Bo Dong's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor? Upon sighting the eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor, Green Man secretly exhaled in relief. Facing two high-ranking Dou Emperors, even he felt considerable pressure. Yet, when Hai Bo Dong glanced at Xiao Yu, he was taken aback, clearly noticing the slight curve at the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth, inwardly cursing. Is this little fox being deliberate? Does he know there is a sixth-tier magical beast present? Chapter 99. A Duel in the Distant Skies. For formidable auras of the Emperor level permeated the atmosphere, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The azure heavens above were rent asunder by this ferocious energy, scattering the languid white clouds into fragments. Within the city of Yin, the inhabitants found their breaths growing heavy under this terrifying pressure. While Nalan Yanran and Guyi had already soared atop the city walls, their hearts gripped by astonishment at the sight unfolding in the heavens. Oh ho! Ha ha ha! Green Barbarian. I never imagined you would find yourself in such a position, forced to bow your head. If this were to reach our homeland, I wonder how those old fools would mock you. The eight-winged Black Serpent Emperor's jaws opened and closed with a thunderous laughter, its enormous serpentine eyes glinting with mockery, as its colossal wings seemed to deride the Green Barbarian. You rascal White Fang, do you not see the current circumstances? Hurry and take action. lest we attract more of those old geezers from the Gamma Empire. Then we would truly be in trouble. Green Barbarian retorted furiously upon hearing White Fang's taunts. White Fang's long tail writhed with a certain comicality, glancing at the green-scaled creature cradled in Green Barbarian's arms, its tone shifting to one of seriousness. Is that truly the three-flowered green serpent? Indeed, your senses do not deceive you. We must take her back and nurture her properly. Green Barbarian nodded with delight. Splendid. This will indeed be a significant achievement. When we return, those old codgers will have no choice but to acknowledge our success. This shall fulfill a long-held wish for the lord of the manor. White Fang exhaled in relief, chuckling. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Xiao Yu and Haibuodong, who were restraining Green Barbarian, particularly fixating on Xiao Yu. The terrifying aura emanating from him caused even this beast, whose strength rivaled that of a 6-star emperor, to feel a twinge of apprehension. Green Barbarian furrowed her brow. Enough chatter. It is time for us to depart. The longer we linger, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. All right. What a nagging woman. White Fang's massive tail swayed slightly. Then he lamented, what a pity. I had intended to challenge Queen Medusa, but who would have thought she would fail her evolution? Alas, such a perfect woman, seemingly crafted for this emperor's delight. At White Fang's words, Xiao Yu's brows beneath his black robe twitched slightly. He had almost forgotten that this little serpent harbored designs on Medusa, which he could not abide, if for no other reason than that Medusa was currently his pet. Moreover, Xiao Yu harbored a small ambition. If only he had the audacity. The queen could very well take a break from her duties. Enough. I do not wish to waste more time with you. Xiao Yu waved his hand, his voice firm. Buzz. A slight tremor coursed through the air, and Green Barbarian felt her arm go numb. Looking down, she realized that the green-scaled creature she had cradled was no longer there. It had vanished, only to reappear in Xiao Yu's embrace. Gently stroking the slightly furrowed brow of the green-scaled creature, it seemed that she sensed Xiao Yu's presence, her knitted brows gradually relaxing. Unforgivable. Return her to me. Green Barbarian's furious shout echoed, fueled by the sudden disappearance of the creature. With a sudden thrust of her right hand towards Xiao Yu, a vibrant green light surged into the sky, as an overwhelming multitude of verdant vines intertwined and coalesced. Within mere breaths, these vines formed a colossal green fist, measuring 4 to 5 zhong, which came crashing down upon Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Haibuodong, suspended in the air, moved swiftly. Sharp ice spikes erupted from his surroundings, not aimed at the Green Barbarian, but rather at the approaching 8-winged Black Serpent King. The ice spikes, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled towards Baya with ferocity. In response, Baya let out a furious roar, swinging his serpent tail with tremendous force, creating a distortion in the surrounding space. With a thunderous clash, the serpent's tail collided with the ice spikes, producing a deafening sound that caused countless citizens of Yen City to cover their ears, their minds reeling from the impact. The ice spikes shattered upon impact, and the enormous form of Baya was pushed back slightly, his gaze towards Haibuodong now tinged with gravity. From this single exchange, Baya discerned that this white-haired human was a 5-star Do Huang, a mere star's difference between them. As the Green Barbarian launched her offensive, Xiao Yu merely scoffed, slicing his palm through the air. A formidable force surged towards the Green Barbarian's massive fist, instantly causing it to splinter apart. The Green Barbarian's pupils constricted. Such effortless nullification of her attack indicated that Xiao Yu was at least an 8-star Do Huang, possibly even a 9-star. When had the Gamma Empire produced such a prodigy? The voice was unmistakably youthful. And now he understood why the Mo family had been so troubled. He was now embroiled in the same predicament. The Green Barbarian gritted her silver teeth, her eyes tinged with indignation. After laboriously seizing the azure scale from the Mo family, she now risked losing it once again. If word got out, the elders of the Tianxi Manor would surely punish her, and she feared the Manor Lord's displeasure as well. With a slight movement, the Green Barbarian charged directly at Xiao Yu, her hands shimmering with green light as countless vines transformed into sharp spikes aimed at him. Enough! Xiao Yu's voice resonated, and as he lightly stamped his foot, a ripple of spatial fluctuation spread outward. The power of a 9-star Do Huang surged once more, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura from him. Ding! The enhancement card for his cultivation had reached its limit, granting him the status of a 1-star Do Zone. The enhancement card was now inactive. A prompt echoed in his mind. The once swift green barbarian abruptly halted, and not just her, centered around Xiao Yu. The entire sky seemed to be ensnared in a quagmire, while the citizens of Yin City felt an oppressive force weighing down upon them. Haibodong and Baiya, previously locked in mid-air combat, were also forcibly brought to a standstill. Awe flickered in their eyes, as they recognized a presence akin to that which they had only felt emanating from their manor lord. The pupils of Haibodong narrowed. Could this truly be the spatial power that only a dozong could perceive? This little fox, astonishingly, managed to achieve such a feat? Green Man, with some difficulty, spoke up. Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. Please show mercy. At that moment, regret flooded Green Man's heart. She had not anticipated encountering a dozong, when had a formidable dozong emerged in the Gamma Empire. However, this also confirmed that Green Man and her companions had completely lost their chance to take Qinglin away. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Green Man and then withdrew the spatial force. Instantly, they felt their bodies relax, and the sensation of being mired in mud vanished. Just as Green Man and Baiya sighed in relief, Xiao Yu pointed at Baiya and declared, "You, come here. Let us engage in combat." What? Baiya was taken aback, its previously swaying serpent tail suddenly frozen, and a flicker of human-like fear appeared in its enormous pupils. Xiao Yu afforded no time for Baiya to react. With a flick of his left hand, a fiery whip conjured from Bone Spirit, cold fire swiftly materialized. He stepped towards Baiya, directly appearing before it. Whoosh! The fiery whip descended, leaving a stark white mark on Baiya's massive black body with a sharp crack. Strikingly visible. Though the wound was not fatal, it was excruciating. Oh, please, my lord, spare me. Oh, the sky resonated with Baiya's pleas for mercy. Chapter 100. Departure. The mournful howls of White Fang echoed in the sky for quite some time, and at that moment, Greenman dared not utter a word. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind the mysterious figure in the black robe attacking White Fang, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude, seeing that White Fang had only sustained some superficial injuries. After a considerable interval, Xiao Yu finally ceased his assault. Observing the battered state of the colossal creature before him brought immense satisfaction to his heart. Meanwhile, Greenman's gaze was drawn to the white fire whip held by Xiao Yu. This white flame, could it be an exotic fire? She exclaimed, astonished. She had previously overlooked it, but now her eyes were filled with profound respect as she regarded Xiao Yu. Such a formidable powerhouse possessing the ability to wield exotic fire was likely a master alchemist. She surmised, probably hailing from the Central Plains. Xiao Yu took a step away from White Fang, and upon noticing his cessation of hostilities, Greenman approached him directly. Casting a glance at the azure scale nestled in his arms, she inquired, "My lord, since you hold such regard for the three-flowered eyes of the green serpent, we of the heavenly serpent manor shall naturally withdraw. Might I ask if you would permit us to depart?" At that moment, White Fang emitted a hissing sound, its massive serpentine eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, though it dared not voice its thoughts. It was taken aback by Greenman's words. Xiao Yu regarded her silently. Then a faint green light flickered from his fingertips, gently alighting on the forehead of the azure scale. The creature stirred from its slumber, and upon seeing Xiao Yu, its bright eyes brimmed with tears, whispering, "Young master." It then leaped into Xiao Yu's embrace, burying its face in his chest as it began to softly whimper. There. It's all right now," Xiao Yu soothed, gently patting the azure scale's back. Greenman and White Fang exchanged glances, their hearts trembling. The term young master, coupled with the prowess displayed by this enigmatic figure, led them to speculate that he might be the scion of a prominent family from the Central Plains. After a while, the azure scale lifted its head from Xiao Yu's embrace, its cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, "Little one, the person who captured you is no longer a concern. You need not worry any longer." "What?" The azure scale gasped, her wide eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, her adorably parted lips accentuating her surprise. At this moment, Greenman, still unwilling to concede, stepped forward and asked, "My lord, may I speak privately with Miss Azure Scale for a moment?" Xiao Yu slightly elevated his face, revealing his youthful countenance, a sight that left both Greenman and White Fang utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that a cultivator of such caliber would be so young, and they felt a surge of disbelief. As Greenman approached to negotiate, White Fang anxiously observed Xiao Yu's reaction. Xiao Yu glanced at the azure scale, evidently leaving the decision in her hands. With Xiao Yu's assistance, the azure scale floated beside him, and upon seeing Greenman, a memory resurfaced. She had been abducted by this very woman, causing a flicker of panic to cross her eyes. At this moment, LMN noticed the panic in Qing LN's eyes and gently said, "Miss Qing LN, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Please trust me." Perhaps LMN's appearance as a caring older sister eased Qing LN's defenses as she nodded and replied, "I believe you." Her words brought a faint smile to LMN's face. She removed the light veil covering her face, revealing her exquisite beauty, and looked at Qing LN with a smile, asking, "Shall we speak privately?" Perhaps influenced by LMN's beauty, Qing LN turned her gaze towards Xiao Yu, who affectionately patted her head and said, "It's your decision. I will support you." A wave of emotion coursed through Qing LN's eyes as she then looked at LMN and replied, "All right." LMN let out a sigh of relief, while Xiao Yu gently patted Qing LN's back, a powerful force surging into her body, granting her a brief ability to stand suspended in the air. Qing LN followed LMN to a secluded spot to converse. And HIBD glanced at BIY before moving beside Xiao Yu, asking, "What is the background of these two?" "Tianxi Mansion." Xiao Yu replied. HIBD's expression shifted. This seemed to be a formidable power from the northwest continent. "Aren't you worried they might take this little one away?" Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly and said, "To be honest, I had considered this possibility. Qing LN possesses immense potential, and at this point, Tianxi Mansion is indeed her best option." HIBD fell silent, as Xiao Yu understood well that while the system had provided him with many advantages, they were primarily for his own benefit. If Qing LN remained by his side, her growth would be limited. He knew how much Tianxi Mansion valued her, and the resources they would undoubtedly allocate to her. Ultimately, it was up to Qing LN herself. After a while, Qing LN and LMN returned, with Qing LN keeping her head down. Xiao Yu smiled gently and asked, "Little girl, what troubles you?" Upon hearing his words, Qing LN lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she said, "Master, I wish to go to Tianxi Mansion." "Dear child, go wherever you wish. I respect your choice," Xiao Yu replied warmly, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Qing LN threw herself into Xiao Yu's embrace, murmuring, "I will be gone for 3 years. No, 2 years. I will only be gone for 2 years." Looking up at Xiao Yu, she pleaded, "I will stay at Tianxi Mansion for 2 years, and then I will return, all right?" "Very well," Xiao Yu nodded. He did not inquire about their conversation, then turned to LMN and BIY, speaking in a serious tone. "Since she has decided to go to your Tianxi Mansion, I naturally consent to this. However, if anything happens to her during these 2 years, I will undoubtedly bring down your establishment. After 2 years, her fate is her own to decide, and I may pay you a visit during this time. You must be aware of this." The implicit threat in Xiao Yu's words was unmistakable, yet neither LMN nor BIY expressed any dissatisfaction. In her heart, LMN quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "What a fortunate gamble." It was only upon witnessing Xiao Yu's demeanor towards Qing Lin that Lu Man contemplated encouraging her from Qing Lin's perspective. She seized upon a singular focal point, Qing Lin's formidable strength. The promise she offered was to cultivate her into a powerhouse rivaling the Do Huang once they reached the Tianxi Mansion. Clearly, Qing Lin was intrigued. She did not wish to remain a burden at Xiao Yu's side. However, she merely consented to stay in the Tianxi Mansion for 2 years. Lu Man was unperturbed by this, for once they arrived, she could persuade the mansion's master to designate Qing Lin as the Holy Maiden of the Tianxi Mansion. Thus, even if Qing Lin were to depart later, she would still hold the title of Holy Maiden. Xiao Yu observed the flicker of excitement on Lu Man's face and mused inwardly, "She is still too weak. If only she were stronger upon reaching Zhongzhou. There would be no need to rely on the Tianxi Mansion. I must hasten to enhance my own strength." Ultimately, Qing Lin chose to accompany Lu Man and Bai Ye as they departed, glancing back at Xiao Yu with lingering gazes. In the end, Xiao Yu entrusted the Mo Lin to Qing Lin as a token of remembrance. After watching Qing Lin and the others leave, Xiao Yu and Hai Bo Dong cast their eyes toward the east, where a robust aura surged swiftly towards them. "It must be that old fellow from the imperial capital." Haibo Dong remarked with a frown. Indeed, let us depart, Xiao Yu replied softly. With that, the two unfurled their wings, transforming into streaks of light as they rapidly ascended towards the horizon. As they vanished, the world around them gradually returned to tranquility. Nailin Yenran stared vacantly at the figures disappearing into the sky. Bewildered, she inquired, "Is that it? They've left?" Chapter 101. Migration to the Black Corner Domain. Gu Yi gazed solemnly at the vanishing figures in the sky, then spoke in a grave tone. "We have encountered a significant predicament. A Dozong expert has appeared here. We must return immediately to report this to the sect master." Naturally, Nailin Yenran concurred, saying, "Indeed. Let us return at once." The two swiftly departed from Yinxing, heading towards the imperial capital. Not long after the figures of Haibo Dong and Xiao Yu had disappeared, a streak of light surged from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. An elderly man gradually materialized, clad in simple yellow robes, his hair white yet youthful, exuding an ethereal grace. Is it over? Who possesses such formidable strength? The elder surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing, murmuring his doubts softly. Clearly, no one was present to assuage his inquiries, yet he felt a sense of trepidation towards the earlier aura that surpassed that of a Do Huang. Thus, he moved to descend towards Yinxing, intending to inquire with the city lord and gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Haibo Dong were soaring towards Shimo City. In the high skies, Xiao Yu's sleeve suddenly fluttered, and two vibrant little snakes poked their heads out, gazing around in confusion. Their delicate tails coiled around Xiao Yu's wrist, their gem-like eyes fixed intently upon him. Xiao Yu had not anticipated that Kai Dai and Mei Du Sha would awaken at this moment, especially after they had fallen into slumber following a generous feeding of the companion purple crystal essence. Kai Dai's serpentine eyes glimmered red, while Mei Du Sha's were tinged with purple, making them easily distinguishable. The two little creatures raised their elongated necks and stared blankly at Xiao Yu for a moment, before their eyes softened with affection, flicking their tongues and nuzzling against his arm. Haibo Dong, noticing the two creatures, inquired, "Are these your pets?" Amused by Haibo Dong's curiosity, Xiao Yu thought to himself, "If only you knew that one of them is the terrifying woman you sealed, would you still pose such a casual question?" However, his expression remained composed as he nodded slightly. "Indeed, they are quite adorable. I have decided to keep them." Haibo Dong did not press further, casting a glance at Kai Dai and Mei Du Sha. Upon seeing Mei Du Sha, a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. He seemed to perceive a resemblance to the Medusa queen he had encountered that night in the desert, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Haibo Dong was no longer inclined to engage with that woman, especially after having suffered such a harsh defeat at her hands while injured. He feared that in her prime, she would be capable of utterly crushing him. Quickly dispelling the strange notion from his mind, he flapped his icy wings and swiftly made his way towards Shimo City. In merely half a day's time, Xiao Yu and Haibo Dong had returned to the outskirts of Shimo City. The dual wings of fighting spirit that trailed behind them began to dissipate as they felt the scorching breath of the desert. Suddenly, Xiao Yu resolved to persuade his elder and second brothers to accompany him to the Canon Academy. It had been a year since they embarked on this journey, and in just over 2 months, it would be the day of the 3-year appointment between Xiao Yin and Nailin Yenran. Xiao Yu was concerned that if a great battle were to erupt with the Yunlan sect, his father Xiao Ding and brother Xiao Li would inevitably be drawn into the conflict. He intended to have Xiao Ding lead some mercenaries willing to leave this place to the Black Corner region, a chaotic area beyond the reach of the Yunlan sect, which was also in proximity to the Canon Academy for added security. Upon entering Shimo City, Xiao Yu and Haibo Dong made their way towards the courtyard of the Mo Tai mercenary group. As they stepped into the courtyard, they heard a voice from the hall. "We cannot wait any longer. I am truly uneasy about Xiao Yu going to Yin City alone. Elder brother, are you not worried about Xiao Yu?" The speaker was none other than Xiao Li, known for his impatient nature. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and pushed the door open, announcing, "Elder brother, second brother, I have returned." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and the little medical fairy, who were seated in the hall, all wore expressions of joy as they turned to look at the entering Xiao Yu. Xiao Li rushed forward and enveloped Xiao Yu in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Good lad. You have finally returned. I was terribly worried about you. Come, let me see if you are injured." Releasing Xiao Yu, he scrutinized him for any signs of harm. Xiao Yu chuckled, "Do not worry. It was merely a matter involving the Mo family. and it has been resolved. At this moment, Xiao Ding approached and regarded Xiao Yu, saying, "It is good to have you back." However, noticing an elderly man following Xiao Yu but failing to spot Qing Lin, he inquired with curiosity, "Where is Qing Lin?" Xiao Yu explained, "Qing Lin has gone elsewhere to cultivate. Do not worry, she is quite safe." Xiao Ding nodded slightly, showing no further curiosity. "Very well. Since you have returned, take some time to rest." Xiao Yu acknowledged with a sound and glanced at the little medical fairy, who gazed back at him with concern. He smiled and offered her a reassuring look. "Who is this?" Xiao Li asked, eyeing Haibo Dong. Realizing he had not introduced him, Xiao Yu quickly replied, "This is a friend of mine. I relied on him greatly during this trip to the Mo family. You may call him Elder Hai." Xiao Ding nodded kindly at Haibo Dong, saying, "Elder Hai, thank you for your assistance this time." "Thank you, Elder Hai," Xiao Li echoed. Although Haibo Dong possessed a cold demeanor, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Xiao Yu himself is quite formidable. The brothers did not think much of it, assuming it was merely a compliment, unaware that he was referring to the secret techniques employed by Xiao Yu. Moreover, Haibo Dong found it curious that Xiao Yu's elder and second brothers did not appear particularly strong, raising questions about how such an extraordinary individual as Xiao Yu had emerged from them. Xiao Yu was, of course, unaware of Haibo Dong's thoughts. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ding and said, "Elder brother, upon my return, I pondered a question. Although you and second brother have performed admirably within the mercenary group here, our distance poses a challenge in times of need. What are you implying, Xiao Yu?" Xiao Li inquired with a smile. Xiao Ding remained silent, casting a glance at Xiao Yan, fully aware that Xiao Yu had further intentions. Xiao Yu continued, "I propose that you accompany me to the Jianan Academy." Jianan Academy? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were taken aback. Xiao Yu nodded and elaborated. "Indeed, specifically, I wish to relocate the mercenary group to the Black Corner region, which is in closer proximity to Jianan Academy." Xiao Ding furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you suggesting that we leave here and move to this Black Corner region you mentioned?" Xiao Li, however, outright declined. "No way, Xiao Yu. We have established our foothold in this stone desert city over many years. You cannot expect us to leave on a whim." Xiao Ding's gaze shimmered with wisdom as he thoughtfully replied, "Xiao Yu, could you provide me with a reason?" Taking a seat in the hall, Xiao Yu contemplated for a moment before responding, "There are indeed numerous reasons, and since you have inquired, I shall elucidate. First and foremost is safety. Due to its unique terrain, the Black Corner region has become the most chaotic area on the continent. Yet, at its heart lies the formidable Jianan Academy. As I prepare to journey to the academy, having you accompany me would allow us to support one another. Otherwise, the distance would complicate communication in times of trouble." Chapter 102. The Underworld. Moreover, with just over 2 months remaining, the 3-year agreement between third brother and Nalan Yanran is approaching. That battle is likely to offend the Yunlan sect, and if it implicates you, it will not bode well, Xiao Yu whispered. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am aware that Xiao Yan has such a 3-year agreement. However, merely a contest of fairness should not provoke the Yunlan sect, a transcendent force within the Gamma Empire, to trouble us, should it?" Xiao Yu replied solemnly, "Perhaps, but it is wise to prepare for contingencies." Although he spoke thus, Xiao Yu was acutely aware that in the original narrative, Xiao Yan was repeatedly obstructed by Yunlong. While there was no excuse from Yunlong at present, it was certain that other pretexts would arise, making a smooth departure for them no simple matter. Xiao Li, with a smile, gazed at Xiao Yu and said, "Little Yu, if that is all you have to say, it is hardly enough to persuade us to leave." Xiao Yu shifted the conversation and posed a question. "Are you and second brother willing to live your lives with such strength and attitude indefinitely?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Xiao Yu spread his hands and explained, "The Black Corner region, being the most chaotic area of the continent, has its own rules, applicable throughout the land, survival of the fittest. Although the Black Corner region is tumultuous, it is also a crucible for growth, rife with bloodshed and violence, where everyone is filled with cunning and schemes. I believe it is the ideal place for our development." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ding, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened, grasping the crux of the matter, and eagerly inquired, "You mean us?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed. I plan to establish a force of our own in the Black Corner region, and I have already thought of a name. The Underworld." "The Underworld?" Xiao Ding repeated the name in a daze, while Xiao Li, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Excellent. I love this name. It sounds far better than the Iron Mercenary Corps. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Li received a death stare from Xiao Ding, prompting the petite physician nearby to stifle her laughter behind her hand. Xiao Yu, somewhat exasperated by Xiao Li's exuberance, continued, "The establishment and refinement of the underworld will require a substantial journey ahead. I intend to use my time at the Canon Academy to invite some students to join us. I envision the underworld growing powerful enough to dominate the entire Northwest continent, and even become an indomitable presence across the Do Qi continent." Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were inspired by Xiao Yu's ambitious vision. Reflecting on their own years spent merely founding the Iron Mercenary Corps in Stone Desert City, feeling a twinge of shame in their hearts, Xiao Ding gazed solemnly at Xiao Yu and remarked, "Over the years, since the establishment of Emotai, we have grown somewhat complacent, basking in our modest achievements. However, your words have awakened me. Perhaps you are right. We are still young and should not linger in this place, drifting aimlessly. I concur with the decision to relocate to the Black Corner domain." Brother, Xiao Li felt a twinge of shame, but the thought of relinquishing the hard-earned foundation here made him hesitate. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding addressed Xiao Li. "Enough. I've made my decision, and there is no need for further discussion. Moreover, after these years of separation, it is time for us to gather together." Xiao Li sighed deeply and replied, "All right, since you have decided, I will agree as well." Xiao Ding smiled and said, "Please summon our brothers. I will personally explain the situation to them. Those who wish to join us are welcome, and for those who choose not to, we shall not force them. Distribute 100 gold coins to each. Let us part amicably." Xiao Li nodded vigorously and departed. The little healer, observing Xiao Yu, said softly with a smile, "I wonder if I might have the opportunity to join the underworld?" Xiao Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. The underworld is still in its nascent stage, naturally. The more who join, the better. If you are willing, I would wholeheartedly welcome you. The little healer teased, "Well, since you put it that way, I shall reluctantly join the underworld." Xiao Ding chuckled. Little Yu has established the underworld, and it is no longer merely a solitary endeavor. Ha ha ha. As they exchanged jovial banter, Hai Bo Dong, seated nearby, sipped his tea and spoke softly, since Xiao Yu is preparing to establish his own faction. "May I join the fray as well?" This statement left not only Xiao Ding and the little healer stunned, but even Xiao Yu momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "It would be splendid if Elder Hai wishes to join, but what?" Hai Bo Dong frowned. "The Xiao Yu I know is not one to dither." Xiao Yu laughed. "I merely worry that Elder Hai might feel constrained by these factions, causing you discomfort." Hai Bo Dong waved his hand, chuckling, "At my age, what is comfort or discomfort? As long as you do not mind my presence." "Haha, Elder Hai. Your words are rather premature. With your strength as a 5-star Do Huang, there are countless who would eagerly wish for you to serve as an honorary elder." Xiao Yu laughed heartily. However, this revelation struck Xiao Ding and the little healer like a thunderclap. They stared in disbelief at the seemingly unremarkable old man. Xiao Ding quietly approached Xiao Yu and asked, "Little Yu, did you just say he is a 5-star Do Huang?" Xiao Ding could hardly believe it. This was a Do Huang, a pinnacle of strength even within the entire Jiamat Empire, and here he sat, smiling amiably while conversing with his younger brother. Xiao Yixin cast a nervous glance at the seated Hai Buodong. Xiao Yu nodded at Xiao Ding, saying, "Indeed. Elder Hai is one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ding's mind was suddenly flooded with a thought, stammering, "Elder Hai, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire? Could it be the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong?" Seeing Xiao Ding's expression of astonishment, Hai Buodong let out a sigh of relief. This was the reaction of a normal person. He then glanced at Xiao Yu's reaction, who still dared to threaten him. However, it appeared that peculiar individuals like the little fox were indeed rare. "I never expected Elder Hai's reputation to be so widespread that even my elder brother is aware of it," Xiao Yu said with a grin. "Is it any wonder that I wouldn't know?" Xiao Ding muttered under his breath. Just then, Xiao Li pushed the door open again and happened to overhear Xiao Yu and Xiao Ding's conversation, inquiring, "What are you discussing? What about Elder Hai?" Xiao Ding quickly tugged at Xiao Li, signaling him to refrain from speaking further, while Hai Buodong waved his hand, saying, "I am not that fearsome. Just treat me like an ordinary person." At this moment, Xiao Li, still puzzled, approached Hai Buodong and casually patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Elder Hai is quite magnanimous." This gesture caused Xiao Ding, who stood nearby, to flinch in alarm. No, he urgently called out to stop him, but Xiao Li's reaction was not as swift, and the atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. Chapter 103. The fool Xiao Li was most apprehensive when the atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. He glanced at Xiao Ding and inquired, "Elder brother, what were you about to say?" Xiao Ding swiftly pulled Xiao Li closer and whispered, "Do you know who he is?" You just casually patted Elder Hai's shoulder. Xiao Li, with an innocent expression, replied, "I know who he is. He is Xiao Yu's friend." Elder Hai? He is not merely a friend of Xiao Yu. Most importantly, he is the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong. Xiao Ding admonished in a hushed tone. What? Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li became as if ensnared by an invisible force, his body rigidly turning towards Hai Buodong, who was seated leisurely sipping tea. The most alarming part was that his hand remained on Hai Buodong's shoulder. A grimace more dismal than tears spread across Xiao Li's face. "I apologize. I truly did not know you were Elder Hai." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Second brother, there is no need for such alarm. Elder Hai will not hold this against you. There is no need for such fear." However, it was evident that Xiao Yu's words bore little effect. At that moment, Hai Buodong spoke. "No harm done. The little fox is correct. I shall not take these trifles to heart." Xiao Li then exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Elder Hai, for your understanding." Xiao Ding promptly inquired of Xiao Li, "Did you come in for a specific reason?" Only then did Xiao Li recall. "Oh right. Elder brother, I have gathered the members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps outside. Do you wish to inform them about disbanding Mo Tai now?" Xiao Ding glanced at Xiao Yu and asked, "Shall we all go together?" Xiao Yu shook her head in refusal. "I think I shall refrain from joining. The Mo Tai Mercenary Corps is the fruit of your and second brother's labor, and this is not truly a disbandment. It is merely a transformation into another form of existence." Xiao Ding did not press further, merely nodding before following Xiao Li outside. In the training ground of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, the members were already gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, unsure of why the second captain had summoned them all together. As Xiao Ding and Xiao Li entered the training ground, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon the captain and second captain. Some impatient members could no longer contain their curiosity, loudly asking, "Captain, why have we been gathered here? Is there some grand mission at hand? If there is a significant task, you must take me along. I am counting on earning more to marry a wife." "Ha ha ha, what? Does Hao Lang also wish for someone to warm his bed?" Kuan Shan laughed derisively. "What? Are you allowed to seek a partner, Kuan Shan, while I am not permitted to find a wife?" Hao Lang retorted, revealing Kuan Shan's past. A multitude of voices erupted from the crowd. Yet only Shui Lan observed the expressionless faces of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, feeling a sense of unease. It was her first time witnessing such a demeanor from Xiao Ding. Even when threatened by the San Mercenary Corps, he had never displayed such a countenance. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li ascended the high platform, raising their hands to quell the tumultuous scene below. Gradually, the clamor subsided, and many gazes were filled with anticipation for the mission. Xiao Ding cast a glance over the crowd. These individuals were the pillars of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, the very ones who had forged its illustrious reputation alongside him. They had propelled the once obscure group to the esteemed position of the second most formidable mercenary band in Stone Desert City. "Brothers," Xiao Ding began after a prolonged silence. "Following a discussion with my second-in-command, we have resolved to depart from Stone Desert City and prepare to establish a new force in the Black Corner domain." His words resonated like a stone disturbing a still pond, igniting a fervor throughout the training ground. "Why, Commander, are you abandoning the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? The Black Corner domain is a chaotic region. Isn't venturing there tantamount to courting death? A new force? What new force?" Xiao Ding continued. "Xiao Li and I have decided to dissolve Mo Tai and join my fourth brother in founding a new force called the Underworld, which will take root in the Black Corner domain. If any of you wish to accompany us, you are welcome to join this venture. Those who choose not to will receive a compensation of 100 gold coins, allowing you to seek opportunities with the Sam Mercenary Corps or the Storm Mercenary Corps. This decision is ours alone. Therefore, neither Xiao Li nor I will impose any pressure upon you. Should you all choose to leave Mo Tai, we shall not hold it against you." Xiao Li added. The members below began to murmur among themselves, some contemplating departure while others considered staying. Yet, the inclination to leave prevailed, as many were reluctant to risk the perils of the Black Corner domain. Some believe that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's decision was made with aspirations for greater advancement. Amidst the crowd, Xuelon gazed up at Xiao Ding and suddenly made up her mind. She would follow him to the Black Corner domain. She had no desire to part ways with Mo Tai, nor did she want to leave Xiao Ding behind. Resolutely, she stepped forward and declared, "Commander, I am willing to accompany you." Her voice hushed the bustling training ground, and Xiao Ding turned his attention towards her. For the first time, Xuelon did not shy away, but met his gaze directly. A smile broke across Xiao Ding's face as he nodded slightly. "Very well," with Xuelon as a beacon. Soon Kuan Shan, Ha Lang, and a small contingent of members chose to remain, including Han Mu, who had previously scouted the cave. Xiao Ding addressed those who stayed. "You may return and gather your belongings." Once they had departed, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li settled the outstanding compensation for the remaining members. A significant outlay that drained their resources, totaling over 30,000 gold coins. However, once all matters were resolved, both felt a considerable lightness in their hearts, as if many burdens had been lifted. After exchanging a smile with Xiao Li, Xiao Ding returned to the hall and arranged accommodations for Hai Bo Dong. Then turned to Xiao Yu and inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "In 3 days." Xiao Ding did not press further, nodding in agreement as he and Xiao Li exited. Xiao Yu, however, was acutely aware that he had deceived Hai Bo Dong by claiming that the side effect of his secret technique was a 3-day loss of fighting spirit. Hence, departing 3 days later was indeed the most opportune time. The hall was left with only Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yu. A flicker of inner turmoil crossed Xiao Yixian's eyes before she finally spoke. "Xiao Yu, I intend to leave this place." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Leave? Aren't you coming with me to the Jianan Academy?" Xiao Yixian shook her head, saying, "No, I wish to venture to the Outcloud Empire first, to hone my skills. Once I have grown stronger, I shall find you in the Black Corner region, and then it will be my turn to protect you." A mischievous glint sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "The Outcloud Empire? That is indeed a splendid choice. I shall have to rely on you more in the future." Unexpectedly, Xiao Yixian shot him an indignant glare and retorted, "It is indeed a splendid choice, humph." With that, she stormed out, leaving Xiao Yu bewildered in the hall. What did I do to provoke her? He mused, perplexed. Returning to her room, Xiao Yixian picked up the sleeping Xiao Bai from the bedside and playfully ruffled its fur. Though Xiao Bai protested with a soft cry, it could not deter her antics. As she continued to play with Xiao Bai, she muttered under her breath, "Fool. Xiao Yu, you absolute fool. Can't you even try to keep me here?" Her gaze drifted towards the window, lost in thought, contemplating who knows what. Chapter 104. Yinshan, in a quaint village not far from Yunlan Mountain, a mysterious figure had settled 3 months prior, acquiring a modest bamboo cottage. This abode, surrounded by an air of enigma, was deemed a forbidden zone where no one was permitted to trespass. Within the bamboo dwelling, a woman reclined upon a bamboo chair, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her tranquil and exquisite visage resembled a pristine spring nestled in the mountains, yet she emanated an aura of noble authority. As she swayed gently in the chair, her gaze fell upon the distant golden wheat fields, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon her face, revealing a radiant maternal light. She tenderly caressed her noticeably rounded belly, whispering softly, "In just a month, you shall grace this world with your presence." This woman was none other than Yunlan sect's leader, Yun Yun. The reason she had informed Nalan Yanran of her retreat was, in truth, to seek solace in this village, preparing for the arrival of her child. Creak. The sound of the small door to the bamboo cottage announced the entrance of a maid, who approached Yun Yun and said, "Miss, it is time to rest. Here is your medicinal brew. Please drink it." Yun Yun returned her gaze and consumed the potion offered by the maid. This maid had been procured from the imperial capital, and the soothing brew was specially concocted by an alchemist at the Alchemist Guild to ensure her tranquility during this delicate time. Yun Yun could afford no negligence in her condition. Meanwhile, upon returning to the sect, Nalan Yanran promptly sought out the back mountain, the secluded place where the sect leader was in retreat. Concurrently, Guyi made his way to the Grand Hall to report the events in Yinxing to Elder Yunling. In the Grand Hall, upon hearing Guye's account, Elder Yunling's expression darkened, and he inquired gravely, "Are you certain that what you have reported is true?" Guyi trembled slightly, responding, "I would never deceive you, Elder. That individual undeniably possesses the strength of a dozong. Beside them, Yunlei interjected with an angry shout, "Impossible. That cannot be. If what Guyi claims is accurate, a dozong would not operate in secrecy within our Jiamat Empire. Furthermore, I have never heard of any fire attribute dozong among the neighboring empires." Yunsheng nodded in agreement, stating, "If this truly is a dozong, our Yunlan sect must prepare accordingly. It would be prudent to treat our sect leader's safety with utmost seriousness." Yunmu furrowed his brow and remarked, "But at present, the sect leader is in retreat, and we are unsure if this dozong has departed the Jiamat Empire. Should we truly bother the sect leader with this news?" Hearing their discourse, Yunling contemplated the matter and declared, "Since Guyi has vouched for this, we cannot remain idle. Regardless of the origins of this enigmatic dozong, we must report to the sect leader. Let us not forget, Guyi mentioned that this dozong was accompanied by a do huang, specifically one of the ice attribute. I cannot shake the feeling that this seems somewhat familiar." At the conclusion of the discussion, Yunling expressed some skepticism regarding the identity of the do huang. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the other elders and inquired, "The Jiamar Empire possesses a do huang of the ice attribute. I believe that Ice Emperor Hebadong is the one in question, correct?" "Indeed, Ice Emperor Hebadong is a formidable do huang of the ice attribute," Yunlei responded, rising in astonishment. Yunsheng and Yunmu exchanged glances with Yunling, questioning, "But wasn't Hebadong previously engaged in combat with the former sect leader? He seemed to have sustained severe injuries. Has he truly recovered so swiftly?" Yunling smirked. "That old fox Hebadong has deep connections with the Miter family. It would not be unreasonable for him to request them to procure some medicinal pills from the Alchemist Guild on his behalf. Moreover, after so many years, I suspect his injuries have healed considerably." Upon Yunling's reminder, the others recalled that Hebadong held the position of a supreme elder within the Miter family. "Should we not send someone to keep watch over the Miter family?" Yunsheng inquired. "No. The old fellows in the imperial capital are already somewhat disgruntled with our Yunlan sect. With the Alchemist Conference approaching, we cannot afford any conflict with the imperial family at this juncture. Besides, we are not the only ones concerned about this matter. I believe that old fellow Jia Xingtian has already conferred with several other families in the empire." Yunling firmly rejected Yunsheng's suggestion. Just as the discussion continued, Nalan Yinran hurriedly burst into the room. Yunling furrowed his brow, noticing her anxious demeanor, and asked, "Yinran, what has transpired?" Nalan Yinran quickly replied, "Elder, the master is missing." "What?" The group exchanged puzzled glances at Nalan Yinran, as her master was none other than the sect leader. Nalan Yinran clarified, "I just visited the secluded area on the back mountain where the master is in seclusion. Although she has instructed that unless it is a matter of utmost urgency for the sect, we should not disturb her, given the situation in Yinqing. I thought it prudent to inform her. However, there was no sign of her presence." After hearing Nalan Yinran's words, Yunling quickly regained his composure, stating, "Perhaps the sect leader has been preoccupied with other matters and has yet to return. Yinran, there is no need for excessive worry. After all, the sect leader is a do huang and should not be in any peril." Though he spoke with assurance, Nalan Yinran's heart remained troubled. Yunling then issued directives to bolster the sect's vigilance during this period, urging that no disturbances occur. He turned to Nalan Yinran and said, "In 2 months, the 3-year agreement will commence. Yinran, do not bring shame upon the sect. Rest assured, Elder, Yinran possesses enough confidence in this regard." Nalan Yinran replied with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, atop a secluded peak in the back mountain of Yunlan sect lay a hidden realm, the retreat of the previous sect leader, Yunshan, a place known only to Yunyun. Within the secret realm, a white silhouette sat cross-legged at its center, adorned in an exceptionally simple white robe. Despite appearing youthful, the visage bore no wrinkles characteristic of age. Instead, it resembled a luminous piece of warm jade, eyes closed in meditation upon a cushion, surrounded by a faint aura of combat energy, exuding an ethereal and transcendent essence. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the surroundings, its source elusive, sending shivers down one's spine in the stillness of the secret realm. Yet, Yunshan seemed unfazed, his eyelids unflinching as he calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" Before Yunshan, a mass of black mist materialized, swirling to reveal an indistinct face, half smiling as it regarded him. "I have just uncovered something quite intriguing," it mused. and I am deliberating whether to share it with you." Upon hearing this, Yunshan's brow furrowed. "I have warned you. It would be wise not to stray beyond the boundaries of Yunlan sect's rear mountain. The old fellows in the imperial capital are exceedingly troublesome. Should they discover your presence, it would spell trouble for us. Ha ha ha. A band of Do Huang dares to act brazenly before me? Merely frogs at the bottom of a well," came the chilling voice from the black mist, laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. Yunshan, evidently disinclined to engage in further banter, directly demanded, "What is it you wish to tell me?" Chapter 105. How is this possible, Yunshan? Your leadership of the Yunlan sect is rather dismal. The reputation that Yun Patian established for your sect across the continent is something you can never reclaim. Ha ha ha. A mocking voice echoed from the black mist. Yunshan's expression shifted immediately, and he coldly retorted, "Wu Ying, it is not your place to meddle in the affairs of the Yunlan sect. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. Do not get it twisted." The ominous Wu Ying chuckled darkly. "Do not be so angry. As your most esteemed ally, I assist you in seeking a soul entity, and in return, you bolster your strength. It is mutually advantageous. However, what I am about to reveal may astonish you." Growing impatient, Yunshan snapped at Wu Ying. "Did you come here merely to speak in riddles? Certainly not. But given your current demeanor, I shall disclose it. Your beautiful disciple appears to be with child." Wu Ying's chilling voice struck Yunshan like a thunderbolt, casting an expression of disbelief across his previously inscrutable face. Wu Ying cackled, "I relish seeing such a reaction from you. Are you surprised? She is indeed your obedient disciple, possessing the strength of a Do Huang." Yunshan's face twitched slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Where is Yunner now?" He refrained from questioning the truth of Wu Ying's claim, for he understood that Wu Ying would not jest about such matters. It must be true. "To speak of it, your disciple possesses quite the audacity. She has taken residence at the foot of Yunlan Mountain, purchasing a bamboo cottage in which she intends to give birth," Wu Ying divulged. Buzz. The space around Yunshan trembled faintly, and suddenly, his figure vanished from the secret realm. Wu Ying was not surprised. This was a power accessible only to those of the Dozong level. Yet this was merely part of Yunshan's transaction, as he sought to elevate a peak Do Huang to the realm of a pseudo-Dozong. The Soul Palace indeed held such capabilities. Wu Ying chuckled ominously. "Ha ha ha. Yunshan, you cannot escape my grasp." The sinister laughter reverberated slowly within the secret realm, and the dark mist surrounding Wu Ying gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the area. At the foot of Yunlan Mountain, a white figure suddenly appeared. It was Yunshan, emerging from the secret realm. His ethereal form swiftly traversed the forest, and with each step through the void, he soon arrived at the bamboo cottage spoken of by Wu Ying. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting silvery frost-like light upon the earth. "Yunner," Yunshan murmured softly. These two words clearly reached the ears of the slumbering Yun within the cottage. Startled, she opened her eyes, her bright gaze shimmering in the darkness, filled with confusion. She had not anticipated her master's presence here. With a soft creak, Yun opened the door. She did not flee, for she knew that escape would be futile. She could only face her teacher with composure. As the door swung open, Yunshan's gaze fell upon Yunyu's abdomen. Yunyu softly inquired, "Teacher, how have you awakened? Who is it?" With a gaze devoid of emotion, Yunshan asked, "Who?" Yunyu bit her lip and replied, "I cannot disclose that." Observing the stubborn expression on her face, Yunshan furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. "Let us return for now." Yunyu nodded gently. "Yes, teacher." Yunshan led Yunyu back to Yunlan sect, and upon reaching the secluded area where Yunyu had been in seclusion, he addressed her. "As the leader of Yunlan sect, you have caused me great disappointment. From now on, you shall remain here in contemplation, and refrain from intervening in the affairs of the sect." Hearing Yunshan's words, Yunyu did not argue. She felt weary and had long wished to relinquish the burdens of leadership. Quietly, she nodded in acquiescence. "I shall abide by your arrangements, teacher." Yunshan cast a deep glance at Yunyu before exiting the cave. As he departed, he waved his hand, conjuring a gray barrier at the cave's entrance, effectively restricting Yunyu's movements. After leaving the cave, Yunshan proceeded directly to the sect's assembly hall, summoning all the elders and the young master. Elder Yunling was taken aback upon learning that Yunshan had called for them. While the other elders wore expressions of delight, the old master had emerged from his retreat. Seeing Yunshan seated at the head of the hall, Yunling stepped forward and asked, "Old master, why have you come out?" Yunshan replied with composure. "Yunyu has been remiss in her oversight of the sect and has retreated to the back mountains for reflection. I shall assume the role of sect leader for a time." The elders exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions revealing their confusion, especially when they looked at Nalan Yinran. She had stated that the sect leader was not in the back mountains, yet now the old master had been summoned. Nalan Yinran, equally astonished, turned to her grand teacher and asked, "Grand teacher, what has happened to my teacher?" Yunshan regarded Nalan Yinran with approval for being Yunyu's disciple. Yet mindful of the implications of the situation, he chose not to divulge the truth, simply stating, "Your teacher is unharmed and well. However, no one is permitted to see her at present." As Nalan Yinran prepared to inquire further, a glance from Yunshan silenced her. At that moment, Yunling addressed Yunshan, "Old master, I have a matter to report." Yunshan turned to him. "What is it?" Yunling continued, "Recently, 3 Do Emperor and 1 Do Zong appeared in Yinqing, causing quite a stir. This incident occurred within imperial territory, and Jia Xingtian has already investigated. There is no doubt they were formidable Do Zong experts." Upon hearing Yunling's words, Yunshan's pupils constricted, and he asked solemnly, "Is the information accurate?" Yunling slowly shook his head. "This matter has been confirmed by Jia Xingtian, and on that day, our sect's elder Geyi and young master Nalan Yinran were present as witnesses." Yunshan's gaze turned towards Nalan Yinran, who nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, and said, returning to the ancestral master, "This matter is indeed true. The Dozong expert was clad in a black robe, shrouded in mystery, and later departed from Yinqing, leaving us unaware of their destination." Yunshan nodded slightly, and then addressed Yunling. "I am aware of this matter, and will keep a close watch. For the time being, you shall have full authority over the sect, managing all affairs, both large and small. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Yunling was filled with ecstatic joy. The esteem held by Yunshan within the Yunlan sect far surpassed that of Yunyu, and his words carried greater weight. Although Yunling was currently acting as the steward of the Yunlan sect, with Yunyu confined, he was, in fact, the sect master now? "Yes, venerable sect master," Yunling replied respectfully. A ripple of energy emanated around Yunshan before he vanished from the grand hall. The elders and Nalan Yinran were taken aback, while Yunling joyfully exclaimed, "It seems the venerable sect master has achieved a breakthrough. Haha, who in the Gamma Empire could rival our Yunlan sect now?" At that moment, Yunshan had returned to the secret realm atop the mountain. "Wu Ying, emerge," Yunshan commanded. A swirl of dark energy suddenly materialized in the space, and a sinister laugh echoed. "So, it has been confirmed?" However, Yunshan interjected, "A mysterious Dozong has appeared in Yinqing. Are you aware of this?" The laughter of the Wuhafa abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped its throat, replaced by a tone of astonishment. How could this be possible? Chapter 106. The glory of Yunlan sect. Yunshan's expression darkened, and his tone grew cold as he said, "During this period, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from venturing out. Although the Northwest continent is not on par with your Central Plains, I suspect there are still some reclusive individuals lurking about." Wu Ying let out a derisive snort and replied, "Enough. I am aware of this matter and will reduce my outings. However, do not forget your promise to assist me in locating the soul bodies." Upon hearing Wu Ying's words, Yunshan felt a wave of frustration, yet maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, but your demands are rather excessive. While I can understand your desire for soul bodies of Doling, to request 3 from Do Wang and even to covet those of Do Huang, do you truly perceive me as merely a tool for gathering soul bodies? Ah, Yunshan, do not forget who elevated you from the realm of Do Huang to Dozong." Wu Ying chuckled ominously. "Assisting you in ascending is simple. However, should I choose to dismantle your cultivation, it would be equally effortless. Now that you wield the powers of Dozong, do you truly believe you could endure a return to your former starting point? If you are unwilling, we can terminate this transaction at any moment. I am certain many would be interested in such a mutually beneficial agreement." Yunshan narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "Are you threatening me?" No, no, Wu Ying retorted. "I am merely reminding you. Our transaction has commenced, and there is no need to change partners at this juncture. However, since you have shared your difficulties with me, allow me to devise a solution to assist you." Like a hunter enticing his prey, Wu Ying lured Yunshan further into his trap. Yunshan regarded the dark mist before him with caution, aware that Wu Ying harbored ill intentions. Yet, unable to resist the allure of becoming a dozong, he ultimately reached an agreement with Wu Ying. "What solution do you propose?" Yinshan inquired, exhaling a heavy sigh. A sinister smile crept across Wu Ying's lips as he sensed his prey was ensnared. "I shall forge a batch of Douwang and Douhuang for you, in exchange for your subordinates assisting me in locating the soul bodies I require. How does that sound?" Yinshan raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his voice. "You can truly forge a batch of Douhuang?" With immense pride and confidence, Wu Ying proclaimed, "Merely a batch of Douhuang. I could even assist you in ascending beyond your current dozong status, let alone Douhuang." Yinshan found this assertion believable and pondered. This indeed presents a favorable opportunity. Not only would it secure the soul bodies you seek, but it would also bolster the strength of our Yunlan sect. However, what you propose likely involves greater complexity than you suggest. After a series of eerie chuckles, Wu Ying replied, "Naturally, producing a batch of Douwang and Douhuang poses no issue. However, the necessary medicinal materials must be provided by you. Additionally, I require your Yunlan sect's assistance in locating a certain individual's whereabouts." "Oh, is there truly someone so elusive that even your soul palace cannot find them?" Yinshan remarked with a bemused expression. The hawk-like figure let out a low, cold snort and remarked, "For many years, our soul palace has traversed the continent, yet it is only at the hands of these mortals that we have suffered setbacks. Moreover, our influence has yet to fully permeate the Gamma Empire. Otherwise, would we still require the assistance of forces like your Yunlan sect? What manner of individual could possibly warrant such attention from our soul palace?" Yinshan inquired. Merely a stray dog, nothing more. Had I not been momentarily lax, he would have long since fallen into our grasp," the hawk continued, a hint of anger lacing his tone. "Do not underestimate him. His name is Yao Qin. While he may not be well known in your northwestern continent, in the central state, he is renowned as the revered master of medicine." Yinshan was taken aback by the hawk's words and asked in astonishment, "The master of medicine? Could it be that he is?" "Indeed, just as you envision. In life, his strength reached the level of dozong, far beyond the reach of mere insects like yourselves. Furthermore, he is an 8th-tier pinnacle alchemist, which makes his soul extraordinarily powerful. This is the very reason our soul palace has pursued him relentlessly," the hawk said, his voice low and somber. Yinshan felt a shock to his very core. A dozong-level powerhouse? Not to mention that this exceedingly arrogant hawk could not even reach such heights. And to think that Yao Qin was also an 8th-tier pinnacle alchemist, what did that signify? It meant that even without considering Yao Qin's dozong strength, he could summon dozong-level experts to his aid at any time he desired. As if sensing the retreat in Yinshan's gaze, the hawk reassured him, "Fear not. Yao Qin is but a stray dog now. He has lost his physical form and exists solely as a spiritual entity. If we measure strength, he may only possess the power of a dozong. However, spiritual might is not equivalent to one's physical strength. As long as you can uncover Yao Qin's whereabouts, our soul palace can capture him without your concern." Upon hearing the hawk's words, Yinshan finally felt a sense of relief. "If that is the case, then I shall agree to your request. As long as the strength of the Yunlan sect can be enhanced, these matters shall not pose a problem." The hawk regarded Yinshan's righteous demeanor with a concealed smirk. "Yinshan, your fixation on fame and fortune makes this quite manageable. Soon enough, the spiritual entities I require may very well be provided by your Yunlan sect." The conversation within the secret realm remained unknown to any third party. Yinshan left to prepare some medicinal materials for the sect, fully aware that under his leadership, the Yunlan sect was destined to usher in a new era of glory. Meanwhile, outside Stone Desert City, Xiao Yu was bidding farewell to the little medical sage. "I must take my leave." The little medical sage stood before Xiao Yu, gently brushing aside her tousled hair and speaking softly. "The Chushin Empire is not far from the Black Corner region. Perhaps I shall visit you there." Xiao Yu replied. The little medical sage chuckled lightly. "Are you not afraid that your girlfriend at Canaan Academy might become jealous?" After spending so many days together, she had learned of Xiao Yu's beloved waiting for him at the academy, and thus she jested. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Then let us take her along." The little medical fairy cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yu and replied, "Aren't you afraid she might become jealous? Perhaps she could misconstrue our relationship." Upon hearing the teasing remark from the little medical fairy, Xiao Yu stepped forward and gently pressed against her, asking, "Misconstrue what?" The little medical fairy, taken aback by Xiao Yu's sudden movement, felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly stammered, What are you doing? Xiao Yu retreated a step, smiling as he shook his head. Once I depart from the Canaan Academy, I might visit the central continent. Would you accompany me? The little medical fairy shot him a glare. Is this an invitation? Of course, and I believe you will still require my assistance with concocting poison pills in the future. Xiao Yu replied with a subtle nod. The little medical fairy pouted. What is this? A threat? What if I choose not to go? Xiao Yu shrugged. That is not a threat. It would be quite simple if you refuse. I would just carry you along. The little medical fairy, her face flushed, retorted, You dare. Whether I go to the central continent depends on when you come to find me. After uttering these words, she turned and walked in the direction of the Cloud Empire, her figure receding as she waved her hand. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. The little medical fairy's departure took only Xiaolan with her, while Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi watched her retreating silhouette with longing eyes. Come, we should also head to the imperial capital. Xiao Yu patted Xiao Zi's head, picked up Xiao Bai, and made his way toward the stone desert city. Chapter 107. Return to Mo City within the confines of the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps courtyard. Fewer than 10 individuals remained, gazing at Xiao Yu as he returned from outside the city. Xiao Ding inquired, Have you sent the people away? Xiao Yu nodded slightly, responding, Yes, indeed. Why are you all standing here? Xiao Li stepped forward, placing an arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder, and remarked, Aren't we leaving tomorrow? We thought to host a farewell banquet tonight, considering we are departing from this place we have called home for several years. Xiao Yu did not object and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us drink until we are inebriated tonight. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to the imperial capital, and afterward, we will proceed to the Black Corner region en route to the Canaan Academy. The group chuckled before bustling off to prepare the spirits for the evening's festivities. As night fell, they gathered in the courtyard, feasting on roasted lamb, sipping strong liquor, and engaging in lively conversation. The impending departure stirred a subtle melancholy within their hearts. Seated nearby, the three brothers of Xiao Yu exchanged words. Xiao Ding turned to Xiao Yu and asked, Is this journey to the imperial capital related to the affairs of the Yunlan sect? I wonder how Xiao Yin is faring now. Ha ha ha, brother. Are you still worried about Xiao Yin? He was always the most cunning among us as a child, and now that his talent has returned, what is there to fret over? Xiao Li laughed heartily, carefree. Perhaps, but the reason for our trip to the imperial capital is also tied to another matter. In just over a month, the Empire will host an Alchemist Conference, and I have heard the rewards are quite generous. I intend to check it out. Xiao Yu smiled as he spoke. Xiao Ding nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I almost forgot that you are still recognized as an alchemist, Xiao Yu. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Li, adding, Even with his talent restored, one must remain cautious. The Yunlan sect is the foremost power in the Jiam Empire. They are not easily trifled with. If possible, I would like to pay a visit to Old Master Nalan while we are in the capital. Xiao Yu contemplated this, thinking, although the current world has diverged somewhat from the original, it is unlikely to deviate significantly. I trust that Xiao Yin will manage to navigate his way out of the Yunlan sect. I wonder if Suna remembers the words I shared with her. The power of the Soul Palace is beyond my current capacity to confront, and ultimately, I remain too weak. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's suggestion, Xiao Yu interjected, There is no need to visit Old Master Nalan. The Nalan family may be struggling to maintain their own stability, and it is unlikely they would oppose the Yunlan sect on behalf of the Xiao family. Xiao Li chimed in, Exactly. Xiao Yu speaks truth. The Nalan family members are not to be trusted. They are as fickle as the wind. In the past, when they saw our family's influence wane, they even sent Nalan Yanran to call off the engagement. Was that not a blatant sign of their disdain for the Xiao family? Our father, who values reputation so highly, must have been greatly incensed. Now, Xiao Yan's engagement with the Yunlan sect and Nalan Yanran is merely a fair contest. The Yunlan sect, as a major faction, would hardly be overly difficult for our Xiao family, would they? Xiao Li reasoned. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? The ship will right itself at the bridge. Now is not the time to despair. Let us drink. Xiao Yu's words elicited nods of agreement from both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. After taking hearty gulps of strong liquor, the three shared a hearty laugh. The following day, the first rays of morning sunlight penetrated Xiao Yu's chamber. He lazily lifted his eyelids and pushed aside the small purple figure beside him, struggling to sit up. He was somewhat unaccustomed to being without Qing Lin's attentive care. In the past, she would have compassionately brought him a bowl of sobering soup by now. After a brief wash, Xiao Yu tidied his belongings and playfully slapped awake the still slumbering Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi, preparing to depart from Stone Desert City to the imperial capital. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. The system was issuing a sign-in task. Ding. Proceed to the imperial capital and secure first place in the Alchemist competition. Reward. A 30% ancestral return of bloodlines for all members of the Xiao family. The system's announcement sent a jolt of excitement through Xiao Yu. A 30% ancestral return of bloodlines for all Xiao family members? Just how significant was that? It would undoubtedly allow Xiao Zhan, a Grand Do Master, to advance to Do Zun without issue. Xiao Yu marveled at this revelation. Furthermore, this ancestral return pertained to the entire clan. Their returned bloodlines would essentially be akin to those of a Do Emperor. That represented a substantial 30% of Do Emperor blood. Xiao Yu understood that the ancient clan, too, possessed a lineage of Do Emperor blood, albeit richer than that of other clans, approximately 40 to 50% in strength. Such a lineage had birthed numerous Do Saints and countless Do Zun and Do Zong powerhouses. If the Xiao clan could achieve a 30% ancestral return of Do Emperor blood, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li could likely reach the pinnacle of Do Zun, while Xiao Yin could potentially break through to Do Saint. As for himself, with the system's assistance, ascending to Do Emperor seemed entirely feasible, a concern he need not entertain. This reward undoubtedly served as a fortuitous boon from the system for Xiao Yu, who aspired to establish an organization akin to the underworld. What was most essential? Fresh blood. If the younger generation of the Xiao clan could attain a 30% ancestral return, their powers would escalate dramatically. With such advancements, how could the Xiao family not rise? Could the underworld not attract fresh blood? This resolution eased one of Xiao Yu's dilemmas. Upon hearing the rewards, his spirits soared. Although he currently possessed the capabilities of a fourth-tier alchemist, he was confident that within a month, he could break through and become a fifth-tier alchemist. Upon exiting, Xiao Yu spotted his elder brother and second brother standing in the courtyard, with Hai Bo Dong also present. As Xiao Yu emerged, Xiao Ding chuckled. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set off. Very well, Xiao Yu replied with a slight nod, leading the group toward Mo City, where they would find the nearest flight team. They needed to board a flying beast to reach the imperial capital. Xiao Yu addressed Hai Bo Dong. Elder Hai, I will accompany my brothers to board the flying beast. You may fly directly back to the imperial capital. It will save us all some trouble. Hai Bodong gazed at the individuals before him and nodded, saying, Very well, we shall meet in the imperial capital. It is fortuitous, as I need to rendezvous with an old acquaintance. With a gentle flap of his icy wings, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. A fierce wind followed in his wake, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li watched Hai Bodong's departing figure with a tinge of envy, remarking, How we envy Elder Hai. When might we, too, wield our energy as wings and soar across the skies? Xiao Yu, recalling the matter of bloodline reversion, chuckled softly. It will happen. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li interpreted this as Xiao Yu's attempt to console them and offered bittersweet smiles before leading the group towards Mo City. Having journeyed since dawn, it was only in the afternoon that Xiao Yu guided them to Mo City. Upon re-entering, he donned the attire of a second-tier alchemist once more, and the soldiers guarding the city respectfully permitted their entry. Xiao Li remarked enviously, Little Yu, your alchemist garb is truly impressive. The soldiers allowed us in without a word. Xiao Ding glanced at Xiao Li, delivering a slight reprimand. That is something you cannot covet. After all, you are of the lightning attribute. Becoming an alchemist is beyond your reach. As they spoke, Xiao Ding inquired, Little Yu, shall we head directly to the imperial capital via flying beast? Xiao Yu shook his head and replied, I must first pay a visit to the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. Chapter 108. Promotion to third-rank alchemist. Xiao Ding nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and addressed Xiao Yu. In that case, we shall wait for you at the flying transport station in the city center. Xiao Yu replied affirmatively, All right, I will join you shortly. They parted ways at the end of the street, with Xiao Zi and Xiao Bai accompanying Xiao Ding, while Xiao Yu made his way directly to the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. His intent was twofold: to elevate his alchemist rank to 3rd grade, and to procure some medicinal herbs for concocting pills. Xiao Zi had always been by his side. Should she grow in strength, she would become a significant asset. Thus, Xiao Yu sought a particular concoction within the alchemical texts, the Dragon's Beard Purple Crystal Pill, a fourth-grade elixir capable of effectively enhancing Xiao Zi's Crystal Wing Lion King's rank. He only needed one more herb, the Dragon's Beard Grass, to proceed with the concoction. As for Xiao Bai, it seemed content with a life of slumber and indulgence, appearing entirely devoid of desires, prompting Xiao Yu to pay him little mind. The Dragon's Beard Grass was a chilling herb, yet its most intriguing quality lay in its ability to absorb the accompanying purple crystal essence, transforming from an icy attribute into a blazing yang fire attribute. Due to the peculiar nature of the Dragon's Beard Grass, many alchemists were unaware of how to refine it, resulting in its scarcity. Before long, Xiao Yu arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild in Mo City, stepping forward with purpose. Clad in the robes of a second-grade alchemist, he was met with respect from the guards stationed at the gate, who did not impede his entrance. Upon re-entering the guild's hall, he found it as desolate as before. However, upon hearing his footsteps, a young woman in a green attire hurriedly emerged from a back room and approached him briskly. "Esteemed alchemist, how may I assist you?" she inquired respectfully. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's youthful visage, she was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for his alchemist robes, she would never have guessed that this young man was a second-grade alchemist. Xiao Yu responded with a light smile. "Indeed, I have 2 matters requiring your assistance." The young woman nodded slightly. "There is no need for formality. Yalan is at your service at all times. The first matter is to inquire if you might check the guild's storeroom for any Dragon's Beard Grass," Xiao Yu stated. Yalan nodded, taking note. Xiao Yu continued. "The second matter is that I wish to undertake the assessment for third-grade alchemist." "Certainly," Yalan affirmed, nodding in agreement, but then felt a pang of unease. "Third-grade alchemist? You wish to undertake the assessment for third-grade alchemist?" she asked, visibly excited. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Yu inquired, a slight frown crossing his brow. Seeing his frown, Yalan hastily waved her hands. No problem at all. I am merely surprised. Moreover, the assessment for third-grade alchemists must be conducted personally by the guild master. Please, wait in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. I will make the arrangements immediately." Xiao Yu nodded slightly and followed Yalan up to the 2nd floor. Once Xiao Yu was settled, Yalan wasted no time and exited promptly. Soon, the door to the VIP room swung open once more, and Xiao Yu immediately spotted Yalan walking ahead, accompanied by a figure, the esteemed Master Brin, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Mo City. At that moment, Brin also caught sight of Xiao Yu seated on the sofa. After a brief moment of surprise, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, it is you, my young friend Xiao Yu. I did not expect to see you again at our Alchemist Guild of Mo City." Xiao Yu rose, smiling. "Master Brin, it has been a long time." Yalan, observing their jovial exchange, asked curiously, "President, do you two know each other?" Brin replied with a chuckle. "This young man is a prodigy we discovered at our guild, already a second-tier alchemist at such a tender age. It seems we are growing old." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Master Brin, you are as vigorous as ever. You jest. By the way, where is the individual who is to be assessed for third-tier alchemist? I am eager to see which talented young individual it is. This year, our guild shall certainly make a grand impression before the imperial capital's Alchemist Guild," Brin remarked, his aged face unable to conceal his pride as he turned to Yalan. Yalan pointed at Xiao Yu and declared, "President, it is he who is to be assessed as a third-tier alchemist." The pride on Brin's face momentarily faltered as he cast a look of astonishment at Xiao Yu. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's cheerful demeanor, Brin felt his mouth go dry. After a long pause, he sighed, "Truly, a genius in alchemy. In just a few months, you have surpassed your previous skills. It is indeed impossible to deny your talent." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Isn't this what you wished to see, Master Brin?" Hearing this, Brin grinned widely. "Of course. I am eager to witness our Alchemist Guild of Mo City rise from obscurity. Come, Xiao Yu, let me take you to the assessment." With that, Brin took Xiao Yu by the arm and led him towards the alchemist assessment area on the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, they found several individuals waiting for the first-tier alchemist assessment and a middle-aged man preparing for the second-tier assessment. As Brin and Xiao Yu ascended, all eyes turned toward Xiao Yu. Everyone present recognized Brin, the president of the Alchemist Guild and a 4th-tier alchemist. This was the first time they had witnessed Brin so warmly embracing a young man, prompting speculation about Xiao Yu's identity. Who is this? Could he be a disciple of Master Brin? I wonder. It seems President Brin holds him in high regard. Did you not notice the alchemist robe on that young man? He is indeed a second-tier alchemist. As this revelation spread, all gazes converged on the alchemist robe worn by Xiao Yu. Upon noticing the two shimmering silver waves on his chest, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Among these individuals, one person, upon seeing Xiao Yu, displayed a glimmer of jealousy and resentment in his gaze. He was Cole. Originally, he had come to supervise the assessment of first-tier alchemists. However, his good mood was utterly ruined by the scene before him. Blin, unfazed by the gazes of those around him, instructed his subordinates to swiftly establish a temporary examination room, then directly led Xiao Yu inside. The onlookers were somewhat perplexed, unsure of Master Blin's intentions. Yet the middle-aged man waiting for the second-tier assessment furrowed his brow and approached the guild alchemist standing at the entrance of Xiao Yu's examination room, inquiring, "I arrived first. Why am I not the one being assessed first?" The alchemist at the door, his expression stoic, glanced at the middle-aged man and replied, "The second-tier examination room is over there. This is not the venue for the second-tier assessment." "Impossible. Could it be that he is being evaluated for the third tier?" The middle-aged man retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. His words instilled a sense of dread in Cole, who murmured, "Could it be that he truly is being assessed for the third tier?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to voice further objections, the examination room behind him suddenly swung open. Blin emerged first, his face a tableau of astonishment and awe, exclaiming, "I have never witnessed such a masterful alchemical technique. This young lad's talent in alchemy is indeed breathtaking. One cannot help but be in admiration." Chapter 109. Minor Troubles. Xiao Yu, with a serene expression, followed closely behind Bryn as they emerged. Almost immediately, Bryn clapped his hands and laughed, exclaiming, "Our alchemist guild in Mo City has not only produced the youngest second-grade alchemist in nearly a century, but now we also have the youngest third-grade alchemist." Upon Bryn's words, the entire hall on the third floor fell into a profound silence. As they gazed at Xiao Yu, who stood behind Bryn, the crowd could not help but swallow hard. When Core heard Bryn's announcement, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted, fortunately being steadied by a colleague beside him. Core had witnessed firsthand how this young lad had risen from a first-grade to a third-grade alchemist, achieving a status that even he had to look up to. Bryn turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Young friend Xiao Yu, now that you have successfully passed the assessment, what are your plans?" Xiao Yu understood that Bryn was hinting at the Alchemist Conference in the imperial capital. With a light smile, he replied, "Next, I shall journey to the imperial capital." A gleam of excitement flashed in Bryn's eyes as he looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Oh? Ha ha ha, splendid. Then we shall meet in the imperial capital a month from now. I hope you will shine brightly in the upcoming Alchemist Conference." "Certainly," Xiao Yu responded confidently. Soon after, Yalan approached and handed Xiao Yu the medicinal herbs, saying, "My lord, here are the herbs you require. There are only 15 in the Alchemist Guild." Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy as he accepted the dragon whisker grass from Yalan, exclaiming, "This is sufficient." Just as he was about to produce his golden card for payment, Bryn stopped him with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Young friend Xiao Yu, you are too polite. These are merely some herbs. Please take them." Xiao Yu did not insist further and respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude towards Bryn, saying, "In that case, I shall gratefully accept." Upon returning to the VIP room on the second floor, Bryn asked Yalan to retrieve the robe of a third-grade alchemist, which Xiao Yu promptly donned. Bryn, smiling, inquired, "By the way, I forgot to ask you earlier, that azure flame you used during your alchemy, it seems to be real fire. Is it beast fire?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly and replied, "It is an extraordinary fire. Since I am heading to the imperial capital for the Alchemist Guild, there is no need to conceal the fact that I am utilizing extraordinary fire." Bryn regarded Xiao Yu with astonishment and remarked, "I have heard that the recent disturbances in the desert were quite significant. It appears you were involved?" Xiao Yu smiled, but said nothing. Bryn, undeterred, continued, "No wonder your alchemy process was so seamless. Extraordinary fire is indeed a boon for the fortunate. With such an enhancement, you might even attempt to concoct a fourth-grade potion as a third-grade alchemist. This time, the Alchemist Conference has invited alchemists from other empires, and there will be many prodigies. We must not be careless." Master Bryn's words are indeed wise. Xiao Yu nodded slightly in agreement. After conversing for a while longer, Xiao Yu rose to take his leave. He still needed to escort Xiao Ding and the others to the imperial capital. With a smile, Bryn escorted Xiao Yu out of the Alchemist Guild. Watching Xiao Yu's departing figure, Bryn softly remarked. Xiao Yu, your name shall surely resonate throughout the Jiamar Empire after this journey to the Imperial City. Upon exiting the guild, Xiao Yu made his way directly towards the central square of the city. Soon, he arrived at a vast plaza where several large avian creatures, known as the thick-winged birds, were resting. These creatures, gentle by nature and rare in number, were solely employed by the Empire as a means of aerial transport, owing to their unique temperament. As Xiao Yu surveyed the area, he noticed the absence of Xiao Ding and the others, which piqued his curiosity. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, and his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, Xuelan. With a slight frown, Xiao Yu approached and patted Xuelan's shoulder. Startled, she turned to see it was Xiao Yu and immediately relaxed, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, you must help your elder brother and second brother. Xiao Yu's eyes scanned the crowd, spotting Xiao Ding and Xiao Li encircled by a brawny man. This formidable opponent possessed the strength of a two-star great fighter, making it challenging for Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, even when they fought in unison. Observing the tightly packed throng, Xiao Yu summoned his fighting spirit, creating a path through the crowd. As the onlookers glared at him in annoyance, they were quickly intimidated by his attire as a third-rank alchemist and retreated quietly. The brawny man laughed maniacally. Huh? You two are utterly pathetic, attempting to act the hero before me, yet in the face of absolute power, you must yield. Prepare to perish. With a sudden clenching of his massive fist, flames surged forth, coalescing into an energy gauntlet. He then charged at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li with astonishing speed, the sound of wind rushing past accompanied by a fierce force. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, and in a swift motion, vanished from his original position. Boom! The two figures collided, sending a cloud of dust swirling around them. The crowd, enveloped in the haze, heard a distinct sound of bones cracking. Everyone assumed Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had been sent flying, only to be astonished when the brawny man emerged from the dust instead. A howl of agony escaped him as the dust settled, revealing three figures. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, recognizing the silhouette, exchanged glances and their expressions brightened. Little Yu. Xiao Yu casually clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and looked at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, asking, Are you both unharmed? They shook their heads slightly, replying, You arrived just in time. We are uninjured. As the brawny man lay wounded, a group of individuals clad in identical attire approached, each adorned with a faint red wolf emblem on their chests, indicating their affiliation with a mercenary group. You dare to attack the vice-captain of our Blood Wolf mercenary corps? Are you seeking death? One of the mercenaries bellowed loudly, yet dared not approach, for he had witnessed this individual effortlessly send their vice-captain flying through the air, a clear testament to his prowess exceeding that of a grand master. The vice-captain, sprawled on the ground, his limbs rendered useless, bellowed in fury, Get over here, kill them. Instantly, his band of mercenaries surged forth with feral cries, only to have Xiao Yu slowly turn around, fixing them with a piercing gaze. Kill me? You believe yourselves worthy? At that moment, all present discerned the emblem adorning Xiao Yu's chest, signifying his status as a third-rank alchemist. The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps turned pale, trembling as they glanced at the incapacitated vice-captain. Cold sweat dripped down the vice-captain's back as he stared in horror at Xiao Yu, third-rank alchemist. The bystanders couldn't help but smirk. The Blood Wolf mercenary corps, which had long terrorized this region, had finally encountered a formidable opponent. Xiao Yu then addressed Xiao Ding. What transpired? Xiao Ding cast a sinister glance at the captain. He made unwarranted advances towards Xuelan, and thus I confronted him. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone chilling. Brother, handle it as you see fit. I shall bear the consequences. With a resolute nod, Xiao Ding approached the burly man who had just risen. Do not come any closer. The burly man, his hands incapacitated and strength severely diminished, was clearly no match for Xiao Ding. This is the price of your arrogance. Xiao Ding retorted coldly, then, with a powerful stomp, propelled himself towards the burly man, delivering a devastating punch. Boom! The burly man, unable to evade, was struck squarely on the head by Xiao Ding's fist, instantly meeting his demise. Chapter 110. Arrival in the imperial capital. Xiao Ding showed not the slightest hesitation. From the moment this individual dared to provoke him, the outcome was destined to be one of relentless conflict. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to believe how decisively Xiao Ding had acted. Xiao Yu, however, felt a sense of satisfaction. It was only by being unyielding that one could thrive in the treacherous Black Corner region. Family was his sacred line, one that could never be crossed. Some mercenaries had fled upon witnessing the deputy leader's demise, yet Xiao Yu remained unfazed. As long as their leader possessed any sense, he would understand the grave repercussions of offending a third-tier alchemist. The death of the deputy leader was inconsequential, especially since he appeared to be quite unpopular. With a smile, Xiao Yu declared, "It is time for us to depart." Xiao Ding nodded in agreement, and Xiao Li, accompanied by several mercenaries, followed Xiao Yu toward the ticket counter. They were utterly unconcerned about potential retaliation from the Bloodwolf mercenary group. The individuals who had been queuing at the counter parted to make way for Xiao Yu and his companions, bowing their heads in deference. After a slight nod of gratitude, Xiao Yu approached the counter. Behind it stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a uniform, her face adorned with a sweet smile. "Sir, as an alchemist, you are entitled to complimentary flying transport services as per the Empire's regulations." Upon hearing her melodious voice, those who had been waiting in line couldn't help but mutter under their breath, cursing the woman for her blatant favoritism towards the alchemist. Yet, they could only grumble quietly, having conveniently forgotten their own humiliating encounters in the presence of such esteemed individuals, knowing they lacked the prowess to confront anyone. "Very well. But I have 13 others who require tickets as well. Please make the necessary arrangements," Xiao Yu requested. "Of course." The uniformed woman responded with a flirtatious smile as she swiftly completed the paperwork and stepped out from behind the counter. "Esteemed alchemist, please follow me." Following the woman, Xiao Yu and his entourage made their way to the flying mounts. Observing the way she moved, her curves swaying enticingly, Xiao Li leaned toward Xiao Yu, teasingly raising his brows. "Little Yu, it seems this lady has taken a liking to you." Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, retorting, "Is it truly me she fancies, or merely my status as an alchemist? Besides, I have no interest in such trivialities." "Indeed, that is a valid point. Suner has been a beauty since childhood, and now that she has matured, she must be breathtaking. Such commonplace women would hardly attract your attention," Xiao Li remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Are you suggesting you are interested in such a woman? If so, I would gladly play matchmaker for you." Xiao Yu laughed. Xiao Li shot him a glare. "You speak nonsense. Who would find interest in such a woman? If our father were to learn I was involved with someone so brazen, he would surely break my legs." Standing beside Xiao Ding, Xuelon cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Li and remarked, "I cannot ascertain your seriousness, but do ensure that you do not lead your elder brother and fourth brother astray." Xiao Li, upon hearing this, shot a teasing look at Xuelon and replied, "Oh, Xuelon, you have yet to marry my elder brother, yet you assume the role of a sister-in-law, admonishing me." Xuelon's face flushed crimson with indignation, and Xiao Ding, witnessing this exchange, interjected to defend her, saying, "Xiao Li, Xuelon is right. Do not lead Xiao Yu astray. Otherwise, I assure you, not only our father, but I too shall not spare you." Seeing Xiao Ding's unabashed support for Xuelon, her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, while Xiao Li raised his hands in mock surrender, exclaiming, all right, you all have your beloveds who stand by you, leaving me as the sole pitiable villain." The comedic lament from Xiao Li elicited laughter from the group. Before long, under the guidance of the uniformed woman, they ascended onto the back of a wind element flying beast, locating several vacant chambers before entering them. Disregarding the resentful gaze behind him, Xiao Yu chose an empty room and stepped inside, resolute in his disinterest in fleeting romances. Shortly after their ascent on the flying beast, Xiao Yu felt the immense wings of the creature begin to flap gently, swirling with currents of wind energy that lifted its colossal form into the skies. Xiao Zi lay by the bedside, resting with closed eyes, while Xiao Bai had taken to sleeping more soundly of late. However, after a brief inspection, Xiao Yu found nothing amiss and chose not to dwell on it. Seating himself cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Yu retrieved the dragon beard grass he had acquired previously at the Alchemist Guild in Mo City, preparing to concoct the dragon beard purple crystal pill. The process of crafting this pill was not particularly intricate, primarily hinging on the dragon beard grass and the accompanying purple crystal source, which were somewhat challenging to procure. Yet, having secured both ingredients, and with his prowess as a peak fourth-grade alchemist, he found the task rather manageable. For the upcoming Alchemist Conference in the imperial capital, Xiao Yu sought to strike a balance, neither appearing overly ostentatious nor too humble, which motivated him to undergo the assessment for a third-grade alchemist. With a flick of his wrist, a solid white medicinal cauldron materialized before him. His control over fire had become increasingly adept, making the process of igniting the cauldron a mere trifle. Swiftly retrieving several herbs from his spatial ring, he expertly tossed them into the cauldron. With a deft snap of his fingers, a strand of azure lotus heart fire was directed into the cauldron as he focused on manipulating two flames simultaneously. This exercise served to hone his mental acuity, which had seen considerable improvement during this period. The azure lotus heart fire enveloped the herbs instantaneously, swiftly purifying them. Methodically, Xiao Yu introduced a strand of dragon beard grass, and once it transformed into a fine white powder, he prepared for the final step, melding it with the accompanying purple crystal source. However, as he retrieved the purple crystal source, the mischievous duo, Kai Dai and Mei Du Sha, darted from his sleeve, their eyes fixated on the white jade vial in Xiao Yu's hand, revealing a glimmer of covetous desire. Xiao Yu, somewhat resigned, extended his fingers to gently stroke the small heads of the creatures before him. He then allocated a portion of the associated purple crystal essence to them. The little serpent swiftly flicked its tongue, and in an instant, the essence was consumed. After ingesting the precious substance, the two little beings squinted their serpent eyes, displaying expressions of utmost satisfaction, appearing utterly adorable. However, when the little purple serpent observed its share of the essence being devoured by the colorful butterfly and Medusa, it felt a twinge of grievance but dared not voice its discontent, for it harbored a fear of the sky-devouring python. Having appeased the butterfly and Medusa, Xiao Yu commenced the fusion of the dragon whisker purple crystal pill. In no time, under his meticulous control, 10 completely purple pills emerged from the alchemical cauldron, each adorned with faint pill patterns, signifying that these were top-tier 4th-grade elixirs. The flying beast soared through the skies for 5 continuous days, during which Xiao Yu successfully refined a total of 115 dragon whisker purple crystal pills, providing ample sustenance for the little purple crystal-winged lion king for a considerable duration. At last, the flying beast began its descent into a magnificent city, and in that moment, Xiao Yu opened his eyes. Gazing at the grand city shrouded in mist, he turned his attention northward towards the imperial capital, where an imposing mountain range sprawled majestically, resembling a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth, exuding an aura of transcendent spiritual energy. The imperial capital has arrived. Chapter 111. Headquarters of Mitre Xiao Yu, accompanied by Xiao Ding and others, emerged from the bustling transport hub of the imperial city. Following behind were Han Mu and the others, who gazed in awe at the surroundings. The majestic skyscrapers and the throngs of people on the streets made them feel like unsophisticated country folk, their eyes darting about in wonder, even having witnessed the grandeur of the great cities in his past life. Xiao Yu found himself equally impressed by the capital of the Gamma Empire. Indeed, this holy city rivaled the great metropolis of his previous existence. Among all the cities he had encountered in the Gamma Empire, the capital undeniably stood as the most magnificent and expansive. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exhibited slightly greater composure, yet they too were astonished by the capital's opulence. Xiao Ding remarked to Xiao Yu, "Indeed, this capital is extraordinary. It is no wonder so many aspire to partake in its fortunes." Beneath the surface of this splendor, however, lay darkness and bloodshed. Those who could establish themselves here must possess formidable backing or exhibit extraordinary prowess themselves. Xiao Yu smiled in agreement. Xiao Ding nodded in affirmation, while Xiao Li inquired, "Xiao Yu, what is our next course of action? When shall we ascend to Yunlan's sect?" Xiao Yu replied, "There is no rush to visit Yunlan's sect. In just over half a month, the Empire will hold the Alchemist Conference. We should seize this opportunity to build our reputation. Moreover, my elder brother is likely to arrive in the capital to attend the conference as well." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li quickly seized upon the key phrase in Xiao Yu's words. Elder brother will also attend the Alchemist Conference. After licking his dry lips, Xiao Ding asked, "Are you implying that Xiao Yin is now an alchemist?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, although I am uncertain of his current rank. You too should remain vigilant in the capital. My elder brother is probably on his way." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li, filled with excitement, clapped Xiao Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "No way. Our Xiao family has produced 2 alchemists." Ha ha. His laughter drew the attention of several passers-by, prompting Xiao Ding to pull the exuberant Xiao Li through the crowd. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile and followed suit. eventually arranging accommodations for Xiao Ding and the others at a local inn. Due to the upcoming Alchemist Conference, finding a room in the capital proved quite a challenge, with prices soaring to exorbitant levels. Fortunately, when Xiao Yu revealed his status as a third-tier alchemist, he successfully secured several rooms, ensuring he paid the appropriate fees without taking advantage of his position. After settling Xiao Ding and the others, Xiao Yu ventured alone toward the miter auction house in the capital, as Hai Buodong had instructed him to seek out miter upon his arrival. The miter auction house was easy to locate, being the foremost commercial family in the Gamma Empire and widely renowned in the capital. After casually inquiring about its direction from passers-by, Xiao Yu strode confidently toward the end of the street. Soon, Xiao Yu's footsteps gradually came to a halt as he lifted his gaze towards the imposing structure that loomed at the end of the street, adorned with a distinctive emblem. His face reflected a mixture of astonishment and admiration as he remarked, "Truly, this is the headquarters of the Mitel family, a sight that commands both awe and reverence." While he was lost in contemplation, Xiao Yu was unexpectedly jostled aside by several guards. Frowning slightly, he turned to see a young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, galloping towards him on a striking crimson steed, causing pedestrians along the way to scatter in alarm. The magnificent red horse came to an abrupt halt before the Mitel headquarters, and a lithe figure leapt gracefully from the saddle. As he surveyed the grand entrance of the Mitel stronghold, his youthful visage bore an expression as fierce as that of a wild tiger, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Xiao Yu, observing from the sidelines, noted the guards beside him bore the insignia of the Mu family, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Could it be him? In a city as grand as the imperial capital, few could exhibit such brazen audacity, and among the young men associated with the Mitel family, the only one that came to mind was Mu Zhan, the brash heir of the Mu clan. Mu Zhan cast a casual glance around, and as his piercing gaze met the eyes of the onlookers, they instinctively averted their eyes. With a disdainful smirk, he strode confidently towards the entrance of the Mitel headquarters. Once Mu Zhan had departed, Xiao Yu shook his head and chuckled softly. He certainly embodies the essence of a reckless scion. I presume he is here for Yafei? However, Xiao Yu chose not to dwell on it further and proceeded into the interior. Upon entering the auction house, a gentle luminescence cascaded from the ceiling, effectively muffling the cacophony of the outside world. Inside the hall, guards patrolled diligently, each adorned with the Mitel family emblem. Xiao Yu casually scanned his surroundings, noting the numerous crystal display cases filled with items, each valued at no less than 30,000 gold coins. Yet, despite the spaciousness of the venue, he found himself at a loss as to how to locate Hai Buodong. Just as he was grappling with this predicament, a maidservant passed by, carrying a crystal tray covered with a black cloth, presumably for the upcoming auction. Xiao Yu instinctively grasped her arm. The maidservant gasped in shock, and the nearby guards immediately took notice, surrounding him. The head guard, brandishing a spear, demanded, "What is your intention?" Xiao Yu promptly released the maidservant, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I mean no harm. I merely seek information about an individual." The maidservant hastily retreated, while the head guard coldly inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Hai Buodong. Are you familiar with him?" Xiao Yu uttered the elder's name. However, the guard's lack of recognition was evident. After all, Hai Buodong was merely an honorary elder of the Mitel family, making it unsurprising that the underlings had not heard of him. "Having never heard of you, it would be wise for you to vacate the middle auction house. Causing a commotion here is far from prudent," the captain of the guards remarked coldly. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows and inquired, "Might I trouble you to consult your superior?" The captain hesitated at Xiao Yu's request. At that moment, a voice echoed from the staircase on the second floor. "Who dares to create a disturbance in our middle auction house? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Yu looked up to see a young man descending the stairs slowly, his complexion pale. His eyes narrowed as he cast a frosty gaze at Xiao Yu. "Is it you causing trouble here?" Xiao Yu replied calmly, "I am not causing trouble. I merely wish to inquire about someone." "Pray do tell, whom do you seek? Do you think just anyone can come here and create a ruckus?" "Country bumpkin, if you can't clarify your intentions today, you shall not leave." The young man sneered. Having just been severely reprimanded by a member of the Mu family, he was seething with frustration and seized the opportunity to alleviate his discontent upon witnessing Xiao Yu's apparent disturbance. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yu said, "I am looking for someone named Hai Buodong. He is an honorary elder of your middle family. Have you heard of him?" "Nonsense. The young man interrupted sharply, cursing vehemently as Xiao Yu finished speaking. Chapter 112. The young man with a fiery temper I, Leeler, have been associated with the Mittler family for many years and have never heard of any esteemed elder by the name of Habadon. Leeler gazed at Xiao Yu with a mocking expression. Xiao Yu's sword-like brows furrowed slightly. He felt as though he had encountered this name before, perhaps a minor character from the original narrative, but how could he possibly remember every individual from it? How can you be so certain that there is no elder by that name in your elder council? Xiao Yu retorted, looking at Leeler with an air of arrogance. Leeler proclaimed, my grandfather is Elder Leo of the Mittler family, who wields considerable influence within the elder council. Do you think I would be unaware of such matters? He then gestured dismissively towards the guards beside him. Enough of this. Why should I waste my breath on a country bumpkin like you? You lot, throw him out. Upon hearing Leeler's words, Xiao Yu, with a curious expression, queried, Leo is your grandfather? Is your grandfather Ultraman? This statement left Leeler momentarily stunned. What is Ultraman? Nothing. Xiao Yu replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. Even if I were not here to seek someone, is it not permissible for me to auction items at the Mittler auction house? Is this how you conduct business here? Ha! You amuse me. What could a mere country bumpkin like you possibly auction? Leeler scoffed. I am in a foul mood today. Begone. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding guards began to close in. In resignation, Xiao Yu retrieved the alchemist's robe from his storage ring and donned it. Previously, he thought the third-tier alchemist's attire was too ostentatious, but now it appeared it might aid him in avoiding harassment from the rabble. Upon seeing Xiao Yu clad in the distinctive robe of an alchemist, Leeler's eyes widened in disbelief. A third-tier alchemist? This cannot be. At your age? Such talent would be renowned throughout the imperial capital. Xiao Yu calmly brushed the slightly wrinkled cuffs of his robe and remarked, is it possible for someone to impersonate an alchemist? Leeler, incensed by Xiao Yu's unperturbed demeanor, pointed at him with a contorted expression and commanded the guards. Seize this impostor who dares to masquerade as an alchemist. However, in light of Xiao Yu's status as a third-tier alchemist, the guards hesitated to act. While Leeler might escape unscathed, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Seeing their inaction, Leeler bellowed, Are you all deaf? I commanded you to subdue him. Stop. A cold voice resonated from the staircase on the second floor. The onlookers in the hall turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, and there appeared a graceful figure clad in red descending the stairs. As her gaze fell, a pair of striking red boots made contact with the ground, producing a series of crisp and melodious sounds, akin to a delightful symphony. As their eyes traveled upward, they beheld a pair of long, snow-white legs that captivated their attention. As the men in the hall beheld the alluring figure clad in crimson, their gazes ignited with fervor. Xiao Yu's eyes, imbued with admiration, gradually ascended, ultimately fixating upon a captivatingly beautiful visage. He was momentarily taken aback, softly murmuring, I never expected to encounter her again. The woman in the resplendent red robe was none other than Yafei, whom he had last seen nearly 3 years ago at the Mitre Auction House in Wutan City. It was said she had been summoned back to the imperial capital, departing without so much as a farewell. What are you staring at? A sinister voice erupted from behind Yafei, cutting through the atmosphere. Xiao Yu turned to find Mu Zhan, the very individual he had encountered at the entrance. His cold, piercing gaze scanned the crowd. As he regarded Yafei as his prized possession, unwilling to permit any lingering glances upon her, the guards stationed behind Mu Zhan promptly dispersed the onlookers, inciting discontent among the masses, yet they dared not voice their grievances, cowed by the Mu family's formidable influence. However, Yafei felt a twinge of disdain towards Mu Zhan's domineering demeanor. Though discomfort, she maintained her composure, addressing him coolly, These individuals are guests of the Mitre Auction House. This is not the Mu residence. Please do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing her words, Mu Zhan's fierce eyes softened slightly, and he erupted in laughter. Ha! Who in the entire imperial capital does not know that Yafei is destined to be my wife? You, madman! Yafei retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Clearly unfazed by her protest, Mu Zhan continued to disregard her words. With no recourse, she turned her gaze toward Lei Lu, her enchanting eyes still tinged with lingering ire, which morphed into a semblance of disdain upon seeing him. Yet, when her gaze landed upon the youth standing before Lei Lu, her attention abruptly froze. Yafei was taken aback, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. It was only when she noticed Xiao Yu, arms crossed and adorned with a gentle smile. That she finally recognized him as the young lad from the Xiao family who had stealthily come to the auction house to sell medicine. Her gaze quickly drew Muzhan's attention, who scrutinized the striking youth before him, attempting to recall any information about him, but to no avail. His discontent grew at the sight of Yafei's interest in the boy. Taking a few steps forward, Yafei waved her hand to dismiss the surrounding guards and stood before Xiao Yu, her demeanor radiant. It has been years since we last met. I nearly failed to recognize you. You've grown taller than me now. Xiao Yu inhaled the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her presence and playfully remarked, Sister Yafei, you remain unchanged, yet you have become increasingly enchanting. It seems there are indeed many vying for your attention in the capital. As he spoke, his gaze subtly traversed over Lei Lu and Muzhan, clearly implying that they were among those many. With a playful pout, Yafei chided, after years apart, is your greeting merely to tease your sister? As Yafei engaged in light-hearted banter with Xiao Yu, Muzhan's expression turned ominously dark, his face radiating an aura of lethal intent. Verdant energy surged from his body, and with a clenched fist, he struck forcefully towards Xiao Yu. The fierce gust of energy whipped past Yafei, causing a stinging sensation on her delicate cheeks. Witnessing Muzhan's aggression, Yafei's complexion shifted dramatically, prompting her to urgently warn Xiao Yu, be careful, Xiao Yu. Muzhan is a 9-star dome master. Without warning, a faint crimson energy erupted from within Xiao Yu, his palm imbued with the red aura effortlessly intercepting Muzhan's incoming fist. A thunderous sound reverberated as the formidable energies collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent the nearby heavy display cases trembling under its force. Muzhan's countenance abruptly changed. He sensed his strength dissipating like a stone sinking into the sea, a look of alarm creeping into his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yu's still calm visage. Xiao Yu smiled gently and remarked, young man, why the fierce temper? With that, he unleashed a powerful backlash of energy from his palm. Bang! Crack! A sudden sound of bones fracturing echoed from his right hand, and the overwhelming force propelled Muzhan backward several steps before gradually dissipating. The ensuing agony rendered Muzhan's face ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The unexpected turn of events transformed Yafei's previously anxious expression into one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 113. The peculiarity of Yunlan's sect. The scene before him filled Liu with trepidation. In earlier years, Muzhan was a formidable figure in the imperial capital, his temperament marked by a readiness to fight and kill, making him the de facto leader of the Crown Prince's faction. Once a troublesome presence in the capital, he had spent several years on the battlefield at the Empire's borders, likely enhancing both his strength and temperament. Just moments ago, Liu had been ousted from the family office on the second floor by Muzhan, and he dared not confront such a volatile individual. However, witnessing Muzhan being effortlessly repelled by Xiao Yu, even sustaining injuries, was something Liu could scarcely fathom. A sense of relief washed over him for not intervening directly. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, Muzhan demanded, who on earth are you? His attention was drawn to the 3 silver ripples on Xiao Yu's chest, the emblem of a pharmacist, and his expression soured further. A young third-tier pharmacist, possessing such strength to nonchalantly withstand his attack, must have surpassed the dosher level. Yafei, observing Muzhan's retreat at the hands of Xiao Yu, hurried to his side, exclaiming, you're not hurt, are you? Her words caused a wave of bitterness to rise in Muzhan's throat, but all he could do was cast a humiliating glance at Xiao Yu before turning to leave. Xiao Yu noted the murderous glare Muzhan cast upon his departure, yet he remained unfazed, smiling at Yafei. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Yafei, somewhat astonished, playfully patted her alabaster chest, remarking, you've indeed matured over these 3 years. Your strength has grown remarkably. Well, it's all right, Xiao Yu replied with a casual smile. However, as Xiao Yu's gaze swept past Liu, the latter's frail form nearly faltered, a flush of humiliation coloring his pale face as he hastily vacated the scene. Once Muzhan and Liu had departed, Yafei took Xiao Yu's hand and led him upstairs. As her delicate fingers clasped his, a strange sensation stirred within Xiao Yu, yet he did not resist. Ascending several flights, they halted before a grand door, where Yafei's familiarity suggested this was a frequented location. 2 guards flanked the entrance, and while they appeared puzzled and astonished at Yafei's arrival with Xiao Yu, they did not impede their passage. Yufei confidently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Navigating through shelves of books, they arrived at a desk, where Yufei finally released Xiao Yu's hand, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush as she gazed at him. Now that it's quiet here, we can converse properly. Pointing at the emblem on Xiao Yu's chest, she exclaimed with astonishment. Over the years, you have become a third-tier pharmacist? Xiao Yu shrugged and replied with a confident smile. ISNT that only to be expected? I believe it reflects well on your expectations of me. Yufei's expression momentarily faltered, and with a somewhat forced smile, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, then looked at Xiao Yu earnestly and remarked, Indeed, back then I valued your alchemical prowess, but that was merely in relation to the miter auction house. For me, it was simply a desire to make a friend. Observing Yufei's solemn demeanor, Xiao Yu suddenly chuckled. I am well aware, after all. This spatial ring is a gift from you. He gestured to the ring adorning his finger. Yufei, glancing at the sincere smile upon Xiao Yu's face and then at the ring, softly remarked, I did not expect you to still carry it. Though the ring appeared exquisite, its size was modest, merely around 10 square inches, significantly smaller compared to other high-tier spatial rings. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, this ring held profound significance for Yufei. Wasn't this a gift from Sister Yufei? Naturally, I must keep it, Xiao Yu stated, looking at her. His words caused a faint blush to rise on Yufei's cheeks, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Are you in the Imperial City this time to attend the Alchemist Conference? Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Yes, but that is not the sole reason. Yufei, with a perceptive mind, quickly inquired, Are you also planning to visit the Yunlan sect? She had heard of the 3-year agreement between Xiao Yin of the Xiao family and Nalan Yinran, the young master of the Yunlan sect, during her time in Wutan City. Considering the timeline, it was indeed approaching that moment. Yufei was not particularly familiar with Xiao Yin, as she had returned to the Imperial City shortly after receiving an urgent summons from her family. My third brother has a 3-year agreement with Nalan Yinran of the Yunlan sect. We, the Xiao family, cannot allow him to ascend the mountain alone. I must lend a hand, Xiao Yu remarked while gazing out the window at the bustling streets below. However, Yufei furrowed her brow and replied, You may not be aware, but recently, the Yunlan sect has been increasingly frequenting the Imperial City, and this unusual behavior has drawn the attention of the prominent families, including the royal family. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what brings them to the Imperial City? To procure medicinal materials, many of them, including some rare herbs and chilling substances, Yufei explained softly. Chilling substances? Xiao Yu queried, slightly puzzled. Yufei elaborated, such as coldine water and greenine grass, among others. Upon hearing these names, Xiao Yu immediately recognized them as materials related to spiritual effects, which reminded him of the collusion between the Guardian of the Soul Palace and the Yunshan in the original text. Could it be related to the Guardian? Yufei continued, however, these are not the most crucial details. The most significant finding, according to the investigations of several prominent families, is that in the past month, 2 elders of the Yunlan sect have consecutively broken through to the Do Wang realm, marking a peak in the sect's strength not seen in nearly a century. This indeed strengthened Xiao Yu's belief that the Yunlan sect must have colluded with the Soul Palace. However, it seemed to him that this had occurred rather prematurely. Could it be due to his own presence? After all, it was merely a simple competition. They had not provoked the Yunlan sect in any way. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Yet, the subsequent words of Yufei instilled a sense of unease within him. Recently, the behavior of the Yunlan sect had been exceedingly peculiar. It appeared that the sect leader, Yun Yun, had committed some transgression, leading to her confinement by the previous sect leader, Yun Shan. Currently, the position of acting sect leader was held by the Grand Elder, Yun Ling. In any case, if one were to approach the Yunlan sect now, it would be wise to proceed with caution, Yufei advised with evident concern. Upon hearing Yufei's words, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, pondering, how could Yun Yun have been imprisoned? Furthermore, regarding the 3-year agreement, logically speaking, Xiao Yun should not be subjected to any flimsy pretext by Yun Ling to detain him within the Yunlan sect. Why, then, did he feel an inexplicable sense of anxiety? Noticing the furrowed brows of Xiao Yu, Yufei gently inquired, What troubles you? Regaining his composure, Xiao Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. I am fine. By the way, I would like to purchase some medicinal herbs from you. A gentle smile reminiscent of spring water appeared once more on Yufei's exquisite face. Do tell me what you need. As long as it is not too rare, I can certainly assist you in procuring it. This statement from Yafei held true. The middle family, if nothing else, could indeed rival the Alchemist Guild in the Imperial City when it came to the storage of medicinal herbs. Chapter 114. The arrival of Xiao Yin. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, then searched for a piece of white paper on the table before him. Taking up a pen, he promptly inscribed the formula for the soul fusion pill. Although this elixir, essential for the merging of souls, was rare, there existed numerous high-grade recipes within the alchemical compendium, and it was from these that Xiao Yu had extracted the formula. Once he had completed the writing with a flourish, he handed the paper to Yafei and said with a grin, "Could you take a look and see if you can gather the ingredients listed here?" Yafei parted her crimson lips and teased, "It seems you have come today specifically in search of ingredients." After receiving the white paper, her enchanting eyes swept over the names of the ingredients. A flicker of astonishment crossed her delicate face as she looked up at Xiao Yu and said with a hint of exasperation, "You are placing quite a burden on me. The ingredients listed here are anything but ordinary. Even the middle family's storeroom may not yield all of them." Xiao Yu regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "Perhaps some of these ingredients can be found at the middle auction house?" Yafei, fixated on the recipe in her hand, fell into contemplation, her exquisite hand supporting her chin as she murmured, "These ingredients are exceedingly scarce. The few that I am acquainted with are also immensely valuable. Their market price is likely no less than 300,000 gold coins, and even then, they are more often sought than found. We might manage to procure a fraction of them." Xiao Yu was well aware of the rarity of the ingredients and nodded slightly, declaring, "I will take whatever middle has. And I require 2 sets. What?" Yafei's beautiful eyes narrowed as she shot him a playful glare. "You have quite the lofty opinion of the middle family. Securing even a single set of these ingredients is a challenge. How do you expect to acquire 2? Xiao Yu chuckled, "I know that Sister Yafei possesses remarkable abilities. Such a trivial matter should not pose a challenge for you." With a sudden sigh, Yafei said, "You truly are a handful. Very well, I shall see what I can find in the storeroom. But even if I wish to assist you, I can only help reduce the price somewhat. It will still require close to 2 million gold coins." As she spoke, a playful smile danced across her charming face, and she asked, "Young brother Xiao Yu, are you certain you can muster that amount?" Xiao Yu slowly shook his head, "That I cannot. But I can assist you in refining pills as a means of settling the debt. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's proposal, Yafei's beautiful eyes curved into a delightful smile, reminiscent of a charming fox. "That would certainly be acceptable. Conveniently, the middle family is currently seeking alchemists. Why not stay here? For third-grade pills, perhaps 100 could clear these debts." Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively, "There is no rush. Once I participate in the Alchemist Conference and secure the championship, I believe there will be a considerable reward in gold. For now, please help me look for the ingredients. I will procure the gold as swiftly as possible." Upon hearing Xiao Yu decline her offer, a fleeting look of disappointment flickered in Yafei's eyes. But she quickly composed herself and smiled. "By the way, did you come here solely in search of ingredients?" Xiao Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, "I nearly forgot. I came here to find someone." "Find someone?" Yafei inquired with a hint of confusion. "Who are you looking for at the middle auction house?" She was unaware that Xiao Yu had connections within the middle family beyond her. Xiao Yu replied, "Haibo Dong. Do you know him? He mentioned that if I came to the imperial capital, I could find him at the middle auction house." Upon hearing the name, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yafei's eyes as she exclaimed, "You know Elder Hai?" Xiao Yu nodded. "So you are familiar with Elder Hai? Where is he now?" Yafei responded, "Elder Hai is currently at the middle family estate. He seems to be friends with the Grand Elder. I never expected that you would know Elder Hai." In recent days, Haibo Dong had been residing within the middle family, albeit rarely making appearances. Yet, as a core member of the middle family, Yafei was aware of his presence. The Grand Elder had once mentioned that Elder Hai was an honorary elder of the middle family, possessing formidable strength, comparable to that of a Do Huang. It was merely a chance encounter in the desert. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Yafei didn't ponder further, but smiled. "Since you know Elder Hai, why not return to the estate with me now?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu replied, "All right." The two then exited the auction house, heading towards the middle family estate. Seated quietly in the inner hall of the middle estate, Xiao Yu awaited news of Haibo Dong, while Yafei had gone to inform him. "Ha ha ha, little fox, you have finally arrived." I was on the verge of boredom. A hearty laugh echoed from the entrance. Xiao Yu looked over, somewhat resigned, as Haibo Dong stepped inside, followed by an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire, presumably the current head of the middle family. Middle Shan, are you now an old man? Do you still intend to venture into battles? Xiao Yu teased with a light smile. Hai Bo Dong, upon hearing the jest, merely shook his head slowly. You speak truthfully. I have indeed aged, unlike you. Middle Shan, who trailed behind Hai Bo Dong, cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yu, pondering which prodigy from the imperial capital this young man might be. However, no information surfaced in his mind about this youth. Hai Bo Dong introduced, this is the grand elder of the middle family, Middle Shan. Shan, this is the friend I mentioned, Xiao Yu. Stepping forward, Middle Shan's gaze abruptly fixated on the alchemist insignia on Xiao Yu's chest, exclaiming, a third-grade alchemist? Shan's exclamation instantly drew Hai Bo Dong's attention towards Xiao Yu with surprise. Little fox, in just a few days, when did you become a third-grade alchemist? Hai Bo Dong inquired. Xiao Yu replied with a calm smile. A few days ago, I took the time to undergo the third-grade assessment. Taking time? Shan's heart leaped suddenly, and he beamed at Xiao Yu, saying, young friend Xiao Yu, greetings. I am Miter, the esteemed elder of the Miter family. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them. Whatever the Miter family possesses, I shall strive to fulfill your requests. It was evident that such a young third-tier alchemist held boundless potential for future accomplishments. Thus, forging a good relationship at this moment was imperative. Yafei cast a helpless glance at her elder, gently massaging her temples. The elder's words were rather heavy. If there were genuine needs, she would certainly convey them to him. Xiao Yu also responded politely. Hai Bodong interjected, little fox, in a few days, the Alchemist Convention will commence. You might as well stay here for a few days. It would not be too late to register later. Xiao Yu did not oppose this suggestion and instructed Yafei to send someone to inform Xiao Ding and the others of their stay. Meanwhile, at the city gate of the imperial capital, a figure cloaked in black emerged, carrying an unusual large black ruler on his back, drawing the attention of those around. Teacher, we have finally arrived at the imperial capital. This figure was none other than Xiao Yan. Let us find a place to settle down first. We can visit the auction house tomorrow. The voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, lifting his foot and making his way into the depths of the imperial capital. Chapter 115. An unexpected encounter. Beneath the black robe lay a resolute visage. Over the past 2 years, under the guidance of the medicine elder, Xiao Yan made remarkable advancements, achieving the formidable rank of a 9-star Dome Master. No one knew the tribulations Xiao Yan had endured during this time, although he resided at the Jianan Academy. The majority of his days were spent honing his skills in the treacherous Black Corner region. At this moment, traces of bloodshed and a chilling aura clung to him, remnants of his prolonged battles in that perilous land. Upon entering the imperial capital, Xiao Yan found himself captivated by its opulence. The surrounding clamor momentarily disoriented him. He approached an inn and requested a room from the attendant at the front desk. Sensing the frigid aura emanating from the cloaked figure, the attendant hastily arranged accommodations. After receiving the room key, Xiao Yan ascended the stairs, while the attendant sighed in relief, muttering, that man's presence is truly intimidating. Once in his room, he removed the enormous weapon from his back and casually inquired, Master, shall we begin our assessment of the alchemist tomorrow? The medicine elder, now a spectral entity hovering in the air, replied, Indeed, it is time to evaluate your alchemist rank. Afterward, we can inquire about the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar. If it is unavailable in the Alchemist Guild of the Imperial Capital, we may visit the middle auction house. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Then I shall heed your guidance. He reclined comfortably on the bed, exclaiming, It has been ages since I have rested on such a splendid bed. The medicine elder chuckled. What? Do you blame me for being too stringent in your training? Xiao Yan quickly turned to the medicine elder and clarified, Master, you know that is not my intention. The medicine elder spoke softly. Once matters here are settled, you should venture beyond these confines. Intrigued, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled as he asked, Are you planning to take me to the central state? The medicine elder surveyed Xiao Yan with a discerning gaze. The central state? Until you attain the Do Emperor rank, it is best for you to remain here. The central state is a realm of countless prodigies. Even a Do Emperor must tread carefully there. I initially intended to wait until you reach the Do Zone rank before embarking, but that may take too long. Upon your return, you must continue to refine your skills in the Black Corner region. Enhancing your strength is paramount. The the medicine elder advised earnestly. Xiao Yin expressed his frustration. The Academy's unusual fire is exceedingly difficult to acquire. Fortunately, with your assistance, I have procured several beast fires, significantly elevating the grade of my burning technique. The medicine elder, unfazed by urgency, reassured him, do not rush this matter. After all, the fallen heart flame ranks 14th on the fire ranking, and its refinement is indeed challenging. However, you have managed to grasp some of the fallen heart flame subfires. While they may not elevate your burning technique, they are more than sufficient for alchemy. Xiao Yin nodded and replied, I understand, master. The old alchemist regarded Xiao Yin with a knowing look. Over the years, he had come to deeply understand Xiao Yin's character, which was the very reason he diligently assisted him. The following day, Xiao Yin awoke from a slumber that he had not enjoyed in a long time. The morning sunlight streamed into the room, and after a brief wash, he opened the door and stepped outside. With a soft creak, the door opposite him swung open, and he exchanged astonished glances with the person emerging from that room. Elder brother? He exclaimed. Xiao Yin. Xiao Li responded with evident joy. The two brothers embraced each other excitedly. Xiao Li, looking at his brother who stood nearly as tall as he did, felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Good lad. It seems you are quite confident about your trip to the Yunlan sect. Upon hearing his elder brother mention the Yunlan sect, a shadow flickered across Xiao Yan's gaze. He smiled and replied, if I had no confidence, I would not have come here. By the way, brother, what brings you to the Imperial City? Is our second brother here as well? Xiao Yin inquired, bombarding him with questions. Xiao Li chuckled and waved a hand. Hold on a moment, let me explain. Your second brother, Xiao Li, is in the next room. I'll call him, and we can talk when we're all together. Xiao Yin nodded in agreement. All right. Xiao Li knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Xiao Li, yawning, queried, Elder brother, why are you calling me so early? Xiao Li shot him a stern look. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Look who's here. He stepped aside, revealing Xiao Yin. Upon seeing Xiao Yin, Xiao Li quickly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No way, is that really Xiao Yin? Second brother. Xiao Yin called out, prompting Xiao Li to confirm his identity. He rushed forward and embraced him, laughing heartily. You rascal. It's been so long since we last met that I almost didn't recognize you. After releasing Xiao Yin, Xiao Li playfully punched him on the shoulder, feigning annoyance. All these years, you never thought to come and visit us in the desert. If it weren't for Xiao Yu bringing us to the Imperial City, we might have waited much longer to see you. Xiao Yin, hearing Xiao Li's words, couldn't help but smile wryly. Not at all. After I entered the Canaan Academy, I simply didn't have the time. Let us go inside and talk. Xiao Li eagerly pulled Xiao Yin into the room, squeezing his arm in amazement. I never would have imagined that your presence seems even more formidable than that of your elder brother and me. Truly astonishing, two prodigies. 2. Xiao Yin recalled Xiao Yu and inquired, Elder brother, second brother, have you seen Xiao Yu? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li nodded in affirmation. Certainly. Xiao Yu has ventured into the desert, and it was his idea for us to come to the Imperial City. Xiao Yin, taken aback, remarked, it was Xiao Yu's idea? He suggested that you come to the Imperial City? Xiao Ding chuckled and said, little Yu believes that we brothers should venture out more. This time, bringing us to the Imperial capital is intended to bolster your spirits. Once matters here are settled, we shall embark together to the Black Corner region for some adventures. You plan to go to the Black Corner region? Xiao Yin was taken aback, but soon grasped Xiao Yu's intentions. He responded with a hint of agreement. Brother Yu's idea is indeed commendable. The Black Corner region is the perfect place for honing one's skills. Since we are all at the Jianan Academy, it would be beneficial to have each other's support. However, did Father not mention that you established a mercenary group in Stone Desert City? After exchanging glances, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li replied, we disbanded it, taking only those willing to accompany us. The rest have been dismissed. Xiao Yin gazed at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li in astonishment, slowly exhaling as he expressed his admiration. You truly possess remarkable resolve. To dismantle a mercenary group built over several years with such ease is not something just anyone can do. By the way, what of Brother Yu? Is he not with you? Xiao Yin inquired. Xiao Ding explained. Little Yu sent word through a messenger. It seems he has some matters to attend to with the Maitel family and has friends there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin nodded and refrained from further questioning, then turned to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, saying, eldest brother, second brother, I must visit the Alchemist Guild in the Imperial capital. I shall return shortly to reminisce with you. Chapter 116. The announcement of the Nalan family, are you going to take the alchemist qualification assessment? Xiao Ding inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. Xiao Yin nodded slightly, his expression one of astonishment as he responded, yes. Does Big Brother also know about this? Xiao Li, chuckling from the side, remarked, oh, how could we possibly know such things? It's our fourth brother. He is now indeed an alchemist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding regarded Xiao Yin with a contemplative expression, asking, you cannot possibly be an alchemist too, can you? A wave of shock washed over Xiao Yin, for he had no knowledge of Xiao Yu's status as an alchemist. The old man within the ring also expressed disbelief, stating, this is impossible. I observed him back in the day. Although Xiao Yu possesses formidable spiritual strength, he only has a faint fire attribute within him, devoid of even a trace of wood attribute. How could he possibly become an alchemist? However, Xiao Yin remained silent, simply smiling and nodding at Xiao Ding as he said, yes, Big Brother, I am currently studying alchemy at the Jianan Academy, and I am an alchemist, though I have yet to be rated. Joy and pride radiated from Xiao Ding and Xiao Li as they exclaimed, this is truly wonderful. It is a great fortune for our Xiao family to have both Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu as prodigies. How could we not flourish? Xiao Li laughed heartily, adding, now that Xiao Yin has regained his strength and is a distinguished alchemist, I am eager to see if Nalan Yanran has any regrets. Xiao Yin, upon hearing Xiao Li's words, shook his head with a wry smile, declaring, whether she regrets it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I must erase the disgrace of the Xiao family. I will prove to everyone that I, Xiao Yin, am no waste. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with determination, stirring something within both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who understood the magnitude of this matter for Xiao Yin. Rising, Xiao Yin addressed them. Big brother, second brother, let us reminisce properly this evening. Acknowledging that he had important matters to attend to, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li refrained from detaining him, nodding in agreement. All right, I will go find Xiao Yu later, and we shall enjoy a hearty feast. Xiao Yin nodded and made his way outside. On the bustling street, beneath his black robe, Xiao Yin conversed with the old man within the ring. Master, based on what Big Brother and the others said, it seems that Brother Yu truly is an alchemist. Could it be that you misjudged him back then? Xiao Yin queried with a hint of uncertainty. The old man sighed and replied, it should not be the case, but I must admit that I am somewhat unsure now. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it is quite commendable for your brother to become an alchemist. I wonder what rank he is at present. Xiao Yin pondered for a moment before responding, to be honest, I am not entirely clear about Brother Yu's cultivation, but I sense that there is a veil of mystery surrounding him, making it difficult to decipher. If we are to consider alchemy alone, he should not exceed the second rank. The old man, intrigued, remarked, I am curious to know who this young fellow has taken as his master. In the realm of alchemy, without a capable teacher to guide him, the path may prove to be quite arduous. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Elder Yao, Xiao Yin found himself in profound agreement. Were it not for the opportunity to take Elder Yao as his mentor, he doubted he would even have crossed the threshold into the world of alchemy, let alone attain any significant rank as an alchemist. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being able to study under Elder Yao. Suddenly, Xiao Yin spoke up, Master, do you wish to? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was jovially interrupted by Elder Yao, who chuckled, Ah, young one, I perceive your thoughts. Yet, at this moment, it is not prudent for me to reveal my true self. Moreover, my energy is rather limited. Guiding you alone is a considerable challenge, but in the future, perhaps I may offer you some insights. Elder Yao had another thought unspoken. He had sensed a familiar aura surrounding Xiao Yin, though previously, due to his own waning spiritual strength, he could not discern its origin. Perhaps, upon their next encounter, clarity would come. As Xiao Yin made his way to the Alchemist Guild in the imperial capital, he chanced upon the grand estate of the Nalan family. There, he noticed a throng of individuals clad in alchemist robes gathered at the entrance. With a slight furrow of his brow and a moment's hesitation, he approached the entrance, where a notice was affixed to the door. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he murmured, Old Master Nalan is unwell and seeks an alchemist for consultation. Elder Yao cleared his throat softly, advising, Once you have completed the assessment at the Alchemist Guild, you may return to investigate. Those gathered are indeed alchemists. Approaching them will only earn you scorn. Xiao Yin understood well the pride that these noble alchemists bore, even within the Nalan family. The servants were all smiles as they explained matters to these esteemed individuals. He shook his head, choosing not to inquire further, and continued his journey to the Alchemist Guild. Before long, he arrived at the magnificent structure, gazing in awe at the opulent Alchemist Guild of the imperial capital. "This is truly extravagant," he exclaimed. "No wonder it is the most prestigious profession on the continent. Wealth abounds." With a smile, he queried, "Master, I too shall be wealthy one day, shall I not?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Elder Yao's frustration flared, and he retorted, "You little rascal, do you think I teach you alchemy for profit? Were it not for my current constraints, I would have given your head a good thump." Upon sensing his mentor's ire, Xiao Yan instinctively recoiled and hurried into the guild's interior. Inside the hall, numerous maidens moved about, while few others were present. Some appeared to be candidates like Xiao Yan, here for the alchemist assessment. Approaching a counter, he was greeted by a charming young maiden, who smiled and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" After a brief glance, Xiao Yan replied, "I wish to obtain an alchemist rank badge." "Oh, you are also an alchemist?" The maiden, taken aback by Xiao Yan's youthful visage, asked in surprise. "Yes. What is the procedure?" Xiao Yan, undeterred by her astonishment, nodded with a smile. "Please follow me this way." The maid's expression bore an added layer of respect as she retrieved an ancient piece of parchment from the counter, commencing the documentation of Xiao Yan's information. While Xiao Yan was undergoing his assessment, Xiao Ding had also informed Xiao Yu about Xiao Yan's arrival in the imperial capital. Surprised by the coincidence, Xiao Yu of the middle family had not anticipated this turn of events. At that moment, Yafei entered with a smile, gazing at Xiao Yu, and inquired, "What are you up to?" Xiao Yu waved the letter in his hand and replied, "Third brother Xiao Yan has arrived in the imperial capital." "Oh." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yafei's eyes. "Isn't there still some time left before the 3-year appointment? Why has he come to the imperial capital so soon?" Xiao Yu chuckled, "Isn't the Alchemist Conference about to commence?" "The Alchemist Conference?" Yafei's lips parted slightly in surprise, her reaction appearing rather endearing and contrasting with her usual commanding demeanor. In disbelief, Yafei remarked, "Could it be that he is also an alchemist? How is it that your Xiao family produces such prodigies?" "Who knows?" Xiao Yu rose from his chair, gazing at Yafei. "I need to return to the inn. By the way, Yafei, I do not intend to reveal my true identity at the Alchemist Conference. Do you possess anything that might conceal my presence?" Xiao Yu recalled that the middle auction house still had an ice silkworm mask. Upon hearing his request, Yafei cast a flirtatious glance at Xiao Yu and replied, "Have you inquired about what items I possess merely to ask for something?" "Humph." Chapter 117. The people of the Soul Palace. Xiao Yu smiled at Yafei and said, "Not at all. I was merely inquiring. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you possess it. I assure you, I shall not engage in any unprofitable ventures. How many gold coins for that ice silk?" "I will pay." Yafei playfully retorted, "What? Are you treating me like a stranger? If this ice silk were to be auctioned, it would fetch no less than 300,000 gold coins. Do you truly have that amount on hand? Its utility is neither trivial nor grand, so I shall simply gift it to you. Besides, given your amicable relationship with Elder Bing, the Grand Elder has instructed me to treat you with utmost hospitality. You are now a distinguished guest of our Mitre family. Since you won't be needing the ice silk for the time being, I shall have it prepared for you shortly." With a gentle smile, Yafei pressed her lips together. Xiao Yu shrugged and replied, "All right then, since you've put it that way, what more can I say? I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit. Watching Xiao Yu depart without a backward glance, Yafei huffed, "Humph. Am I truly so lacking in charm?" She placed her delicate hand upon her smooth cheek, murmuring to herself with a hint of melancholy, "This beauty of mine can only last for a few decades. Should I age further, you might no longer find me appealing." Engulfed in self-pity, Yafei lamented her lack of innate talent for cultivation in a world where strength reigns supreme, realizing that her capabilities were rather limited. Having already left the Mitre family estate, Xiao Yu was blissfully unaware of Yafei's inner turmoil. His elder brother's letter had mentioned that Xiao Yan was undergoing an assessment to become an alchemist, though he remained oblivious to his current prowess. He decided to return to the inn and await Xiao Yan's return, planning to register for the Alchemist Conference thereafter. As Xiao Yu strolled through the streets, Medusa suddenly emerged from his sleeve, her lavender eyes blinking as if just awakened. Xiao Yu affectionately caressed Medusa's small head, and a look of contentment appeared in her serpent-like gaze. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. Medusa tilted her head in confusion, slightly shaking it. Although her intelligence was limited, she generally understood Xiao Yu's words. Suddenly, Xiao Yu sensed a powerful and chilling aura approaching, causing him to furrow his brow. Turning his gaze upward, he spotted a shadow in the sky, which swiftly drifted towards the outskirts of the city. Xiao Yu's expression shifted as he murmured, "A shadow? People from the Soul Palace?" Without hesitation, he tucked Medusa into his sleeve, veering into a nearby alley. Donning a dark cloak, he unfurled his violet wings and, with a gentle flap, soared into the sky. The shadow wavered in the air, seemingly searching for something. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, flying beyond the imperial capital, where the shadow darted into the mountain forest. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu resolved to pursue the shadow. However, upon entering the forest, he found himself bereft of any trace of it, as if it had never existed. Disappeared? Xiao Yu pondered in confusion. How could it vanish without a trace in such a short span of time? Just then, a chilling laughter echoed from behind him. Hee. Is there truly someone so foolish as to dare follow me? A grand fighter? Though you appear to possess little strength, your soul must be delectable. I can already scent its fragrance. The shadow jeered ominously. Xiao Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over him and retorted sarcastically, "Seriously? You claim to smell something delightful? You are neither human nor ghost. You are utterly repulsive." The shadow, enraged by Xiao Yu's words, hissed coldly, "Hee. Once I capture you, I shall sever your tongue first. Merely a swarm of pests from the Soul Palace. You may have a trick against soul entities, but against a living being like me, you shall find yourself powerless." Seeking death, the shadow roared as black chains slithered forth from the murk like venomous serpents, hurtling towards Xiao Yu. He sensed the fluctuations of energy within the dark mist, estimating its strength to be that of a 3-star battle spirit. Such minor entities in the Soul Palace were likely insignificant. Perhaps they had come to the imperial capital merely to gather intelligence. Although Xiao Yu currently possessed only the strength of a grand fighter, dealing with a 3-star battle spirit was well within his capabilities. With a flick of his hand, the azure lotus fire surged forth from within him, manifesting as a fiery whip that lashed out at the oncoming chains. "Humph, unaware of your own mortality," Xiao Yu scoffed. Crack! The fiery whip collided with the chain, and the terrifying heat of the azure lotus fire produced a sound akin to molten iron plunging into cold water. Ah! A pained cry erupted from the shadow, as if it had sustained a grievous injury. Clang! A cacophony of chains reverberated through the air as numerous chains erupted from the shadow, lashing out towards Xiao Yu. What manner of flame is this? You are aware of the Soul Palace. I shall capture you and bring you back. 10,000 forms of the forest. A voice laden with cold malice permeated the mist. Amidst the clanking of chains, Xiao Yu heard a wailing akin to that of vengeful spirits, sending shivers down his spine. Yet he remained unperturbed. With a slight flutter of his wings, Xiao Yu allowed the fiery whip to vanish from his grasp, while the azure lotus fire enveloped his palms instead. Several phantoms suddenly emerged in the air as Xiao Yu deftly evaded the onslaught of chains. "You scoundrel!" he bellowed, raising his fists to deliver a powerful strike into the depths of the dark mist. Thud! Ah! A piercing scream echoed once more from the shadows, directed at Xiao Yu, who was met with incredulous fury. "This is impossible. You are a great dome master? How can a great dome master possess such formidable power? Is that flame an extraordinary fire? Who are you?" Another series of ghastly sounds erupted, causing Xiao Yu to realize that this extraordinary fire seemed to have a natural restraint over the swirling black mist. Resolute, he opted for close combat, intent on striking with his fists. Time was of the essence. He had no inclination to engage in dialogue with this Soul Palace adversary. With a resounding crash, he unleashed 2 powerful punches, causing the black mist to dissipate slightly under the force of his blows. It felt akin to striking a mass of cotton. Yet he dismissed the thought and swiftly maneuvered, flipping his palm to grasp the chains on either side. With a hint of disdain, he proclaimed, "Those from the Soul Palace are hardly impressive. Merely a band of timid rodents lurking in the shadows, daring to act brazenly before me?" With a surge of energy, Xiao Yu summoned the bone spirit's cold fire, which erupted from within him in a brilliant white blaze, enveloping the black mist. The shadow ensnared by the bone spirit's cold fire let out a wretched scream, and the surrounding chains retreated into the depths of the mist. After so long in battle, why had he yet to see the true form of his opponent? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, tightening his grip as the fiery shield began to contract, producing a series of crackling sounds. "Ah, who exactly are you? That white flame, could you be Yao Qin?" The anguished wails from the black mist caused Xiao Yu's gaze to narrow. With a cold smirk, he replied, "It seems you truly are searching for Yao Qin, but you are far too weak." Chapter 118. Sooner, do you know Yao Qin? Who exactly are you? The air was rife with anguished howls, as the shadow writhed in torment from the torment of the strange flames. Xiao Yu's voice dripped with cold menace. "Whether I know or not is inconsequential to you. Now, I shall pose a question, and you will respond. Otherwise, death awaits." Yet, the malevolent presence showed no signs of submission, growing ever more frantic. "The Protector will avenge me. Await your demise." A thunderous crash resonated from the depths of the dark mist. Xiao Yu's expression shifted as he beheld the black fog within the strange flames erupting into a cloud of white ash. He sighed softly, resigned. "Very well. You cannot escape my grasp. Once my power burgeons, the underworld shall become a nightmare for your soul hall." With that, Xiao Yu dispelled the bone spirit's cold fire, allowing the ash to fall to the ground. Without a backward glance, he turned and departed. In the chaotic realm of the Black Corner region, amidst the turmoil, an ancient academy of great renown stood resolutely. Canaan Academy, situated at the confluence of the borders of the Jiamar Empire and two neighboring empires, exuded an air of antiquity and grandeur. Its immense prestige and formidable strength compelled the three great empires to show it utmost respect, wary of any semblance of disrespect or negligence. Even in the lawless chaos of the Black Corner region, a zone of peace surrounded Canaan Academy. Anyone who dared to import the tumultuous spirit of the Black Corner would find themselves a lifeless husk hanging from a tree at the Academy's edge, a fate that had befallen many over the years without exception. At this moment, upon a secluded peak within the ancient academy, beside a precipice, stood a young maiden clad in a pale blue dress. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, while her attire fluttered, subtly revealing her exquisite silhouette. The maiden slowly turned, unveiling a delicate visage. It was none other than Sooner, a distinguished student of Canaan Academy. With tranquil eyes, she gazed into the distance, when suddenly, a soft rustle announced the approach of a shadow from afar. "Mississippi." The shadow knelt before her, addressing her with reverence. "Have you made any progress on the matter I tasked you with?" Sooner inquired with an even tone. The shadow responded with deference. "Miss, we have uncovered some leads. Over the past year, we have discovered that centered around the imperial capital of the Jiamar Empire, at least 1 Do Wang, 5 Do Ling, and more than 10 Do Shi have perished. Moreover, their souls have seemingly vanished, leaving behind mere shells. Lord Lingying suspects it may be the work of the Soul Hall." Sooner abruptly turned, her piercing gaze fixated on the shadow before her. "Can Elder Ling confirm it is the hand of the Soul Hall?" The shadow hesitated for a moment before replying. "Most likely." Sooner's pupils narrowed slightly as she softly murmured, "Over the years, the Soul Palace has extended its reach increasingly further. There must be a connection between the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan. Their arrival in the Gamma Empire is undoubtedly not a coincidence. Please inform Elder Ling to remain vigilant at the Xiao residence during this time, especially regarding Uncle Xiao Zhan." The shadowy figure, with a hint of a wry smile, replied, "Elder Ling was sent by the family to protect you. Such actions may not be entirely appropriate." Sooner frowned and replied nonchalantly, "The strength of the Jianan Academy is formidable. I will not be in any danger here, so let Elder Ling feel at ease. The Xiao family must not suffer any losses. Otherwise, Brother Xiao Yu will be displeased. Miss, you have done so much for young Master Xiao Yu, yet he is unaware." "Otherwise," the shadowy figure began, but his words were abruptly cut off as Sooner playfully blocked him with a leaf, her cheeks slightly flushed. Noticing the rosy hue on Sooner's charming face, the shadowy figure wisely ceased further comments and proceeded to recount all the recent events concerning Xiao Yu. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu had unleashed a terrifying aura of Do Zong in Yen City, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sooner's previously calm eyes. "Are you saying that Brother Xiao Yu single-handedly subdued the Green Barbarian of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion and the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor?" "Indeed, Miss," the shadowy figure affirmed. Elder Ling was quite astonished as well. He has never witnessed any force capable of propelling a great Dome Master to such formidable strength as a Do Zong. Sooner's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she suddenly turned to the shadowy figure, her voice tinged with anxiety. Then, Elder Ling has not revealed himself, has he? The shadowy figure shook his head slowly. Elder Ling is likely concealed within Yin City. Young Master Xiao Yu should not have noticed him. Should not have. Sooner expressed her dissatisfaction with such a vague response, her demeanor becoming notably sensitive and critical, akin to a protective vixen. The shadowy figure, somewhat helpless, explained. Despite the chaotic circumstances, the power of a Do Zong far surpasses that of a Do Huang. Given Elder Ling's proximity at that time, I doubt he would have been detected. Sooner gazed at the shadowy figure with a serious expression. Ensure that Elder Ling is cautious with his movements and does not follow too closely. Brother Xiao Yu's strength is escalating too rapidly. I fear that you may not be able to handle it, lest he discovers you. Do you understand? The shadowy figure appeared to concur with Sooner's words, nodding slightly. I understand, Mississippi. For over a year, the shadowy figure and Elder Ling had been discreetly following and protecting Xiao Yu, witnessing his remarkable growth. In just a brief year, Xiao Yu had transformed from a mere fighter into a great Do master, a potential that was indeed terrifying, surpassing even Sooner. The woman who encountered Brother Xiao Yu in the magical Beast Mountain range must be Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, right? After a moment of contemplation, Sooner suddenly inquired. The shadowy figure tensed at this question, fully aware of the time the woman had spent with Xiao Yu in the cavern. Though the events that transpired within the cave remained shrouded in mystery, it was later that Yun Yun unexpectedly regained her strength and transcended her previous limits. Given Yun Yun's formidable prowess, they dared not intervene recklessly. The shadowy figure let out a wry smile and nodded, acknowledging, indeed. It is the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun. Despite having found an answer within, the news evoked a sigh from Sooner, who lamented. Brother Xiao Yu has certainly attracted quite a few troubles on this journey. The shadowy figure sensed a tinge of melancholy in her words, but dared not voice his thoughts. Very well, you may depart now, but do ensure that Elder Ling keeps watch over the Xiao family, Sooner instructed with finality. Yes, the shadowy figure replied respectfully. Now, be on your way to avoid the wrath of that temperamental old dean once more. The mere thought of the old dean's fierce temperament made Sooner feel a slight headache. The shadowy figure nodded slowly and, with a light push off his toes, gracefully departed. As she gazed at the vanishing silhouette, Sooner turned her attention to the swirling mists beneath the cliff. After a moment, a gentle smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, Brother Xiao Yu, you harbor many secrets indeed. When my father tasked me with seeking that ancient jade, I have yet to uncover its whereabouts. However, I no longer mind. Your remarkable growth fills me with astonishment. Perhaps, a faint blush appeared on her delicate face as if she recalled something. In a short while, you shall arrive at the Jianan Academy, won't you? It feels rather lonely here without you. Chapter 119. Master and apprentice in dismay at the grand entrance of the Alchemist Association in the Imperial City, a figure emerged slowly, the recently examined Xiao Yan, who had successfully completed his assessment and obtained the badge of a second-grade alchemist. Beneath his black cloak, he conversed with Yao Lao, saying, Master, I did not expect that the Alchemist Association here would lack materials to restore spiritual power. Perhaps we should visit the Mytel auction house for further options. Yao Lao sighed lightly in response. Indeed, but there is no need for haste. While materials to restore spiritual power are rare, they do exist. If we cannot find them here, we can take our time to search elsewhere. Xiao Yin nodded slightly, though a sense of urgency lingered in his heart. He could only hope for favorable news from the Mytel auction house and proceeded in that direction. At that moment, Yafei had just arrived at the auction house from her family estate. As she passed through the entrance, she unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yan. Surprised, he exclaimed, Yafei? He had not anticipated meeting her here, but her renowned beauty was well known throughout Wutan City, despite their limited interactions. Xiao Yan hesitated briefly. They had only seen each other once during a family ceremony, after which Yafei had seemingly departed from Wutan City. After a moment's thought, he called out, Miss Yafei? Yafei, who was on the verge of stepping into the Mytel auction house, paused at the sound of his voice, casting a puzzled glance at the figure standing at the entrance. With her lips slightly parted, she inquired, Who are you? Xiao Yan lifted his cloak, revealing a handsome visage. The familiar face momentarily puzzled Yafei, causing her to frown slightly. Memories surged in her mind, and she hesitantly asked, Are you Xiao Yan from the Xiao family in Wutan City? Xiao Yan smiled gently. I am surprised that you remember my name. Miss Yafei? With a light laugh, Yafei replied, "Of course, the little genius of Wutan City is hard to forget. What brings you here today?" As she spoke, her gaze was drawn to the alchemist's robe beneath Xiao Yan's cloak, prompting her to ask with surprise, "You are also an alchemist?" Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. "Indeed. I am here to seek some materials." After studying him intently for a moment, Yafei responded, "Very well, let us discuss this further upstairs." With that, she gracefully entered the Mitel auction house, and Xiao Yan followed closely behind her, arriving at her designated office. Inside the room, Yafei settled behind her desk and regarded the young man seated before her, softly asking, "Now, tell me, Xiao Yan the little genius, what materials do you seek?" Xiao Yan scratched his head with a wry smile. "Please just call me Xiao Yan. The title of little genius feels a bit awkward." Yafei chuckled softly. "You are quite modest. But your younger brother is quite the opposite." "You mean Xiao Yu? Have you met him?" Xiao Yan cast a surprised glance at Yafei and inquired. Yafei nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, he is a distinguished guest of the Mitel family, having just departed from them this morning." Xiao Yan, though puzzled as to why Xiao Yu would be regarded as a distinguished guest of the Mitel family, chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he looked at Yafei and asked, "Miss Yafei, I have come to the Mitel auction house to inquire if you possess any rare treasures capable of restoring soul power." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yafei's delicate fingers tapped thoughtfully on the table. Xiao Yan refrained from interrupting her contemplation. After a brief moment, Yafei smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Are you certain you seek such extraordinary items to restore soul power?" Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, should the auction house possess such items, I am prepared to offer a price that would satisfy you." Yafei shook her head with a hint of resignation, saying, "Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Even within our Mitel family's auction house, we seldom manage to acquire them." Disappointment flickered in Xiao Yan's heart as he queried, "Then what do you imply? While our Mitel family may lack such items, I am aware of another family that possesses a peculiar plant known as the 7 illusory azure essence, which could indeed aid in restoring soul power," Yafei remarked with a slight sigh after glancing at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, overlooking the nuances of her expression, asked in a burst of excitement, "Is that true? Miss Yafei, could you divulge this information to me? It is of utmost importance." Yafei hesitated, casting a troubled look at Xiao Yu. Observing her expression, Xiao Yan's countenance darkened as he suddenly asked, "The family you mentioned wouldn't be the Nalan family, would it?" Yafei nodded with a hint of reluctance, confirming, "Indeed, it is the Nalan family." Xiao Yan exhaled a deep breath, realizing that approaching them directly was out of the question. Their relationship was fraught with tension, and he harbored no desire to encounter Nalan Yinran. Yet, for the sake of his mentor, he yearned to obtain the 7 illusory azure essence. A flicker of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes as he recalled a notice he had seen during his assessment as an alchemist. He looked up at Yafei and inquired, "Has the Nalan family issued a notice regarding medical treatment?" Prompted by Xiao Yan's reminder, Yafei recalled, "Indeed, Elder Nalan Jie seems to have battled a highly venomous 5th-tier magical beast known as the Cursed Iron Venomous Beast several years ago. While he ultimately defeated it, he was still afflicted by the venom it had injected into him. As an alchemist, you must have heard of such venomous magical beasts. If you can cure Elder Nalan, then acquiring the 7 illusory azure essence you seek would certainly be within reach." Yafei fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan regarded Yafei with a puzzled expression, asking, "Have they not sought the assistance of Guhi? Given Nalan Yinran's status at the Yunlan sect, it should not be difficult to request his intervention, should it?" Yafei chuckled lightly. "This toxin is beyond Guhi's remedy as well." "Oh," Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow as Yafei explained, "The key to detoxification lies in the alchemist's possession of, which is why Guhi is also unable to cure the poison." Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing that this poison required for its antidote. Observing the troubled expression on Xiao Yan's face, Yafei reassured him, "You need not worry. Your brother Xiao Yu can assist you with this matter." Xiao Yan gazed at Yafei in astonishment. "You brother? He can help me?" With a smile, Yafei replied, "Indeed, you have yet to meet him. He is now a 3rd-tier alchemist and wields." Xiao Yan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that in such a short span, Yu brother had mastered. "Wait, did you just say he is a 3rd-tier alchemist?" Xiao Yan asked incredulously. With a sense of pride, as if showcasing a treasure, Yafei responded, "Yes, indeed. Xiao Yu's talent as an alchemist is truly astonishing." Xiao Yan felt somewhat dazed. A third-tier alchemist? Xiao Yu was a year younger than him, yet he had surpassed him in the alchemical ranks. To be frank, Xiao Yan felt somewhat disheartened by Xiao Yu's achievements. This fellow had remained inconspicuous in Wutan City. Yet how had he become so formidable? Even the medicinal spirit within Xiao Yan's ring was equally shocked and perplexed. Had he truly underestimated Xiao Yu? Was he genuinely a prodigious talent? Otherwise, how could he have become a third-tier alchemist and mastered? Chapter 120. Comparable to the battle Saint Xiao, Yan did not linger too long in this place, for he knew he could glean further insights upon meeting with Xiao Yu. Rising to his feet, he turned to Yafei and remarked, "I have comprehended the matter at hand. Thank you, Miss Yafei, for your enlightenment." With these words, he made to exit, but Yafei interjected, "As the head of the Nalan clan, Old Master Nalan's poison has garnered considerable attention from many, including the royal family and the Maitel family, given our numerous collaborative ventures with the Nalan clan." Yafei rose, stretching elegantly, her poised figure captivating to behold. If one were to eradicate the tattooed poison within Old Master Nalan, they would need to employ the exotic flames as described by Gu He. You are surely aware of the perilous nature of such flames. A slight misstep could lead to utter obliteration, rendering the endeavor exceedingly treacherous. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's handsome visage twitched slightly. He turned to Yafei and inquired softly, "Then why do you still recommend my younger brother?" Yafei gently shook her head. "I certainly do not wish for him to take such risks. This is merely my suggestion. It is a perilous undertaking, but as far as I know, only Xiao Yu possesses the exotic flames. If you wish for him to proceed, I can draft a letter of recommendation to the Nalan clan." Xiao Yan shifted his feet and approached the table, gazing at Yafei. "Then I would appreciate your assistance in writing a letter of recommendation." "Thank you." Yafei looked at him with surprise and asked, "Will you not consult with your brother first?" Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled softly. "No need. I must obtain the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar, and it shall be I who ventures forth, not my younger brother." Yafei's expression shifted at this revelation, her tone filled with astonishment. "Could it be that you also possess exotic flames?" Xiao Yan pressed his lips together, and after a moment, replied softly, "Something akin to it. But I believe I can resolve the poison within Old Master Nalan." Seeing his demeanor, Yafei prudently refrained from further inquiries. She turned to retrieve a fine piece of paper from the table, her delicate hand grasping the ink brush as she bent slightly. Her lovely face serious as she began to write. After a while, she exhaled softly, folded the letter, and handed it to Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the letter, Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude and made his way towards the auction house's exit. Yafei slowly approached the bedside, watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure. She murmured softly, "Both of you brothers possess remarkable alchemical talents. Since you have exotic flames, I shall lend you my assistance. I trust you can sense the goodwill from the Maitel family." As Xiao Yan stepped out of the Maitel auction house, he ambled down the street, unprepared to head to the Nalan clan just yet, opting instead to return to the inn. "Master, do you have a way to alter my appearance?" Xiao Yan whispered as he walked. The aged voice of the medicine elder emanated from the ring, cheerfully proclaiming, "Rest assured, I possess a pair of rejuvenation pills, a third-tier elixir, which will serve as an excellent opportunity for you to refine your skills and gain insight into third-tier concoctions." Xiao Yan nodded slightly and replied, "Very well. Let us first procure some medicinal herbs." With that, he turned and strode towards the apothecaries lining the streets. Meanwhile, within the inn, Xiao Yu had returned and, upon seeing his elder brothers seated in the room, inquired, "Where is the third brother?" Xiao Ding lifted his gaze to Xiao Yu and chuckled. "Little Yin has yet to return from his alchemist assessment. I am back." A notably tall figure stood at the entrance, accompanied by a massive measuring tool. With a tone imbued with joy, Xiao Yan announced to the three in the room. Xiao Ding burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "We were just speaking of you. You have finally returned." Now, the 4 brothers of the Xiao family are truly reunited. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yu all erupted in laughter, with Xiao Li adding, "Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." As night descended, the 4 brothers sat atop the roof, sipping wine and engaging in lively conversation. The discourse primarily revolved around Xiao Yan's experiences at the Canon Academy and his life in the Black Corner region, while Xiao Ding and Xiao Li shared tales of the developments in Shimo City over the past few years. Among brothers, wine could resolve all matters. Observing the weathered countenance of Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt a pang of sympathy. For many years, the Yunlan sect and the Nalan clan had loomed over him like a colossal burden. However, they remained confident that, in due time, he would be able to lay this past to rest. As the alcohol began to take effect, a slightly tipsy Xiao Yin squinted towards Xiao Yu, who was reclining and gazing at the moon, and playfully asked, "I heard from the elder brothers that you have become a third-tier alchemist." Xiao Yu turned to meet Xiao Yan's gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, by fortunate coincidence, I have embarked on the path of an alchemist." Xiao Yan refrained from probing further, having already heard from his elder brothers about the perilous journey to acquire the, and he regarded Xiao Yu with a newfound admiration. As Xiao Yu savored his drink, the wine jar resting beside him, he quietly observed the silver moon hanging in the sky. Suddenly, his sleeves stirred slightly, and two nearly identical small snakes emerged from within. Upon seeing these serpents, the medicine elder inhaled sharply, and a slightly astonished voice whispered in Xiao Yan's ear, "Look at those two little snakes on your brother's wrist. Are they not resplendent in color, with eyes tinged in purple?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan glanced towards Xiao Yu's wrist and indeed beheld the two serpents, although their eye colors appeared to differ. He murmured softly, "Indeed, master. Do you recognize these little serpents?" The medicine elder could only smile wryly and replied, "What you see are no mere little snakes. Their bodies shimmered with a myriad of colors, their eyes tinged with a hint of violet. Perhaps one had a different hue in its gaze. Yet both exuded an enticing fragrance and possessed strength that seemed to reach the heavens." This, indeed, was the legendary seven-colored sky-devouring python. Xiao Yan gazed at the two small serpents with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, softly inquiring, "Is the seven-colored sky-devouring python truly formidable?" Although the astonished expression on Yao Lao's face suggested its prowess, he yearned for a more detailed elucidation. Yao Lao replied in a hushed tone, "I have heard whispers of a secret technique among the serpent people that aids their kings in evolution. It appears that this so-called evolution pertains to the enhancement of their souls, culminating in the formation of a new corporeal form." Yao Lao, renowned as the foremost alchemist of the continent, demonstrated his vast knowledge by unveiling the essence of Queen Medusa's transformation. He continued, "What perplexes me is that, logically, there should be only one queen among the serpent people. Yet, the emergence of two sky-devouring pythons suggests internal strife within their ranks. The serpent queen traditionally harbors the bloodline of an ancient beast within her, which, upon awakening, allows her to revert to her ancestral form and evolve into an ancient creature rivaling the strength of a douqi, the seven-colored sky-devouring python." Xiao Yan, his throat dry, queried, "Are you saying that these two little beings are on par with a douqi?" Yao Lao sighed softly, "One might say so, but these little ones have yet to reach their full growth. Their strength is likely at the pinnacle of the douwang." "The pinnacle of douwang? That's still impressive," Xiao Yan exclaimed, contemplating the potential of the seven-colored sky-devouring python once it fully matured. His gaze towards Xiao Yu was tinged with a hint of envy. Chapter 121. Awakening the vibrant butterfly, and Medusa gazed curiously at the wine jar beside Xiao Yu, seemingly fascinated by its contents. Xiao Yu presented the jar to the two of them. The butterfly, stretching her small neck, blinked her serpent eyes at Xiao Yu before clumsily reaching into the jar. Medusa, after a gentle flick of her serpent head, followed suit and dove into the jar as well. Xiao Yu quickly retrieved the jar, fearing that the two little creatures might drown in the intoxicating liquid, but fortunately, when he peered inside, he found them joyfully playing. His concerns were unwarranted, seeing their delight. He refrained from intervening and turned to Xiao Yan, asking, "What do you plan to do tomorrow?" Xiao Yan was taken aback by Xiao Yu's inquiry. After a brief silence, he spoke in a low tone, "I will visit the Nalan family tomorrow." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at his older brothers, who were already drunk and asleep, and softly inquired, "What is the purpose of your visit?" Xiao Yan replied straightforwardly, "I need 7 illusory green spirit nectar, which happens to be available from the Nalan family. I intend to procure some." Xiao Yu recalled that Nalan Jia seemed to have been afflicted by a scorching poison, which could only be eradicated by a strange fire. He looked at Xiao Yan and asked, "Is it due to the poison that Nalan Jia is suffering?" Xiao Yan, slightly surprised, regarded Xiao Yu and said, "You are aware of this matter?" Xiao Yu nodded slowly. "I am, and I also know that only a peculiar fire can dispel this poison." "Indeed. I hear you have become a third-tier alchemist and possess a strange fire?" Xiao Yin observed Xiao Yu with keen interest. Xiao Yu smiled gently and opened his palm. A surge of ethereal blue flame bursting forth from his hand, resembling the azure heart of a lotus. Xiao Yin exclaimed, "Azure heart fire?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly, "Correct. The queen of the serpent people, Medusa, intends to use this strange fire for her evolution, and I fortuitously came across it. However, if you are going to the Nailin family to assist Nailin Jia with his poison, it seems you possess a strange fire as well?" Xiao Yu questioned Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin replied with a hint of bitterness, "It is merely a child fire." With that, he opened his palm, and a transparent, colorless flame emerged, appearing somewhat fragile. "Falling heart flame?" Xiao Yu said, astonished. Xiao Yin glanced at Xiao Yu in surprise. "I did not expect you to recognize this strange fire." Xiao Yu nodded. "I have only encountered it in an ancient text." Xiao Yin remarked, "Though this is merely a child fire of the falling heart flame, its effects are quite similar. It should suffice to help Nailin Jie dispel his poison." He then retracted the strange fire into his body. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Yin and asked, "You will participate in the Alchemist Conference in the imperial capital, will you not?" "Yes, perhaps this will significantly enhance my alchemical prowess," Xiao Yin responded. Xiao Yu rose to his feet and swiftly retrieved the two little creatures, Kai Dai and Mei Du Sha, from the wine jar. He then stated, "Let us register together the day after tomorrow. It is quite late. You may leave now." Xiao Yin, momentarily taken aback, replied, "All right." He then assisted Xiao Ding and followed behind Xiao Yu as they descended. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yin began to channel his do qi, transforming the fiery liquor within him into water, expelling it from his body. He then commenced the refinement of the recovery pill, gently caressing his storage ring. A dark red medicinal cauldron materialized before him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu retrieved the Qing Lian platform in his room, preparing for his cultivation. Today, he aimed to break through to the realm of six-star Great Dome Master. Sitting cross-legged atop the lotus platform, he took out a earth fire lotus seed. Savoring its rich fiery energy, Xiao Yu slowly shook his head, muttering, "One earth fire lotus seed may not suffice for my absorption." Forming hand seals, he conjured a circular azure energy barrier that gradually expanded, enveloping him completely, shielding him from external disturbances. With these preparations complete, Xiao Yu propelled the earth fire lotus seed into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it rapidly transformed into a torrent of searing energy, surging down his throat and violently crashing into his body. Xiao Yu immediately activated the Chaotic Cultivation Method, as the blazing fire attribute energy began to be continuously refined. Simultaneously, the surrounding wood and wind attribute energies began to converge towards him. At this moment, Xiao Yu's body resembled a well-oiled machine, voraciously consuming the surrounding energies, and his cultivation level steadily escalated. Soon, the immense energy from the earth fire lotus seed was nearly depleted. Xiao Yu produced another earth fire lotus seed and sent it towards his mouth. Boom! A colossal energy began to accumulate within him. As the cultivation method progressed, the excess energy transformed into azure mist, emanating from his body's surface. At the bedside, the drowsy Kai Dai and Mei Du Sha swayed their heads. Upon sensing the energy from the earth fire lotus seed, they dashed towards Xiao Yu. Two small serpents, flicking their tongues, greedily absorbed the escaping energy into their bodies. At that moment, a soft popping sound resonated within Xiao Yu, signifying his effortless entry into the realm of six-star Great Dome Master. His chi expanded once more, and the once turbulent energy within him began converging towards it. The life aura emanating from the life divine tree grew increasingly vibrant, seemingly in the throes of growth. As Kai Dai and Mei Du Sha absorbed more energy, the instant Xiao Yu completed his breakthrough, a blinding radiance erupted from their bodies. The light flickered and vanished, only to reveal two enchanting figures appearing on either side of Xiao Yu's bed, closely pressed against him. Having just achieved a newfound strength, Xiao Yu felt an extraordinarily soft sensation against his arm. With his brows furrowed, he abruptly opened his eyes to find two identical serpent maidens at his side, their delicate faces flushed with a hint of color. Xiao Yu was startled and quickly leaped off the bed. His voice roused the drowsy Kai Dai and Medusa, their previously intoxicated eyes now wide awake. Kai Dai, with her slightly flushed beauty, surveyed her surroundings with confusion, while Medusa's striking purple gaze fixed coldly upon Xiao Yu in the distance. I am not dead," Kai Dai said in a daze. and upon noticing Medusa nearby, she exclaimed joyfully, "Sister?" Medusa cast a brief, icy glance at Xiao Yu before turning her attention to Kai Dai, her tone softening yet still imbued with a sense of neutrality as she remarked, "Your audacity remains as formidable as ever." Kai Dai, slightly shrinking back, looked up at Medusa with trepidation and timidly replied, "Sister, I was wrong." She recalled how Medusa referred to her reckless use of forbidden techniques to escape the Serpent Clan and her impulsive attempt to employ for evolution. In the presence of her formidable sister, Kai Dai felt somewhat lacking in confidence. "How did you come to know him?" Medusa inquired, glancing at Xiao Yu. Remembering that it was this very individual who had been by her sister's side, Kai Dai turned her gaze to Xiao Yu, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. Despite having regained her past memories, she had not forgotten her experiences with Xiao Yu. When her sister questioned her, she replied, "I was pursued by the Serpent Clan, and he saved me." Upon hearing Kai Dai's words, Medusa's tone turned somewhat frigid as she remarked, "I shielded you from numerous pursuers. I did not expect they would still refuse to let you go." Observing the unfolding scene, Xiao Yu exhaled softly, approached the table, and seated himself, pouring a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Chapter 122. The Deal. Xiao Yu gazed closely at Medusa's captivating visage, a masterpiece of divine creation, exuding an irresistible allure. He soon realized that Medusa and Kai Dai bore identical features. During her time among the snake people, she had been veiled, obscuring her true beauty. Now, he comprehended why the snake people had bowed to Kai Dai upon her entrance into their realm. Sipping a rich tea, Xiao Yu's gaze wandered with keen interest over the two stunning serpent beauties upon the bed. While Kai Dai mirrored Medusa's appearance, she lacked the queen's commanding presence, instead embodying a sense of fragility, perhaps a result of Medusa's prolonged reign or her inherent role as the elder sister. Medusa, sensing Xiao Yu's scrutiny, turned her piercing gaze upon him, her cold yet enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. With a flick of her delicate hand, she swiftly draped a nearby blanket over herself and her sister. Despite the concealment, the allure remained palpable. Medusa regarded Xiao Yu and spoke slowly, "Human, you possess remarkable audacity to treat my evolved form as a mere pet. Such boldness is rare, but it comes at the cost of your life." Before Xiao Yu could respond, Kai Dai timidly interjected, "Sister, please do not blame the young master. It was not his intention." Medusa cast a stern, authoritative look at Kai Dai, her eyes filled with disappointment. "You defend him?" Though intimidated by her sister, Kai Dai mustered her resolve, stating, "The young master is a good person. He even saved me. You should not project the prejudices of humanity onto him." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your sister is the one I rescued. At the very least, your demeanor should reflect that." After glaring at Kai Dai, Medusa turned her gaze back to Xiao Yu, her voice laced with skepticism. "Who is to say that your motives were purely altruistic when you saved her?" "Preposterous," Xiao Yu retorted, rising in indignation. Medusa's lips parted slightly, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in her eyes. "Do you dare insult me?" Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Do not attempt to impose your queenly airs upon me. I am not swayed. If I recall correctly, your powers have yet to fully return, yes? And what of it? Slaying you would be but a mere flick of my fingers." Medusa's narrow eyes flicked toward Kai Dai, who was about to speak. Kai Dai, glancing reproachfully at Medusa, lowered her head in silence, prompting Medusa to look back at Xiao Yu with satisfaction. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Yu replied with a calm smile. Suddenly, a soft sound erupted as two flames, one white and one blue, leapt from Xiao Yu's palm, their fierce ascent causing the room's temperature to rise slightly. Gazing at the two flames in Xiao Yu's hand, Medusa's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that she recognized the flames as the strange fire that had caused her considerable suffering. Meanwhile, Kai Dai trembled slightly upon seeing the blue lotus heart fire, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Little did they expect that this blue lotus heart fire would ultimately benefit you. "It seems you have even deceived Gu He." Medusa began to regard Xiao Yu with newfound respect. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Gu He? This strange fire is inherently ownerless. Whoever possesses it claims it as their own. He lacked the capability to obtain it, while I have. Thus the blue lotus heart fire rightfully belongs to me. Would you not agree?" Medusa nodded in acknowledgement. "That is true. However, what about that white flame in your hand? You can actually permit two different strange fires to coexist?" Medusa could feel the chilling force emanating from the white flame, but having endured its scorching heat, she understood that beneath this coldness lay an extraordinarily terrifying temperature, instilling a flicker of dread even within her eyes. Indeed, it is a strange fire. As for how they coexist, do you not think you are speaking rather too much today? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Medusa. Instantly, Medusa's countenance grew cold. Countless individuals would relish the opportunity for her to speak more, yet this man before her dared to express disdain for her words. An indescribable anger caused the towering figure before her to tremble slightly. Sensing the shift, Xiao Yu seized the moment and changed the subject. I am aware that your soul currently coexists with that of the devouring python. How about we strike a deal? A deal? Medusa's dark brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze filled with confusion as she regarded Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. The soul fusion pill. I understand this holds great allure for you. Let us use this as our bargaining chip, shall we? Upon hearing the mention of the soul fusion pill, Medusa's expression shifted dramatically, yet she still inquired. What do you wish to trade for it? Moreover, the soul fusion pill appears to be a 6th-grade elixir. First, you lack the formula, and second, your rank seems insufficient. Does it not? Xiao Yu replied with an air of indifference. You need not worry about that. The reward from this alchemist convention includes the formula. As for my rank, I can procure the breakthrough pill, a 6th-grade elixir. Therefore, the soul fusion pill is not beyond my reach. As for what to trade, it is quite simple for a queen. Starting now, protect me for 3 years. Xiao Yu smiled. Medusa shot a cold glance at Xiao Yu. That is impossible, at most. I will agree to refrain from killing you. Sister, please do not kill him. Kai Dai interjected, her brow furrowed in stubbornness. Medusa cast a helpless glance at her sister before finally directing her gaze back to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, saying, I have already told you. Do not put on airs before me. It is of no use. Best to set aside your queenly demeanor. Medusa's expression darkened immediately, her slender finger pointing at Xiao Yu, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Are you threatening me? Xiao Yu shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a gentle tone. This is not a threat, merely a statement of fact. Should you doubt it, you may test it once your strength is restored. Oh, I almost forgot. Without the spirit fusion pill, merging with the devouring python to regain control will likely take you many years. Wouldn't you agree? By then, do you believe my innate talent as a dozone would still pose a threat to me? His words were imbued with confidence and arrogance. Yet Medusa fell into an unusual silence. Upon their initial encounter, she recalled that Xiao Yu was merely at the level of a dome master, and in just a few months, he had ascended to the formidable rank of a 6-star Great Dome Master. Such talent was indeed alarming. Moreover, I do not regard you merely as a bodyguard. All I require is your assistance during the next 3 years should I encounter significant troubles. For one of your caliber as a dozone, this should not prove too arduous, would it? Besides, the process of gathering the necessary herbs and successfully refining the spirit fusion pill will take at least a year or two. Thus 3 years is hardly a loss. Unperturbed by Medusa's changing expressions, Xiao Yu continued to speak. The queen's gaze reflected a hint of intrigue. Yet after glancing at the colorful butterfly by her side, she declared, I can agree to ensure your safety for 3 years, but you must assist me in refining 2 spirit fusion pills. Not a problem, Xiao Yu readily replied. Observing his prompt acquiescence, Medusa felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, sensing that she had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Medusa gazed deeply at Xiao Yu before gracefully lowering her form, a surge of radiant light erupting forth as she transformed once more into the resplendent little serpent. The colorful butterfly smiled softly at Xiao Yu and remarked, Sister means no harm. Please do not take offense, my lord. Yes, I understand, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Well then, my lord, until we meet again. With that, the butterfly reverted to the vibrant little serpent once more. Chapter 123. Detoxification. The following day, the morning sunlight streamed through the window as Xiao Yu concluded his meditation. Rising from his bed and performing a brief ablution, he stepped out of his room. At that moment, Xiao Yin was prepared to consume the rejuvenation pill he had concocted the previous night. His appearance, once strikingly handsome, had transformed into something rather ordinary, rendering him unrecognizable even to Xiao Ding and the others, let alone to Na Lan Yin Ran. With some leisure time on his hands, Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Yin and suggested, Third brother, why don't we visit the Na Lan family together? I have nothing pressing to attend to. Xiao Yin, not one to decline, responded with a smile. Very well, if that is the case, brother, you shall accompany me. After all, you are also an alchemist. As they conversed, Xiao Yin handed a rejuvenation pill to Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not accept it. Instead, he retrieved the ice silkworm mask that Yafei had sent him from his spatial ring. He promptly donned the icy mask, feeling a refreshing chill envelop his face, which gradually permeated into his being. Before long, his facial features began to subtly shift, transforming his handsome visage into something more unremarkable. Xiao Yin, witnessing this remarkable transformation, exclaimed in astonishment, "Such an extraordinary item, akin to a disguise technique. Truly wondrous. Now, let us proceed." Xiao Yu donned his alchemist robe, while Xiao Yin was clad in a second-tier alchemist's attire. Although he had heard of Xiao Yu's status as a third-tier alchemist, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly moved. Soon enough, Xiao Yin composed himself, and the two brothers stepped out of the inn, making their way toward the grand family estate not far from their lodgings in the imperial capital. As they approached the imposing residence, they were taken aback by the throngs gathered at the entrance. Remarkably, the crowd had not diminished. Rather, it appeared to have swelled even further since the previous day. Exchanging glances, the brothers advanced toward the entrance, where a multitude of individuals, all clad in alchemist robes like themselves, awaited. The silver ripples adorning their chests proudly signified their identities and ranks. However, these individuals were considerably older than Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, with several third-tier alchemists who could easily be mistaken for Xiao Yu's grandfather. The Nalon family, evidently cautious not to offend these powerful alchemists, had their attendants engaging with them, providing explanations about the situation. Only when it was confirmed that these individuals possessed genuine prowess were they allowed entry, while those whose abilities were deemed questionable were courteously declined. Xiao Yu observed some alchemists leaving with displeasure after being politely turned away by the Nalon family, while others, adorned with an air of arrogance, were respectfully welcomed inside. Xiao Yin noted that all those granted entry were third-tier alchemists, while the second-tier practitioners were politely refused. In contrast, the first-tier alchemists seemed to be in greater numbers, contributing significantly to the commotion at the Nalon family's entrance. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin squeezed through the crowd, causing a group of alchemists to cast displeased glances in their direction. Just as one was about to express his irritation, he noticed the third-grade and second-grade insignias emblazoned on their chests. Instantly, his expression shifted, and he retreated with a begrudging air. An elderly man, presumably the steward, also spotted the two young men. The youth of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin was striking. The elder's murky eyes first scanned Xiao Yin. Upon noticing the second-grade alchemist badge on his chest, a flicker of barely concealed disappointment crossed his gaze. However, Xiao Yin, having experienced the vicissitudes of human emotion in the Black Corner region over the years, took no offense. His purpose here was singular: to procure the 7 illusory azure spirit nectar. When the steward's eyes fell upon Xiao Yu, they brightened. Despite their youth, the distinction between a second-grade and a third-grade alchemist was significant. The elder approached Xiao Yu with a genial smile. "Ah, young brother, I am the steward of the Nalan family. I presume you are here to see if you can treat the esteemed Master Nalanjia?" he inquired warmly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu shook his head slightly, replying, "Yes and no, I am merely accompanying him." He gestured towards Xiao Yan, who stood to his left. The steward's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but his experience as a steward had honed his ability to read expressions. "Oh, I apologize, but it appears this young brother does not meet our requirements. Our master's ailment necessitates a third-grade alchemist or higher," he remarked with a resigned smile, glancing at Xiao Yan. "Rank does not encompass all." Xiao Yan's voice emerged, slightly hoarse yet calm, causing the steward's brow to furrow in mild concern. Observing the steward's frustrated demeanor, Xiao Yan produced a letter of recommendation from his spatial ring and handed it to the elder, whispering, "Do not let your prejudices cost your master his last chance." The steward examined the letter in astonishment, casting a glance at Xiao Yin and then at Xiao Yu. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. "Very well, sir, please proceed." The steward signaled for the guards to step aside, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, he escorted Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu inside. As they walked along the cobblestone path, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings without reservation. An obscure tension permeated the air, suggesting that the master's illness had cast a shadow over the entire Nalan family. Soon, guided by a maid, they arrived at an opulent hall at the end of the path. Upon their entrance, The hushed whispers within the hall faded, and all eyes turned towards the doorway. Upon noticing the insignias on Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu's chests, the assembly fell silent, some bewildered by the presence of a second-grade alchemist like Xiao Yin, while others were taken aback by the youthful visage of the third-grade alchemist, Xiao Yu. In the grand hall, a middle-aged man sat with an imposing presence, his piercing eyes radiating an aura of authority. Xiao Yu glanced at him, recognizing him as Nalan Su. His gaze then shifted to Nalan Yinran, who sat beside her father, her aura noticeably more profound than when he last saw her. Clad in a moonlit robe, Nalan Yinran gazed curiously at the newcomers, Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. Upon noticing the two young men, Nalan Su's eyes swept over their emblems, visibly taken aback. He then clasped his hands together and smiled warmly. "Greetings, young brothers. I am Nalan Su of the Nalan family." "I am Xiao Yin," Xiao Yin replied, suppressing a surge of inexplicable emotion in his voice. "And I am Xiao Yu," came the follow-up. "Oh, I see. It is the esteemed Miss Yifei of the middle family who has recommended you. Please, take a seat." Nalan Su's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he laughed heartily. Nalan Yinran observed the seated Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin, a slight furrow forming on her brow as she murmured softly. Their names seem rather peculiar, yet evoke a sense of familiarity. Xiao Yin, catching her gaze, felt a rush of anxiety, thinking to himself, could I have been recognized? Surely not. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu exhibited no signs of trepidation, lounging comfortably in his chair and sipping tea. Before long, Nalan Su began to detail the condition of his esteemed father, prompting Nalan Yinran to retract her gaze, while Xiao Yin gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists. The process of detoxification commenced swiftly, with Xiao Yu casually munching on sunflower seeds. Intrigued by the array of embarrassed alchemists emerging from the inner chamber. Chapter 124. The alchemist headquarters. As alchemists emerged, their faces etched with embarrassment. The disappointment on Nalan Su's and Nalan Yinran's countenances deepened. When the final alchemist exited from the inner chamber, their spirits gradually sank. Nalan Yinran, standing beside Nalan Su, felt her beautiful eyes redden slightly. In the hall, the 10 or so third-grade alchemists had lost the previous air of pride and self-satisfaction, their faces awkward as they stood in silence. At this moment, only Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin remained untested. Thus Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran clung to their last glimmer of hope, resting it upon Xiao Yu, the final third-grade alchemist, while they conveniently disregarded Xiao Yin. Xiao Yu noticed the gaze of Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran, but deemed it more prudent to let Xiao Yin take the lead, preferring to watch the unfolding drama. Clearing his throat, he said, "Please, do not look at me with such expectation. My senior brother possesses exceptional alchemical skills, and I believe he is quite capable of curing the affliction." Xiao Yu coughed twice, nearly revealing too much. The title of senior brother certainly had its advantages. Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow, yet maintained a somewhat indifferent demeanor as he sat there. Xiao Yu's comments stirred discontent among the other third-grade alchemists, culminating in a white-bearded elder stepping forward to declare, "You insolent child, are you insinuating that our alchemical prowess pales in comparison to yours? Indeed, we are all third-grade alchemists. Do you truly believe yourself superior?" Another middle-aged man shot back, his gaze cold as he regarded Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, responding, "How can one know without attempting? Given your skills, it seems you lack the standing to criticize me. Who do you think you are, you presumptuous brat? Has your teacher not instilled in you the virtues of respect and humility?" An elder admonished, his face reddening with indignation. Xiao Yu shrugged, smiling, "Is that not the case? You are third-grade alchemists, and so am I. By virtue of my age and talent, it appears you have no grounds for pride in my presence." His words ignited the ire of the alchemists, their faces flushing with anger. The surrounding alchemists glared at Xiao Yu, their expressions hostile. Finally, Nalan Su intervened. "Enough, enough. If you could all do me the courtesy of letting this matter rest. Young brother, it seems your junior brother has great confidence in your abilities." Xiao Yin, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and replied in a detached tone, "My confidence is not particularly high, but compared to them, it may be somewhat greater." At this remark, the crowd directed their furious gazes at both Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu. To them, these two young men, despite their commendable age and alchemical skills, appeared to be excessively arrogant. Nalan Yinran's delicate brows slightly furrowed as she regarded the two youthful figures before her. Should they possess genuine skill, she would not mind their audacity. However, if their abilities were merely hollow boasts, her disdain would remain unwavering, regardless of their commendable alchemist ranking. Your tone suggests a considerable confidence in your prowess, Nalan Yinran stated, her lovely countenance growing cold as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, confronted by the exquisite woman, perceived the calmness of her exterior, yet sensed an underlying chill in her eyes. Just as Nalan Su was about to break the tense silence, a vibrant flame suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's hand, causing the temperature in the hall to rise dramatically. I believe you may recognize this, Xiao Yin remarked, glancing at the flickering flame that danced like a sprite within his grasp. Nalan Yinran's eyes widened with a mix of astonishment and elation as she beheld the flame, while the surrounding alchemists gasped in disbelief. They, seasoned in their dealings with fire, instantly recognized the nature of the transparent blaze. Their expressions slowly transformed, becoming awash with amazement, as envious and fervent gazes fixated upon the swirling fallen heart flame. Little did they know, this was merely a fragment of the fallen heart flame. Yet it sufficed for Nalan Su's needs. Nalan Su addressed the other third-grade alchemists, saying, "Everyone, please take your leave for now. My father requires treatment, and I assure you, the compensation promised will not be diminished." Upon hearing this veiled dismissal, the gathered alchemists could only shake their heads and depart, casting lingering glances at the extraordinary fire in Xiao Yan's palm. Once the room was cleared, Nalan Su turned to Xiao Yin with a respectful smile. "Young brother, I kindly request your assistance in treating my father." His demeanor was markedly more reverent, even incorporating respectful language. He could only imagine the powerful mentor behind such a young alchemist who had acquired a flame that even the renowned Pill King Gu he had not possessed. Xiao Yin exchanged a glance with Xiao Yu, who, after sending him a reassuring nod, proceeded into the inner chamber, brushing past Nalan Yinran. Nalan Su awkwardly glanced at Xiao Yu, while Nalan Yinran anxiously followed Xiao Yin into the inner room. Perceiving her urgency, Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, "You go ahead, I will wait for my senior brother outside." Nalan Su eagerly replied, "Very well, young brother, please make yourself comfortable. Someone, attend to this young brother." After issuing his commands, Nalan Su hastily entered the inner chamber. Xiao Yu shook his head slightly, pondering. Although this father and daughter duo acted somewhat impulsively, their filial piety was commendable. What a pity. He clicked his tongue, uncertain of what he lamented. After a considerable time had passed, just as Xiao Yu was on the verge of slumber, Xiao Yin and the father-daughter duo of Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran emerged from the inner chamber. Xiao Yin appeared somewhat fatigued, while both Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran bore expressions of joy, suggesting that the poison had likely been expelled. Xiao Yin gently patted Xiao Yu and whispered, "Let us depart." Instantly, Xiao Yu awakened, rising to gaze at Xiao Yin and inquired, "Is it resolved?" "Not quite. It will take approximately another 7 days. I shall return tomorrow," Xiao Yin replied with a slight shake of his head. Xiao Yu refrained from further comment and walked alongside Xiao Yin towards the exit, while Nalan Su hastily requested Nalan Yinran to see them off. Thus, the three of them traversed the cobblestone path in a rather awkward atmosphere. Nalan Yinran cast a sidelong glance at the two brothers, a sense of familiarity stirring within her, prompting her to break the silence. "Yin Xiao, Xiao Shi, have we met somewhere before?" Xiao Yan's hand tightened subtly beneath his sleeve, yet his tone remained indifferent as he replied, "You are mistaken." Following this, another silence ensued until they reached their destination. "Miss Nalan, there is no need for you to see me off. I shall return on my own. Farewell." Upon exiting the gate, Xiao Yin offered a slight bow to the frowning Nalan Yinran and departed with Xiao Yu. As she watched the two retreating figures, Nalan Yinran murmured softly to herself, "What peculiar individuals." She then turned and re-entered the Nalan estate. Along the way, Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Yin with a grin and remarked, "Third brother, that girl has grown increasingly beautiful over the years. What do you think?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yin interrupted, "No, after the 3-year agreement, our Xiao family and the Nalan family shall have no further entanglements. Come, it is still early. Let us visit the Alchemist headquarters and attend the Alchemist Conference." With that, Xiao Yin strode ahead. Xiao Yu shrugged, saying nothing further. Chapter 125. A reunion in the left district of the imperial capital at the intersection of several streets. An imposing edifice looms, perpetually enveloped in a gentle, fragrant haze. Above its towering entrance, 5 ancient characters, elegantly inscribed, proclaim the title of the Alchemist Guild, shimmering with a faint silver light that compels passers-by to cast reverent glances in its direction. This Alchemist Guild serves as the headquarters for alchemists within the Gemma Empire, and the immense power they wield grants this institution an air of unparalleled nobility, even prompting members of the royal family to display a modicum of humility in its presence. As the Alchemist Convention approaches, the entrance of the guild bustles with alchemists, typically a rare sight, hurrying to and fro, their robes of varying hues proudly declaring their ranks. Upon entering the convention, a rich aroma of alchemical concoctions greets them, inviting a deep, refreshing breath that invigorates the spirit. The venue is vast. To the east lies a marketplace where alchemists trade and barter, while the southern area is designated for potion crafting, where some novice alchemists engage in hushed discussions, exchanging insights on their craft. In contrast, the western hall exudes tranquility, where passing novice alchemists gaze upon it with a mix of awe and envy. As a few guards stand sentinel at the entrance, Xiao Yu gestured towards the western hall and remarked to Xiao Yan, "Let us proceed there directly. It is likely where the presidents of the guild's various branches convene. I am acquainted with one of the branch presidents." Although Xiao Yan felt a twinge of surprise, he said nothing and simply nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the serene western hall. Upon noticing the youthfulness of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, the previously impassive guards, upon seeing the badges adorning their chests, shifted from indifference to respect. "Esteemed sirs, this area is reserved for branch presidents of the Alchemist Guild, and only third-tier alchemists are permitted to enter." One guard hesitated, glancing at Xiao Yu, realizing that while he could enter, bringing someone else along was not permitted. Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "Please inform Master Blin from Stone Desert City or Master Otto from Blackrock City that Xiao Yu has come to pay a visit." The guard nodded respectfully, took a step back, and swiftly ascended the stairs. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan stood waiting at the entrance. Shortly after the guard vanished upstairs, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Moments later, an elderly figure appeared in Xiao Yu's line of sight, his face alight with joy. The old man hastened to the door, briefly scanning Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan's youthful visages, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, yet he quickly dismissed them. Searching around, he found no sign of the person he sought, and the smile on his face faltered, replaced by a frown as he reproached the nearby guard in a hushed tone. "Where is he? Surely you haven't sent him away." The guard's expression turned pained. After all, he was a third-grade alchemist and dared not chase anyone away. Just as he was about to point out the disguised Xiao Yu and his companion, Xiao Yu smiled and addressed Master Otto. Upon hearing the familiar call, Otto shifted his gaze to the unfamiliar young man before him. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, "You are Xiao Yu? How have you changed so much?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "It's a long story. Let us discuss it inside." "Ah, very well," Otto replied, refraining from further inquiries. He turned to the two guards and sternly commanded, "You have heard nothing of today's events, understand?" The guards hastily nodded, and Otto then led Xiao upstairs. Xiao gestured to the young man beside him, saying, "This is my third brother, also an alchemist, who has come with me to participate in the Alchemist Conference." "Oh." Otto glanced at Xiao Yan with surprise, remarking, "Both of you brothers are prodigies, achieving the status of second-grade alchemists at such a young age." At that moment, Otto abruptly halted, prompting Xiao Yu to frown and ask, "Master Otto, what is the matter?" Otto gazed in astonishment at the alchemist badge on Xiao Yu's chest and swallowed hard, stammering, "When did you become a third-grade alchemist?" Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. "On my way back, I underwent the examination for third-grade alchemist in Shimo City, conducted personally by Master Bulin." "Did he not inform you?" "Humph, that old man certainly did not tell me. How dare he keep such a thing from me?" Otto's face flushed with indignation. He then added with a pained expression, "Wait, that old fellow helped you with your assessment behind our backs. Now he can boast to the headquarters and perhaps secure substantial funding and rare herbs." Xiao Yu felt awkward and could only smile wryly. Perhaps Master Bulin simply forgot. "Nonsense. That old man could not possibly forget. I am furious. I shall teach him a lesson later." Otto huffed angrily. As they conversed, Otto led Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan to a spacious room and halted outside. Before entering, they could hear a tirade from within. Otto smiled and said to Xiao Yu, "Do you remember that girl, Xueming? She just traded a fourth-grade formula for a peach blossom fire seed, leaving her teacher, Frank, utterly distressed." By the way, he is also the president of our Black Rock City Alchemist Guild. It would be perfect for you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Otto pushed the door open, and Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan stepped inside. A brief glance revealed an elderly man in an alchemist's robe, his face ashen, berating Xueming, who stood silently in front of him. Meanwhile, a woman in a red dress watched with glee as Xueming faced the scolding. The person in question is the lively Lin Fei. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she swiftly redirected her gaze, her eyes sweeping over Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, who stood behind Otto, and she murmured in astonishment, "What young third-grade alchemists? When did my teacher become acquainted with these two?" Meanwhile, the irate Forkland halted his tirade, glancing at Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan before inquiring of Otto, "Old Otto, who are these two?" Otto promptly replied with a smile, "These are the individuals I mentioned to you, the little prodigy discovered in Stone Desert City, Xiao Yu. This gentleman is his third brother. What is your name again?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly and replied, "I am Xiao Yan." Xiao Yu then peeled off the ice silkworm mask from his face and stowed it away in his spatial ring, revealing his originally handsome visage. Xiao Yan consumed a medicinal pill, causing his appearance to subtly transform into a more refined and fair countenance. Observing their seemingly magical transformations, the others regarded them with astonished and curious glances. Xiao Yu cheerfully remarked, "Greetings, Xuemei, Lin Fei. It has been a while." Xuemei's gaze turned towards him, and after exchanging a polite smile, she acknowledged, "It truly is you. Remembering our names, impressive." Lin Fei leapt down from the table, beaming as she approached. "By the way, where is Sister Xiao Yi? Why haven't I seen her?" Lin Fei's eyes drifted behind him, her expression tinged with confusion. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "She has gone to the Outcloud Empire." "Oh, I see," Lin Fei responded, somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, Frank gazed at Xiao Yu in shock, exclaiming, "Little fellow, so you are that little prodigy. But, as old Otto mentioned, weren't you a second-grade alchemist? How did you become a third-grade one?" Upon hearing this, Xuemei and Lin Fei finally realized that Xiao Yu had indeed ascended to the rank of a third-grade alchemist. Chapter 126. The alchemical cauldron. Xiao Yu felt compelled to explain, "During my recent expedition to the desert, I encountered numerous extraordinary experiences, which greatly deepened my understanding of alchemy. Upon my return to the imperial capital, I undertook the examination to become a third-tier alchemist at the Alchemist Guild in Stone Desert City, administered personally by Master Bren. To my surprise, he did not inform you of this. I can only imagine that the old fellow is currently somewhere, quietly chuckling to himself. A young third-tier alchemist like me has certainly brought some prestige to the Stone Desert City's alchemist branch before the headquarters." Frank cast a somewhat envious glance at Xiao Yu. Otto chimed in, "That old rascal is always eager to hoard all the good fortune for himself." Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated from outside the door, followed by the entrance of an aged figure, with a jovial expression gracing his weathered face. It was none other than Master Bren, who had hurried from Stone Desert City. Upon entering, he overheard Otto and Frank discussing him behind his back. Lin Fei and Xuemei both rose, offering slight bows and smiles as they greeted Bren, Master Bren. It has been several months since our last meeting, and you two young ladies have grown even more beautiful." Bren responded warmly to them before striding over to Xiao Yu. "You little rascal, you've come here to register this time, haven't you?" Xiao Yu smiled. "Indeed, Master Bren. This is my third brother, Xiao Yan, who is also an alchemist." Bren turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, who nodded slightly. "Hello, Master Bren. Good. You two brothers possess impressive alchemical prowess at such a young age. A second-tier alchemist in the Gamma Empire is truly a rarity." Bren praised with evident delight. "You flatter me, Master. I am merely groping along the path of alchemy." Xiao Yan replied with modesty. Otto and Frank exchanged approving glances towards Xiao Yan, nodding subtly. However, Frank soon redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. "Since you two brothers are here, it is undoubtedly to participate in the Alchemist Convention. Allow me to enlighten you on the benefits and privileges of attending the convention," Frank said with a cheerful demeanor. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Frank continued, "According to the rules, the champion of each Alchemist Convention becomes an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, enjoying benefits and rights equivalent to those of the esteemed elders. At that time, you can receive assistance within your authority from any branch of the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild, and you will have priority access to rare medicinal herbs in the guild's repository. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression revealed a flicker of emotion. However, such privileges are only bestowed upon the first-place winner, which seems exceedingly challenging to attain. Xiao Yu remained remarkably composed, as he was already aware of this information. Otto interjected, moreover, the reward for this year's champion is a 6th-tier medicinal formula. The Spirit Fusion Pill. Seated, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted as he inhaled a breath of cold air. The recipe for a 6th-grade elixir, to a certain extent, rivaled even the Earth-tier combat techniques. Bruin, Frank, and Otto were quite pleased with Xiao Yan's performance, yet the unwavering calmness of Xiao Yu left them feeling somewhat helpless. Why did this fellow seem impervious to reason? Did he truly disdain such a generous reward? Bruin murmured to himself. Otto, with a tentative glance at Xiao Yu, inquired, "What do you think of these benefits?" Xiao Yu, meeting Otto's gaze, smiled and replied, "Not bad. Participating in the Alchemist Conference is a certainty. However, my third brother and I have a condition." "Oh, what condition?" Otto, after exchanging glances with his companions, asked with a grin. "For certain reasons. We wish to participate under the guise we just assumed, and our names require alteration. I shall be known as Xiao 11, and he shall be called Yin Xiao," Xiao Yu stated. Otto nodded thoughtfully. Changing names is a trivial matter. However, judging by your demeanor, have you encountered trouble? If needed, we can assist. Xiao Yu lightly shook his head with a smile. That won't be necessary. It's merely a minor inconvenience. Once the formalities are completed, there shouldn't be any major issues. The Alchemist Conference begins in 3 days. Let us reconvene here then. Otto and Bruin nodded subtly. Very well, we will remain here during this time. Should you require anything, feel free to seek us out. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, then rose alongside Xiao Yan. After bowing to the 3 individuals in the room, he donned the ice silkworm mask and departed. Lin Fei whispered to Xuemei, "What trouble do you think they have stirred? Why all this secrecy over attending an alchemist conference?" Xuemei cast a faint glance at Lin Fei. Perhaps it is related to the Nalan family. The Nalan family? What has happened? Lin Fei immediately became curious, pressing Xuemei for details. "Come on, dear sister Xuemei, just tell me." Master Bruin also leaned in, saying, "Xue girl, do share what you know." Upon hearing this, Frank and Otto turned their attention to Xuemei, who brushed her hair back thoughtfully. "I'm not entirely sure, but I overheard previously that Xiao Yin of the Xiao family was forcefully rejected by Nalan Yinran of the Nalan family, leading to a rift between the 2 families. I only recalled this when I heard Xiao Yu introduce his third brother's name." The expressions of the group turned complex. However, Otto finally remarked, "Well, that's a matter for the Xiao family. We need not delve further. I shall go assist them in establishing their identities." As they exited the alchemist headquarters, Xiao Yu addressed Xiao Yan. "Third brother, since there are no pressing matters at hand, I shall make a visit to the Maitel family. Let us reconvene here in 3 days." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, stating that he would assist Old Master Nalan in dispelling toxins for the next 3 days. The 2 parted ways at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, and Xiao Yu proceeded directly to the Miter family estate. The elder had previously instructed that Xiao Yu was not to be hindered, allowing him unimpeded access to the room prepared for him by the Miter family. He casually stopped a maid and inquired, "Has Miss Yafei returned?" The maid shook her head and replied, "Miss Yafei will not be back until evening." "And what of Elder Hai and your grand elder?" Xiao Yu continued to ask. "They are in the conference hall ahead," the maid respectfully answered. "Let me there," Xiao Yu commanded. "Yes, sir." Xiao Yu intended to inquire whether the Miter family possessed any alchemical cauldrons, as he had yet to acquire one and had been utilizing a fire cauldron, which would draw too much attention at the Alchemist Conference. In the conference hall of the Miter family, Elder Tingshan and Hai Bodong were engaged in discussions regarding the family's affairs over the years. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's entrance, Elder Hai chuckled, "You've returned, young man." Xiao Yu nodded and said, "I have come to request the purchase of an alchemical cauldron from Elder Tingshan." "An alchemical cauldron?" Elder Hai glanced at Tingshan, who furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "The Miter family's storeroom has always been managed by Yafei. I am not aware of what cauldrons the family still possesses. It would be best to inquire directly when she returns." "Very well," Xiao Yu acquiesced with a nod. Chapter 127. The Enchanting Body. Before long, Yafei returned to the estate. After bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder and Elder Hai, the Grand Elder cheerfully inquired, "Yafei, does our family's warehouse still possess a fine alchemical cauldron that young friend Xiao Yu requires?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards Yafei, who, with a slight furrow of her delicate brows, pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, there is a three-mouthed cauldron in the family warehouse. Shall I fetch it now? The Grand Elder smiled broadly. Please do so. Young friend Xiao Yu likely needs it for the Alchemist Conference in 3 days. We must not delay. Before Xiao Yu could respond, Yafei giggled. That is true. My younger brother Xiao Yu is a third-grade alchemist, and this three-mouthed cauldron will suit him perfectly. With that, she gracefully exited, instructing a servant to retrieve the cauldron from the Miter family's warehouse. Shortly thereafter, when Yafei re-entered, she was accompanied by a guard bearing a cauldron resembling a turtle. The cauldron featured 2 dark fire openings on its back, with the tail also serving as a fire mouth. And its gaping maw was the designated place for placing medicinal materials. After the guard placed the cauldron upon the table beside Xiao Yu, he departed. Yafei pointed to the cauldron and introduced, "This is the three-mouthed cauldron, known as the Cloud Turtle Cauldron, named for the swirling cloud patterns etched upon its shell." Xiao Yu gently caressed the cauldron, fully aware that this three-mouthed cauldron was of commendable quality. It should suffice for concocting 4th-grade elixirs, and with careful control, he might even refine them to the level of Danwen. However, for 5th-grade elixirs, it would likely fall short. I am quite satisfied with this cauldron. What is its price? Xiao Yu inquired with a smile. The Grand Elder hastily waved his hand, saying, "Young friend Xiao Yu, you flatter us. As a friend of Elder Hai, you are a distinguished guest of the Miter family. Discussing money feels rather impolite." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Hai Buodong, who shrugged helplessly and replied, "I typically refrain from intervening in Miter family matters, but since it is a gift from the Grand Elder, you should graciously accept it. Not one to be overly sentimental." Xiao Yu, despite noticing the mercantile demeanor in Tung Shan and Yafei's interactions, chose not to dwell on it. He simply stated, "If it is without charge, then let it be regarded as a favor owed to the Miter family. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's aged visage beamed with delight. Akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, a young 3rd-grade alchemist possesses immense potential for the future. For Tung Shan, befriending Xiao Yu was akin to making a wise investment. Although this favor may seem insignificant now, it could prove invaluable in times to come. With a gentle stroke of his fingers across the spatial ring, a glimmer of light flickered, and the Cloud Turtle Cauldron vanished from the table. The Grand Elder cast a brief, questioning glance at Xiao Yu's ring. His brow slightly furrowed in surprise, yet he remained silent, merely casting a faint look at Yafei. Once Xiao Yu and Yafei had departed, the Grand Elder turned to Hai Buodong and inquired, "What are your thoughts on our young friend Xiao Yu?" Hai Buodong glanced at the Grand Elder and replied, "What are you plotting?" Tung Shan chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing significant, merely that Xiao Yu is no longer a child, and Yafei is still without a proper future. I was just thinking." "Thinking of what?" Hai Buodong interrupted. "Xiao Yu's talent is unparalleled, far beyond our reach, and as for Yafei, her abilities are lacking even compared to the average person. This matter must simply unfold naturally." He continued with a wry smile, acknowledging the complexities of such emotional dilemmas that perplexed even him, an elder. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Yafei strolled slowly along the cobblestone path of the manor. Yafei sighed, expressing her envy. "I truly admire those who strive for their own ambitions daily, while I am relegated to managing family affairs at the Miter auction house." Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards Yafei's exquisite visage, illuminated by the warm glow of the setting sun, enhancing her beauty. This moment evoked memories from the original narrative, where Yafei, hindered by her lack of cultivation talent, chose the path of managing her family and ultimately ascended to the position of the Miter family leader. However, despite her title, Yafei found little joy in it. Her lack of strength confined her to the northwest continent. And even after enduring hardships to reach the Do Huang realm through medicinal means, she remained weak amidst the abundance of Do Zong and Do Zun in the central continent. "Do you wish to explore the outside world?" Xiao Yu asked, his expression a mix of emotions as he gazed at Yafei. She responded with a bittersweet smile. "I once longed for that, but now, I only wish to establish my footing within the Miter family. At least then, I can protect myself." In that moment, the delicate Yafei appeared exceedingly fragile. Her former assertive and powerful demeanor faded away. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows and drew her into his embrace. Yafei, startled like a timid deer, was momentarily at a loss. Her porcelain face flushed crimson, yet she dared not move in his arms. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat emanating from his chest, she found a surprising tranquility. Living in the Miter family must be exhausting, isn't it? Xiao Yu whispered softly into her ear. Overcome by his sudden concern, a wave of emotion washed over Yafei, causing a tear to escape the corner of her eye as she nodded gently. In that instant, all her strength seemed to dissolve, leaving only a poignant sense of vulnerability. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task and successfully allowing Yafei to drop her facade. Reward, Enchanting Body. This reward can be designated for a person of the host's choosing. Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment, but soon felt a surge of joy as he opened the rewards from the system. The description revealed that the enchanting body was an innate physique, born with an alluring charm that effortlessly garnered affection. Its cultivation talent was astonishingly formidable, for the admiration it attracted was not limited to humans but extended to objects as well, such as combat energy. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. Yafei exuded an enchanting allure, her elongated peach blossom eyes having captivated countless souls, making her the epitome of the enchanting body. Releasing Yafei, Xiao Yu gazed at her earnestly and asked, "Are you willing to embark on the path of cultivation once more?" A flicker of light sparkled in Yafei's eyes, but it quickly faded as she sighed softly. "Brother Xiao Yu, I would naturally be most willing, but this talent is truly disheartening. I possess a means that can assist you in enhancing your talent. If you are willing, why not come to my room tomorrow for a detailed discussion?" Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. Yafei paused momentarily, then regained her enchanting demeanor, laughing seductively. "Brother Xiao Yu, you truly have a knack for jest. If such a method truly existed, I would traverse the ends of the earth to find it. And if it did exist, what price would you be willing to pay?" Xiao Yu asked with a serious gaze fixed upon Yafei. Seeing Xiao Yu's earnest expression, Yafei put away her playful smile and pondered for a moment before responding. "As for the price, I would naturally allow any conditions to be proposed. However, if it were for you, Brother Xiao Yu, I could add one more stipulation. I would offer myself in return." Yafei chuckled lightly, a delicate fragrance wafting toward Xiao Yu. Chapter 128. Yafei's affection. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yu shook his head and sighed, pondering the enchanting nature of Yafei. He wondered what transformation this bewitching figure would undergo. Would she become as gentle as flowing water or as fervent as blazing fire? A flurry of mischievous thoughts flitted through Xiao Yu's mind, yet he swiftly composed himself and commenced his cultivation using the Qinglian platform. The following day, Xiao Yu awoke from his meditation, only to be startled by a series of knocks at the window. Mistaking the sound for a servant bringing water, he called out, "Come in." With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing a captivating figure. Xiao Yu stared in astonishment at the entrance of Yafei. "Why are you here?" he asked, bewildered. Yafei, holding a basin of clear water, placed it beside the table and replied, "Did you not invite me to come today?" Her soft voice was irresistible, leaving Xiao Yu, just roused from sleep, somewhat flustered. He approached her, washing up as he spoke. "I meant to ask, why did you bring the water? Is it so wrong for me to personally attend to you? If others were to see, they would surely envy you," Yafei teased, moving to tidy the somewhat disheveled bed. After freshening up, Xiao Yu chuckled as he observed Yafei folding the blankets. "I cannot say if others would envy me, but I am certain that Mu Zhan would be green with jealousy." "How bold!" Yafei straightened up and feigned anger, her posture both playful and alluring. Xiao Yu grinned, and after securing the door, he looked at Yafei seated at the table. "Since you are here, it seems you have come to trust me?" "Of course. I trust you," Yafei huffed lightly. "But if you deceive me, do not blame me for taking you to task." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xiao Yu scratched his head. "I wouldn't go so far as to deceive you, but the process of enhancing your cultivation might involve certain complexities." Noticing Xiao Yu's hesitation, Yafei blinked her beautiful eyes, curiosity etched on her face. "What kind of complexities?" After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Yu steeled himself and said, "I possess a unique physical technique that can alter one's constitution, but you must be fully exposed during the teaching process." Yafei's lovely cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she gazed at him with mock reproach. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely, and merely the back will suffice," Xiao Yu assured her earnestly. Though her face was still flushed, after a brief moment of hesitation, Yafei trembled as she replied, I appreciate your help. With that, she gracefully settled herself by the edge of the bed. Xiao Yu quickly stepped behind her and whispered, "Rest assured, my eyes are closed." With a soft acknowledgement, Yafei delicately began to loosen her garments, soon revealing her smooth, fair back. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, beholding the exquisite back of Yafei, momentarily lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure, and an unusual flame surged forth from his fingertips, swiftly dancing upon Yafei's back. A faint glow flickered from Xiao Yu's arm, coursing along his fingers and directly entering Yafei's body. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind, transferring the enchanting physique to the designated individual as per host's specification. Designated individual is undergoing acceptance. Acceptance successful. With the system's prompt, Xiao Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Ding. The designated individual, Yafei, has had her physique altered to the celestial jealousy innate body. From now on, every advancement to a higher realm will summon a heavenly tribulation. Current strength of Yafei, 4-star battle master. All right, Xiao Yu gently reminded. Yafei felt a warm current flowing into her body from behind, devoid of any other sensations. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, she shyly opened her eyes. Is it really that quick? Yafei asked, her voice trembling. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Do you still wish for something more, Sister Yafei? He casually lifted her garment. And after donning her attire, a blush crept across Yafei's face as she turned to face him. You can gradually sense the specifics once you return. Unsurprisingly, your cultivation speed will significantly accelerate. However, I must caution you. Each time you ascend to a higher realm, a heavenly tribulation will ensue, Xiao Yu advised. Heavenly tribulation? What is that? Yafei's brows knitted in curiosity, her face illuminating with joy as she felt the surge of energy within her. Yet, the mention of heavenly tribulation left her momentarily stunned. Xiao Yu pondered briefly before explaining. In simple terms, upon breaking through a major realm, you will be struck by lightning. Though the process is arduous, if you endure, your strength will surge dramatically. Yafei's complexion paled slightly. What if I cannot endure it? Xiao Yu shrugged helplessly. Then let the Maitel family prepare for your aftermath and set the banquet. Yafei gasped, her lips parting in surprise. The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against fate. If one cannot withstand such trials, how can they aspire to reach the pinnacle? Xiao Yu stated solemnly. Yafei playfully shot him an exasperated glance. All right. If I cannot comprehend this, then I have wasted these years. However, you have done me such a great favor. How do you wish for me to repay you? With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu replied, Did you not promise to offer yourself in return? A faint blush surged upon Yafei's fair cheeks. After a fleeting glance at Xiao Yu, she seemed to make a decision, suddenly stepping forward to kiss him. Caught off guard by the kiss, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Yet, he would not allow Yafei to dominate the moment. He needed to reclaim the initiative. Thus, just as Yafei was about to retreat, Xiao Yu gently cradled her delicate head with one hand, while the other encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Xiao Yu gazed into the gentle, water-like beauty of Yafei's eyes and inquired, Your cultivation talent has improved. What are your plans moving forward? Yafei, biting her crimson lips lightly in contemplation, replied, I wish to remain in the Gamma Empire for a while. Besides, you are heading to the Canaan Academy, and my current strength is too meager. Accompanying you would only be a burden. Perhaps I could seek you out at the Canaan Academy once I have made some progress in my abilities. Xiao Yu extended his hand and playfully brushed his fingers against Yafei's delicate nose, chuckling. How could you possibly be a burden? However, given your current strength, it would not be wise for you to venture into the Black Corner region. Let us wait a while, and I shall come to fetch you. Humph. You merely disdain my lack of strength. I shall ignore you. Yafei retorted, casting a rare, pouting glance at Xiao Yu before exiting the room. Xiao Yu, with a wry smile, watched as Yafei departed, fully aware that she was not truly angry. Nevertheless, witnessing this petite, feminine side of her was a first for him. And she was the only one capable of revealing such a demeanor. As Yafei stepped out of Xiao Yu's room, memories of their earlier interaction flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment, yet her heart fluttered with sweetness. Soon after, she left the premises. In the subsequent 2 days, Xiao Yu remained within the Miter family estate, familiarizing himself with the cloud turtle cauldron through the alchemical refinement of various elixirs. Chapter 129. The prophecy begins as the first rays of dawn's light streamed into Xiao Yu's chamber. He awoke from his meditative state. After a brief moment of personal grooming, he prepared to step outside, for today marked the commencement of the Alchemist Conference. With a soft creak, the door opened gently, revealing a lithe figure, Yafei. In recent days, she had been able to detect the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafting from Xiao Yu's room and had instructed her maidservants to refrain from disturbing him. However, given that today was the day of the Alchemist Conference at the headquarters, Yafei decided to pay him a personal visit. "Are you joining me at the Alchemist headquarters?" Xiao Yu inquired with a smile after donning his alchemist robes. Stepping closer, Yafei delicately adjusted the creased collar of his garment with her graceful hand. Her voice soft as she replied, "The Miter family has also been invited to this Alchemist Conference, so I shall accompany you and witness your brilliance at the event." Xiao Yu chuckled. "Do you truly have such confidence in me?" "Indeed, I have a keen eye for people," Yafei declared with a hint of pride. Xiao Yu shook his head, placing on his icy silkworm mask before leading the way out of the room, with Yafei following closely behind. Upon their arrival at the gates of the Miter estate, Elder Tingshan cast a knowing glance at Yafei as she and Xiao Yu approached. Yafei noticed the elder's scrutinizing gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly, while Tingshan laughed heartily. "Ah, who would have thought that Yafei has found a romantic interest?" "Ha ha." Feeling a touch of embarrassment from Tingshan's teasing, Yafei turned shy, while Xiao Yu confidently took her hand and remarked, "Elder Tingshan might soon find himself without a capable assistant." He then led Yafei into the carriage. Standing beside Tingshan was Hai Bodong, who observed Xiao Yu and Yafei with mild surprise, but chose not to comment. Once they boarded the carriage, they made their way directly to the Alchemist headquarters. Patrolling knights were already stationed along the main thoroughfares of the city, fully armed, for such a grand event was of utmost importance to the entire Jamma Empire, and the royal family was keen to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Displaying the Miter family crest, Xiao Yu and his companions proceeded unhindered to the Alchemist Guild. As Xiao Yu disembarked from the carriage, he noted the significantly larger crowd at the entrance of the guild and shook his head in resignation. Before long, he met with Xiao Yan in a corner near the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Yafei greeted him, then leaned closer to Xiao Yu, whispering, "Let us enter first." Just as Xiao Yu was about to nod in agreement, a commotion erupted behind them. Turning around, he spotted an opulent carriage approaching, adorned with golden curtains depicting a mythical beast engulfed in blue flames. "That is the royal emblem," Xiao Yan remarked softly from beside Xiao Yu. The strength of the Jamma Empire's royal family should not be underestimated. Xiao Yu chuckled. "Surely, the royal family of the Jamma Empire possesses considerable power. However, we are not lacking, are we?" Xiao Yan also chuckled with confidence, remarking, "Indeed, when it comes to alchemy, we are certainly not inferior." Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a delicate hand, as white as jade, gracefully reached out to grasp the handle of the carriage door. Soon, a captivating figure emerged from within the carriage. Clad in a purple gown adorned with silver patterns, she exuded an air of nobility. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly pondering, this must be the little princess of the Jayamar royal family. The princess wore a gentle smile on her fair face, radiating elegance and tranquility, though her sparkling eyes occasionally flickered with a mischievous glint reminiscent of a little sorceress. Moments later, a tall figure emerged from the carriage. An elderly man dressed in simple linen robes, who, with a warm smile, accompanied the little princess as they approached the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, the old man glanced aside and noticed Hai Bodong, who was standing nearby with a cold smile directed at him. He pointed at the old man in surprise, exclaiming, You old fellow are still alive?" Hai Bodong retorted with a smirk, "If you're still alive, how could I leave first? Great-grandfather, do you know him?" The little princess inquired curiously, casting a glance at Hai Bodong. The old man, known as Jiao, the guardian of the royal family, responded with a grunt, "Oh, I know him very well. This fellow is quite formidable." Jiao surveyed the surroundings, noting the multitude of onlookers, and refrained from elaborating further. He turned to Hai Bodong and said, "Old fellow, shall we go in together?" Naturally, Hai Bodong accepted the invitation, and the royal guards promptly cleared a path for them. Jiao and Hai Bodong walked side by side, while the little princess cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, her gaze lingering momentarily on the third-grade alchemist badge on Xiao Yu's chest. Upon seeing his youthful visage, the princess couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. However, she soon skipped cheerfully toward the interior of the Alchemist Guild. Yafei quietly whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, "The royal family has always been wary of our middle family. Since Hai Lao had been missing for a while, their suspicions towards us have lessened, but it seems they may be cautious of us again." Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. "Do not worry. As long as we possess sufficient strength, what is there to fear?" Yafei smiled gently. "That is indeed true." Xiao Yan, observing the camaraderie between Yafei and Xiao Yu, felt a hint of surprise, yet there was no time to inquire further. The group entered the Alchemist Guild, making their way toward the Western District, where the guards readily allowed them passage. Upon entering the Western District, Xiao Yu encountered Master Bruin approaching them. Xiao 11. "Yin Xiao, you two have arrived just in time. I was about to head to Otto's place to discuss some matters. Let us go together." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "All right." After exchanging a few words with Yafei, he followed Xiao Yin and Master Bruin toward Otto's chamber. Within the confines of the room, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin perused a list, while Otto remarked, "This document contains the names of the formidable contenders for this conference. Please take a careful look. It is an internal file and must not be disclosed." Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin nodded in acknowledgement and began to examine the list, which enumerated 2 to 3 dozen highly skilled alchemists, with as many as 14 being third-tier alchemists. Xiao Yin observed, "Indeed, the competition is fierce. Among the top ranks are Lu Ling, a disciple of Gu He, and the little princess. Your rank, Brother Yu, is 11th. Upon seeing this ranking, Xiao Yu chuckled. "How fitting, my name is also Xiao 11. Bulin and Otto turned their gazes towards Xiao Yu, and Otto inquired, "Aren't you at all anxious?" Xiao Yu casually replied, "Anxious? Well, perhaps a bit. Yet your demeanor does not convey any sign of anxiety," Bulin remarked with a smile. Xiao Yu shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of resignation. Anxiety need not always manifest on one's face. Moreover, maintaining a calm disposition is paramount. Excessive nervousness can lead to mistakes. Bulin and Otto exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles as they shook their heads. It is easy to say such things, yet executing them is another matter altogether. Rising from his seat, Otto chuckled. "Next, we shall engage in predictions before the commencement of the conference. In simple terms, this is an assessment of the guild's discernment regarding us recommenders. I am the recommender for the Rock Owl, while the old man Bulin is yours. We shall proceed together. Follow me, for you shall encounter formidable opponents in this upcoming conference." Chapter 130. 10 times Otto and Bryn escorted Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin through the side entrance, leading them to the end where they gently pushed open a large door and stepped inside. Before Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin unfolded their gaze, they found themselves in a spacious hall adorned with classical decor, where a considerable number of young alchemists had already gathered, many of whom were third-tier alchemists. The little princess they had encountered earlier at the entrance was also present. Xiao Yin cast a sweeping glance around the room, and suddenly his eyes locked onto a handsome young man engaged in jovial conversation with several third-tier alchemists. Gu He's disciple, Lu Ling. Upon hearing the creak of the door, the hushed whispers within the hall abruptly ceased, and as Lu Ling's gaze met Xiao Yan's, the animosity in Lu Ling's eyes was unmistakable, though Xiao Yan remained unfazed. Lu Ling's attention eventually shifted to Xiao Yu, a hint of surprise flickering across his features at the sight of such a young and unfamiliar third-tier alchemist, someone he had yet to encounter. Nearby, the little princess, surrounded by admirers, regarded Xiao Yu with a glimmer of interest in her eyes, yet due to her esteemed status, she refrained from approaching him. The gazes from the hall varied. Some were cautious toward Xiao Yu, while others were mocking toward Xiao Yan. After all, most of the alchemists present were third tier, and the entrance of a second-tier alchemist was indeed somewhat lacking in prestige. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin paid little heed to these judgments, nonchalantly following along and eventually standing beside Otto and Bryn. "Ah, old Otto, old Bryn. I didn't expect both of you to come together. And you've brought a recommended talent?" A white-haired elder standing on a raised platform chuckled. Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards them, noting that the individuals clad in alchemist robes nearby were all at least fourth-tier alchemists. Otto leaned in and whispered to them, "That is the vice president of the guild, Chamir, and also the little princess's mentor." Otto then turned to Xiao Yan, offering reassurance, "Young lad, those who manage to become third-tier alchemists at such a young age inherently possess their own pride. There's no need to overly concern yourself with the opinions of others. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. I understand, Master Otto. Otto and Bryn then led the two of them up to the platform. Bryn looked at Chamir and said with a smile, This year, I've brought you a formidable opponent. Oh, hee, it seems you haven't visited the imperial capital in quite a while, old chap. It appears life in Shiau City has been rather delightful, keeping you lingering on, Chamir replied with a warm smile. Bryn chuckled, pulling Xiao Yu closer. This young lad's alchemical prowess is something I have rarely witnessed in my lifetime. His potential is extraordinary. Xiao Yu slightly raised his gaze, observing the elderly man before him, who wore an alchemist badge adorned with 4 silver waves on his chest. The elder's face, lined with wrinkles, bore a gentle smile, emanating warmth. Upon hearing Bryn's words, Chamir looked at Xiao Yu with a hint of astonishment, as it was the first time he had heard Bryn hold such high regard for a junior. The remaining cadre of 4th-tier alchemists also turned their gaze towards Xiao Yu. However, he stood there with an air of tranquility, utterly unfazed. Chamir offered a slight nod, acknowledging the young one's remarkable composure. Greetings, Vice President Chamir. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Ah, young one, with Bryn placing such great importance on you, we hope you will astonish us at this Alchemist Convention. Chamir responded with a grin. He then shifted his attention to Xiao Yan, adding, Little one, I hope you can succeed in this refinement. Though it may present some challenges, with effort, it is achievable. Do not let Otto's recommendation go to waste. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, assuring, I believe this test will pose no issues. Confidence is key. Chamir remarked with a gentle smile. Soon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan descended from the high platform as the evaluation commenced. However, just before entering the testing chamber, the little princess approached Xiao Yu, saying, I hope for an opportunity to exchange some alchemical techniques. Xiao Yu cast a brief glance at the princess before nodding slightly and stepping into the shadows behind the curtain. The princess pouted, exclaiming, What an arrogant fellow. Do not disappoint this princess with your alchemical skills. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan faced provocation from Lu Ling but chose to ignore it, leaving her seething in anger at his retreating figure. Inside the small chamber, Xiao Yu indeed discovered the ironwood spirit leaves required for refinement, a substance notoriously difficult to process. Without hesitation, he summoned the cloud turtle cauldron, flicking his fingers as a wisp of eerie azure flames leapt into the frigid cauldron, causing its temperature to rise gradually. For Xiao Yu, this refinement was a mere trifle. With the aid of his extraordinary flames, the ironwood spirit leaves underwent successive transformations under his deft fingers. In the serene hall, Chamir and the others on the elevated platform sat quietly in contemplation, while the hourglass on the table steadily released its sands. As time trickled away, nearly half of the sand had already flowed through. Suddenly, a curtain in the corner shifted abruptly, prompting all the alchemists on the platform to open their eyes. Their first glance directed at the hourglass. Chamir expressed surprise. Has it truly been less than half the allotted time? The assessment had been devised collectively by the elders on the platform, who understood that for 2nd and 3rd-tier alchemists, the ironwood spirit leaves posed a significant challenge. Although the 4th-tier alchemists could manage to refine them to a passing standard within such a short time, achieving a high score would likely be unattainable. Bryn and Otto turned their attention toward the moving curtain, and with a knowing smile, Bryn remarked, Indeed, it is him. A young 3rd-tier alchemist emerged from behind the curtain. His expression calm. It was none other than Xiao Yu. Chamir raised his pristine brows in mild concern, asking, Young one, there is still time. Aren't you planning to refine the ironwood spirit leaves a few more times? Xiao Yu smiled and replied, No need. I believe this level is sufficient. Upon hearing this, the other 4th-tier alchemists furrowed their brows, feeling a slight diminishment in their regard for Xiao Yu. They deemed him excessively arrogant. The refinement of ironwood spirit leaves was not merely a matter of time, but rather of purity. What purity could be achieved in such a brief span? Even Otto, standing nearby, cast a worried glance at Bruin, for if Xiao Yu failed to refine the ironwood spirit leaves, Bruin's recommendation would be rendered futile, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the Alchemist Guild in Shiau City. However, Bruin maintained a calm smile while observing Xiao Yu, seemingly unperturbed and exuding confidence in him. Chamir stepped forward, lifting the black cloth draped over a platform to reveal a precision instrument that emitted a gentle glow. This is the purity measurement device specially crafted by our guild for this refinement. Since you have decided to test it, Please place your materials here for assessment. Chimier stated flatly, his disappointment in Xiao Yu's conduct evident. Yet, Xiao Yu said nothing, just as he was about to place the refined ironwood spirit leaves into the machine. Chimier once again obstructed him, his tone serious. Before you proceed, you must first declare how many times you have refined this. I shall ask once more, are you certain you wish to proceed? At this moment, the group of fourth-tier alchemists rose from their seats and gathered around the measuring device, curious to see what score Xiao Yu would achieve. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. I am indeed certain. I have refined the ironwood spirit leaves 10 times. Chapter 131. Lu Ling's analysis. The expression of Chimier suddenly froze, and even the other fourth-tier alchemists were momentarily stunned, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. Otto cleared his throat and remarked, Cough, Xiao Shi, such claims should not be made lightly. Do take a moment to reflect on how many times you have refined it. As he spoke, Otto subtly gestured towards Xiao Yu, for the refinement of the ironwood spirit leaf had only been achieved 10 times. Any further attempts would be futile. Yet, among this group of fourth-tier alchemists, only Chimier, the vice president of the Alchemist Association, could manage such a feat. However, Xiao Yu resembled a naive calf, completely oblivious to the warning in Otto's eyes, and calmly stated, I can assure you, I have refined it 10 times. Upon hearing this, one of the fourth-tier alchemists scoffed, Do you understand the difficulty of refining the ironwood spirit leaf 10 times? Not only you, but even we, seasoned alchemists, would hesitate to claim such a thing could be done in such a short span. Indeed, young one, it would be wise not to make unfounded assertions. Another fourth-tier alchemist chimed in. Seeing Xiao Yu's obstinate demeanor, Otto could only tug at the seemingly unperturbed Bryn, who was still seated comfortably on the high platform, and whispered, You old rascal, what are you doing, sitting there in tranquil meditation? This young lad is claiming to have refined the ironwood spirit leaf 10 times in such a brief period. You ought to dissuade him. Bryn, however, responded with calm assurance. What is there to rush about? Since Xiao Shi asserts it is 10 times, then it must be so. I harbor no doubts. Chimier, having overheard Bryn's words, relaxed his furrowed brow slightly, asking, Old Boo, do you trust him so completely? Bryn chuckled, Certainly. I am the one who recommended him. My trust in him is beyond question. Chimier refrained from further comments, looking at Xiao Yu with a hint of resignation. Young one, since you are so certain, I shall not press further. In light of Old Boo's unwavering faith in you, please place the ironwood spirit leaf you refined upon this apparatus. Xiao Yu slowly surveyed the surroundings. Most of the elder alchemists regarded him with expressions of mockery, while others appeared regretful, likely lamenting the squandered recommendation of Master Bryn. With a faint smile, Xiao Yu stepped towards the testing machine on the high platform. He retrieved the freshly refined jade vial from his spatial ring and casually deposited it into the machine as receptacle. The collective gaze of the assembly turned towards the screen of the machine, and suddenly, a large crimson cross materialized. Except for Xiao Yu and Master Bryn, every face in the room became rigid, and the two elders who had spoken earlier appeared particularly awkward, astonished that Xiao Yu had indeed achieved the pinnacle of refining the ironwood spirit leaf. Gazing at the bold crimson characters, even Chimier was taken aback, for it unmistakably indicated that he had indeed refined the ironwood spirit leaf 10 times. He could not help but exclaim, Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Now I understand how you achieved the rank of a third-grade alchemist at such a young age. Your refining prowess, even I must concede, is beyond my capabilities. Otto, equally astonished, regarded Xiao Yu with wide eyes, yet soon recalled Bryn's remarkably composed demeanor earlier. He turned to Bryn and inquired, Do you know something? How can you be so certain that Xiao Shi will succeed in his refinement? Bryn smirked and replied, What are you so anxious about? You'll find out at the Alchemist Conference, won't you? Observing Bryn's reticence to divulge any information, Otto refrained from questioning Xiao Yu directly and chose to let it be. At this moment, Chimier chuckled, Xiao Shi has evidently passed the refining test with flying colors. Young lad, why don't you take a seat over there and wait for the others to finish before we leave together? Xiao Yu nodded slightly and moved aside to sit down. The other elders, equally astonished, cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yu before returning to their elevated platform. Some silently mused. It appears that Xiao Shi will be a formidable contender for the championship this time. His talent for cultivation is truly terrifying. We must inform others upon our return. The hall gradually descended into silence once more, the hourglass having nearly emptied its contents. A flicker of helplessness crossed Kimir's gaze. It remained uncertain whether Lu Ling or the young princess would emerge first. Evidently, the Ironwood Spirit Leaf posed some challenge for them as well. Compared to Xiao, their abilities seemed to falter significantly. Kimir glanced at Xiao Yu, who was sipping tea nearby, and smiled wryly. Otto nodded in agreement, saying, "How can they possibly compare to that little monster? To be honest, I never anticipated his rapid ascent in strength." As time progressed, another black curtain stirred, drawing the attention of the crowd. A handsome young man, his features adorned with a delicate smile, emerged gracefully. Lu Ling stepped forth from behind the curtain and stood at the center of the hall, offering a slight smile to Kimir and the others on the platform. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Xiao Yu. How did he end up here?" Lu Ling questioned, a hint of excitement in his voice. Kimir glanced at Xiao Yu before responding. "He finished his refinement. So naturally, he came out first." "Finished already?" Lu Ling's brow furrowed slightly, pondering. Does he think that merely completing the refinement is sufficient? This fool surely didn't just refine once and then exit, did he? Lu Ling cast a cold smile at Xiao Yu, his regard for him diminishing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, perplexed, shot a confused glance at Lu Ling, wondering what this fool found so amusing while standing there. Shortly after Lu Ling emerged, a graceful figure swiftly leapt from behind the black curtain. Upon seeing Lu Ling, who was already standing in the hall, and Xiao Yu, who was seated sipping tea, her exquisite face manifested a hint of disappointment. She sauntered to the center of the hall and murmured, "Lu Ling, I didn't expect you to be faster than me." Lu Ling replied with a smile, "Haha, dear princess, you are not slow either. Humph, although you came out a tad earlier. The purity of your findings may not surpass mine." The princess retorted, lifting the jade vial in her hand with a haughty huff. She then glanced at Xiao Yu, who remained seated, and curiously inquired, "Lu Gu, who emerged first, you or him? Why is he just sitting there?" Lu Ling scoffed, "This fool came out before me. But I am certain he does not comprehend that this refinement is not about time, but rather purity. He likely emerged after only a single refinement." "What? Really?" the princess exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "Absolutely. If he only refined once, the duration must have been quite brief. That is precisely why the vice president instructed him to sit and wait." Lu Ling analyzed thoughtfully. The princess tilted her head, pondering. That does seem plausible. But if that is the case, how did he manage to attain the third rank with such intellect? Lu Ling shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon after, the quiet black curtains were lifted one after another, allowing the alchemists to emerge and stand silently in the hall. Chapter 132. A second test. As the alchemists emerged from behind the black curtain, the once vacant hall regained its vibrancy, yet an air of silence lingered among the crowd. The sands in the hourglass were nearly depleted, yet Xiao Yin had yet to make his appearance. Numerous gazes turned towards the entrance from which he had entered. Otto on the elevated platform felt a surge of anxiety, unexpectedly finding himself the most tense among them. Lu Ling wore a subtle smile, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain and mockery. "Even if you could cure Lord Nayland, what of it? I have heard whispers of your extraordinary fire. Yet here you are, struggling to achieve success. It appears the tales of your prowess are mere fabrications. I shall certainly demonstrate to Yanran who is truly deserving of her. This tournament's champion shall undoubtedly be me." Lu Ling mused silently. Otto's brow furrowed deeply, almost forming a singular line. He glanced at Xiao Yu, who, sensing Otto's gaze, offered a reassuring look, alleviating some of Otto's distress. The young princess chuckled softly. "Hey, Brother Lu. I heard that the rock owl seems to be attempting to treat Lord Nayland. His abilities appear rather lacking, don't you think?" Lu Ling replied with a gentle laugh. "Perhaps the mentor behind the rock owl possesses a method to heal Lord Nayland? He might simply be riding on the coattails of his master." The young princess shrugged. "That is indeed a possibility." Lu Ling then glanced at Xiao Shi, saying with a smile, "I heard from Yanran that Xiao Shi and the rock owl are fellow disciples. Both are rather peculiar, one uncertain how many times he has attempted refinement, the other obsessively persisting. Quite amusing." The young princess burst into laughter at this. On the elevated platform, the sands in the hourglass had dwindled to a mere few grains. Seeing this, Chamir shook his head in resignation, surprised that Otto's recommendation had yet to pass even the preliminary test. With a sigh, He stood to announce the conclusion of the refinement. Otto exchanged a helpless glance with Chaimir, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from behind the black curtain. Dressed in black, Xiao Yu stepped forth from the shadows, slightly bowing towards the astonished Chaimir on the platform. The young princess observed Xiao Yu's emergence and whispered with a smile. This fellow is quite fortunate to appear just in time. However, I wonder how pure his refinement will be. Chaimir nodded subtly at Xiao Yu, but held no high hopes. He surveyed the audience below and declared in a solemn tone, "Since everyone is present, we shall now commence the next assessment. Each participant shall first disclose the number of attempts they have made at refinement, followed by the evaluation. The scoring is out of 10, with 1 being the lowest and 4 deemed passing. Let us begin." With that, Chaimir and the assembled alchemists rose, their eyes fixed on the testing apparatus, eagerly awaiting the revelation of their scores. As Kimmel's words resonated through the hall, the gathered crowd exchanged glances. Among them, the foremost third-grade alchemist gritted his teeth and stepped forward first, placing his refined product upon the testing machine. "Vice President, my abilities allow me to refine the ironwood spirit leaf only 3 times. Chaimil nodded slightly. Achieving 3 successful refinements of the ironwood spirit leaf was commendable. However, in comparison to the prodigy Xiao Shi, who managed 10 refinements at the same grade, it fell significantly short. The machine's screen flickered several times before displaying a prominent numeral, 5. 5 points. Congratulations on passing, Chaimil remarked with a smile. Next, for points, passed. 5 points. Passed. 3 points, failed. As each alchemist approached, it became evident that the failures were predominantly among the second-grade alchemists, while the third-grade alchemists scored no less than 4 points. Soon, it was Lu Ling's turn. He approached the testing machine with composure, retrieving a jade vial from his storage ring and gently placing it into the slot. Looking up at Chaimil, he declared, "My abilities are limited. I can refine only 6 times." Upon hearing Lu Ling's words, the other alchemists in the hall erupted in astonishment, yet the elders on the platform remained notably calm. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have garnered significant praise, but now there was the variable of Xiao Shi. 7 points. Congratulations, you have passed. Although Chaimil was prepared, he was still taken aback by Lu Ling's prowess, which was sufficient to reach the pinnacle of third-grade alchemy. Subsequently, a few more passed while others were eliminated, until finally, the little princess cheerfully approached. Chaimil smiled at her, for she was his beloved apprentice and deserved special attention. "I refined 5 times, teacher." The little princess giggled as she placed the jade vial into the slot. The vivid red digits illuminated, and the crowd was astonished to discover that although her refinement count was 1 less than Lu Ling's, her score was only half a point lower. Kemal nodded with satisfaction at the little princess. This achievement was quite commendable in his eyes. As the testers continued to take their turns, only Xiao Yu remained standing in place. "Yin, it is your turn," Chaimil called out to Xiao Yu. Upon hearing Kemal's voice, Xiao Yu first glanced at Lu Ling, who was smiling gently at him, and returned a faint smile before striding directly towards the testing machine. "I refined a total of 8 times." Xiao Yu spoke softly. Before the others could even muster a laugh, their eyes widened in disbelief as the testing machine flashed a colossal crimson numeral, 9 points. Gazing at the vibrant red figure, Kemal's pupils constricted slightly. The fact that a second-grade alchemist achieved 9 points was astonishing, leaving even Lu Ling and the little princess with a hint of incredulity in their eyes. The little princess gazed at Xiao Yu with a mixture of helplessness and indignation, pondering to herself, what is this fellow hiding his true strength for? Could he possibly have a penchant for masochism? In an instant, a myriad of looks, filled with awe, curiosity, jealousy, and other sentiments, were directed toward Xiao Yu. Lu Ling pointed at Xiao Yu and remarked, "Hasn't he yet been tested?" The crowd's attention abruptly shifted to Xiao Yu, who was seated calmly, sipping tea, their expressions somewhat peculiar, as though he had not come for the assessment at all. Chaimir, noticing Lu Ling's gesture toward Xiao Yu, cleared his throat and stated, "Xiao Shi's results had already been evaluated prior to your arrival, and he passed." Chaimir did not wish for Xiao Shi's achievements to undermine the confidence of these individuals. While Lu Ling and the little princess might be resilient, what about the others? Thus, as the vice president, he felt it necessary to consider their feelings. However, Lu Ling furrowed his brow and replied, "Vice President, we have all undergone our tests in front of witnesses. yet we have not seen his results. Simply proclaiming that he has passed may not adhere to the regulations. Hemier frowned slightly as he regarded Lu Ling, who remained unfazed, for his mentor surpassed even the president of the Alchemist Guild in rank within the guild. He held no fear of anyone. Observing that others shared a similar sentiment to Lu Ling's, Hemier sighed softly and conceded, "Very well, since you all wish to see. Let us conduct another assessment. Young lad, come forth for another test, so they may witness it, lest they claim it is not in accordance with the rules." Hemier cast a knowing glance at Lu Ling before smiling at Xiao Yu. Chapter 133. Heartbreak. Lu Ling fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yu's countenance. Utterly incredulous that Xiao Shi could refine the notoriously difficult ironwood spirit leaves multiple times within such a brief interval. Although the assembly in the hall remained silent, their eyes betrayed skepticism, for they lacked a mentor as formidable as Lu Ling. Xiao Yu chose not to defend himself vocally. Instead, he stepped forward and retrieved the ironwood spirit leaves previously tested from his spatial ring, placing them into the designated slot. All eyes in the hall were drawn to the testing machine's screen, where a blazing scarlet numeral appeared, 10, illuminating the faces of the onlookers with its flickering crimson glow, casting an absurd expression of astonishment upon them. Standing nearby, Lu Ling erupted, "This is impossible." His handsome visage clouded with uncertainty, his eyes fixated on the pulsating red score. He shouted in disbelief. Even the typically composed princess gaped in shock, and the other alchemists stood frozen in astonishment. Lu Ling's demeanor suggested a lingering doubt regarding the machine's authenticity. The relentless blows to his pride made it difficult for the exceedingly arrogant individual to come to terms with reality. A flicker of despondency crossed the faces of several alchemists, for they recognized that under the watchful eyes of so many fourth-tier alchemists, Xiao Yu could not have resorted to deceit, thereby affirming the validity of his achievement. Hemier's countenance darkened as he turned to Lu Ling and inquired, "What? Are you implying that we, the elder practitioners, would engage in collusion?" His words elicited discontent among the fourth-tier alchemists surrounding him. Although your mentor is the esteemed sixth-tier alchemist Master Guhi, he is still merely your mentor, not you. Even if he were to personally arrive, he could not possibly conspire against the entire Alchemist Guild. Lu Ling's body quivered slightly, and realizing his loss of composure, he hastily clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, saying, "Vice President, esteemed elders, that was not my intention, I was merely astonished. I never anticipated that Brother Xiao possessed such skill, capable of refining the ironwood spirit leaves to perfection." Observing Lu Ling's concession, Hemier and the others chose not to press the matter further, addressing him. "You and Xiao Shi are both third-tier alchemists, however, in the refinement of ironwood spirit leaves. Your expertise lies at the pinnacle of the third tier. Such an achievement indeed merits your pride among the younger generation. Yet, it must be stated that Xiao Shi's alchemical prowess has reached the level of a fourth-tier alchemist. I believe, should he so desire, obtaining the fourth-tier alchemist badge would be well within his grasp. Do not underestimate your opponent. Remember, there are mountains beyond mountains, and individuals beyond individuals." Hemier intoned solemnly. His words were intended not solely for Lu Ling, but also for the princess and the other alchemists, emphasizing that while genius exists, maintaining a humble mindset is paramount. Lu Ling bowed deeply, acknowledging, "I stand corrected, Vice President." The princess also spoke up, "I understand now, Master." Standing nearby with a gentle smile, Bryn stroked his grizzled beard and reminded Chamir, "Enough of the lectures. Let us announce the test results." "What is there to announce? Xiao Shi ranks first, Yin Xiao second. Lu Ling follows, and Yuer is at the back. Aside from those who did not pass, the rest have successfully qualified," Chamir replied with a chuckle. He then addressed the crowd. "At this Alchemist Conference, besides our own empire, participants from other empires will also be present. Should they seize victory, it would bring shame upon our nation. Therefore, you all must exert your utmost effort to surpass them." "Yes." The assembly erupted with fervor in response to Chamir's rallying words. Their spirits ignited. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan remained notably unenthusiastic. For them, the empire held little attachment, even less than their feelings for Wutan City. Their subdued expressions caught Chamir's attention. It seemed that nothing could sway their composure, a state of mind not easily matched by others, as evidenced by Lu Ling. Although Lu Ling did not share in the exuberant cheers of the crowd, his youthful bravado was unmistakable, a stark contrast to the calmness of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan. Upon returning, I must have a thorough discussion with old Bryn and the others regarding Xiao Shi's capabilities. Such exceptional young talents could potentially become another Gu He, or perhaps even surpass him. Chaimir mused quietly to himself. After the examination concluded, he instructed everyone to return and prepare for the competition the following day, while Bryn and Otto remained behind to gather information. Walking side by side, Xiao Yu remarked, "It seems Chaimir intends to probe our strengths through Master Bryn and Master Otto." Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "They won't uncover much. They merely wish to tether us to the Alchemist Guild. Everything else is superficial. I only seek something that truly captivates me in exchange." Xiao Yu chuckled. "Indeed, it's a pity the Alchemist Guild missed out on Gu He. Otherwise, the Guild, along with the Madi Empire, would now be the foremost power." As they exited the hall, Xiao Yu spotted Hai Lao's cold demeanor as he emerged from another chamber, with Yafei following behind, casting a rueful glance at Xiao Yu. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with resignation. Xiao Yu approached and inquired, "What has transpired?" Yafei whispered in Xiao Yu's ear. Jia Lao argued with Hai Lao in the room, claiming that after all these years, he remains at the peak of the 5-star Do Wang. He questioned whether he has been indulging in fleeting pleasures, neglecting his training. Xiao Yu laughed heartily. Did Jia Lao truly say that? Humph. Hai Lao scoffed. "Little girl, cunning fox. Tonight I shall show this old fool what true strength is." Intrigued, Xiao Yu responded, "What? Are you suggesting that you intend to spar with Jia Lao tonight?" The elder Hai scoffed, remarking that it served as a lesson for him. An old relic who still dared to show disrespect. Yafei and Xiao Yu exchanged a knowing smile, dismissing him. It was merely a quarrel among old friends. After a brief word with Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan returned directly to the inn, a fervent practitioner unwilling to squander even a moment, especially with the 3-year agreement drawing near. Xiao Yu took Yafei's delicate hand, leading her outside. Passers-by cast curious, envious, and jealous glances at the couple. Yafei was a renowned beauty in the imperial city, and who wouldn't he wish to claim such a captivating enchantress? Witnessing her blush as she was led by a man shattered many hearts. This seemingly ordinary man had stolen their dream lover, and in the presence of such beauty, they conveniently overlooked the 3rd-grade alchemist robes adorning Xiao Yu. As night fell, Xiao Yu and Yafei watched Hai exit the estate. Xiao Yu smiled and suggested, "Shall we go take a look? The sparring between two Do Huang must be quite fascinating." Yafei hesitated, asking, "Can we really go?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Why not?" With that, he pushed open the window, wrapped an arm around Yafei's slender waist, and with a gentle flutter of his purple cloud wings, they soared swiftly into the night sky. Chapter 134. The Grand Assembly commences outside the western city of the imperial capital. An overwhelming surge of formidable energy erupted suddenly. Xiao Yu, cradling Yafei, perched atop a grand tree, his hand resting firmly upon her waist, oblivious to her mildly reproachful gaze. Eventually, Yafei resigned herself to his actions. Hai Buodong's chilling fighting spirit, laden with lethal potency, unleashed a frigid aura that enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, Jia Xingtian hovered high above, with 2 orbs of light, one white and one yellow, emanating a terrifying presence that soon collided. The orbs danced and soared, with 2 figures intermittently visible within their midst. The abrupt emergence of these 2 formidable fighting emperors instantly stirred a multitude within the imperial capital, including members of the Nalan family, Nalan Jia, Nalan Su, and Nalan Yinran, as well as Mu Chun, Mu Zhan from the Mu family, and the esteemed Meitel family S. Tingshan, with Lu Ling hastily making their way toward the scene. Upon their arrival, they discovered that others had already gathered before them. Mu Zhan, following his father into the fray, immediately spotted Yafei in Xiao Yu's arms, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Mu Chun, observing the exchange, turned to his son and remarked, "If you are fond of Yafei, pursue her openly. If you fail, so be it. I have heard that this young man is a distinguished guest of the Meitel family, highly regarded by Tingshan. Do not resort to any underhanded tactics, understand?" Mu Zhan retorted in anger, "Who is this person? The individual I saw at the Meitel auction house seemed quite different," with a slight furrow of his brow. Mu Chen replied, "His name is Xiao Shi, reputed to be a 3rd-tier alchemist. Do not provoke him, understood?" Reluctantly, Mu Zhan nodded, though inwardly he scoffed. "A 3rd-tier alchemist? Yafei, do you truly believe a mere 3rd-tier alchemist can win your heart?" At this moment, Yafei remained oblivious to Muzhan, her gaze entirely fixed upon the tumultuous sky. The once pitch-black night was now illuminated, the area within the woods banished from darkness. As the clash between Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian radiated light akin to daybreak, the frigid energy emitted by Hai Buodong condensed the moisture in the air into solid ice. With a few hearty laughs resonating from the luminous spheres, they swiftly separated, revealing the silhouettes of Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong. "Old fool, I'm done fighting. It has lost its charm." Hai Buodong scoffed. "Haha, it seems your prowess remains undiminished, yet you leave me aching all over. You could at least show me some leniency." Jia Xingtian jested in return. Hai Buodong merely snorted, his silence betraying a hint of pride. After all, Jia Xingtian was a peak 9-star fighting emperor, while Hai Buodong stood at the pinnacle of 5 stars. Achieving a stalemate was no small feat. As both warriors retracted their energies and surveyed their surroundings, Jia Xingtian chuckled. Who would have thought that a mere skirmish would draw such a crowd? "All right, everyone, it's time to head back. Tomorrow, we shall preside over the Alchemist Conference." Jia La chuckled warmly. Nalan Jia, Tung Shan, and Mu Chun approached to pay their respects, while Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong offered slight nods. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective homes. Many onlookers noted the presence of Xiao Yu and Yafei, their gazes tinged with a peculiar glimmer, before shifting to Mu Zhan of the Mu family, whose expression bore a hint of mockery. Xiao Yu, however, paid them no mind. After nodding in acknowledgement to Hai Buodong, he unfurled his wings and departed from the scene. This display astonished those present, with Mu Zhan and Lu Ling exclaiming in surprise, "Battle Qi wings? Battle King?" No one anticipated that Xiao Yu would reveal such a remarkable skill, yet soon Nalan Jia and other Battle Kings recognized it as an exceedingly rare aerial combat technique. Thanks to Xiao Yan's healing, Nalan Jia's complexion had improved significantly. With further recuperation, he would be well. As he gazed at Xiao Yu's retreating figure, he turned to Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran, inquiring, "Is he the one you mentioned, the junior of Yin Xiao?" Both Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran nodded affirmatively. Nalan Yinran added, "Yin Xiao is quite formidable. He is already a 2nd-tier alchemist, and this is his junior, who surpasses him, being a 3rd-tier alchemist. Both of them will participate in this Alchemist Conference." Nalan Jia expressed his interest, saying, "I look forward to tomorrow's Alchemist Conference. By the way, Yinran, what do you think of Yin Xiao?" "What?" Nalan Yinran suddenly reacted, her face slightly flushed as she replied, "Grandfather, he is merely here to assist you with detoxification." "What are you implying?" Nalan Jia scoffed lightly. "You are overly influenced by your own perceptions. The matters of the Xiao family." Before he could finish, Nalan Yinran interrupted, "Grandfather, I've said it before, my marriage is my own decision, and it has received my teacher's approval." Nalan Jia's face turned crimson with indignation, prompting Nalan Su to quickly interject, "Yinran, apologize to your grandfather at once. Speaking of your teacher, why has Sect Master Yun Yun been placed under house arrest?" Nalan Yinran also displayed a hint of bewilderment, stating, "I am unsure. It was an order from the ancestor." Upon hearing this news, Nalan Jia wore a contemplative expression but refrained from further questioning, as this was an internal matter of the Yunlan sect. As for the Xiao family's affairs, it seemed they could only strive to make amends in due course. The following day, beneath a cerulean sky devoid of clouds, the sun radiated warmth without harshness, and the occasional gentle breeze imparted a refreshing sensation. Today marked the commencement of the grand event in the alchemical realm of the Gamma Empire, the Alchemist Conference. Held every 8 years, the streets of the imperial capital bustled with activity, as all shops had opened their doors, and countless individuals arose early to witness this grand occasion. Many alchemists, seldom seen in everyday life, appeared today in legion-like formations before the eager crowd. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan first convened at the Alchemist Guild before following Frank, Otto, and Master Bryn toward the venue of the Alchemist Conference. The elegant Yafei accompanied Xiao Yu, while Tung Shan did not join them. Otto brought Lin Fei and Xuan Mei, and the group made their way toward the Imperial Royal Square. Along the way, Otto remarked to Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, "This time, over 2,000 participants are expected at the Alchemist Conference, marking the highest attendance in recent years. However, rest assured, most attendees are merely here to observe, so there is no need for excessive concern." Upon their arrival at the expansive square, they found it already filled with spectators, surrounded by patrolling Imperial troops. Numerous alchemists had also gathered, quietly seated in the designated chairs behind the azure stone platform. Frank chuckled, "We have ample time. Let us first visit the VIP section to meet some prominent figures of the Empire." Xiao Yu and the others voiced no objections, and Frank led them toward the VIP area. By the time they reached it, a line of distinguished individuals was already seated. Among them was the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Chaotic, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a purple alchemist robe. Xiao Yu discerned that this venerable figure must be the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Jarma Empire, Fama, a pinnacle fifth-grade alchemist, whose prowess in alchemy was surpassed only by the esteemed Dan Wang Guhi. Chapter 135, Brothers in Arms as Anticipated. Otto quietly introduced them. That esteemed gentleman is Master Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire. Although he does not frequently appear at the guild, Master Fama's renown among the alchemists of the Gamma Empire rivals even that of the esteemed Dan King Guhi. Moreover, Master Fama is on the verge of attaining the rank of a sixth-tier alchemist. Xiao Yu exhibited little reaction, while Xiao Yan cast a curious glance at Fama. Upon seeing Fama, Hai Buodong murmured, "Ah, this old fellow, I never expected to see him again." Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan exchanged glances at Hai Buodong's remark, but soon, Fama, roused by the sound of footsteps, opened his bleary eyes, directing a seemingly bewildered gaze towards Otto, his aged face breaking into a warm smile. Noticing the elder turning his attention towards them, Blin, Frank, and Otto hastily approached and respectfully said, "Master Fama, it's been many years. You still look as spirited as ever." "Ah, Frank and Otto from Blackrock City, and Blin from Stone Desert City, I see. You all have fared well. I hear you have reached the fourth-tier alchemist realm in these years. Quite impressive." Fama observed them with a twinkle in his eyes, his demeanor cheerful. "Nonsense. It's all thanks to Master Fama's lectures." Frank replied with a respectful smile. Blin added, "Master Fama's experience has been the finest guidance for us." "Haha. I am glad it has been of assistance to you. Yet, the most crucial aspect remains your own understanding," Fama chuckled, shaking his head. Having said this, Fama's gaze shifted to the two young ones behind him. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Which of you is Xiao Shi, and who is Yin Xiao?" Xiao Yu stepped forward and said, "President Fama, I am Xiao Shi." Xiao Yan followed suit, adding, "President Fama, I am the young one, Yin Xiao." Master Fama regarded the two youths with an approving expression, his gaze carrying a hint of depth as he remarked, "Both of you possess commendable strength. Having refined the ironwood spirit leaves over 8 times. Even the illustrious Gu He of your could not achieve that. After this gathering, should the opportunity arise, you may join the Alchemist Guild at any rank, be it first or second." The others were taken aback by Master Fama's words. While the first place could become an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, the second place could not. It appeared that Master Fama intended to recruit both Xiao Shi and Yin Xiao into the guild. This inclination might also reflect Fama's confidence in their abilities. However, Fama's gaze caused Xiao Yan's heart to tighten slightly. Had something been discerned? Xiao Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled and responded, "We appreciate your kindness, Master Fama. My brother and I will strive for a commendable ranking at the gathering." Xiao Yu was well aware that their pretense would not deceive someone like Fama, who was on the brink of becoming a sixth-tier alchemist. Nevertheless, Fama would likely not make an issue of it. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's reply, Fama appeared somewhat astonished and remarked, "Oh, so you are indeed brothers?" After exchanging a glance, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan replied, "Indeed, esteemed president." "Ha ha ha. Who would have imagined the caliber of a teacher capable of nurturing 2 prodigies in alchemy, such as yourselves? If possible, I would very much like to meet your mentor." Fama chuckled in astonishment. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, saying, "My master enjoys wandering the world. Should the opportunity arise, he will surely meet with the president." Fama also chuckled lightly. "Excellent, excellent. You two youngsters, I eagerly anticipate your performance at the conference." "All right, enough of this, you old fossil. I can hardly bear your incessant rambling after all these years." A cold laughter echoed from behind, causing the attendees in the VIP area to change their expressions dramatically. Chemier, seated beside Fama, bellowed, "Who dares?" With a flicker of his figure, Haibo Dong settled into the chair next to Fama, grinning as he said, "What is this? Old fellow, it's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten me?" The previous cold laughter left Fama momentarily stunned. But upon seeing Haibo Dong appear beside him, and feeling the chill emanating from him. His aged face slowly donned an expression of astonishment. Old Ice? You're still alive? Haibo Dong's face darkened, and he muttered, You're the one who's dead. Fama's skin twitched as he chuckled. Didn't you say you discovered something extraordinary in the Tagore Desert? What happened? I thought you might have crossed paths with that Medusa Queen and met your end. At these words, a flicker of trepidation crossed Haibo Dong's gaze as he sighed. I indeed encountered the Medusa Queen. However, due to certain circumstances, I miraculously survived. Yet I was bound by a sealing technique, and it was this little fellow who rescued me. He gestured toward Xiao Yu. Fama expressed surprise. He was able to break the Medusa Queen's sealing technique? Haibo Dong chuckled lightly. Who knows? Perhaps it was due to his teacher. Without further elaboration, Fama did not press the matter but laughed heartily. Well, it seems you have a sturdy constitution. Your survival means I am no longer so lonely. By the way, that old Kut Yin Shan seems to still be alive. After all these years, I wonder if he has made any breakthroughs? Fama inquired softly. Haibo Dong shook his head. Who knows? That old rascal was quite devious back in the day, and I prefer not to deal with him. But if he has indeed broken through. He paused, then sighed. If he has, that old fellow might still have some time left. Watching Haibo Dong and Fama conversing softly, the people behind them were left utterly astounded. Xiao Yin whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, Brother Yu, your friend is quite extraordinary. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. This old man is none other than the Ice Emperor Haibo Dong, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the former Gamma Empire. A flicker of shock flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he glanced at Haibo Dong once more. He had only heard Xiao Yu refer to him as Old Hai, never realizing the grand stature of this elder. Soon, members of the royal family arrived, with the esteemed Jia Lao accompanied by 2 princesses to the VIP seating. Xiao Yu observed the petite princess clad in a light blue, specially tailored alchemist robe, alongside a tall, elegantly dressed woman in luxurious brocade, whose strikingly beautiful face bore an air of regal authority cultivated by her royal upbringing. A brief glance sufficed. He chose to avert his gaze, for women of such calculated demeanor held too much guile for his liking. Yao Yi greeted Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan before taking a seat beside Xiao Yan, while Xiao Yu guided Yafei to another side, delighting in the delicate touch of her jade-like hands. As time passed, an increasing number of alchemists entered the venue, and the audience swelled, the cacophony rising to the heavens, reminiscent of a grand football event from his past life. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the VIP section as Nalan Jia, accompanied by Nalan Su and Nalan Yinran, entered with Mu Chun and Mu Zhan from the Mu family. Upon spotting Yan Xiao and Yao Yi seated beside him, Nalan Yinran's expression shifted. Nalan Su discreetly signaled Nalan Yinran, and after a moment of hesitation, they approached Yan Xiao, taking a seat beside him. Xiao Yan cast a detached glance at Nalan Yinran, but paid her no further heed. She, too, sensed the weight of his gaze, causing her to tense momentarily, though fortunately, his attention quickly diverted. As a clear, resonant chime echoed across the square, the tumultuous sounds abruptly fell into silence. At this juncture, Fama stepped to the forefront of the VIP section and proclaimed in a booming voice, In the name of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire, I hereby declare the 7th Alchemist Conference officially commenced. Chapter 136. All in as Fama's voice resonated, the throngs of spectators in the square erupted in fervent excitement. After a brief pause, Fama chuckled. Now, I kindly ask all participants to take their designated positions. Upon hearing Fama's words, several esteemed alchemists rose from the VIP section, their prowess and the influence of their respective factions being quite formidable. They held significant standing in this alchemist convention. The elevated platform towered several meters above the square, and for those alchemists whose strength still resided at the Dome Master level, specialized staircases were provided along the corridors. Fama turned to Xiao Yu and his companions, stating, In recognition of the strength you demonstrated during the refining process, the convention has arranged special positions for you. Now, Xiao Shi, Yin Xiao, Lu Ling, and Xiao Yuer, please return to your respective places. Following the direction indicated by Fama, Xiao Yu and the others beheld a cluster of substantial azure stone platforms at the center of the square, with Xiao Yu's position being notably at the focal point of the event. Xiao Yu smiled at Yafei and teased, When you witness all those young ladies cheering and calling out for me, will you feel a twinge of jealousy? Yafei shot him a glare and retorted, Are you implying that I am old? No. I merely wish to inquire if you would feel jealous. Xiao Yu was puzzled as to how that related to her age. After all, she was still quite youthful. This line of thought was quite perplexing, he mused. Yafei huffed. I certainly won't feel jealous. They are merely a gaggle of little girls. Xiao Yu shrugged. Very well then. As they conversed, Lu Ling and the little princess had already gracefully descended onto the azure stone platform, eliciting a thunderous roar from the audience. Xiaoyan, however, was not one to be overly competitive. He sauntered leisurely down the corridor, prompting Otto and Frank to shake their heads in exasperation. Yet, when Xiaoyan stepped onto the much-anticipated azure stone platform, his second-tier alchemist robes sparked considerable astonishment, as all the alchemists present were of the third tier. Yafei gently nudged Xiao Yu and said, It's your turn to take the stage. Xiao Yu replied, rising to his feet. Leaning towards Yafei's ear, he whispered, Watch how your beloved showcases his skills. Upon hearing beloved, Yafei's cheeks flushed a delightful crimson. Even the delicate lobes of her ears turned a rosy hue, rendering her exceedingly charming. She playfully scolded, Hurry along, just don't embarrass yourself. Below, Jiao Lao, Hai Lao, and Fa Ma exchanged glances, remarking, Youth is truly a gift. Meanwhile, from the direction of the Mu family, Mu Zhan's fists clenched tightly. His gaze darkened as he fixated on Yafei, unaware that Xiao Shi was, in fact, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu gradually straightened, and as his purple cloud wings unfurled, thousands of gazes converged upon him. A collective gasp echoed throughout the audience. Goodness, am I seeing things? A transformation of the fighting spirit into wings? Such a young Do Wang. Who can explain this to me? My goodness, this is astonishing. I believe he is destined to be the champion of this Alchemist Conference. Humph, not necessarily. My little Lingling is quite impressive too. Indeed, this is an Alchemist Conference, not a battleground. Xiao Yu smiled gently, his wings fluttering slightly behind him, and in an instant, he soared gracefully from the high platform to the bluestone stage, taking his rightful place. Oh, how magnificent. All right, I confess, my little Lingling cannot compare. Just this breathtaking entrance captivated countless young ladies present, embedding his elegant form in their hearts. In the VIP section, Yafei rested her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek, pouting her red lips, and softly murmured with a hint of jealousy, What are you all staring at? That is my man. As for Xiao Yu, oblivious to the situation, he exclaimed, I am wronged. At that moment, Xiao Yu stood before the smooth bluestone stage, where two identical medicinal materials lay before him. A thin sheet of paper rested quietly, accompanied by a jade mirror that flickered with a faint azure-red glow. Xiao Yu picked up the paper and glanced at it. It was a formula for a second-grade pill, handwritten rather than soul-drawn, presenting a challenge for many of the contestants. In the first round of assessment, all participants received the formula for the second-grade pill, the lifebone pill, which is used to treat severe injuries. The lifebone pill, requiring 6 types of medicinal materials for its refinement, is not overly complex among second-grade pills, but it was specifically arranged by the Guild for the conference to prevent cheating or prior experience, ensuring fairness to a certain extent. For Xiao Yu, this pill posed no difficulty. He had refined hundreds of second-grade pills following the Dandian, and whether the formula was soul-drawn or not made little difference to him. In the vast square, all contestants were intently reading the thin paper, many wearing expressions of concern. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed, glancing over at Lu Ling and the little princess, who appeared much calmer, both frowning as they studied the contents of the paper. Before long, a clear and melodious bell chimed softly across the square. Upon hearing the bell, all contestants set aside their papers, raising their hands, and in an instant, thousands of cauldrons of various colors and shapes appeared upon the bluestone stage. Fa Ma's gaze swept over the crowd as he slowly spoke. You all understand the first round of assessment, I presume? Based on this incomplete formula, if you fail to successfully refine the pill twice, you will be eliminated. Moreover, if you do not complete the refinement within the allocated time, you will likewise fail. Do you understand? Fa Ma smiled. Yes. A thunderous resonance echoed throughout the square, akin to a rumbling storm. With that, the first round of assessment commenced. With a gentle lift of his palm, the enigmatic Fa Ma smiled and swiftly brought it down. As his voice faded, thousands of vibrant flames ignited in the square, resembling a grand fireworks display that stirred the blood and excitement of onlookers. After meticulously noting the medicinal formula, Xiao Yu closed his eyes, diligently simulating the compatibility of the 6 herbs in his mind, quickly merging them into a pill. However, to outsiders, this scene appeared somewhat perplexing. Lu Ling cast a glance at Xiao Yu, scoffing softly, "What a charade." She then summoned her energy, channeling a deep yellow flame into the cauldron. Meanwhile, the young princess observed, glancing between Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, seeing one deep in meditation while the other studied the formula. She shook her head slightly before also channeling her energy to conjure flames, commencing her own alchemical process. In the VIP section, Elder Jia and Elder Hai furrowed their brows, exchanging glances before inquiring of Fa Ma, "What is Xiao Shi attempting?" Fa Ma chuckled softly. "This medicinal formula is merely the simplest, yet to successfully concoct it, one must understand how to properly configure these herbs. Otherwise, if they are haphazardly thrown together, it will yield nothing more than another type of pill." Only then did Elder Jia and Elder Hai comprehend, with Elder Hai smirking, "You crafty old foxes, your considerations are truly meticulous." Fa Ma smiled in silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a deep yellow flame, which surged into the cauldron. To the astonishment of the crowd, he proceeded to toss all 6 herbs into the cauldron in one swift motion. Chapter 137. Precisely as intended, the esteemed guests, including Fa Ma, Frank, and the group of alchemists led by Bruin, were momentarily taken aback. Fa Ma gazed at Xiao Yu and remarked, "This young lad appears quite confident in his alchemical skills. It is no wonder, considering he has successfully refined the ironwood spirit leaf 10 times. However, to amalgamate 6 distinct medicinal ingredients requires formidable soul power to maintain equilibrium. A misstep could lead to utter failure." Seated behind Fa Ma, Bruin and others wore faint smiles of resignation. Although Xiao Yu's audacity was somewhat reckless, he had never undertaken a task without certainty. They could only hope that his soul power would adeptly manage the 6 ingredients. Xiao Yu focused intently on the flames dancing within the cauldron. Initially, he had not planned to utilize them. It was his first experience in catalyzing flames with do qi, yet he quickly became adept. The 6 ingredients swirled within the cauldron, separated by the deep yellow flames. Xiao Yu's potent soul force accelerated the refinement process, leading to their eventual fusion. A third of the time had elapsed, and within the square, 2 alchemists had already failed their attempts, their failures marked by a flash of crimson light as they exited the scene. The massive hourglass continued to pour its sands. Clang! A soft sound suddenly captured everyone's attention, causing a stir among the crowd. In the center, Xiao Yu gently struck the cauldron with his palm, and a perfectly round pill shot forth from it. With a swift gesture, he caught the pill with precision. Fa Ma smiled and said, "This young man has mastered both the art of alchemy and the control of flames to perfection. Moreover, from what I can perceive, his soul power is formidable, surpassing even Lu Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yin Xiao. I now suspect that with his alchemical prowess, he could very well qualify as a 4th-tier alchemist." This statement left Jia Lao, seated nearby, somewhat astonished. "I say, Fa Lao, are you not being a tad outrageous? To claim that his soul power surpasses that of Xiao Yu and the others?" Fa Ma chuckled, "Did you not observe? From the moment Xiao Yu began his alchemical work, his focus was solely on the creation of the pill. His techniques flowed seamlessly, akin to an art form. While the perception of soul power may not be clear to you, for me, it is evident that this young lad possesses far greater strength than the 3 of them." Jia Lao glanced at the little princess, acknowledging that, based on her demeanor and movements, she did indeed appear somewhat inexperienced and anxious. Even Lu Ling was merely marginally better. Although Xiao Yan's expression betrayed little, his technique also showed signs of being somewhat unrefined. As for soul power, Fa Ma's status as a pinnacle 5th-tier alchemist lent significant weight to his words. Hai Lao smiled lightly. "If that is the case, does it not imply that Xiao Yu possesses the finest alchemical skills, followed by Yin Xiao, then Lu Ling and the little princess?" Fa Ma shook his head slightly and remarked, "It cannot be said so definitively. The true quality of the elixirs requires further testing to draw a conclusion. However, I believe that the elixirs in the hands of the young lad, Xiao Shi, must possess commendable quality." At that moment, a soft clang echoed, as Lu Ling's palm forcefully struck the cauldron, causing the lid to fly open. A perfectly round elixir shot forth from within, and Lu Ling swiftly grasped it, casting a challenging glance toward Xiao Yu. Naturally, Xiao Yu paid no heed to Lu Ling's gaze. Unbeknownst to everyone, the elixir resting quietly in his palm subtly emanated a faint circle of patterns. Clang! Another crisp sound resonated as the young princess elegantly summoned an elixir from the cauldron. Following closely behind her, Xiao Yan also extracted an elixir from the cauldron, firmly taking hold of it. Observing his composed expression, it was evident that the elixir he had refined was of notable quality. With the successful refinement of their elixirs, the remaining third-grade alchemists, like a chain reaction, lifted the lids of their cauldrons, and one by one, elixirs shot out, eagerly seized by their respective creators. Soon, time expired, and several alchemists were eliminated for exceeding the time limit and having their materials completely incinerated, the arena illuminated by flashes of crimson light. Fa Ma surveyed the bustling square, extending his hands to calm the crowd, and gradually, the clamor subsided into silence. Congratulations to those of you still standing in the square. You have successfully passed the preliminary assessment. However, this is not the end. Fa Ma smiled and continued, as you all know, some crafty individuals tend to concoct peculiar substances in an attempt to deceive. What may appear to be an elixir might bear no relation to what you were meant to create. Therefore, we now need to test whether the bone growth elixirs in your possession meet the requirements. Fa Ma's slightly hoarse voice resonated softly in each person's ear. Now, please locate the green button at the lower left corner of your bluestone platform and press it. Upon hearing this, the crowd indeed found the green button at the lower left corner of their platforms. Xiao Yu gently pressed it, and the smooth bluestone platform trembled subtly, revealing a stone slab that gradually emerged. As it fully appeared, a dark opening was visible. This is a testing machine. Insert your refined elixirs, and it will automatically determine whether they meet the required standards. Fa Ma chuckled. Some alchemists who had successfully refined their elixirs wore somber expressions as they gazed at the testing machine, taken aback by this unexpected twist. All right, let us begin. Green signifies success, while red denotes failure, Fa Ma announced. As the alchemists deposited their refined elixirs into the machine, the once empty square transformed into a vibrant spectacle, with red and green lights intertwining, eliciting joy from some and ire from others. Lu Ling gazed at the rock owl and inquired, "Shall we dare to put it in together?" The little princess chimed in, "Indeed, Mr. Xiao Shi and Mr. Yin Xiao. How about we join forces? I am quite eager to see the quality of the pills you both concoct." Whatever, Xiao Yin shrugged nonchalantly, but as he caught Lu Ling's gaze, he could distinctly perceive the competitive glimmer in her eyes. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, directed his attention to a corner of the plaza where a figure cloaked in gray stood. He recalled that this individual seemed to have caused a disturbance earlier. During the pill refinement, he had sensed a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Although this energy was somewhat weaker than Xiao Yu's, it was undoubtedly stronger than that of Xiao Yin and his companions, leading him to conclude that the gray-cloaked figure was none other than Yin Li, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Outcloud Empire. "What? Are you perhaps afraid, Xiao Shi?" Lu Ling remarked with a frown, her tone laced with sarcasm. Xiao Yu shot her a glance before responding. "Fool, there stands a competent alchemist. The pills you hold may not measure up to his." Following Xiao Yu's gaze, Lu Ling spotted a youth in gray robes, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, and scoffed. "If you're afraid, just admit it. What does that boy have to do with it? His position merely signifies that he is a second-tier alchemist, hardly a match for me." Xiao Yin furrowed his brow slightly and stated, "If he is indeed inferior, then so be it. Should you wish to compete, we can do so. After all, he and I are also brothers in the craft." "Very well, I share the same sentiment," Lu Ling replied, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Yin. Chapter 138. "This is impossible." Xiao Yin smiled faintly as the three individuals simultaneously cast their elixirs into the testing machine. As the elixirs were deposited, countless gazes turned towards them. Although there was some surprise at Xiao Shi's decision not to participate, the three remained formidable contenders for the championship, and the audience was eager to discern who among them possessed superior alchemical prowess. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief moment of silence, the jade mirror emitted three resonant sounds, followed by three brilliant green beams of light that erupted from the stone platform before them. The intensity of these colors was evidently more vivid than any previously tested. Among the three beams, the left appeared slightly lighter, the right a touch richer, while the central elixir crafted by Xiao Yin radiated a hue akin to emerald, enticing in its allure. What a rich color! Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. The little princess gazed at the vibrant green with mild surprise, shaking her head and sighing. Mr. Yinxiao's alchemical skills indeed shine as brightly as your refinement of the ironwood spirit leaf. I concede defeat, you err. Just luck. Xiao Yin replied with an indifferent smile. Meanwhile, Lu Ling's expression darkened considerably, her gaze fixed intently on the shimmering green light of the jade mirror, suddenly seized by an impulse to shatter it. Fa Ma squinted in the direction of Xiao Yu, puzzled by his choice not to submit his elixir to the testing machine. Otto murmured, "Is this little fellow lacking confidence in his concoction? That shouldn't be the case. If he were uncertain, why would he have crafted it so swiftly? Could it be merely for show?" Bulin shot Otto a glare, retorting, "Close your mouth. Xiao Yu has his reasons. This first round is child's play for him." Otto chuckled. "You certainly have faith in the little guy, but you make a valid point. He truly is a mystery." At that moment, in a secluded corner, a youth cloaked in a gray robe was poised to cast his elixir into the testing machine when he suddenly noticed Xiao Yu's gaze. A jolt of anxiety surged within him as he thought, "Could I have been discovered? That shouldn't be possible. My elixir must be flawless." With that thought, Yen Li gradually eased his tension, raising his face slightly, his eyes, shimmering with a pale blue light and carrying a hint of coldness, swept over Xiao Yu before he slowly placed his elixir into the testing machine. Fa Ma's expression shifted slightly in the VIP section, letting out a soft exclamation. He first glanced at Xiao Yu, shook his head, then observed that Xiao Yu's attention was fixed on a particular direction in the plaza. Following Xiao Yu's line of sight, Fa Ma squinted, a glimmer of sharpness igniting in his murky eyes. That individual appeared rather peculiar. Gao Lao and Hai Buodong exchanged bewildered looks at the figure in the gray robe. What was amiss? Fa Ma chuckled softly and remarked, "Just now, I discerned that the soul power of the man in the gray robe is quite formidable, seemingly comparable to that of Xiao Shi, which left me somewhat perplexed. Interestingly, it appears that the little fellow has also sensed something amiss." Hai Buodong frowned and inquired, "In comparison to Xiao Shi, whose soul power is greater?" Fa Ma pondered briefly before responding, "It must be Xiao Shi. I did not anticipate that he would discover this person's existence before I did. It seems that his soul power is even stronger than I had imagined." At that moment, a resplendent green beam of light suddenly erupted from the stone platform before the gray-robed man, its brilliance surpassing even that of Xiao Yin. All present in the square were captivated by this unexpected surge of green light, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at the spot where the gray-robed man stood. The little princess, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Is that fellow the one Xiao Shi referred to just now?" Lu Ling's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated that Xiao Shi would be correct. However, his eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. Where on earth did this individual emerge from? Xiao Yin and his companions exchanged puzzled glances with Xiao Yu, hoping he could provide an explanation. Xiao Yu, with a calm smile, remarked, "My soul power is somewhat stronger than yours, granting me heightened sensitivity to soul energy. That fellow's soul power surpasses yours." The trio did not refute Xiao Yu's assertion, for the facts were evident. The pills crafted by the gray-robed man were of superior quality compared to theirs. Suddenly, Fa Ma turned to Khmer and said in a low voice, "Khmer, present me with the dossier on this individual." Khmer promptly located the information and handed it to Fa Ma, who opened the dossier to reveal a portrait of the gray-robed man, a youth of about 16 or 17 years. What caught Fa Ma's attention even more was that this individual hailed from the empire of Shiyun. Fa Ma furrowed his brow and remarked, "This information seems inaccurate. I distinctly sense the strength of a fourth-tier alchemist, yet it is recorded as second-tier. Such a discrepancy is too vast." Hai Buodong, standing nearby, reassured him, "What is there to fear? That little fellow Xiao Shi has yet to make his move." This statement prompted Fa Ma to consider. Observing Xiao Shi's calm demeanor below, he exhaled gently and said, "Perhaps this young man truly is stronger than the gray-robed individual. We certainly cannot impede him. After all, we also have an anomaly like Xiao Shi among us. If we were to act against this person, it would tarnish the reputation of the Alchemist Guild of the Jaimar Empire." Khmer, with a wry smile, added, "A 17-year-old fourth-tier alchemist. His talent surpasses even that of Xiao Shi. Fama remained silent for a moment before responding. Skepticism is permissible, but we must not take action. At least, I have not uncovered any evidence of disguise. If this individual is indeed a prodigy nurtured by the empire of Xiau, any aggression on our part would be detrimental to the Jaimar Empire. However, we may conduct an investigation and closely monitor this individual. Now, it remains to be seen whose talent is superior, that of Xiao Shi or this person. I find myself placing greater faith in Xiao Shi, for he was able to perceive the presence of the gray-robed man ahead of others. He may very well become this man's nightmare. Fama chuckled softly. Jia Lao sighed slightly, remarking, "Alas, we can only wait and see." If the champion of the Alchemist Conference from the Jaimar Empire is taken by someone from the Outcloud Empire, it would be a disgrace for our nation. It is not only the Jaimar Empire that would suffer, the Alchemist Guild would bear the burden as well. Beneath the gray robe, the youth smiled coldly and said, "This is merely the first round. The following victories will be mine." Before he could finish his sentence, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Yan Li furrowed his brow and turned towards Xiao Yu, where a brilliant green beam shot into the sky, its radiance surpassing even Yan Li's own. "This is impossible," Yan Li hissed, his cold gaze fixated on the pillar of light before Xiao Yu. "Ha ha ha, excellent," Fama exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he beheld Xiao Yu's green beam. Jia Lao breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "This fellow truly possesses remarkable strength." Lu Ling and the little princess stared in awe at the green beam, their own abilities seeming trivial by comparison. Xiao Yan's expression was complex, yet it was predominantly filled with admiration and joy. Yafei covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiao Yu, who stood at the center like a star surrounded by the moon, her heart brimming with affection and delight. Waves of applause erupted throughout the square. Chapter 139. Another rare flame, the verdant radiance enveloping Xiao Yu eclipsed the brilliance of all others. Even the bone-refining pill crafted by Yan Li could not compare in quality. Fama exhaled slowly, a glimmer of insight flickering in his murky eyes as he remarked with a soft sigh. "It is evident that the quality of the pill refined by Xiao Shi has reached the realm of Danwen. Otherwise, such a result would be unattainable." Beside him, Frank, Bruin, and Otto nodded slightly, particularly Bruin and Otto, who had witnessed Xiao Yu's previous pill formulations, both first and second tier, adorned with Danwen. The crowd retracted their gazes, astonished by the quality of Xiao Yu's elixirs. However, with the record of him refining the ironwood spirit leaf 10 times preceding this, they found it easier to accept. Fama cast a glance at the gray-robed figures below, and his calm voice resonated once more throughout the plaza. "As everyone has successfully passed the first assessment, we shall now commence the next round of evaluation. Please move your fingers to press the red button at the lower left of the stone platform." Xiao Yu lowered his gaze, locating the red button and pressing it directly. Immediately, the immense stone platform trembled with a subtle quiver. The initial testing device retracted, revealing a neatly stacked array of medicinal herbs and a scroll of pill formula floating upwards. Fama chuckled. "The formula you are required to refine this time has been meticulously crafted by our guild, taking months of effort. Once again, there are 2 portions of medicinal materials. You must refine the pill according to the specified formula within the allotted time and materials." Xiao Yu's attention fell upon the formula in his hand, Windwalking Pill, a 3rd-tier elixir, closely resembling that in the original text. While they would need to explore 2 types of herbs, he could eliminate the thick earth mushroom from consideration. However, Xiao Yu chose not to do so. Firstly, it would draw too much attention, and secondly, delivering a sharp rebuke to that old scoundrel Yan Li at the height of his arrogance seemed the most satisfying retaliation. A faintly sinister smile crept across Yan Li's lips, though the others engrossed in the formula failed to notice Xiao Yu's expression. Yan Li lifted the formula, a smirk of disdain forming at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. "Is this all the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire can muster? If so, this first place shall surely be mine." Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, Lu Ling, and the little princess furrowed their brows, exchanging perplexed glances at the simplicity of the second round's assessment. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yu, unable to discern his expression, yet he could read the confusion mirrored on Lu Ling and the princess's faces. They all felt the same, prompting Xiao Yan to suppress his bewilderment. "Whatever. Let us just get started. Successfully passing is the ultimate goal," Xiao Yan murmured softly before directly setting to work on refining the elixir. On one side, Lu Ling and the little princess observed Xiao Yin commencing his alchemical endeavors. A glance at Xiao Yu revealed that both had begun their potion crafting, prompting them to reluctantly follow suit in refining their medicinal herbs. From the elevated vantage point of the VIP section, Fa Ma surveyed the scene, noting that Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin had almost instantaneously embarked on their alchemical pursuits. With a slight furrow of his brow, he murmured, "These young lads must exercise caution in all matters. This is the Alchemist Conference, and a single misstep could lead to their elimination." Just after expressing his thoughts, Fa Ma noticed that Lu Ling and Xiao Yu were also hastily engaging in alchemy, and he huffed in annoyance. Xiao Yu is still as impetuous as ever. Her alchemical skills cannot compare to those of Xiao Yu and his companion. Now, she rushes into crafting potions. Alas, a lesson may be in order for you all. In the vast square, following the previous round of assessments, only third-tier alchemists remained, with those of lesser rank and the second-tier alchemists having been eliminated, save for Xiao Yin. These alchemists summoned flames to commence their potion crafting, most wearing expressions of delight, as this round merely required the concoction of third-tier elixirs, using established soul formulas that posed little challenge. As time gradually unfolded, many alchemists in the square successfully extracted all 9 requisite herbs. After a brief hesitation, they poured the concentrated essences into their cauldrons, entering the final phase, the fusion of the elixir. Xiao Yu's potion was intended for practice. Although the flames conjured by his fighting spirit lacked the potency of extraordinary fire, his speed was commendable, and his alchemical techniques were remarkably adept. Fa Ma observed Xiao Yu's methods with a slight nod. Though somewhat inexperienced, his swift adaptability suggested considerable prior practice, allowing him to exhibit sensitivity and precision with the herbs. With a single motion, Xiao Yu sent the essences of all 9 herbs into the cauldron, the flames lunging towards the concentrated materials. While he appeared nonchalant in his approach to fusion, he maintained an excellent grasp of the necessary heat for each herb. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as he witnessed the materials within his cauldron transform into a mass of black ash. The addition of an extra herb had proven detrimental. Xiao Yu's initial alchemical failure caused a slight tremor among Xiao Yin and the others engaged in their craft, with Lu Ling and the little princess displaying a glimmer of disbelief, while Xiao Yan's eyes reflected a contemplative expression. The spectators in the VIP section reacted to Xiao Yu's initial failure with visible concern. Fa Ma shook his head slightly, remarking, "This child is still a bit too impatient." Ye Fei, observing Xiao Yu from below, felt a flicker of worry in her gaze. In a secluded corner of the square, Yen Li surveyed the pile of ashes before him, a cold smile creeping across his face. Though he too had failed, he had discerned the root of the problem. Now, he was poised to claim the first place. As Yen Li had yet to make a move, Xiao Yu once again waved his hand. This time, he chose not to employ the fiery transformation of his battle energy. With a flick of his fingers, a cluster of emerald flames, reminiscent of ethereal sprites, surged forth towards the cloud turtle cauldron. Emerald flames? What sort of flames are those? They are truly mesmerizing. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement, while the esteemed guest, Fa Ma, gazed in astonishment at the emerald flames summoned by Xiao Yu. His murky pupils narrowed in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is that a rare fire? This young lad possesses such a treasure. It is no wonder." Otto, equally taken aback, cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu before addressing Brolin. "Old chap, did you already know he possessed rare fire? No wonder he could refine the ironwood spirit leaf 10 times, with the aid of rare fire. It becomes a trivial task. I was well aware of it. Could you honestly believe that those trials would pose a challenge for him? You worry too much," Brolin retorted, casting a reproachful glance at Otto before returning his focus to the competition. Meanwhile, the members of the Nayland family were astounded. They had witnessed Xiao Yin wielding a rare fire, and now Xiao Yu had conjured one as well. How mysterious and powerful must their teacher be, given that both brothers possessed such extraordinary flames? Nayland Jie and Nayland Su exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock and awe mirrored in each other's eyes. Nayland Yinran, who had been somewhat relaxed, suddenly straightened her posture. Another rare fire? In that moment, everyone's perception of Xiao Yu ascended to new heights, while Fa Ma became even more resolute in his desire to recruit the duo into the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 140. Elimination. As Xiao Yu commenced his alchemical endeavors once more, Yen Li, not far away, wore a grim expression, feeling the flames within him surge as he embarked on the next round of refining. With a sideways glance at Yin Li, who was only a short distance away, Xiao Yu smirked derisively, silently mouthing, "You are certain to lose, worthless trash." Yin Li, fully aware of Xiao Yu's taunt, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes as he coldly muttered, "You wretched creature, seeking your own demise. Once I claim the first place, I shall ensure you receive a thorough lesson." Returning his gaze to the task at hand, Yin Li began to focus on concocting his elixirs. However, he soon noticed that Xiao Yu had placed all the herbs into the cauldron, save for a single thick earth mushroom. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Xiao Yu skillfully separated and refined the remaining 8 herbs with the immense power of his soul, deftly controlling the azure lotus earth fire to process each ingredient with remarkable speed. Observing his elongated fingers dance over the flames, those nearby, including Lu Ling and the little princess, heard a muffled thud from the cauldron beside them. The little princess pouted, her face drooping as she lamented, "I have failed as well." Lu Ling's complexion darkened slightly, unable to discern where she had gone astray. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, while managing the flame to refine the herbs, cast a keen eye toward Xiao Yu, fixating on the thick earth mushroom resting on the stone platform. Furrowing his brows, he pondered, has he forgotten it? Or is it truly useless? To question the validity of a formula requires considerable courage and resolve from an alchemist. Yet, Xiao Yu, after a single iteration, had identified the reason for failure, a notion both incredulous and compelling. All that remained was for him to refine the elixir flawlessly, thereby validating his assessment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yin decided to discard the essence of the thick earth mushroom that he had already refined. Among the distinguished guests, Fa Ma and the other participating alchemists exchanged glances filled with amusement and satisfaction. Most importantly, Xiao Yu had his own insights regarding the formula, which led him to refrain from incorporating unnecessary ingredients from the outset. Although Xiao Yin hesitated slightly upon seeing the leftover thick earth mushroom during Xiao Yu's alchemical process, he ultimately discarded it. At this juncture, only Xiao Yu, Xiao Yin, and Yin Li remained in the arena, all engaged in refining their elixirs. Xiao Yu's pace was evidently the swiftest. Even with the second herb, he had completed its refinement and was now in the final stages of concocting the elixir. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Yin began his own fusion process. A bead of sweat trickled down Yin Li's pallid cheek beneath his hat. He was growing anxious, unable to believe that someone could truly outpace him in producing the elixir. Xiao Yu's speed in concocting pills was unparalleled. As he observed the gradually forming elixir within the cloud turtle cauldron, Yin Li let out a low growl of frustration. A surge of flames erupted from his palm, causing the temperature within the cauldron to escalate once more. He was determined to refine his pills before Xiao Yu. This was a matter of pride for a fourth-tier alchemist. However, unexpectedly, a muffled sound emanated from the furnace before Yin Li, capturing the attention of everyone present in the square. Stunned, he realized that in his rage, he had incinerated his last batch of medicinal herbs. Was it truly gone? How could a fourth-tier alchemist fail to progress beyond the second round of the Alchemist Conference in the Jamma Empire? The little princess, bewildered, remarked, "What could have provoked this fellow to rush his pill concoction? Now he has been eliminated. Indeed, perhaps his alchemical skills are not as remarkable as I had imagined." Lu Ling concurred, shaking her head slowly. Upon hearing the comments from the little princess and Lu Ling, Yin Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. The distinguished guests in the audience could not contain their laughter. Chelsea pointed at the unconscious Yin Li and exclaimed, "This fellow has been eliminated just like that? I had considered him the greatest variable of this Alchemist Guild session, but it seems I overestimated him." Fama chuckled and shook his head, saying, "With such temperament, even if his alchemical skills are decent, he is destined for a short path." Meanwhile, Jia Lao exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Yi, who nodded in response and rose gracefully, striding towards the exit while instructing a guard to bring Yin Li out after the session concluded. At that moment, Xiao Yu gently tapped the surface of the cloud turtle cauldron, and a perfectly round pill shot forth, landing directly in his hand. Observing the intricate patterns adorning the surface of the elixir, Xiao Yu smiled with satisfaction. Following closely was Xiao Yin, who also caught a pill as it flew from the cauldron, a relaxed smile gracing his face. The little princess and Lu Ling, having noticed the issue with the prescription, exchanged glances, and resumed their alchemical endeavors. Several alchemists surrounding Xiao Yu recognized the rare earth mushroom, their expressions shifting to one of realization. As they hurriedly joined the next round of refinement, Fama remarked, "Truly, they are brothers in skill. Their alchemical prowess is exceptional. It appears that the top 2 spots in this conference will undoubtedly belong to them." As time slowly passed, approximately half an hour later, Lu Ling and the little princess successfully refined their pills, followed by some capable third-tier alchemists. When the hourglass hanging on the wall had completely emptied, only over 100 individuals remained standing in the square. As the assessment time concluded, the testing phase commenced. Naturally, Xiao Yu's elixir was the finest. Produced with the best flames, the ethereal fire was no trivial title. Next was Xiao Yan, followed by the little princess, Lu Ling, and the remaining competent third-tier alchemists. As the sky gradually darkened, Fama stepped forward and proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Esteemed guests, the Alchemist Conference has now concluded. Please take this time to rest. For tomorrow marks the final round and the day of the championship. I sincerely hope each of you will attend. Do not let unforeseen circumstances hinder your participation, for it would be a lifelong regret." As the event came to an end, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan joined each other. Xiao Yan quietly remarked, "I had no idea your alchemical skills were so remarkable. Pray tell, what is the secret behind your prowess?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Ah, third brother. I must refrain from disclosing that due to certain reasons." Xiao Yan immediately donned an understanding expression, and the two exchanged smiles before making their way to the Alchemist Guild, as President Fama had requested their presence. Upon their arrival at the guild, they found Fama, alongside Jia Lao, Hai Buodong, Frank, Brin, and numerous other alchemists, gathered in anticipation. Lin Fei and Shui Mei were also present. When Ye Fei spotted Xiao Yu, she smiled and approached him, saying softly, "Your performance today was truly commendable." "Merely ordinary," Xiao Yu replied with a grin. Ye Fei shot him a playful glance. "Virtue. You are utterly devoid of modesty." Xiao Yu laughed. "Why should I be modest when I possess such skill? That is called confidence." Ye Fei giggled. "Indeed, you are the epitome of confidence. Now, let us observe a performance." "What kind of performance?" Xiao Yu inquired, slightly puzzled. Ye Fei gestured towards Jia Lao. Upon noticing the arrival of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, Jia Lao spoke to his companion. "Yao Yi, go fetch that individual." Yao Yi nodded slightly, elegantly waving her hand toward a nearby guard, who promptly descended. Soon, he returned, dragging a figure along with him. Chapter 141. Unveiling. Xiao Yu beheld the gray figure grasped in the hands of the guard, recognizing it as Yen Li, the very individual who had sought to disrupt the Alchemist Conference of the Gamma Empire, and felt a surge of astonishment. Earlier, upon the conclusion of the assessment, Xiao Yu had noted that Yen Li had faltered in the second round, assuming he had departed from this place, never anticipating that Jiao Lao and the others would act with such swiftness. Fa Ma, observing Xiao Yu, chuckled softly, remarking, "This fellow appears rather suspicious," which is why Jiao Lao commanded his apprehension. "I suspect he may be a spy from the Outcloud Empire. I had thought that Xiao Shi could outmaneuver him later." Yet unexpectedly, at the final moment, he failed to master the flames, resulting in the failure of his alchemy. Let us now discern what peculiarities this individual possesses. Fa Ma signaled Jiao Lao with a glance. Jiao Lao nodded slightly, and soon the guards discovered a vial of elixir on the unconscious Yen Li. Jiao Lao directly handed it to Fa Ma. Upon opening the jade vial and beholding the crimson elixir within, Fa Ma's expression shifted subtly, murmuring, "Is this the restoration pill?" Xiao Yan, positioned nearby, also reacted with surprise at the sight of the red elixir, for he too had consumed a restoration pill to attain his current visage. However, his intentions diverged from those of this individual, and he presumed it posed no issue, considering that this identity of Yen Li's was but temporary. With a grim countenance, Fa Ma placed a restoration pill into the mouth of the unconscious Yen Li. To prevent his escape, Jiao Lao personally rendered him unconscious, gesturing to the guards. Subsequently, he poured a bucket of water directly over Yen Li's head. At that moment, the restoration pill began to take effect. The youthful face of the gray-robed boy trembled violently, and his previously slight frame grew considerably taller. In mere moments, the 17-year-old youth astonishingly transformed into a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor. Doused with a bucket of cold water, Yen Li abruptly awoke. Suddenly realizing that he was surrounded by the prominent figures of the Gamma Empire, along with the smirking Fa Ma, causing his complexion to turn ashen. "Ah, it is you. Yin Li." Fa Ma sneered. Yin Li's pupils constricted as he recognized the drastic change in his form, and he began to tremble, his body quaking with fear. Jiao Lao furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "Yin Li? Are you not the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Outcloud Empire?" Previously, the Outcloud Empire had clashed with the Gamma Empire, even sending troops against it. During that conflict, Yin Li had rallied poison masters to serve the Outcloud Empire, resulting in significant costs for the Gamma military. As Yin Li noticed Jiao Xingtian had also recognized him, he trembled uncontrollably, fear evident in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings filled with malicious glares, realizing he might never return. "Indeed, I must say, Yin Li, you are audaciously skilled, daring to venture alone into the Gamma Empire. Did you ever contemplate this day?" Fa Ma regarded Yin Li, his gaze chillingly cold. Standing nearby, Xiao Yin, Lu Ling, and the little princess felt a wave of relief upon seeing Yin Li. Thankfully, this fellow appeared to be in his late 30s. Although his talent was commendable, it paled in comparison to theirs. Of course, one must exclude the anomaly that was Xiao Yu. Lao, too, was disinclined to pay further attention to this man. Turning to Fa Ma and stating, "Very well, old man Fa, I shall take charge of him. As for the rest of you, if you need to return, do so. Tomorrow marks the final assessment." Xiao Yu cast a glance at the ashen-faced Yin Li and promptly lost interest, taking the dainty hand of Yafei, preparing to depart. At that moment, however, Yin Li suddenly pointed at Xiao Yu and bellowed, "Fa Ma, you alchemists pride yourselves on fairness, yet you, like me, have allowed others to take your place at the Alchemist Conference." All eyes turned to Xiao Yu, confusion etched on their faces, save for Fa Ma, who shot a glance at Xiao Yu before responding, "We are not as despicable as you. This is a genius from our Gamma Empire. If your Cloud Empire desires such talent, then cultivate it yourselves." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu paused momentarily, turning to Yin Li with keen interest and asking, "Do you truly believe I am akin to you?" Yin Li scoffed, "Is it not so? Your alchemical skills are undoubtedly on par with mine. Since you all doubt me, am I not justified in doubting you?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, retorting, "Trash is merely trash," barking ineffectually. "Your words will not alter your fate, but since you've spoken, I shall not feign any more." At this, the expressions of those around shifted dramatically. The uninformed believed Yin Li's claims were indeed true. Xiao 11 must be an imposter from their alchemist guild. Yin Li glared at Xiao Yu with malice, vowing to prove that the Gamma Empire harbored no such exceptional alchemical prodigy. Suddenly, Xiao Yu rubbed his neck, and with a swift motion, he tore off an ice silkworm mask, revealing a handsome visage that starkly contrasted with his earlier unremarkable appearance, the only similarity being their shared youthfulness. "Impossible. This must be a trick. How can you be so young?" Yin Li seethed, his rage igniting the violent energy of his 8-star Do spirit. As he surged towards Xiao Yu with fists enveloped in fighting spirit, Haibo Dong narrowed his eyes, a soft huff escaping his lips, as the surrounding moisture rapidly crystallized into ice, forming a protective shield before Xiao Yu in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Yin Li's fist struck the ice shield, yet it remained unscathed. With a slight movement, Haibo Dong gently pressed his palm against Yin Li's chest, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Yin Li flying. With a dull thud, Yin Li crashed to the ground, blood spewing forth as his breath grew weaker. Nailin Yinran gazed at Xiao Yu's striking features, suddenly recalling the hall of the Xiao family 3 years prior, where the visage of that young man began to align with the present face of Xiao 11. "No, this cannot be." Nailin Yinran's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fixed incredulously upon Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, having noticed Nailin Yinran's stare, exchanged a calm glance with her before retrieving the ice silkworm mask. He then addressed Fa Ma, saying, "Esteemed President, I shall take my leave now." Fa Ma smiled at Xiao Yu and replied, "Very well. Be sure to attend the Alchemist Conference on time tomorrow." "Understood," Xiao Yu responded before departing with Yafei. As Xiao Yin observed Xiao Yu's departure, he too bid farewell to Fa Ma and the others, making his way toward the inn under the moonlight. He noted Nailin Yinran's lingering gaze on Xiao Yu, but whether she recognized him was inconsequential. In due time, all would come to a close. Upon returning to the Maitel Manor, Xiao Yu took Yafei to the highest point of the estate, cradling her delicate form while gazing at the resplendent moon hanging in the sky. "Soon, I shall have to depart," Xiao Yu suddenly remarked. Yes, I am aware, Yafei replied, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Xiao Yu gently tightened his embrace around Yafei, smiling softly. Do you truly feel no reluctance in parting from me? Indeed, I do, but we shall reunite swiftly. My strength is nearing a breakthrough to the Do Master level, and once I attain the great Do Master realm, I will seek you out in the Black Corner region. Yafei's alluring voice echoed in Xiao Yu's ears. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 142. The continuation of bloodline on the other side. Nalan Yin. Having returned to the Nalan family estate, appeared somewhat distracted. Both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su noticed her unusual demeanor. Nalan Su furrowed his brow and inquired, Yin, what troubles you? The sound of her father's voice jolted Nalan Yin from her reverie, as she had been lost in thoughts of the marriage pact with the Xiao family and Xiao Yu. She replied, somewhat dazed, What is it, father? Nalan Su scrutinized her and pressed, What is amiss? You have been absent-minded since returning from the Alchemist Guild, and now you ask me what is wrong? Believing Nalan Su had sensed something amiss, Nalan Yin quickly replied, It's nothing at all, father. If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. Nalan Su, still frowning, asked, Are you truly certain there is nothing troubling you? Indeed, I am merely contemplating matters concerning the sect, Nalan Yin responded. Before addressing both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, Grandfather, Father, I will take my leave now. After her departure, Nalan Su turned to Nalan Jie and said, Father, what do you believe is troubling Yin? Nalan Jie replied calmly. Yin's demeanor changed upon seeing Xiao Shi. We should investigate this Xiao Shi. His alchemical talents surpass even Yin Zhao's. If Yin harbors feelings for him, we must facilitate their union. Nalan Su, taken aback, responded, Father, what of Yin Xiao? I still require his assistance to dispel my poison. If he has any requests, we must accommodate them. As you have observed, Yin Xiao shows no interest in Yin. His indifference is genuine, and he seems to harbor a distaste for her. Nalan Jie sighed. While he held a favorable opinion of Yin Xiao, it appeared that Yin Xiao had no intentions towards the Nalan family, leaving Nalan Jie with no choice but to fulfill all of Yin Xiao's demands. If they were incompatible, there was no need to force it, lest they repeat the unfortunate events of 3 years prior. Nalan Su chuckled ruefully. I wonder what it is about Yin that displeases Mr. Yin Xiao. However, it seems he is quite interested in our 7 illusion Qingling saliva. Then once my poison is completely dispelled, we shall present the 7 illusion Qingling saliva to him. Nalan Jie concluded before heading towards his chambers. Back in her room, Nalan Yin sat by the window, suddenly overcome by fatigue. These recent days had been taxing. Her teacher was confined on the back mountain, and without their guidance, she felt adrift. As the 3-year pact loomed ever closer, her anxiety intensified. Today, upon seeing Xiao Yu at the Alchemist Guild, her heart was filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the boy from years past had evolved into a formidable 3rd-tier alchemist. Thoughts of Xiao Yin flooded her mind. His stubborn gaze still instilled in her a sense of urgency. She was determined to defeat Xiao Yin when the time of the 3-year pact arrived. Although she has matured significantly since then and feels a deep sense of shame about her past choices, if given the opportunity to choose again, she would still make the same decision. After much contemplation, Nalan Yin sighed softly and said, Well, there's no use in dwelling on the past. In a couple of days, once Grandpa recovers, we shall return to Yunlan's sect. Upon returning to the inn, Xiao Yin greeted his brother and promptly entered. For the past few days, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had been exploring the imperial capital, opting not to join the excitement of the Alchemist Conference, perhaps due to their trust in their younger siblings. Inside their room, Xiao Yin engaged in casual conversation with the elder. The elder remarked, Tomorrow's finals will undoubtedly be challenging. I believe the conference has decided to allow you to demonstrate your skills freely, with each participant concocting the elixir they feel most confident in and have adequately prepared. Xiao Yin's interest was piqued upon hearing the elder's words. So, you're saying that in tomorrow's assessment, we can freely choose the elixir to concoct, as long as we produce our most satisfactory one within the designated time? The elder nodded slightly. Indeed, I underestimated your 4th brother's talent in alchemy. Securing 1st place will not be an easy feat. However, aiming for 2nd might require a 4th-grade elixir. For this, I have prepared a low-grade 4th-grade elixir for you. The Recovery Spirit Elixir. Xiao Yin recalled the 3 portions of materials the elder had previously instructed him to procure. Teacher, is that 3 portions for the recovery spirit elixir? The elder nodded slowly. Correct. This elixir can assist you in breaking through to the Great Dome Master level, making it ideal for you to concoct during this Alchemist Conference. Xiao Yin nodded eagerly, realizing that if the rules for tomorrow's 3rd round were as the elder had indicated, securing 2nd place with the recovery spirit elixir seemed plausible. Yet, he wondered what elixir his brother would choose to concoct. The following day, when Xiao Yu arrived at the royal square, it was already teeming with people. The clamor reaching a fever pitch. Otto led Xiao Yu into the venue. In the VIP section, Xiao Yin, Lu Ling, the little princess, and others had gathered. Yao Yi and Nailin Yinran were seated nearby. Yao Yi gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, while Nailin Yinran's delicate fingers tightened subtly beneath her flowing robe. Xiao Yu bowed slightly to Yao Yi and offered a faint smile to Nailin Yinran, attending the Alchemist Conference with his unremarkable visage. Soon after, Fa Ma announced the commencement of the final round of alchemy. Upon hearing the rules for this last round, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. The elder's prediction had proven accurate, and thankfully, he was well prepared. Xiao Yu, however, remained composed, having chosen to concoct the 5th grade 7-star body refining pill, which could significantly enhance one's physical condition and was suitable for dose spirit level practitioners. The strength achieved after consuming this elixir was sufficient to rival that of a Do Wang, making it a vital means of survival for those still in the Do spirit realm. With a swift motion of his hand, Xiao Yu summoned the Cloud Turtle Cauldron onto the Azure Stone platform. This 3rd-tier alchemical cauldron might struggle to withstand the refining of the 7-star body refining pill, necessitating the assistance of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Beside him, Xiao Yin revealed a dark red, dilapidated cauldron, which, at best, could be classified as a 2nd-tier vessel. Lu Ling and the little princess exchanged incredulous glances. It seemed rather absurd for these 2 brothers to wield such inferior tools, one a 2nd-tier and the other a 3rd-tier. In stark contrast, Lu Ling possessed a 5th-tier alchemical cauldron, the Volcano Flame Furnace, and the little princess had her own 5th-tier cauldron, the Azure Flame Cauldron. However, they swiftly diverted their attention back to the matter at hand. The little princess conjured a surge of azure flames, the imperial Qianlan water flame from the royal tidal dragon beast, while Lu Ling summoned a light brown fire. Xiao Yin smiled softly, and with a flick of his hand, a translucent flame surged forth from his palm, causing the temperature in the square to spike dramatically. The once vibrant flames in the hands of the little princess and others dimmed significantly. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience and the distinguished guests. Fa Ma exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Yin Xiao possesses as well? Frank, Blin, and the others shook their heads in unison. We are just as unaware. Yao Ye turned to Nailin Yinran beside her and remarked, It seems Mr. Yin Xiao is indeed assisting your Nailin family in dispelling toxins? Nailin Yinran nodded slightly, affirming his statement. Given their respective statuses, Yao Ye harbored lingering concerns regarding the influence of the Yunlan sect, leading to limited interactions with Nailin Yinran, whom she perceived as proud and resolute. Xiao Yu flicked his fingers, summoning the previously manifested azure lotus earth fire into his palm, causing the other flames to gravitate toward him as if in submission. Only the fallen heart flame in Xiao Yan's grasp remained unaffected, maintaining its pride despite being a secondary fire. Unconcerned with the gazes of others, Xiao Yu cast the herbs retrieved from his spatial ring into the cauldron, commencing the alchemical process. Although he had previously refined 5th-tier pills, he had only managed to concoct a few, as the ingredients for such potions were quite elusive. The materials for the 7-star body refining pill had required immense effort for Xiao Yu to procure. Inside the cauldron, the azure lotus earth fire swirled vigorously. Upon introducing the herbs, the voraciously devoured and refined them. Xiao Yu meticulously separated and refined the materials, a process that demanded significantly more time than his previous endeavors. Fa Ma, seated among the distinguished guests, furrowed his brow as he observed the herbs Xiao Yu was refining. Clear flame fruits and void herbs, ingredients essential for crafting 5th-tier pills. Could he be attempting to concoct a 5th-tier potion? Fa Ma gazed at Xiao Yu in disbelief. An 18-year-old 3rd-tier alchemist may be deemed a genius, while an 18-year-old 4th-tier alchemist could be labeled a prodigy. But what of an 18-year-old 5th-tier alchemist? Even with the assistance of the extraordinary flame, Fama remained skeptical of Xiao Yu's ability to concoct a 5th-grade elixir. He doubted even the possibility of producing a low-grade 5th-tier potion. Xiao Yu's surging spiritual force radiated outward, meticulously regulating the delicate temperature of the ethereal flame within the cauldron, as well as the capacity of the cloud turtle cauldron. He harbored no fears of an explosive mishap. All he needed was to extract the elixir just before the cauldron erupted, for he possessed the ability to conjure a fire cauldron by manipulating the flame's essence. As time gradually elapsed, most alchemists in the plaza had completed their refining stages, their concoctions yielding only 3rd-grade elixirs. Only Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan, Lu Ling, and the little princess remained engaged in the refining process. Subsequently, Xiao Yan was the first to finish, followed by Lu Ling, then the little princess, leaving only Xiao Yu still immersed in his work. Xiao Yu's left hand trembled slightly. As the extraordinary flame within the cauldron surged once more, the final herb was refined. With his hands pressed together, the essence of the herbs inside the cauldron began to merge harmoniously. Flames blazed fiercely within the furnace, and suddenly, the cauldron before Xiao Yu emitted a series of muffled thuds, while faint ripples of energy formed within, colliding against the cauldron's walls. Accompanying this phenomenon was a subtle, pale blue fragrance that gracefully wafted upwards like ethereal smoke. Fama's emaciated hand clenched tightly. The colorful aroma and energy ripples were signs of a 5th-grade elixir's formation. The 5th-grade elixir was on the verge of completion. At this tense moment, a system prompt unexpectedly resonated in Xiao Yu's focused mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the continuation of your bloodline in the Dookie continent. You have been rewarded with a special constitution for your bloodline descendants, the Divine Phoenix Fire Body. Chapter 143. The Rainbow Clouds. A voice resonated within Xiao Yu's mind, momentarily rendering him in a state of stupor. His palm instinctively tightened, and the azure heart fire surged explosively within the cloud turtle cauldron. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the cauldron was suddenly marred by countless fissures, drawing the attention of all present in the audience and VIP sections, particularly the alchemists, including Fa Ma, who were palpably tense. At that moment, only one thought occupied Xiao Yu's mind. He had fathered a child. His thoughts immediately turned to Yun Yun, for she was the only one with whom he had shared an intimate bond. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted towards the towering Yunlan Mountain to the north of the imperial capital, where vast expanses of multicolored clouds converged upon the Yunlan sect. Dazzling red serpents of lightning coiled within the dark clouds, exuding a disquieting aura that captivated countless onlookers. In the VIP section, Nalan Yin abruptly rose to her feet. Having spent many years in the Yunlan sect, she was well aware that beneath that cloud formation lay the rear mountains of the sect. Confusion enveloped her as she pondered the cause of such an extraordinary phenomenon. Nalan Su glanced at the square of the Yunlan sect and addressed Nalan Yin Ran. Yin Ran, since your sect is in turmoil, it would be prudent for you to return at once. With her mind preoccupied, Nalan Yin Ran nodded in agreement. Casting one last glance at Yin Xiao, who was still concocting pills in the arena, she hurriedly made her way towards the direction of the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, within the sect, chaos reigned supreme. The spacious conference hall was filled to capacity with the elders of the Yunlan sect. Yun Ling, Yun Sheng, and Yun Lei anxiously awaited the arrival of the old sect master. A ripple of spatial energy flickered at the head of the hall, and the figure of Yun Shan materialized. Gazing down at Yun Ling, who stood below, Yun Shan commanded, Yun Ling, swiftly close the mountain gates. No one is permitted to enter or leave the Yunlan sect. Yes, master, Yun Ling replied, though hesitantly added, but the young sect master is still outside the gates. Yun Shan furrowed his brow slightly. Has Yin Ran returned to the imperial capital? Indeed, Yun Ling responded with a respectful bow. The young sect master's grandfather was afflicted by a poison and sought the assistance of Elder Gu He. However, the poison proved to be beyond Elder Gu's capability to resolve, prompting the young sect master to descend the mountain to assist the Nalan patriarch in locating an alchemist. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan nodded thoughtfully. When Yin Ran returns, instruct her to come to the rear mountains directly. Additionally, all disciples in the vicinity of the rear mountains must retreat and maintain their distance. I shall personally investigate. Yun Ling complied and, along with several elders, exited the hall. Yun Shan's gaze lingered on the vibrant clouds gathering near the rear mountains, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. His form trembled slightly before vanishing from the spot. When Yun Shan reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of the cave where Yun Yun was confined. He glanced up at the rainbow clouds overhead, his brow furrowing slightly. And soon, two maidservants emerged from within the cave. These maidservants had been summoned from the imperial capital. Upon seeing Yun Shan, they immediately bowed and reported, "Esteemed sir, the young miss has successfully given birth to a daughter." Yun Shan's expression was profoundly indifferent as he slightly nodded and said, "You may leave now. Someone will escort you away. And your reward has already been delivered to your families." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of joy appeared on the faces of the two women, who promptly replied, "Thank you, my lord," before making their way down the mountain. Cackling, "I can sense an exceedingly pure soul." The voice of the black mist that suddenly materialized beside Yun Shan echoed chillingly, evoking an unsettling feeling. Yun Shan calmly responded, "Are you referring to the infant girl born from Yun'er? Is there any other soul available for trade? If so, I would willingly part with Yun Yun's soul as well." The guardian, with a sinister laugh, seemed to regard a Dou emperor like Yun Yun with utter disdain. Yun Shan swiftly turned his gaze toward the black mist and coldly warned, "You would do well not to set your sights on Yun'er. The Yunlan sect requires her to maintain order. If you seek other souls, I am open to negotiation." Cackling, "Very well, let us trade for that infant soul." The guardian appeared unperturbed by Yun Shan's words, immediately expressing his desire to barter for the girl. Before Yun Shan could respond, a resounding phoenix cry emanated from the colorful clouds overhead. Suddenly, a regal aura cascaded from the clouds, and even the guardian within the black mist felt a terrifying pressure that rendered him breathless, as it did Yun Shan. Meanwhile, in the royal square of the imperial capital, the cloud turtle cauldron before Xiao Yu was riddled with cracks. At the moment when the azure lotus core fire spiraled out of control within the cauldron, it finally could not withstand the strain and exploded with a thunderous bang, shattering before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The resounding explosion drew the attention of all spectators back to the scene. Fa shook his head, sighing, "I never anticipated that Xiao Shi would falter under such circumstances." Xiao Yan, Lu Ling, and the little princess exchanged astonished glances with Xiao Yu, who had not expected that in such a tense moment, Xiao Yu's cauldron would explode, signifying a failure in alchemy. The fragrant aroma that had previously wafted from Xiao Yu's concoction indicated a high level of refinement. Thus, it was unlikely there would be a second batch of materials. The white mist enveloping Xiao Yu completely obscured him. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the instant of the explosion, his formidable soul power deftly controlled the azure lotus core fire, rapidly conjuring a fire cauldron. As the white mist surrounding him gradually dissipated, the onlookers beheld the scene before them. A vividly lifelike azure cauldron materialized in front of Xiao Yu, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. What kind of cauldron is this? Can one still refine pills in such a state? This is utterly incredible. The esteemed guests in the VIP section felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld the transformation of Xiao Yu, who now exuded the aura of a master alchemist. With his palms resembling a cauldron, he crafted elixirs with effortless grace, unfettered by any constraints. In but a fleeting moment, he summoned flames to his cauldron. Such prowess was likely unparalleled even by the 6th grade alchemist Gu He. One must not forget the youth of this remarkable individual. Meanwhile, Master Bulin and his companions exchanged bemused glances, for had they not been aware of his extraordinary talent, they might have suspected that an ancient sage had reincarnated to confound them. Ripples of energy emanated from the cauldron, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance of the concocted elixir. Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Congeal." A pale red pill, akin in size to a longan, gradually took shape within the cauldron, the aroma intensifying with each passing moment. The azure lotus core fire continued to release its flames, meticulously refining the pill until it became smooth and perfectly rounded. Suddenly, a force emerged from Xiao Yu's hand, drawing the pill out of the cauldron with vigor, while the cauldron itself dissipated into the ether. It was then that the onlookers realized that Xiao Yu had successfully completed his elixir. He grasped the finished product in his hand, feeling the residual warmth of the 7 stars body refining pill, and exhaled softly, murmuring, "Quite a success." Xiao Yan, observing Xiao Yu's triumph, could not help but smile, hastening his own alchemical endeavors. Although Lu Ling and the young princess felt a twinge of discouragement regarding Xiao Yu's achievement, they steeled their resolve and focused on completing their own elixirs. Before long, the grand hourglass ran dry, signaling the conclusion of this year's Alchemist Conference, ushering in the phase of testing and reward distribution. At that moment, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the clouds, reverberating throughout the realm, redirecting the gaze of all towards the direction of the Yunlan sect. Chapter 144. The five-star Do spirit, an overwhelming aura emanated from the resplendent seven-colored cloud, prompting Jialao and Heibadong, seated in the VIP area, to exchange glances before transforming their energy into wings. With a slight flutter, they surged toward the direction of the Yunlan sect. Fama, with his profound gaze, glanced at the Yunlan sect, but found himself unable to break away. As the Alchemist Conference had not yet reached its conclusion, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with urgency as he gazed towards the Yunlan sect, his brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. After a moment, the purple cloud wings behind him unfurled, and with a powerful beat, he soared towards the VIP area. Fama watched Xiao Yu approach with a smile, confident that with the elixirs in Xiao Yu's possession, this year's Alchemist Conference would undoubtedly belong to him. Xiao Yu addressed Fama, saying, "Respected President, I have some urgent matters to attend to and may need to leave here first. This elixir I have crafted is a 5th-grade elixir, the 7-star body refining pill. Please take it, and regarding the champion's reward, it can be entrusted to Yin Xiao." Having spoken, Xiao Yu promptly placed the jade vial containing the elixir into Fama's hands, not allowing him a moment to respond before turning and flying towards the Yunlan sect. Fama stood in a daze, staring at the jade vial in his hand. After a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself that Xiao Yu was quite confident. Well, let this be a little benefit for the champion, he mused. Once Xiao Yu departed, Fama proceeded to evaluate the elixirs of all participants, ultimately announcing to the crowd in the square that the champion of this conference was Xiao Shi, followed by Xiao Yin in second place with the 4th-grade elixir, the Qi Restoration Pill, and Lu Ling in third, with the 4th place going to the little princess. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was diverted elsewhere, leading Fama to self-deprecatingly remark, "This Alchemist Conference can be regarded as the most successful, yet also the most unsuccessful." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was hastily making his way toward the Yunlan sect. Having just noticed that Nalan Yinran was no longer in the VIP area and had likely returned to the sect, upon reaching the foot of Yunlan Mountain, he discovered that the ancient stone steps leading to the Yunlan sect had been sealed off by its disciples, prohibiting entry. He lightly tapped his toes on a nearby tree trunk, propelling himself upward and swiftly reaching the peak of a mountain opposite Yunlan Mountain. Jialao and Heibadong, who had arrived earlier, were already present. Heibadong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yu and asked in surprise, "What brings you here?" Xiao Yu stood beside Heibadong and replied softly, "The Alchemist Conference has concluded, so I hurried over. Have you discovered anything?" Heibadong pointed towards the 7-colored cloud, saying, "The only certainty now is that the Yunlan sect has sealed its gates due to that phenomenon." Xiao Yu looked up and discerned the distant 7-colored cloud, realizing it was likely the celestial anomaly brought about by the divine phoenix fire, a reward from the system. As a phoenix's cry resonated from within the clouds, a golden silhouette of a phoenix flickered in and out of view among the clouds, with brilliant red lightning coiling around it. Yunshan gazed in astonishment at the clouds looming above, incredulously addressing the guardian. "What on earth is this? Such a formidable presence is beyond our comprehension." At this moment, the guardian, too, felt a tremor of fear. The energy emanating from the cloud seemed utterly antithetical to that which resided within him, invoking a profound sense of dread and aversion. He cast a swift glance at the cave and spoke in a grave tone. "These clouds appear to be targeting this cave. You must swiftly retrieve your disciple and the infant." Upon hearing the guardian's words, Yinshan pondered briefly before making his way toward the cave, while the guardian discreetly vanished from sight. Inside the cave, Yunyun sat upon a stone bed, cradling her silent child, whose large, innocent eyes gazed up at her. In that moment, her heart swelled with maternal warmth, radiating a luminous aura of motherhood. As Yunshan entered the cave, Yunyun quickly rose to her feet. Observing the pallor of her face, Yunshan extended his arms gently and requested, "May I hold the child?" Without hesitation, Yunyun glanced at her baby and handed the infant over to Yunshan. He looked down at the swaddled child, whose bright, pure eyes met his gaze, and he sighed softly. Perhaps this is your destiny. He then returned the child to Yun and commanded, "Take the child outside." After uttering these words, he turned and strode toward the entrance. Though perplexed, Yun followed closely behind Yunshan. As they exited the cave, she immediately felt the presence of the resplendent cloud above. The moment Yun stepped outside with the child, the vibrant cloud began to churn violently, and the golden silhouette of a phoenix grew increasingly solidified. The sound of the phoenix's cry became clearer, resonating with an aura of boundless majesty, akin to an exalted sovereign, perched high and impervious to intrusion. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all ferocious beasts felt the oppressive weight of its might, many prostrating themselves in fear. Meanwhile, the young amethyst-winged Lion King, nestled within the confines of a hotel room, was jolted from slumber by the overwhelming pressure, paralyzed in terror, its large eyes wide with fright. In stark contrast, the small white creature beside it remained undisturbed, oblivious to the turmoil. Not far away, Xiao Yu felt a sudden quiver in the sleeves of his garment, and two small heads emerged, standing upright to gaze at the ethereal figure above, Medusa and Kai-Dai. Suddenly, a flash of crimson lightning erupted from the silhouette, and before the astonished onlookers, the colossal phoenix form surged downward with tremendous speed. As Yun emerged, she beheld the immense phoenix shadow descending towards her, momentarily immobilized by awe. The phoenix, moving with astonishing swiftness, charged towards the infant in her arms. Contrary to expectations of a gruesome scene, the phoenix enveloped Yun in a gentle embrace, transforming into a golden radiance that ultimately coalesced around the child she held. As the golden radiance gradually faded, ultimately enveloping the child entirely, Yun gazed in astonishment at a miniature golden phoenix etched upon the child's forehead, which swiftly began to wane. Just as the ethereal silhouette of the phoenix settled within the child's being, the vibrant clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and the formidable pressure vanished without a trace. Concurrently, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Divine Phoenix Fire Body. Congratulations, host. You have triumphed in the Alchemist competition. Reward: a 30% ancestral return for all members of the Xiao clan. The rewards are being distributed. Please check, host." With a hum, Xiao Yu's aura surged, a formidable vitality erupting forth, startling both Jia Lao and Hai Bo Dong, who gazed in awe as Xiao Yu's cultivation rapidly ascended. From the 7 stars of the great fighter to the 8 stars, 9 stars, and then to the pinnacle. With a soft pop, his cultivation soared to the level of Do Ling, and this was merely the beginning. In the astonished eyes of Jia Lao and Hai Bo Dong, Xiao Yu's cultivation ascended from Do Ling 1 star to 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and ultimately reached the peak of 5 stars. The overwhelming vitality within Xiao Yu caused his do qi to swiftly deplete, as the energy within his dantian surged, drawing in the ambient energy from the surrounding air as if it were being devoured by a whale. Chapter 145. Early Mountain Worship. At this moment, the situation faced by Xiao Yu mirrored that of his kin throughout various locales. Having just returned to the inn, Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li experienced an instantaneous surge in their cultivation. All three transcended from the fighter realm to the Grand Fighter realm, with Xiao Yan reaching 6-star Grand Fighter, Xiao Ding achieving 4-star Grand Fighter, and Xiao Li attaining 3-star Grand Fighter status. Meanwhile, at the Jianan Academy, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Mei also made significant breakthroughs. The former ascended to the Grand Fighter realm, while the latter two progressed to the Fighter realm. In the Xiao family of Wuten City, Xiao Zhan, who was poring over the recent financial records of the family business in his study, suddenly felt the flow of his internal do qi become remarkably smooth. He swiftly advanced from Grand Fighter to 1-star do spirit, while 3 elders simultaneously reached the peak of the Grand Fighter realm, standing merely a breath away from do spirit. Simultaneously, the remaining members of the Xiao family began their breakthroughs, indicating a collective elevation in the family's strength. Most importantly, unbeknownst to them, their Do Emperor bloodline had reverted by 30%, signifying an extraordinary enhancement of their future potential. Xiao Zhan gazed in bewilderment at the changes within his Do Qi, as if caught in a dream. Soon, the other 3 elders hurriedly arrived. They exchanged glances in the study, unable to conceal their astonishment and curiosity. "Patriarch, what on earth is happening?" Why does it feel like my cultivation speed is surpassing that of my youth? Inquired the elder. Indeed. I just broke through 5 minor realms consecutively, echoed the second elder. When the three turned to Xiao Zhan, they were momentarily taken aback. Sensing the profound energy emanating from him, they exclaimed in astonishment, Patriarch, have you transcended to Do Spirit? Xiao Zhan burst into hearty laughter. Yes. I have unexpectedly achieved the Do Spirit realm in such a brief moment. It is truly astonishing. I am as perplexed as you are. Perhaps it is the blessing of our ancestors. We must continue our diligent cultivation. The 3 elders nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that the Xiao family had now become the leading family in Wutian City, flourishing in every aspect. Within the inn of the imperial capital, Xiaoyin, Xiaoding, and Xiaoli exchanged puzzled glances, none of them comprehending the peculiar circumstances. Ultimately, they could only accept this unexpected boon with lingering uncertainty. As for Xiao Yu and his companions at Jianan Academy, they found themselves at a loss for an explanation. With no other recourse, they resigned to this outcome, soon to discover the remarkable changes in their talents during their forthcoming cultivation sessions. Returning to Xiao Yu, Haibo Dong and Jia Lao were left in stunned silence at the sudden surge in his strength. Haibo Dong initially believed Xiao Yu had employed that secret technique to enhance his power. However, he quickly discerned that this time, Xiao Yu's improvement did not span 3 major realms. He had merely transitioned from Grand Fighter to Do Spirit. Jia Lao, in utter astonishment, exclaimed, Xiao 11, what is the meaning of this newfound strength? Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and a radiant light burst forth from within, illuminating the surroundings. He then calmed his mind, attuning himself to the surging power within his body. The tribulation of breaking through from a great fighter to a fighter spirit was suppressed by him. Although it was held at bay, further progression necessitated overcoming the tribulation, rendering its disappearance impossible. Upon hearing Elder Jia's words, Xiao Yu simply replied, I'm not quite sure how it happened, but I broke through. Elder Jia and Hai Buodong exchanged exasperated glances, incredulous at his casual dismissal of the phenomenon. You must provide a more credible explanation than that, they thought. However, they had no intention of pressing the matter further, for everyone possesses their own secrets, and it was unnecessary to pry deeper. Xiao Yu swiftly familiarized himself with the power of his bloodline. The bloodline of an emperor was indeed formidable. He mused that the ancient 8 great families enjoyed the blessings of their ancestors, and now, the Xiao family no longer had to envy them. Turning his gaze toward the direction of Yunlan sect, he asked Hai Buodong, what would happen if I forcefully stormed the Yunlan sect now? Hai Buodong's expression shifted, and he warned Xiao Yu, have you lost your mind? That old man Yun Shan is still alive, along with Yun Yun and the elders of the Yunlan sect. Even if you are now a fighter spirit, it would still lead to your suppression, even if you were a fighter emperor. Elder Jia concurred, adding, indeed, the protective array of the Yunlan sect is no trivial matter. Even I would not dare to confront the entire sect. You are even less equipped to consider such a venture. Xiao Yu, contemplating their words with a furrowed brow, finally addressed Hai Buodong and Elder Jia, understood. I shall take my leave. With that, he unfurled his purple cloud wings and swiftly descended the mountain. If a direct confrontation was unfeasible, then alternative methods must be sought. Observing Xiao Yu's departing figure, Elder Jia furrowed his snow-white brows slightly, concerned that he might do something reckless. Storming the Yunlan sect was not a notion entertained by the average person. Hai Buodong chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I know him well. He is not foolish enough to undertake such folly. Let us depart. These are internal matters of the Yunlan sect, and we should refrain from getting involved. With that, he spread his wings and soared down the mountain, followed by Elder Jia, who shook his head slightly before leaving as well. Upon descending, Xiao Yu made his way directly to the inn where his elder brother and companions resided. As soon as they saw him return, Xiao Yin and the others rushed forward, their faces alight with joy. However, they quickly sensed the profound aura emanating from Xiao Yu, a presence far more potent than their own. Xiao Yin, taken aback, exclaimed, Brother Yu, you've broken through to fighter spirit? Xiao Yu smiled gently and nodded, thus acknowledging his achievement. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li could only look on with envy. Such talent was indeed beyond their reach, filling them with a sense of bittersweet longing. Xiao Yu then turned to Xiao Yin and inquired, Brother San, is it not time for you to head to the Yunlan sect for your ceremonial visit? His words caused a momentary pause among the three, and Xiao Yin promptly affirmed, Yes, in 3 days. In Xiao Yan's eyes, there was an undeniable fervor for battle and a resolute determination. He had yet to utilize the medicinal pill intended for his breakthrough, yet he found himself confronting an unexpected surge in strength. Now, he possessed the prowess of a 6-star dome master, leaving him untroubled by any concerns. Xiao Li, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Yu, what prompts your question?" Xiao Yu responded directly, "I wish to pay a visit to the Yunlan sect, but it is currently under lockdown. Therefore, I would like to request that third brother go to the Yunlan sect to pay his respects 3 days in advance. Would you accompany me?" Xiao Yan instantly discerned Xiao Yu's intentions. Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, considering third brother's current strength, a visit to the Yunlan sect should pose no challenge." Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. "That is true. Since you have expressed it so, I shall acquiesce. Let us go pay our respects now." However, Xiao Yu grasped Xiao Yan, who was about to stride outside, and remarked, "There is no need to rush. Let us wait until tomorrow morning. We can pay our respects to the Yunlan sect then." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan slightly nodded and halted his steps. At the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, Yunshan gazed at Yun Yun and declared, "Tomorrow, you shall return to oversee the Yunlan sect. This child will remain by my side, and I will personally guide her. What do you think?" Yun Yun, taken aback, looked at Yunshan with surprise and replied, "Master, you no longer hold it against me?" Yunshan chuckled softly, "What would I hold against you? You are my disciple. Now that events have unfolded, let it be. This child shall stay at the Yunlan sect. By the way, what of the child's father?" Yunshan inquired, observing Yun Yun. Yun Yun hesitated slightly, but ultimately decided to withhold the truth, saying, "There were some unforeseen circumstances in the Monster Beast Mountains. I fear he may no longer be present. Henceforth, the child will remain at the Yunlan sect." Seeing Yun Yun's reluctance to elaborate, Yunshan refrained from pressing further and merely nodded slightly. "For now, the child shall stay by your side. After some time, you may bring her to my secluded retreat for my personal instruction. You are welcome to come whenever you wish." "Yes, master," Yun Yun replied, her expression brimming with joy as she cradled the child in her arms. Chapter 146. Conspiracy in the Secluded Mountains of the Yunlan Sect. As Yunshan returned to his secluded meditation spot, a dark mist suddenly materialized before him. It was the guardian, Wu Ying. "Caw caw caw. Are you reluctant to part with this child? Why go through all this trouble to educate her? Is this your feigned compassion?" Wu Ying sneered mockingly. With a dispassionate gaze, Yunshan regarded Wu Ying and replied, "This child is destined for greatness. She is the progeny of Yun-Er. I cannot surrender her to you just yet. At the very least, I must wait a while. However, I perceive your urgency. Do you place great value on her soul?" With a sinister grin, Wu Ying responded, "Indeed. While her soul power may not be formidable, it possesses an unparalleled purity. I must secure her soul." Yunshan declared firmly, "I have no objection to giving you her soul, but you must offer a commensurate price in return." Observing the man before him, Wu Ying understood that Yunshan would not relinquish the child without compensation. "What do you desire?" he inquired. Yunshan lightly stepped forward and seated himself on a mat, retorting, "Do you truly not know what I seek? Your current strength is already comparable to that of a 1-star dozong. Further enhancement would yield diminishing returns and could even jeopardize your foundational strength. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Upon hearing Wu Ying's words, Yunshan fell silent, acutely aware that the surge in his power had destabilized his foundation. Yet, the temptation of rapid advancement was overwhelmingly enticing. Gazing at Wu Ying with a glint of avarice in his eyes, Yunshan proposed, "A trade, her soul in exchange for your secret technique. What say you?" A chilling laughter echoed from the dark mist. "Caw caw caw. Yunshan, your appetite is rather insatiable. I assent it. The secret techniques of my soul palace are not something a mere outsider like you can hope to grasp. Be careful not to inadvertently endanger your own life." Though the voice was calm, it concealed an icy menace and a warning. Yet, Yunshan remained unfazed. This was merely a negotiation. He awaited a response, his demeanor tranquil. After a lengthy pause, Wu Ying's voice emerged once more. "I can provide you with half of the secret technique, sufficient to elevate you to 5-star dozong. Do not push your luck." A faint smile finally graced Yunshan's otherwise indifferent visage. "Half of the technique would suffice." "Agreed," he replied cheerfully. With a swift motion, a chain of black light shot forth from the mist, delivering an ancient scroll into Yunshan's hands. Wu Ying coldly commanded, "Hasten to bring that girl to me." As his words faded, Wu Ying vanished, soon reappearing atop another peak, casting a glance at the cave where Yunshan resided. With a low, chilling chuckle, he mused, "The secret techniques of my soul palace are not for you to practice. Once my task is complete, I shall reclaim my due from the Yunlan sect. Yunshan, you cannot escape my grasp." Wu Ying's sinister laughter reverberated across the misty summit, gradually dissipating with the gentle breeze that swept through the realm. The following day, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin exited the inn together, making their way towards the outskirts of the city, for today they would ascend to Yunlan's sect to pay their respects. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li did not accompany them, as their strengths were insufficient to provide any assistance. Additionally, Xiao Yu harbored concerns that unforeseen events might arise during their visit to Yunlan's sect, thus he opted not to bring his elder brothers along. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yin exhaled a breath of stale air, preparing to ascend directly. Suddenly, several disciples of Yunlan's sect emerged from either side, blocking their path and coldly proclaiming, "Yunlan's sect is under strict guard. No one is permitted to enter or exit." Xiao Yin replied calmly, "Please go inform your superiors that Xiao Yin of the Xiao family, accompanied by my younger brother Xiao Yu, has come to Yunlan's sect to fulfill our 3-year appointment." Upon hearing the name Xiao Yin, the disciples exchanged glances and then scrutinized the black-robed youth carrying a large measuring tool. One of them scoffed, "So you are the useless Xiao Yin, the one from whom senior sister Nalan called off the engagement?" At this, the group erupted into laughter. Xiao Yin raised his gaze, his piercing eyes sweeping over the Yunlan sect disciples, an aura of murderous intent emanating from his gaze that rendered them speechless. As if they had been grasped by the throat, one of the disciples stepped forward and said, "You wait here. I will report this immediately." Xiao Yin nodded slightly, remaining silent as the disciple hurriedly ascended the mountain. In the grand hall of Yunlan sect, Yunling observed Yun seated at the high seat, a flicker of reluctance flashing across her downcast eyes. Meanwhile, Nalan Yinran engaged in conversation with Yun regarding various matters pertaining to Yunlan sect. "Teacher, the Alchemist Conference that concluded yesterday revealed 2 prodigious alchemists," Nalan Yinran remarked, looking toward Yun. "Oh, is it not Lu Ling and the little Princess Yueo?" Yun inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. Nalan Yinran shook her head gently. "No, they are even more impressive. At merely 18 or 19 years of age, they have already attained the ranks of 4th and 5th tier alchemists. Their alchemical talents are nothing short of extraordinary." A flicker of shock passed through Yun's eyes as she exclaimed, 18 or 19 years old, and already 4th or 5th tier alchemists. Nalan Yinran affirmed, "Indeed, teacher. One of them, named Yin Xiao, even managed to cure my grandfather of a dreadful poison." Yun was aware that Nalan Yinran's grandfather had suffered from this poison, which was notoriously difficult to treat, rumored to be beyond even the capabilities of Gu He. The fact that a young alchemist had succeeded in curing him was astonishing. Had it not been for Nalan Yinran's own words, she would have found it difficult to believe. "Is it possible for us to recruit him to our Yunlan sect?" Yun asked gently, regarding Nalan Yinran. Recalling Yin Zhao's indifferent demeanor towards her, Nalan Yinran let out a bitter smile and slowly shook her head. "It seems he holds a strong aversion to me, though I cannot fathom why. In any case, it is unlikely that Yin Xiao would consider joining us." "Aversion to you? With your talent and beauty, how could anyone possibly dislike you?" Yun replied with a light laugh, as Nalan Yinran pondered the indifference exhibited by Yin Xiao, along with the apathetic gaze he cast upon her. She felt as though they were adversaries, stirring within her a mix of confusion and ire. Nevertheless, she decided to refrain from further mention of him. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a disciple hastily entered the grand hall, exclaiming, "Sect leader, 2 youths have arrived outside." Introducing themselves as Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu from the Xiao family of Wutan City, here to summon Sister Nalan for the 3-year appointment. "What?" Nalan Yinran gasped in astonishment, rising abruptly, prompting several elders seated nearby to do likewise. Yunlei scoffed, "Isn't it still premature for the 3-year appointment? Are they already rushing to face humiliation?" Yunlong turned to Yun, remarking, "Since the Xiao youths have chosen to come today, sect leader, what do you propose?" He cast a sidelong glance at Nalan Yinran, who remained impassive as she replied, "Let them come. A duel is in order. The 3-year appointment merely arrives 2 days early. It is of no consequence." Yun nodded slightly, speaking softly, "Since they have come to fulfill the 3-year appointment, let us issue a command to ring the bell, summoning all disciples to gather in the outer square. Additionally, inform the Nalan family, Mu family, Middle family, and the royal family in the imperial capital to come witness the battle. Allow the disciples at the foot of the mountain to escort them up." "Understood," Yun Sheng acknowledged. Departing at once, Yun, with her slender figure rising, her azure robe billowing without wind, declared with resolve, "Let us proceed to welcome the Xiao family from Wutan City." "Yes," the elders responded in unison. Consequently, they followed Yun out to the square, where a throng of Yunlan sect disciples swiftly assembled. Yun, accompanied by the elders, took their place atop the elevated position of the square, upon the towering stone steps. At that moment, seated upon the highest stone platform, the true majesty of the Yunlan sect leader was unmistakably revealed. Chapter 147. Farewell. A melodious chime resonated throughout the Yunlan sect, swiftly radiating outward. In the nearby imperial city, countless individuals heard this sound, and simultaneously, the Nalan family, the Mu family, the Mittler clan, and the royal family received invitations from the Yunlan sect. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of rushing wind, and figures appeared atop the towering treetops. Upon their arrival, they noticed several silhouettes standing on a colossal tree nearby. Elder Jia looked at Hebadong and Fama, who stood atop another great tree, and remarked with a smile, "It seems you two have received the invitation from the Yunlan sect?" Fama chuckled in response, "The 3-year agreement. It certainly piques my anticipation." As time passed, more and more figures gathered in the area. Mittler Tingshan and Yafei from the Mittler clan, as well as Nalan Su, the head of the Nalan family, and the elder Nalan, along with Mu Chun and Mu Zhan from the Mu family, also arrived. In the tranquil square, the sound of rustling echoed as everyone awaited the arrival of those descending from the mountain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan made their way up from the foot of the mountain, reaching the end of the winding stone steps, where mist enveloped the air. In the center of the vast square stood a gigantic stone tablet, and nearly 1,000 disciples sat in a half-circle formation, a palpable aura surging towards the two brothers. Xiao family, Xiao Yan. Xiao family, Xiao Yu. On the outer edge of the square, along the azure stone steps, 2 tall figures gradually materialized, their gentle voices resonating softly, instantly diffusing the overwhelming aura of the nearly 1,000 disciples, causing the previously unified atmosphere in the square to become somewhat chaotic. With a soft sound, Nalan Yinran, wielding a long sword, leaped gracefully from the high platform, landing in the center of the square. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure ascending from the azure stone steps, and her pupils slightly contracted. Her once calm heart suddenly raced with familiarity. As Xiao Yan stepped forward, Nalan Yinran found herself engulfed in a fleeting daze. With each approaching footfall, the dozen or so elder figures in white robes atop the stone platform opened their eyes, directing their gazes toward a particular spot. Unbeknownst to them, their sect leader, Yun, watched the figure ascending the steps with great unease, her jade hand clenched tightly beneath her azure robes. She shook her head slightly, murmuring, "This cannot be. That person is known as Xiao Shi. How can he possibly be Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yan cast a neutral glance over the vast square, finally resting his gaze upon the beautiful woman standing with her sword at the center. After observing her for a moment, he spoke softly, "Today, I have come to fulfill our 3-year agreement." A tranquil voice resonated throughout the entire square, capturing the attention of countless disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect. All eyes fixated upon Xiao Yan. Only Yun, in disbelief, gazed at Xiao Yu beside him, whose visage mirrored that of Xiao Yan, a face she could never forget. Even the most serene heart could not quell the tumultuous waves of emotions surging within her at that moment. Yun had never anticipated encountering him in such a setting. Nor did she imagine that the youth she met in the Monster Mountain range would become intertwined with her life in this manner. Xiao Yu's gaze was fixed upon the high platform, where a woman clad in a moon-white robe, her skirt fluttering gently in the breeze, stood gracefully. Her long hair was styled in the shape of a phoenix, exuding an air of regal elegance, her eyes reflecting warmth and a hint of concern. Tears welled in Yun's beautiful eyes, a culmination of grievances accumulated over the past year, mingled with resentment towards Xiao Yu, perhaps even intertwined with feelings of affection. When Xiao Yu cast a glance in her direction, Yun could only lower her head, avoiding his gaze, her hands clasped tightly beneath her skirt, knuckles turning pale. She was at a loss for how to confront Xiao Yu or confess the truth about their child. All she could do was avert her eyes from him. Xiao Yu averted his gaze and addressed Xiao Yan, saying, "Third brother, I shall observe the battle from the sidelines." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Though unaware of Xiao Yu's intentions at the Yunlan sect, he understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to secure victory in this battle. This 3-year agreement was for himself and for the Xiao family. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Xiao Yan had tirelessly strived to grow stronger. Whether at the Jianan Academy or in the Black Corner region, all for this moment. Xiao Yu lightly tapped his toes against the stone slab, his figure rising abruptly. Swiftly reaching the pinnacle of a nearby giant tree, standing beside Hai Bo Dong, and smiling gently, he remarked, "Elder Hai, you have arrived as well?" Hai Bo Dong chuckled. "You rascal, have you come along as well? The Yunlan sect has invited numerous guests this time, and I merely joined to partake in the festivities. I have some matters to attend to at the Yunlan sect, hence I came with third brother." Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Hai Bo Dong did not probe further, his gaze shifting towards the square. The others atop the giant tree looked at Xiao Yu with curiosity and confusion. Never expecting this, Xiao Yu to engage in light-hearted banter with the typically aloof and formidable Hai Bo Dong, suggesting a surprisingly amicable relationship. Jia Lao and Fa Ma exchanged glances, equally perplexed about how Xiao Yu of the Xiao family had come to know Hai Bo Dong. Fa Ma furrowed his brow, casting a discerning glance at Xiao Yu, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in his demeanor, yet unable to recall where he had encountered him before. Noticing Fa Ma's gaze, Xiao Yu respectfully spoke, "Chairman Fa Ma, it is I." At this moment, Xiao Yu spoke in the same tone he had used during the Alchemist Conference. Although the difference was subtle, it was nonetheless distinct. The instant Fa Ma recognized Xiao Yu's voice, his murky eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You are Xiao 11? Xiao Yu chuckled softly and nodded without uttering a word. However, Fa Ma's revelation drew the attention of those nearby, particularly the two individuals beside them, Na Lan Jie and Na Lan Su. Na Lan Jie gazed incredulously at the young man before him, unable to fathom that he was the very champion of the Alchemist Conference, crowned just the previous day. He was well aware that the champion, Xiao 11, possessed the remarkable ability to concoct 5th-tier medicinal pills. Na Lan Su sighed softly, stating, "It appears that the Xiao family is destined to soar to great heights thanks to Xiao Yu." Everyone understood that such a young 5th-tier alchemist was bound to reach extraordinary heights in the future. The Xiao family would no longer be the obscure clan of Wu-Tin City. Perhaps, in the future, they would carve out a place for themselves in the imperial capital. Na Lan Jie's expression darkened slightly, as he recalled that his family had once been betrothed to the Xiao family. If Yin Ran were to marry into the Xiao family, she would become Xiao Yu's sister-in-law. Given this connection, how could they not extend a measure of goodwill towards the Na Lan family? Meanwhile, Mu Zhan of the Mu family realized that Xiao Yu was indeed Xiao 11. No wonder Ye Fei was associated with him. They were, in fact, the same person. Observing Fa Ma's astonishment, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "President Fa Ma, I apologize for not revealing my true identity recently due to certain circumstances. I hope you can forgive me." Ha ha. Fa Ma, regaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "What is there to be offended by? I completely understand. However, you, young man, have certainly deceived us all quite thoroughly." Xiao Yu could only shake his head and smile in response, choosing to remain silent. Elder Jia also approached, saying, "Indeed. I shall continue to call you Xiao Yu. If you have the time, please visit the royal family. I will have Yao Yi personally host you." Little Yuer is eager to seek your guidance. Although uncertain of the authenticity of this invitation, Xiao Yu smiled and acquiesced, though when he would visit would ultimately depend on his mood. As Xiao Yan grasped the massive handle, the Xianzhong emitted a sound of oppressive wind, signaling the conclusion of their conversation. All eyes turned toward the square, where the battle between Xiao Yan and Na Lan Yin Ran was about to commence. Chapter 148. Eruption of Power. Seated in the central position, Yun Ling cast a glance at Xiao Yin below before rising to his feet. He approached Yun Yun and said, "Sect Master, for this contest, you." Yun Yun's complexion appeared somewhat pale as she looked at Yun Ling, gently waving her hand. "You preside over this contest. I shall merely observe." Yun Ling was momentarily taken aback, but then responded, "Yes, Sect Master." He promptly returned to his position, lifting his gaze to Xiao Yin and slowly began, "I am Yun Ling, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. Over there is our sect master, Yun. Today, this contest, a result of our 3-year agreement, shall be overseen by me, with the intent to engage in friendly sparring, too. Before Yunling could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yan, who declared, life and death, each to their own fate. At this declaration, the onlookers exchanged astonished glances, for his opponent was none other than the carefully nurtured heir of the Yunlan sect, not a mere, trivial contender. Unfazed by their gazes, Xiao Yan was acutely aware of his own prowess as a 6-star great fighter. Even though Nalan Yanran was the sect master's direct disciple, he felt no trepidation. Xiao Yan also noticed the regal figure seated above, knowing her to be Yun, one of the 10 strongest individuals of the Gamma Empire, an authentic Do Huang powerhouse. Truly a bold lad. To my liking, haha, chuckled Jialao. Nalan Yanran raised her gaze slightly, fixing her eyes on the young man in black robes. After a moment's contemplation, she subtly nodded, her voice icy and composed, as you wish. Yunling's brow furrowed slightly, as the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. He had never been treated in such a manner. Xiao Yan's attitude irked him, yet he refrained from further comment, merely stating, if that is your desire, then it shall be as you wish. Life and death, each to their own fate. Xiao Yan firmly grasped the Xian Zhong Qi, suddenly drawing it forth. The force of the weapon stirred the air, and a faint red Do Qi enveloped his form. He forcefully stomped his foot forward, causing the solid stone floor to shatter beneath him. The surging crimson Do Qi, laced with a hint of murderous intent, surged toward Nalan Yanran. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran's pupils constricted slightly. The boy once deemed a waste had truly matured, clutching her pale blue longsword tightly. A torrent of azure Do Qi erupted from within her. A gentle azure breeze danced along the blade, while sharp wind blades flickered menacingly, occasionally shooting forth and leaving shallow marks on the hardened stone floor. As the Do Qi of both contenders surged, the atmosphere in the vast plaza grew increasingly tense. Observing the youth in the center, Yun noted a resemblance to Xiao Yu, both possessing resolute gazes.
Memories of her time in the Monster Mountain range flashed through her mind, and before she could gather her thoughts, a charming flush unexpectedly rose to her cheeks. Boom!
As Yun found herself lost in thought, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran had already engaged in battle. The collision between them in midair created a powerful gust that swept outward, causing the disciples of the Yunlan sect to change their expressions. They had never witnessed anyone of the same rank able to hold their own against senior sister Nalan. Wind Spirit Fragment Sword. Nalan Yanran called out softly, her long sword sweeping gracefully, leaving behind a tangible silhouette of the blade in the air. Regaining her composure, Yun quietly nodded at this move. Nalan Yanran's talent had long been one of her greatest hopes over the years. Before encountering Xiao Yu, she was the only one who stood out. Yet the brilliance of Xiao Yu's talent during their encounter in the Beast Mountain range left Yun in awe, which was why she had wished to recruit him into the Yunlan sect. On the other side, Xiao Yan planted his heavy ruler into the ground, raising his gaze to see Nalan Yanran's sword suddenly pointed at him. The blade trembled lightly, and 5 sword-shaped energies, connecting head to tail, shot towards Xiao Yan like meteors. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself towards Nalan Yanran in midair. Flickers of flames coiled around the massive ruler as Xiao Yan swiftly turned in midair, swinging the Xian heavy ruler in a semicircular arc towards the incoming sword energies. The clash resulted in a thunderous explosion that resonated through the void, prompting some onlookers to cover their ears. The two figures separated and crashed to either side, their momentum shattering the stone slabs beneath them and sending dust swirling into the air. Nalan Yanran sensed the force emanating from Xiao Yan, estimating his strength to be at the peak of the 9-star Dome Master level. With a gentle sweep of her sleeve, Nalan Yanran dispersed the dust and spoke softly. "Show me your true strength." As her words fell, the energy within her body began to surge rapidly. With a light step, she gracefully levitated, her arms slowly lifting before her. The azure glow of her long, slender sword intensified, standing poised as a sword aura shot forth, her robes and hair rising as if summoned by an unseen wind. A formidable aura began to awaken within Nalan Yanran, her powerful presence eliciting gasps from the surrounding Yunlan disciples. This aura. Senior Sister Nalan has entered the Great Dome Master realm? It was astonishing to see Nalan's niece achieve such a level at such a young age, a feat worthy of admiration. Muchun, observing Nalan Yanran at the center of the arena, turned to Nalan Jia with a smile. Nalan Jia, witnessing Nalan Yanran suspended in midair, responded with a courteous smile. Mujan's strength is impressive as well, haha. He felt a slight relief as Nalan Yanran revealed her true power. Across from them, Xiao Yin gazed expressionlessly at the formidable energy radiating from Nalan Yanran, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, "A two-star Great Dome Master? Perhaps that's still insufficient." Xiao Yin no longer concealed his strength. The power that originally belonged to a Dome Master surged dramatically. A pale red, almost tangible armor gradually enveloped his body, emanating an aura even more formidable than that of Nalan Yanran. The two presences, both belonging to prodigious Dome Masters, clashed in the square. Yet it was evident that Xiao Yan's momentum surpassed the other. The expressions of the several serene elders of the Yunlan sect atop the platform shifted, and the Grand Elder, Yunling, turned to Yun Yun and inquired, "Sect Master, should we halt the contest?" Yun Yun cast a cold glance at Yunling, causing him to tremble slightly and quickly lower his head. "I fear for the Yunlan sect's reputation before the numerous families of the Empire. If we cease the contest now, will it not bring us further disgrace?" Yun Yun replied icily. After speaking, she redirected her attention to the square. Yunling's expression fluctuated, yet he ultimately refrained from further comment and descended the platform. Meanwhile, Nalan Jia fixated intently on the斗qi armor enveloping Xiao Yan. A hint of bitterness etched upon his aged visage. Though Nalan Yanran felt a surge of astonishment, she refrained from unnecessary words. The subtle vibrations of her azure longsword indicated her wariness of Xiao Yan's overwhelming presence. This contest would demand her utmost effort if she were to seize even a sliver of a chance for victory. As the sound of the sword resonated, a delicate, pale blue斗qi armor materialized, cloaking her exquisite figure with grace. Chapter 149. How do you know? Xiao Yan's figure suddenly surged towards Nalan Yanran. With a swift and graceful motion, Nalan Yanran brandished her longsword, the blade emitting a piercing cry as she glided toward Xiao Yan. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. Within the square, their silhouettes flickered rapidly. The crisp sound of clashing swords and the reverberation of steel echoed continuously. As the battle intensified, their speed escalated to a frenzied pace, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed at the sight of the blurred figures, one clad in blue and the other in red. Gradually, they noticed that the azure figure's speed began to wane. Nalan Yanran, in a desperate bid, unleashed her learned combat techniques, expending vast amounts of fighting spirit, which hindered her agility. While the battle raged on, two figures ascended the platform, settling onto a stone seat slightly lower than Yun Yun. These individuals were the renowned Pill King Gu He, accompanied by his disciple, Lu Ling. Gui had just completed the arduous process of refining a particularly challenging pill when he learned that Nalan Yanran's 3-year agreement had commenced and that the leader of the Yun Yun sect was present, prompting his arrival. From a distance, Xiao Yu's gaze narrowed upon seeing Gu He, his eyes glinting with a hint of danger. Meanwhile, the battle in the center had reached its climactic moment. Nalan Yanran began to ascend slowly into the air. At this juncture, only by revealing her true trump card could she hope to prevail over her opponent. Energy surged around her, manifesting as rippling waves of pale azure that emanated from her being. With her light blue longsword raised, the sunlight above suddenly converged towards it, and in an instant, the sword radiated an intense brilliance, akin to a second sun in the sky. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth, gripping the pulsating sword tightly. The overwhelming power was becoming increasingly difficult for her to control. Yun Yun looked down at Nalan Yanran with a worried expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. The technique Wind of Extremity had been taught to Nalan Yanran as an exception, and she did not anticipate that it would be unleashed at such a critical moment. Clearly, Nalan Yanran was struggling to wield such immense energy effectively. Wind of Extremity, setting sun's radiance. In the sky, Nalan Yanran swung her longsword fiercely, her voice ringing out, and the terrifying energy erupted forth. The fierce sword aura slicing towards Xiao Yan like a judgment from the heavens. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled, his eyes narrowing, and after a brief moment, they widened in realization. Instantly, A powerful aura akin to a six-star great fighter erupted from him. He gently stepped forward, shattering the stone pavement into countless fragments. At this moment, Xiao Yin resembled a cold glimmer of light barely revealed from a scabbard, his imposing presence rendering the onlookers unable to meet his gaze. He grasped the enormous ruler with both hands, an invisible flame gradually enveloping it. Suddenly, strange patterns on the ruler emitted a fiery crimson glow. Huh, Xiao Yin uttered softly, his toes lightly tapping the ground, his body spinning mid-air. The radiance upon the ruler intensified, culminating in a singular point. Flame-splitting wave ruler. A sound akin to a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat that transformed into a colossal beam of light hurtling towards Nalan Yinran. Upon witnessing Xiao Yin unleash that ethereal flame, Nalan Yinran was momentarily rendered speechless. This flame was undeniably familiar to her. She had seen it several times in her grandfather's chamber and had encountered it once more at the Alchemist Conference. Yet, the individual wielding that flame was unmistakably a person named Yin Xiao. So how could it possibly be Xiao Yin? Yin Xiao. Xiao Yin. Yin Xiao. Xiao Yin. A soft murmur escaped her lips as Nalan Yinran suddenly grasped many truths in that instant, her expression shifting continuously. The once composed features of her delicate face now paling considerably. Meanwhile, atop the massive tree, Nalan Jia and Nalan Su were equally taken aback. Fa Ma, Jiao Lao, and others gazed at Xiao Yu with parched mouths. If the Xiao Yin below was indeed Yin Xiao, did that not imply that these two brothers were not merely fellow disciples, but rather blood relatives? Even more alarming was the realization that these two siblings possessed unparalleled alchemical skills among the younger generation, rivaling even the esteemed alchemists of the previous era. Fa Ma sighed, remarking on the remarkable prowess of these two brothers, whose alchemical talents were astonishingly formidable, complemented by an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. Observing his father's somewhat gloomy countenance, Nalan Su found himself at a loss for words, for this was ultimately his daughter's choice. No matter how much regret lingered, it was a burden they would have to bear silently. Beside them, Muchun was momentarily dazed before casting a somewhat mocking glance towards Nalan Su and the others. It was indeed lamentable to witness such towering figures of the Nalan family being allowed to slip away so easily. Nalan Yinran quickly regained her composure, her jade-like hand attempting to retrieve the descending sword of light. Yet, the overwhelming swords that surged towards Xiao Yin could not be recalled, no matter her efforts. The terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Yan's flame-severing wave was equally formidable, as the twin beams of azure and crimson met in midair. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of Yunlan Mountain, unleashing an incredibly fierce gale across the expansive plaza, where numerous wind blades whirled about, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening roars. The dreadful energy erupted at the epicenter of their clash, distorting the surrounding air as it blurred the very atmosphere. This tremendous commotion attracted the attention of Yun Shan, who was cultivating on the back mountain. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "What on earth has transpired at Yunlan Mountain?" Buzz! A soft sound echoed, as ripples surged through the surrounding space, causing Yun Shan's figure to vanish from sight. In an instant, the multitude of disciples seated around the plaza conjured a defensive barrier, but the immense shockwave surged towards their protective shield. However, this seemingly fragile barrier was obliterated by the onslaught of energy, causing several disciples to cough up blood. Yun frowned slightly, her voice icy as she commanded, "Elders, reinforce the defensive barrier." Yes, as the elders clad in white on the high platform responded in unison. The remaining disciples of the Yunlan sect began to channel their do qi. Waves of vibrant energy surged forth from their bodies, conjuring a formidable protective barrier that enveloped the center of the square. Another wave of energy struck, rippling through the luminous shield before fading into silence. The tumultuous battle above came to an abrupt conclusion, with Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran landing simultaneously in the square's center. However, Nalan Yinran now possessed no strength to resist. While Xiao Yan's palm hovered before her, a fierce energy crashing down upon her chest. A muffled groan, tinged with agony, escaped Nalan Yinran's throat, and a trickle of blood graced her lips. Yet, in her beautiful eyes, a complexity of emotions flickered as she gazed upon Xiao Yin, devoid of the youthful disdain she once bore. In that moment, The arena fell into a profound silence. Yun, observing the conclusion of this battle, sighed softly. Realizing she had misjudged the situation, Xiao Yan's prowess far surpassed that of Nalan Yinran, rendering her defeat inevitable. Cloudlung's countenance darkened slightly. The esteemed vice-master of the Yunlan sect had succumbed to a mere individual from a small town's Xiao family. How would this tarnish the sect's reputation? At that moment, Yun rose and addressed Xiao Yan, stating, "The 3-year agreement has come to an end. Xiao Yan, all grievances between you and Yinran are hereby resolved. The Yunlan sect welcomes you to engage in combat technique exchanges and training at any time." Xiao Yan smiled gently, producing the marriage contract, which he set ablaze with an ethereal flame, turning to Yun and saying, "I appreciate your kind offer, Sect Master Yun." He then called out to Xiao Yu, perched atop the great tree, "Brother Yu, my matters are concluded. You may descend to address yours." His somewhat abrupt exclamation drew the gaze of all present toward Xiao Yu, who, undaunted, smiled faintly. With a flourish of his purple cloud wings, he gracefully leaped from the tree and landed effortlessly beside Xiao Yan. Observing the wounded Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yu nodded slightly and remarked, "There is no need for us to engage in a duel, as we hold no animosity towards one another." Nalan Yinran cast a bittersweet glance at Xiao Yu and replied softly, "From your performance at the Alchemist Conference, I knew your strength was formidable. Now that I am injured, I have no desire to humiliate myself further." Xiao Yu comprehended her sentiments. At this juncture, their past grievances had truly come to an end, leaving only the matters between him and Yun. Nalan Yinran then inquired, "I have heard from Xiao Yan that you have other business here at the Yunlan sect?" In response to her question, Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards Yun on the high platform, who appeared somewhat flustered under the scrutiny of countless eyes, and gently asked, Yun, do you not intend to say anything?" Caught in the spotlight, Yun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, beside Yun, the space rippled, and a white figure emerged, none other than Yun Shan, who had hurried from the back mountain. With a slight furrow in his brow, Yun Shan surveyed the surroundings. The once pristine and orderly bluestone floor of the expansive square seemed to have been turned upside down. After taking a sweeping glance, Yun Shan's gaze settled upon Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu at the center of the arena. Upon seeing Yun Shan, Xiao Yu's pupils constricted slightly. This old man had clandestinely colluded with the Soul Palace, harboring sinister intentions. He could not allow Yun and the child to remain in the Yunlan sect. His purpose for coming was solely to take Yun away from the sect. This matter had to be addressed openly, otherwise, he feared that Yun would not depart from the Yunlan sect willingly. Xiao Yu gazed at the graceful figure on the high platform, took a deep breath, and quietly murmured an apology before speaking with conviction. Yun, I have come to take you away from here, along with the child." Although Xiao Yu's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the expressions of all the elders of the Yunlan sect on the stone platform changed dramatically, and Yun Shan's countenance gradually darkened. He had not anticipated that the child belonged to Yun, nor could he fathom how Xiao Yu had come to know of this matter and had the audacity to declare it here. Standing beside Xiao Yu, Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yan looked at him in astonishment, while Yun on the high platform turned pale, her voice trembling as she asked, "How did you come to know?" Chapter 150. Using another card again. Boom. The dialogue between Yun and Xiao Yu reverberated through the hearts of all present like a thunderclap, truly astonishing. Standing beside Yun, Gui looked at her in disbelief and asked, "You have a child?" However, Yun was preoccupied and had no time to respond. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Yu in the square. Xiao Yu spoke gently, "I have my methods. I have come today to take you and your child away." Silence. Yun Shan's voice boomed coldly, and a violent aura surged forth, causing those present to struggle to breathe. Xiao Yu too felt the pressure emanating from Yun Shan, but to him, it was of little consequence. At the top of the giant tree, Jia Lao, Fa Ma, and others exchanged glances, and Hai Bo Dong sighed. "This little fellow is truly remarkable." Words failed Hai Bo Dong in his attempt to describe Xiao Yu, who had secretly fathered a child with the Cloud Mist sect's leader. This was a Do Huang. Even Hai Bo Dong himself, when encountering Yun, could not claim he would defeat her without question, let alone approach her. Yet here was Xiao Yu, who, at most, was merely a Do Ling. If one were to consider the timeline, he might have still been a Do Shi back then. And yet he had managed to subdue a Do Huang like Yin Yun. It was not only Hai Bo Dong who was baffled. Jiao Lao, Fa Ma, Nailan Jia, Mu Chun, and others were equally perplexed. Meanwhile, on another giant tree, Ting Shan cast a glance at Yafei, who smiled back at him lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, deep within her heart, a tinge of jealousy simmered. How could he, so young, have had a child with Yin Yun? No, I cannot afford to lag behind. Yafei glanced at her own alluring figure, feeling a bit competitive, secretly contemplating how to win Xiao Yu's affections. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, if he were aware of Yafei's thoughts, he would likely faint from the absurdity of it all. Was this truly a matter of competition? What? Does the old sect leader of Yin Shan wish to break up a couple? Xiao Yu squinted at Yin Shan. Break up a couple. Yin Shan's anger flared as he glared at the young man before him, his impulse to swat him down palpable. Beside them, Yun Yun felt a flush of crimson rise to her pale cheeks upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. She cast a discreet glare at him, which Xiao Yu noticed along with the murderous intent in Yun Shan's eyes. He felt an urgency to not leave Yun Yun and their child here, lest they be coerced by this old man into a marriage with Gu He. Yun Shan sneered. Break up a couple? What nonsense is this? Yun Yun is the 9th generation leader of the Cloud Mist sect. What ties do you have with her? What relevance does it hold for you? With a calm smile, Xiao Yu replied, simply put, I am her man, and I am the father of her child. What do you think of that connection? Yun Shan was momentarily speechless and could only turn to Yun Yun, saying, Yin heir, you must resolve this matter yourself. However, remember your identity. Yun Yun's rosy lips parted slightly, but she was at a loss for words, merely responding, Yes, master. Yun Yun bit her lip gently, unfurling her wings as she leaped down from the high platform, landing before Xiao Yu. After more than a year, she was once again so close to him. I cannot leave the Cloud Mist sect. If you wish to see the child, you are welcome to come anytime. I shall not hinder you. How does that sound? Yin Yun spoke softly, gazing at Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu shook his head adamantly, declaring, No, you must come with me today. I will take the child as well. If Cloud Mountain does not permit it, I shall dismantle this Cloud Mist sect. A mocking laugh echoed from above. It was Yun Ling, standing on the stone seat of the high platform. Xiao Yu cast a frosty glare at Yun Ling, warning, You'd best remain where you are, old dog. Otherwise, even Cloud Mountain cannot protect you. Preposterous. Yun Ling bellowed, his face flushed with rage, his eyes narrowing fiercely at Xiao Yu, his energy surging as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Enough. Yun Ling, this matter does not concern you. Yun Yun interjected sharply, her gaze icy as she directed a glance at Yun Ling. Though anger stirred within him, Yun Ling dared not confront her directly, merely snorting in response, his energy gradually dissipating. Yun Yun's expression grew increasingly frigid as she addressed Xiao Yu. The child and I are of no concern to you. If you refuse to accept my terms, then you may leave the Cloud Mist sect alone. Xiao Yu could not help but laugh in disbelief at Yun Yun's words. In the original tale, she was a staunch supporter of the Cloud Mist sect, and now this loyalty manifested in her own predicament. He retorted coldly, The child is not solely yours. If you choose not to leave, the child must come with me. In his heart, Xiao Yu mused, how could she, as a mother, bear to part with her child? Yet, he overlooked the fact that a mother would never willingly relinquish her offspring. Yin Yun replied icily, I will never entrust the child to you. Depart now, the Cloud Mist sect is secure, and the child shall remain with me. You need not worry. Utter nonsense. If your Cloud Mist sect is safe, then there is no place in this world that is unsafe. Xiao Yu exploded in anger, cursing loudly. His words caused the countenance of all present from the Cloud Mist sect to change dramatically. Cloud Mountain's icy gaze fell upon him as he stated coolly, Since Yun'er refuses to leave with you, you should no longer linger in the Cloud Mist sect. Depart now. Should you return again, you shall not be allowed to leave. With a murderous intent and a fierce gaze, Xiao Yu glared at Cloud Mountain, coldly retorting, Old man, it seems you have lived far too long if you dare to threaten me. As his words hung in the air, the elders of the Cloud Mist sect erupted in outrage. How dare you insult our esteemed sect's former leader? Yun Yun's expression shifted slightly, a mix of concern and reproach flashing in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yu and shook her head, signaling him to cease his words. Meanwhile, Cloud Mountain's aura surged, a terrifying energy radiating outward, his presence hovering ominously in the air, displaying the undeniable might of a Do Zone. Far away, Hai Buodong and his companions felt a slight heaviness in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Jia Lao and Fa Ma exchanged solemn glances as they observed Yunshan. Jia Lao spoke gravely. It appears that Yunshan has indeed transcended to the Do Zone level. This complicates matters considerably. Fa Ma concurred. It seems that the strength of Yunlan's sect is poised to ascend to new heights. Xiao Yu, disregarding Yunshan hovering in the air, focused intently on Yun, demanding, "Will you come with me or not?" Gazing into Xiao Yu's steadfast and hopeful eyes, Yun steeled herself and replied, as the leader of Yunlan's sect, "I cannot abandon this place." Upon hearing Yun's response, Xiao Yu exhaled softly, inwardly cursing the foolish woman, and remarked with indifference, "You leave me no choice." The onlookers regarded Xiao Yu with confusion as Yunshan's palm began to condense green do qi into a blade of wind, coldly declaring, "If you do not wish to depart, then you shall remain." Unexpectedly, Yun stepped in front of Xiao Yu, pleading with Yunshan, "Master, I will persuade Xiao Yu to leave. Please do not take action." At this moment, Yunshan genuinely contemplated striking Xiao Yu down. It was evident that taking the child was out of the question, yet with Yun interceding, he found it difficult to act. He looked at her and urged, "Hurry. If this continues, we shall lose all face for Yunlan's sect." Yun quickly nodded, about to turn when an overwhelming surge of power emanated from Xiao Yu. He had discreetly shattered the card that augmented his cultivation. Even with the consumption of such a card, he was determined to take Yun and the child away with him. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "No way, he's pulling this stunt again?" Chapter 151. Seeking Death. Jiao Lao and Fama exchanged curious glances at Haibodong. Jiao Lao, gazing at Haibodong, inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Does this little fellow harbor some unusual aura?" Fama, equally intrigued, looked towards Haibodong, who offered a wry smile in response. "This is a secret technique mastered by the young one. Shortly, you shall witness the terrifying nature of this art." Though Jiao Lao and Fama felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the half-explanation provided by Haibodong, they had little recourse and turned their attention back to the square. On the high platform, Yunshan sensed the gradually rising momentum emanating from Xiao Yu, and a sense of threat surged within him. He promptly shook his head, muttering to himself, "What a fool I am, merely a doling. Even if his talent is extraordinary, can it surpass my own?" Nearby, Yun, Xiao Yan, and Nailin Yinran furrowed their brows as they observed Xiao Yu. In the blink of an eye, the aura irradiating from Xiao Yu surged, breaking through the doling realm, and the overwhelming presence of a Do Wang bore down upon them. Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped Xiao Yu's arm, exclaiming urgently, "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Xiao Yan, equally concerned, urged, "You, cease this reckless pursuit of power. Such a hasty elevation will only undermine your foundational cultivation." Xiao Yu, gazing at Yun's exquisite face, declared, "You must accompany me today. Bring the child. I shall spare some respect for the Yunlan sect. Otherwise, that old wretch Yunshan cannot hinder me." Upon hearing Xiao Yu call him an old wretch once more, Yunshan's indifferent demeanor darkened, and he admonished sternly, "You dare to insult me repeatedly." Believing Yunshan to be easy prey, elders of the Yunlan sect seized Xiao Yu. Yun's expression altered, and she sharply commanded the elders poised to act, "Hold on." The elders hesitated, caught in a dilemma of whether to intervene or not, their gazes shifting to the high platform where the old sect master, Yunshan, stood. Yunshan, with a furrowed brow, questioned Yunner, "What are you doing?" Before she could respond, Xiao Yu's aura transformed once more, unleashing an even more formidable pressure that enveloped the entire arena, leaving all present in utter shock. Do Huang, how is this possible?" The disciples of the Yunlan sect murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with dread as they witnessed the transformation of a doling into a Do Huang within mere moments. Yunshan's brow furrowed deeper, a sense of impending danger washing over him. He resolved to act without delay, commanding, "Elders of the Yunlan sect, join me in subduing this Xiao Yu." "Yes." The elders on the high platform responded in unison, with Yunling exhibiting the most enthusiasm. Previously restrained by Yun's authority, now that the old sect master was actively engaged, even Yun would dare not voice further objections. Xiao Yu's pale red fighting spirit surged forth, and as he observed several elders of the Yunlan sect advancing towards him, a disdainful smile graced his lips. Yinshan, is your true nature finally revealed? Do you dare to present mere Do Huang and Do Ling? As his words echoed, Xiao Yu's Do Huang aura soared to its zenith. The elder atop the giant tree, Jiao Lao, expressed his astonishment. What kind of secret method is this? How could it elevate Xiao Yu's strength to such heights? Ma concurred. This secret technique is indeed formidable, yet the cost must be steep. I wonder what drives Xiao Yu to expend such tremendous effort against the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong mused inwardly, just the pinnacle of Do Huang. Last time, Xiao Yu's ascension reached Do Zong level. Surely, this time he must at least attain Do Zong. It seems the Yunlan sect is in for a calamity. With a swift stomp, Xiao Yu seized Yun Yun's jade hand, propelling himself towards the incoming elders. The elders unleashed their varied colored fighting spirits, forming seals as they chanted in unison, Yunlan Mist Formation. A peculiar colored light shield surged toward Xiao Yu, accompanied by a barrage of stone swords forged from condensed fighting energy, aimed ruthlessly at him. The elders of the Yunlan sect are not so impressive after all. Yinshan, I believe you should come forth yourself. Xiao Yu's hands erupted with tendrils of azure fighting spirit, entwined with flickering flames. Two colossal fist imprints thundered forth from his palms, crashing down upon the luminous barrier. Crack! In an instant, the barrier shattered, and the first to bear the brunt, Yun Ling, along with the newly promoted Yun Sheng, Yun Lei, and Yun Mu, were violently propelled back, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. These elders of the Yunlan sect were rendered utterly incapable of combat. At that very moment, Xiao Yu's power escalated to yet another tier, and with the system's notification, he ascended directly to a 3-star Do Zong. The Yunlan Mist Formation, conjured by numerous elders, was obliterated in a single encounter, leaving the 10 or so elders who had participated in its formation injured to varying degrees and devoid of combat capability. Before Yinshan could retaliate, he beheld the anguished expressions of these elders, his cold gaze shifting towards Xiao Yu, who stood suspended in the air. His pupils constricted in disbelief. This is impossible. To stand in the air is a feat only achievable by Do Zong experts. How could this young rascal possess such power? Xiao Yu slowly rotated his neck, a magnificent aura akin to a waking dragon emanating from him, enveloping the surroundings. Every disciple of the Yunlan sect felt an involuntary awe arise within them, a reverence that only the weak hold for the strong. The might of Do Zong truly captivates. No wonder one would risk so much to conspire with the Soul Palace. Though Xiao Yu's voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present in the square. However, this group of individuals had never heard of the Soul Palace, while those on the side of the Great Tree, including Jiao Lao, Fa Ma, and Hai Bodong, had grasped the crux of the matter. The Soul Palace possessed the terrifying ability to enable Yun Shan to transcend the barrier of Do Huang and reach the realm of Do Zong. How fearsome that is! The tone of the medicinal elder within Xiao Yan's ring suddenly shifted as he exclaimed, Soul Palace? No wonder. No wonder I felt a familiar aura emanating from Yun Shan. So it is thus. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Yan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Master, what is the Soul Palace? With a hint of disdain in his voice, the elder replied, The Soul Palace is a nefarious force that employs all means at its disposal. I shall explain further when time permits. But for now, you must understand that the Soul Palace wields immense power, and should we cross paths, it shall be a matter of life and death. Is it that grave? Xiao Yan could not help but express his astonishment. Perhaps even more dire than that. Just remember this. If you encounter anyone from the Soul Palace, kill them if you have the strength, and flee if you do not. Distance yourself as far as possible. The elder spoke with gravity. Though Xiao Yan did not comprehend why the elder harbored such trepidation towards the Soul Palace, he began to take it seriously at that moment and committed the name to memory. Meanwhile, Yun Shan, standing opposite Xiao Yu, turned pale upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. He never anticipated that his meticulously concealed actions would be known to Xiao Yu. Even the strengthened Yun Sheng and the others were unaware of the Soul Palace's existence. Xiao Yu regarded the visibly shaken Yun Shan with indifference, slowly closing his eyes. At this moment, he could utilize the faint connection of their bloodline to locate his child's whereabouts. A formidable mental force surged forth like a tidal wave, meticulously searching for his child's figure. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes snapped open, a terrifying murderous intent surging within them as he coldly declared, Wu Ying, you seek death. Chapter 152. United forces. Before the echo of Xiao Yu's voice faded, he had already vanished from his location, his speed so remarkable that it caused ripples in the surrounding space. The onlookers were left bewildered, yet Yunshan furrowed his brow and swiftly pursued Xiao Yu's direction. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from a mountain peak on the back mountain of Yunlan's sect. The towering peak, appearing as though it had been cleaved in two, suddenly collapsed, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Yun, still on the square, paled at the sight. Her wings fluttered slightly as she propelled herself toward the back mountain. Countless disciples of Yunlan's sect turned ashen, while those perched upon the giant trees who had come to witness the spectacle gazed in terror at the fallen peak, their hearts racing with the realization, is this the power of the Dozong? Yunshan, soaring through the sky, wore an expression of dismay. The shattered peak had been his usual retreat for seclusion, and now it lay in ruins with a single strike from Xiao Yu. Such formidable might compelled him to accept that Xiao Yu had indeed attained the realm of Dozong. As the dust began to settle, Xiao Yu's grim visage fixated upon a swirling mass of black fog, within which lay an infant still in swaddling clothes. Xiao Yu hissed, "Wu-ing, hand over the child." Yun, hastily arriving on the scene, nearly fainted at the sight. The chilling aura emanating from the black mist caused even her, a Do Huang, to feel a sense of trepidation, let alone a newborn child. A sinister chuckle resonated from the black fog. The child? Huh. How naive of you to think I would relinquish such a tantalizing soul. Although Wu-ing was somewhat taken aback that Xiao Yu could so easily identify him, he was indifferent to the revelation. He was determined to seize the child's soul. Meanwhile, Yunshan's expression wavered between uncertainty and conflict. His position was precarious. Siding with Wu-ing would announce to everyone that he had allied with the Soul Palace, while aligning with Xiao Yu was equally untenable. Yun, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the child in Wu-ying's grasp, struggled to maintain her composure in the void. Nearly pleading, she implored Wu-ing, "I care not who you are or what you desire. Just return the child to me, and I will grant you anything you wish." Wu-ing coldly replied, "Anything? Though your soul is indeed powerful, it pales in comparison to the child's. Spare yourself the effort." He then addressed Yunshan, "Do not feign compassion from your perch. Assist me in restraining him, and I promise to help you break through to the 8-star Dozong. Should you serve the Soul Palace, the realm of Dozun could very well be within your grasp." The words of the hawk prompted the attention of all present to shift towards Yunshan. Though they were unaware of the nature of the dark mist, the aura it exuded instilled a sense of revulsion and a chilling dread that resonated deep within their souls, making it evident that this black fog was anything but ordinary. Yunshan's countenance darkened considerably, yet upon hearing the promise of an 8-star Dozong, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. When he learned of the Dozun realm, his breath grew noticeably heavier. Undoubtedly, such a temptation stirred genuine desire within him. After all, the Dozun realm was a pinnacle of power. If he could ascend to that level, would he not be able to traverse the northwestern continent at will? What need would the Yunlan sect have to remain in this minuscule territory of the Gamma Empire? Perhaps dominating the entire northwestern continent would merely be a matter of time. And in that moment, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the founder of the Yunlan sect. Such glory was irresistible to Yunshan. The arriving Jia Lao whispered to Hai Buodong beside him, "Who is this person?" Hai Buodong merely shook his head, replying, "I do not know. But this overwhelming aura suggests he is likely another Dozong." Fa Ma's expression grew grave as he remarked, "This dark mist casually claims to be a Dozong and promises Yunshan the chance to reach such a realm. The magnitude of this power could potentially disrupt the Gamma Empire with a mere flick of its wrist." Xiao Yu's eyes reflected a terrifying killing intent, and a torrent of do qi surged from his body as he propelled himself towards the hawk without uttering a single word. The pale blue wind attribute do qi enveloped his feet, and with the strength of a Dozong, Xiao Yu's speed reached an unparalleled level. Buzz! As Xiao Yu's figure vanished, the surrounding space was torn apart, revealing a gaping rift as the void of blackness appeared akin to a monstrous maw, causing all onlookers to feel a pang of trepidation. Yet Fa Ma's focus lay elsewhere. His formidable mental energy immediately sensed the moment Xiao Yu disappeared. He gasped, "Was that wind attribute energy? How is this possible?" The others, including Jia Lao, turned their gazes towards Fa Ma, their brows furrowed in curiosity. What did you just say? Fa Lao? Fa Ma remained in shock, staring at the spot where Xiao Yu had vanished, murmuring, the do qi Xiao Yu utilized was clearly wind attribute. Yet he is an alchemist. It is well known on the do qi continent that every practitioner possesses only a single cultivation attribute, while alchemists are somewhat unique, containing a trace of wood attribute within their fire attribute do qi. However, the emergence of a third attribute is utterly inconceivable. Jiao Lao interjected, Fa Lao. Could you have mistaken it? Impossible. Fa Ma insisted, though he too found it hard to believe, yet he trusted his own mental acuity. The expressions of the crowd were complex, holding a stance of skepticism, as they deemed such an improbable occurrence inconclusive until they witnessed it with their own eyes. Yet the Falcon of the Black Mist underwent a drastic change in expression. With his formidable prowess, he sensed the terrifying speed of Xiao Yu. In an instant, Xiao Yu appeared before him, one hand raised in a fist while the other reached toward the child. How dare a mere 3-star Do Zong be so audacious in my presence? The Falcon remained unperturbed. He had yet to regard the strength of a 3-star Do Zong as a threat. With a soft whoosh, a chain gleaming with a dark luster shot forth from an unexpected angle behind the Falcon, colliding fiercely with Xiao Yu's fist. At the same time, the Falcon retreated swiftly. However, under Xiao Yu's space-rending velocity, he could not shake him off. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu's left hand grasped the swaddling cloth. The impact of Xiao Yu's fist against the chain unleashed a terrifying force that severed the surrounding giant trees in half, compelling all who rushed to this location to unleash their do qi in a bid to withstand the onslaught. Wind/annihilation. A furious shout echoed as a massive azure sword, nearly a foot wide, materialized above Yunshan's head. With a change of hand seals, the sword spun wildly and hurtled toward Xiao Yu. In the blink of an eye, the azure sword severed the cloth that Xiao Yu had grasped. The Falcon, elated, directed several more chains toward Xiao Yu, forcing him to retract his hand. A blue-hued flame ignited in his palm, and with a sharp hiss, it transformed into serpentine fire, lunging toward the chains aimed at him. High above, Yin Yun's face turned pale as she watched Yun Shan's actions in disbelief, crying out, "Teacher, why must you do this?" Yet, Yin Shan did not glance back. With a slight movement, he condensed his azure do qi into a long sword and charged directly at Xiao Yu. The battle between the Do Zongs erupted in a thunderous clash. Xiao Yu, standing alone against two sects, remained undaunted. "Falcon, Yin Shan, today you shall both meet your demise." Xiao Yu's words, laden with intense murderous intent, sent a chill down the spines of both the Falcon and Yun Shan. Chapter 153. The battle of master and apprentice in the fierce clash between the Do Zong levels. Even the formidable Do Huang experts, including Hai Bo Dong, found themselves powerless to intervene, relegated to mere spectators from afar. Nailin Yinran, filled with a pang of sympathy, assisted Yun Yun to a vantage point atop a colossal tree, from where the unfolding battle was laid bare before them. Xiao Yin furrowed his brow as he observed the distant fray, whispering to Yao Lao, "Master, is there any way you can assist Brother Yu?" Yao Lao sighed. "I fear I am also at a loss. With my current spiritual power, even by borrowing your body, I can only reach the level of Do Huang, far from the might of a Do Zong." Xiao Yan's expression dimmed slightly, and he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yu. In such a precarious situation, it seemed that only Xiao Yu could resolve the crisis himself. Ignoring the advancing Yin Shan, Xiao Yu pressed onward towards the direction of Wu Ying, his hand wielding the azure heart fire like a serpent, relentlessly targeting Wu Ying. The formidable strength of the compelled Wu Ying to treat the situation with utmost caution. The pitch-black chains were inscribed with esoteric runes, effective only against spiritual entities, offering little to those of mortal flesh. Yun Shan, brandishing a longsword, unleashed a torrent of azure sword energy across the battlefield. Xiao Yu cast a cold glance at Yun Shan, his fingers emanating a ghostly light as he pointed subtly in Yun Shan's direction. Wind Demon Nine Fingers. A beam of spectral light shot forth towards Yun Shan, a wave of deathly aura causing him to feel a shiver of impending doom. With his azure sword raised defensively, the spectral light collided with it. Boom. The impact echoed with a subdued sound, lacking the ferocity one might expect. In the aftermath, Yun Shan's longsword was shattered, his countenance shifting dramatically. As the spectral light surged forth unabated, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening thud, A gaping wound erupted from his chest, disrupting his breath in an instant. Blood trickled from the corner of Yunshan's mouth as he gazed incredulously at the shattered sword in his hand, unable to fathom that he could not withstand even a single strike from Xiao Yu. The onlookers were equally astonished. Xiao Yu's single blow had caused such a formidable Dozong expert to bleed. Had it been any of them, they would surely have perished under such an assault. Jia Lao and Fa Ma exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity and bitterness reflected in their eyes. Having dispatched Yunshan, Xiao Yu turned his attention once more to Wu Ying. With a slight motion of his hand, the chains imbued with dark light lunged forward like a venomous serpent. Maintaining a terrifying speed, Xiao Yu's palm shot towards Wu Ying. In the heavens above, explosions resonated relentlessly. Though Wu Ying possessed slightly greater strength than Xiao Yu, he was burdened by the child in his arms, rendering him unable to strike, turning the child into a liability in this dire moment. As the chains unleashed by the Eagle of Desolation surged forth, they once again repelled Xiao Yu. Seizing the opportunity, the eagle darted towards Yunshan and, in a fleeting moment, entrusted the child to him, declaring, "Later, return the child to me, and I shall impart to you the latter half of the Soul Clan's secret techniques." With that, the eagle pivoted and charged back into battle against Xiao Yu, a humanoid figure gradually materializing from the swirling black mist around him. A more formidable power emanated from his being, his eyes glowing with a crimson light as he coldly proclaimed, "Now, I shall truly engage you." The chains extending from his back clattered ominously, and the eagle's speed intensified once more. However, Xiao Yu's singular focus was to reclaim the child. Observing the approaching eagle, Xiao Yu deftly maneuvered around him, his arms sweeping outwards as two flames, one azure and the other white, erupted from either side of his body, tracing a stunning arc across the sky. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the ring of Xiao Yan's, exclaiming, "Is that the bone spirit cold fire?" Fa Ma's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in horror, "Another type of?" Meanwhile, Gu Yi, among the distant elders of the Yunlan sect, recognized the surging white flames emanating from Xiao Yu and gasped, "It's that person." The nearby elders furrowed their brows and inquired of Gu Yi, "What do you mean?" With a trembling voice, Gu Yi responded, "The Dozong who appeared in Yin City is none other than Xiao Yu." The elders of the Yunlan sect had long been aware of the emergence of a Dozong from the Mo clan in Yin City. Yet the gravity of the matter had deterred them from further investigation. They had not anticipated that the very person embroiled in conflict with their old patriarch was Xiao Yu. A sense of helplessness washed over them regarding the Mo clan's affairs. Supported by Nalan Yin Ran, Yun Yun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon seeing the child cradled in Yun Shan's arms. With her wings unfurling slightly, she soared towards him. In an instant, she stood before Yun Shan, softly imploring, "Master, please give me the child." Though her visage bore a hint of sorrow, her gaze remained resolute. At that moment, Yun Shan was utterly entranced, coldly regarding Yun Yun as he said, "Yunner, consider aiding me. My ascension to the Dozong realm has been arduous. Hand the child over to me, and once I achieve a higher realm, I shall fulfill any of your requests. That is my child, not a mere commodity for trade. Return the child to me." Yun Yun howled in a frenzy, her previously tranquil demeanor shattered in the presence of her child. For a mother, her child is her very essence. Yun Shan's eyes flickered with a chilling light, yet he still withheld the child from her. In that moment, Yun Yun's frailty vanished, and she uttered coldly, "Master, this is the last time I shall address you as such. Return the child to me, or do not blame me for taking action." Yun Yun's eyes brimmed with compassion as she gazed at the child cradled in Yun Shan's arms. The child's face, as pure as jade, appeared to be in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the fact that her parents were fiercely battling for her at that very moment. High above, Xiao Yu and Wu Ying were locked in a relentless struggle. The more they fought, the more astonished Wu Ying became. Despite Xiao Yu emanating the aura of a 3-star Dozong, he showed no signs of yielding in their confrontation. Moreover, the chilling white in Xiao Yu's possession proved to be far more formidable than the previous blue flames, causing Wu Ying to suffer several covert setbacks. Energy ripples erupted in the air, and the overwhelming pressure compelled all onlookers to gaze in awe at the contrasting figures of black and white colliding repeatedly. Yunshan scoffed, "Yun Yun, do not forget that all your combat skills were bestowed upon you by your master. Everything you possess originates from the Yunlan sect, and I have raised you. Do you now wish to challenge me? With her beautiful eyes partially closed, Yun spoke with evident anguish. I hold you in high regard and am willing to protect the Yunlan sect, yet none of this justifies harming my child. If you refuse to relent, then so be it. Upon finishing her words, a surge of azure do qi erupted from her body, and a long azure sword manifested in her grasp, transforming into a streak of blue light as it rushed toward Yunshan. Presumptuous, even wounded, I am not to be trifled with by a mere Do Huang. A glimmer of fury flashed in Yunshan's eyes as he summoned another azure sword with his other hand. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself towards Yun with tremendous force. Onlookers were left in stunned silence as the battle between the 8th and 9th generation leaders of the Yunlan sect unfolded high above. Chapter 154. The Battle of the Four Emperors. The disciples of the Yunlan sect gazed up at the tumultuous sky, bewildered and perplexed as the two generations of sect leaders clashed in fierce combat. Yun and Yunshan's techniques and movements originated from the same source, yet Yun, though formidable, was at a disadvantage due to her lower cultivation level. However, with Yunshan injured and his power diminished, coupled with Yun's desperate desire to rescue her child, the battle raged on without a clear victor. Yun, for the sake of our past as master and disciple, cease your attacks now, and I shall spare your life. Yunshan's cold visage bore down on Yun as he roared, his voice echoing with authority. Return my child to me. Yun responded, her focus unwavering, consumed entirely by her maternal instincts, disregarding Yunshan's admonitions. Yunshan's expression darkened further. He effortlessly parried Yun's strike and sneered, Yun, for all these years, you have been my pride. Yet now, you dare to raise your hand against me. Today, I shall demonstrate that all your efforts are futile before me. As Yunshan's chilling laughter reverberated through the air, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings. A fearsome pressure surged forth from his being, momentarily paling his complexion before a peculiar flush of vitality overtook him. Under the weight of Yunshan's formidable presence, the assembled powerful figures were startled to find their own energies becoming sluggish, hindered by the overwhelming pressure. It was evident that Yunshan had invoked a secret technique, elevating his power to its zenith. Though affected, Yun summoned her strength and cried out, "Whirlwind dance." Before her, the air shimmered as a multitude of azure wind blades, each spanning several meters, manifested and spiraled toward Yunshan with ferocity. Yunshan's eyes glinted with cold determination. The azure sword in his hand vanished in an instant, and with a mere gesture, he unleashed a tempest that coalesced into a colossal, deep azure wind wall, stretching nearly across the sky. As the wind blades collided with the wind wall, they were obliterated, scattering like leaves in a storm. The onlookers gasped in horror, instinctively channeling their energies to shield themselves from the barrage of flying blades. Fortunately, the less experienced disciples of the Yunlan sect had kept their distance, or the casualties would have been catastrophic. The likes of Nalan Jie, Mu Chun, and Tung Shan managed to ward off the wind blades with relative ease. Yet the sheer intensity of Yun's attack was undeniably terrifying. As they gazed up, they were taken aback to see the deep azure wind wall still standing resolute in the sky, its color merely diminished. Is this the power of a Dozong? Yun's prowess is already at the pinnacle of 4 stars, yet even such a young Do Huang cannot harm Yunshan. Nalan Jie sighed deeply, reflecting on the gravity of their situation. Standing beside them, Mu Chun and Tung Shan wore equally grim expressions. The power of a 4-star Do Huang was nothing in Yunshan's eyes, so one could only imagine the insignificance of their group of Do Huang. Jia Lao's brow furrowed deeply as he was about to inquire how Fa Ma and Hai Bo Dong perceived the situation when he suddenly felt an icy aura emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he noticed that the ice wings behind Hai Bo Dong had unfurled, and the cold do qi surging from within him caused the surrounding air temperature to drop several degrees. Hai Bo Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, gently clenching his right hand to summon a shimmering ice spear into his palm. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged forward. The sudden movement caught Jia Lao and Fa Ma off guard. By the time they reacted, Hai Bo Dong had already charged ahead toward the wind barrier. Countless massive wind spikes hovered around him, and with a slight wave of his hand, the ice spikes shot forth violently, crashing against the wind barrier with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the deep azure wind barrier shattered under Hai Bo Dong's assault, while the ice spikes disintegrated into powder. Yun Shan, observing the dissipating barrier, cast a solemn gaze toward Hai Bo Dong and coldly remarked, "Hai Bo Dong, do you also wish to meddle in the affairs of my Yunlan sect?" Hai Bo Dong replied with a nonchalant smile, "I share a friendship with Xiao Yu. Now that my friend is in trouble, I cannot stand idly by." Yun Shan sneered and retorted, "Very well, Hai Bo Dong. Once I free my hands, the Miter family should brace themselves for annihilation." Hai Bo Dong sensed the murderous intent radiating from Yun Shan, and his expression turned slightly grave. This old man was no ordinary 9-star Do Huang Peak like Jiaxing Tian. He had to treat him with utmost caution. At that moment, Yun stood beside Hai Bo Dong, looking at him with slight surprise as he arrived. Hai Bo Dong smiled gently. "I am here to assist that young rascal Xiao Yu. Let us join forces, for your strength is beyond what either of us can contend with alone." Yun inhaled deeply, a cold rush coursing through her chest, invigorating her spirit slightly. She addressed Hai Bo Dong. "Thank you, Hai Lao." Xiao Yu forcefully repelled Wu Ying with a punch and glanced toward Yun Shan's direction. Upon seeing Hai Bo Dong and Yun confronting Yun Shan together, he felt a slight sense of relief. At least he need not worry about Yun's safety. However, dividing his attention in battle was not a wise habit. A chilling voice whispered near his ear, and a fierce gust of wind surged toward him once more. Xiao Yu shifted his stance and engaged Wu Ying in combat again. Jia Lao and Fa Ma exchanged glances, Jia Lao's voice grave. With Yun Shan's recent rise in power, coupled with that mysterious force, the Yunlan sect has become more than just a ferocious tiger for the Jiama Empire to face. If we allow this to continue, the Jiama Empire may well be renamed the Yunlan Empire. I find myself quite conflicted. Fama furrowed his brow slightly. Casting a glance at the ancient river standing not far away, and inwardly sighed before finally speaking. "Ancient river, if the Alchemist Guild were to side with Xiao Yu, what would your choice be?" Upon hearing Fama's words, the crowd around them stirred, for such a candid inquiry was tantamount to openly declaring one's stance. All eyes turned to Ancient River, aware that should he represent the Yunlan sect, his influence as a sixth-grade alchemist would undoubtedly sway the current state of affairs. Lu Ling observed her teacher with some anxiety, as they all awaited Ancient River's response. With a somewhat complicated expression, Ancient River stated, "I shall not intervene in the grievances between Yunlan's sect and Xiao Yu." At this, Nalan Yinran and Lu Ling immediately felt a sense of relief, while Fama nodded affirmatively and remarked, "Regardless of the relationship between the Soul Palace and Yunlan's sect, we cannot allow the Soul Palace to wreak havoc in the Gamma Empire." "Old Jia, what say you?" Old Jia understood Fama's intentions and vigorously nodded, declaring, "Yunshan's malevolent intentions pose a grave threat to the Gamma royal family. Let us take action." As soon as the words left his lips, Old Jia and Fama surged forth like a flash of light towards Yunshan and Hai Bo Dong, entering the battlefield alongside Yun. "Haha, Hai Bo Dong, I have come to assist you." Old Jia bellowed with wild laughter, as the formidable power of the 9-star Do Emperor erupted suddenly in the sky. Fama, wielding a soft orange flame that danced around his emaciated palm, unleashed the overwhelming aura of a 7-star Do Emperor, following closely behind Old Jia. Chapter 155. Destruction. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies. "Karma will be repaid 100-fold for the shame you have brought upon the Yunlan sect today." However, this furious outcry was swiftly drowned out by the assaults of 4 Do Emperors, leaving Yunshan momentarily flustered amidst the relentless onslaught from Yun and her companions. With a venomous glare at the infant in his arms, Yunshan was momentarily tempted to end the child's life right then and there, but it remained merely a fleeting thought. Elder Jia scoffed, "Tend to your own matters. Those who commit injustices shall ultimately meet their demise." Upon hearing Elder Jia's words, Yunshan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, bolstered by his Dozong power, he began to maneuver more adeptly despite the 4 Do Emperor's relentless attacks. "Great grief, Tornado Hand!" he bellowed, slamming his palm down as an enormous hand of energy materialized, infused with a fierce, tempestuous wind, crashing down upon Elder Jia and the others. "Frost Shield, form," Hai Bodong commanded, as the energy before him surged and the surrounding moisture rapidly coalesced into a massive ice shield 10 meters wide, perfectly positioned to intercept the impending onslaught. Both Elder Jia and Fa Ma sprang into action to fortify their defenses. Boom! The colossal imprint of energy struck the frost shield, which only held for a brief moment before shattering into countless icy particles. Elder Jia and Fa Ma unleashed a wave of energy to counteract the force of the impact. Hai Buodong and his companions' efforts bought Yun Yun a precious moment. At that instant, Yun Yun darted from the side, her delicate hands reaching toward the child. A surge of energy erupted toward Yunshan's shoulder, causing his arm to tremble slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Yun pressed her palm against his arm. Bang! A powerful force propelled the infant from Yunshan's grasp, sending it plummeting from the sky. Yun Yun's pupils constricted as she spread her wings and surged toward the falling child. In response, Yunshan's expression shifted, and he stamped his foot, generating ripples that momentarily halted Elder Jia and the others in their tracks. Clearly, Yunshan's speed far surpassed that of Yun Yun, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the child's side. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had also taken notice, directing his finger toward Yunshan, causing the surrounding energy to surge violently as a dark beam pierced through space toward him. Yunshan retaliated with a flick of his finger, declaring, "Ultimate Wind, Meteoric Kill." A slender beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, causing the surrounding space to tremble and leaving a dark streak in its wake. As the two slender beams collided, a muffled sound echoed. Yunshan gazed in disbelief as his beam was pierced by the dark glow, which surged back toward him. In that instant, Yun Yun was closing in on the child. Xiao Yu observed that his wind demon 9 fingers had been evaded by Yunshan, and he felt no surprise. However, upon witnessing Yun Yun approach the child, he ceased his struggle with Wu Ying, launching another punch and using the recoil to rapidly retreat. Wu Ying, noticing the situation with Yunshan, cursed angrily, "Fool." He then pursued Xiao Yu, dark chains twisting ominously towards his back. Yet, Xiao Yu did not spare a glance, effortlessly dodging several chains with his profound agility. Xiao Yan implored, "Teacher, please assist Brother Yu." With a gentle sigh, Yao Lao acquiesced. Very well. Under Xiao Yan's guidance, Yao Lao's soul force swiftly took control of Xiao Yan's body, causing the aura within him to surge dramatically, emanating the oppressive presence of a peak do huang, startling all present. Xiao Yan's gaze was laden with the weight of years, resembling an elderly figure. Wings unfurled behind him. He took a slight flap, and with a sudden motion, his Xianzhong ruler struck towards Wu Ying, who was trailing Xiao Yu. Bang! The Xianzhong ruler collided heavily with the chains extended by Wu Ying, startling him into turning towards Xiao Yan. Upon sensing a familiar aura, he let out a sinister laugh. "Yao Chen, I never expected you to be hiding here. How amusing that you've emerged. Your narrow escape back then cost me considerable effort. Capturing you today would surely delight the palace master. You are but a creature lurking in the shadows. Back then, you conspired with Han Feng to strike against me. I have yet to settle that score with your soul palace." Yao Lao's gaze was cold, his words brimming with fury and intent to kill. "And what of it? Your disciple is quite perceptive, yet in your current state, you can only skulk in the dark. Furthermore, you dare to flaunt your mere peak do huang status?" Wu Ying retorted icily. "Let us see then." Yao Lao scoffed, charging directly at Wu Ying. After exchanging glances with his companions, the three surged forward, unleashing their ultimate do qi. Meanwhile, Yunshan's gaze darkened as he watched Yun Yun draw closer to the child. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, "Since you all covet this child so much, I shall destroy her." Extreme wind, falling kill. Yunshan's fingers erupted with a torrent of azure energy, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. A slender beam, imbued with a terrifying aura, pierced through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the child. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu roared in fury, "Old dog Yunshan, how dare you?" With a swift step, he tore through a spatial rift, arriving behind Yunshan in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, most of Yunshan's do qi had already flowed into the beam, leaving him unable to evade Xiao Yu's strike. Bang! Poof! The fist struck Yunshan's back, unleashing a terrifying force that caused him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning drastically. However, Xiao Yu was too distant from the child. Despite the urgency of the moment, he could only watch helplessly as the ray of light surged towards the innocent. Suddenly, Yun Yun, standing beside the child, gently pushed him aside and positioned her own body as a shield in front of him. With a soft thud, the beam pierced through Yun-Yun's chest. Crimson blood gushing from the wound, instantly staining her azure robe. Xiao Yu's heart shattered at the sight, and he cried out in anguish, "No!" In the next moment, he was at Yun-Yun's side, cradling both her and the child in his arms. "No!" he screamed in despair, feeling the life force within Yun-Yun gradually dissipating. As he watched blood continuously flow from her crimson lips, a wave of fear surged through him for the first time. His trembling hand wiped away the blood at the corner of Yun-Yun's mouth, and at that moment, a tear fell from Xiao Yu, landing on her exquisite cheek. Chapter 156. The Heart of Life. Yun-Yun gazed at Xiao Yu, who was weeping while holding her, a flicker of heartache reflected in her beautiful eyes. The intense pain rendered her complexion pale. Striving to reach out, Yun-Yun attempted to wipe away the tears streaming down Xiao Yu's face. In response, Xiao Yu fervently infused his fighting spirit into Yun-Yun, even channeling the life essence from the divine tree within him into her, yet all was futile. The life force within Yun-Yun continued to dissipate relentlessly. Unbeknownst to them, the child had awakened, their gemstone-like eyes observing the scene. Yun-Yun placed her hand on the child's delicate face and, with a trembling voice, implored Xiao Yu, "No, do not cry. Take care of the child. I have returned my life to the teacher and to the Yunwan sect. Thus, I bear no burdens any longer." Xiao Yu shook his head incessantly, tears cascading from his eyes. "You shall not die. I will surely save you. My alchemical skills are exceptional. I can save you. Listen to me." Yun-Yun's voice rose suddenly. Noticing Xiao Yu had fallen silent, she continued, "After I am gone, find a picturesque place. I believe the Beast Mountain range would be suitable. You may bury me there, and remember to bring the child to visit me often. There is little time left in this life to love you." Wait, before she could finish, blood welled at the corner of her mouth, interrupting her words, and her aura grew increasingly feeble. "In the next life, I will surely find you again and love you anew. This life is too short. I will make sure to find you sooner next time." As those words escaped her lips, the last vestige of life within Yun-Yun faded, her eyes dimming gradually. "No, you cannot die," Xiao Yu cried out in despair. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the system and urgently summoned it within his mind. System, come forth at once," he implored. Ding! What assistance does the host require?" The mechanical voice of the system reverberated, the most melodious sound Xiao Yu had ever heard. "Quickly, help me save her," Xiao Yu urged. Ding! The system is currently assessing. Assessment complete. Life force entirely dissipated, unable to administer aid. The system's cold pronouncement plunged Xiao Yu's spirits into despair. "Impossible. You are lying. You must have a method. I am willing to accept any consequences. Just save her," Xiao Yu roared. Ding! The system began to respond, but Xiao Yu interrupted, exclaiming, "Just tell me directly." "Understood. The system is simplifying the template. Simplification successful. The host wishes to save Yun-Yun. Currently, there is only one viable method, the divine tree of life," the system disclosed. Xiao Yu gradually calmed, yet furrowed his brow upon hearing of the divine tree. "But I just channeled its power. It was utterly ineffective." The system responded. "The ordinary essence of the life divine tree possesses remarkable efficacy for those grievously wounded, capable of alleviating their suffering or even restoring them. However, Yun-Yun's heart has sustained a catastrophic blow, rendering the powers of the life divine tree ineffectual. This elucidates why the host's attempts to harness its strength have proven futile." "So, what do you mean by stating that the life divine tree can save Yun-Yun?" Xiao Yu inquired, somewhat bewildered. "The essence of the life divine tree is merely its most fundamental energy, derived solely from the core of the tree, the heart of life. Should the host place the heart of life within Yun-Yun's body, even if her life force has entirely dissipated, she could be revived. However, the host must understand that a life divine tree bereft of the heart of life will cease to emit life essence. To enable the life divine tree to once again exude its vital energy, it must merge with one who possesses the heart of life," the system explained. Xiao Yu now comprehended that he needed to entrust the entirety of the life divine tree to Yun-Yun by reviving her with the heart of life. He could also ensure the continued existence of the life divine tree. "So what are you waiting for? Quickly give her the heart of life," Xiao Yu urged. Filled with urgency, the life divine tree had served him primarily to bestow him with the power of wood. If it could revive Yun-Yun, then there was no time to lose. "Very well, Adhering to the host directive, I am commencing the extraction of the life divine tree and the heart of life. As the system's voice resonated, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a powerful surge of life energy emanating from within him. A vibrant emerald energy began to ripple around him, and a dense fog of rich green mist ascended from his being, enveloping Yun Yun's delicate form. To the onlookers outside, the situation remained concealed. However, as the emerald mist thickened, a blinding light erupted from Xiao Yu's abdomen. A diminutive life divine tree materialized before him, radiating a formidable life force. Those in proximity were astonished to witness the trees, which had been shattered during the recent tumultuous battle, sprouting fresh green shoots anew. Gui furrowed his brow, observing the direction of Xiao Yu. He had just witnessed Yun Yun being pierced through by Yun Shan's strike. Remarkably, the previously frail essence of Yun Yun began to regain strength. Xiao Yu could distinctly see within the life divine tree a pulsating entity resembling a human heart, albeit in a verdant hue, akin to a jade heart. Amidst the subtle luminescence, this heart of life gradually approached Yun Yun's chest. The pallor of her cheeks was illuminated by the emerald light, and with a soft hum, the heart of life suddenly vanished into her chest, while the life divine tree directly entered her dantian. Thump, thump. Xiao Yu suddenly heard the sound of a heartbeat emanating from Yun Yun's chest. Her once pallid cheeks began to flush with color. He released a sigh of relief, yet a flicker of resentment and fury emerged in his eyes. The heart of life has been revived, yet it remains in slumber for an additional 1 to 2 years. The host should be informed. The system's voice echoed once more. Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Are you saying that Yun Yun cannot awaken yet?" Indeed. The heart of life not only restores her vitality, but also profoundly alters her constitution. Rest assured, host. The system replied. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yu as he nodded. So, this time, Yun Yun has indeed turned misfortune into fortune? Precisely, the system affirmed. An independent space has been created for the host, capable of accommodating anything, including living beings, for the convenience of placing Yun Yun within. For the first time, Xiao Yu felt a sense of warmth from the system's attentiveness. Following the system's words, he sensed a vast expanse within his mind, wherein lay a piece of white jade, perfectly suited for Yun Yun's slumber. Subsequently, he placed Yun Yun and the child into the system's space. The emerald mist surrounding Xiao Yu gradually dissipated. When everyone discerned the situation, they realized that Yun Yun and the child had vanished without a trace. Xiao Yu lifted his gaze towards the sky, where several Do Huang were still engaged in fierce combat against the Wu Ying. His eyes, imbued with a chilling intent, swept over the pale-faced Yun Shan, and he crushed yet another card that significantly boosted his cultivation. Xiao Yu's aura surged once more as he prepared to collect his dues. Chapter 157. The death of Yun Shan. Xiao Yu's aura began to surge dramatically. The guardian of the sky, feeling an icy and bone-chilling murderous intent, swiftly unleashed several chains that struck back against Hai Buodong and the others before him. Glancing at the somewhat waning Yun Shan, the guardian bellowed, "Yun Shan, you must hold off that brat Xiao Yu. I will deal with these scoundrels and join you shortly." Yun Shan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Within him, only 2 or 3/10 of his fighting spirit remained. In stark contrast, Xiao Yu not only appeared lively, but was also experiencing a surge of power. How could he possibly restrain him? With a slight curl of his lips, Yun Shan suddenly unleashed several beams of white light from his sleeves. These beams shot forth, scattering across the sky. After a moment, the white light intensified, and countless strands of white emerged, quickly filling the expanse of the sky. Ultimately, they coalesced into a nearly imperceptible net that enveloped Xiao Yu. All elders of the Yunlan sect, heed my command. Form the cloud smoke covering sun formation. Upon this command, the lightly injured elders of the Yunlan sect sprang to their feet, forming seals with their hands. The brilliance emanating from within them surged toward Yun Shan in the sky, swiftly gathering into a vast sea of clouds. This cloud smoke covering sun formation was the sect's defensive array, capable of both offense and defense. With Yun Shan at the helm, its power was undoubtedly magnified. Suspended within this sea of clouds, Yun Shan radiated a faint glow, seemingly unscathed despite his previously waning aura. Xiao Yu cast a cold glance at Yun Shan, dismissing the formation entirely. His body, akin to a colossal beast, voraciously absorbed the energy from the surrounding air. The sudden surge in power left him somewhat disoriented, as it was his first time utilizing two enhancement cards simultaneously. As for the consequences, one could only trust the system's design to mitigate any adverse effects. Yinshan would not allow Xiao Yu's energy to continue swelling unchecked. His hand spun rapidly, and the clouds before him began to writhe. Moments later, a gigantic cloud bow materialized in his grasp. With one hand, he drew back the bowstring, aiming directly at the grounded Xiao Yu. Die! Yinshan hissed, releasing the bowstring. The massive cloud arrow shot forth with a swift whoosh, transforming into a streak of white light that sliced through the sky. Crack! Xiao Yu gently pressed his foot down, causing countless fissures to erupt in the ground beneath him. In an instant, he soared upward, turning into a shadow that darted toward Yinshan. In the fleeting moment when the cloud arrow intersected with him, Xiao Yu extended his hand and grasped the arrow's tail. With a sudden exertion of force, a violent energy erupted in the space around him. Under the astonished gazes of the elders and Yinshan, Xiao Yu, with his hand imbued with terrifying power, forcefully pulled back the launched cloud arrow. In a swift motion, he plunged into the void before him. Yinshan stood atop the cloud bow, his gaze unwavering as he scanned his surroundings, vigilant against any sudden assault from Xiao Yu. A soft hum pierced the air, and Yinshan's expression shifted dramatically as a small black materialized behind him. In an instant, a white streak of light shot forth from this point. With a flurry of movement, Yinshan conjured swirling clouds, rapidly forming a shield of ethereal white. However, this time he underestimated Xiao Yu's attack. The cloud arrow shattered the shield with a thunderous crash, surging towards Yinshan's abdomen with formidable force. It was at this moment that Xiao Yu truly revealed his ferocity. With a sickening sound, the white arrow pierced through Yinshan's midsection, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl, yet astonishingly, no blood flowed from it. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him as he gazed in horror at his abdomen, where a cluster of white, sprite-like flames erupted from the wound, the bone-chilling cold fire rapidly spreading. In an instant, Yinshan was engulfed in flames, the searing sensation penetrating deep into his soul, compelling him to unleash his fighting spirit for protection. Yet, before the chilling essence of the cold fire, even a doze zone could not withstand its might. Agonizing cries erupted from Yinshan as a dark rift in space appeared beside him, from which Xiao Yu emerged, softly intoning. The cloud smoke covering the sun formation is but a dazzling veil in the face of absolute power. With a snap of his fingers, a ripple of energy surged forth, shattering the encompassing formation and causing the elder members of the Yunlan sect to be violently flung away, blood spurting from their mouths as they crashed to the ground, unconscious. The protector, Wu, could hardly fathom the rapid downfall of Yinshan. His crimson, cold gaze swept over the individuals before him, and in a flash, he lunged towards Xiao Yu. Everyone froze momentarily as Xiao Yu released the charred, almost unrecognizable Yinshan, confronting Wu instead. Now, it is your turn. Xiao Yu's chilling gaze brimmed with lethal intent. Upon meeting Xiao Yu's eyes, Wu's scarlet orbs flickered with a hint of trepidation. Just as it seemed they were destined for a direct clash, Wu abruptly shifted his focus, seizing the fallen Yinshan in his grasp. Ha ha ha, you found a way to enhance your power, but did you think my soul hall lacked such means? Yinshan, it is time for your sacrifice. Wu cackled ominously, as dark mist swirled around his palm. He then forcefully struck Yinshan's crown, yanking back with one hand to extract a faint, ethereal soul from Yinshan's charred body. Xiao Yu observed Wu with a mocking glint in his eye, chuckling lightly. If you wish to enhance your strength, do so quickly, otherwise, our battle will lose its thrill. At this moment, Xiao Yu's power had ascended to the level of the 7-star Do zone. However, this was due to his deliberate suppression of his cultivation. After all, the game of cat and mouse had only just begun, and it was only by instilling fear in his enemies that Xiao Yu could quell the fury within his heart. 9 forests, 100 devouring souls. The hands of the protector transformed abruptly, conjuring a series of intricate and eerie hand seals. In an instant, a piercing shout reverberated through the heavens. As the chilling cry echoed, a torrent of black mist erupted from the protector, enveloping the soul of Yinshan. Soon after, a sound reminiscent of chewing filled the air, prompting Xiao Yu to exhale softly, remarking, I never anticipated that Yinshan would fall to such depths. However, this is merely a consequence of your own actions. Witnessing this scene, The onlookers turned pale, their faces betraying their horror. As time progressed, the sinister and uncanny aura emanating from the protector began to swell rapidly. Elder Yao bellowed at Xiao Yu. That is the secret technique of the Soul Palace. Interrupt him. Ha ha. The secret techniques of my Soul Palace cannot simply be interrupted at your whim. The humanoid protector transformed once more into a swirling mass of black mist, unleashing an eerie suction that swept toward the elders of the Yunlan sect. The faces of the unconscious elders contorted in expressions of agony. Amidst the terrified gazes of those around, phantoms of souls were torn from the protector. Xiao Yu had not expected that within such a short span of time, Yunshan would allow these elders to encounter the Soul Palace. On another front, countless disciples of the Yunlan sect were overtaken by fear and sorrow, and a look of profound sadness appeared on Nalan Yunran's face. In that moment, she felt utterly powerless. Faced with the unfolding events, there was nothing she could do. She understood that the Yunlan sect was doomed. Chapter 158. The disposal of the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yin gazed at the rapidly escalating aura of the Wufa. In a moment of desperation, he flicked his sleeve, conjuring an intangible fire that transformed into a fire python, which instantly lunged toward the swirling black mist. The Wufa, currently devouring souls, suddenly sensed a threatening presence. The black mist surged, and with a soft rustle, a chain of dark light shot forth from within it. Although this intricately inscribed chain possessed remarkable efficacy in binding souls, it found itself confronted by the fallen heart flame, which proved to be a formidable opponent. The formless fire python opened its mouth and clamped down on the tip of the chain, causing the Wufa within the black mist to feel a piercing pain resonate through its soul. The chain quivered violently, and with a pained roar, the Wufa exclaimed, "Yao Chun, you seek death. The Soul Palace will not spare you." Immediately, the black mist began to churn, and a beam of darkness shot towards the previously fractured peak. With a thunderous crash, dozens of tendrils of black mist surged up from the cleft in the mountain. The onlookers, witnessing the emergence of such a quantity of black mist, instinctively recoiled in fear. Jia Lao's expression grew grave as he remarked, "These mists seem somewhat different." Hai Buodong nodded slightly. Indeed, their aura is not as potent. They appear to be of the Do Wang realm. Fa Ma, observing the rising tendrils of mist, spoke in a low voice. Who knows how long these creatures have been nurtured in Yinshan? Dozens of Do Wang warriors will pose a formidable challenge for us. Hai Buodong chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? Yinshan is no more. The Gamma Empire is rid of a significant threat. Jia Lao must be overjoyed. Jia Lao chuckled. I am pleased. But now is not the time for such musings. As he spoke, his Do qi surged forth once more, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the fractured peak. The suddenly appearing black mist divided, with some rushing towards the eagle, seemingly intent on tearing apart the fire python that Xiao Yin had sent forth. Xiao Yu shook his head slightly, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward the Wufa, his hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a sword qi that sliced toward the Wufa with great ferocity. With a cold snort, the Wufa's black mist roiled as if boiling, creating ripples of darkness. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black armor emerged within the sight of the crowd. As they beheld the reappeared Wufa, an aura of chilling terror, significantly more potent than before, began to rise, casting a shadow over the once clear sky, conjuring illusions. Xiao Yu darted forward, transforming into a shadow that swept across the battlefield, unleashing a fierce and majestic sword qi from before him. Seeking death, the Wufa roared, as several chains, even thicker than those before, sprang forth like venomous serpents, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of black mist. The terrifying power emanating from this force was enough to make even the strongest Do Wang tremble. Boom! The sword aura unleashed by Xiao Yu shattered the black mist with a thunderous roar, striking the black armor of Wu Ying before he could react. The immense force of the collision caused a tumult of fighting spirit within Wu Ying, nearly overwhelming him and the wailing souls bound to the black armor. Impossible! I have attained the 8-star Do zone. How could you possibly injure me? Wu Ying bellowed in disbelief, his voice resonating through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. 8-star Do zone? Could Xiao Yu truly contend with him? Hai Buodong and others exchanged grave glances in Xiao Yu's direction. Xiao Yin observed the chilling aura enveloping Wu Ying and refrained from joining the fray. it was no longer prudent for him to intervene. The strength of an 8-star Do Zone was more than sufficient to retrieve Yao Lao's soul. It now hinged on whether Xiao Yu could withstand Wu Ying's assault. If they could navigate this peril, Xiao Yin would swiftly escort Yao Lao back to the Jianan Academy, ensuring that no grave consequences would ensue. However, if they could not fend off Wu Ying, Yao Lao would be in grave danger. Xiao Yu regarded the furious Wu Ying with a calm gaze, declaring, "What of the 8-star Do Zone? I assure you, today you shall meet your demise." As his words fell, Xiao Yu's aura surged dramatically, elevating his 7-star Do Zone strength to the pinnacle of 9-star Do Zone. A suffocating pressure descended upon the scene, palpable to those of lesser strength, such as Nailan Jie, Mu Chun, and Tung Shan. Ye Fei, retreating while casting glances at the man who resembled a celestial being, was filled with admiration. Even under such dire circumstances, she firmly believed that Xiao Yu would not falter. Meanwhile, Wu Ying's mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. How could this man ascend to a higher realm once more? Such a secret technique was indeed terrifying. Wu Ying began to entertain thoughts of retreat. He resolved to inform the Hall Master of Xiao Yu's secret. If their soul hall could acquire such a technique, their power would undoubtedly expand. Xiao Yu, keenly aware of the fleeting hesitation in Wu Ying's crimson eyes, understood that escape was futile. Death, however, could be an option he would gladly offer. Extending his hand towards Wu Ying, the space around him rippled, while at the center, Wu Ying felt a formidable pressure enveloping him. With a light step, Xiao Yu suddenly appeared before Wu Ying, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Did you truly believe you could escape? I shall ensure you find no path to heaven or earth." As he spoke, 2 distinct flames, one blue and one white, erupted from his palms, ensnaring Wu Ying's hands. Overwhelmed by the crushing force of space, Wu Ying found himself utterly defenseless. The chasm between 8-star Do Zone and 9-star Pinnacle Do Zone was not merely a single star. It was a gulf so vast that Wu Ying finally tasted fear. Xiao Yu then cast his gaze towards Xiao Yin, sweeping his hand with a powerful motion. A surge of energy erupted, shattering dozens of black mist tendrils in an instant, silencing any cries before they could escape. Hao Bo Dong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yin cast a profound glance at Xiao Yu, and then his soul force withdrew like a receding tide, leaving him engulfed in an overwhelming sense of fatigue. "Third brother, I require you for a moment," Xiao Yu spoke. Xiao Yin shot a cold glance at the bound Wu Ying, fully aware of his intent to claim his teacher's soul. It was evident to him what Xiao Yu sought to accomplish with an inferno capable of consuming the soul. The fallen heart flame would sufficiently torment Wu Ying. With a subtle motion of his hand, an intangible flame morphed into a fiery python, coiling around Wu Ying's form. In an instant, Wu Ying's wretched screams echoed, prompting Xiao Yu to intensify the burning of the bone spirit cold fire and the green lotus earth heart fire. The onlookers were struck with trepidation at this spectacle. The Xiao brothers were indeed relentless in avenging grievances. This trial by endured for a full hour, until Wu Ying was reduced to a mere wisp of ash, completely dissipating from existence. Just as a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, Xiao Yu addressed the disciples of the Yunlan sect below him, proclaiming, "Yunshan is dead." As for the Yunlan sect, his voice left the disciples of the Yunlan sect breathless. "I shall not destroy the Yunlan sect, for Yun Yun has always sought to protect it. You must govern yourselves wisely. As for Yun Yun, she will no longer serve as your sect master and is no longer connected to the Yunlan sect." Nailan Yinran's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, how is our teacher now?" Xiao Yu glanced at Nailan Yinran and replied, "Yun Yun is unharmed, but she requires time to recuperate. She will no longer oversee the Yunlan sect. That life she has returned to the sect, but now her life belongs to me. The Yunlan sect cannot continue to bind her. I have shown mercy by not annihilating your sect. As the young master of the Yunlan sect, you are undoubtedly qualified to succeed the position of sect master." Xiao Yu's words were imbued with a chilling indifference. Chapter 159. The curtain falls upon concluding his statement. Xiao Yu chose not to cast another glance at Nailan Yinran. Instead, he coldly surveyed the surrounding disciples of the Yunlan sect and declared, "Nailan Yinran will assume the position of sect leader. Do any of you have objections?" The disciples, who had been scrutinized by Xiao Yu's gaze, merely shook their heads, fearing to voice any dissent. In truth, opposing him was futile. as the higher echelons of the Yunlin sect had been decimated, leaving only the Grand Elder, Yunling, remaining. Thinking of Yunling, Xiao Yu swiftly approached the unconscious figure of the Grand Elder on the plaza. With a surge of bone spirit cold fire emanating from his palm, he flicked his wrist, incinerating Yunling to ashes before Nalan Yenran could intervene. Furious, Nalan Yenran exclaimed, "What are you doing? The Grand Elder did not provoke you, did he?" Xiao Yu cast a cold glance at her and retorted, "I am the strongest now. If I find him displeasing, I shall eliminate him. Do you have any objections?" He had long harbored disdain for the old dog Yunling, and it was imperative that he be silenced. He nearly forgot this detail. Before Nalan Yenran could retort further, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su hurriedly approached, pulling her aside. The oppressive aura radiating from Xiao Yu caused even Nalan Jie, a battle king, to tremble in fear. He was apprehensive that Xiao Yu, in a fit of rage, might eliminate even Nalan Yenran. The power of his was not to be trifled with. Nalan Yenran shot a resentful glance at Xiao Yu, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Xiao Yu, disregarding her further, turned his attention to Hai Buodong and the others, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I sincerely thank you all for your assistance today. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Hai Buodong chuckled lightly. "As a distinguished elder of the underworld, it is only fitting that I lend you a hand in these times." Jia Lao and Fa Ma exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in contemplation as they pondered the emergence of this underworld power. However, they remained composed as they regarded Hai Buodong. Jia Lao then smiled at Xiao Yu, saying, "Young brother Xiao Yu, you are too modest. The Yunlan sect has long been oppressive, and their actions have crossed the line. The imperial royalty allowed them to wreak havoc upon Jiamar. It is indeed a failure on our part. Ultimately, it is you, young brother Xiao Yu, who has aided the imperial family of Jiamar." The expressions of countless Yunlan sect disciples turned somber and forlorn. The power of the Yunlan sect had undeniably plummeted. Otherwise, Jia Lao would not have dared to speak so candidly in their presence. Xiao Yu recognized the truth that the weak are often preyed upon by the strong. However, the natural order of survival of the fittest prevailed, particularly as the current plight of the Yunlan sect was a consequence of Yun Shan's own actions. It was difficult to fathom how Yun Shan would explain this downfall to the many ancestors of the Yunlan sect. Fa Ma stepped forward with a chuckle. "Xiao Yu, do not forget that you are now an honorary elder of our Alchemist Guild. You must visit us more often. And Xiao Yan, you too are an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. I must say, the two of you as alchemists are truly remarkable." Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan exchanged faint smiles, remarking that President Fa Ma had overly praised them. Now that matters were settled, the two brothers intended to return to the Jia Nen Academy. Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile, expressing that President Fa Ma would likely be disappointed. Fa Ma replied with a gentle smile, assuring them that there was no conflict in their newfound status, and that the Alchemist Guild would not constrain their freedom. Xiao Yu then joyfully stated that since President Fa Ma had spoken so, they would gladly accept the honorary elder positions. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Fa Ma nodded with a smile. As the grand battle concluded, many families who had journeyed from the imperial capital began to depart. Yet they etched the faces of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan deeply into their memories. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Yu, Gu Lao and Fa Ma took their leave. For the Yunlan sect was now but a shadow of its former self, and the royal family along with the Alchemist Guild had many pressing matters to attend to. Hai Buodong returned to the imperial capital with Teng Shan, while Yafei chose not to accompany them, instead approaching Xiao Yu and gently taking his hand. Xiao Yu looked at her with a slight smile and asked why she had not left. Yafei, her bright eyes fixed on him, inquired if he was preparing to depart for the Jia Nen Academy. "Indeed, in 3 days. I shall likely make a trip to Wutan City before setting off for the academy," Xiao Yu replied softly. Though Yafei said nothing, the disappointment in her gaze was palpable. Xiao Yu consoled her, promising that in 2 years, once she had settled her family matters, he would come to take her to the Black Corner region. "Really? You mustn't deceive me." Yafei pouted slightly. Her usual commanding demeanor vanished without a trace. Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile wryly, assuring her of his sincerity. Ahem. Xiao Yan coughed lightly, as the members of the Nalan clan had yet to leave, given that they still needed to clean up the aftermath of the Yunlan sect. Blushing slightly, Yafei stepped behind Xiao Yu, with the burden lifted from his heart. Xiao Yan appeared more radiant and cheerful, addressing Xiao Yu. "Brother Yu, if there is nothing more here, Shall we return to Wutan City tomorrow? Certainly. Xiao Yu had no objections. Returning early would allow him to set off for the Jianan Academy sooner. Nailin Yinran approached hesitantly, looking at Xiao Yu and asking, Xiao Yu, is my teacher truly all right? Aware of the deep bond between Nailin Yinran and her mentor Yun Yun, Xiao Yu reassured her that she was indeed fine, promising that in less than 2 years, Yun Yun would be standing vibrantly before her. May I see my teacher? Nailin Yinran inquired. Xiao Yu shook his head, firmly declining. No. Nailin Yinran appeared disheartened, but soon asked, then may I see my teacher's child? This request did not meet with refusal. Xiao Yu responded, once you finish with the affairs of the Yunlan sect, come to the inn in the imperial capital to find me. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he took Yafei and headed towards the imperial capital. Xiao Yin merely cast a glance at Nailin Yinran before following suit. Nailin Jie and Nailin Su stood awkwardly to the side, unable to interject. As they watched the two depart, Nailin Jie sighed and said, Yinran, it was unwise to allow you such freedom back then. Nailin Yinran exhaled softly, though I acted on impulse in the past. It was still in accordance with my true self. Perhaps my approach was flawed, yet I have never regretted it. Nailin Jie and Nailin Su could only sigh deeply, choosing not to respond further. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu instructed Yafei to return to the middle family while he and Xiao Yin went back to the inn. Once alone in his room, Xiao Yu retrieved the child from the system space. His elder and second brothers soon entered, staring in astonishment at the child in Xiao Yu's arms. Whose child is this that you've brought back? Xiao Li exclaimed, stepping closer to examine the child's big eyes and rosy face, who was remarkably calm and not fussing at all, filling him with affection. Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, mine. What? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiao Yu in disbelief. Just then, Xiao Yin approached with a light chuckle. This child is indeed Yu's. And you would never guess who the mother is. Who is it? Come on, Xiao Yin, stop keeping us in suspense. Xiao Li inquired eagerly, while Xiao Ding's gaze shifted to Xiao Yin. Chapter 160. Xiao Yin did not prolong the suspense, chuckling as he revealed the name. Yun Yun. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Li scratched his head and remarked, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Xiao Ding nodded slightly, adding, indeed, Yun Yun? Could it be the leader of the Yunlan sect? Good heavens! Is that true? Xiao Li exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, not concealing anything, nodded affirmatively, saying, yes. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence as Xiao Ding and Xiao Li grappled with the enormity of this revelation. After a brief pause, Xiao Ding inquired, what about the child's mother? Did anything happen during your visit to the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yu gently shook his head, replying, nothing happened. It's just that Yun Yun sustained some injuries and requires recuperation. When the opportunity arises, I will take her back to see father. Xiao Ding nodded appreciatively, saying, indeed. It is essential for father to see her. With a granddaughter now, he will surely be overjoyed. Xiao Li chimed in with a smile, absolutely. Among us 4 brothers, father has always wished for a daughter. Now that we have no daughter, a granddaughter will certainly bring him happiness. Won't it? Xiao Yin playfully winked and teased. Not necessarily. Perhaps father, in his advancing years, will strive for another child, and who knows, we might even have a sister. Laughter erupted in the room. Suddenly, the door to Xiao Yu's room was pushed open once more, and a figure appeared at the threshold. The newcomer wore a somewhat dark expression and, upon entering, bellowed, you little rascals dare speak of your father behind his back? The group was momentarily startled and turned to see the familiar figure of their father, Xiao Zhan, who had come to the imperial city to support Xiao Yan in his 3-year agreement. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li looked at Xiao Zhan with slightly reddened eyes and respectfully called out, Father. It had been several years since they had last seen each other. Xiao Zhan, gazing at his sons, also felt a swell of emotion in his eyes, exclaiming, good children. He patted their shoulders, smiling as he asked, you must have faced hardships in the Tagore Desert these past years. Exchanging glances, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li replied with a smile, it wasn't too bad. Just a bit harsh in terms of the environment. Xiao Zhan nodded slightly, then turned to Xiao Yin, stating, I have come to cheer you on at the Yunlan sect. What do you think? Is it not too late for me to arrive? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin momentarily struggled to respond. Noticing the unusual expressions on their faces, Xiao Zhan curiously asked, what is the matter with you? Finally, it was Xiao Yin who stepped forward, saying, Father, I just returned from the Yunlan sect. Just returned from the Yunlan sect? Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, then realized, you mean to say you have already competed with Nalan Yanran? Xiao Yan nodded, affirming, indeed. I won. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of delight as he exclaimed, excellent. You have indeed not disappointed your father. At that moment, the sound of a baby's wail drew everyone's attention towards Xiao Yu, who was seated in the corner, cradling a child. Xiao Ding felt compelled to clarify for Xiao Zhan, father, that is Xiao Yu's child. What? Xiao Zhan stood in astonishment, gazing at Xiao Yu, who appeared somewhat flustered while holding the baby. His face lit up with joy. Is that my granddaughter? Oh my, let me see. Taking a step forward, he gently took the child from Xiao Yu's arms. Xiao Yu, filled with concern, inquired, father, can you care for her properly? Xiao Zhan promptly gave Xiao Yu a playful tap on the head, his eyes widening as he retorted, I raised all four of you myself. If I couldn't manage you, would you have grown up at all? Xiao Li couldn't help but mutter under his breath, weren't we four brothers supporting each other when we were young? Otherwise, we would have starved. Xiao Zhan shot a fierce glare at Xiao Li before turning his attention back to the crying baby. This little one must be hungry. Quickly, go fetch her mother. Xiao Yu frowned slightly and replied, her mother is gravely injured and unconscious. I fear she cannot come. Will beast milk suffice? Xiao Zhan expressed his confusion. Is this child not Sun Er's? Xiao Yu awkwardly clarified. No, she is mine and Yun Yun's. Xiao Li chimed in. The leader of the Yunlan sect, the Do Huang. Gasping, Xiao Zhan inhaled sharply and then gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. You lad are impressive. You went out and brought back the leader of the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yu could only smile wryly. It was an accident, an accident. With that, he hurriedly dashed out to procure some beast milk. Before long, Xiao Yu returned with the milk, and after feeding it to the baby, her cries subsided. At that moment, Xiao Zhan asked, have you chosen a name for the child? Furrowing his brow in thought, Xiao Yu replied, let us name her Xiaonian. Xiaonian? Xiao Zhan repeated thoughtfully, then nodded in approval. Good, that is a fine name. I have a granddaughter now. Xiao Yu smiled as he watched Xiao Zhan playfully interact with Xiaonian. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of a Do Huang, furrowing his brow as he quietly declared, I must step outside for a moment. Xiao Yan and the others did not question him, merely nodding in understanding. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Yu moved with a slight shift, transforming into a shadow that darted towards the outskirts of the city. As he maintained his position at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Zone, he swiftly arrived at a wooded area. With his eyes closed, he attuned to the ambient energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy in a specific direction. The shadow flickered into view, extending its hands as a dark surge of Do qi erupted forth, countering the oncoming force. With a resounding crash, the shadow revealed its somewhat disheveled form. Just as Xiao Yu prepared to strike, the figure hastily called out, do not attack. I am here to protect your father, sent by Miss Sun Er. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yu immediately retracted the surging fighting spirit from his palm. Gazing at the figure cloaked in black before him, he inquired, are you Ling Ying? Beneath the dark robe, Ling Ying's weathered and dusky visage was taken aback by the aura that Xiao Yu now exuded, even more astonished that he had discerned his name with such ease. Indeed, young Master Xiao, Ling Ying replied with utmost respect, utterly subdued by Xiao Yu's formidable prowess. It was evident from the recent exchange that Xiao Yu's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of a 5-star Do Zone, a conservative assessment at best. You have been by my side for the past 2 years, safeguarding me, have you not? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Ling Ying found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yu continued without pressing further, did you come here with my father? Ling Ying nodded affirmatively, yes. The Xiao family was recently targeted by the Soul Palace, but I have dealt with all their dispatched agents. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. He was well aware of Ling Ying's capabilities, confident that he could manage any threats, barring those posed by the elusive Wu Ying. I am grateful for your assistance. The matter here is concluded. Wu Ying of the Soul Palace is deceased, and the Gamma Empire is now largely secure. You may inform Sun Er. I shall depart for the Jia Nen Academy shortly. Ling Ying responded promptly, certainly. Should I relay all the details of this situation to Miss Sun Er? Understanding that he referred to Yun Yun and the child, Xiao Yu pondered briefly before replying, speak the truth. I shall explain personally. Understood. Ling Ying affirmed before promptly departing. Xiao Yu watched Ling Ying's retreating figure for a long moment before letting out a soft sigh and turning to leave himself. Chapter 161. Preparing to depart for the Black Corner region, Xiao Zhan had spent 2 days in the imperial capital before preparing to return to Wutan City. During this time, Xiao Nian was constantly cradled in his arms, a testament to Xiao Zhan's affection for his granddaughter. Over these 2 days, Xiao Zhan also shared with his 4 brothers the sudden and remarkable increase in the cultivation levels of their family members. Although they could not ascertain the reasons behind it, they did not dwell on the matter excessively. After all, an elevation in cultivation was undoubtedly a boon for the Xiao clan. Xiao Yu understood the situation but chose to remain silent, recognizing that the explanation would be convoluted. When he informed Xiao Zhan that the 4 brothers intended to venture to the Black Corner region, Xiao Zhan merely sighed and remarked, "You must bear the consequences of the decisions you make. Regardless, I shall always support you." Before departing, Xiao Zhan turned to Xiao Ding and said, "I have seen that girl, Xuelan. She is quite remarkable. When will you bring her home to settle matters? Look at your 4th brother. He already has a child. You should hasten as well." Xiao Ding, somewhat embarrassed, nodded in acquiescence. "Understood, father." Xiao Zhan shot a stern glance at the snickering Xiao Li and Xiao Yan, his expression darkening. "You 2 rascals, how dare you laugh? You don't even have a girl who fancies you, yet you find amusement in this? Hurry up and find someone. I want more grandchildren, do you hear me?" he admonished. Xiao Li and Xiao Yan exchanged resigned glances and replied weakly, "We hear you, father." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu stood to the side, holding the little one, his expression calm as he observed Xiao Zhan lecturing his elder brothers. After all, no matter how much they were chastised, it would not pertain to him, would it? To his surprise, Xiao Zhan fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu and declared, "And you, take good care of Xiao Nian. If even a single hair is harmed, you shall answer for it." Xiao Yu's face fell, glancing at the little one in his arms, who was wide-eyed and staring at him. He murmured, "I understand." Watching Xiao Zhan's retreating figure, the 4 brothers exhaled in unison. He has finally left. With Xiao Zhan's current cultivation at the spirit fighting level, they felt reassured about his return to Wutan City. The Soul Palace's influence, aside from the presence of Wu Ying, lacked formidable opponents, making the Gamma Empire relatively safe at present. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Eldest brother, tomorrow you should go out to purchase tents, water, and food for our journey. I will visit the Miter family to procure some medicinal herbs. 3rd brother, accompany me." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li nodded in agreement. "Certainly. We will take Xuelan and others to gather more supplies tomorrow. You need not concern yourself with that." Xiao Yan also needed to buy some medicinal herbs and did not refuse. The following day, as Xiao Yu opened his door, he was taken aback to find a graceful figure standing at the entrance. "Nalan Yinran," he exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Just then, the adjacent door swung open, and Xiao Yan stepped out. Upon seeing Nalan Yinran, he paused momentarily before saying to Xiao Yu, "I will wait for you outside." "All right." Xiao Yu nodded in response. Nalan Yinran naturally noticed Xiao Yan, and she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. As she gazed at Xiao Yan's departing silhouette, a hint of bitterness surfaced on her charming face. Xiao Yu looked at Nalan Yinran and asked, "Are you here to see Xiao Yan?" "Xiao Yan." Nalan Yinran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "You mean the teacher's child?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, I named her." Nalan Yinran cast a complex glance at Xiao Yu, realizing that he must have named her out of longing for their teacher. Xiao Yu, however, did not dwell on this thought. He stepped back to welcome Nalan Yinran into the room. Nalan Yinran walked directly to the bedside, her eyes sparkling with unmasked affection as she looked at the sleeping Xiao Yan. She gently lifted the child, a captivating smile gracing her face as she beheld the little one. Perhaps maternal instincts are an innate halo that women possess. She tenderly caressed the child's small face and inquired, "When will you be leaving?" Standing at the door, Xiao Yu replied softly, "Tomorrow." Nalan Yinran momentarily paused, holding the child, but soon regained her composure and asked Xiao Yu, "May I spend the day with you?" Initially, Xiao Yu intended to decline, but upon seeing the pleading look in Nalan Yinran's eyes, he relented and nodded. Outside the inn, Xiao Yan noticed Nalan Yinran emerging as well, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Although the grievances between them had dissipated during the battle at Yunlan's sect, it did not imply that their relationship was particularly amiable. Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward, saying, "She is here to see the child. Let her stay for the day." Xiao Yan sighed softly, but chose not to protest further, while Nalan Yinran let out a gentle sigh of relief. Little Xiao Yan was remarkably calm, only crying when hungry, and was otherwise very quiet. Initially, Xiao Yu thought that caring for a child would be challenging, but it seemed that not all children are the same. When the trio arrived at the middle auction house, Yufei was the first to rush down from the upper floor. Xiao Yu assumed she had come to greet him. However, to his surprise, Yufei dashed straight to Nailin Yanran and began to play with the little one. Xiao Yan, observing a bewildered Xiao Yu, could not help but chuckle. It seems you are less significant than the little one in Yufei's eyes. Xiao Yu shook his head and sighed, alas. I fear that this little one will be spoiled beyond measure. Soon after, Hai Buodong arrived with middle Tingshan. Hai Buodong looked at Xiao Yu and remarked, You rascal. You finally showed up. Old man Zhao was just asking me to look for you. What does he want with me? Xiao Yu inquired, puzzled. Hai Buodong chuckled. Have you forgotten? Old man Zhao wants you to visit the royal family. I reckon that old fellow is looking for someone worthy of his 2 granddaughters. This thought led Xiao Yu to recall Yao Ye's long legs, but regrettably, Yao Yu was not his type. As for Princess Xiao Yu, she was far too young to consider. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, Never mind, let's wait until next time. Tomorrow, my brothers and I shall set forth for the Black Corner region. Hai Buodong shrugged and replied, Very well, I shall inform old Jia later. That old fellow will surely be disappointed. Tingshan looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin and inquired, Are you two here in Maitel to procure medicinal herbs? Xiao Yu nodded, to which Tingshan waved his hand grandly, saying, If you have any requests, do not hesitate to mention them. The Maitel family possesses what you seek, and I shall gladly provide it. Xiao Yu did not decline further and agreed to Tingshan's offer, stating that should the Maitel family require any pills in the future, he would assist in their refinement. Upon hearing this, Tingshan's face broke into a sincere smile. After all, a favor from one destined to surpass even a 6th-grade alchemist is not easily forgotten. After securing numerous medicinal herbs at the auction house, Hai Buodong turned to Xiao Yu and said, Tomorrow, I shall accompany you on your journey to the Black Corner region. Xiao Yu, slightly surprised, asked, You Hai Lao? Will join us? Hai Buodong nodded slightly. I have been wandering in the Gamma Empire, and I have yet to visit the Black Corner region. Moreover, if you intend to establish your influence there, I can lend you a hand, as it is undoubtedly the most chaotic place on the continent. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu responded, Indeed, having a 5-star Do Huang like you by our side will ensure our safety. In that case, let us set off for the Black Corner region together tomorrow. Chapter 162, The Deputy Hall Master in a Vast Obsidian Palace shrouded in darkness located far away in the central continent. The somber gray hall exuded an oppressive atmosphere, accompanied by an unsettling chill that seemed to swirl around. Within this grand chamber stood numerous towering black stone columns, each adorned with an array of peculiar runes that faintly glimmered, flickering like countless eyes, casting an eerie and solemn ambience. Suspended in the air above another section of the hall were numerous luminous orbs, within which could be discerned the spectral forms of souls with their eyes tightly shut, evoking a sense of dread. Beneath these radiant spheres, a tall figure stood, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, seemingly floating in midair. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist materialized behind this figure, gradually morphing into a humanoid shape that bowed slightly and respectfully addressed, Deputy Hall Master. Without turning, the Deputy Hall Master rasped the question, Qinghai, have we received news from the northwestern continent? Qinghai trembled slightly before responding. The task assigned to Wu Ying has failed, and he perished within the Yunlan sect on the northwestern continent. Boom. The formidable aura of a 3-star Do Zun erupted from the Deputy Hall Master. His voice cold as ice. Are you saying that Wu Ying not only failed to locate the Tuashi ancient emperor's jade, but also met his demise in the northwestern continent? A flicker of fear crossed Qinghai's pale red eyes. Hearing the Deputy Hall Master's words, he hastily added, Deputy Hall Master, during this mission, we uncovered that the relationship between the Xiao clan and the ancient clan appears to be far from ordinary. The Deputy Hall Master abruptly turned, his piercing gaze fixed on Qinghai as he inquired, Are you suggesting that Wu Ying's death is linked to the ancient clan? Avoiding the intimidating gaze of the Deputy Hall Master, Qinghai lowered his head and replied, That seems to be the case. We also detected the presence of individuals from the ancient clan within the Xiao clan, which is why we refrained from taking action. Later, when the Dozong battle erupted at Yunlan sect, we dared not approach too closely. By the time the chaos subsided, we discovered that Wu Ying had already fallen at Yunlan sect. The Deputy Hall Master snorted coldly. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. For the time being, we shall refrain from venturing into the northwestern continent. We have other pressing matters to attend to, and the spatial transmission array will soon be closing. Qinghai nodded in agreement. By the way, have you found any trace of Yaochen? The deputy hall master inquired further. Qinghai responded, Yaochen's whereabouts are likely in the northwestern continent. Based on our conjecture, he may be hiding in the Black Corner region. The Black Corner region? I recall that Yaochen's disciple is there, isn't he? The deputy hall master seemed to recall something significant. Qinghai nodded slightly. Indeed, Han Feng, whose strength has now reached the Do Huang level. After a brief moment of contemplation, the deputy hall master remarked, Interesting. Send a message to Han Feng, informing him that Yaochen may be within the Black Corner region. He will know what to do. Understood. I shall take my leave. The figure of Qinghai swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, which soon dissipated into the surroundings. With Qinghai's departure, the immense and shadowy hall once again fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the distant echoes of anguished wails. The deputy hall master cast a cold glance at the imprisoned souls on the stone platform before departing from this place. Meanwhile, at Canaan Academy, atop the lush, green-clad back mountain, a young maiden draped in a pale azure gown gazed down into the vast sea of white mist below. Her 3,000 silken strands cascaded gracefully from her fragrant shoulders, and a gentle breeze stirred the purple ribbon tied around her slender waist, causing it to flutter softly. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her elongated figure, framed by the ethereal white mist, resembled a blooming blue lotus, radiating an otherworldly charm. Suddenly, the delicate green bells adorning her slender wrists chimed a crisp and melodious sound. As the bells rang, a shadow behind her surged forward, revealing an elderly figure, Ling Ying, who had hurriedly returned. Mississippi. Ling Ying bowed respectfully, a smile gracing his lips. Sun Er slowly turned, her elegant and refined countenance breaking into a radiant smile as she replied, Elder Ling, you have returned? Ling Ying offered a faint, wry smile, saying, Miss, I must admit, I was of no assistance during this outing. Sun Er, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? Did Brother Xiao Yu misjudge the situation? Is the Xiao family unharmed? Ling Ying shook his head slowly, not quite. However, this matter bears the shadow of the Soul Palace. The troubles of the Xiao family are neither trivial nor insurmountable. Upon hearing the mention of the Soul Palace, Sun Er's expression shifted dramatically, and she urged, Elder Ling, please tell me everything that transpired in detail. Nodding slightly, Ling Ying recounted all the events in meticulous detail, including those that occurred within the Yunlan sect. After absorbing all the information, Sun Er turned to gaze over the precipice and softly asked, Are you saying that Brother Xiao Yu and the sect master Yun Yun of the Yunlan sect have had a child? Is it possible that Yun Yun is already deceased? Does Brother Xiao Yu possess a secret method? Ling Ying replied solemnly, Indeed, and this secret method of young Master Xiao Yu is exceedingly powerful, though its potential side effects remain unknown. Sun Er sighed gently, That cannot be. Brother Xiao Yu would not undertake anything without confidence. What else did he say? Ling Ying, observing Sun Er's silhouette, remarked, Young Master Xiao Yu also mentioned that he would personally explain the matter regarding the child to you. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile flickered at the corners of Sun Er's lips as she murmured, He will explain it to me personally? If his explanation falls short, I shall not easily forgive him. Ling Ying stood behind and looked at Sun Er, saying, Miss, do not blame this old man for his verbosity. The potential displayed by young Master Xiao Yu is such that even the head of the family would not dare to underestimate him. A fifth-tier alchemist before the age of 20, this remarkable talent in alchemy alone is enough to garner the family head's attention. Young Master Xiao Yu's alchemical prowess is likely unparalleled, even among the young prodigies of the apothecary clan. Sun Er chuckled lightly. Ling Lao, what are you doing? Are you speaking up for Brother Xiao Yu? Ling Ying suddenly found himself momentarily at a loss for words, then shook his head with a smile. It is not so much in defense of young Master Xiao Yu. Rather, I merely believe that the young lady possesses an exceptional eye for talent. Let us not allow misunderstandings to hinder our paths. Sun Er's delicate face flushed slightly as she looked at Ling Ying and teased. Ling Lao seems to be quite knowledgeable about these matters. Ling Ying laughed heartily. Miss, your words are too kind. I dare not speak further. By the way, what is Brother Xiao Yu's current strength? Sun Er suddenly recalled something and asked curiously. According to the information from Master Ling, You should be at the level of a 6-star great fighter, Ling Ying replied with a smile. The young girl's eyes curved into crescent moons as she chuckled. A 6-star great fighter? I must strive harder, or I shall soon be left behind. Ling Ying mused to himself. This little one is truly an anomaly. Even Suner, regarded as the foremost genius of the clan, cannot quite measure up to Xiao Yu. I wonder how this young man cultivates. Suner looked at Ling Ying and said, Ling Lao, please find a place to rest near the Jianan Academy during this time. Should any matters arise, I will seek you out. Ling Ying nodded in agreement. Haha, very well. If there is anything, simply sound the bee whistle. With that, Ling Ying gradually faded into the shadows. Chapter 163. The chaotic plains. Time passed swiftly, and today marked the day of their departure for Canaan Academy. Heibadong, noticing a hint of instability in Xiao Yu's aura, inquired with concern, Are you injured? The others were taken aback by his words. Who could possibly harm Xiao Yu at this point? Xiao Li, standing nearby, hastily asked, Little Yu, are you hurt? Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan also turned their attention to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu quickly waved his hands, reassuring them. It's nothing, really. I was just struck by lightning last night. The group was left bewildered by his words. Struck by lightning? The previous night, Xiao Yu had ventured alone beyond the city, enduring his tribulation amidst the distant mountains and forests to ascend to the spirit fighter realm. Of course, his brothers were unaware of such tribulations, as their talents had yet to reach a level that would evoke envy from the heavens. Xiao Yu could only lament how lonely it is to be invincible. Nevertheless, they did not dwell on it for too long. Although Xiao Yu bore some injuries, they did not seem to be of great concern. This time, as they set out for the Black Corner region, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had purchased several horned horses. Thanks to the presence of Shualan and other original members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, these low-tier magical beasts were well suited for long-distance travel, offering speed and endurance, making them the ideal means of transport to the Black Corner region. The distance between the Black Corner region and the Jiamar Empire was vast, requiring passage through several smaller nations before reaching the borders of the Black Corner region. This extensive journey would take at least 3 to 5 months, if not longer than half a year, if they were to rely solely on foot or horse-drawn carriages. Previously, when Canaan Academy had sent its own flying convoy for recruitment, they had not realized the true distance involved. Eager to reach Canaan Academy, Xiao Yu decided that he and Xiao Yan would set off ahead, allowing his brothers and Heibadong to follow at a more leisurely pace. Even on horned horses, it would take at least 2 months to arrive at the Black Corner region, a duration that seemed excessively long to Xiao Yu. As the first rays of morning sunlight emerged, Xiao Yu and his companions had already arrived outside the city. They had obtained the royal pass, ensuring their smooth departure from the Jiamar Empire. Xiao Yan, somewhat puzzled, remarked, Why didn't Yifei come to see you off? Xiao Yu, holding the little one, glanced at Ting Shan from the Miter family, the Alchemist Guild's Fama, Blin, and other alchemists, as well as the royal family members Jia Lao and Yao Yi, but he did not see Yifei. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu replied, Perhaps she is afraid of parting. I visited her yesterday, so whether she comes today or not is of little consequence. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. Xiao Yu addressed the gathering. All right, everyone, as we embark on this journey, we must eventually part ways. We shall take our leave now. Jia Lao chuckled heartily, saying, You're so eager to leave. Make sure to visit the royal family when you return next time. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Certainly, certainly. Fa Ma spoke. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan, take care. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Rest assured, President Fa Ma, we still remember our esteemed status as honorary elders of the Alchemist Guild. If time permits, we shall surely return to the guild. A flicker of joy graced Fa Ma's aged visage as he said, That is reassuring, indeed. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan departed from the imperial capital. Unbeknownst to them, on the city gate tower stood a graceful figure. The absent Yifei. Her beautiful eyes followed Xiao Yu's receding silhouette, a tinge of sadness welling in her heart. However, she quickly composed herself. Her cultivation talent had improved, and in less than 2 years, she would venture to the Black Corner region to seek out Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, atop the back mountain of Yunlan's sect, the newly appointed sect leader, Nalan Yanran, stood at the edge of a cliff. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her skirt as she gazed toward the imperial capital, murmuring, Xiao Yan, I wonder when we shall meet again. With a soft sigh, her expression grew resolute. After organizing matters within the sect, she entrusted her father, Nalan Su, and grandfather, Nalinjia, to oversee the Yunlan sect and set off towards the forbidden area of the sect, the Gate of Life and Death. Unwilling to lag behind Xiaoyan, ultimately, she chose to enter the Gate of Life and Death for training. On the other side, propelled by the swift movements of Xiao Yu and Xiaoyan, they quickly left the borders of the empire. After casting one last glance at the Jiama Empire, they plunged into the dense mountains beyond the Ghost Suppression Pass. The verdant forest path was silent, save for the chirping of birds perched upon the branches. Two dark figures swiftly glided through the trees. It was none other than Xiao Yu and Xiaoyan. The little creature had been placed in Xiao Yu's system space, and Xiaoyan assumed it was merely a high-level spatial ring, asking no further questions, for his brother was quite enigmatic. Throughout their journey, Xiao Yu and Xiaoyan did not pause, following the map's guidance, traveling day and night towards the Black Corner region. Although Xiaoyan lacked flying combat skills, his strength had significantly increased, and thanks to the advanced movement technique imparted by Yao Lao during his time at Jianan Academy, his speed was commendable. After traveling tirelessly for half a month, they suddenly noticed the previously uniform mountains becoming less dense. Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "At last, we have arrived at the Black Domain Plain." Hearing this, Xiao Yu lifted his gaze ahead, where, at the horizon, a dark line appeared before him. This black mark cleaved the lush mountains as if separating two worlds. Is this the Black Domain Plain? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, his previously weary expression brightening with a newfound vigor. A gentle smile graced his lips, for the monotony of the past fortnight's journey had weighed heavily upon him. Even his Douling prowess seemed to falter, let alone that of Xiaoyan. He discerned that a similar sense of relief had crossed Xiaoyan's features, as they had arrived at a location with which he was relatively familiar, having spent nearly 2 years in this realm. The two gradually slowed their pace, settling down amidst the trees to cultivate for half a day, restoring their strength to its zenith before venturing into the Black Corner region. During this period, Xiao Yu had observed the little one growing incrementally. To his astonishment, it appeared as though a flame was perpetually igniting within the small creature, incessantly devouring the surrounding energy to facilitate its self-cultivation. Remarkably, the little one had now ascended to the level of a doja, leaving Xiao Yu and Xiaoyan in bemused disbelief. The record they had painstakingly established in their youth had now been effortlessly surpassed by this diminutive being. Chapter 164. The Whispers of the Wind. Naturally, Xiao Yu and Xiaoyan were unfazed by these matters, and it was evident that the little one's talent seemed quite extraordinary. Xiao Yu understood that this was likely due to the divine phoenix fire physique bestowed by the system. His knowledge of this divine physique was rather limited, as the system had not provided him with much information. It seemed that he would have to explore its depths on his own in due time. As it stood, the advantages of the divine phoenix fire physique appeared to be considerable. Two shadowy figures shot forth from the distance, their feet striking the ground with a sound akin to distant thunder, sending ripples through the surrounding air. This demonstrated their remarkable speed and strength. These two figures were none other than Xiao Yu and Xiaoyan, who had traveled a great distance. Upon stepping into the vast, dark expanse of the Black Domain Plain, Xiao Yu was immediately enveloped by a stifling and irksome atmosphere. Xiaoyan chuckled lightly and inquired, "How do you find it? Is it manageable?" The Black Domain Plain could be described as the most chaotic place within the Blackhorn domain. In such an eerie ambience, chaotic rules were prone to sprout. Here, one must remember that power reigns supreme and wealth should remain concealed. Xiao Yu swiftly acclimated to the environment, responding with a faint smile, "It's tolerable. I can manage." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiaoyan's gaze. Noticing that Xiao Yu's expression remained unchanged, he couldn't help but admire him inwardly, thinking to himself that his younger brother's composure was indeed commendable. When he first arrived, it had taken him several days to adjust to this environment. Alas, he felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. As they conversed, the two had already entered the Black Domain Plain. Xiaoyan turned to Xiao Yu, stating, "I am not very familiar with this region, but I know we must first head to Black Seal City. It is a large city at the edge of the Blackhorn domain. Although it is termed a large city, it is more akin to a medium-sized city within the Gamma Empire. The inhabitants here are notoriously ruthless and savage, so we need not show mercy. If we must strike, let it be decisive and unyielding." As Xiaoyan introduced their destination, he led the way toward a nearby tribe. While listening, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings. With his 5-star doling strength, he might not dominate the Blackhorn domain, but he was certainly not defenseless. Coupled with Xiao Yin, a 6-star dome master, their combined prowess was commendable. As they approached the tribe with Xiao Yin's familiarity, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the area when suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air. Xiao Yin swiftly grasped the enormous at his back, sweeping it in a powerful arc, sending the arrow flying away in an instant. From a short distance, a low gasp emanated from the tribal fence as several burly men leaped over it. Upon seeing the massive in Xiao Yan's hand, their expressions shifted dramatically. The leader, trembling, inquired, "Are you Lord Yao Yin?" Xiao Yan, his face obscured by his dark cloak, raised an eyebrow at the question, "You know me?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice, the burly man was so frightened that he knelt down immediately, followed by the 2 individuals behind him. Trembling, the man said, "My lord, I am Shan Ku, a native of this tribe. In times of leisure, I intercept some fledgling newcomers to the Black Corner domain for a few supplies. I never anticipated that it would come to your esteemed self, Lord Yao Yan. I meant no offense. I beseech you to spare my life." Shan Ku was known to frequent the area between here and Black Ink City, engaging in acts of thievery. 2 years prior, he had encountered Xiao Yin in Black Ink City, where Xiao Yin had been training under the alias Yao Yin. Xiao Yin had already gained a certain notoriety in Black Ink City, primarily due to the enormous ruler he carried on his back, which allowed Shan Ku to recognize him. Xiao Yin furrowed his brow, casting a dispassionate glance at Shan Ku before stating, "Rise. I am here to inquire whether there are any caravans heading to Black Ink City." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's intention to travel to Black Ink City, Shan Ku eagerly nodded, "Indeed, indeed. I know that Duoma is about to set out for Black Ink City. If Lord Yao Yin can join their caravan, Duoma would surely be delighted." Xiao Yin nodded slightly. "Very well, lead me there." "Certainly, I shall take you there at once." Shan Ku hastily stood up, a hint of sycophancy in his demeanor as he guided Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu into the tribe. The 2 individuals trailing behind Shan Ku displayed expressions of relief, quickly departing from the scene. Xiao Yu, following closely behind Xiao Yin, remarked with a smile, "Third brother, your reputation in this region is quite formidable. It seems we shall rely on your protection from now on." Xiao Yin could not help but smile wryly at Xiao Yu's words. "You speak as if your cultivation might surpass mine." As Shan Ku walked ahead, he tensed upon hearing the laughter between Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin. However, he dared not dwell on it, and promptly led them around 2 street corners until they reached a fence, where a caravan was preparing to depart. At the front of the caravan stood a stout middle-aged man. Upon seeing Shan Ku, the man's brows furrowed slightly. Everyone in the area was aware of the type of individual Shan Ku was, an unscrupulous rogue, and such characters were particularly despised by men like him. "Shan Ku, what brings you here?" The stout man, Duoma, was the first to inquire. Shan Ku, feeling offended by Duoma's tone, retorted, "Duoma, do not underestimate me. I have come to assist Lord Yao Yin in finding a caravan to Black Ink City. You are heading there, are you not? If Lord Yao Yin travels with you, your caravan's safety would be assured." Duoma regarded Shan Ku with suspicion, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin, both of whom were concealed within voluminous black robes, obscuring their appearances and making it difficult to ascertain their capabilities. Though Doma regarded Shan Ku with disdain, he could not help but sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin. Hesitantly, he inquired, "As for the 2 gentlemen traveling to Hain City, I am currently the sole merchant caravan available. I am willing to forego your payment, but I must ascertain your capabilities, for I require a guardian to aid my caravan in times of distress." Suddenly, the aura of a grand fighter erupted from Xiao Yin, causing Doma and Shan Ku's faces to pale in an instant. Then, just as abruptly, the aura dissipated, and Xiao Yan's gravelly voice emerged from beneath his dark robe. "I believe this level of strength should suffice for you to secure a protector. Are you satisfied?" Doma nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, I am more than satisfied." Xiao Yin then queried, "What is the earliest your caravan can arrive at Hain City?" Doma, with a hearty smile, replied, "Our caravan is en route for the annual auction held in Hain City, which is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Therefore, we must arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. What do you think?" Xiao Yin slowly nodded in agreement. And at that moment, a system notification unexpectedly echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. Next sign-in location, Hain City Auction. Reward, Wind Attribute, Advanced Earth Level Do Skill, Wind Sun. Chapter 165, Roasting at Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, yet he no longer felt the same excitement as before. The high-level Earth-tier combat skill appeared rather promising, particularly being of the wind attribute. It seemed the system would not neglect him, granting him combat skills starting at the Earth tier. Perhaps even heavenly tier skills awaited him in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's agreement, Doma's expression brightened. After all, having a Grand Master to escort them on this journey would greatly enhance the safety of the merchant caravan. Doma led Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu into a small courtyard. While Shan could discreetly departed, Doma clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all the bustling merchants in the yard. After clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Brothers, I have found us a couple of helpers for this merchant caravan. They will accompany us to Heiyin City, serving as our protectors along the way." The others in the caravan had no objections, glancing at Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu before returning to their tasks. Only the captain of the caravan, a 5-star dome master, cast a cold glance at the two cloaked figures before him. With a smile, Doma extended his hand towards Xiao Yan and said, "I hope our collaboration will be pleasant on this journey." Their hands clasped together, marking the beginning of a fruitful partnership. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, assumed the role of a mere tool, content to follow Xiao Yan, especially since he had already been in this locale for 2 years. Soon, Doma's caravan set off towards Heiyin City, racing across the vast dark plains, kicking up clouds of yellow dust before vanishing from sight. Within the jolting carriage, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan sat facing each other. Xiao Yan gazed out at the receding scenery, which could hardly be termed picturesque, given its oppressive darkness, and turned to Xiao Yu, saying, "I have attended the auction in Heiyin City twice. The annual auction is quite lively, unlike the miter auction of the Gamma Empire." "Oh, what makes it different?" Xiao Yu inquired, raising his gaze to Xiao Yan. With a smile, Xiao Yan replied, "Though the Blackcorner region is the most chaotic area of the continent, it also brims with opportunities, especially at the auction houses. These auction venues resemble black markets. There is nothing you cannot acquire if you set your mind to it. The only caveat is to keep your identity concealed. Exposure could lead to dire consequences. If your identity is revealed and you wish to bid on fine items, you might find yourself targeted for theft or worse. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the Blackcorner region." Xiao Yan grinned. Xiao Yu, however, remained unperturbed. According to the timeline of the original narrative, it seems Xiao Yan had acquired numerous treasures at this auction, including the Earth Fire Spirit Grass, a flight combat skill known as the Thunderbat Wings, an Earth tier agility skill dubbed the 3000 Thunder Movements, and even a 7th grade elixir, the Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Pill. And there was also the fragment of the Pure Lotus Demonic Fire Map. Xiao Yu's objective for attending the auction in Black Ink City was twofold: to acquire the fragmented map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire and the 7th tier medicinal pill, the Yin-Yang Xianlong Pill. Particularly, the Yin-Yang Xianlong Pill was an exceptional item. He believed that it could facilitate his direct breakthrough to the Do Wang level. Moreover, he was quite fond of the notion of its transformative potential. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, who was engrossed in his own thoughts, Xiao Yu's expressions had subtly shifted. Xiao Yan continued, "The power faction in Black Ink City is the 8 Gates, a long-established force within the Blackcorner region, boasting immense strength. The leader of the 8 Gates, Yuan Yi, ranks among the top 10 on the Black List, a ranking of formidable experts, akin to the top 10 ranked in the Gamma Empire, albeit their strengths far exceed those of the Gamma Empire's champions." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, remarking, "If old Jiao were to come here, he would certainly have his hands full. I wonder how high old Hai's strength would rank on the blacklist." Xiao Yan paused momentarily, then replied with a wry smile, "Old Hai possesses the prowess of a peak 5-star Do Huang. While he may not be in the top 3, he should comfortably fit within the top 6. The individuals ranked after him are all Do Wang and fall short in comparison." This prompted Xiao Yu to recall that Han Feng, a certain individual, was indeed ranked 3rd on the blacklist, also at the peak of Do Huang, arrogantly claiming to be the foremost alchemist in the Blackcorner region, the pharmaceutical emperor. How despicable! Xiao Yu held a deep disdain for such traitorous figures, especially one who conspired with the Soul Palace to harm his mentor. Subsequently, Xiao Yan did indeed mention Han Feng, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Xiao Yu understood that he was likely aware of Han Feng being his senior brother, who had betrayed and killed their mentor, which justified his animosity. The 1st and 2nd on the blacklist are shrouded in mystery, suggesting they possess formidable strength, of which I have heard little in the past 2 years. However, the third, Han Feng, is nothing but a traitor unworthy of the title pharmaceutical emperor, Xiao Yu declared coldly. Xiao Yu laughed softly, saying, "Isn't it simple? Between the two of us, our alchemy skills surely surpass Han Feng's. The pharmaceutical emperor? Once we reach the Do Huang level, we will easily surpass him." Xiao Yin was amused by Xiao Yu's words. Nodding in agreement, "I have some past grievances with him. He will undoubtedly become my mortal enemy. Once I attain sufficient strength, he shall be the first I eliminate." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, about to respond, when he suddenly noticed that the already dim sky outside had grown even darker. He murmured, "It seems we have encountered a black storm." Xiao Yan's gaze followed his, as a howling wind swept down from the heavens. Doma, in the lead carriage, bellowed, "Everyone, halt the carriages and remain in place to protect the cargo." With a thunderous sound, the carriage came to a stop. The furious wind roared, and even Xiao Yu, now a Do Ling, felt insignificant and powerless beneath such overwhelming natural forces. The group planted their weapons firmly in the ground, striving to maintain their stability as the black tempest rocked the caravan. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan had already disembarked from their carriage, their feet firmly rooted in the sandy earth. Surrounded by an inky darkness, Xiao Yu's gaze was fixed solely on Xiao Yan beside him. Suddenly, a flickering red light caught his attention from a distance. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned a soul-like figure emanating crimson radiance. It dawned upon him that, in the original tale, Xiao Yan had encountered someone from the Soul Palace amidst this tempestuous black storm. Xiao Yu tapped Xiao Yan and pointed towards the source of the red glow. And Xiao Yan, too, turned his attention there. As the two of them focused intently, the howling wind gradually drew them closer, revealing a swirling mass of black mist alongside the ethereal soul figure before it. Xiao Yan's hand clenched tightly. He recollected that it was such a creature that had attempted to seize his teacher's soul. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon it once more in this place. Xiao Yu unleashed his formidable soul energy towards the black mist, sensing the fluctuating aura emanating from within, an entity of 3-star doling. The soul figure before it was also a doling, yet regrettably, in the face of the Soul Palace, even the mightiest of soul entities stood little chance. Leaning closer to Xiao Yan's ear, Xiao Yu remarked, "This creature repulses me. Its strength is merely that of a 3-star doling. We cannot simply let it be. Shall we take action against it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a stirring of determination within him. Chapter 166, The Thousand Medicine Workshop. Amidst the exchange between the two, the soul of the fighting spirit had already been ensnared by the sinister black mist with its eerie chains. As Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan turned their gaze, a flicker of black light coursed along the chains, enveloping the soul entirely. A cacophony of unpleasant laughter erupted from the black mist, prompting Xiao Yu to whisper urgently in Xiao Yan's ear, "I will bind it with the... You incinerate it with the fallen heart flame. Such a vile creature disgusts me." Xiao Yan contemplated for a fleeting moment before resolutely nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us reclaim some interest from it for daring to attack our master. Let's roast it." Seeing that the black mist was preparing to withdraw, Xiao Yu summoned his fighting spirit, unleashing a formidable aura of a 5-star fighting spirit. He forcefully stomped his foot onto the sandy ground, creating a small pit 3 inches deep. The sound of the impact was muffled by the raging black storm. Yet Xiao Yu's figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the black mist seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning to behold a figure cloaked in black, wielding flames of azure and white in each hand, advancing towards it. The black mist's countenance shifted dramatically. It sensed danger and roared defiantly, "You seek death." With a swift motion, a pitch-black chain shot forth from the depths of the mist. However, due to the treacherous weather, Xiao Yu relied solely on his spiritual force and the flickering light of the flames in his hands to narrowly evade the chain's grasp. With a flourish of his hands, 2 fiery whips coalesced and lunged towards the black mist. Upon contact with the chain emitted a sizzling sound as Xiao Yu witnessed the searing the chain, producing a plume of white smoke. A wretched scream pierced through the black mist, causing the chain to retract in that fleeting moment. Subsequently, Xiao Yu intertwined the celestial heart fire and bone spirit cold fire to craft a grand net, ensnaring the black mist within its confines. They instilled a sense of intimidation within this peculiar creature of the Soul Palace, although it could not inflict the same catastrophic damage as the fallen heart flame. These malevolent beings could not entirely disregard the presence of. The last time Xiao Yu had incinerated a lowly minion of the Soul Palace was a testament to his strength. But it was clear that the Fallen Heart Flame was the most effective weapon against such monstrosities. Behind him, Xiaoyan promptly burst forth. Setting aside his massive ruler, he summoned an intangible fire python, which opened its maw and lunged towards the fiery net. When the Fallen Heart Flame engulfed the black mist, agonizing shrieks reverberated, echoing the torment inflicted upon it. Yet, cloaked by the tempest, the screams barely reached far beyond. Unbeknownst to the black mist, within mere moments, it had been subdued by Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until a sliver of feeble sunlight suddenly pierced through the high skies, striking sharply amidst the darkness. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan exchanged a brief, astonished glance. Xiao Yan cast a cold glance at the black mist ensnared beneath the Fallen Heart Flame, declaring, "Let us grant it a swift end this time." Xiao Yan gently clenched his hand, and the Fallen Heart Flame surged forth, enveloping the black mist. Within a few breaths, the black mist was reduced to ash, completely dissipating, allowing Xiao Yan to exhale in relief. The howling wind in his ears gradually diminished, as the black storm receded little by little. Soon, the sky regained its clarity, as if the tempest that had just raged was nothing but a fleeting memory. Domar quickly approached, and upon seeing that both of them were unharmed, he chuckled. "I'm relieved to see you safe. I was quite worried when I noticed you were missing from the carriage." Xiaoyan smiled lightly. "It seems the black storm has passed. Let us set off now." Everything that had just transpired felt as if it had never happened. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan followed behind Domar, and shortly thereafter, the caravan was back on the road, finally arriving at Blackmark City by noon the next day. Xiao Yu gazed at the towering city, constructed from massive blocks of pitch-black stone, as the caravan slowly made its way through the city gates. Xiao Yan chuckled. "This time, we made good time. Let us stay in Blackmark City for 2 days before heading back to Canon Academy. Before long, the Inner Academy selection competition will be upon us. If you miss it again, Mentor Roland might truly be furious." Xiao Yu, taken aback, asked, "The Inner Academy selection competition? Mentor Roland hasn't mentioned anything to me, has she?" Xiaoyan shook his head slowly. "Not at all. However, Sunner did say she would wait for you. Besides, there's no rush for me. None of us participated in the last Inner Academy selection, and if you don't show up this year, Mentor Roland won't be able to advance to the Mystic tier." Xiao Yu, with a sheepish smile, replied, "Rest assured, I'll make it back in time. I can't possibly miss out on such an intriguing event as the Inner Academy selection competition." He seemed to foresee the gentle face of Mentor Roland turning pale with anger at his absence, but fortunately, he felt confident in his abilities. Xiaoyan shrugged, somewhat helplessly. "Just be cautious. Your combat spirit strength is certainly adequate for the Inner Academy. However, I fear that the Inner Academy may intervene during the selection competition." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Can the Inner Academy really interfere with the selection competition? Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you think? With the strength of a 5-star combat spirit, the Inner Academy might not even allow you to participate, as it would be deemed unnecessary. Your prowess and talent are sufficient for direct entry." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yu felt they had merit, and he stroked his chin, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. He couldn't allow the Inner Academy to disrupt his plans. Observing Xiao Yu's expression, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. Having grown up together, he was familiar with Xiao Yu. Whenever he bore that look, it signified mischief was afoot. However, Xiao Yan could only silently pray that those who would participate in the Inner Academy selection alongside Xiao Yu would not cross paths with him. At the city gates, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu bid farewell to Domar, and, upon entering Blackmark City, Xiao Yan led Xiao Yu directly to the Qianyao pharmacy. As they approached the impressive establishment, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them. Xiao Yan turned to Xiao Yu and said, "This 1,000-medicine workshop is undoubtedly the largest apothecary in Blackmark City. Many medicinal herbs can be found here. Let us procure some materials for alchemy before heading to the auction house. After all, we cannot proceed without sufficient funds." Just as Xiao Yan was about to turn away, he collided directly with a young man clad in a white robe behind him. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly uttering an apology. To his surprise, a hint of a smile appeared on the pale visage of the young man, who then abruptly unfurled a folding fan. Suddenly, an elderly man following him lunged forward. his hand morphing into a claw-like grasp aimed at Xiao Yan's throat. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. The old man possessed the strength of a 3-star doling and initiated an attack without any semblance of reason. However, Xiao Yan's reflexes were swift, and he retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing the formidable aura of a 6-star Do Wang in an instant. The young man's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 167. The thoughts of Xiao Qian. A glimmer of murderous intent and pleasure flashed in the old man's eyes, as he seemed to foresee that the figure in black would soon perish beneath his grasp. After all, he was merely a 6-star great fighter, insignificant in his presence. At that moment, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and lightly flicked his finger towards the old man. An ethereal light, imbued with the essence of death, surged swiftly toward him, reaching the old man in the blink of an eye. With a soft sound, the flesh was pierced. The ethereal light from Xiao Yu's finger penetrated the old man's neck, creating a gaping wound through which crimson blood flowed, trickling from the size of a thumb. At the same time, Xiao Yan delivered a powerful punch, resulting in a resounding crash as the old man's hunched form was sent flying, soaring over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. The passers-by merely cast a glance at the fallen old man, then resumed their own affairs. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Black Corner region, might made right, and those with stronger fists held the truth, devoid of pretense. The old man lay on the ground, his hand retreating to clutch his neck, making a series of rasping sounds before he succumbed to death. His unwilling gaze lingered on the overcast sky, perhaps unable to comprehend that, despite his 3-star spirit fighter status, he had been struck down in a single blow, a stark reminder of his own arrogance. Behind him, a young man closed his folding fan, his expression dark as he spoke in a low voice. "Gentlemen, is it not against the rules to resort to lethal force upon first encounter?" Xiao Yu scoffed. "Rules? Are there even rules in the Black Corner region? He struck first. Now he has met his match. His death is deserved. What, do you wish to avenge him?" The young man's face paled at Xiao Yu's words, while Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yu, thinking how this fellow seemed even more familiar with the place than himself, his domineering tone exuding unrestrained arrogance. However, Xiao Yan chose to remain silent, for Xiao Yu's assertion was indeed correct. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they offend me, I shall retaliate. I am Xiao Qian, the young master of the 1,000 Medicine Workshop. The one you have slain was our chief steward. If this matter is simply brushed aside, it would jeopardize our standing in the Black Ink City, Xiao Qian declared coldly. Xiao Yu murmured softly, another with the surname Xiao, a member of the same clan, yet his character leaves much to be desired. At this moment, Xiao Yan stepped forward. "Enough of this chatter. How do you intend to proceed?" Xiao Qian glanced at Xiao Yan before turning his gaze back to Xiao Yu. "I seek no further demands. This steward was responsible for my safety, and now that he is dead, I have lost my protector just as I am about to attend the auction in Black Ink City. My safety is now at stake." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded Xiao Qian. "Are you suggesting that you wish for US to serve as your protectors?" "Precisely. Consider it a temporary arrangement. For a day, how does 50,000 gold coins each sound?" Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow, proposing his terms. The price appears quite generous. However, it is regrettable that Xiao Yan, having spent 2 years in this place, understands well that the medicinal herbs within Qianyao Fong are significantly more expensive than those found outside. Yet, the age and provenance of these herbs are commendable, which is why many who visit the Blackmark city opt to purchase their herbs from Qianyao Fong. Take, for instance, the Naga Ma Empire, a high-grade wood spirit 3-needle flower, though rare, can fetch around 50,000 gold coins at the middle auction house. In Qianyao Fong, however, one would need at least 170 to 80,000 gold coins to acquire it. Should one choose not to purchase, it is certainly an option. However, in the Blackhorn domain, external herbs will be pricier, if not similarly priced. Cheaper options may often be of dubious origins. Should one encounter rare herbs pilfered from formidable individuals, it would spell disaster. Xiao Yan slightly raised his face and addressed Xiao Qian, stating, 10,000 gold coins per day. I am aware that Qianyao Fong is not short on funds. Xiao Qian's expression abruptly shifted, his brow furrowing slightly as he seemed to ponder the appropriateness of this. At that moment, Xiao Yu interjected, "We still require additional herbs. We request a discount from your esteemed Qianyao Fong. 8,000 gold coins each would suffice." Xiao Yu's proposition darkened Xiao Qian's countenance further, with a discount in place. One could only speculate on how much they might purchase. Yet, after glancing at Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, he steeled himself and replied, "Very well, I agree. Let us meet here at the same time tomorrow." Afterward, Xiao Qian summoned the steward of Qianyao Fong, instructing, "They will be purchasing herbs shortly. Grant them an 80% discount. Do you understand?" The steward cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Qian, who narrowed his eyes, prompting the steward to hastily affirm, "Understood, young master." Satisfied, Xiao Qian clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan before departing with several subordinates. Soon, the old man's body was cleared away, as if nothing had ever transpired in this place. Once Xiao Qian had left, Xiao Yan leaned closer to Xiao Yu and whispered, "That fellow harbors a malevolent glint in his eyes. I fear there may be ill intentions. Did you truly agree?" Xiao Yu patted Xiao Yan's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Fear not. Third brother, we shall discuss it further upon our return." He then turned to the steward standing nearby. "Let us proceed. We need to procure some herbs." Xiao Yan shook his head and followed suit, uncertain of Xiao Yu's thoughts, yet recognizing that this opportunity would facilitate significant savings on their herb purchases, a vital step towards alleviating their financial burdens. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian, having exited Qianyao Fong, squinted slightly as a sinister expression flickered in his eyes. He had discerned that one of the cloaked figures was a 6-star great fighter and the other a fighter, while he himself was merely a great fighter, a disadvantageous position indeed. Thus, he had sought to win them over, leveraging his status as the young master of Qianyao Fong and his connections within the 8 doors. Surely, he possessed some intelligence. At the auction in the city of Blackmark tomorrow, numerous sects from the Black Corner domain will participate, including formidable powers such as the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tomb, whose strength rivals that of the 8 gates, with the Blood Sect even surpassing them in might. Xiao Qian's cold laughter echoed. "Tomorrow, I shall ensure your downfall for daring to offend me. You truly have no desire to live." As Xiao Qian gradually departed, his chilling laughter lingered in the air, heralding the arrival of the sinister schemes from the Black Corner domain. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and his companion entered the Thousand Medicine Workshop, embarking on a grand shopping spree. Upon leaving the Jama, they had auctioned off numerous medicinal pills, accruing a commission for the middle family that amounted to no less than 150,000 gold coins. At this moment, the brothers were indeed in no shortage of funds. The steward of the Thousand Medicine Workshop watched as Xiao Yu and his companion purchased a variety of herbs, his heart bleeding at the thought. If these herbs were discounted by 20%, it would still amount to a loss of at least 30 to 40,000 gold coins. Xiao Yu procured a full 6 sets of materials for the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill, while Xiao Yan acquired 4 sets of materials for the Revitalizing Spirit Pill and 1 set for the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill. The formula for the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill was gifted by Fama, perfectly suited for the brothers to concoct pills and generate profit. Chapter 168. The reappearance of Medusa at last, under the displeased gaze of the steward at the Qianyao workshop. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan exchanged 1 million gold coins for medicinal materials valued at 1,250,000 gold coins. Satisfied, they departed from the workshop and casually sought refuge in a nearby inn. Meanwhile, upon hearing the steward's words, Xiao Qian, enraged, shattered his cup filled with exquisite wine upon the ground, bellowing furiously, "Tomorrow, I shall ensure your demise." His subordinates trembled in fear at his furious demeanor, but Xiao Qian soon regained his composure and nonchalantly instructed, "Fetch a snake woman to attend to me." Yes, at Xiao Qian's command, his subordinate, seemingly struck by a thought, shivered and hurried off to fulfill the order. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, who had already settled into his inn, Xiao Yan entered his room and inquired, "Are we truly going to act as Xiao Qian's protectors tomorrow?" Xiao Yu, smiling, replied, "Third brother, I understand your concerns. That fool will undoubtedly have a scheme prepared for us, yet we can adapt to the situation as it unfolds." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, returning to his alchemy practice, as the 3-patterned Qingling pill posed a considerable challenge for him. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu turned to find a captivating figure reclining on the bed behind him. However, instead of legs, this enchanting being possessed a delicate lavender serpent tail, gently swaying at the edge of the bed, exuding an irresistible allure. Startled by the sudden appearance, Xiao Yu instinctively glanced at his right sleeve, only to discover that the little creature had vanished. The alluring figure, draped in a red dress, lounged lazily against the bed's support, one delicate hand resting against her temple. Her cold yet enchanting visage bore a hint of seduction, while her uniquely beautiful eyes radiated an aura of superiority and pride befitting one of high status. Who else could possess such haughtiness but the Queen Medusa herself? Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, calming his emotions as he surveyed the majestic Queen Medusa, noting that her air of pride and authority surpassed that of Yun Yun. "Why have you suddenly emerged?" Xiao Yu inquired, somewhat irked, as he seated himself at the table to pour a cup of tea. Medusa's alluring gaze lingered on Xiao Yu as she languidly replied, "I merely stepped out for some fresh air. Is that not permissible?" "Of course it is. However, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from such startling entrances in the future, as you might just frighten me to death," Xiao Yu retorted with a hint of exasperation. With her icy gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu, Medusa's lips curled into a subtle smile. "It appears you have acquired the fusion spirit pill. When do you plan to refine it?" Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. "The fusion spirit pill is a 6th-tier elixir. You know, I'm merely a 5th-tier alchemist at best. You truly overestimate my capabilities. Moreover, even if I were capable of concocting the soul fusion pill, what about the necessary herbs? Must I not seek them out? Or perhaps, dear Queen, you could provide them for me?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Medusa straightened slightly, her enchanting waist appearing exceedingly tempting. Her cold and stunning gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu as she spoke in a somewhat frigid tone. "If you lack the ingredients for the soul fusion pill, then go find them. A year from now, I expect to see the soul fusion pill." Upon hearing Medusa's commanding tone, Xiao Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his previously playful demeanor gradually turning serious as he coldly replied, "Please understand, you are the one requesting my assistance. Do not act as if I owe you anything. I can prepare the soul fusion pill for you in a year, but you must procure the herbs yourself. If you cannot find them, this matter may very well be delayed for several years. Accept my terms if you will. If not, I believe you might seek someone more capable. By the way, the Pill King Gu He of the Gamma Empire is a 6th-tier alchemist. I imagine the soul fusion pill would not pose any difficulty for him. You may wish to consult him." A surge of anger welled up within Medusa as she coldly retorted, "Gu He and I have had conflicts. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to beg him? You are the one seeking assistance. Must you not exhibit some humility?" Xiao Yu shrugged. Medusa's pale purple serpent tail rose high, suddenly sweeping fiercely toward Xiao Yu. His expression changed as he swiftly evaded, the furniture shattering beneath the force of the tail, leaving the room in disarray. "Are you mad, you fierce woman? You truly intend to strike?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, exasperated. It seemed that unleashing her wrath had further ignited Medusa's temper. As her purple tail retracted, she gazed at Xiao Yu with indifference, saying, "I will accompany you for the next few days, and we shall seek the herbs tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are attending the auction in Black City. Will you join me?" Xiao Yu replied, somewhat displeased. Medusa, noticing Xiao Yu's apparent impatience, felt her anger surge again, but after a moment's struggle to suppress it, she coldly asked, "Is that a problem?" Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully, pointing at Medusa's serpent tail. "It is certainly possible, but how will you manage to go out like this? If you present yourself in this manner in the Black Corner region, you won't last long." "The Black Corner region? You have already entered the Black Corner region?" Medusa inquired with some surprise. Xiao Yu nodded slowly. "I must go to the Canaan Academy, hence my arrival in the Black Corner region." Medusa slightly inclined her head, her serpent tail transforming gracefully into a pair of long, snow-white legs. "I can temporarily assume a human form. You need not worry about that." Remembering Kai Dai, Xiao Yu then asked, "Why hasn't your sister come out?" He glanced at his sleeve, where the rainbow-hued little serpent lay coiled and asleep. Medusa gazed at Xiao Yu and remarked, "The excessive amount of primordial purple crystal you fed to the devouring python during your last encounter has caused us both to slumber. My strength is somewhat greater, hence my awakening was swifter." Only then did Xiao Yu comprehend the situation, offering an awkward smile as he replied, All right. That indeed was my fault. How about I feed it less next time?" Medusa cast a dispassionate glance at Xiao Yu, remaining silent, yet the expression she wore, akin to one of disdain, irked him considerably. Despite his irritation, Xiao Yu dared not voice his discontent, for Medusa's formidable power was evident. While he could tolerate her remarks occasionally, he knew that overstepping could lead to his own defeat. Prudence was paramount. He mused that once he ascended to the Do Zone level himself, he would certainly give her a sound thrashing, perhaps a playful slap, to make her aware of the treachery of human nature. By the way, I still do not know your current strength. What is your dozong rank now? Xiao Yu inquired, concealing his earlier thoughts. Medusa replied nonchalantly, I am at the first star of dozong. Xiao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although Medusa's power was still somewhat unstable, if she were to break free from the devouring python's constraints, her strength would likely reach around the third star of dozong. Nonetheless, being at the first star of dozong was already impressive. After all, she was a dozong. Chapter 169. Colorful Scales. Xiao Yu gazed at Medusa's enchanting visage and sighed. Your current appearance is rather too conspicuous. I must assist you in adopting a more suitable attire. Medusa glanced at her clothing, slightly furrowing her brow. What is wrong with my outfit? My dear, you are in the realm of humans now, not amongst the serpent folk. Being excessively beautiful is not advantageous, for it may attract unwanted attention, which could be detrimental for me. Xiao Yu replied with a wry smile. To his surprise, Medusa's icy gaze fell upon him, causing Xiao Yu to shiver involuntarily, unaware of what had incited her ire. Am I that old? Medusa's voice, cold as winter's breath, pierced through the air. Xiao Yu hastily shook his head. Not at all. You are hardly old. He continued. Moreover, you might consider altering the name Medusa. Medusa's delicate brows knitted further, her irritation palpable. Why must you concern yourself with so many trivialities? Xiao Yu could only shrug helplessly. It is unavoidable. Very well. May I take charge of your affairs? As for your name, your sister is called Color Butterfly, so you shall be Colorful Scales. With that, Xiao Yu dashed out. Oblivious to the fact that upon hearing the name Colorful Scales, Medusa murmured to herself, Colorful Scales? That sounds rather pleasant. A charming smile graced her lips, illuminating the room with a vibrant allure, though Xiao Yu remained unaware. Under the cover of his dark cloak, Xiao Yu scoured several shops, yet found nothing suitable for Colorful Scales. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the fact that he rather liked her in her red dress, purchasing merely a pair of shoes. He believed they would look splendid against her delicate, porcelain-like feet, and he also acquired a light red veil before returning to the inn. Colorful Scales reclined on the bed, her eyes half closed as if resting. Upon hearing the door creak open, her eyes fluttered open, fixating on Xiao Yu. Here are the veil and shoes. Do try them on. Xiao Yu offered, handing her the items before moving aside to retrieve the little one from the system space. The small creature, with bright eyes, gazed up at Xiao Yu, her father, and giggled joyfully. Seeing her innocent smile, Xiao Yu couldn't help but return the gesture, gently feeding her beast's milk. Sitting on the bed, Colorful Scales curiously observed Xiao Yu, and upon hearing the little one's cooing, she couldn't resist stepping down from the bed to approach him. Nearly 2 months had passed, and the little one had grown considerably, appearing adorably plump, with eyes like clouds and a nose reminiscent of Xiao Yu's. Her bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at Xiao Yu, and upon noticing Colorful Scales leaning in, she smiled without a hint of shyness. Colorful Scales was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the little one. Xiao Yu chuckled gently. Would you like to hold her? Xiao Yu discerned a glimmer of affection deep within Kai Lin's eyes. Indeed, no female could resist such an adorable little creature. However, upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Kai Lin crossed her arms and coolly remarked, No, children are too troublesome. Observing Kai Lin's somewhat contradictory demeanor, Xiao Yu found it rather amusing. He shrugged and replied, All right then, I thought you were rather fond of this little one. Who said I liked her? She is your child, not mine. Why would I have any affection for her? Kai Lin retorted icily, her face adorned with an unmistakable pride. Yet, if not for her eyes frequently darting towards the child in Xiao Yu's arms, he might have truly believed her. Suddenly, Xiao Yu stood up and placed the little one directly into Kai Lin's embrace. She hastily caught Xiao Nian, her voice cold as she inquired, What are you doing? Just letting you hold her for a moment to get acquainted. Xiao Yu grinned. Acquainted? With what exactly? Kai Lin shot him a frosty glance, though a barely perceptible flush crept onto her cheeks. Xiao Yu observed her curiously, saying, You'll be around me for several more years, and your encounters with the little one will surely be frequent. You'll need to help out in the future, so where are you wandering off to? Kai Lin lowered her gaze, gazing at the smiling face of Xiao Nian. She gently caressed the child's cheek and replied softly, It's nothing. You should hasten to concoct the spirit fusion pill, so I can return to the Serpent Clan promptly. Even at the fastest pace, it will still take several years. I cannot find the necessary herbs, and the alchemist's rank is insufficient. How fast do you expect it to be? Xiao Yu lamented. Kai Lin chose not to respond further, directing her attention to the little one in her arms. The previously indifferent expression in her eyes softened slightly. Xiao Yu, oblivious to this change, felt a pang of melancholy, realizing that the warmth in her gaze was not directed at him. All right, you can play with Xiao Yin for a while. I will prepare some medicinal materials, Xiao Yu said to Kai Lin. He then arranged all the herbs he had previously purchased on the table. With a subtle movement of his hands, the blue lotus heart fire summoned a fire cauldron, while the bone spirit cold fire surged into it. This was his first attempt at such a method of alchemy. Kai Lin, cradling the little one, observed Xiao Yu's alchemical process for the first time. She could not help but acknowledge the remarkable speed at which his fire control had improved. The last time they met, when Xiao Yu had threatened her with his exotic flame, his mastery had been far less adept than it was now. In truth, the exotic flame rewarded by the system was merely a recognized flame. Although it posed no risk of being burned during absorption, the process remained a painful ordeal. Furthermore, mastering control over such flames required repeated practice through alchemy. Xiao Yu directly cast the materials for refining the 3-pattern Qingling pill into the alchemical furnace. The ethereal flames of the bone spirit cold fire instantly enveloped them. As the materials were refined, Xiao Yu flicked his fingers, and a wisp of violet flame darted into the furnace, while the green lotus earth heart fire erupted from within. With his current prowess, Xiao Yu was fully capable of refining the 3-pattern Qingling pill to perfection. After an entire afternoon, he successfully crafted 6 sets of the 3-pattern Qingling pill. However, not all were of the 3-pattern variety. He produced 4 2-pattern Qingling pills and 2 3-pattern ones, understanding the principles of scarcity in marketing. The rarity of the 3-pattern Qingling pill meant that even 2 could fetch a price of around 170 to 80,000 gold coins, while the 4 2-pattern pills might similarly command a price in that range. Once the pills were completed, Xiao Yu stood and addressed Kai Lin. I shall step out for a moment. Please look after the little one. Kai Lin, indifferent and aloof, did not spare him a glance, which left Xiao Yu somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment and exited through the door. Upon reaching another room, he knocked on Xiao Yan's door. Observing Xiao Yan, who appeared ready for action, Xiao Yu chuckled. It seems we are of the same mind, third brother. Xiao Yan returned the smile. Let us proceed. Chapter 170. Under scrutiny, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan arrived directly at the Black Seal City auction house. Gazing upon the immense structure, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, one cannot compare. This auction house is far grander than the headquarters of the Mitre auction house. Xiao Yan lightly patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder, saying, Come, let us first head to the appraisal room. Following Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu crossed through the entrance and entered the central hall of the auction house. His eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on a room in the far corner, marked with a sign indicating the appraisal room. Upon pushing open the door, he was taken aback by the vast space within, filled with over 100 small appraisal chambers. Anyone with claustrophobia would likely faint in such a setting. As they stepped inside, a strikingly dressed maid approached them, her sultry voice laced with charm. Are you two here for appraisals or price evaluations for auction? Xiao Yin was straightforward, replying, Price evaluation. The maid smiled alluringly. Very well, please follow me. As she turned to lead the way, her serpentine waist swayed enticingly. Yet Xiao Yu remained unaffected, recognizing the stark difference between artifice and the natural elegance of a colorful scale or butterfly. His tastes had indeed become more discerning. The maid guided Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin into separate appraisal chambers. Upon entering his designated room, Xiao Yu encountered a middle-aged man. With sharp eyes, the man glanced at Xiao Yu, though the obscuring black robe concealed much from view. You may present the items you wish to have evaluated, the man stated. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Yu placed 6 neatly arranged vials upon the table. The middle-aged man's gaze intensified. You wish to identify medicinal pills? As he picked up one of the jade vials and poured the contents into his palm for a gentle sniff, his attention fixated on the azure and violet patterns on the pills. His expression turned to one of surprise. This is a 2-pattern azure spirit pill? Indeed. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Please estimate its value. I intend to auction it at your Black Seal City auction house tomorrow. The middle-aged man acknowledged. Very well. The price for these 2-pattern azure spirit pills starts at around 300,000 gold coins. However, since you possess 6 vials, The price may be adjusted downward to an estimated final sale price of 400 to 450,000 gold coins, pointing to 3 of the vials. Xiao Yu remarked, "Please take a look at these 3 pills as well. I believe your auction house would be interested in auctioning such items." The middle-aged man paused, then retrieved one of the pills, pouring it into his palm. Upon seeing the azure, white, and violet patterns, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his tone grew slightly urgent. This is a 3-pattern azure spirit pill? Correct. Please provide an estimated auction price for this 3-pattern azure spirit pill, Xiao Yu replied softly. The price for this 3-pattern azure spirit pill should be around 700,000 gold coins. If a wealthy bidder is present, a final price of 900,000 is not out of the question. The middle-aged man responded. Xiao Yu was aware that the middle-aged man had spoken correctly, and he subsequently said, "Then let us proceed with the auction." The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Certainly, your auction items have qualified for the privileges of our premier VIPs. Here is your VIP card. Please accept it." This card was gilded in gold. After Xiao Yu accepted the card, he addressed the middle-aged man, saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave now." The middle-aged man's demeanor was exceedingly respectful as he responded, "Sir, please feel free." The presence of such a substantial number of 4th-grade elixirs demonstrated Xiao Yu's formidable prowess. Once Xiao Yu departed, the middle-aged man meticulously stored the elixirs before opening the door to step outside. Coincidentally, the adjacent room also opened at that moment, and an elderly man emerged. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing the middle-aged man, "Li Quan, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Zhao Lao, I have encountered an extraordinary individual and wish to report this to the sect leader." Li Quan replied with a smile. Zhao Lao chuckled in response. "What a coincidence. I intend to do the same." After exchanging a knowing glance, the two made their way toward the sect leader's quarters. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin departed the Black Seal City auction house, each held a golden premier VIP card. Upon returning to their inn, Xiao Yu observed Kai Lin still seated by the bedside and remarked, "How about I arrange another room for you?" After retrieving the child, he sent Xiao Nian back to the system space. Xiao Yu would also spend some time in the system space in the coming days. He need not enter in his corporeal form, as his spiritual essence would suffice. Reclining gracefully on the bed, Kai Lin languidly replied, "You may take another room for yourself. This one is mine." Noting Kai Lin's relaxed demeanor, Xiao Yu chose not to press the issue and instead procured another room for himself. The following day, when Xiao Yin beheld Kai Lin trailing behind Xiao Yu, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yu chuckled, "She will accompany us for a while. Her strength is commendable and can provide protection." Xiao Yin nodded slightly, casting a glance at Kai Lin before the trio made their way to the 1,000 Medicine Workshop. At the entrance, Xiao Qian awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and Xiao Yin approach, a flicker of delight and malice crossed his eyes. He strode forward and, upon noticing Kai Lin standing beside Xiao Yu, was momentarily stunned. "Who is this?" he queried. Xiao Yu's deep voice emanated from beneath his black cloak. "This is my friend." "Friend?" A glimmer of desire and fervor flared in Xiao Qian's gaze. Kai Lin directed a frigid stare at Xiao Qian, and in an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing him to break into a cold sweat and swiftly avert his gaze, silently thinking, "This woman's gaze is terrifying." The group proceeded directly to the auction house in Black Seal City, trailing behind Xiao Qian. Adjacent to the entrance of the auction house was a narrow path. Xiao Qian produced a pale green VIP card, which was examined by the attendants before being accepted, as Xiao Qian possessed a 3rd-grade VIP card. Their location was somewhat further back, while the premier VIP area was situated at the forefront. As the auction was about to commence, an increasing number of individuals filled the venue. Soon, a throng of figures surged into the entrance of the Xiao family. Xiao Yin, seated beside Xiao Yu, discreetly whispered in her ear upon spotting the young man in the center. "That is Fan Ling, the young master of the Blood Sect, possessing the strength of a 3-star doling. The techniques of the Blood Sect are notoriously sinister and malevolent." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the individual in question was indeed Fan Ling. At that moment, Fan Ling seemed to sense something, his gaze drifting toward them. However, due to the concealment of his black robe, he could not discern Xiao Yu's stare. An elderly man beside Fan Ling, his complexion ashen, noticed the young master halt and inquired with a slight frown, "Young master, what troubles you?" Fan Ling shook his head slightly, responding, "That individual seems rather peculiar." The aura emanating from him evokes both disdain and trepidation within me. Upon hearing this, the elder also turned to glance in Xiao Yu's direction, his brow furrowing as he remarked, I too sense something unusual. Could he be an alchemist? Yet, ordinary flames do not pose a significant threat to us, do they? Fan Ling cast a wary glance at Xiao Yu and declared, keep a close watch on him. After the auction concludes, we shall confront that person. He undoubtedly harbors secrets. Understood, young master.